Before me lies an immortal pill that could grant me the cultivation of heaven and earth. Yet I wish to share it with my 6 disciples. Little did I expect that they would publicly sever ties with me and leave the sect in front of billions of cultivators. It all started when I discovered my youngest disciple secretly practicing demonic arts. Fearing the other 5 disciples might be harmed, I sought to purge the threat, but the 5 female disciples, bewitched by the youngest, Luo Yunshang, completely distrusted my words as their master. Today, our relationship shattered completely. At this very moment, the annual 100 sects disciple recruitment ceremony is underway, with elders and representatives from hundreds of major sects gathered here. Yet my 6 disciples chose to sever ties with me and leave the sect in front of billions of cultivators. Countless beings from various races are now watching the spectacle of me, the leader of the heaven-mending pavilion. Facing all sorts of peculiar gazes, I remain unmoved, instead staring in astonishment at the system panel before me. The panel displays a task: recruit a disciple during the 100 sect ceremony. The disciple return system offers rewards for each disciple recruited. The higher their talent, the richer the reward. Additionally, any act of nurturing disciples grants extra rewards. I can't help but complain, are you kidding me? Just after transmigrating here, I'm betrayed by my disciples, and instead of learning caution, you want me to recruit more? The system then prompts, host may discern disciple quality. Please recruit with confidence. Hearing this, I glance at my 6 former disciples not far away, 5 women and 1 man, surrounded by immortal aura, noble and aloof, looking down at me with cold disdain. First disciple Su Qingxue, arrogant and conceited. Second disciple Jiang Ruyue, quick to kick someone when they're down. Third disciple Lin Sisi, insatiably greedy. Fourth disciple Shang Guanqing, envious of talent. Fifth disciple Lin Miaoi, fickle and disloyal. Sixth disciple Lu Chen, wicked and ruthless. My eyelids twitch at this. Good grief. Not a single one has redeeming qualities. Even a random passerby would outshine them. What kind of ungrateful disciples are these? Absolutely outrageous. In my memory, these 6 disciples were originally in miserable situations. If not for my intervention, the grass on their graves would have grown 3 meters tall by now. Over 4 years, I poured everything into them, even damaging my own foundation and sacrificing my lifespan to help them improve their cultivation and refine their talents. But once they achieved results in their practice, they became arrogant and conceited, looking down on me, their master whose strength now paled in comparison. In front of outsiders, they refused to acknowledge me as their master. In their eyes, their current achievements were solely due to their innate talent and had nothing to do with me. Yi Chang'an. The so-called misunderstanding was nothing but an excuse they fabricated. Cultivators across the land and major sects alike believed I was too mediocre in talent and too weak in strength to be qualified as the master of these 6 individuals. Now it's all messed up. Them severing ties with me at such an important occasion has undoubtedly turned me into a laughingstock for the entire world. Not to complain, but taking on disciples is one thing, being betrayed by them is another. But this is just adding insult to injury. I couldn't help but grumble. The original owner surviving while raising these 6 people was nothing short of a miracle. This is the will of heaven. Once this contract is signed, there shall be no further ties between you and us. A golden contract imbued with the vast will of the heavens appeared before me. As the saying goes, each has their own path. Since they no longer wanted me as their master, they were free to leave. I offered a drop of blood, and as it fell upon the heavenly contract, it instantly transformed into a towering crimson light that vanished into the sky. From this moment onward, our master-disciple bond was completely dissolved. I calmly returned to my seat. In the row of the heaven-mending pavilion, I was now the only one left, appearing desolate and lonely, yet exuding an aura of dignified confidence. However, the 5 women seemed somewhat distracted. For some reason, they couldn't feel any joy. Their hearts felt hollow, as if something important had suddenly vanished. Seeing me so at ease only deepened their unease. Shouldn't I have been weeping and begging them to stay? At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly stepped forward. His face pale, he feigned weakness and said, "The master only suspected me of being a demonic cultivator because he was worried about you all. Don't blame him, blame me instead." With that, he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, the 5 women's gloomy thoughts instantly turned to concern. "June, your brother, you're severely injured, don't speak. The 6 of us, master and disciples, are as close as siblings. We won't let you suffer this injustice in vain. You're just too kind. How dare he slander you? How dare he hurt you? What has he ever taught us all these years? If it weren't for us holding things together, the heaven-mending pavilion would have been destroyed long ago. We owe him nothing." Indeed, in their eyes, their current achievements were entirely the result of their own efforts, while I, Yi Chang'an, had merely been riding on their coattails. At this moment, they finally regained their former pride, and the pent-up frustration in their hearts was swept away. With this matter concluded, the 100 sects disciple recruitment assembly resumed as usual. Occasionally, mocking remarks about me could be heard from the crowd, but I paid them no mind. focusing entirely on finding a disciple of high quality. As a transmigrator, I was well aware of the darkness in the cultivation world, survival of the fittest, where strength was paramount. With the system by my side, there shouldn't be any mishaps. If any disciple betrayed me again in the future, I wouldn't hesitate to purge them without mercy. Just then, a young girl in a white dress caught my attention in the crowd. Her delicate features and ethereal, cold demeanor stood out. I checked her panel information: name Luo Yunshang, race human, gender female, talent Thunder Dao immortal fetus, heavenly spirit root, cultivation mid-profound illumination realm. The description revealed she was the reincarnation of the profound sky Empress, her origin damaged, foundation incomplete, and afflicted by a great Dao injury. Her quality was loyal and steadfast. Seeing this, my eyes lit up: a heavenly spirit root, and the reincarnation of an Empress. According to the system's rules, the higher the disciple's talent, the richer my rewards. The key was her loyal and steadfast quality. Excited, I quickly stood on the platform and called out eagerly to the crowd, "That girl, yes, you! I am the Sect Master of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. Would you be willing to become my disciple?" Instantly, the venue fell eerily silent. The crowd's gazes toward the girl gradually turned peculiar, and many sect leaders began mocking sarcastically, "Sect Master Yi, this girl possesses an innate thunder spirit body and a supreme spirit root. Your heaven-mending pavilion shouldn't misguide her. You're not even that capable, yet your ambitions are huge. Yi Chang'an, I advise you to know your place. Thinking any random person can become a master, how arrogant." My former 6 disciples, who had severed ties with me, sneered in disdain, finding my actions utterly laughable. They think my eagerness to recruit an outstanding disciple is merely for show, either to mask my own inadequacies or to prove something to them, deliberately seeking their attention just to preserve my dignity. If my previous composed demeanor had earned their respect, now they simply see me as childish. Meanwhile, the disciples below the stage began murmuring, "Yi Chang'an has lost his mind. That girl is the top-ranked participant of the 100 Sects Grand Ceremony. With talent so profound it resonates with the heavenly Tao. Manifesting celestial phenomena, she has the potential to become a sovereign or even a monarch. How could she possibly join a minor sect like the Heaven Mending Pavilion? What arrogance, not even knowing his own worth. If that girl really joins, I'll stand on my head." Yet, the voices abruptly ceased as, under the gaze of the crowd, the girl gracefully descended before me and gave a slight bow, saying, "Luo Yunshang is willing to join the Heaven Mending Pavilion." At the same time, the system's notification sounded in my mind: host has recruited a disciple with heavenly grade spiritual roots. Congratulations on completing the mission. Rewards are now being issued: 9 tribulations indestructible Tao body, eternal end force, one of the 3 forbidden physiques, the pinnacle of thunder-based constitution, capable of mastering the complete thunder Tao, commanding the power of laws, enduring 9 deaths through 9 tribulations, achieving nirvana, and transcending heavenly calamities. The sage art has 9 layers, instantly refining the thunder law, capable of piercing the heavens with a single finger. Life creation fruit, a 9th grade holy medicine that can revive the dead and regrow flesh, restore one's origin, repair foundations, and heal Tao injuries. Enlightenment spirit rice, an 8th grade spiritual herb, where 100 years of cultivation cannot compare to a single moment of enlightenment, enhancing the user's comprehension of the heavenly Tao. The 9th tribulation indestructible Tao body is merging, detecting the host's weak physique. The fusion process may be painful. Fusion progress, 1%. As the system's notification sounded, I clearly felt the changes in my body, an indescribable divine force, filled with an aura of destruction and judgment, slowly merging with me. The entire scene fell into dead silence. All the cultivators stared at Luo Yunshang in front of me, their minds struggling to process what they were seeing. My 6 disciples, in particular, were shaken to their cores, unable to believe their eyes. The world knows that I, Yi Chang'an, am an utter waste, with pitifully weak cultivation, utterly incapable and unqualified to teach disciples. Earlier, my 5 female disciples and their junior brother left my sect to prove to everyone that I, Yi Chang'an, am incompetent and unjust, acting without discernment. But now, Luo Yunshang possesses a supreme grade spiritual root and the thunder spirit body, a once-in-a-billion peerless prodigy. Though they also consider themselves geniuses, they only have high-grade spiritual roots. The difference between high-grade and supreme grade may seem like just one word, but it is an insurmountable chasm, an unbridgeable gap. With talent like Luo Yunshang's, if she were to join a major sect, she would be treated as a saintly son or divine daughter, even groomed as the sect's successor. Among the hundreds of sects in Futu Mountain, any one of them is countless times stronger than the Heaven Mending Pavilion, yet now she has chosen to become a disciple under Yi Chang'an. Isn't what just happened obvious enough? The crowd couldn't help but wonder, is this woman a fool? Then he looked at Yi Chang'an's expression that was full of smiles. The 5 women were vaguely uncomfortable. It's like having your beloved toy taken away from you. although the toy was discarded by them of their own accord. But the heart still minded very much. This one, in particular, was far superior to them. More than that, they were jealous. Being watched by so many people, Luo Yunshang was somewhat helpless. She was the female emperor of the Xianqiao divine dynasty, one of the 3 divine dynasties in the original divine realm, cultivating for 10,000 years, half a step into the immortal realm, and an invincible existence in the world. However, during her seclusion, she was betrayed and united with the other 2 great divine dynasties to launch a siege against her. Even though she had extraordinary strength, it was difficult for her to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. In the end, he was forced to flee to the eastern continent by using a forbidden technique at the cost of dispersing all his cultivation. Although she had lost her cultivation, she was armed with many divine secret methods, and it was only a matter of time before she regained her strength. As the saying goes, a piker is not a piker, but a piker is a piker. The secrets she carries are bound to be coveted once they are exposed. To stay out of sight. It was for this reason that she chose to worship under Yi Chang'an. With Yi Chang'an's cultivation, he would definitely not discover her identity. And fill the sky peak down, quiet and nothing, just right, can take this to meditate and recuperate. On the other side, the crowd returned. The many pal mistresses hastened to persuade. Miss, this Yi Chang'an is uneducated and has low qualifications, his cultivation is only at the Xianjiao realm, worshipping him as a teacher is simply self-destructive. Female doll, didn't you just see that? All of this Yi Chang'an's disciples have severed ties with him, isn't this matter enough to prove his incompetence? People like Yi Chang'an, not only is his cultivation low, his character is no good either, indiscriminately framing his own disciples, he doesn't have the virtue of a teacher, the little girl should polish her eyes. The crowd said one thing to each other, talking Yi Chang'an into oblivion. In the distance, Su Qingshua's 5 girls also rushed over. This girl, we can prove the words of the Sect Masters. 5 years ago, our sisters as well as our senior brother successively worshipped Yi Chang'an and joined the heaven-mending pavilion. But he never taught us anything, he didn't even have the basic cultivation resources, and sometimes, he needed us as disciples to pick up the slack. Even if these are not enough, what's even more outrageous is that he also brutalized his own disciples, being a man with a wrong heart. As people who have been there, we advise you not to do yourself any harm. As they spoke, they glanced at Yi Chang'an, their eyes filled with disgust. Luo Yunshang frowned. She glanced indifferently at the 5 women, her gaze growing cold. For 10,000 years, she had read countless people. Moreover, the method she practiced was the power of the Thunder Road, which was the most rigid and yang of heaven and earth, and was the nemesis of yin and evil in the world, and she was even more unusually sensitive to evil spirits. This Yi Chang'an, although his cultivation qualifications were mediocre. But his body spread a kind of vast righteousness of heaven and earth, and he was by no means the person with an improper heart in the mouths of the people. On the contrary, these 5 women were releasing an eerie coldness on their bodies if anything. Even if it wasn't some evil cultivator, it wasn't a person with a righteous heart. Especially that Lu Chen, who seemed to be hiding well, but in reality, she had detected the ferocious demonic aura when she had just arrived at this place. Yi Chang'an was kind enough to protect them. But what about them? But he was so envious that he betrayed his teacher, and even slandered and insulted his own teacher. Such behavior is simply treasonous. She could tell that Lu Chen was practicing the method of extracting yin and replenishing yang. These 5 women might not already be his prey. I'm afraid it won't take long to realize the truth, and by then it will be too late to regret it. She withdrew her gaze. Turning to the crowd, he spoke faintly, thanks to the good intentions of all the sect leaders, my mind is made up and I have decided to worship in the heaven-mending pavilion. Words. This is going to put everyone in a hurry. From Luo Yunshang's expression, it was clear that she was already determined to worship Yi Chang'an as her master. Since they couldn't persuade Luo Yunshang, they put the pressure on Yi Chang'an again, trying to make him know better and give up voluntarily. Yi Chang'an, you are at least a cultivator, you should know the importance of an extremely high-grade spirit root. If you are self-aware, take back what you just said. Yi Chang'an, don't you dare to be misguided. Master Yi nephew, I have 300 disciples under the Qingyan sect, how about exchanging them with you? How about this, the cultivation resources for these 300 disciples continue to be paid for by me, but are attributed to your heaven-mending pavilion? The crowd is soft and hard. But Yi Chang'an had just received a system reward, so would he compromise? He stepped forward with a smile. Gentlemen, I. However, halfway through his sentence, he suddenly paused. The system voice in his head came again. Ding! The 9 tribulation indestructible Tao body has been fused. The words fell. Boom! An unspeakably majestic aura suddenly rose from Yi Chanan. This aura was ancient and vast. The thunder power that accompanied the destruction of all things was like a tidal surge, spreading towards the surrounding area in a surging manner. The sudden scene startled the hundreds of millions of cultivators present. Everyone's gazes coincidentally converged on Yi Chanan. Chapter 3 Heaven and Earth Vision. He failed to awaken. That white figure. Entangled by a golden law of thunder. Endless thunder and lightning, traveling through space, shook the void and caused everything to tremble. At this time, he was like a god descending to the world, being born by thunder. His eyes' golden light pierced through the heavens, and his magnificent breath suppressed the crowd, making it difficult for them to catch their breath. Rumble. Above the heavens, deafening thunder erupted. The green sky was instantly shrouded in lightning-colored golden clouds. In the void, the vortex that looked like the Eye of Doom seemed to come from the incarnation of the Great Tao, scrutinizing all things in heaven and earth, descending the rhythms of the Great Tao and judging everything. And in the face of such a horrible breath. Whether it is a strong and mighty person, or a mortal being. To Yi Chanan, all of them had an urge to sincerely worship. Heaven and earth visions, the laws of the Great Tao. This is the sign of the divine descent. How is it possible? This Yi Chanan is clearly only a lower-grade spiritual root. How could he possibly invoke the Tao rules of heaven and earth? Could it be the awakening of some kind of physique? Many great powers, hundreds of millions of cultivators. Staring closely at Yi Chanan, his eyes were horrified. Su Qingshue's 5 girls were even more unwilling to believe the scene in front of them. They felt from the beginning that Yi Chanan was inferior, and as a master teacher, he was completely unworthy of them, the talented disciples. In these 5 years, it is even more clear that they feel the importance of their status. Therefore, the more they felt injustice for themselves, the more they disliked Yi Chanan as their master. But now, he had unexpectedly erupted such a terrifying heaven and earth vision. Since ancient times, those who had visions were almighty, with extraordinary potential and unlimited achievements. For a moment, the heart vaguely regretted it. The one who was most shocked belonged most to Luo Yunshang. She cultivated the law of thunder, so she was naturally familiar with the power of lightning. In the eyes of outsiders, what they saw was rigid thunder, but in her eyes, it was another extreme power destruction. Order of eternal destruction. How is it possible that the forbidden power that was lost in the ancient era? Her red lips parted and her beautiful eyes trembled. Yi Chanan's breath continued to climb. Boom! Spatial oscillations. An invisible wave soared and stirred in all directions, setting off a thunderous wave. The cultivation barrier that had been stuck for many years, at this moment, finally broke through. But the breath didn't stop. The crowd, many of them lost in thought, murmured. Xianzhao Realm Perfection. Early stage of the Kaiyang Realm. Open Yang Realm Perfection. Still breaking through, in a short instant, breaking through multiple minor realms and one major realm. However, just as Yi Chanan broke through to the next realm. Suddenly, the raging breath dropped abruptly. Pust. A mouthful of blood was sprayed out from Yi Chanan's mouth. The whole person seemed to be a deflated balloon, shriveling up. The thunderous visions that filled the heavens also vanished. Ding! The awakening of the 9 jacked indestructible Tao body is successful. The host's physique has been transformed successfully. Get a hint from the system. Yi Chanan was thrilled. For the sake of a few disciples, the original owner had overdrawn her bodily functions and longevity essence. If it wasn't for the physique gifted by the fusion system, I'm afraid I wouldn't have survived a single year. And the blood he had just vomited was nothing more than stasis in his body. Now, his entire body was relaxed, as if he was reborn, his meridians and bones were rewashed. What happened? How did the vision disappear? The breakthrough failed? No, more than just a failed breakthrough. You guys look at his aura, it hasn't changed in any way other than his realm. Everyone re-examined Yi Chanan. It was found that its breath was flat, and its body was not full of spiritual qi, a typical sign of a lower-grade spiritual root. With that, the crowd turned from shocked expressions to disdain. Some people joke. Heh, I thought this Yi Chanan would awaken some heaven-defying physique, but it turned out to be a failure. Waste is waste. Although I have broken through to the perfection of the Kaiyang realm, I have also overdrawn my body's potential, and I am destined to not be able to advance any further in this life. Hear the arguments. The expressions of Su Qingshua's 5 girls looking at Yi Chanan's returned to their previous arrogance and disdain. Fong still thought that Yi Chang'an could awaken some powerful physique, and regretted breaking the master-disciple relationship. Now it seems that they were overthinking it. Yi Chang'an, was just incompetent. They even felt that Yi Chang'an's overdrafting his potential to break through was just a lowly means to salvage his dignity by deliberately doing it to them. They are the daughters of heaven, and only the invincible, mighty and strong are worthy of being their masters. They made the right choice. Luo Yunshang stared tightly at Yi Chang'an. Inwardly, he also felt strange. Obviously the awakening failed, the breakthrough failed. But she felt that Yi Chang'an seemed to have gotten some great metamorphosis. In particular, the aura of supreme masculinity not only receded, but instead became more and more obvious and fierce. "Did you see that, little girl?" A voice that brought her back to her senses. "Look in the direction." I only heard the sect leaders say with eyes full of contempt. This Yi Chang'an has failed in his awakening and will not be able to advance further for life. A cultivator of the Kaiyang realm is nothing more than the lower levels of the cultivation world, and will not provide any help to your cultivation at all. As long as you join my Deng Xian sect, I can guarantee that in the future, you will be the next sect leader. Girl, join my Divine Sword sect and all the resources, at your disposal, will allow you to become an exalted, or even a king sealer, the fastest. Greenwood Cult. Countless sect masters had taken out their cards and thrown out all sorts of temptations for the sake of Luo Yunshang. Hearing it in the ears of the other disciples was shocking, and at the same time, it was even more eye-catching and jealous. Yi Chang'an rolled his eyes. Hey, gentlemen, it's not appropriate to dig at me in front of me, right? Humph. The faces of the people were cold. Treasures, those with virtue reside in them. People, naturally, are no exception. You, Heaven Mending Pavilion, have nothing now. How can you teach disciples? We will definitely not stand by and watch you persecute others. Who says I have nothing in the Heaven Mending Pavilion? Yi Chang'an slightly tilted his head and smiled mysteriously. The crowd froze. A roar of laughter ensued. Your Heaven Mending Pavilion is now so poor that you only have mountains left. Tell me instead, what do you have? Comparing cultivation? What qualifications do you, a Kaiyang realm, have? Compare resources? Which one of the people here is not a venerable powerhouse, with deep roots and endless resources in hand? Is it comparable to your junior? Master Nephew Yi, we are not unreasonable people. If you have something to show for it, we might as well have a match, and if we lose, we shall withdraw from the competition. Yi Chang'an raised his eyebrows. Is this true? Of course. And all the other pal mistresses agree? He looked at the others again. Yes. The crowd balked. The same clan of this Faustian mountain range. As sect masters, there was no one who understood the current situation of Heaven Mending Peak better than them. Not to mention the treasures, I'm afraid I can't even gather 10 spirit stones. A sudden bet. In everyone's eyes, Yi Chang'an was bound to lose without the slightest doubt. Everyone there, waiting to see his joke. Especially the 5 Su Qingshui girls. The heart was even more contemptuous. Ahem, then I'll make an offering. Yi Chang'an coughed dryly, and this pretense of secrecy drew contempt from the crowd. But the next second, a crystal-clear jade fruit suddenly appeared in Yi Chang'an's hand. Its majestic laws of life, spreading the power of endless vitality, instantly stunned everyone present. The milky white divine essence transformed into a river of stars that traveled around. A refreshing aroma that, when inhaled, invigorates the mind as if reborn. What kind of treasure is this? The mere emanation of breath has such a terrifying life force. A 7th order spirit medicine? No, it should be 8th rank. Wasn't it said that the Heaven Mending Pavilion is down and out and poor? How could it have such heaven-defying treasures? The pal mistresses were even more disbelieving. Their cultivation was so powerful that they detected the quality of this elixir the moment it was taken out. Sacred pill, this is a sacred pill that contains the laws of the great Tao. How can it be? Where did you get the holy medicine from? The 2 words holy pill were like a thunderbolt exploding in the minds of the crowd. Chapter 4 Giving Away Sacred Pill, Shocking 100 Clans. 9th Order Holy Pill. The world's finest elixir. Evolved from the laws of the great Tao. Once taken, one can instantly comprehend the power of the great Tao and possess the foundation for sainthood. Sacred medicines that only existed in the great religions of the Holy Land. The 100 clans of the floating Butte Mountain, and only the first-ranked immortal hall has a plant, and for thousands of years, it has been enshrined as the treasure of the town's teachings. And a downtrodden to the core heaven-mending pavilion took out a rare holy medicine. The shock was no less than someone becoming immortal. The 5 women, Su Qingxue, who were on the side, turned over inwardly. Staring intently at the holy medicine, his eyes were covered in blood. A wave of unspeakable emotions wove its way through the heart. There was aggression, anger, shock, and intense jealousy. They had followed Yi Chang'an for 5 years and had never seen him take out any treasures. They were also certain that Yi Chang'an had nothing. But now, for the sake of a newly accepted disciple, he even took out a legendary holy medicine. Holy medicine. The power of the law. The plan of the saints. They just missed it. What made them wonder even more was where on earth Yi Chang'an had gotten the holy medicine. Why have I never heard him mention it? Most importantly, why are you taking it out now? He claimed to protect them and gave everything for them, but now he was hiding the holy medicine. Obviously they can't be trusted. They would rather give it to strangers than to their close disciples. Is he doing this on purpose to show them? Is it on purpose to irritate them? This made the anger within them, like a volcano, uncontrollably want to erupt. The expressions of the 5 women fell into Yi Chang'an's eyes in no uncertain terms. However, he didn't care at all. It was directly and casually ignored, which made the 5 women feel even worse inside. Life creation fruit. Yi Chang'an introduced as he held the elixir, 9th grade holy medicine, contains the laws of life, and can cure injuries from the great Tao. In the end, he came in front of Luo Yunshang. Since you worship me as a teacher, then I can't be stingy. You can make do with this for now, and I'll give you a better one later. With that, he directly tossed the elixir to the other party casually. This scene caused everyone's eyelids to jump. That's a holy medicine, and you're throwing it away like garbage. Luo Yunshang held the fruit in front of her. It feels a little surreal. She used a forbidden technique, her divine soul was damaged, her roots were incomplete, and she was suffering from the injuries of the great Tao. It was thought that it would take thousands of years to recover. Unexpectedly, an unexpected move had resulted in the harvesting of a 9th grade sacred pill. It's also a holy medicine that specializes in treating injuries from the great Tao. She suddenly couldn't see through Yi Chang'an somewhat. 9th grade holy pill. Even in the divine realm it was not common. But Yi Chang'an took it out easily. And outside of the words, every move revealed a disinterest in the 9th grade sacred pill. It's hard to believe that he still has the elixir? Is this really a loser who was disliked and criticized by millions? Ha! What are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat it. The longer this is exposed to the air, the less potent it becomes. Yi Chang'an couldn't help but urge on. You should know that not only can you get rewards for accepting disciples, but you can also get rewards for training them. You can't trigger the system by holding it dry and not using it. Never mind, let me help you. Yi Chang'an couldn't wait, his spiritual energy wrapped around the elixir and directly integrated the fruit into Luo Yunshang's body. Shasta. Luo Yunshang only felt that a vast law of life was born out of nowhere from within her body, with a continuous and infinite source, and began to run around in her body. The original wound of the great Tao suffered by the divine soul was gradually dissipating at this moment. In the meantime, a prompt from the system popped up in Yi Chang'an's mind. Ding! The host helps the disciple to repair his roots and heal the wound of the great Tao, and receives an additional reward. Thunder Emperor's Scripture Preliminary Volume, a scripture created by the Thunder Emperor during the ancient era, containing the laws of the Thunder Road, which, when cultivated to its fullest extent, can evolve the power of the rule of destruction. Xianhuang Battle Armor Inner Armor, heavenly ranked middle grade armor, possessing the power of Xianhuang, a set of which can be melted down to create an indestructible golden body. Being rewarded, Yi Chang'an was satisfied. He then looked at the other pal mistresses. Gentlemen, do you have anything else to say? Am I worthy of a disciple? Everyone's palms looked a bit ugly. They would never have thought that Yi Chang'an would possess the holy pills no matter what. Now that he was slapped in the face, his face was naturally a little embarrassed. But the bet was brought up and agreed to buy them, and in front of so many people, how could they break their word? Sect Master Yi, this holy medicine, where did you get it? Yi Chang'an smiled. Naturally, it was left to me by my master, and I don't think I need to say more about my master's identity. He didn't like trouble. If he couldn't explain clearly, he was afraid that he would be harassed by many people, so he simply used his master as a shield. And within a world far away, a stunningly beautiful woman was grimly holding a golden hoe, digging a huge bronze coffin. Ah, yawn. Suddenly, she sneezed. Who's talking about me behind my back again? Grandma, when I dig out, I'll strip you of your hair. Under Mount Faustus. When Yi Chang'an mentioned his master, the faces of the sect masters present could not help but change slightly, as if they had thought of something, and subconsciously covered the storage bag at their waist. That woman is so buttoned up that she pits her disciples' things. How could she leave behind a ninth order holy medicine? The crowd's expressions changed, but none of them continued to say anything at all. Even though they were all rich, they were ultimately no match for the value of the holy medicine. Humph. The heads of the congregation coldly grunted unwillingly, and each returned to their own positions. After a long time. End of the discipleship ceremony. Yi Chang'an never found another disciple with high qualifications and loyalty. But one is enough for now. Beside him, Luo Yunshang's attention never left him. Curiosity about Yi Chang'an grew stronger. Dang! With a chime. The current 100 sect ceremony will end, and 30 days later, the opening of the floating slave mystic realm will open, so please cultivate with all your strength. Yi Chang'an stretched. Apprentice, let's go. Luo Yunshang silently followed behind him. In full view of everyone, Yi Chang'an raised his head and left. And humming a nice little tune under his breath. This scene made everyone sigh. What's happening today is out of this world. Originally, it was all about watching this Yi Chang'an joke, but as a result, it was countered by someone else's face. 6 disciples apostatized. But then he turned his eyes and collected a genius with an extreme spiritual root. It was even more generous, giving away heaven and earth sacred medicines. Is this still the barrenness they talk about? Can barrenness produce holy medicine? And so casually given to disciples. And when the crowd looked at Su Qingshui and the others again, their gazes changed. In the eyes, there was something odd, and even a joke. Obviously, these 6 people, they have lost a lot of money. Without his master in losing the holy medicine, it was not certain that this Yi Chang'an would be able to come up with something heaven-defying in the future. Su Qingshui's 5 girls naturally noticed the eyes of the people around them. They sank their faces, looking at Yi Chang'an's back, the stifling of their hearts, which could not be dispersed, and their regrets became even more intense. Now, in a reversal of events, they are the butt of jokes. Mending Pavilion. The Heaven Mending Pavilion is just this big hall, so you can just find a room at random. There are some other things for the master, so familiarize yourself with them first, and tomorrow I will pass on your cultivation method as a way to cope with the new grand competition. Yi Chang'an had gained a bunch of rewards and had long been impatient to try them out. Before Luo Yunshang could react, he directly ran back to his room in a puff of smoke and closed the door tightly. The corner of Luo Yunshang's mouth twitched. This cheap master of his own, is he so assured of her? Having just obtained a holy medicine, you're not afraid of her running away? Of course, she wouldn't do that. Right and wrong, grudges and feuds, she can still tell the difference. Looking around, she picked a room in the corner. Having just taken the holy pill, the medicinal effects hadn't yet been fully refined, so he had to hurry to recover from his injuries. The other side. Yi Chang'an in the room looked at what was in his hands, but was a bit dumbfounded. Pink. Fragrance. Sling. This Xian Huang battle armor was actually a female belly band? How is he going to wear this? Dog system, be outrageous. Mastermind. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. Luo Yunshang pushed the door open. When she saw the object in Yi Chang'an's hand, a blush instantly rose on her pretty face. Hey. It's not what you think. Chapter 5 The evildoer doesn't change, makes mistakes again. This is not my. This should be your. No, someone else's. Not true either. That's my meow. Woohoo, I can't explain it, the more I explain it, the more messed up it gets. Yi Chang'an really couldn't even jump into the Yellow River this time. Not explaining it was enough to make Luo Yunshang misunderstand. After the explanation, the misunderstanding did not diminish, but rather increased. Yi Chang'an was so angry. Dog system, want to be so pitiful. Complaining is complaining. In the following time, Yi Chang'an exhausted his words and finally explained clearly to avoid the female emperor disciple, who had received it with great difficulty, to misunderstand that he was a perverted maniac and therefore ran away. This master is quite cute, it's this belly band. Turns out he has a special fetish. Just as Yi Chang'an explained in 100 different ways, Luo Yunshang didn't get too angry. Blush though. Yet it is more understandable. After all, in her previous life, she was an empress, and she had seen a lot and encountered many perverted great powers. There are glass majors who like ménage à trois. Then there's the lily mighty who likes women and girls. There are even Shangxian, who likes to have one-to-many and exercise together, and so on. There are even certain gods and goddesses so outrageous as to be human and divine. In a nutshell, gods are people too. There is no 100% transcendence of the 7 emotions and desires of the human world. As long as it's not too much. Not to mention the bib seems to have a nice texture. Don't mention it. Get to the point. This thing. Coughs, this is a defense magic weapon for the master to prepare for you. Not too valuable, you can use it casually, use it if it fits, not fit. Casually throw it away is also fine. Saying that, Yi Chang'an really handed this belly band. Oh no, it's the Xianhuang battle armor to Luo Yunshang. At first Luo Yunshang was a bit embarrassed. It's not good to not accept a gift from your master. Collectible bar. A lot of things could be projected based on this heavenly rank middle grade Xianhuang battle armor. No matter what, this Yi Chang'an was becoming more and more mysterious and profound in her eyes. It's also becoming more and more impenetrable. Previously, she only felt that this place was suitable for meditation, but now it seemed that she was afraid that it might not really be another major chance for her. The other side. Seeing that Luo Yunshang, the absolutely beautiful disciple, had left, Yi Chang'an then didn't have his mouth dry up and his entire body on fire just to explain. Just subsided. A new round of alerts from the system popped up in his head. Ding! The host presents the disciple with the Xianhuang battle armor, which helps the disciple enhance his defense, and receives an additional reward. Thunder Emperor Scripture. Later volume. In the ancient times, the Thunder Emperor created a scripture that contains the mysteries of the Thunder Road, which can be used in conjunction with the previous volume, and after successful cultivation, you will gain the Thunder Road laws and mysteries, and you can create a brand new Thunder Road power on your own, which can be born and destroyed in a flash. Heaven and Earth Battle Pants Underpants, heavenly ranked upper grade crotch protection, possessing the power of the Xianhuang, and a set of them can be melted down to create an immaculate body. The immaculate body is superior to the indestructible golden body. In addition, if the host urges a set of Heaven and Earth suit, plus the female disciple urges a set of Xianhuang suit, it can form the effect of Dragon and Phoenix unity, which can be called a heavenly ranked extreme armor level of defense power. PFFFFFFFF. Yi Chang'an, who read such instructions, almost spurted blood directly. The system doesn't seem to be outrageous or pitiful, but perverted. Thanks for thinking of it. A defense artifact set for one person and then also chiming? It would be weird not to get your bird's balls busted by that Empress Luo Yunshang. Cultivate, cultivate, there's no reason for an apprentice to progress while the master is still standing still. What's the matter with that? That's how those 6 slags left me before. Nothing can happen this time. Yi Chang'an shook off the distracting thoughts and hurriedly settled down. Gradually cultivating for refinement is as simple as eating and drinking. The aura in a circle of hundreds of miles with him at the center was attracted to him. First the little vortex was sucked in. Then there was the maelstrom. In the end, the amount of aura absorbed was so great that it actually erupted into a dazzling ball of golden light, as if it were a small sun. On the other side, Su Qingshua's 5 girls and Lu Chen, however, had no remorse, only more jealousy. Jealous that Yi Chang'an had lost the 6 of them on the front foot, yet he had taken in Luo Yunshang, who had an extreme spiritual root, on the back foot. Jealous of the fact that they had worked hard to serve Yi Chang'an for many years without a single cent, but instead, Luo Yunshang had just joined and obtained a 9th order sacred medicine. Jealous of the crowd's expectation of mocking Yi Chang'an's opportunity was gone, and they were instead laughed at by him. In short, jealous of this, jealous of that, and only not reflecting on themselves. Finally, with their own top-quality spiritual roots, the 6 decided to worship the 100 clans of the Floating Mountain, the first-ranked immortal hall. Only the strongest clan could allow them to surpass Yi Chang'an and suppress him, proving that they had made the best decision by departing from the scriptures and switching to someone else. 5 senior sisters, the senior brother, congratulations, you are our immortal hall's inner sect elite disciples from today onwards. Here are the room keys for the 6 of you. Our immortal hall is not comparable to the heaven-mending pavilion. Starting tomorrow, all 6 of you can receive a spirit stone every day to use for cultivation or to save. Now that it's only a month away from the Faust Mystic Realm, I hope you guys work harder. We'll meet the elders tomorrow before we pay our specific respects. After listening to what one of the elite disciples of the Immortal Hall's inner disciples who received them and the others had to say, how Su Qingshua's 5 girls and Lu Duan were respectful on one foot, and how they talked resentfully about Yi Chang'an on the next. Sisters, we are absolutely right. It's not a stepping on the highs and lows. Rather, it's that someone Yi, has something good and doesn't give it to him, this kind of eccentric master. Sooner or later, he'll know how powerful we are, let him regret it. With such a good treatment, we have enough to break through to the open Yang realm. Perfection within a month is not a problem, even, it is expected to achieve the early stage of the Divine Sea. Isn't it much better than that surnamed Yi? While the 5 women were variously firming up this idea, no one paid attention to the fact that Lu Chuan in the corner couldn't wait for this to happen. While planning how to suck up these 5 prey. On the other hand, he was planning to wait for his small success, kill back to the heaven-mending pavilion, destroy Yi Chang'an first, and then take down that absolutely beautiful Luo Yunshang. That taste. It's awesome. Chapter 6. The traitor has just worshipped the master, but he opens the Divine Sea? Hall of Elders in the Hall of Immortals. Sect Master Tianshu and the 6 elders were discussing that so-called holy medicine of Yi Chang'an. Since the Immortal Hall and the heaven-mending pavilion had been in quite a bit of conflict. That's why no one says anything half as good. Some people thought it was an imposter. After all, the heaven-mending pavilion that Yi Chang'an was in was really not good. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't look like a sect that held that kind of treasure. There were also people who felt that holy medicine was more than likely stolen by Yi Chang'an's master, that guy who was said to be used to cheating others and was scorned and criticized by many people. When you think about it that way, it makes sense. Since everyone thinks so, it seems to the poor Taoist that this little episode of the heaven-mending pavilion is not worth mentioning, so today, according to what each of you needs, feel free to accept disciples. Remember that our immortal hall is the head of the floating mountain. Do not fall from favor. With these words from sect leader Tianshu, the crowd immediately surged with confidence, no longer paying attention to Yi Chang'an in the heaven-mending pavilion, and turned to prepare for the disciple acceptance ceremony. The immortal hall was worthy of being the top of the 100 clans in the floating mountain. The concentration of aura in this place was several times more than the outside world. Moreover, this was only the outer sect guest room, the place where the newly recruited disciples were received. It is said that if you change to the side of the inner gate, it will be several times thicker, so as to cultivate, times on times. Just one night later, Su Qingshua's 5 girls and Lu Chen then felt the high-level enjoyment that they had never had before following Yi Chang'an. The massive amount of aura purified the 6 of them quite a bit. Although this night didn't really break through to the perfection of the open Yang realm, it was still more comfortable than staying over at the heaven-mending pavilion for a year. Early in the morning. Not only did Su Qingshua's 5 girls and Lu Chen wake up early, but they also rushed forward to pay their respects. It didn't take long. The 6 of them arrived at the main peak in the very center of the Immortal Hall, to the most magnificent main hall at the top of the mountain, covering an area of 100 acres, and saw with their own eyes the Immortal Hall's headmaster, the many elders, and the other newcomers who had joined in just like them. Everyone here is gifted with top quality and powerful cultivation. It was as if he had come to an aura-filled ocean. And at the center of this ocean, 7 in total, were none other than the sect leader Tianshu and the Grand Elder, as well as the 5 great elders and so on and so forth. 7 people. The 7 of them are awesome. The weakest of them all have the Divine Sea realm consummation, and the strongest of them are afraid that they haven't long since achieved the Purple Mansion realm, Cave Void realm, Transformation Revelation realm, or even Nirvana realm, which is comparable to that of the gods and immortals. No wonder the Immortal Hall is known as the #1 sect in the floating mountain. This kind of heritage is indeed terrifying. Although the 6 people felt a bit breathless, but in order to worship a certain powerful big brother as soon as possible, they were forcibly enduring their discomfort, piling up their faces full of admiration, and lining up one by one to go forward. 1 hour later. Since the Immortal Hall sect leader and the other elders were basically collected, in the end, only the Grand Elder, who was still quite a bit short of the disciple quota, was left. I implore the Great Elder to accept us. Long live the Great Elder, his longevity is equal to that of the heavens, and his achievements are unrivaled. From now on, we will be slaves and maidservants, and we will definitely learn the way from you wholeheartedly. This blowjob by the 6 is really too strong. The Grand Elder was already high-minded in vain, and he liked such kind words the most. They actually collected them with a big hand. From today onwards, you and others are under the Poverty Road's disciples. Later on, each of you will choose a peak and concentrate on your cultivation, so that you can strive for strength as soon as possible. As Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi spoke these words generously and cheerfully. Below Su Qingshua's 5 girls and Lu Chen were instantly overjoyed, almost dizzy with laughter, while continuing to flatter Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi. On the other hand, he was complacent and secretly despised Yi Chang'an, saying that even if he had the holy pill, it was only a disposable consumable, and what could he do by guarding that trashy sect? Being human. To be sensible. Cultivation. You have to be good at it. You, Yi Chang'an, so what if you're dead set on holding on to a Luo Yunshang with an extreme spiritual root? Could it be a better mix than them? Inside the Mending Pavilion, Yi Chang'an continued to cultivate that Thunder Emperor scripture. First, the 2 volumes before and after were combined into one. In an instant, it actually erupted a ball of terrifying aura that seemed like the descent of the Thunder Emperor. I am the Thunder Emperor, specializing in passing down the laws of the Thunder Road and the Thunder Road Upanishad, looking to future generations to delve into it, 1 thunder to break all laws, 1 thunder to destroy all things. A 10,000-foot shadow flashed by. But it was the realization that left behind that made Yi Chang'an's body and mind shake. As it turned out, it was only a separate front or back volume, not considered a complete Thunder Emperor scripture, and although the power was also immense, it was quite a bit worse than the full version. Once one had the complete version of the Thunder Emperor scripture, from then on, cultivating to the peak state, one could truly transform oneself into a Thunder Emperor, proudly looking down on all things, with the laws at one's fingertips. That is, the Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor, that is me. The power of the Thunder Road, the heart moves with me, Kai. Relying on the 9 tribulation indestructible Tao body, which was the absolute top physique of the Thunder Tao, at this moment, Yi Chang'an really succeeded in cultivating this complete version of the Thunder Emperor scripture perfectly. Next moment. Within the small room, it was filled with infinite amounts of thunder and lightning, and he truly experienced the supreme pressure of achieving the Thunder Emperor. However, since the realm was still far inferior to the Thunder Emperor's 10,000th, therefore, at most, 1/10,000th of his power at his peak could be utilized. Next, Yi Chang'an put away the Thunder Emperor Dharma body and instead focused on absorbing more aura and strengthening to enhance more cultivation through the rendition of the Thunder Emperor scripture, paired with the 9 tribulation indestructible Tao body. Yi Chang'an's aura once again climbed violently. Boom! With him as the center, aura from thousands of miles around surged over madly. This way of absorbing spiritual chi was not only beyond the successive generations of Heaven Mending Pavilion sect leaders, even the Immortal Hall sect leader and the others were afraid that it wasn't something they often saw. Thus, a cloud of piercing golden light erupted from his body, and this time, it was as if 9 large and small suns were rotating together. The cultivation level soared wildly. So much so that the Kaiyang realm was perfected to the point that it was bursting at the seams, even impacting the next great realm, the Divine Sea realm. At the Divine Sea realm, aside from no longer being at the bottom of the cultivation world below the Divine Sea, more importantly, it was possible to open up the Divine Sea. What is the Sea of God? As the name suggests, it is to find an ocean-like hotbed for the cultivator's divine sense. From this point on, the divine consciousness no longer drifts and is vulnerable. Rather, it is a gradual condensation, the opening of the Divine Sea to host the divine consciousness, and then the evolution of the Divine Sea into the Purple House, and then from within the Purple House to cultivate the divine consciousness to become the Yuanshen, and then the Yuanshen to grow to the point of insight into the void, and then to make such a powerful and invincible Yuanshen crossing the tribulation, and ultimately the success of the Nirvana after the success of the... Even if you are entering the higher stages of the cultivation world, the Genesis is immortal. I don't die. Divine Sea Realm, I'm coming. As Yi Chang'an let out a low cry, in an instant, he unexpectedly placed his divine sense in an infinite divine sea. The Sea of God is 90,000 miles in circumference. All of a sudden, he actually triggered the heaven and earth. Heavenly Maiden. 8 golden dragons. Dazzle for miles. I am the only one. The Heavenly Maiden scattering flowers, this was supposed to be a vision of certain great powers breaking through the Nirvana realm. It represents their official recognition by the laws of heaven and earth. From then on, the fleshly body is strong and the Yuanshen achieves a baby posture. 8 golden dragons, this was originally a vision that only existed in the Nirvana realm of perfection. It represents the cultivation of certain people's yuaning to the stage of consummation and coexistence with heaven and earth. But don't want to. These two major visions that needed to appear after several great realms actually appeared in advance, as if heaven and earth were celebrating Yi Chanan's opening of such a divine sea that had never been seen before or since. So dissimilar. Alarming the countless. Chapter 7 Empress Shock, Unprecedented. The first person to be startled was no other than Luo Yunshang. The moment. Inside the next room, Luo Yunshang was consolidating herself. In itself, it had already generated no small amount of interest and much respect for Yi Changan. But it is not expected. Right at this moment, within the room where Yi Changan was, an earth-shattering and tremendous commotion abruptly erupted, instantly waking her up. This is after the completion of the Kaiyan realm, opening the Divine Sea. Is not right? I'm afraid that this battle is not just opening the Divine Sea, but is comparable to a Nirvana realm powerhouse? That master was previously of average cultivation, so why is he now? Hiss hiss. This person is too uncomplicated, even if you put it in the divine realm, it's still 1 in a million. Shocked, Luo Yunshang didn't dare to slow down and gazed intently. Sure enough, he saw 9 small sun-like golden lights coalescing around Yi Changan. That's 100 times purified aura. It was also something that even she might not be able to do at her peak. Don't look at the fact that right now her cultivation level was only in the middle stage of the Xianjiao realm. It's not worth it. But she was at least a half-step immortal realm powerhouse before her reincarnation. How could one not see that this Yi Changan was truly the absolute talent among the absolute talents? Such an ordinary cultivation to open up a divine sea that's actually 90,000 miles in circumference, such a divine sea, I'm ashamed to be inferior to it. Even, other than the founders of the 3 great divine dynasties of the divine realm, I'm afraid it would be hard to have another one. Master, which great power are you reincarnated, or, are you really just carrying a great fortune, disregarding the rules of cultivation and doing as you please? Luo Yunshang at this moment was shocked not a little bit. Who would have thought that even she, the Empress of the Xianxiao divine dynasty, was unable to see through Yi Changan? There was even a vague feeling of weakness. Who is she? She was once invincible in all directions at the half-step immortal realm, but she was actually shocked by Yi Chanan's terrifying aura, which was not outrageous, but outrageous to the extreme. In the meantime, Yi Changan was still continuing to open up the divine sea, due to too much concentration, coupled with the whole process is not completed that is impossible to be distracted from other. Therefore, at this moment, he could not see the heaven and earth phenomenon, and did not know that he casually show his hand, actually shocked the reincarnation of the Empress. It was also about to shake the entire current realm. Just see. Yi Changan, who was at the center of the storm, had a peaceful face, like a Buddha, like an immortal, like a god, like a god. And the heaven and earth visions outside didn't stop there. Instead, it continues to evolve. The Sky Woman is finished. It seemed that there was also an ancient great fairy from the ancient times personally flying around. Congratulations to the owner of this divine sea. The 8 golden dragons dispersed. What appeared next was clearly the source of the 8 golden dragons, the ancient extreme western Holy Lands 1,000,000,009 square receiving Sumeru Buddha light. Enveloping the entire heaven-mending pavilion as if it were a 12-tiered treasure pillar of light. Upper Tontine. Down to the ground. This scene dumbfounded countless people with powerful cultivation, especially the nearest 100 sects of the floating slaughter mountain. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. This is the Sea of God 90,000 miles, through the sky and also through the earth? As the number 1 sect in the floating mountain, on the side of the immortal hall, the sect leader Tianshu Zi, the grand elder Tianxian Zi, and the other 5 elders were the first to feel bad. One after another, they cast their eyes in the direction of the heaven-mending pavilion. Nothing but shock or shock. 6 senior brothers, the last time this kind of spectacle appeared, it was our founding ancestor. No, it should be the ancestor of the founding ancestor, almost 30,000 years ago, Divine Sword's sovereign too. This kind of heavenly chance unexpectedly fell on that heaven-mending pavilion. We have no chance. That Yi Changan is really good at picking up the slack. In addition, there was also what was the Greenwood sect and other sects, either ashamed of their last big talk, or regretting that they couldn't snatch it last time, or purely confused and purely baffled. In this, many people could see that this incident was suspected to have happened in the vicinity of the heaven-mending pavilion. Of course it couldn't have been made by the wasteful Sect Master Yi Changan in their eyes. Then it's definitely a treasure present. As it is, then it should be the virtuous ones. The disciples of the Greenwood sect are under orders to rush to the vicinity of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, digging for treasures and robbing. Oh no, it's treasure hunting, we're serious cultivators. Divine Sword sect all out, if you can find it, if you can't find it, grab it for me, such a treasure is bound to be not bad, it's the ones who don't grab it that are the cuties. Denzin sect. At the same time that one clan after another sent out a large number of disciples to set off, on the side of the Immortal Hall, Su Qingshua's 5 daughters were likewise informed of this matter. In order to show off their 6 honorable joining the Immortal Temple and their promising future, and to take revenge on Yi Chang'an, the stingy waste of a former master, they took the initiative to find the Grand Elder to ask for help. I ask permission from the master. For one thing, this treasure is for the virtuous. Secondly, in our Immortal Hall, you, master, are the most virtuous person. If not for you, could it be for that waste of a man, Yi Chang'an? Upon hearing this, Grand Elder Tian Xianzi was indeed moved, but then he thought that he was only the second elder brother, and there was also the eldest elder brother who was also the sect leader Tian Shuzi. Don't dare to go out on a limb. He was about to ask the Sect Master Tian Shuzi to say more, but he was egged on by the 5 women with increased vigor. Master! The sect leader and the others are too disciplined and will inevitably lose their head start, so why don't we cut them off first? A single sentence had actually provoked Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi's ambition. Mending Pavilion. Just as the outside world was in an uproar over this, Yi Chang'an was completely unaware of how much of a commotion he had brought about. Instead, it's all in. Gradually, when his divine sea was completely opened up, the entire heaven and earth visions reached the extreme. Beyond the sea of God, the heavenly maiden scatters flowers and the 8 golden dragons. Within the divine sea was also rich in spiritual chi, like a blessed land. Even. He actually broke through the limits of the divine sea, breaking the rules of heaven and earth that had been in place for hundreds of millions of years, and accomplished an unprecedented 100,000 miles of divine sea. From now on, I have the Sea of God, 100,000 miles. The divine sea hosts my divine consciousness. My body and my Sea of Gods live forever. After inexplicably feeling this invincible confidence, Yi Chang'an slowly opened his eyes and did not half-heartedly release his aura or catalyze the Thunder Emperor scripture. Just a faint glance. It even comes with a supreme pressure, conquering, crushing, everything. The next room. Luo Yunshang, a reincarnated female emperor, was both physically and mentally shaken several times. What kind of terrifying divine sea is this? Is Master really just someone with a lower-grade spiritual root? It's hard to believe that it's not just other people who look away, even I can't see accurately, his potential, his talent, his ceiling. Are just 2 words. Infinity? Chapter 8 Treasure Hunt? Something for everyone but him. Just as Luo Yunshang was shocked by Yi Chang'an's aura, the actions of the 100 clans of the floating mountain accelerated. They just assumed that this matter had absolutely nothing to do with the Heaven Mending Pavilion, and Yi Chang'an, the wasteful sect leader with a lower-grade spiritual root who couldn't even keep his 6 disciples, had even less to do with it. Thus, no matter how fast or slow the outgoing speed was, they were only searching towards the mountains near the Heaven Mending Pavilion. Some people look forward to grabbing their treasures early. From then on, he became enlightened on the ground and became honored in nirvana. Bossy. Some people speculate that perhaps it may not necessarily be the appearance of treasures more likely to be the awakening of a heavenly pride. It was like the last time Luo Yunshang, who came with an extreme spiritual root. This time if we find someone similar, this clan is bound to get rich. Also this time. This side of the Immortal Temple. Grand Elder Tian Xianzi was not small in ambition, and had long been dissatisfied with sect leader Tian Shuzi's overly traditional and conservative practices, and thus was almost egged on to success by the 5 Su Qingshui women. However, in the end, he was still afraid of the strength of Sect Master Tian Shuzi, as well as the ancestral regulations of the Immortal Hall. Had to calm down. On the one hand, let Su Qingshua's 5 girls and that Lu Dust, for the time being, not to move and wait for the assignment. No matter how excited the other clans were, they had to be calm as one. On the one hand, he personally came to the main hall, and seeing that the Sect Master Tian Shuzi and the others were really shocked but unwilling to casually intervene, he took the initiative to ask for help. Take this opportunity to present 6 new disciples under your own discipline. Master Sect Leader, 5 senior brothers, since we all unanimously agree that this matter is destined by heaven and cannot be forced, I don't want to go too far. But our Immortal Hall, as the number 1 clan in the Floating Mountain, should stabilize the order of the 100 clans and prevent bloodshed from occurring. Furthermore, the newly joined disciples are also in need of practicing for a while, therefore, I propose as the Grand Elder to let the 6 new disciples under my sect go out. On the one hand, they are all upper-grade spiritual roots, their cultivation is not weak, and they are more than capable of defending themselves without having to worry about being victimized. On the other hand, it's also considered to be a training for them, to coordinate the 100 clans at necessary moments, so as not to affect the unity for the sake of a mere treasure, a mere heavenly pride. With Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi's words, Sect Leader Tian Shuzi and the other 5 elders, who were originally not too keen on this matter, pondered for a long time and then decidedly agreed. Next, Sect Leader Tian Shuzi cleared his throat and openly shouted, so that everyone in the Immortal Temple's 108 peaks of hundreds of disciples would know about it. This time, the matter of treasures or celestial pride is fully entrusted to the 6 newly joined disciples under the Great Elders sect, Su Qingxue, Jiang Ruyue, Lin Sisi, Shang Wanqing, and Miaoyi, and Lu Chen. The others and others continue to stay within the sect and meditate, they must not let external objects affect their Tao. You and the 6 of you, on the other hand, are strictly enforcing the rules of this clan, while trying your best to show my Immortal Temple's generosity and pattern of being the first of the 100 clans, while practicing a little bit of experience. If there is a destiny, then you take it, if there is no destiny, then you go back, and you can't force yourself to do anything. Boom! Su Qingxue 5 and Lu Chen were directly ignited by Sect Master Tian Shuzi's words to compete. Of course they don't listen to strictly enforcing the rules of the clan. One thought hard that they were the only ones who had gained were this time, so they should go out and brag about it, knocking down the sidewalkers. The ones who used to look down on them this time clean them up. The ones that looked up to them once upon a time are going to make the other side completely convinced. Lastly, and the main purpose, he hoped that he would meet Yi Chang'an on this trip, so that he would regret and be haunted by the loss of such a good disciple as the 6 of them. It's better to walk at night in brocade clothes than not to wear any clothes at all. Yi Chang'an, you'd better not come this time, or else, once you do, you'll definitely be left without a face. After such a thought, the 6 people really went out decisively. The facade of the Temple of Immortality is not normally large. Even though Su Qingxue's 6 people set off relatively late, with the name of the Immortal Hall, no one dared to stop them along the way, instead, they took the initiative to give way. And so, to the place where the suspected treasure or the suspected heavenly pride appeared in the projections of many sects, that is, a large lake near the heaven-mending pavilion. Thousand Island Lake. Without waiting for the other older generation sect masters, patriarchs, elders and so on to react, Su Qingxue's 6 took out their Grand Elder tokens and flaunted them. Dengxian Sect, Divine Sword Sect, Greenwood Sect. Sect Masters, Patriarchs, Elders, wait. My Immortal Hall is the number 1 of the 100 clans, the 6 of us have been ordered to come here, and we haven't been instructed yet, so who dares to take the lead? Could it be that he and his clan dare to disobey our Immortal Hall? Nice guy! In order to show off their 6 people's strange encounters, Su Qingxue ignored the many teachings of the Immortal Hall sect leader, Tian Shuzi, as soon as they opened their mouths, and instead decisively took out the name of the Immortal Hall to intimidate the crowd. Although the crowd was unconvinced and many of them were much more powerful than the 6 of them in the late stage of the Kaiyang realm, they were also afraid of the Immortal Hall. Hence the never-before-seen, collective silence. Seeing this, Su Qingxue's 6 people felt a great sense of pain and really thought that this was the face of the 6 of them. Next, Su Qingxue's 6 actually assigned the order of entering the Thousand Island Lake to search for treasures and find people to the crowd in front of their faces. The Hall of Immortals, first of course, when we enter, then it will be your turn. Then the second place is the Divine Sword Sect Gentleman. And the third is the Greenwood Sect Gentleman. Dengxian Sect just offended us, but the apology is not sincere enough. This time, a small punishment, let your penultimate entry, should not dare to say anything, right? As for the heaven-mending pavilion. So close to you guys, but you don't have half a reaction. It is evident that the destiny is almost 0, then the countdown to the first place. After saying this, Su Qingxue and the others made a big show of being the first to enter the Thousand Island Lake. The crowd of the Divine Sword Sect in the second place and the crowd of the Greenwood Sect in the third place praised them in all sorts of ways. It also joined the other clans in mocking Yi Chang'an's master and disciples. Sect leader Yi has risen early and rushed late. I really don't know, you guys can't even see the heaven and earth visions in your own neighborhood, so why are you still here to join in the fun? But we've always been open-minded and won't stop you, master and disciple, but it seems that you also have no chance of getting any results, so don't spill your guts. After all, these people of ours are either the top echelons of major sects or heavenly prides who have been cultivating for years. Searching for them is something you can't keep up with. And you, mending heaven pavilion, aside from that Luo Yunshang who has good qualifications and takes holy pills, you're just too weak as a sect leader. Even if it's her, the cultivation time is too short, so I'm afraid it's hard to be effective. Oh. After saying that, this group of guys who were respectful to the Immortal Hall and also paid all kinds of compliments to Su Qingshua's 6 new disciples of the Immortal Hall, really entered the Thousand Island Lake in order. In response, Yi Chang'an didn't care. This time, the reason why I came over to take a look was not because I really thought that there were any treasures or heaven's pride awakening here, but rather it was simply an experience. It doesn't matter what other people think. It was only important that one's master and disciple had realized something. Master, there's no need to pay attention to them, they may not necessarily move faster and have more chances than us master and disciple. Seeing outsiders striking their respected master in their hearts like this, Luo Yunshang, who had been reluctant to open her mouth, made an exception to defend Yi Chang'an. Hearing this, the group in front of them shook their heads, cursing Luo Yunshang for not being able to appreciate her. Instead, Yi Chang'an smiled faintly. Of course I have to pay attention, people say I'm not nice to you, come on, master has some rags to spare, take them. Chapter 9. You call this a rag? The style in which Sect Master Yi of the Heaven Mending Pavilion acted was truly intriguing. He went so far as to grandly introduce several disciples under his door with mediocre qualifications as if they were rare treasures, a move that could not help but make people scoff. Humph, you really think that the goods in your own hands are the meat and potatoes that everyone is fighting over? Among the crowd, the sounds of mockery rose up in all directions, mostly from the long-standing contempt and disdain for the Heaven Mending Pavilion. However, lurking in this wave of ridicule were a few glances of dissent. Those were the people who had witnessed the appearance of the Ninth Order sacred pill in Yi Chang'an's hands, and although they did not show the slightest surprise on their mouths, their hearts had already rippled, and the fire of curiosity was quietly rising. Because of this, they did not rush to step into the scenic Thousand Island Lake, but instead quietly turned their attention to the side of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. Only to see Yi Chang'an gently take out 2 seemingly ordinary objects from his sleeves and slowly hand them to Luo Yunshang beside him. One of them is actually the 8th grade spiritual medicine enlightenment spirit rice, although inconspicuous, but hidden mysteries, attracting people's reverie. Just taking it out, it made everyone smell a rush of strong fragrance. Those in the chi refinement realm and essence transformation realm felt their entire body warmed up just by smelling it, as if they were being bathed by 10 times the concentration of aura, and had a feeling of enlightenment. Those in the Shenjiao realm and Kaiyang realm were not so annoyed, but after taking a look from afar, they were greatly surprised, as if the rice fragrance triggered their mana to resonate. Could this be the legendary 8th rank spirit medicine, the enlightenment spirit rice? Although this item is not as good as a 9th ranked holy medicine, it is much more practical. The so-called 100 years of cultivation is not as good as 1 day of enlightenment. Many people cultivate their whole life without getting close to the great Tao, but taking this kind of enlightenment spirit rice can make people enter into a state of epiphany and realize the great of heaven. Luo Yunshang frowned slightly, originally wanting to drive away these boring people. However, he saw that Yi Chang'an was unmoved, and, not reacting to the enlightened spirit rice that everyone coveted, he instead reminded Luo Yunshang to open that book and take a good look at it. This Thunder Emperor scripture is a bit of an eyesore to keep at home, so no, as the master sees that you also cultivate the Thunder Tao, it's a good idea to take it and learn a thing or two. If it's useful, it's practiced. If it's not useful, it's ruined, and it's not worth a few cents. By the order of the master. Unlike the others, Luo Yunshang was impervious to Yi Chang'an but also respected him 10,000 times, which led to her receiving the full version of the Thunder Emperor scripture, and just by looking at it, her eyes lit up. Master, such a heaven-level technique is too expensive, disciple. A reincarnated female emperor like Luo Yunshang was shocked on the spot. She knew too well how powerful and precious the Thunder Emperor scripture was. Even when placed in the divine realm, not everyone had a copy of a heaven-grade technique. Moreover, this was not a half of the previous volume or the latter volume kind of thing, but the complete version, enough to start a brand new dynasty in the divine realm of the heaven-grade upper-grade technique. Placed in the divine realm that would have triggered a war between the divine dynasties. Wouldn't this group of people go crazy if we put it here? Sure enough, with Luo Yunshang's shocking display that flowed out of her inattention, coupled with the fact that the complete version of the Thunder Emperor scripture had just appeared, it immediately triggered changes in the heavens and earth, with thunder and lightning rolling. Everyone in the surrounding area's face changed drastically. Like guess this not worth a few cents thing is what, heavy all with a look at the ghosts and gods look at that Yi Chang'an. What kind of family is this heaven mending pavilion, and heaven level techniques feel like an eyesore? Did I misread or mishear, or maybe, never really knew the heaven mending pavilion and that Yi Chang'an? Does this guy not understand that treasures are precious, so he just gives them away, or is his family really so big that he can't put them away? The scene numbed everyone. It was comparable to the last time I saw a Ninth Order holy medicine that time. While the crowd was being variously shocked, Su Qingshua's 5 girls were even looking at them with their hearts aching and dripping with blood, despite the fact that they were honored enough to worship under Immortal Hall Grand Elder Tianxinzi's door. They couldn't be compared to this awe. How could that be? How is it that the good stuff wasn't there when we were there, and when we're gone, all of a sudden it's there, one after the other? Surname Yi is deliberately screwing us over. Is it fair to say that we have served him for years without any payment at all? Sisters, later on, while the others aren't around, we must find him and demand compensation, otherwise, we won't agree, and the Immortal Hall will agree even less. Su Qingxue and the 5 women had a very pleasant discussion and thought it was quite justified. It's just not easy to deal with a lot of people. Thus, until the crowd entered the Thousand Island Lake one after another, seeing that Yi Chang'an and Luo Yunshang, the pair of master and disciple, were left alone, Su Qingshua's 5 daughters then temporarily forgot about the major task of searching for treasure and searching for people. Turned his head and looked for it. Before he could get close to Yi Chang'an, halfway there, he met an acquaintance. The 5 in front of you are the 5 golden flowers such as Su Jiang Linen of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, and Shangwan? What? I haven't seen you in a few years, don't you even remember me, the elder who befriended your master ancestor? Where is your master, that Sayaka? Also, today you came to the Thousand Island Lake where Poverty Road is in seclusion. What is the reason for this? It can't be because you know that I have succeeded in my cultivation and warmly welcome me, right? The visitor was a short and fat loose cultivator. Although he did not belong to the 100 clans of the Floating Mountain, he was an existence whose cultivation was comparable to the Immortal Temple's head, Tianshu Zi. Generous and generous. Back then, it was that unlucky master's good friend of Yi Chang'an's who had shown his face once when Yi Chang'an succeeded as the head of the Heaven Mending Pavilion 5 years ago. Back then, he was nice to the people of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. Now that they met again, even though Su Qingshua's 5 women were anxious to go to Yi Chang'an to ask for compensation, they had to stay a little bit and talk to this short and fat Taoist. Elder is polite, we made this trip to. Yes, it's specifically to congratulate you. In addition, it was also because it was discovered that there had been a heaven and earth phenomenon in this place, which was suspected to be the emergence of treasures or the awakening of heavenly pride, so I was ordered to check it out. By order? Oh, that yes order, well, this I understand. But that being said, it's as it should be. Back then, although you and the other 6 had excellent qualifications, but without Xiaoyi to help you run around before and after, I'm afraid it would be difficult to break through the Kaiyang realm in such a short period of time. That said, Xiaoyi didn't come? The more the short and fat Taoist said, the happier he became, not noticing the impatience in the eyes of Su Qingshua's 5 women, and the surprise of hearing his words. All along, Su Qingshua's 5 girls thought that it was Yi Chang'an who dragged them down. Where did they think that they would hear the opposite passage from the short and fat Taoist's mouth, it seemed? But that's not right, is it? Can it be that this short and fat guy is a trust invited by the surname Yi, afraid that we will ask for compensation, so? No, this short and fat Taoist's status position strength is comparable to that of our sect leader, not so much as to be a trustee. But how did he say those things? The more Su Qingshua's 5 women listened, the more they felt that this matter was too unbelievable. Rather, it was the short and fat Taoist who didn't know that they and that Lu Duan had long ago rebelled against the division. Still recalling one after another what Yi Chang'an had suffered for them back then. Chapter 10. The truth is too hard. It's not that the poor Taoist is praising him, but your master, little Yi, is really too powerful, considered the number 1 master in the last 500 years. If it weren't for the poor Taoist's early inheritance. Otherwise, it would also be a triple blessing to be under his tutelage. The short and fat Taoist man told himself what happened back then. Gradually, listening to Su Qingshua's 5 women were variously shocked and appalled. Completely unable to believe that Yi Chang'an, who was despised by them collectively, was actually that great and selfless of a master teacher? That said, 5 years ago, the Mending Pavilion began to fall less than the others. However, Yi Chang'an, the master teacher, not only did not become disheveled, but continued to work hard on changing the chi of someone who has gone off the deep end in their cultivation, even if they are not afraid to protect the other person, even if their own realm has regressed. Even senior apprentice brother Su Qingxue had once been attacked by a powerful demonic beast because of her arrogance and hubris. Her tendons and bones were severed and she almost hung up, all thanks to Yi Chang'an's self-destruction of her origin. However, after rescuing her, she had instead increased her cultivation by leaps and bounds all the way up, but it had caused Yi Chang'an himself to retreat without advancing. The second disciple Jiang Ruyu, in order to fall on a certain cultivator, thought that he could rob the other party's treasure, but instead he was burned by the other party and severely disfigured, relying on Yi Chang'an to nourish him with his own essence blood. Otherwise, where else would there be the disdainful, sinister and cunning Jiang Ruyu of today? The third disciple, the fourth disciple, the fifth disciple, and even the sixth disciple, Lu Chen, who practiced the devil's path, all received more or less help from Yi Chang'an. It could be said that the strongest master teacher in Floating Mountain was not Yi Chang'an, but the most attentive and the most rewarding. Definitely him. You and the others are afraid that you still don't know that for the sake of the six of you, Xiaoyi has delayed his cultivation and also left behind injuries that are difficult to heal. I wonder how he's recovered in the last few years. If it weren't for you guys, with Xiaoyi's talent and qualifications, not to mention anything else, he would have at least easily opened up the Divine Sea and would have long been one of the top 10 ranked Sect Masters. At the end of the day, the short fat Taoist still did not see Su Qingxue 5 women at this time a different expression, only as they were deeply moved, intends to repay the favor. While reminiscing to himself about that year. On the other hand, they also repeatedly advised these 5 women to remember Yi Chang'an's kindness for the rest of their lives. And yet, I don't want to. The more he did, the more shocked the 5 Su Qingxue women were in their hearts, 100 times more complicated to taste. After all, it's the words of a senior who doesn't believe them. But then they don't really want to believe it, because that would be like saying they are at fault. How did it come to this? Which is the truth and which is a lie? Can't it be that it has always been Yi Chang'an subsidizing us, rather than us being dragged down by him, and in turn, it's us dragging him down? Really, I'm waiting for. Whatever, first let senior brother Lu Chen continue to search for treasure and find people. The 5 of us must not be burdened with this kind of psychological pressure, moral guilt, and affect our cultivation. Su Qingxue 5 women are not very good by nature, they are all rebellious white-eyed wolves, but they are also more or less messed up because of the short and fat Taoist statement. And so, in order to verify whether it was true or not, and in order to completely erase this bad feeling, the 5 women carried suspicions in their hearts, while their mouths invited the short and fat Taoist to return to the heaven-mending pavilion with them to take a look. Fine, since you have the intention, the poor Taoist will accompany you on your journey. The short and fat Taoist does not doubt, and really returned with the 5 women. Su Qingxue, however, did not forget the main task of the day. Turning his head, he transmitted a message to Lu Duan to do it for him. To put it bluntly, 5 women and still the same. Treasures in heaven's pride should be found as much as possible. This was an important credit to curry favor with Grand Elder Tian Xianzi and continue to rise to the top. But at the same time, it is also necessary to find Yi Chang'an and the others, and ask for a clear understanding, not so much to make amends for him, but to avoid his own Taoism being dusty. Mending Pavilion. At this time, Yi Chang'an and Luo Yunshang just entered the Thousand Island Lake for a little while, seeing that there was nothing to look for, which quickly withdrew and took care of themselves to the mountains near the heaven-mending pavilion. While taking a walk and exchanging practice tips. On the other hand, he is also taking this opportunity so that the relationship between master and disciple can be deepened to avoid the appearance of a 7th white-eyed wolf. It's also coincidental. Right at this time, the 5th senior sister among Su Qingxue's 5 women, and Miaoi, brought the short and fat Taoist to return to the heaven-mending pavilion in advance. It didn't find Yi Chang'an's master and disciples. Instead, when they walked into the room where they used to be, without looking too closely, they saw, as the short and fat Taoist had said, certain traces of what Yi Chang'an had done back then in order to help them. This instant. And Miaoi's heart was shaken. How is this possible? The 6 of us are all geniuses with top-grade spirit roots, even though we can't compare to those with extreme-grade spirit roots, we're not reduced to the point where we need to be rescued by a waste. Is it all true, or is it? Within the 5 women, and Miaoi was just a bit of a seesaw character, and had a bit of a conscience herself, and thus, was a bit flustered by this fact. In fact, she could see in her mind that it was all true. The heart was quite unbalanced. On the one hand, it was the strong pride brought about by selfishness that prevented her from accepting such a cruel fact and still wanted to deny Yi Chang'an's contribution. But on the other hand, actually seeing a scene like this made what little humanity she had left keep reminding her that she was wrong. Who would have thought that the 6 of them who were the fastest in jumping ship and the fastest in kneeling to others would all end up relying on a loser, Yi Chang'an, to hold them up? But at this time, Luo Yunshang happened to come back. As a person who had read countless people, she didn't need to ask much at all, and with just one glance, she could see the selfishness and viciousness of Miaoi as well as the 4 women, Su Qingxue, who came a little bit later, and her complexion steeply turned cold. You and the 5 others are still qualified to return? Do you really think that no one can see through that little mind of yours? Luo Yunshang. You don't have to be rampant. Speaking of which, we are still your senior sisters. Is this how you treat your senior sisters? After being poked and prodded by Luo Yunshang, Su Qingshua's 4 girls were really annoyed, and there were clashes at the drop of a hat. And only then. It was only then that the 4 of them felt like they were from the heaven-mending pavilion again. Chapter 11 Can't Stop It, really can't stop it. Surname Luo, we used to be considered your senior sister. Senior sister saw senior sister without saluting. Even if we don't punish you, are you not afraid that this senior will punish you? Su Qingshua's 4 women's double standard wasn't for a day or two. A while ago, betraying Yi Chang'an was so fast that he couldn't fly away. But now, in order to retrieve the dignity of being a senior sister, and take the opportunity to suppress the unhappiness in his heart, he even made a complaint first. Sure enough. Upon hearing this, Luo Yunshang frowned in disdain. Though it was previously evident that the 5 women were extremely evil by nature and not worth mentioning. But I can't imagine that they would dare to slander them publicly. As for whether or not this short, fat Taoist was his master's predecessor, whether or not he was a close friend of the heaven-mending pavilion, that was all something else to be said. But to have her, a reincarnated empress and a proper disciple, salute these 5 traitors, that would never be possible. This senior, wait a moment, master will be back soon. As for the others, forgive me for not entertaining them. They humiliated master teacher like that before, and if master teacher didn't take it personally, there's no way I can pretend I didn't see it. Saying that, Luo Yunshang was planning to invite in the short and fat Taoist, and then, quietly wait for Yi Chang'an to return. But I didn't want to think that these words would make the 2 groups of people directly angry. One group was Su Qingshua's 5 girls. They were afraid that Luo Yunshang, a knowledgeable person, would tell the truth about the other day, and hurriedly continued to intensify their efforts to slander her for having bad intentions, and strongly denied that bit of business between her and Yi Chang'an. Senior, don't be confused by this demoness, she's the one who caused our master and disciple to be at odds, hurry up and clean her up. Otherwise, when sect leader Yi returns later, he'll definitely be confused by her. That's right, we have our hardships, senior, you're deeply righteous, you should know best, and it's most appropriate for you to step in. The other group is naturally the short and fat Taoist. Along the way, he thought that the Mending Heaven Pavilion did not have a big event, but he did not want to, after listening to Luo Yunshang and Su Qingshua 5 women each said, but only to find that his old friend's Mending Heaven Pavilion actually long ago infighting. He is also not a cutie pie. Immediately, it felt like there was something wrong in there. Thus, instead of simply giving the 5 women a snub, or being too enthusiastic about Luo Yunshang, he simply relied on his own identity and cultivation to deter both sides, and slowly waited for Yi Chang'an to return. You guys are a pain in the ass. It doesn't matter who's right or wrong now. In short, the poor Taoist has set up a seal here, and whoever dares to rashly break through the barrier before figuring out the truth, don't blame the poor Taoist for turning the other cheek. With the short and fat Taoist saying this, Luo Yunshang was indifferent, but instead slightly admired this person's righteousness, while Su Qingshua's 5 women were having a hard time. Ben wanted to lend a hand. The result is a cocoon. The helpless 5 women could only wait with their heads held high. An hour later, Yi Chang'an drifted down and saw the 3 parties confronting each other from afar, instantly realizing the situation and decisively opening his mouth to defend Luo Yunshang. The Heaven-Mending Pavilion welcomes seniors, but definitely not you and the other 5 traitors. What, don't you remember how I helped you back then, yet you still dare to come back to disgrace yourselves? Yi Chang'an's words were that sharp. Not only did he defend Luo Yunshang on the spot, and made the short and fat Taoist immediately feel that what Luo Yunshang said was the right thing to do, he angrily looked at Su Qingshua's 5 women. It also directly pissed off Su Qingshua's 5 girls, causing their acting skills along the way to directly collapse. Surname Yi, what are you pretending for? Who admits you helped us? Rather, it's you who dragged us down too much. Don't think you're powerful just because you've taken on a demonist disciple. Our new master is the Grand Elder of the Immortal Temple. Do you have the ability to break time and time again with him? At this time, the 5th senior sister in Miaoyi, although there is still a little bit of humanity exists, but after all, face is more important, is also being angry, decisively denied the fact that just now she all admitted. Upon hearing this, the 4 Su Qingshue girls immediately mentioned Taiyang Xuanzi, the Grand Elder of the Immortal Hall, with a smug look on their faces, as if they determined that as long as Yi Chang'an didn't dare to compete with the Immortal Hall, he would inevitably admit defeat. These words further irritated Yi Chang'an with a cold smile. What a big poker face. So what if it's the Grand Elder of the Immortal Temple? Since you've switched to his discipleship, Well, the poor Taoist who took care of your losses all these years seeks him out to get them back. I don't believe that the immortal hall dares to renege on its debt. Bold. Surname G, what kind of a are you? How dare you ask our new master for compensation? It's us who should be looking for compensation from you. The more Su Qingshue's 4 daughters talked, the more excessive they became, and even, without paying attention, in front of the short and fat Taoist, they dared to demand compensation from Yi Chang'an, the great benefactor. The short and fat Taoist burst into a rage when he heard this. Next to the 5th sister, and Miaoyi felt bad, was about to block Su Qingshu 4 girls, but simply cannot stop, can only see the situation is getting worse and worse. Next, Su Qingshu's 4 girls angrily sprayed Yi Chang'an. Yi Chang'an didn't even bother with them, but talked to Luo Yunshang about the next cultivation. On the contrary, the short and fat Taoist, by this time, do not understand, he was also teased by Su Qingshu 5 women, almost wrongly accused a good person. The heart was hot. Mouths were angrily reprimanded. You 5 are really bold. Dare to be in front of the poor Taoist after not one, really think that there is no word of justice in this world? Especially this 5th senior sister of yours, and Miaoyi, you're the one who came back early with the poor Taoist and checked it out. How come you didn't tell the truth either? Once Sayaka helped you guys with all her heart and soul, and this is the result? If he had known that, back then, he might as well have left you all alone and let you die. In a fit of rage, the short and fat Taoist also lost his usual calmness and politeness, counting out one thing after another from that year. Only at this point did 5th senior sister and Miaoyi nod her head again and again with a red face. Whenever the short, fat Taoist mentioned a thing, she then recognized one thing for the 4 Su Qingshu girls. Soon, even shameless women like Su Qingshu's 4 girls were listening to the sweaty hairs, feeling greatly embarrassed and doubly uncomfortable. It wasn't just that he couldn't imagine that his 6 had really been treated with sincerity like that by Yi Chang'an. What's more, I can't imagine that the dragger, the waste, the leaf trash in their mouths, actually don't want to die like that? You're going to lose your own essence to save big sister Su Qingshu? Is this the biggest reason why eldest sister Su Qingshu was unharmed later on, but instead her cultivation increased by leaps and bounds? You're losing your blood and essence to nourish your second sister, Jiang Ruyue? Was this the direct factor behind second senior sister Jiang Ruyu's subsequent advancement in her cultivation instead of retreating, and the fact that she maintained her appearance for many years? And third senior sister Lin Cc. And fourth senior sister Shang Wanchang. And this can't be right. This is absolutely impossible. I, Su Qingshu, came all by my own efforts. Right, big sister is like that, so am I Jiang Ruyue, how can I rely on a loser? Senior sisters, today is the home ground of the other heaven-mending pavilion, we can't afford to be careless, instead of wasting our breath debating, we should hurry up and find 6th senior brother to come over and help. As they spoke, except for the 5th senior sister, and Miaoyi, who still didn't dare to lie and deny, the other 4 girls actually whitewashed themselves on the spot and blackwashed Yi Chang'an. At the same time, notify Lu Duan to come over. It looks like this is a failure of the text, and the intention is to break out by force. Chapter 12, punching the left face, then the right face. Such a result shocked the short and fat Taoist so much that he really almost intended to strike out to teach someone a lesson. On the contrary, Yi Chang'an and Luo Yunshang, the master and disciple, had seen it last time, therefore, they were not angry, instead, they politely greeted the short and fat Taoist. Advise him not to think too much. Senior, times are different nowadays, after the disappearance of Master Teacher, people's hearts are not in the right place, it's good that you still remembered the latecomer's ragged clan ground. This cup of tea is considered a latecomer's toast to you. As for these trivial matters, you as a senior needn't worry about them, just leave them to me. I, Yi Chang'an, don't have too much ability, but preserving the clan and seeking justice, that's a must. Yi Chang'an had just opened up the divine sea now, and in terms of cultivation, he was far inferior to the short and fat Taoist, plus the fact that the previous 100,000 miles of the divine sea was unknown to anyone other than Luo Yunshang. Thus no one would have thought he was really improving by leaps and bounds. However, he was also shocked quite a bit by this domineering and self-confidence of his. Although the old woman is not here, but the heaven-mending pavilion is not bad with you, little Yi, the poor Taoist is considered to be convinced today. Seeing that Yi Chang'an was so understanding, the short and fat Taoist was finally no longer angry. Haha, I'll laugh. Then they also sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight. On the other hand, the 5th senior sister in Miaoyi was the most upset in her heart. On the one hand, she had to be in the same camp as the 4 Su Qingshu girls and was forced to continue to fight against Yi Chang'an. On the other hand, yet she was also stimulated by the truth for the second time. The whole thing was pretty bad. Thinking about how harmonious the 7 of them were as master and disciple back then, how did they suddenly come to this point today? The other 4 women were also stunned no less. For all their bone-deep selfishness, vanity, and various other shortcomings, there is still a minimum of humanity in them, and in the face of 3 times the evidence, it's not a good idea to be unconvinced. One by one, they begin to triple blow up with some remorse. Eldest sister, are we really wrong? Yes, after all the fuss, it really isn't Ye sect leader's fault, but our own. If you really can't, why not? The more the 4 women talked, the more they lost their breath. Even, it was almost ready to discuss whether or not they should break away from the immortal hall and rejoin the heaven-mending pavilion. But it was at this time that a cold silhouette appeared, not giving the 4 women a chance to discuss it all, and directly began to twist the truth. 5 senior sisters beware, this sect master surnamed G on the opposite side is an expert at reversing right and wrong and smearing black and white. You've suffered a loss once and you still want to fall for it, don't you? Not about the old days. Let's just say the last 9th order holy pills, this time the 8th order enlightenment spirit rice, we're like that to him but not half share, but this demon girl as soon as she came to obtain a lot, this is not to say that he is thick and deserves to fall? You can regret it now. But what if, in the future, he is still not honored, and is still used by him as a test subject for the cultivation of this demoness? The person who came was none other than Lu Chen. This guy was originally the most insidious and vicious of the 6 disciples. After practicing the devil's way, one is even more extremely selfish and crazy. It doesn't. Seeing that the 5 senior sisters were almost gotten through to Yi Chang'an, they immediately jumped out to distort the truth. That's a strong word, too. Under the half-truth, the 5 women who had almost turned back, but immediately resumed their previous appearance, firmly believing in Lu Chuan, and lashing out at Yi Chang'an in all sorts of ways. Still, 6th senior brother is right. How did we get so stupid? I can't believe I almost fell for surname Yi. Surname Yi, unless you obliterate us today by relying on this senior in spite of your status, this matter has to be brought out for a good talk. Have the guts to wait for our new master to come and see if those people from the other immortal hall will beat up your adulterous couple like master and disciple. The 5 women's words were even more underhanded this time than before. Once they heard this, Yi Chang'an and Luo Yunshang did nothing but shake their heads and sneer, but they had long since lost hope in them, and thus were not too relieved. However, the short and fat Taoist was so angry that he jumped violently. Shameless traitor. Ah Yi, it seems like you really should clean up your act. What bull immortal hall, what bull 6th master brother, when the poor road. Senpai. Still, this little matter is not worthy of your anger, besides, they are the ones who trespassed into the heaven-mending pavilion today, it's very legitimate for the poor Taoist to ask for compensation, not to mention Tianxin Zi, even if Tianshu Zi comes, it's still the same. Not waiting for the short and fat Taoist to be physically infuriated, Yi Chang'an smiled calmly. While displaying a confident face that was completely different from the disheveled look of the past, it made both the 5 women and Lu Dust feel bad about dealing with them and backed off. On the other hand, he also relied on his early Divine Sea realm cultivation that had just broken through, and was about to personally take care of these 6 traitors. By this time, Su Qingshu F5 women and Lu Dust, even if they were more stupid, also felt that Yi Chang'an's body mana actually exceeded theirs by quite a bit, and while they were shocked, they only had to change their words to delay for a moment or two. Surname Yi, you are at least a sect master, do you also want to stoop to a lower level to deal with us? Wait for our new master if you can. Good. This is what you guys said, then the poor Taoist will not make a move and let the disciples of the 2 families compete, but if you lose even this, you guys don't have to make excuses again. Yi Chang'an unexpectedly really agreed to change disciples for the competition, and upon hearing this, the 5 Su Qingshui girls and Lu Chen from the opposite side of the room were instantly overjoyed. Nothing else. It was only because although the 6 people had not yet completed the Open Yang realm, they were also at the late stage of everyone's Open Yang realm, and then looking at Luo Yunshang, although she had an extreme spiritual root, she was only at the middle stage of the Xinjiao realm. How can we fight them? It's not an obvious pickup. Surname Yi is really still a stupid one, using the middle Xinjiao realm to deal with us, any one of us is 10 times better than that demoness. Senior sisters, feel free to strike. This time it's bound to be us. What's the situation? Lu Chuan was proudly brainwashing the 5 girls so that they would further side with him, especially, defeating Luo Yunshang or killing Luo Yunshang, with a human life, there would be no turning back. But it's not expected. Right at this moment, although Yi Chang'an agreed to the match, he didn't directly let Luo Yunshang send herself to her death, but instead instructed her on the spot on how to use the Enlightenment Spirit Rice. Many thanks for the mention, Master, disciple understands. Luo Yunshang thanked Yi Chang'an for his guidance, and then, she took out 1% of the previous 100 pounds of Enlightenment Spirit Rice and immediately inhaled the spiritual chi from it. One time, a storm of aura blew up around her out of nowhere. Late Xianzhao Realm. Xianzhao Realm Perfection. In just 3 breaths, Luo Yunshang, who was originally in the middle stage of the Xianzhao Realm, froze later and almost broke through to the Kaiyang Realm. This he actually fed the 8th rank spirit medicine to Luo Yunshang like it was rice? This stuff is a 10-year supply for our new master. Hiss. The 5 women and Lu Chen were all irritated. In particular, the 5th senior sister, and Miaoi, knew most clearly in her heart that the Yi Chang'an of that year had also done this to them. Just because 6 people don't know how to behave and thus. The heart was shaken. Wondering if you're on the wrong side of the fence? This time after hitting the left side of the face. How come you got hit on the right side of your face too? This is what we used to get. Why, how did we make it disappear? Chapter 13 Shocking Countless by Weakness. Master, please let disciple teach these traitors a lesson for you. With Yi Chang'an's guidance, Luo Yunshang improved rapidly, and although it wasn't worth mentioning compared to her previous life, she was still relatively grateful. Coupled with the fact that he himself was not accustomed to the actions of the 5 women and Lu Chuan, he was about to strike when he was pulled from behind by Yi Chang'an. There seems to be more to say. Master Yu. Luo Yunshang turned around with a surprised face. Although you broke through 2 small realms, but after all, it's not as good as the other side. They are in the late stage of the Kaiyang realm per capita. A big realm difference can't be easy to deal with. Tell you what, Master will just find you some more rags. Let's see if we can help you out a bit. As he spoke, Yi Chang'an immediately communicated with that apprentice return system to obtain the corresponding rewards for the last 2 times he cultivated Luo Yunshang. Ding! The host graces the disciple with 100 pounds of 8th order spirit medicine Enlightenment Spirit Rice, which helps her to soak up the high concentration of aura at a rapid pace, earning her an additional reward. Xian Huang Battle Helmet Inner Helmet, similar to a turban, heavily ranked mid-grade helmet, possessing the power of Xian Huang, and a set of them can be melted to create an indestructible golden body. Ding! The host instructs his disciple to take 1 caddy of Enlightenment Spirit Rice, raising 2 minor realms in a row, gaining an additional reward. Xian Huang Battle Boots Inner Boots, similar to socks, heavily ranked middle-grade protective boots, possessing the power of Xian Huang, and a set of them can be melted to create an indestructible golden body. It's not over yet. Seemingly sensing that Yi Chang'an had already gathered a set of Xian Huang defense set, that apprentice return system continued to send out more prompts. It directly put Yi Chang'an's care for Luo Yunshang into place. Ding! The host has gathered a set of Xian Huang defense suit, and can melt down the indestructible golden body at any time. Xian Huang defense suit, a single loose piece is a middle-grade heavenly rank protector. After the 3 pieces of the suit are completed, it can be automatically upgraded to a top-grade heavenly rank protector, and the defense power is 10 times that of a single loose piece. Sure enough, it's better to have a system for everything. Just as well. Today is considered to be your first battle. The master must not let you suffer half a bit of aggravation, and there is nothing too good to bestow, just this set of protective gear. Feel free to wear it. After lamenting, Yi Chang'an, in front of the short and fat Taoist, Lu Chen and the 5 women, really gave Luo Yunshang the Xianhuang battle helmet and Xianhuang battle boots. Although he didn't brag in a high-profile way, the moment the 2 heavenly rank middle-grade protectors were taken out, it still caused the people around him to suck in a breath of cool air. It was just that the movements were too fast, and apart from the short and fat Taoist and Luo Yunshang who felt that the set was not simple, Lu Chuan and the 5 women didn't notice too much, but only vaguely felt that the set was extraordinary. So what if it's extraordinary? The weakest among us, the 5th senior sister, has a cultivation of the late stage of the Kaiyang realm. Are we still afraid of her, a demoness of the perfection of the Xinjiao realm? Don't let go of the water, 5th senior sister. Su Qingxue took the lead in saying this, and the other 4 girls and Lu Chen also hurriedly put pressure on the 5th senior sister, and Miaoi, hoping that she wouldn't lose instead in a moment of womanly benevolence. Upon hearing these words, 5th senior sister and Miaoi had to suppress the last bit of her softness and turned a cold face. Taking the lead, he flew up to the Mending Heaven Pavilion's martial arts stage. Luo Demonis come to die. The words just came out. On the right side, Yi Chang'an smiled faintly and gave the short and fat Taoist a reassuring look before signaling Luo Yunshang to casually strike. Luo Yunshang naturally followed orders. So this is a 3-piece suit? A random loose piece is a heavenly rank middle grade, and together, it's actually a heavenly rank upper grade. This item is worth a lot of money. Even back then, I, the Empress, had at most one set of it, and I can't imagine that this master gave it casually. With all sorts of shock and gratitude in her heart, Luo Yunshang didn't say anything, and decisively went up to the martial arts stage to face Miaoi, who was one large realm stronger than her. The two women fought like hell. And Miaoi on the left catalyzed her cultivation at the late stage of the Kaiyan realm. With one hand, he urged a sharp flying sword to weave back and forth, threatening Luo Yunshang. While doing so, he also cast the spells that he had just learned from Immortal Hall Grand Elder Tiang Xuanzi's side, one by one. Heavenly Fire Arts. Boom boom boom. A bucket-sized fireball slammed over. Vidra Technique. Brush up. A 3 feet tall golden bronze man appeared out of nowhere, nearly stepping on Luo Yunshang. Aekijutsu. Knock knock. A 3-foot thick green giant would viciously impact it over. Blackwater Magic. Ding ding ding. A stream of water with a deep, cold, piercing intent wound its way up. Earth Binding Technique. Fizzle. A stream of dirt with an infinite retardation effect wrapped around the top. It had to be said that although these 6 were traders, their qualifications of upper-grade spiritual roots allowed them to make considerable progress soon after joining the Immortal Hall. It just so happened that Grand Elder Tian Xianzi was good at 5 elemental spells, and with a casual teaching, he made the weakest of the 6, 5th senior sister and Miaoi, make great progress. Once they saw this, the 4 girls behind them, Lu Chen and Su Qingxue, couldn't help but cheer and celebrate in advance. Yet just then. However, he saw that around Luo Yunshang, who was supposed to be defeated, that Xianhuang defense set directly erupted into a shocking ball of Xianhuang power. Disintegrating in Miaoi's 5 elemental spells at a speed that was unimaginable to normal people. This is the power of Xianhuang? It is said that the power of Xianhuang can return to its roots, far surpassing the power of ordinary 5 elemental spells, so how could it fall into the hands of a ragged sect? This scene not only stunned Lu Chuan and Su Qingxue's 5 girls, but also shocked the 100 clans who had come to watch the scene. On Luo Yunshang's side, however, after the initial attempt, she stopped pestering and directly activated the Thunder Emperor scripture that Yi Chang'an had previously sent. Zigzag. In an instant, the thunder clouds were dense, the electricity flashed and the smoke was frightening. Not only did they counterattack in Miaoi's side with several times the speed. It was even modeled after her 5 elemental spells, either illuminating into a sword, or a sphere, or a vine, or a shield, or a thunderstream. In a nutshell. The crowd was all completely dumbfounded by this square acre of lightning. Only remembering that a few breaths later, accompanied by a muffled grunt and spitting out blood, and Miaoi was hit hard and landed on the ground, and Lu Chuan and Su Qingxue, the 4 women, were collectively pig liver colored and quite depressed. Is it still convincing now? Now that you're convinced, turn around and tell your sect leader and new master to prepare tenfold compensation and wait for me to get it. Also, in the future, if you dare to trespass on my heaven-mending pavilion, kill, no pardon. Seeing that things came to an end, Yi Chang'an didn't bother to talk nonsense, which released 1% of the 100,000 miles of Divine Sea. The might of 1,000 miles of Divine Sea was already quite terrifying. Lu Chuan and Su Qingxue's 5 girls directly ran away in ashes. How conceited to come. Walking away is as messy as it gets. On the other side, everyone was shocked. Among them, the short and fat Taoist and the strongest few sect masters inside the 100 sect, they even vaguely felt that at this time, Yi Chang'an was not only breaking through, but also in just 10 days. Seems to break through the Purple Mansion realm? 10 days to break through the Purple Mansion realm? This guy is the one who has an extreme spiritual root, right? How is this possible, huh? Did this surname Yi hide his clumsiness? Chapter 14. My girl is growing up. From opening the Divine Sea to evolving the Divine Sea into the Violet Mansion, this seemed like a matter of a single large realm in the area, but in reality, it was far more difficult than the previous stages of cultivation. According to common sense, when a person embarks on the path of cultivation, that is, starting from the generation of chi sense and successfully inhaling the first wisp of aura, the speed of cultivation is bound to get slower and slower, and the difficulty of cultivation is also getting greater and greater. Therefore, the entire cultivation world specifically divides all realms into the following major stages. The weakest is called the bottom of the cultivation world. That is, the 4 great realms that are easiest to achieve. Refining Qi, transforming essence, Xianjiao, and Kaiyang. However, anyone with a bit of talent and qualifications will break through the qi refining realm within a year at the latest, 10 years to transform essence, 20 years to Xinjiao, and 30 years to Kaiyang. A little bit tougher than the bottom is called the middle. That is, the 4 major realms that are relatively beginning to become difficult to obtain. Divine Sea, Purple Mansion, Cave Void, and Transformation Jie. At this level, although one could not be considered a top powerhouse, one could be considered a mainstay of the middle tier of the various clans, and thus in addition to the need for talent and qualifications, one would also need acquired opportunities and all sorts of hard work. Some people were only able to open their Divine Sea at the age of 60, and the Divine Sea they opened was only a few feet, a few zhang, and a few miles in circumference, which was really weak and unbeatable. Whereas after reaching the Divine Sea realm perfection, wanting to break through the Purple Mansion realm again was something that could take more than 90% of the cultivators' entire lives. Some people until the age of 100 years old into the ground before death, still unable to evolve the Divine Sea into a Violet Mansion, and, ultimately, with hatred, alone. As for after the Purple Mansion realm, that was even harder. And even better than the middle, that's the top. That is to say, the 4 great realms that are 100 times more difficult. Nirvana the Honored One, Tani the Royal One, Daoyan the Saint, and Dengtian the Supreme One. At this level, if it's not the head of a party, the patriarch, or the supreme elder of a certain clan or something like that, there are basically no weaklings, only strong ones. And if one wanted to arrive at this level, it was not just a matter of talent and qualifications, or acquired opportunities and unremitting efforts. Rather, it requires great fortune plus a variety of strange encounters to forge. Divine Sea is easy, Purple Mansion is hard, Purple Mansion is hard, Cavernous Void is even harder, Cavernous Void is even harder, and transforming the tribulation that's hard on top of hard. 1 out of 10,000 people is transformed into a robber. 10,000 people have been transformed into robberies and 1 person into nirvana. The above 3 sentences are a classic summary that has been passed down in the realm for millions of years. In other words, it is only possible for 1 person to succeed in nirvana within 100 million cultivators. This kind of difficulty is not for the average person to imagine. And within 100 cultivators who open the Divine Sea, mere single digits could successfully evolve the Violet Mansion. It's no less difficult. Heaven Mending Pavilion, from now on not to be underestimated, not to be defied, we go. Taking one last look at Yi Chang'an, who had evolved the Purple Mansion within 10 days, the experts of the 100 clans left, always with a little bit of awe. Xiao Yi. Congratulations, since this is the case, the poor Taoist can rest assured enough that this heaven-mending pavilion will rely on you in the future. On the other hand, the short and fat Taoist also praised Yi Chang'an's cultivation breakthrough speed 3 times, and this took his leave. It ends here. The whole treasure hunt and search for people came to an end. 400 zone, naturally, it is a trip for nothing, neither found half of the treasures, nor encountered half of the heavenly pride, but by the strong rise of Yi Chang'an gave a small shock. Su Qingshua's 5 girls and Lu Dust, who had been struck one after another, were in a sorry state, and it was not a good feeling. No longer have the cheek to stay. In particular, the 5th senior sister in Miaoi was hit the hardest. In addition to the human part of the return of more, the heart gradually began to doubt the whole thing of the true and false, right and wrong. Ming is afraid to say more. Secretly investigating. Naturally, and as a result, his hatred for Yi Chang'an, his former master, was greatly reduced. Mending Pavilion. Just after the crowd had left one after another, the master and disciple finally subsided and were happy to live on together. During the day, Yi Chang'an taught Luo Yunshang attentively, and even though the other party was a female emperor in her previous life, and her talent and qualifications were top-notch, she didn't slack off even a little bit. The Thunder Emperor's scripture and the usage of that Xian Huang defense set were taught in their entirety. Listening to Luo Yunshang with great interest doubled her warmth. This was the kind of pampering that even the once noble Empress had never enjoyed. As a result, some indescribable and unspoken feelings grew in his heart. The mouth didn't say so explicitly. But in the dream, apart from the snippets of revenge, but also began to appear once and for all the ambiguity of the 2 masters and disciples getting along with each other, which haunted her and surprised her doubly. How can an empress be burdened by mortals? But it's the kind of dream that you crave. At night, Yi Chang'an and Luo Yunshang each separated their physical comprehension, and although they didn't continue to cultivate together, that strange emotion was still perceived by him. Yi Chang'an was ecstatic as well as shocked in his heart. Ecstatically, his own Empress disciple seemed to have a few feelings of dependence on him as well, and, as more time passed, the more dependence there was. I'm afraid it's just a matter of time before I can get my hands on it. What was shocking was that as Empress Luo Yunshang learned more, she gradually couldn't continue to teach her more powerful things, which also led to a deceleration of her cultivation enhancement and a decrease in the number of rewards. This was not a good thing. To put it in a small way, it was affecting Luo Yunshang's progress and her own rewards. To put it in a larger way, it could affect the development of the entire heaven-mending pavilion. And so, on this day, master and disciple a careless Yi Chang'an turned around at the time of touching the peak of the Empress Luo Yunshang, touching the two groups of soft, and the latter also exclaimed shyness after. Each of the two had a new decision to make. I am a hallowed Empress, and before I take revenge, I can no longer be with this master. Although he has a strange aura that makes it easy for me to get carried away. But lust is a major taboo in cultivation. This is the last time, and if there is any more, it has to be flipped. Luo Yunshang admonished herself like this yesterday. As if it was really going to be vicious. But that night in the dream, surprisingly, he could not help himself in advance, not only dreaming to take the initiative to ask for warmth, but before dawn, he even sleepwalked outside of Yi Chang'an's room. Until after the shock of waking up. That's when he went back with a flushed face like he was running away. This Empress disciple of mine doesn't have any oil and water to salvage for the time being, so it seems that I have to continue to take on disciples and expand my team. Who's out there? Oh, so it's Yunshang. It's just as well that you're talking in your sleep. Why do you keep chanting Master's name? It's been recited 10,086 times in a row these past few days, so it seems that you very much agree with Master's wise decision. Seeing Luo Yunshang's first appearance of fleeing redness and shyness, Yi Chang'an couldn't help but feel proud in his heart, but on his mouth, he deliberately made a snide remark. In his lifetime, if he could make the female emperor's disciple shy like this, he was considered the first person in the ancient world. But it wouldn't stop him from continuing his plans to take on disciples. Immediately the next day he went out to look for the opportunity. Yunshang, for the master to go out on a long trip, as fast as 3 or 5 days, as slow as 10 days and half a month, I will definitely bring you back delicious food. Do you want icy candy canes, or fried sesame flowers? Who wants you to bring it? I'm a grand empress, honored beyond measure, how could I possibly eat those? Despite thinking so in her heart, Luo Yunshang couldn't help but change when the words came out of her mouth. Chapter 15. Casually go out and pick up a treasure. Thank you, master. Ice candy gourds are fine, as are deep-fried sesame flowers. It is best to also buy some wind chimes back. We men the Sky Pavilion people are few and lonely, get some wind chimes, can add some fun. I'm an empress, how to be like a girl who has never seen the world, actually really open the mouth to ask for a gift. Luo Yunshang didn't feel unbelievable until she had finished speaking, and wanted to retract it, but it was too late. Look through the doorway. That man, who made her still forcefully calm treatment during the day, but at night is a dream soul-haunting, actually really firmly remembered her preferences and tastes, and came down from the mountain on this. This scene made the heart of the generation of female emperors, not to mention how beautiful it was. Although this kind of beauty inevitably affects the heart of the Tao, but for some reason, Luo Yunshang has cherished this kind of taste even more after her reincarnation. Beneath the mountain range where the heaven-mending pavilion was located, Yi Chang'an came up with a similar practice as before, touring the mountains, lakes, and seas while letting the apprentice return system take care of recognizing the quality of the apprentice. After traveling dozens, hundreds, thousands of miles, you meet dozens, hundreds, tens of thousands of passers-by. Missy Tian. Quality, simple and kind. Luya Tu. Quality, small family. Lily Zhang. Quality, jealousy. It had to be said that within the hundreds of thousands of miles around the Faustus mountain range, the ordinary towns really didn't have too good a quality. Most of them were mercenary people, and the few that weren't mercenary were yet not suitable for cultivation. The helpless Yi Chang'an had no choice but to change directions, specializing in those places in the floating mountain range where people were rare and natural aura was abundant. In this regard, the apprentice return system does give a lot of guidance. The host may consider one of the places, Sanchuan Valley, the easternmost part of the Fudu mountain range, is the place where the most scattered cultivators gather within this mountain range. The host may consider place number 2, the Wanzang Abyss in the westernmost part of the Fado mountain range, which is the place where the aura is the most dense besides the Immortal Temple. The host may consider the third place, the Great Plain of Chopping Horse in the southeast of Mount Faustus, where there exists the most powerful and only chopping horse empire for hundreds of thousands of miles in a radius, perhaps harboring people with good talent and qualifications. Hearing this, Yi Chang'an quickly made up his mind. The Chopper Empire is crowded, but after all, mortals are predominantly unsuitable for the past. Although the Wanzu Abyss is rich in spiritual chi, it is not seen that there are really ordinary people who dare to go and take risks, plus the farthest had to give up. At that time, that Sanchuan Valley, the most scattered cultivators, there is bound to be someone who stands out, not how high the current cultivation, but good quality, can be collected one or two. Immediately travel to the Sanchuan Valley. Let's see if this luck of mine works or not. With this thought in mind, Yi Chang'an had long been heading towards the Sanchuan Valley. Along the way, exotic flowers and plants to see, a lot of pity not to put in the eyes. After all, the current Yi Chang'an was considered a small family asset, and the 8th Order Spirit Medicine Enlightenment Spirit Rice could casually bestow 100 pounds to Luo Yunshang, equivalent to the amount of Immortal Hall Grand Elder Tianxian Zi for 1,000 years. How can you possibly look down on ordinary herbs? Until this day, coming to a certain branch of the Sanchuan Valley in a radius of 800 miles, he violently saw a girl who was being bullied by the disciples of the Immortal Hall, which seemed nice. Name: Oriental Glaze. Race: human. Sex: female. Talent: wooden immortal fetus, superior spiritual root. Cultivation: temporarily abolished. Introduction: the Grand Elder of the Hall of Immortals took in a disciple, and due to a previous injury, his cultivation was abolished and he was driven out of the clan, humiliated by the 5 women of Su Qingxue and other disciples. Quality: strong and unyielding. Yi Chang'an's eyes glowed. Extreme spiritual roots. Although it was not as good as Luo Yunshang, it still exceeded ordinary geniuses by too much, and, coincidentally, this woman was actually that Immortal Hall Grand Elder Tianxian Zi's former first disciple? Also, this quality is not bad, it really has the kind of arrogance that he admires, the arrogance of never giving in despite being bullied. Such a person, as a second disciple, is really satisfied. Gentlemen, stop. Since your immortal temple does not want her, the poor Taoist is happy to be a good person, this Oriental sister. Oriental Taoist friend, may you wish to worship my heaven-mending pavilion? The poor Taoist promises to help you restore your cultivation and will never go back on his word. Yi Chang'an suddenly appeared, suddenly became a good person, and suddenly shouted this. All of a sudden, it aroused the disdain of Su Qingxue's 5 women and the people of the Immortal Hall. The crowd didn't care how powerful he was previously, how much he hid his face, they only knew that they must not let the Grand Elder's former disciple Dongfang Liuli enter the heaven-mending pavilion, otherwise, not only would they lose face, but they would also lose the final qualification to ask for the treasures on her body. And so, the Immortal Hall crowd, who had suffered several losses before, unexpectedly mocked once again. Sect leader Yi has a big temper. Although this woman's cultivation has been abolished, but after all, worshipped in my immortal temple over the past, without our consent, how can you be abducted by you? Don't say that your heaven-mending pavilion is far inferior to our immortal hall. Even back then, when the heaven-mending pavilion was at its peak, it didn't dare to be this arrogant. It's hard to believe that you really think that you can really be everyone's master if you've been lucky enough to take in a female disciple with an extreme spiritual root, Luo Yunshang. You are limited to leave this place within half a quarter of an hour, otherwise, if you anger the immortal hall, the consequences are not something you can bear. The moment the crowd uttered these words, they actually dared to sacrifice their respective magic weapons and spells with the intention of intimidating and threatening Yi Chang'an to get lost, or else they would strike. That formation was surprisingly quite impressive. But unfortunately, today's Yi Chang'an was at least someone who had opened up 100,000 miles of divine sea and had broken through to the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm, so would he care about this deterrent? The Immortal Hall is really unlucky to let ignorant people like you come out to do your job. Although Taoist East's cultivation has been abolished and she is heavily injured, she is not hopeless. Let's see the poor Taoist help her recover and awaken her physique again. If this comes to fruition, your immortal temple shouldn't have to ask for it back, should it? Yi Chang'an uttered this while walking towards Dongfang Liuli, who had been bullied by the crowd and treated him as the only saving grace, with a smile full of goodwill. At this point, Dongfang Liuli no longer had any loyalty to the immortal temple and only felt sadness. It would really be better to defect to this heaven-mending pavilion sect leader. At the first sight of this, the crowd jeered louder. All of them thought that Yi Chang'an was swindling Dongfang Liuli's remarks. After all, if Dongfang Liuli could regain her cultivation, Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi would have done it long ago, so why would he need to drive her away? Dongfang Liuli, it's better for you to believe in him than in the ghosts and gods. When something happens, don't let us save you. That's right, the great elder couldn't save you, and you actually trusted an outsider? It seems that your brain and the surname Yi are the same all. Just as the crowd hadn't finished their words, Yi Chang'an took out a Sang Sang creation fruit. Its majestic laws of life, which contained endless vitality, had previously been able to repair even Empress Luo Yunshang's origin injury, let alone Dongfang Liuli's little internal injury. But at this time, only Su Qingxue 5 women have seen this fruit, and thus the face changed greatly. The others are the first time to see, only feel very fragrant, but also do not put in the eyes. Until the next second. Yi Chanan personally fed it to Dongfang Liuli. One moment. Dongfang Liuli felt a majestic law of life was reshaping her body, not only repairing the original bit of internal injuries and making her dantian sufficient, but also strengthening it not just a little bit. The body was so light that it seemed to float. Immediately after, a 10,000 feet of skyrocketing turquoise breath rushed up to the clouds from Dongfang Liuli's body, surprisingly triggering some heaven and earth anomalies, shocking everyone at the scene. Chapter 16 Immortal Temple's Loss, Heaven Mending Pavilion's Great Replenishment. Ordinary disciples couldn't understand what the hell this 10,000 feet of turquoise breath was. However, after all, Su Qingxue's 5 daughters were all top-grade spiritual roots, and were also the ones who had received the Immortal Hall's Grand Elder Tianxian Zi's personal transmission, and thus had extraordinary eyesight, and could tell a thing or two. Those experts from other sects who were also active in the vicinity of the Sanchuan Valley, as well as the people from the 100 sects of the Floating Mountain Range, were similarly shaken. Is this the legendary innate with spirit body, the extreme spirit root? But why didn't her former master Taiyang Xuanzi realize it before? Is it because? Just as the crowd was shocked yet puzzled, this matter wasn't over yet, when they saw, the medicinal power behind that birth creation fruit continued to assist Dongfang Liuli. Not only does it restore her original innate wood spirit body, it also allowed her original extreme spiritual root to gain another boost, directly advancing to a heavenly spiritual root that was on the same level as Empress Luo Yunshang. Buzz off! A burst of visions followed. The easternmost part of the floating mountain range was in the middle of the infinite sea. Herculean 7 golden dragons came across the sea. There were even 8 silhouettes emerging from the depths of the Faustus mountain range. It was the legendary spectacle after the birth of a heavenly spirit root, the 8 directions. The 7 golden dragons were not entities, nor were they living beings, they were purely sensed by heaven and earth and were born naturally. Scurrying into Dongfang Liuli's body allowed her innate wood spirit body to completely consolidate. The eastern green dragon cheered for it. The sound of the dragon's roar shook the Sanchuan Valley, also spread throughout the entire Faustus mountain range. Born without a second thought. It goes on and on. The 8 shadows transformed into 8 strands of yin and gentle laws of the art of the 5 elements of the heavens and entered Dongfang Liuli's body, but it allowed her cultivation to recover instantly. The 8 powers of Qian, Tui, Li, Jin, Sun, Can, Burgundy and Kuan filled her body. From time to time, it evolves the image of the 8 trigrams of heaven. From time to time, the power of backstage gossip appears. Arcane. Indescribable. Eventually, the waste Dongfang Liuli, who was once disliked and driven away by Taiyang Xuanzi, the great elder of the Immortal Hall, and was also hunted down and bullied by all the people of the Immortal Hall, has become a heavenly spiritual root all of a sudden, which is extremely dazzling. Liuli sees Master Teacher. The grace of Master's remodeling is unforgettable in this life. After the countless heaven and earth anomalies dispersed, the crowd hadn't returned to their senses, but they saw that the new, fairy-like, cool and unattainable Dongfang Liuli had only knelt down and saluted Yi Chang'an. Yi Chang'an was overjoyed. Smilingly accepting this second female disciple, don't look at this time Dongfang Liuli is only recovering the early stage of the Qi refinement realm, but the potential is not weaker than the Empress Luo Yunshang. The loss of the Temple of Immortality. Isn't that the great tonic of the tonic pavilion? Sect Master Yi, wait. Although this woman has received the gift of sect leader Yi and recovered, but after all, she was once a person of my immortal palace, please let our sect leader and grand elder. In short, our immortal hall still has the right of priority to accept disciples, I hope you understand. Seeing that the heaven-mending pavilion had gained an additional powerful female disciple, while their own losses were heavy, on the side of the immortal hall crowd, the one leading the group this time couldn't help but retain 1 or 2, and wanted to readmit his disciple. For this reason, this person wisely told the 5 women of Su Qingxue, who were not on good terms with Yi Chang'an, to hurriedly withdraw back 100 feet, but he himself intended to raise the name of the sect leader Tianxiu Zi, and the Grand Elder Tianxian Zi, to try it out for a moment or two. However, the Dongfang Liuli who heard these words was full of ice. Who has the first right to take an apprentice? Is it the Taiyang Xuanzi who wouldn't take me in but instead disliked me and drove me away? Or are the 5 new female disciples under his door turning their backs on me in vain for the countless merits I've given to the immortal temple over the years, just because of a momentary injury? Cultivation is not about favors, only about destiny. Today, Sect Leader Yi of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion has been kind to me, not leaving me, not 100 times more sincere than Tian Xianzi and Su Qingxua's 5 women. In your place, how would you choose? Dropping these words, Dongfang Liuli didn't bother to take care of the immortal hall crowd, and really followed behind Yi Chang'an, serving respectfully, front and back. Master and disciple left happily, only leaving behind the crowd of the immortal temple, who were red-faced, having been taught a hard lesson but unable to refute it. You looked at me and I looked at you. Eventually. Surprisingly, I had to hold my breath and go back. Since then, the reputation of the Mending Pavilion became more apparent. In addition to a Luo Yunshang with an extreme spiritual root, there was also a Dongfang Liuli with a heavenly spiritual root, and there was even that peerless ruthless person who breaks through whoever he nudges and stimulates whoever he rises to prominence. Yi Chahan. Within the Heaven Mending Pavilion. After returning to this place, Yi Chang'an didn't just enjoy the envious and jealous treatment in front of people, but also treated the 2 female disciples with the same affection and care. Previously, the Xianuan defense set was given to senior apprentice brother Luo Yunshang. Now, it was just the right time to accept the reward and turn around and give it to the second disciple, Oriental Lioli. Ding! The host is recruiting disciples with heavenly spiritual roots. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, now releasing the reward. Thoughtless Tenfold Pillar, one of the 12 immortal weapons of the ancient era, with the mysterious power of thoughtlessness, it can seal the cultivation realm of others' feats and spells for a certain period of time. Though currently only in the first stage of awakening and unable to utilize his full power, he is unrivaled. Immortality Seal, Sage Technique, 7 levels in total, instantly stimulates acupoints around the body, allowing one to explode into greater potential, no upper limit. Green Emperor's Sutra Previous Volume, a sutra created by the Eastern Green Emperor, Lady, in the ancient times, containing the laws of the Wood Road, which, when cultivated to its fullest extent, can evolve the power of the rule of the unceasing life. Green Emperor's Battle Armor Inner Armor, heavenly ranked lower grade armor, possessing the power of the Green Emperor, collecting a set can melt the Green Emperor's Dharma body. This reward is really as if it's tailor-made for Oriental Lioli, so it's also good to give it to her altogether to speed up the recovery of her cultivation so that she can participate in the floating slaughter mysteries afterward. Looking at the rewards one by one, Yi Chang'an didn't have half a crap, which sought out Dongfang Lioli and enjoined them one by one. When the Green Emperor's Scripture Upper Volume was handed to Dongfang Lioli, she was momentarily lost in thought. As a former noble first disciple under the Immortal Hall's Grand Elder Tian Xianzi and one of the Immortal Hall's 3 greatest expert disciples, she knew best that this item was too suitable for her innate wood spirit body. And that Green Emperor's battle armor was likewise a good thing that was most suitable for cultivating one of the 5 elements, the Wood Dao. The defense is strong and adapts to itself, it's perfect. Master's Grace, Lioli will be hard to repay for 3 lifetimes. After this, I will definitely follow your orders. With hot tears in her eyes, Dongfang Lioli received the 2 major treasures and then practiced hard day and night. Next. Within the Heaven Mending Pavilion. The master and disciple alternated between various visions. Yi Chang'an's 100,000 miles of sacred sea. Luo Yunshang's Thunder Emperor Scripture Thunder Emperor Law. Oriental Lioli's Green Emperor Sutra Green Emperor Laws. Amazing in countless ways. Attracting countless. Since then, the attitude of the 100 clans towards the Heaven Mending Pavilion had greatly improved, and they had speculated that heaven and earth vision should have been induced by the Heaven Mending Pavilion in the first place. Some people tried to join but Yi Chang'an refused. Are you kidding me? The current him wasn't an extreme spirit route to look at all. On the other side, the Immortal Temple suffered heavy losses, and everyone from the sect leader to the great elder to the ordinary disciples lamented. Su Qingxua's 5 girls were even more unpleasant. The heart is repressed to the core. How can one step be wrong if you can't think of anything else? In particular, the 5th senior sister, Miaoi, has investigated a number of causes and consequences over the past few days, and has doubled her regrets. Mending Pavilion. Can we still go back? Chapter 17 Fasta's Secret Realm. Gathering. That night. And Miaoi, the 5th senior sister who had found out all the truth, was misty-eyed and ashamed. Yi Chang'an really just sacrificed a great deal for them, but why, instead of figuring it out earlier, were they confused by that Lu Chen? What exactly should one do? Directly expose Lu dust, but directly insufficient evidence, then simply give the former master Yi Chang'an ideas to help one or two.
Right. It's the only way to make up for what we've done.
This time, the Immortal Hall has suffered great losses, and along with that, it has also grown cold towards the five of us sisters. Sooner or later, it will launch a conspiracy against the former master and the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, so it must not be ignored. Unlike Su Qingshua's four girls who were almost dead to the end and would rather die than change, the fifth senior sister, and Miaoi, was quite a bit more cerebral.
After thinking so,
truly, he changed his stance and temporarily stayed as a former disciple of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion and a current undercover agent.
Sure enough,
when the majority of the 100 sects' attitude towards the Heaven-Mending Pavilion and Yi Chang'an came to a 180-degree turn, the only thing that was up and down the Immortal Temple was the collective hatred in all sorts of rage.
Sect Master Tianshu Zi secretly declared the Heaven-Mending Pavilion as the Immortal Hall's #1 place of death.
Grand Elder Tian Xianzi was even more unable to afford to lose that person, changing his usual calmness and turning to also regard Yi Chang'an as his greatest rival.
Others even less so.
During the day, when the people of the Immortal Temple were practicing, they shouted out the slogan, "If you don't destroy the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, you're not a member of the Immortal Temple." At night, the people of the Immortal Hall went so far as to carve Yi Chang'an's name on top of the door of the room, cursing constantly and hating him for his immortality.
Bottom line.
Ever since that incident with Oriental Lioli, the contradictions between the Immortal Hall and the Heaven-Mending Pavilion had doubled, and had become immortal opposing camps. A few days later, the Faustus mysterious realm was about to open, and the 100 clans of the Faustus mountain range came out one after another. Some people sent out a few of their own most elite disciples, not asking for too many favors, but seeking to mix their faces. After all, their clan was too weak, not daring to compete with the top 10 clans. Nor did he want to offend the Immortal Hall, Dengxian Sect, Divine Sword Sect, Greenwood Sect, Heaven-Mending Pavilion, and other great sects, and get into trouble for killing people. Some people saw that their own disciples were really not able to do so, and while lamenting, they either traveled alone or cooperated in a group, so there was always something to look forward to. Otherwise, with the strength of those small clans of theirs, they were afraid that something would happen when they went in.
How else do you try and improve?
There were also the top 10 large clans that were carefully organized. This side of the Dengxian sect. Patriarch, Prime Scatterer Zhuge Longzhu handpicked the elders of this clan and their respective elite disciples to form a team to kill the secret realm, making sure to harvest more this year. Remember, anyone can be messed with, but only that Heaven-Mending Pavilion must not be offended. The Divine Sword Sect side. Patriarch, Sword God Sung Tianyi knew that the number of disciples of the Divine Sword Sect's successive generations was extremely small, so he didn't intend to send out all of them, but instead, he himself brought along 3 of his own, plus a few of the elders' personal disciples, to improve and refine the strategy of the elite soldiers. You and others must not forget that the Immortal Hall can be offended, Yi Chang'an must not be offended. There are visions on all 3 of their masters and disciples, they are absolutely extraordinary. Greenwood Cult Side. Sect Master, 10,000 refining poisoner in Wanqing. Although vertical across the southwestern 10,000 miles of the Fauda mountain range for hundreds of years, but in the face of the Fauda secret realm, but also do not dare to be careless, send out their own most pleased several disciples in addition to, but also let a few guardians to join in. Still the same words, today's floating Butte Mountain, the Immortal Hall and the Heaven-Mending Pavilion coexist, neither of the 2 powers should be offended. If you have to choose, rather prefer to be in trouble with the Immortal Hall, rather than let Yi Chang'an hate my Greenwood sect, do you understand?
No one would have guessed.
The 3 most famous clans within the top 10, other than the Immortal Hall and the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, surprisingly coincided and instructed their disciples to respect the Heaven-Mending Pavilion and Yi Chang'an.
It's come to this. The Temple of Immortality. Historically, the Sect Master Tianshu Zi and the others who were confident in the floating slaughter mystery realm, now, because of Yi Chang'an and Luo Yunshang, the rise of Dongfang Liuli, had to change a thing or two. You and several other holy sons as the leader, plus the elite disciples under the sect leader and the 6 elders as the supporters. This time, you must not be careless, the benefits that you should get must not be missing at all, and those that you shouldn't get must not be fought for casually. But if it involves the Mending Heaven Pavilion and the surname Yi, rather than letting them get the better of both, do you and the others understand?
This statement was made. Immortal Temple this time to participate in the floating slaughter mysteries of the people where do not understand, their own family this is, and Yi Chang'an completely dry up. There were grand promises.
Full armor ensued.
When the Immortal Temple goes out, all beings return.
With the Immortal Temple involved, who will compete? Accompanied by the immortal temple's crowd shouting in unison these slogans that could shock the 9 heavens above and the ground for hundreds of miles below, the immortal temple's crowd, true to form, went out with arrogance and impudence. Hundreds and avoids it. Mortals fear. Mending Pavilion. Yi Chang'an had known through the original owner's memories that this floating slaughter mystic realm was not trivial, and besides training disciples, it was also a good place to fight for all kinds of treasures, thus sending out Luo Yunshang and Dongfang Liuli. Considering that after the decline of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, although it had recently made a comeback, it was after all disliked and had to escort the duo's arrival in a high-profile manner. 3 days and 3 nights later. Right before a bizarre gate that was 100,000 feet tall and 18,000 feet wide, the floating gate, he gave various instructions to his 2 precious disciples. People do not offend me, I do not offend, if people offend me, I will. Not a prisoner, but should be killed to kill, not women's benevolence. Also, although you and the others have each obtained a Gongfu protector, after all, you lack divine weapons and are not good at dealing with group battles, so once again, the master will grant you each 100 pounds of enlightenment spirit rice, which can be used in an emergency. Remember the purpose of our Heaven Mending Pavilion, cultivation has already gone against the heavens, we must not be afraid to kill against the heavens, we kill those who deserve to be killed, only the right way. Before the crowd of the 100 clans, Yi Chang'an's such a bold release of words made people envious, jealous, and hateful, and even more people admired his dominance. And that's when. The sight of the Immortal Hall crowd. The 5 women, Su Qingxue, who were located in the middle and backward position, were looking sourly at Yi Chang'an's master and disciple trio. They have been treated drastically less these past few days. Apart from the fact that they were already regarded as renegade disciples, the more important reason was that the Immortal Hall crowd was still xenophobic, coupled with the fact that they had suffered a loss last time, they were naturally looking for their displeasure. After several days of coldness, the 5 women gradually began to falter. Enviously, he looked at Yi Chang'an's generous outburst towards his 2 female disciples. Lamentably, he recalled the kind of infinite pampering he had had in days gone by. How come it's gone? Among them, the 5th senior sister, and Miaoi, was the most upset because she knew the whole truth. Taking advantage of the fact that the crowd was expecting the gate to open, he secretly came to Yi Chang'an's side, intending to apologize for a moment or two. Mastermind. Where is your master? The poor Taoist only has 2 female disciples, definitely not including you guys, so cut out the climbing. Dropping these words, Yi Chang'an directly ignored Miaoi. And Miaoi wasn't angry that she was being ignored. Instead, I care more about the mistakes I made then and the heartache I feel today. Turns out, what you miss out on, you can't get back in a lifetime. It turns out that the 5 of them, who seem to be smart, are actually ignorant. Turns out it was all their own fault. Chapter 18 Immortal Temple Conspiracy. Feeling Yi Chang'an's indifference, and Miaoi's heart was so hard. Almost left. However, once he thought of the Immortal Hall plotting to take mad revenge on the Heaven Mending Pavilion this time, he came with a redemption mentality, so how could he not move his feet? Turning to approach Yi Chang'an's side once again. Without waiting for Yi Chang'an to show his impatience, he gathered his courage and whispered. Yi. Sect Master, no matter what you think of us, I only want to tell you one thing. This time, the Immortal Hall is plotting greatly, so we must not fail to guard against it. They. No need to say more. You are the disciple of the Immortal Temple's Grand Elder, and the poor Taoist is the sect leader of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. This is a relationship of mutual hostility and competition. What plotting and yang plotting can come as it may, the poor Tao will continue. I'll carry the sky when it falls. I'll block the conspiracy when it comes. Not to mention the district and Immortal Hall, over there the entire Faudo Mountain everyone attacked over, I'm ending Heaven Pavilion. Still do not fear. Yi Chang'an used to look at the little cutie. Gaze at the other party. Regardless of whether what this and Miaoi said was true or not, that could not be exchanged for his trust. And so. This dropped harsh words to once again stay away from this and Miaoi. And Miaoi herself was actually quite angry about it. A proper fairy temperament. It's true that the 5 of us owe you a lot, sect leader Yi, but I really came with sincerity to divulge the secrets, so why are we so cold? Just as well. You are so conceited and arrogant that you have to not listen, then don't blame me for not saying anymore. I'm a kindly reminder, but instead I'm being snubbed, simply. The huffing and puffing and Miaoi no longer paid attention to the Immortal Hall plotting against the Heaven Mending Pavilion. Though there are still a few moments of guilt in the back of my mind. However, seeing his good intentions being treated like a donkey's liver and lungs, he had to become disgruntled. Not much of a mouthful. The mind was in a state of dark estimation. Although the heaven-mending pavilion was named one of the 10 great sects, it had long since lost the strength and influence it had at its peak. This time, if Yi Chang'an had patiently listened to her reminder, he might have been able to avoid one or two, and not have his body die. Right now it is difficult. It's a pity that the heaven-mending pavilion has been extinct ever since. I'm sorry that sect leader Yi didn't listen to my advice. Unfortunately, the more conceited and arrogant you are, the sooner you will be destroyed, sooner or later. After taking one last glance at Yi Chang'an, who was extremely distant from herself and the others, and Miaoyi walked away with a half-worried, half-gambling mood. On the other hand, Yi Chang'an was able to see through Miaoyi's thoughts at a glance. It's not that they won't be wary of the immortal temple. Rather, they are just too lazy to bother with such egotistical people. You 5 girls betrayed yourselves so quickly back then. Why should I listen to you now? Besides, even if you want to listen, you won't just be fooled by your Miaoyi's tripe. Who knows if you're hiding something? Who knows if you and others are serializers? Who knows if you guys are working together? To put it bluntly, what Yi Chang'an wanted was the rise and power of himself in the heaven-mending pavilion, but he wouldn't let any outsiders sway the established strategy. A traitor comes over to whitewash himself, and when he's 3 years old, does he have to believe it? Right at this moment, with the last of the 100 sects also sending their representatives, the entire floating slaughter mysterious realm was about to open. Countless heads were gathered. Countless experts were tickled. As the #1 sect, the Immortal Hall naturally took this opportunity to continue to show off their specialness and status. This floating slaughter mystery realm will be officially opened after half an hour. I hope that all the great clans will try their best to try out. It's all based on chance, no infighting. The same rules apply this year as in previous years. The first rule, all my Faustus mountain cultivators, only by chance deep snatch, not by force strong and weak brutality, otherwise, a total of death. Article 2, treasures have sequence. Kung Fu has strength and weakness. If the chance is equal, then it is necessary to decide the belonging in a fair match. The winner gets the benefit, the loser cannot retaliate, or else, the total punishment. Number 3, all the great sect heads, elders, etc., stay outside and observe the internal situation through their divine powers, and may not enter casually, so as not to disrupt the balance. At this moment, the person who opened his mouth to utter these words was no other than the head of the Holy Sun sent by the Immortal Hall, and the personal disciple of the sect leader, Tianshu Zi, Earthing Zi. Not only was this person's cultivation high, he was already at the Divine Sea realm perfection, but also, opening up the Divine Sea for 9,000 miles was quite not weak. After the first half mentioned the 3 main rules from previous years, the second half suddenly changed the conversation. In addition to that, this time, my master, along with the 6 elders of our immortal temple, have projected that this secret realm will end up Chu Xian an ancient divine immortal inheritance. It is said that there are countless treasures inside, countless feats, divine weapons, pills and spells. In short, to have do, it all depends on chance. Therefore, an additional rule has been temporarily set up, that is, all the great clans must enter the inheritance land together, no preempting, no deception, or else, it's still the same thing. Execute them together. Boom! With those words, the crowd exploded. Many people heard the Immortal Hall's dominance and arbitrariness from it. Nominally, it was a fair competition, but in reality, all the times the secret realm had been contested, it was the Immortal Hall that had strongly suppressed all disobedience by virtue of force. It looks like it's going to be the same this time. And Yi Chang'an sighed, but early to know the style of the Immortal Temple, do not suspect that they double standard or secret operation, but more surprised that the inheritance of the place in the end is what? If there were really something good, how could the Immortal Hall just announce it? And enter together? Sounds like there's some kind of trickery hidden behind what appears to be a good thing, I'm afraid. Gentlemen, the time has come, the disciples of all the great clans will set off to explore the secrets and find the treasures. Half an hour later. With a word from Diangzi, the disciples of the 100 sects fishtailed into the room. Watching Luo Yunshang and Dongfang Liuli from the heaven-mending pavilion also go in, but they were far less numerous than the other clans, a dark smile surfaced on the faces of the Immortal Hall crowd. They were actually planning to use this inheritance to pit the disciples of other sects. And by the way, destroy the patchwork pavilion as well. Senior brother Lu Chen, don't be dumbfounded, you're still attached to sect leader Yi, but unbeknownst to you, they've long since treated you as a demonic cultivator. Seeing that Lu Chen was a bit out of focus, Diangzi patted him in the air, which led the way in. But it was the next second. A glint in Lu Chen's eyes was even more sinister than Diangzi's. Favored? Ghosts are fond of that trashy sect leader. That's the level of your immortal temple saint's son. Do you really think that ancient inheritance was left behind by some immortal? But I don't want to think that it's the legacy of a certain heavenly demon predecessor from our devil Dao lineage, and it must belong to me. After such a thought, this Lu Chuan, who had long since entered the devil's path, but continued to pretend to be the kind and vulnerable sixth senior brother, leaning on the protection of the immortal hall crowd to walk in. But actually, while running the immortal demon scripture in his body, he was always on guard against accidents. On one side, he had long since taken out the three major devil cultivation magic treasures, the devil compass, the devil blood set, and the devil soul sword, and was ready to stand by. When things were going well, he could have the immortal hall crowd serve as cannon fodder to deal with the other sex experts for him. Then allow yourself to secretly obtain the heavenly devil inheritance. When they encountered an accident, but they could take out the three major magic treasures to kill the heavens. At that time, even if they encountered an elder level expert, they would be no better. Chapter 19. Each one of them gets something, and the place of inheritance opens. It's fortunate that I've obtained the three great demonic cultivation treasures, otherwise, with my current late-stage cultivation of the Kaiyang realm, it's really a bit tricky to face these holy sons. However, your immortal hall is nothing more than the next target of our demon sect. Temporarily let you bully the other 100 clans, wait until the time is ripe, it is time to harvest you the biggest leek. At that time, what bull saint's son, are kneeling in front of the old man kneeling licking, a little bit disobedient, casually kill people and drink their blood, what a pleasure. Ha ha ha. After laughing so coldly in his heart, Lu Chuan even brought along the three major devil cultivator magic treasures, transformed into a bit of dark red light, neither fast nor slow, and followed Diangzi and Su Qingshua's 5 daughters, and really blended into them. In the meantime, the Dengxian sect's patriarch, prime scatterer Zhuge Longzhu and a few elders stayed outside, while other disciples entered in droves, their aura just weaker than the immortal hall, but ahead of the other sects. The Divine Sword Sect Patriarch, Sword God Sung Tianning and a few elders outside looked on, sending out their respective personal disciples, flying with their swords, cutting through the sky, with an aura so strong that it was tied for second. Greenwood Sect Master, 10,000 refining poisoner Ren Wanqing operated similarly, limited to the special nature of the floating slaughter mystery realm, did not dare to go in by himself or his elders, and instead, let a few of his favored disciples form a team and kill their way into it. Seeing this, Yi Chang'an on the other side was not lagging behind, personally staying outside and dealing with it after the temple, transmitting his voice to the two absolutely beautiful disciples. Yunshang, Lioli, the two of you be more careful, although there is a treasure given by the master, after all, 100 zone good and bad people are difficult to distinguish, the most trust is their own people. For the master, I'll take your place in the battlefield. Have fun. This statement was made. Luo Yunshang and Dongfang Lioli were doubly encouraged, and without any nonsense, they variously urged the Thunder Emperor scripture and the Green Emperor scripture, transforming into a purple divine thunder like radiance and a turquoise green dragon like radiance. On that note, he dodged in. And after. The other 100 sect disciples also rushed in. This floating butte secret realm was worthy of being the #1 secret realm for hundreds of thousands of miles around. Not only was it strictly opened and strictly closed, lasting 7 days and 7 nights at a time, but also, the benefits inside matched the specifications of the yellow level secret realm it was. In addition to the biggest rule, that is, the higher the identity of the person who goes in, the higher the difficulty, thus letting the people never dare to send elders, the head of the door to go in. Otherwise it's pretty good. The entire Faustian mystery realm was a structure in the shape of a mosquito coil. 5 floors in all. The first layer, which was also the outermost layer, didn't have any demons, only ordinary spirit grasses, which were considered to be supplies for the crowd. On the second level, demons with a minimum of early refinement realm and a maximum of early Xinjiao realm appeared. This layer was considered to be a trial for the lowest level disciples of the great sects. The benefits gained are also various demon parts and so on, which are not worth mentioning. There would be no talk of treasures. On the third level, there were demons at the lowest early stage of the essence transformation realm and the highest early stage of the Kaiyang realm. This layer was considered to be a trial for the middle level disciples of the major sects. The benefits gained were a lot more than the second level. In addition to demon parts, there were also lower grade spirit stones, spirit stone fragments, and so on. But still not enough to call it a treasure. On the fourth level, however, it was the lowest Xinjiao realm early stage and the highest Divine Sea realm early stage demons. This layer was reserved exclusively for the elite disciples and holy sons and daughters of the great sects to try out. The benefits gained were numerous, not just demon parts, lower grade spirit stones, middle grade spirit stones, but also various magic weapon fragments, gongfu scrolls, and so on.
This, even if it was a relatively common treasure, was something that was enough to provoke the elite disciples of all the great sects to fight for it like crazy. The fifth and innermost layer was similarly devoid of demons, but it was replaced by all sorts of divine sea realm, purple mansion realm, and cave void organ beasts. This layer had the highest danger factor, and those who could arrive here were by no means ordinary disciples. At the very least, they had to be at that level of the personal disciples of the sect masters or elders of the major sects. The quantity of benefits received has been greatly reduced, but the quality aspect has been substantially increased. The most trashy ones are top quality spirit stones. Then there are the elixirs of the 3rd through 6th orders. Then, there were all sorts of randomly dropped magic treasures, divine weapons, sharp weapons, feats, and so on. At worst, it's an upper yellow grade. The strongest ones even reach the upper level of the earth grade. However, generally speaking, the upper limit of all rewards is based on the upper limit of the status of the person coming in. Without the Holy Sun. At most, a treasure of the upper Xian grade appeared. And with the Holy Sun, then there could be an earth grade upper grade. And want to appear heavenly. Not only do you need all the major sects and elders to come in, but also, the difficulty is higher and the probability is lower. It didn't take long for people to obtain all sorts of benefits and all sorts of treasures one after another all over the 5 layers of the secret realm. Haha, our blacksmith sect is such a trashy existence, but we actually obtained a yellow grade magic weapon fragment as well. It's worth it, it's so worth it. Everyone, don't fight for it. The 6th rank elixir was first discovered by our 7 Shen sect, paying half of our masters and brothers' lives to get it. Whoever dares to come forward, we'd rather blow ourselves up. There are simply not too many things like the above, or ecstasy or tears or spells. This side of the 5th floor. Luo Yunshang and Dongfang Liuli duo, also unsurprisingly, encountered Su Qingshua's 5 women, and fought over a middle-grade Shen-ranked magic treasure, the Taiwan wheel, and both sides started a fight. How dare you two compete with us? Sisters, kill them, we 5 girls are not to be messed with. Su Qingshua's 5 women were already high-minded and proud, and even though they were chilled by the Immortal Hall crowd, they still couldn't stand Luo Yunshang and Dongfang Liuli's challenge and took the initiative to surround them. But don't want to. Although the 5 women's realms were not weak, they were all in the late stage of the Kaiyang realm, but Luo Yunshang and Dongfang Liuli's progress wasn't small. The 2 of them were currently at the Xianzhao realm perfection, a hair's breadth away from the Kaiyang realm. The absolute power gap between the 2 sides is not that great. However, in terms of magic treasures, Luo Yunshang's Xianhuang defense suit was able to withstand even a Divine Sea realm expert, and although Dongfang Liuli's Qingdi battle armor was a bit weaker, it was not comparable to that of the Kaiyang realm. The 2 sides exchanged no more than 10 rounds. Su Qingshua's 5 women lost miserably. If it wasn't for Luo Yunshang and Dongfang Liuli who were too lazy to kill, I'm afraid, the 5 women would probably have had a big problem. You guys are so mean. Not this time. Next time, be careful not to get left behind. Su Qingshua's 5 women still denied that they had lost, and hurriedly followed Earthingzi and the others in front of them. The scene was more than a disgrace to themselves. It simply disgraced the immortal temple as well. Can't fight and can't afford to lose. If this isn't, who is? Outside the Fosta's secret realm. Seeing the 5 women of the Immortal Hall being slapped in the face, at this moment, Grand Elder Tianxianzi was furious but couldn't openly strike, and could only glance at Sect Leader Tianshuzi's side. Elder brother, is this feud necessary? What grudge? You usually fail in disciplining your own disciples, are you worthy of bringing it to delay the great plans of this sect? Tianshuzi had always been calm, but this time, he also scolded the Grand Elder Tianxianzi because of Su Qingshua's 5 women's disgrace, and the latter's face was even more ironclad and embarrassed. It didn't take long. The heavenly pivot sun returned to normal, which then transmitted a voice to the Earthingzi and a few other holy suns. The Immortal Hall mission is the most important, Su Qingshua and the girls will be discussed later, hurry up, that inheritance land is about to open. Chapter 20 Immortal? No, it's the Heavenly Devil's Tomb. As you wish, Master. Hearing these words from Sect Leader Tianshuzi, Earthingzi, and the other 7 Saints' sons didn't say anything, and this time, they arrived at the light pillar at the very center of the 5th floor at the fastest speed possible. Sure enough, the next second. Before the others could react, they saw an immortal sound coming from within the pillar of light, followed by the opening of a passage that only allowed one person to pass through. It's hard to see what's inside. However, the aroma that was transmitted was clearly at least a 7th order spirit medicine, and even, there could be an 8th order spirit medicine, a 9th order holy medicine, and so on.
Senior brothers, let's go in first and let the other inner disciples of our sect take the rear and extend the other sect experts. The earth seedling, who was full of benevolence and justice and all sorts of fairness before, now, in order to get in first, was revealing his true colors. Seeing this scene outside the various sect heads, patriarchs, and elders, they cursed, but they didn't dare to directly offend the 7 Tianshu Z people. He could only secretly transmit his voice to his disciples, allowing them to think of ways to force a breakthrough. And so, must enter together between the disciples of the 100 clans, but there are all sorts of open and secret fights, but also slowly develop to the point of more and more intense. However, no clan would dare to compete too hard with the group from the Immortal Hall. On the one hand, their disciples would have been unable to fight. On the other hand, it was also at this time that, outside the floating slaughter mystic realm, the 7 giants of the Immortal Hall, the Heavenly Pivot Sun and the others, decisively released their auras and shocked the onlookers. Though it wasn't to the point of disallowing support from the major clans. Yet it also gives strong hints. Damn the Immortal Temple. Sure enough, the same words as last time. If we had known this, why did we still come to this mess? We don't have many disciples to begin with, and now that we've been abused, it's going to be hard in the future. Just as the heads of all the great sects, the patriarchs, were either chagrined or regretful, and even saw that the disciples who had gone in were karmic, withdrew in anger plus fear. Yi Chang'an, on the contrary, seemed very calm, while ignoring the pressure deliberately released by the 7 giants of the Immortal Hall. On the one hand, he was secretly surprised, because he keenly sensed that there was someone else who was faster than the 7 holy sons of the Immortal Temple, blending inside, and it seemed that the inside was not a divine inheritance, but more like, it's Lu Chuan. This kid is a devil cultivator, very weird, Natsu Qingshuet and their brainwashed obstruction. This guy has long been killed by me. Now it seems that the biggest winner of this trip to the Faustian mysteries is not the Immortal Hall, but rather it might be this grandson. When Yi Chang'an outside had already vaguely felt that it was not good, within the Fausta's secret realm, sure enough, a bit of dark red light actually accelerated steeply. Not only did it surpass most of the 100 sect disciples, it also overtook all 7 of the earth echoes. Any time. Just as countless people inside and outside the 5th layer of light pillars were killing each other, this point of dark red light entered the so-called inheritance place, which was actually the heavenly demon grave recorded in the Devil Sect's canonical records. Devil shadow, shadow follows my heart. After reciting an incantation, Lu Chuan saw that there were no outsiders in the 4 directions. Moreover, this space was even more secretive than the floating slaughter mystery realm, and could be isolated from observation by Tianshu Z and the others, so he immediately landed on the ground to restore his true body. Next. Sure enough, he felt the aura of the heavenly demon imprisoned here. Ha, this seat has been sealed for 800 years, finally someone has come. Boy, you don't have a high cultivation level, yet you are one of the demonic cultivators, but you were ordered to let me out? Come help me. Although the 3 major demonic cultivation magic treasures in your body are not great, but, after combining them, they are not weak. After this seat is unsealed, I will definitely repay you properly. This divine sea of yours hasn't even opened up. Open one for you later. Hearing the heavenly devil gave such a promise, the original heart to the devil Lu Dust even more overjoyed. Also do not care about anything else. This is the 3 major magic cultivation magic treasure, the magic compass, the magic blood suit, the magic soul sword. Use the immortal demon scripture to catalyze it. See amazing results quickly. Woohoo! The magic compass rotated at high speed, surprisingly opening up the route that was originally obscured by the bizarre mists, revealing a ladder with a total of 888 steps towards the dark space further down. At the end of this shadowy space, it was indeed that heavenly demon, and at this moment, it was being locked up by 8 10-foot thick runic iron chains. The power of the breath of these runic chains, any one of them, was no weaker than the divine sea realm perfection. Only due to the passage of 800 years, it seems to be much less powerful. Magic blood suit. Lu Chuan put on a set of defensive helmet, gauntlets, and boots, which led him to rush towards those 8 runic chains with a monstrous amount of demonic power. The devil's soul sword in his hand also finally erupted with the blood-red light that an imperial grade extreme devil Dao divine warrior should have after many days of loneliness. It's 3 feet long. It's 8 feet wide. Shaped like a pikestaff. Cutting gold and jade. Snap. As all 8 runic chains were chopped off one by one, Lu Chuan's little power at the late stage of the Kaiyang realm had long been depleted, and he was feeling incredibly weak when he was caught by a 10-foot hand. Immediately. The owner of this 10-foot hand then forcefully instilled a high-level demonic Dao technique that far exceeded the immortal demon scripture, the 18 techniques of the heavenly devil. Lord Heavenly Demon, little man, I'm a bit suffer, can't stand. And call your lordship? If you can carry this inheritance, you'll be a divine sea realm expert later. Take your time to experience it first, while this seat goes out to play around. After a sardonic laugh, the trapped heavenly demon transformed into a colorless dark light and rushed out. At this time, this side of the light pillar on the fifth layer of the floating slaughter mysteries was still in an internal fight. As a result, they were swallowed one by 100-foot giant mouth. Kill. 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 Cool. Yes. Yes. The right way? Come and die. The strength of the heavenly devil was so strong that not only did he kill and injure countless disciples from all the great sects, but he also slapped the immortal temple's 7 great saints. This scene stunned everyone within the secret realm. This scene scared the hell out of everyone outside. A heavenly demon? This is a heavenly demon of Nirvana realm perfection. Moreover, it's still weakened to 1/10 of. Bad. This Faustus mystic realm can't even somewhat carry it anymore. All the major patriarchs changed color. And at this time, with the crowd basically escaping, the 5 women of Suqingxue who remained at the end actually blocked Luo Yunshang and Dongfan Liuli. Nothing else. Just to get them to hand over the missing Luqchun. To ES. Your master has harmed others and yourselves, do you want to do the same? If you don't hand over Master Lu, the 5 of us will fight with you, and today, the Heaven Mending Pavilion will have to be removed from its name. 1. That got a lot of sideways glances. However, the 7 giants of the immortal temple outside felt extraordinarily deserving, and while stepping in to block the heavenly devil, they snickered and sent word for Suqingxue's 5 women to force Luo Yunshang and Dongfan Liuli back to the heavenly devil's side. Killing with heavenly demons. They kill the heavenly devil again. It's simply not too comfortable. Yunshang, Liuli, beware of the heavenly demon. Here comes the master. Yi Chang'an was also enraged by the shamelessness of the immortal hall and was about to explode, but was stopped by the Grand Elder, Lord Taiyang Xuanzi. This is not pretending. It was imperative to see the heavenly demon execute Luo Yunshang and Dongfan Liuli. Does Sect Master Yi regret it now? Regret is late. The immortal hall is the #1 clan in Mount Faustus. Suqingxue's 5 girls even increased their efforts to mock it this time. Chapter 21. Silly people have silly things to do. No. Acting in such a manner, it was as if the immortal hall crowd had found some sort of special sense of superiority, being able to temporarily fend off the heavenly demons and become the honor of the #1 clan, as well as taking the opportunity to strike the Heaven Mending Pavilion. It was a pain in the ass. Once they saw this, the weak clans next to them continued to run away, strong as the 3 major clans, the Dengxian sect, the Divine Sword sect, and the Greenwood sect, but they were also dumbfounded by the look. Yi sect leader must not be impulsive. Without the immortal hall 7 giants, we absolutely cannot block that heavenly devil. As for that, what Lu dust? We still trust your house rules. But better come up with evidence to prove a thing or two, or else the matter. The prime scatterer Zhuge Longzhu, the sword god Song Tianyi, and the 10,000 refining poisoner Wanqing, these 3 equally powerful people of the divine sea realm, spoke quite neutrally when it came down to it. Neither wanted the heavenly devil to rush out of the floating slaughter mystic realm and slaughter the 100 clans. It was also still not quite willing to let the immortal hall dominate the area alone, plus, the previous awe of the Heaven Mending Pavilion had convinced them of Yi Chang'an's character. That's still a lot better than it was a month ago. But alas, Yi Chang'an didn't have time to listen carefully at all. Straight up rage. Isn't it just relying on the immortal hall to fend off the heavenly demons? Can't someone Yi, do it? Isn't the intention to offend neither side? It's a pity, you only see the righteous salvation of the immortal hall's 7 giants, you can't see their willful calculations. If you really let them repel the heavenly demon, there will be no one else living in the floating mountain in the future. Since you can't see these doorways, or you dare not resist even if you do, in this case, I will. Fools are blessed with fools. No. After sweeping a glance at these 3 patriarchs, Yi Chang'an didn't pay any attention to the 7 giants of the immortal temple at all. However, it was just when they had deliberately saved the others but only Luo Yunshang and Dongfan Liuli, and that demon was about to engulf these 2 women. Decisive power. Point out. With a bellowing cry, Yi Chang'an did not make any half-hearted fancy moves and directly activated the sage technique of Heaven's Apocalypse Finger. Next. One could only hear Tian Xianzi, the great elder of the immortal hall who was blocking the way, actually being poked through his right palm by a finger,
letting out a miserable grunt as he retreated back as if he were a kite with broken strings. And after this terrifying thunder force actually ignored the special structure of the floating slaughter mystic realm and directly rushed towards the fifth layer of light pillars. It really is a finger piercing through the heavens. One finger cut off the scene of the encounter between the other 6 giants of the Immortal Hall and the Heavenly Devil. Hooked right under the shocked and uncomprehending gazes of the Immortal Hall's 7 giants, as well as the shocked and very watchful gazes of the people around them, and even more so, under the Heavenly Devil's puzzled and awe-inspiring looks. It really was pulling out Luo Yunshang and Dongfan Liuli who were in critical condition. A mere breath before and after such an action. Not for long. But the shock brought to both the enemy and us was quite lasting. What kind of great divine ability is this that is actually not among the records of any sect in the floating slaughter mountain range? Prime Scatterer Zhuge Longju exclaimed out in shock. Such aptitude is no less than the Nirvana realm. Does it mean that sect leader Yi actually? On the other side, 10,000 refining poisoner Ren Wanqing let out a huge sigh of relief. No, he shouldn't be that powerful yet, but this kind of great aptitude across space, ignoring below the Nirvana realm, and still being able to repel the heavenly demons, it's truly terrifying. Sword God Sung Tianyi was considered the strongest of the 3, having seen the most, yet he was only in awe, nothing more. Also at this time, the Immortal Hall sect leader, Tianshu Zi, and the other 7, after being guided by the heavenly tribulation once, were so enraged that they actually turned their heads towards him, not caring about the heavenly demon that was the common enemy of all of them. Sect Master Yi is so big. This technique is not owned by the Faustus mountain range. Could it be that it's also a Devil Dao divine ability? We and others will also compete with you. This was 7 old monster-level giants striking together. Once they saw this, the other people around them either hurriedly ran away, not daring to look at one more glance, or they covered their faces, feeling that this time Yi Chang'an was in great danger. Only Yi Chang'an simply ignored the views of outsiders and directly brought Luo Yunshang and Dongfan Liuli with him, and then a finger pointed out, but it opened the shortcut to the heaven-mending pavilion. Next, a white, radiant, faultless tenfold pillar was sacrificed by him across the sky. Not the usual coincidence. Rather, it really managed to block the joint attack of the 7 giants of the Immortal Hall. This is... Cut the crap. If you're not convinced, come to the Heaven Mending Pavilion to find the poor Taoist. Mending Heaven Pavilion today fair competition, not half a bit of catnip, unlike some Immortal Hall. Also on behalf of the repulsive the Heavenly Devil, you and other hundreds of zong are owed to the poor road of favor, will come from the will be collected. After this incident, Yi Chang'an was considered to have completely seen through this crowd and no longer participated in any bull secret realm, but instead accelerated his departure while beating back the 7 giants of the Immortal Hall with a single pillar. Next, the jet warp wormhole closed, and the 3 masters and disciples of Yi Chang'an had long since been out of sight, leaving only the shocked spectators around them, as well as the gloom on the faces of the Immortal Hall crowd. Lastly, it was the heavenly demon who ate the heavenly robber's finger and was knocked into the heavenly demon grave again, seeing that within 800 years of being sealed, a terrifying young expert like Yi Chang'an appeared. Always a few moments of caution. Immortal Temple, Immortal Temple. 800 years ago the Immortal Temple randomly a giant can suppress this seat, but unfortunately you and other. We ka. Ha ha ha. This seat will not be served. After dropping a few words that might infuriate the Immortal Hall crowd, the heavenly demon took Lu Chen, who was still in meditation, and ignored the existence of them, these losers, and disappeared into thin air. To this point, the Immortal Temple had fallen from being the biggest winner to the biggest loser, and had lost to Lu Dust, and could only go back in disgrace. The others did not say anything on the surface, but in their hearts, they were even more inclined towards the Heaven Mending Pavilion. And on the side of the Mending Pavilion, Yi Chang'an's master and disciples had returned for only 3 days. Sure enough, on the morning of the 4th day, a collective visit from the Temple of Immortality was welcomed. Please, sect leader Yi, hand over senior brother Lu Chen, otherwise, today, it will be difficult for the Heaven Mending Pavilion to survive. The first wave of people who turned on the taunts were still those old acquaintances, Su Qingshua's 5 girls. Until this time, they still insisted on determining that it wasn't the heavenly devil who had abducted Lu Chen, but that Yi Chang'an had really killed and exterminated him. Hearing these words, the Immortal Hall's 7 great giants and 7 saintly sons, among others, actually disregarded their identities and bullied the few with the many, besieging the entire Heaven Mending Pavilion.
Poor Taoist Tianshu Z, please be sensible, sect leader Yi, otherwise, even if you have the great merit of repelling the heavenly demon, today, it will be difficult to escape my immortal hall's Big Dipper formation of the Big Dipper and the North Dipper. This statement was made. The 7 saint sons of the immortal hall actually stopped holding back and instead erupted with terrifying pressures ranging from Divine Sea Realm Perfection to Purple Mansion Realm Perfection. The 7 of them had a total of 7 divine weapons, all of which were yellow grade extreme, and they were decisively sacrificed, transforming into 7 great mountains. Suppress it hard. This aura alarmed the 100 clans and 100,000 miles around, but no one dared to ask questions. This power is only considered to be at the authentic Saint's Son level, and previously, during the secret trial, they should have intentionally suppressed their power, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so tough. Master, they're here, they're strong, let us out. Luo Yunshang and Dongfan Liuli were planning to take the blame for Yi Chang'an. And yet, I don't want to. Yi Chang'an faced such terrifying pressure, as well as the fact that the Immortal Hall had an even bigger backhand, but he didn't mind. In an instant the aura climbed. Divine Sea Realm Perfection. Zifu Realm. It hasn't stopped yet. It's still spiking like crazy. It's just absolutely amazing. Chapter 22 Immortal Seal, Breaking Transformation Robbery. This scene dumbfounded the 7 giants and 7 holy sons of the Immortal Temple, and naturally, it also made the 5 women, Su Qingshuet, who had been aggressively pressing for Lu Dust, completely dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Yi Chang'an, who was only a waste of the Kaiyang realm a while ago, would now have his cultivation skyrocketed non-stop? In a matter of moments, it had almost broken through the realm of the transformation tribulation. Is this still the trashy sect leader of the heaven-mending pavilion that everyone shouted at? Was this the same man who had been disliked by the 5 of them and then thrown away? Isn't this a real genius? Wasn't this an existence where one person was sufficient to withstand the 7 great saint sons? He's not just at the Divine Sea realm. He's not just in the Zifu realm either. He actually can break through to the cave realm? Even the realm of transformation and apparition? But how did it all happen? The crowd was shocked on the spot by Yi Chang'an's crazy surge. Even Luo Yunshang and Dongfang Liuli, who were the 2 female disciples, were unable to see how their own master was this powerful. Only Yi Chang'an knew best that at this moment, he appeared to have broken through towards the transformation tribulation realm, or even the perfection of the transformation tribulation realm, not weaker than the Immortal Temple's 7 great sacred sons, but in reality, there was another mystery. That is his immortal seal. This battle concerns how well the heaven-mending pavilion can pay off the siege of the Immortal Hall's crowd, and also how the Immortal Hall will treat the 3 masters and disciples like us after this. Never back down. Although, this immortal seal can only temporarily stimulate the potential, rather than really breaking through the realm of the transformation tribulation, it is still sufficient to achieve the purpose, and in the future, the poor Taoist will then accelerate his cultivation. After thinking this in his heart, Yi Chang'an no longer had any psychological burden, but he urged the immortal seal with all his might. It was seen that this sage art was pushed to the 7th level limit by him in one breath. The first one allowed him to ascend from Divine Sea Realm Perfection to the early stage of the Violet Mansion Realm. The second one allowed him to ascend from the early stage of the Purple Mansion Realm to the perfection of the Purple Mansion Realm. The third one allowed him to ascend from the Purple Mansion Realm Perfection to the early stage of the Cave Void Realm. The fourth level allowed him to ascend from the early stage of the Cave Void Realm to the Cave Void Realm Perfection. The 5th weight is even more powerful, letting him break through the Cave Void Realm Perfection to reach the early stage of the Transformation Tribulation Realm. The 6th weight is still accelerating. It allowed him to raise his current aura from the early stage of the Transformation Tribulation Realm to the complete stage of the Transformation Tribulation Realm. The 7th weight is especially terrifying. It actually allowed him to continue soaring from the perfection of the Transformation Tribulation Realm, just a breath or 2 away from achieving the Nirvana Realm, which was even stronger than the Transformation Tribulation Realm. Venerable One Party. The Temple of the Immortals was also surprised. Such a movement not only shocked both the enemy and us in countless ways. It also made hundreds of thousands of miles in a radius, hundreds of clans in the floating slaughter, and no one's face did not change greatly. On one side was the Immortal Temple, an old first clan. The underpinnings are deep. On the other side was the rookie Yi Chang'an, who was eyeing Nirvana in place. If this were to start a fight to the death, it must not destroy the entire Faustus mountain range. Damn Yi Chang'an, how in the world did he cultivate? Actually his aura is as terrifying as this, his aura deterring everything. Now his strength is no weaker than the 7 saints joining hands. How can this still be a fight?
On the opposite side, Grand Elder Tian Xianzi, who was the most concerned about Lu Chuan's whereabouts within the Immortal Hall's 7 giants, was shocked when he saw that the situation was not good. According to his estimation, at this time, if the 7 great giants did not make a move, he was afraid that even if he scrapped the 7 holy sons, he might not be able to solve that. There is no survival under the Linglong Pagoda, and water can be refined by calming down. These 4 verses speak of the horror of this 18-fold Linglong Tower. Collectors. Refining. Ignore any opponents below this realm until they are reduced to blood and water, with no flesh left and no living spirit. The Immortal Hall is really not simple for being the number 1 sect in the floating mountain. There was no need for sect leader Tianshu to make a move, just this Grand Elder Tianxianzi's terrifying treasures were enough to clean up the heaven-mending pavilion. However, facing such a sharp magic treasure, Yi Chang'an was undaunted. His left hand urged a ball of thunder emperor's power that was 100 feet in size, transforming into a ball of thunder and resisting it to the death, and his right hand was about to offer up the infinite 10 multiplication pillar once again. It had to be a fight with the opposite Grand Elder Tianshuanzi. This time, as a result of the terrifying confrontation between the 2 powerhouses, except for the mountain range where the heaven-mending pavilion was located and the mountain where the people from the opposite Immortal Hall were located, the 1,000 miles in a radius had been razed to the ground. Almost really about to enact the end of Faustus Mountain. Fortunately, Diingzi, the head of the 7 great sacred sons, suddenly sensed something and hurriedly stopped Grand Elder Tianshuanzi. Great Elder. Wait. This person is indeed terrifyingly terrifying. Yi Chang'an's cultivation is far above that of our holy sons. Killing him is fine, but if we are gone, where will the immortal temple go in the future? Instead of losing both of us, why don't we listen to this saint's son's words and believe in him for the time being, and also allow us to retain our chances of ascension in the future? Otherwise, even if we win, it will be a miserable victory. Earthingzi's words truly caused Grand Elder Tianshuanzi's body to quake. He's no ordinary saint's son. Rather, he was the personal great disciple of the head sect Tianshu, and the young man of the next generation of the Immortal Temple who had the most hope of ascending. If he fell because of this, wouldn't the Immortal Temple be reduced to a second-rate sect in the future? Then listen to what you say. It's considered to be a barbarian for the Sect Master, but this matter, it's not really finished. Grand Elder Tian Xianzi gave face to Diingzi, the strongest saint's son of the Immortal Temple whose strength and status was not weaker than his, collected his magic treasures and withdrew decisively. But at that moment, Su Qingshua's 5 women suddenly approached Diingzi, still wanting to accuse Yi Chang'an of his sins. But she was impatiently waved away by Ji Eiko. A gagging spell prevented them from speaking again. Turning around, he actually saluted at Yi Chang'an. Sect Master Yi is courteous. Today, it is my Immortal Hall that has not investigated clearly enough and has made some misunderstandings, so please forgive me if I have taken any liberties. Some other time, when the time is right, we'll pay a visit. Before he left, Diingzi still glanced at Dongfang Liuli standing behind Yi Chang'an. After all, at one time, Dongfang Liuli was also in existence second only to the 7 great saints. Seeing this, Dongfang Liuli couldn't say much and could only evade. Until the Immortal Hall crowd withdrew, the heaven-mending pavilion's reputation increased once again this time. What a heaven-mending pavilion, to actually be able to scare off the Immortal Temple's 7 great sacred sons as well as that most wary Grand Elder. Sure enough, it's absolutely brilliant. Yes, it seems that in the future, the Immortal Hall will no longer be the single strongest. Mount Faustus, the 2 powers are against each other. Hearing the crowd's comments, Yi Chang'an's expression remained unchanged, as if he was a heavenly god, and he was handsome at that moment. Chapter 23: A demon cultivator spoils 2 great clans. 1 hour later. After making sure that the Immortal Hall crowd had really retreated, Yi Chang'an then flicked out Dao Mana with his left hand to salvage and repair the mountains and rivers that had previously been destroyed by the battle between him and Grand Elder Tianshuanzi. His right hand, however, pointed to the top of his own mountain, implying that the master and disciples did not need to say much and return first. Master is mighty. This battle strikes out the dominance of our heaven-mending pavilion, and no one will dare to bully casually from now on. Dongfang Liuli, as the one who probably talked the most within the 3, saw that Yi Chang'an was so valiant that he actually wasn't weaker than the Grand Elder Tian Xianzi, and immediately complimented him. These words made Yi Chang'an's originally not so comfortable mood much better. In particular, Dongfang Liuli was from the Immortal Temple, second only to the 7 great saintly sons of the female powerhouse. Her words minus the compliments also had a few moments of truth, so it was evident that she had really powered up well this time. Good to say, all good to say, our master and disciple 3 this time the Faustian secret realm experience harvest are not small.
how the outside look does not matter, the most important thing is to look up to yourself. Go back. You and other 2 people this time also counted a lot of hard work, rest well, more realization, cultivation is against the sky, never do children's gestures. Either you are stronger than others or they are stronger than you. The so-called rowing against the current, not advancing is retreating, that's what it's all about. Yi Chang'an was delighted, but he also took this opportunity to give these 2 female disciples all sorts of teachings. Although senior apprentice brother Luo Yunshang was an empress in her previous life, her heart was instead inferior to an ordinary person who had experienced life and death. After this reminder, his body and mind were shaken, and he was obviously taught a lot, and although he was silent, he realized a lot. One of the most important points was that demonic cultivator Lu Duan. She also had a strange encounter this time when she entered the heavenly demon grave. On the one hand, relying on various 7th rank elixirs to accelerate the repair of the Tao body, so that the damaged origin and incomplete foundation could all be made up for. Aside from the fact that the cultivation still needs to be reworked, otherwise, it's only stronger, not weaker, than it was in his previous life. And it was all due to the careful teaching of Master Yi Chang'an. Appreciate him more. On the other hand, it was related to that demonic cultivator Lu Duan. Although at that time, the 7 great saints blocked the light pillars of the 5th level of the floating slaughter mystic realm, deliberately preventing others from entering, the Empress was an Empress, and through the Thunder Tao immortal fetus and the heavenly spiritual roots, she also sensed certain things. Previously, she had decided that Su Qingshua's 6 were blind, ungrateful, and white-eyed wolves. This time, he vaguely felt that the heavenly demon inheritance had been given to that Lu Da, and was even more determined by Disciple. Disciple dare not deceive the master. This person, in addition to being the Immortal Hall sect leader Heavenly Pivot Sun's personal great disciple, is also known to all as the next generation of the sect leader's choice. Earthingzi is the Immortal Hall's most likely potential expert to ascend, and thus, is on par with the Grand Elder's status. In addition to that, disciple in him, and he once had some. In short, it is, this kind, that kind of. However, Master, don't worry, disciple has long despaired of the Immortal Hall, and from now on, I will serve you with all my heart. Hearing Dongfang Liuli stammering so much, completely unlike the usual smooth-talking Fima. Le genius, Yi Chang'an did not ask too many questions, but he also sensed certain ambiguities. To put it bluntly, the once Oriental Liuli was noble within the Immortal Palace, second only to the 7 great saints, and was the first disciple of the great elder Tian Xuanzi. To say that there was no love affair with the next generation of sect leader, Diangzi, was absolutely false. However, Yi Chang'an believed that this matter had been turned over, and also believed that Dongfang Liuli would not return to the Immortal Hall again. So much for that. As for the rest, he was a master teacher, not a gossipy woman, and it was pointless to ask any more questions. You go down and rest too. The Immortal Hall has managed to put the brakes on in time this time, otherwise, my master would really want to get rid of a few of their holy sons. Since they are sensible, we don't have to pursue this much. After saying this, Yi Chang'an closed his eyes to himself and began to calculate the various gains from this trip, as well as the experience of utilizing the many magical treasures and sage techniques. Oriental Liuli was grateful for Yi Chang'an's generosity in her heart, and without saying more nonsense, this respectfully retreated. Just shortly after she left, Yi Chang'an operated his 9 tribulation indestructible Tao body, recalling over and over again what he had experienced in the past few days, deepening his comprehension while having an indescribably bad premonition. It wasn't that he was worried about the immortal temple sneaking up on him one day. Rather, he was more worried about that demonic cultivator old 6 Lu Dust who had not been removed several times, and since he had once again not been discovered and had released the heavenly devil, he must have had some strange encounters. Lu Dust. Devil cultivator. Devil sect. Heavenly devil. That heavenly demon has been sealed for 800 years and can still fight the 7 great giants single-handedly, so it is evident that this time, the poor Taoist was only lucky enough to save his 2 disciples, so don't be overly conceited. In the future, with the immortal temple on the inside and the devil sect on the outside, it's not advisable. It is pointless to think about it at the moment, only self-improvement is the hard way. You can't exactly count on the rewards of accepting disciples and cultivating them. It's time to eat some of this enlightenment spirit rice and draw on some aura to strengthen yourself. Thinking of this, Yi Chang'an no longer wasted any more time, grabbing the 8th order spirit medicine enlightenment spirit rice and throwing it into his mouth without any money, while savoring it and absorbing the rich spiritual qi. At this time the circumference once again appeared those 9 small suns. The light shone for 100 miles, like a heavenly god. The Hall of Immortality. The result of this battle of retreating without winning and leaving without losing left many people depressed. In the middle of the mountain peak where Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi was located, Su Qingshua's 5 girls were actually worried about what exactly happened to junior brother Lu Chen by Yi Chang'an. Only the 5th senior sister, and Miaoi, timidly reminded a sentence if the crowd was wrong about Yi Chang'an. At that time, Yi was outside. Theoretically, it is impossible to the young master. Shut up. Why are you suddenly speaking in favor of that surname Yi, 5th senior sister? If not him, could it be us? Could it be that junior brother is really a demonic cultivator? The 5th senior sister, and Miaoi, had a lot of her heartfelt words blocked back and couldn't say anymore, so she had to let the 4 girls continue to shut the door and angrily scold Ji Chang'an. And that's when Gyoko walked past the 5 women's door and just felt her head spin when she heard that. The Grand Elder really picked up the sesame and lost the watermelon. How did he accept such 4 rice buckets? If I had known that Yi Chang'an was able to take in that extreme spiritual route Luo Yunshang in the first place, my immortal hall shouldn't have been too hard on him and changed its strategy instead, so why did it come to this? The Heaven Mending Pavilion has extraordinary luck. Chapter 24 The Devil's Gate Attacks. Who would have thought that as the next generation hand of the Immortal Hall, the strongest saint son of the Immortal Hall, Diangzi, who was now tied for second in command, would actually hold such a high opinion of his mortal enemy, Yi Chang'an. A few sighs of relief later. Seeing that the situation of the Immortal Hall and the Heaven Mending Pavilion opposing each other was not easy to change, and the position of the Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi and these 5 women was not easy to say, strong as Diangzi could only leave for the time being. While searching for his master, Sect Master Tian Xuzi, to discuss certain matters. On one hand, he closed the door to meditate and realized the great Tao. Earthingzi was worthy of being a super genius who could make even Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi bow down. As he deepened his comprehension, even vaguely feel, this time the pontoon secret realm thing will not just flash past, soon, maybe that fleeing heavenly devil will have a big thing to get out. This night, the sky above the Immortal Hall was cloudless, but, amongst the bright moon, it was suddenly obscured by a strange blood-red, bizarre and perverse Mending Pavilion. Back Mountain Hot Springs. Seeing that this time, the floating secret trial, the heavenly devil is out of the gate, and the Immortal Hall PK Heaven Mending Pavilion 3 things are temporarily settled, the 2 beauties are silent in their hearts, and they simply come over to take a bath. But see. Under the hazy moonlight, without the intrusion of mundane people, the 2 women not only became talkative, but also joked with each other. Eldest senior sister, I can't imagine that aside from your talent and qualifications being not bad, this figure of yours is also quite good. I see, even if you get it to those secular dynasties, it's definitely at the level of a queen. Come on, don't move, let me touch it. You are not aware that the rules over the Immortal Temple are too archaic. Once upon a time I had no half-sincere friends at all except for killing and competing with others, unlike Master and you. Ouch, so big and plump. The Oriental Lioli, who was so serious in front of people, became enthusiastic and lively after people. While pouncing on the cool-faced, as if she was a queen, but in reality, she was curvaceous and was tisk-sked by her proud figure, a peak that was difficult to grasp with both hands. On one side, he actually couldn't help but take out his own capital and naughtily cut into Luo Yunshang's top. There was a surprisingly indescribable beauty of Mamaho for a while. And with Dongfa and Lioli so cut and dabbled. Good, second senior sister, so you even learned this kind of skill in the Immortal Hall? Let's see if I don't break your ass, sister. Don't run away, you rubbed my biceps, I'm going to beat your ass too. You said my biceps are full, but you didn't want to, your ass is even more enticing. Is this the addition of a heavenly spiritual root? At this moment, Luo Yunshang is no longer high above, overlooking all living beings of the Empress, but by the second sister Dongfan Lioli provoked some heart-itching after, simply also backhand shot to go. What an exciting scene of a bucking ass being slapped up and swinging by her power. Thanks to the fact that it was not seen by outsiders, otherwise, it was absolutely unbelievable that these 2 stunningly beautiful women actually had such a scene. And just at that moment, suddenly, a dense demonic aura attacked. The 2 women had not yet realized it. Instead, Yi Chang'an within the Heaven Mending Pavilion's main hall noticed something and decisively dashed over. Yunshang, Lioli, stop soaking in the hot springs, the demon sect is attacking, don't be careless. Yi Chang'an was really bent on the safety of his 2 precious female disciples, thus he just flew over and didn't half peep. But even so, it was because of his appearance that startled 2 delicate beauties. You're not shy, master, coming over here without saying hello. Good thing we're all covered. Let me, Oriental Lioli, see why the devil sect dares to spoil a good thing like this?
Oriental Lioli, after all, more mortal experience, and thus, in the face of the infiltration of demonic energy, the passage of the master, still calm, a second to change into the robe. Decidedly chased after it. Behind her, Luo Yunshang should have been the first to react, but because the Empress had been an Empress for a long time, she didn't think that there were still men who dared to fly over in her face like this, and even though she wasn't seen, her face was full of redness. How do you let this mastermind give? Fortunately, this person is not a rogue, otherwise, this Empress will never be lenient. What kind of devil cultivator is so bold? After a shock in her heart, Luo Yunshang also hurriedly changed into brand new robes and resumed her normal high spirits, as if she were an Empress patrolling, and followed her over. Master and disciple, three people, although a little ambiguous little episode, well, are more concerned about what demonic sect demonic creature dared to come to find fault, and therefore did not say more. After chasing around for a while, eventually, it returned to this side of the main entrance of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. But see. The magical beasts that came this time weren't normally powerful, the quality wasn't low, the quantity was even higher, thousands and thousands of them rolled in. Surprisingly, it became a tide of magical beasts. Yunshang, Lioli, watch out, these magical beasts seem to be targeting our Heaven Mending Pavilion, Master is in the front, you guys are in the back. Never be careless. The poor Taoist would like to see whose handiwork it is that all the other 100 clans have not dared to underestimate our clan over this period of time. Yi Chanan's face was as calm as water, and his command was quite superior. While sending out the power of the Thunder Emperor, 100 feet of lightning, thundering out to kill a dozen or so of the Kaiyang realm demonic beasts in an instant. On the other hand, he was also ready to unleash the infinite tenfold pillar, a great killing weapon, to open the eyes of these magical beasts. And behind him, the two women who came a little later also saw that the situation was not good, although the other party did not have experts at the level of the Immortal Temple's 7 great sacred sons, but they were 100 times more numerous, and it was not good to greet them. Luo Yunshang lightly drank, and the Xianhuang defense suit activated, sending out channels of Xianhuang power to protect her as she rushed into the group of magical beasts, raising her hand to destroy 1,000 low-level magical beasts. Next to her, Dongfang Liuli also did not show weakness. Under the protection of the Green Emperor battle armor, the Green Emperor Sutra was activated by her, endless giant trees whistled away, each giant tree was bound to take away a Kaiyang realm demonic beast, not weaker than back then when it was still over in the Immortal Hall. Soon. 2 hours passed. The master and disciple trio formed a zigzag formation from time to time, and at times Yi Chang'an was responsible for the main output, and the two women attacked left and right, really killing tens of thousands of magical beasts. Apart from the large number of low-level magical beasts outside of the Qi Refining Realm, Essence Transformation Realm, and Xianjiao Realm, the intermediate magic beasts of the Kaiyang Realm were also getting rid of thousands of them. However, the more they defended, the more all three felt alarmed. According to reason, as they slaughtered tens of thousands of magical beasts, the ordinary demon sex nests would have long ago been unable to afford the losses and decisively retreated, but this tide of magical beasts didn't have half a point of attrition, but instead, it was extended by dozens of miles away. This is no ordinary sneak attack. This is clearly some kind of war of attrition. Second senior sister, I see that this tide of magical beasts is by no means coming from 1 or 2 nests, at least 10 or more nests. If we continue to fight, we will only be exhausted. Instead of being led by them. How about finding a certain key node and utilizing their death point to kill them in one blow, in order not to be dragged alive and die? Luo Yunshang was worthy of being an empress, although she had only recovered the Kaiyang realm at this point, her eyesight was extraordinary. Hearing this, Dongfang Liuli was the first to nod in approval. Yi Chang'an was also very appreciative of this female emperor's great disciple's suggestion and decisively adopted it. Chapter 25. It's not an enemy that's not an enemy. When this wave of demonic beast army is killed, later on, the master will personally go out and you and others will be able to guard the sect. After receiving Empress Luo Yunshang's suggestion, Yi Chang'an had no doubts and agreed decisively. Next. Coming to a wave of 800 magical beasts, a horrifying tide of everyone's open Yang realm consummation. In the face of this kind of heaven-defying attack, even Yi Chang'an's 3 people had to put up their spirits and meet the battle in full. Luri, pull back and take care of the mending. Your Green Emperor scripture isn't complete enough after all, and the Green Emperor battle armor has been worn down quite a bit, so for this wave, just leave it to Master and your eldest sister. Yunshang, you and I, Master and disciple together, borrow the Xianhuang power of your Xianhuang defense suit to fix them. Next, watch for Master. In the nick of time, Yi Chang'an reacted extremely quickly. While instructing Dongfang Liuli to retreat at fire speed to avoid being engulfed by hundreds of Kaiyang realm perfection demonic beasts. On the one hand, he was decisively bringing the power of the Thunder Emperor into play, spreading it out over 1,000 feet in a circumference around his body, repelling each and every demonic beast while also sacrificing that magic treasure with the strongest group attacking effect, the thoughtless 10 multiplication pillar. At this moment, it wasn't that he didn't want to use the two great sage arts. Just that, no matter whether it was the Heaven's Appalling Finger or the Immortal Seal, both would consume quite a bit of mana, and they were both single skills, so how could they compare to this thoughtless tenfold pillar? At the same time, when Luo Yunshang beside her heard this, she decisively stimulated the Xianhuang power of the Xianhuang defense suit on her body, and together with Yi Chang'an's Thunder Emperor power, it unexpectedly intertwined a blinding piece of lightning in Xianhuang. Kill 100 wraiths in an instant. And after, Luo Yunshang, because she didn't have a magic treasure at hand for the time being, simply released the red silk on top of her robe, infused it with the power of the Thunder Emperor, and swept it away. That scene, not to mention flattering, not to mention stunning. It's like a stunning fairy. More like Chang'e in the moon. Eldest sister is so wonderfully awesome. Ordinary red silk can also be comparable to an inferior yellow-grade divine weapon, it's really too strong. Below, a conceited strong woman like Dongfan Liuli was also completely stunned by this scene. Above, Yi Chang'an gained 2 defense power boosts and was even more able to push the thoughtless tenfold pillar. Smash it over for me. A tidal wave of magical beasts? Yuck. This pillar of mine is stabbing through the sky and drumming on the ground, and today, it's going to be a rolling pin to make magical beast dumplings. As Yi Chang'an let out a loud and bold laugh, a white and radiant thoughtless tenfold pillar was released. It started out as a 1-inch sized mass of columns. In an instant, True transformed into a super rolling pin that was 10,000 feet long and 100 feet thick, guided by his magic skill and crushed towards the opposite 700 magical beasts. Woo woo! Seemingly sensing the terrifying power of the thoughtless tenfold pillar, those 700 demonic beasts on the opposite side of the open Yang realm perfection finally knew to be afraid. A whimpering scream escaped his lips. But did not retreat, but simply combined to embrace the group, 10 Kaiyang realm consummate magical beasts to form a magical beast of the early Divine Sea realm, 10 magical beasts of the early Divine Sea realm to form a magical beast of the middle Divine Sea realm. So on and so forth. In the end, after adding the surrounding 3,000 low-level magical beasts, a super magical beast with a height of 3,000 zhang and feet 200 zhang thick stood up. Mortal! Damn it! The overall strength of this super demonic beast had already broken through to the Divine Sea realm perfection, and a single fist hit, but it caused both Yi Chang'an and Luo Yunshang's Thunder Emperor power and Xian Huang power to be dispersed. Originally, Yi Chang'an could have used the Immortal Seal from last time, but considering that this was just a vanguard from the opposite side, it was impossible that he had released a big move in advance. And so, Yi Chang'an could only bellow, and just a second before this 500-foot fist was about to hit Luo Yunshang, he decisively flew up. His left hand swept over Luo Yunshang's waist, holding her tightly and pulling her back, his right hand gripped that thoughtless 10 times pillar and smashed it hard. Give it to the poor man in the middle. Yi Chang'an struck with all his might and clashed hard with the fist of the opposite super wraith. At this moment, time and space seemed to have stopped. At this moment, Luo Yunshang, who was held tightly by him, inexplicably blushed and wanted to push away this strange man, but was unconsciously mesmerized by the strong testosterone scent of his body. That feeling. Unprecedented. Such warmth. Not even the Empress at her peak had ever had one. It turned out that men were such wonderful things that just a gentle hug actually made the titular Empress herself so soft that she hated not being able to completely throw herself into his embrace. But we're not master and disciple, aren't we killing the endless tide of demonic beasts? Why does this Empress forget everything around her, only remembering his masculine scent, and that gentle scene in the midst of his domineering spirit? Oops. I actually indulged in a man's hug for the first time? It's not good. The previous generation of Empresses said that men are all bad things, all big pig's hooves, and that you mustn't indulge, or there's no antidote. Just when Yi Chang'an and the opposite side of that super demonic beast were fighting 50-50, how could he have thought that Luo Yunshang in his arms was actually exuding a gust of fragrance all over her body, and the whole person was almost in a state of confusion? Finally, Luo Yunshang remembered the warning of the previous generation of female emperors, and although she wasn't too reluctant to do so, she still hurriedly took the initiative to leave Yi Chang'an's embrace and reminded him of it through the air. Master. These super magical beasts look powerful, but in reality, their destiny lies in their eyes. It's up to you next. After saying this, God knows how Empress Luo Yunshang managed to hold back her red face, landed on the ground,
and hid not far away, neither wanting to be seen, nor wanting to miss the image of Yi Chang'an's majestic strength. But at this time, Yi Chang'an had no time to babble. With a backhand, he struck the thoughtless 10-year pillar into the eyes of the super-demonic beast, instantly causing the latter to wail in pain, and after collapsing, scattering the corpses of the demonic beasts all over the ground. It ends here. The first wave of the Wraith Tide was sort of resolved. Yi Chang'an knew that the real commander, which was the keynote previously mentioned by Luo Yunshang, was still behind, and did not dare to hesitate, immediately leaving the heaven-mending pavilion battlefield to the two girls. Fly yourself inside the densest demonic energy. Thunder Emperor's power, open. Although he didn't have the Xian Huang defense set, with the Thunder Emperor scripture, Yi Chang'an quickly flew 30,000 miles and killed the deepest part of the demonic chi. This place. It was a mysterious man wearing a mask, blowing a yellow-grade, extremely high-grade magic treasure, the demonic grudge flute, to lure the 12 surrounding nests of magical beasts to continue attacking. However, seeing that the magical beasts were not afraid of death, not to mention that they were catalyzed by this magical sound, they were manic. If this really goes on, I'm afraid that the entire heaven-mending pavilion won't be able to carry it. Who on earth is your excellency? What grudge does the heaven-mending pavilion have against you? To target my heaven-mending pavilion like this, today, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to end it well. With a light shout, Yi Chang'an slammed his stick down. The masked man below was silent. But casually with the devil grudge flute raise hand counterattack, surprisingly, pulling a sticky to the extreme, bad fishy smell of the rich magic gas, can be blocked. Is he? I can't imagine that the sinner who snubbed 5 senior sisters and almost caused Poverty Road to fall into the position of a man who kills his own disciples hand to hand and doesn't distinguish between black and white, is you? Lu Chen, no one is here, why don't you show yourself? Yi Chang'an suddenly remembered who this person was. There was no one else except for Lu Chen, who pretended to be missing but was actually secretly manipulating the situation. It's time to settle the score today. Chapter 26 The Red Color for me for the red color. In the face of Yi Chang'an's revelation, Lu Chen's heart was shaken, completely unable to imagine that he had concealed himself so well, but was still seen through by this damned former master. Subconsciously, he was about to retreat. After all, this time, even after deploying the yellow-grade extreme-grade magic treasure demonic grudge flute and summoning 12 demonic beasts from the demonic beasts' nests, they couldn't take down the heaven-mending pavilion. May not dare to continue to pester. Losing face is a small matter. In case, was Yi Chang'an grasp evidence, said broken his identity, bad the Sky Devil gave him that task. That would be tragic. I can't believe I was discovered by this surname Yi. If I had known this, I really should have listened to the heavenly demon's teachings and secluded myself for a few more months to break through to the divine sea realm before making any plans. Seeing that he had risen to the perfection of the Kaiyang realm and had a yellow-grade extreme magic treasure in his hand, but he still couldn't fight Yi Chang'an, Lu Chen couldn't help but panic in his heart. Just about to leave this place. Do the math again. But see. Since Yi Chang'an had the intention to chase and kill over here, he naturally would not just let the mastermind go, and without waiting for Lu Chen to really run away, he decisively opened his mouth to taunt. Lu Duan. You want to run, but some people won't let you run. What exactly is the relationship between the heavenly demon behind you and you? Why don't you tell me about it? Even if we don't talk about this, we can still talk about it. Your immortal hall's 7 great saints' sons, especially that strongest saint's son, Earthingzi, he's so much more powerful than you. So what if you count everything? So what if you enter the heavenly demon grave early? Losing to the poor Taoist today, losing to the likes of Earthingzi tomorrow, and you're undercover in the immortal hall with a mission from the Devil's Sect, but you're having trouble succeeding, and you're not still their underdog? In the end, isn't it just a dream, an empty dream? That's highly offensive and even more insulting. It instantly caused Lu Dust to become furious and extraordinarily angry. Lu Chen could tolerate Yi Chang'an's existence, it was because he was worried that this person would reveal his identity, plus he was previously his disciple after all, and was a bit intimidated. The only thing that is impossible is for any holy son to surpass himself as well. Hence the hot-blooded backhanded strike. What kind of bull holy son is worthy of being compared to me? My new master is a heavenly demon who hung the entire immortal hall at his peak. Surname Ji, since you want to find death, I, Lu Duan, will just give you a ride. Under the fury, Lu Chen unexpectedly attacked instead of running. In terms of absolute strength he was still some distance away from Yi Chang'an. A divine sea realm perfection. A Kaiyan realm perfection. However, Luchuan's greatest strength was never his realm or cultivation, but rather the yellow grade, extremely high-grade magic treasure, the demonic grudge flute, in his hands, plus the 12 demonic beasts and the demonic beast layers. And so, in this very instant, Luchen made a jaw-dropping decision, but it was to cut off his right hand and throw his essence blood to integrate into the magic treasure and activate it to be stronger. Woo woo! After a burst of soul-capturing, soul-consuming magical sounds blew up. The endless group of magical beasts suddenly turned their guns. One cumulative overlap after another. Eventually, forming 12 divine sea realm perfection super fiendish beasts, they could not help but siege over according to some kind of unknown demonic sect spell formation. Surname Yi, let you try the Heavenly Demon's 12 capital demon beast formation. This formation is insoluble. When it is played to the extreme, the Nirvana realm will have to admit defeat, let alone you? Ha 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 ha. I never thought that I, Luchuan, would finally be able to exterminate you as a thorn in my side. Without you, aren't the 100 clans of the floating Butte Mountain at my mercy? Eyeing his masterpiece, although Luchuan felt a bit weak as his essence blood flowed at a faster rate, he was looking forward to getting rid of Yi Chang'an, and from then on, completely resting on his laurels. As for Yi Chang'an, who was besieged within the spell formation, he tried a few times successively and really felt the power of this 12 capital demonic beasts formation and the 12 super demonic beasts. Without using the premise of the immortal seal, simply relying on the infinite 10 times pillar, but again and again smashing hard, did not have much effect. Not without a godly look. This guy's main body isn't strong, the most powerful thing is still the demon grudge flute, plus the spell formation. It seems that this time, he had to suffer some losses and injuries. Yi Chang'an just had this thought in his mind, but then he saw, these 12 super demonic beasts and the 12 capital demonic beasts formation complemented each other, and they were truly domineering. In just a quarter of an hour, it made him get injured several times in succession. But just at this time, a section of red silk flew in the air, but saved him without any danger. The visitor was no one else. It was clearly Empress Luo Yunshang. Master! Look out! This spell formation is a demonic spell formation, it's not something that can be rivaled by idle magic treasures, and with the 12 super demonic beasts, I'm afraid it's not going to be easy this time. I'll help you. As she spoke, Luo Yunshang rose and fell a few times, but by virtue of the Xianhuang defense suit, she hardened a bloody path and rushed into Yi Chang'an's side. He was about to go forward to fight, but Yi Chang'an shouted in time to stop. Shield her behind him. Don't go. Let me. Your cultivation hasn't recovered yet, making it difficult for you to fully utilize the power of the Thunder Emperor scripture in the Xinhuang defense set, plus you don't have an attack-type magical treasure to take advantage of, so you're no match for him. I'll break the back. Then, retreat back to the Heaven-Mending Pavilion for the time being, and then make plans. When he said this, Yi Chang'an was planning to expend a large amount of mana to activate the Immortal Seal and the Heavenly Tribulation Finger. In this current situation, only this extremely powerful sage art could get out of the trap. The upside is that it's a one-hit wonder. The downside was that using the two great sage techniques one after another would inevitably lead to excessive mana consumption and a vacuum, making it easy to be sneak attacked. Trying to run? You master and disciple stay together. This spell formation of mine is lacking an eye, with you too, master and disciple. After this, even if I take it to suppress some immortal temple's holy sun, I won't be worried. Luchuan laughed 3 times and continued to urge more essence blood to be injected into this spell formation, instantly making it difficult for both Yi Chang'an and Luo Yunshang to play normally. Hooray! Right at this moment, Luo Yunshang actually unloaded the Xianhuang defense suit and wore it on Yi Chang'an instead, while she herself operated the Thunder Emperor Sutra, intending to die with the 12 super magical beasts. Yunshang, what are you doing? Come back. Yi Chang'an was alarmed and was about to pull Luo Yunshang back. However, Luo Yunshang was persistent, not minding the sacrifice for Yi Chang'an. Instead, she protected him behind her and smiled calmly. Master, in the past it was you who saved me. Since I started, never cold, always cared for. The only thing a disciple can do is to cherish the love and care. Today it's either death or injury. How can I let something happen to you, Master? Let the disciple give a hand for you. After saying this, Luo Yunshang truly disregarded the inconvenience of reincarnation and rushed into the side of the 12 super demonic beasts with a large swathe of Thunder Emperor's power. It was instantly overwhelmed. Behind him, Yi Chang'an's eyes were also moist from this scene. In the beginning, taking in Luo Yunshang was actually just for her Empress status, without much good intentions. Now I don't know what it feels like. Surprisingly, there was a sharp pain in his heart inexplicably. It also made certain sentiments that Yi Chang'an usually didn't pay attention to suddenly erupt. This is my first disciple after someone Yi was disliked, a female Empress level disciple. She has a proud capital, but she specifically chose me. How can it be justified to let her be sacrificed? Since God has destined us to be together. This time, my master will accompany you on your journey, regardless of life or death, until death do us part. Chapter 27 Skyjacking. Is that how it works? Fingers to come. Print out. Eat my thoughtless tenfold pillar. Under the berserkness, Yi Chang'an no longer had the behavior of deliberately holding back his emotions and deliberately hiding his true feelings as he did before, but he completely erupted with amazing fighting strength. Master, this is a practice that depletes your lifespan, you mustn't do it. Luo Yunshang was shocked by Yi Chang'an's actions. Never would I have expected that such a downtrodden empress like myself would really be pampered like this by her master in this life. Moved. Tearful. In the softest place of her heart, a seed of affection that even she herself may not have noticed took root and sprouted, dooming the two to a different kind of strange encounter that will never die. Get behind master. In the face of a great enemy, where is the master who lets his disciple risk his life? A mere devilish spell formation and righteous sins want to make the poor Taoist bow down? Just as Luo Yunshang was shedding tears over it, she saw Yi Chang'an's bravado and eyes like electricity. With one hand, he shielded her behind him and returned the Xian Huang defense suit to her. With one hand, he catalyzed the thoughtless tenfold pillar. In an instant, it transformed into 12 channels of Thunder Emperor's power, and without waiting for those 12 super demonic beasts to coalesce again, it was the 12 directions of the 12 capital heavenly demonic beasts formation that were seized in advance. It turned out that Yi Chang'an's want was not only to take down Lu Chen, but also to take this opportunity to seize this demon sex spell formation and use it for him. Simply delusional. Good and evil are not mutually exclusive. Do you need me to teach you this truth? If you were a Nirvana realm powerhouse, you might be able to refine this 12 capital heavenly demonic beasts formation, but on the contrary. I have to say, surname G, you're blessed with good fortune. You still have a beautiful woman to accompany you before you die, so I'll send you all to the west together. Seeing that Yi Chang'an still had this kind of powerful secret technique to perform, and that his realm continued to rise crazily, almost making himself unable to suppress it, Lu Chuan laughed coldly again and again, but he didn't hesitate. Continue playing the magic grudge flute. Instead, it allowed those blood clouds that were dispersed to mix with those ordinary magical beasts behind them to form 12 super magical beasts once again in an attempt to kill back. As always, Yi Chang'an no longer hid, decisively then the 8th order spirit medicine inside the backpack, enlightenment spirit rice, tens of thousands of pounds, a brain thrown into the mouth. The chewing was so sweet. It was a tantalizing treat to eat. Blah 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 blah. It's a pity that these elixirs people's immortal temple great elder can only obtain so many of them in a few hundred years, and now, when they are eaten in one bite by the poor Taoist, I don't know what can be eaten out of them? Yunshang. Record it for master. If you don't die this time, turn around and tell me, does eating too much rice make you obese, or is it a reverse diet? At the moment of life and death, both the enemy and us were still in a state of tension, but Yi Chang'an was actually able to walk in such a leisurely manner, simply absolute. Next. With all 10,000 pounds of 8th order elixir being eaten up, Yi Chang'an once again skyrocketed to the perfection of the hierarchical tribulation realm, but instead of stopping, he surprisingly provoked a heavenly tribulation vision. Rumble. 9 heavens above. 10,000 eyes of robberies and thunder coalesce. Roll roll roll. 9 earths below. Miles of fury washed over the sky. It's nothing else. It is the test of the great Tao that only a great power about to break through the Nirvana realm can provoke, that is, the so-called heavenly tribulation. Under the heavenly tribulation, God and Buddha do not exist. Who would have thought that Yi Chang'an, who was just a waste of the Kaiyang realm a month ago, would now, using the heavenly tribulation as a weapon, want to go on and on with Lu Chen? Yi Chang'an. I, Luo Yunshang, have recognized you in my life. You really are different. Luo Yunshang looked dumbfounded. Even though she was an empress in her previous life, she had never seen such a great and magnificent man, who was not afraid of life and death, as if he were a heavenly god. Only by following such a man could one obtain the feeling that would put even the empress at ease. What the hell is he? How? Damn it, it's just as well that the one surname G doesn't live by himself. How dare he use the heavenly calamity as a weapon to fight me to the death? This is not a good time to retreat. Lu Chuan on the opposite side of the table, however, was filled with horror. sparing him who had worshipped the heavenly devil not long ago. Now, he was beginning to experience fear of death, and so on. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the scene when he was almost exterminated by Yi Chanan. Turns out this fear, it never dissipated. Same time, Yi Chang'an just ignored the outside world's view and continued to rely on the heavenly tribulation that he had attracted, but instead of dying together, he made a temporary breakthrough. 10,000 pounds of enlightenment spirit rice, but it was equivalent to the inventory of several hundred immortal temples, so how could it be finished? The heavenly calamity helps me achieve me. On the surface of Yi Chang'an's body, the previous spectacle of 9 small suns once again appeared, and while absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation and remodeling himself, he actually ignored the so-called 12 capital heavenly demonic beasts formation and began to make even more noise, even more astonishing battles. Seeing this, Lu Chen was surprised even more. This he is not planning to fight to the death but still wants to break through it this time? How dare he? Despite the 10,000 disbelief in his heart, Lu Duan was more shocked and afraid in his eyes, considering the fact that Yi Chang'an had created all kinds of miracles during this period of time. He had luckily relied on the 12 super demonic beasts and the 12 capital demonic beasts formation to restrain Yi Chang'an this time, but it didn't mean that he was really conceited. After all, once Yi Chang'an succeeded in his breakthrough, he would be a Nirvana realm powerhouse. 100 of him will be enough when the time comes. And so, Lu Chen hurriedly recovered and continued to play the devil's grudge flute in an attempt to break Yi Chang'an's breakthrough process. At the same time, the 3 major devil cultivator magic treasures that had been used previously, the devil compass, the devil blood suit, and the devil soul sword, also rose up in the air, turning into 3 streaks of bloody light as they rushed over. On the contrary, Yi Chang'an's side. The moment he forcefully broke through, not only was Luo Yunshang protecting him to the death, but Dongfang Liuli, who came a little later, was also exerting the power of the Green Emperor in all sorts of ways to maintain it. Both sides are fighting for each other, so fierce. Yunshang, Liuli, continue to protect the law. The master is close to the last point. Succeed this time and I'll buy you guys a party later. It was all at this time, Yi Chang'an could still spare the time to crack jokes, and then after looking at the 2 girls gratefully, he continued to use the heavenly tribulation to wash his essence and remodel his physical body. Seeing this, Lu Chen was shocked, tried to tempt the 2 to rebel but to no avail, only to be more ruthless and merciless. 2 ES are worthy of blocking? After laughing coldly, Lu Chuan's demon compass and demon soul sword penetrated Luo Yunshang and Dongfang Liuli, sending the 2 women flying and spitting out blood by virtue of their realm advantage. But without waiting for him to move on, the 2 women suddenly rose up again and blocked them to the death. One fight at a time. Getting up one at a time. It was almost enough to make even Lu Chen impatient. But just then, as the last of the heavenly tribulation power was refined, the 9 small suns unexpectedly swelled into 12 balls of light, each occupying the 12 directions of the 12 heavenly demonic beast formations. Immediately after a terrifying explosion, Yi Chang'an detached himself, as if he was an exiled immortal on earth, without anger. Yunshang, Liuli, lean back and watch as master subdues the demons. Yi Chang'an floated in the air like a heavenly god. Surprisingly, he had really broken through the transformation tribulation realm. The solid kind. Instead, it was under the undying seal's prodding. Seeing that he was looking down, he actually looked at Lu Duan with a compassionate gaze and pointed a finger. The power of the heavenly calamity came like rolling thunder. The 3 major magic treasures in Lu Chuan's hand were shattered in an instant, and even the devil's grudge flute was injured, and he, himself, was even shocked to break his immortal vein, screaming and spitting out blood. This scene stunned all the people who were spectating from across the sky in the 100 clans of the floating mountain. This scene also shocked that heavenly demon hiding somewhere. It turns out that this skyjacking. Is that how it's used? Chapter 28 Apologize? Wrongful accusation? It's like a floating cloud to the poor Taoist. This surname Yi is getting more and more uncomplicated, more and more impenetrable. The power of the heavenly tribulation that we fear so much is actually used as a weapon by him? Also, the person who just fought against him, isn't that Lu Chen? This is going to be a good one. The 100 clans of Mount Faustus had stolen a smile. Both shocked by Yi Chang'an's terrifying ascension and feeling greatly fortunate, those who had brains previously took the initiative to apologize to him, begged for peace, and no longer offended. It should be fine later. Also for Lu Dust is not missing, but suspected to have learned the devil's technique, have speculated, this time the immortal temple is afraid that it is difficult to calm the anger. And the immortal hall's loss of power is their chance to rise up. Is this the former master of that disciple of this seat? People in the righteous path, always greedy for life and fear of death, with righteous mouths, but this kid is a bit of those righteous masters from 800 years ago. Other people can directly stand on the ground nirvana, he is good, taking 10,000 pounds of 8th order spirit medicine has not yet nirvana, either the spiritual root has problems, or this is the cultivation method of the absolute power? Just as the people of the righteous path were either watching the show or preparing to flatter Yi Chang'an, the only one who was actually spying again and again from a distance of millions of miles was the heavenly devil, who was praising all kinds of things. In his eyes, he didn't seem to think that Lu Chen would hang up so easily. Nor did he feel that Yi Chang'an was so easily besieged by those protective people from the immortal hall. Rather be a fun guy too. Eyes flashing a few amazing magic flame, but secretly remember the 3 words Yi Chang'an, projecting no results, simply do not care, just wait for the future to say. And just as Yi Chang'an's single finger was devoid of any semblance of merit, nor did he activate the heavenly tribulation finger, it simply broke Lu Chen's 3 major magic treasures and heavily damaged the demonic grudge flute. Suddenly, one by one, the people of the immortal temple popped up behind them, and without asking, they knew that this group of guys were here to pick up the pieces. Yunshang, Lioli, get ready for defense. Here comes the pickup, and it's time for the wicked to sue. Yi Chang'an reacted extremely quickly, protecting the 2 women behind him with one hand, while tempering his body, which had just exerted itself excessively. Even though he was a 9 tribulation indestructible Tao body, there were still some dark wounds from forcibly breaking through from the Divine Sea realm perfection to the early stage of the transformation tribulation realm. The seemingly overbearing and vicious finger just now was, in fact, nothing more than borrowing the power of the heavenly tribulation. It's hard enough to do it again now. He couldn't let the people of the immortal hall see his weakness. The master is awesome, they really all come to pick up the leak. This is the first sect of the righteous path of the floating mountain? The 2 girls, Luo Yunshang and Dongfang Lioli, were outwardly silent, but in their hearts, they secretly praised their own master's brilliance. See you next. The people of the immortal hall were really just late, not to mention that they didn't even have the generosity of the first sect of the floating mountain's righteous path, and instead of going to encircle Lu Chuan and his magical beasts, they instead sent people in advance to be wary of the 3 members of the Heaven Mending Pavilion's master and disciples. Please don't be impulsive, sect leader Yi. Please wait for the trial in the Mending Pavilion. Please don't hurt our disciples by mistake. This time, it was also a coincidence that the person leading the immortal hall was the Grand Elder Tian Xianzi, who had fought with Yi Chang'an once and had deepened his conflict. This person walked out of the teleportation spell with a face full of disdain, and without asking, he rushed towards the heavily injured Lu Chen. That Lu Duan is pretty smart too. Without waiting for the immortal hall crowd to see it, while collecting the remnants of the demonic beasts, one side really was the evil one, coming to Tian Xianzi's side to accuse. And just as he was accusing, Su Qingshua's 5 women even automatically isolated Yi Chang'an's master and disciple. Master, disciple is so aggrieved, coming out to fight demons and defend the way. It's just that I didn't get support from the Heaven Mending Pavilion, but I actually dared to attack disciple. No, the 3 great Dharma treasures that disciples have obtained with great difficulty from the trial are gone. That one surname Ji arrogantly put out the word that he would first kill his disciples, then destroy his master, and finally infiltrate the immortal temple, treating it as a latrine and treating the righteous path as if it were nothing. If these words are false, the disciple is willing to be devoured by the heavenly demon and shall not die. On the contrary, please, master, make a decision for my disciple. Boom! With Lu Chen's words, the immortal hall crowd, who were already at odds with the Heaven Mending Pavilion, truly drew their swords one by one and looked at them angrily. This technique of inverting black and white and smearing others directly looked and laughed at Yi Chang'an's master and disciple. How could I have ever imagined that the Hall of Immortality was so retarded that it was worse than a 3-year-old child? Yi Chang'an could ignore it, and Luo Yunshang was lazy, but Dongfang Lioli was furious and took the initiative to open her mouth to retort. Lu Chen, you dare to slander my master? If you hadn't summoned a demonic beast in this place, who would have dared to sneak up on our Heaven Mending Pavilion? The Immortal Hall Grand Elder wouldn't even have this. Shut up. Dongfang Lioli, you traitor, how dare you debate on behalf of surname Yi? Do you think we can't see that it's you 3 masters and disciples who are bullying others? Senior, this matter cannot be left in peace today. In the smallest case, it concerns junior brother's honor. In the larger case, it concerns the honor and disgrace of you in the Immortal Hall. It's really not possible to simply
Su Qingshu 5 women. This level of betrayal far exceeded the Oriental Liuli. Not only was she not allowed to defend herself, even took the initiative to suggest that the Grand Elder Tian Xianzi make a special means. These words simply made Yi Chang'an almost laugh out loud. He was planning to make a move to determine the winner by force, but he saw that, on the opposite side, that In Miaoyi seemed to realize that the situation was not quite right, plus Yi Chang'an's breath was even more intimidating, so he hurriedly came out to round up the situation.
Senior, for senior sisters, I don't think the heaven-mending pavilion should be like this.
And Miaoyi had just started, when she was fiercely glared at by the 4 Su Qingshu girls.
Who told you to have a sense of justice?
These days, it is not all depending on the person to cook it, and then dare to say more, believe it or not will also be expelled you too. Facing the threatening eyes of the 4 senior sisters, and Miaoyi was actually bold as hell.
Gather your courage and say it.
Senior, if it's really the heaven-mending pavilion that's besieging Junior Master, with Junior Master's strength he won't even be able to wait for us to support him, he'll. Furthermore, that heavenly calamity just now was seen by everyone. The breath in it is pure, vast, and represents the supreme righteousness, so it can be seen that the great Tao recognizes that Yi Sect Master is not a murderer, and this matter must not be misjudged. As soon as he said this, a flash of approval flashed through Yi Chang'an's eyes. Unexpectedly, and Miaoyi also had such a moment of sobriety? Although Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi hated Yi Chang'an, he was not stupid. Hearing the logic in it, and then seeing that Yi Chang'an had indeed stepped into the realm of transformation, and was recognized by the righteous path, he naturally couldn't really lay his hands on him.
Sect Master Yi is laughing. It seems that this is also a misunderstanding. We return to the Immortal Temple.
In the future, if anyone dares to bully this Grand Elder's disciple again, humph. After dropping his harsh words, Grand Elder Tian Xianzi finally led the way back and just downplayed the matter. The Immortal Hall crowd could only follow suit. The 5 Su Qingshu girls glared at their 5th senior sister, and Miaoyi. 5th senior sister, you're crazy. Almost solved some hidden problem, only to have it spoiled for you. For senior sisters, forgive me, I don't want to, it's just the truth. And Miaoyi's differentiation didn't work half as well, and for the first time, the 4 Su Qingshu girls skipped her and walked away.
She could only turn to look at Yi Chang'an.
I hope to take this opportunity to be forgiven.
Forgiveness? Apologize? Wrongly accused?
It's like floating clouds to the poor Taoist.
The past is over, you should forget about it, do your job as an inner disciple of the Immortal Hall and keep moving forward.
Yi Chang'an smiled faintly and walked away by himself, a response that made In Miaoyi both heartbroken and relieved.
Chapter 29. Traitor again? Heartbroken because In Miaoyi couldn't imagine that her former master never blamed her. Instead, the 4 senior sisters were getting more and more excessive. Everyone with a clear eye knew that something was wrong with Lu Chen, but they were the only ones who were still in a state of mind, and sooner or later, they would suffer a big loss. Relief, but because Yi Chang'an actually encouraged her in turn. Such a good master teacher is too rare. And Miaoyi, who had been so touched, could no longer hold back the restlessness in her heart for months after betraying the heaven-mending pavilion, and after thinking about it for a while, decided to take that step. Sect Master Yi.
You can leave it alone and not blame me, but I absolutely cannot allow certain people to continue to be evil. Wait a moment, I will definitely come up with evidence. As she spoke, and Miaoyi actually made an unexpected move that neither side could have imagined.
Neither directly followed Su Qingshu's 4 women back to the Immortal Hall. Nor did he follow the 3 people from the Patchwork Pavilion. Instead, he backhanded and attacked its 6th senior brother Lu Chen, who was making a strong effort to slander the heaven-mending pavilion with Grand Elder Tian Xianzi, making a strong effort to find a remedy for himself. It had to be proved that he was the Devil's Gate mole. 5th senior sister is crazy, master save me. 1st senior sister, 2nd senior sister, 3rd senior sister, 4th senior sister, you all come and save me. For the sake of a guy named Yi, is it necessary to be so crazy? Don't forget, he's surrounded by 2 great beauties, teaching cultivation during the day and sleeping together at night. Where would there be a place for you, and Miaoyi? Lu Duan is really absolutely absolute son. Beating up on people to steal a handful of masterpieces. Smear planting is also capable. In the face of 5th senior sister and Miaoyi's backwash, this guy clearly could have countered the attack with one hand, but he deliberately pretended to be weak, while frantically backing away, revealing more underdog posturing. On the other hand, he was constantly asking for help from the Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi and the 4 ladies Su Qingshu.
As expected, with such a performance, before Miaoi could force out his last demon sect treasure, the demon grudge flute, he had long been stopped by the others. Junior brother, don't hide it, you betrayed your own division and defected to the devil sect, hurry up and admit it. Yesterday you wronged our 5 senior sisters, and today you wronged Master and the others. Sooner or later, the entire immortal hall will be misplaced. And Miaoi pressed on step by step, but without any semblance of effect, simply because such an offense could only be rewarded with the disgust of Grand Elder Tiang Xuanzi and the anger of the 4 Suqing Xue girls. The moment she almost took down Lu Chen, Grand Elder Tian Xianzi whipped out a wave of strong magical power, bouncing her off. Suqing Xue's 4 girls were even more decisive in following up to injure her. 5th senior sister, you're too much, it's just that you were fooled by surname Yi, but you actually don't even believe in junior brother, are you forcing us to make a move? In that case, from today onwards, you are no longer our 5th senior sister. The Immortal Hall absolutely cannot incorporate such a traitor. The 4 women struck out with that ruthlessness. And Miaoi was originally the weakest of the 6, and now, after suffering losses one after another, she almost lost. Surprisingly, he could only look at Yi Chang'an for help, but he was directly pushed away by Yi Chang'an with a cold smile. If you're ready for today, why do you need to be here? Poor Taoist, this is a garbage station, come when you want, leave when you want? Scram to the side. The poor Taoist, no matter what happens in the future, is not above taking in random rags, especially, or personally betraying me. Saying that, Yi Chang'an indifferently swept a glance at that group of stupid and obtuse Immortal Hall crowd as well as the seemingly pitiful but actually deserving in Miaoi, and then crossed over the crowd to look at that Lu Duan who was still stealing joy from his treacherous plan. Leave him with a "I'll kill you sooner or later" look. This brought Luo Yunshang, Dongfang Liuli, and returned to the Heaven Mending Pavilion. On the other side, Suqing Xue's 4 girls felt that their face was lost, their dignity was gone, their honor was gone, and their affection was no longer there. While continuing to protect the weak junior brother in their eyes, Lu Chen. On the other hand, he was really letting Grand Elder Tian Xianzi announce that in Miaoi had also been expelled. This time, count on the goodness of the master's heart. The next time you dare to slander junior brother and Miaoi, watch out for your little life. Go and follow that great man Yi Chang'an in your eyes, no one will collect your body if you get screwed over by him one day. As for the surname Yi, the mountain doesn't turn, I let you get away this time, next time, watch out. After saying these unpleasant words, the 4 girls, once good sisters Suqing Xue, really left in Miaoi behind and returned to the Immortal Hall. Seeing this, and Miaoi was not a person inside or outside, but this woman was also considered thick-skinned, and actually dared to follow Yi Chang'an's 3 people. Yi Chang'an didn't care about having an extra follower, and treated it like an extra piece of anyway. The group of 3 returned to the Heaven Mending Pavilion. After completely ignoring such rags like in Miaoi, Yi Chang'an thus healed the injuries of the Empress Luo Yunshang, the second female disciple, Dongfang Liuli. It's still the same spa, but a little more charming and ambiguous. Master, your movements are also too exciting, please slow down, otherwise, we can't stand it. Yes, Master, we are women after all, you. Where's the bull? Master is a decent man, only wanting to cure the sick and save people, no crooked thoughts. As for what small head bulging, big head congested. Ba 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 ba. For a master of a generation, how can I do that kind of rogue thing? No hooligans? Take master why your left hand is not honest, pressing on top of elder sister's peak, and your right hand is even more dishonest, almost touching people's underwear. Hot springs in the clouds and mist, thinking that the determination of Yi Chang'an, where do you think that the 2 beautiful disciples have long seen all the small movements? There was a great deal of embarrassment, while hurrying to regain his normal demeanor. On the other hand, he was taking out his status as a teacher and suppressed the 2 girls. Don't be ridiculous. This is all just academic research for the master. Besides, even if it's a bit excessive, it's still normal. If you don't let master heal your wounds, do you look for demons? The master is a man of 5. In a word, you will be protected in this life as long as you wish. Saying that, Yi Chang'an really treated the 2 girls seriously in a serious manner. Hearing this, Dongfang Liuli's ears turned red, but she couldn't help but look forward to this master's next little move. Next to her, Luo Yunshang was even more shy and red, as if she was a peach blossom in the spring, an apple in the fall, a girl in the throes of spring, a bride about to be married. He turned out to be really willing to protect me for the rest of my life? In that case, it's okay to get slimed by him. I can't imagine that all the men this Empress never met in her previous life, all the tenderness she never saw,
are actually in this initially unremarkable master. Master, please be gentle. Although the disciple was once honored as a female emperor, she has never had a man close to her, and is still a virgin. How the three masters and disciples under the hot springs each have their own thoughts, ambiguous and hilarious, let's not talk about it for the time being. One treatment later. The two girls sleep sweetly. On the contrary, Yi Chang'an hadn't completely fallen asleep yet. It was only because, after this, it felt like any random enemy was strong, and he was still too weak. Want more disciples. Also make up for the herb spirit stones lost this time. There could be no place more suitable than the All Souls Alliance. After such a thought, Yi Chang'an did not alarm the closed-door healing Luo Yunshang, Dongfan Liuli, after thinking for a while, but he went out to purchase on his own. 5 million miles away from the All Souls League, there were so many commodities that it was just too appropriate. Nature. This time that Heal and Miaoi came too. Do you really think this will bring Yi Chang'an back? Chapter 30 10,000 Souls Alliance, Man-Eating Devil. With Yi Chang'an's words, and Miaoi, who was already bent on reforming, naturally didn't have half a bit of delay, which led her to follow behind with her ass. The two of them in this moment looked like they did back in the day. It was a pity that due to the identity issue, Yi Chang'an could not turn out in Miaoi so quickly, and in Miaoi, knowing that she was guilty, was also making all kinds of efforts to perform, hoping to return to the Heaven-Mending Pavilion as soon as possible. The one the duo was going to this time, the All Souls Alliance, was far away but useful. It was a special town millions of miles away. People in the cultivation world, although they are mainly clans and have never set foot in the world much, but very often they also need to trade supplies and auction off treasures. Thus this centered on the town of All Souls Alliance, absorbing thousands of cultivators from clans of various mountain ranges over millions of miles in a radius. This place is small in size, and is equivalent to an ordinary county. However, because the annual trading volume was as high as billions of spirit stones, everything and anything, thus, it was honored as the town of the cultivation world. Normally, the first sects of the major mountain ranges, such as the kind similar to the Immortal Temple, had sent people over to maintain order and avoid trouble. On every major trading day and auction day, the giants of the major mountain ranges are even invited. Get-together auction. The spectacle was unprecedented. This time, Yi Chang'an and Miaoi went out without stepping on any major days, thus, not many people were encountered along the way. However, after about 10 days, he arrived at the western suburb of the All Souls Alliance. Haven't taken a break yet to go back in. But see, all kinds of pedestrians on the way home closed, look panic, fast action is moving to the city, slow action is temporary digging tunnels. A look of doom and gloom. Sect leader Yi, you rest for a moment, allow the late generation to go and inquire. It seems like something big is definitely happening in this neighborhood. Without waiting for Yi Chang'an to take the initiative to speak, and Miaoi really understood and went over to inquire for him. He came back with a decidedly less than stellar face. Upon questioning, this is how he learned from Miaoi's mouth that a horror story of a cannibalistic demon had appeared in the last month, killing and maiming countless people. Sect Master Yi, it seems that this Wanling alliance is not peaceful lately, we'd better go in earlier. According to the people nearby, this man-eating demon is hard to stop, and the few Divine Sea Realm experts in the city can't even fight it. Every day at dawn, that cannibalistic demon saves out to kill and suck blood, and the young farmers and artisans are regaled with souls, living and dying. Then, after a few days, their dried corpses would be found from other places, suspected to have been cleaned of blood by that cannibalistic demon. Hearing Miaoi say so, Yi Chang'an abruptly remembered one person in front of his eyes. Heavenly Devil. A while ago, within the floating slaughter mystic realm, the heavenly demon inside that heavenly demon grave after the 5th layer of light pillars should be this kind of demonic cultivator. This is also the most common technique of the devil's sect to kill people and suck their blood to dump their bodies. Only, the man-eating demon that appeared in the All Souls Alliance this time should not be that heavenly demon. After all, a month ago, the heavenly devil was still in the seal and couldn't come out to do evil at all. What exactly is the case? Then we'll wait until we encounter it. It seems like this Wanling Alliance's city lord and the others are also having a lot of headaches. A Divine Sea Realm expert can't even block it, that man-eating devil. I'm afraid he's not in the Purple Mansion realm? Just as well, let's go in and stay there, slowly acquiring all kinds of supplies, and helping out if we can. After all, we're all members of the righteous path. Dropping this, Yi Chang'an no longer dwelled on this small matter, but immediately brought in Miaoi with him, and thus formally entered this 10,000 Souls Alliance. Sure enough. Right after they declared their identities and took out the Heaven-Mending Pavilion's sect leader's token, the All Souls Alliance's city lord's henchmen who were responsible for strictly patrolling the area respectfully invited them in.
At this point, it was close to dark. It wasn't long before the curfew, so on the streets, the people basically went home and hid, and there weren't many merchants. On top of the main street, apart from Zhong Wanling himself, the city lord of the All Souls Alliance, with his cultivation of the perfection of the Kaiyang realm, he took 500 of his men with him and went around on martial law. There really aren't half as many outsiders left. Sect Leader Yi, please both of you check into the inn as soon as possible. After dark, this alliance will impose a strict curfew, and you may not casually roam the streets without a special reason. You are also an expert in the cultivation world, you should know our difficulties. In this current situation, simply relying on that weak boundary is just not enough. The city lord can only try to protect everyone. Hearing Zhong Wanling give such a helpless and bitter laugh, Yi Chang'an did not say more nonsense, which brought in Niaoui and stayed at an inn nearby. After prepaying 10 days' worth of various expenses, the two of them happened to be next to each other in the room, and each of them rested for a few moments, and after taking a hot bath, and Niaoui really did come over once again, and served all sorts of things. Elder Yi, you have what you need despite the command, can let me on behalf of the work. I will certainly on behalf of the work, to ensure that there is no error. You are a big man, of course, do not need to do everything personally. Besides, the appearance of that man-eating demon in this place will inevitably affect your mood. Why don't you let the errands run or something? When she said this, and Niaoui no longer had the indifference and misunderstanding she had towards Yi Chang'an during this period of time, but instead, she was extremely eye-catching. The look on his face was one of reformation. That's a slippery mouth, too. Yi Chang'an nodded, she was sharp and flying. Yi Chang'an didn't respond, and she didn't get angry, continuing to saddle up and open up all sorts of things for him. This way down. Even Yi Chang'an was a little moved. The heart softened. It's a matter of asking her what she thinks. Sect Leader Yi, I thought that this is an opportunity. Once we are able to catch that man-eating demon, not only will it solve the crisis of the All Souls Alliance, but it will also make the Heaven-Mending Pavilion's reputation louder. Or you can let me out and try. Well, at least I'm an expert in the middle stage of the Kaiyang realm. Saying that, this Niaoui was really almost ready to pack up and follow Yi Chang'an to go out to arrest people and solve the case. Yi Chang'an, who heard this, had black lines on his head. Is this girl brain dead? One's own ability to tolerate her staying is already a limit. If you don't stay in, why do you have to go out and make trouble? The middle of the Kaiyang realm? A master? I'm afraid that I can't see that the man-eating demon is many times more powerful than the Kaiyang realm, so if I really send someone's head, don't I still have to work hard to save myself? You stay in the inn, do not walk around. This matter, poor road has its own position. But I hope you do not cause trouble again. A good old boy character like Yi Chang'an also had to sweep a disgusted glance at Niaoui. I should have known this girl was so disobedient. Shouldn't have brought her. Behind her, and Niaoui promised quite well on her lips, but secretly she still intended to take this opportunity to redeem herself a little. And so, just half a quarter of an hour after Yi Chang'an had gone out, and Niaoui operated her cultivation at the middle stage of the Kaiyang realm and turned into a golden light that cut through the sky and flew out. At this point, it was the moon that was shining brightly in the sky. Two figures, one in front and one behind, went to investigate the case from different directions. And just then, within the southern suburbs, with a miserable grunt, a few merchants who came from out of town were suddenly swallowed by a bloody mouth before they could understand what was going on. Save. Without waiting for these few people to shout out their last words, the blood-red shadow, after it finished sucking blood, kicked their dry bodies away, but it was heading towards its next target. Chapter 31 Cases to be investigated and supplies to be bought. Half an hour later, Zhong Wanling came on hearing the news, and even though he was a perfect expert of the Kaiyang realm like him, he was directly shivering with fear at the scene's wretchedness and misery. Man-eating demons. Before it was just taking unintelligent outsiders from outside, now, it can actually infiltrate the city to kill and suck blood? It's just horrible. Come on, man. Hurry up to find the victim's family and appease them properly. In addition, it looks like our All Souls Alliance doesn't know if we've offended some demonic bigwigs or are being targeted by someone. How can we stand it if it goes on like this? After a few sighs of relief, this hand of the 10,000 Spirit Alliance, Zhong Wanling, actually lost the ease and cheerfulness of previous years. Instead, they rushed to strengthen the defense of the city wall in the southern suburbs. A little less death and injury counts for something. Not that he didn't want to help save the day. Rather, it's the people who are hired that don't work. The other side. Yi Chang'an, with his cultivation at the early stage of the Wanzhou realm, casually exerted a little bit of mana,
and the person floated around like a ghost, making it difficult to locate him. In less than half an hour, he found several places where that man-eating demon had passed through and carefully explored them. In some cases, just outside the city, they were ambushed by cannibalistic demons, sneaking in to draw blood. Some places, but the city, obviously people closed the door, but also added many talismans and spells to strengthen, but cannot block the attack of this man-eating demon. There were also places where it was actually Zhong Wanling's henchmen and cronies, and the late stage of the Open Yang realm actually couldn't block a single move and was engulfed. In other places, there were a dozen babies who were eaten en masse, and their parents were so upset that they simply erected a monument together, which was heinous. This guy is really a meat and veggie eater, he eats both young and old, but he's even more detestable than that heavenly demon. After a sigh in his heart, Yi Chang'an didn't say anything twice and continued to find other places to explore one by one. Period. Yi searched for a few medical centers to make serious inquiries. It was also fortunate that he was the head of a sect, otherwise, not only did those few doctors not want to talk, but they didn't even see their faces. Now, seeing that his cultivation was not weak, he had taken the initiative to provide some clues. This Sect Master Yi, you are really something. Our city lord has lost his confidence, but you are still. Alas, also, we and others will give you a few situations. First, we've long since decided that this sort of thing is definitely not the work of a human being, and it's best if we can leave early, or failing that, we can't wait for him to come to our door. Secondly, there were very few survivors before, but we used all kinds of herbs that were ineffective. That guy's toxin was so strong that no medicine worked. Thirdly, although we are not cultivation experts, we have projected that sooner or later, this monster will directly enter the city to kill and suck blood, and it will be difficult to solve it now unless some top-level powerhouse steps in. Hearing this from a few people, Yi Chang'an did not blame them for seeing death. After all, the clues he checked over himself were similar to this. The man-eating demon strikes were bizarre, defenseless, and powerful, so I'm afraid that an expert of the Purple Mansion realm or higher must be deployed in order to have a slight chance of victory. In addition, the most headache is that this guy, in addition to killing people and sucking their blood, he will also deliberately put some toxins into the mouth of the well, so that the people in the city are all on edge. And just before Yi Chang'an and the others arrived, Zhong Wanling had actually invited people from the Immortal Hall and other sects to come and help. The number one sect in the 100,000 mountains to the east of the 10,000 Spirit Alliance, the moon-worshipping sect. The number one sect in the Vermilion Bird Sea to the south of the All Souls Alliance, the Vermilion Bird Sect. The number one sect in the Snowmang Mountain in the north of the All Souls Alliance, the Snow Mountain Sect. Plus that fairy temple in the west. These four clans could all claim to be the strongest existences over their respective mountain ranges, but the results were unsatisfactory. Their spells are either offensive or defensive in nature, and can only be used to kill the enemy, with no healing to save them. Either that or there are some spells and treasures for healing the sick and saving people, but they are not allowed to do so. Plus, the great clans were merely using this place as a trading ground rather than a seat of long-term interest, so, at the back of the line, they simply didn't bother to send anyone to help. With this, the people had to think of moving and migrating away as soon as possible. So, good thing too, a few bosses, load up my side with more first to third order elixirs, and if there are fourth to sixth order ones you can have more of those as well. Also, since you don't have any 8th rank enlightenment spirit rice on your side, give me some 7th rank Jiangzhu grass, which poor Taoist just happens to use to refine potions. After familiarizing himself with a few of the great doctors, Yi Chang'an acquired herbs that had long since plummeted while yet also poking around carefully in the hope of obtaining the 7th rank Jiangzhu grass, which could be used to refine the holy medicine. This time, the holy medicine was a potion that was on the same level as the bio-creation fruit, called the 9 turns 5 elements pill. As the name suggests, after successful refining, it could be given to everyone who practiced the 5 elemental spells, greatly enhancing their cultivation and spell power. At the same time, this is considered the best way to improve your strength as quickly as possible in a short period of time. There isn't one. A 7th ranked vermilion grass? This sect leader is making things difficult for us. At the peak of our 10,000 Spirit Alliance, there were some clans that specialized in collecting and refining medicinal herbs that came over, and they might have this kind of high-level spirit medicine, and the best we have is the 6th rank. However, you can instead take a look over at the Cloudy Mountains in the eastern suburbs. Cloudy Mountain is the highest peak near the All Souls Alliance, 18,000 feet high. The path is treacherous, and it's also the place where the man-eating demon first appeared, so you have to be careful. The well-intentioned advice of a few doctors did not stop Yi Chang'an's thoughts. After all, he wasn't an ordinary person, and he had the strength to fight back even if he encountered that man-eating demon. Compared to that, finding the 7th ranked vermilion pearl grass as soon as possible and taking it back to refine the 9 turns 5 elements pill could be more important than fighting a man-eating demon. Half a quarter of an hour later, Yi Chang'an returned to the inside. I had wanted to bring in Miaoi along to set off, but it turned out that the woman was also in too much of a hurry. I can't believe I left a note saying I was planning to visit some cloudy mountain. The moment was also a dark one. According to what Junior said earlier, although this Yunyao mountain has a lot of medicinal herbs, it's also the most dangerous, with those dry corpses appearing the most. This girl too, why don't you go without saying hello? I really owe you guys 8 lifetimes. 1 foot warns you not to be conceited, and to obey discipline, lest you delay yourself, you delay the poor Tao, and the result of the latter foot results in you. No wonder the original master was exasperated by the 5 of them, such a female disciple is not as knowledgeable as a 3-year-old child. With a turn of mind, Yi Chang'an's entire head was as big as a buffalo after reading the situation in Miaoi described on the note. If you don't say it's not easy to mess with a woman with this kind of fairy temperament. Far from being blamed. Nearby, there is trouble. You really think you're not afraid of being tossed around because you have a big family? Such a little fairy, thanks to this as the time and space of fairy cultivation, can still live, but where the change of the previous life of that kind of environment, shall not be scolded to death only strange. Yi Chang'an was really speechless to this kind of little fairy, but at the same time, was not wanting to be told that he saw death and only had to immediately go forward to Yunyao Mountain. 1,000 miles. 500 miles. 100 miles. Eventually, Yi Chang'an settled into the clouds and looked down, and soon had an unpleasant feeling. Chapter 32 Third Disciple? Innate Chaotic Tao Body. This is... Not right, this is not in Miaoi's breath, who the hell is here? Yi Chang'an's divine sense flew to search over. Instead, he mapped out most of the place without finding any sign of an Miaoi. However, near a certain waterfall on the mountainside, he sensed the sound of 2 ruthless men fighting, and thus, he decisively followed them and got closer to take a look. It's absolutely brilliant. At this moment, the left person fighting on the opposite side was a domineering man, while the right side was an inhuman being, a strangely shaped demonic beast. The 2 men's cultivation wasn't very high. However, between the competitions, it was exceptionally intense. That demonic beast was also around the Xianzhao realm perfection. All thanks to a pair of sharp claws impacting hard. Its sharp claws were comparable to the average yellow-grade lower divine armor sharp weapon, truly just cutting iron like mud, quite sharp. Then he looked at the teenager on the left, aged around 15 or 16, his realm wasn't very high, which was the middle Xianzhao realm, but his physique was very special. Without any gongfu or magic treasure to add support, he actually stayed up and fought for dozens of rounds. It wasn't until the other demonic beast went berserk that this slowly fell away. A teenager also dares to challenge a Xianzhao realm perfection demonic beast with his mid-Xianzhao realm cultivation? Not easy, this guy. Although that demonic beast is far inferior to Lu Chuan, however, the pair of sharp claws should have had some kind of strange encounter, thus it is equivalent to a divine weapon and very powerful. I can't say the same for me a month ago, let alone him. System, for the poor road to see what this teenager in the end, what talent, what qualifications, what spiritual roots, can help, can take in disciples. Such a tough and unyielding, absolutely not much worse. With Yi Chang'an's words, the side of the disciple return system really did give a response as follows. Name, Shen Hongso. Race, demigod. Sex, female. Talent, innate chaotic Tao body heavenly spiritual root. Cultivation, middle Xianzhao realm. Introduction, the heir to the bloodline of Zhu Rong, the god of fire, with a tenacious and unyielding character, passionate and spirited. Quality, loyalty. Seeing this scene, Yi Chang'an's entire body was stunned. Innate chaotic Tao body? This was a physique that was second only to the 3 forbidden bodies. It was actually a few points more powerful than Luo Yunshang and Dongfang Liuli. It should have been his demigod bloodline that did the trick. But how man, instead of a woman? This system is not mistaken, is it? He's actually a woman? Looking at Shen Hongso, who was fighting that demonic beast at that moment, Yi Chang'an couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, but he also had to admit that he had looked away. And at this time, with her own physical strength gradually running low, Shen Hongso actually shouted at this side without any good humor. Sure is a spicy character. Why hasn't the high man over there made a move yet? Can't you see that, auntie, I can't fight this demonic beast? It would be bad if we let this demonic beast go out and harm people.
Hearing this, Yi Chang'an couldn't help but laugh and cry, never imagining that as an old master he would actually encounter such an active disciple. I have to say, this is kind of the hottest apprentice ever. Luo Yunshang was an ice queen-like personality. Only be gentle with him. Oriental glaze is imperial. Only take orders from Yi Chang'an. And this Shin Hongsleeve in front of her, more like a dynamite barrel, thought she was fine to observe the battle, but as a result, she still found out and output a meal. That's just it. It's not just helping out, the poor Taoist is the best at it. After a sigh in his heart, Yi Chang'an decisively waved out a mana. Seconds killed the demonic beast at the same time. However, it also draws closer. Once again, look, see, this skin-flaming red character of the fiery Shin Hongsleeve, although wearing a robe of a gorgeous gentleman, but cannot hide the wildness. Just now it only felt like she was born with divine power. Now close, but only realized that this girl, in addition to female disguise, but also quite quirky, put on the side, is certainly a painted bird-like chirping type female disciple. This girl, since I was asked to help, this credit and favor can be mine, tell me how you should repay the poor Taoist? Yi Chang'an snickered, but immediately blew up Shin Hongsleeve. Although Shin Hongsleeve relied on Yi Chang'an to save her life and helplessly admired him, she is on Zhong Wanling's side, so the favor can be given to Yi Chang'an, and the credit must be left behind. Thus the rush to say it. This Taoist master, I'll give you the favor and leave the credit to our city lord's mansion. Oh, so you're from the city lord's mansion? I wonder if you've seen a girl slightly older than you passing through here. See this Shin Hongsleeve, really simple-minded, no heart, a little bit of the world, a few words to say that he came from the side of Zhong Wanling, Yi Chang'an sneer, but also decisively asked the main thing. It looks like an Niaoyi shouldn't be here. Otherwise, there was no reason for her to miss a fight like this. What other girls? Is there anyone else here besides me? Could it be that you, a Taoist master, have some other bad intentions and are planning to hunt down a girl? God knows where this Shin Hongfu got this kind of brain. Just as this girl was babbling nonsense, yet ghostly, Yi Chang'an's afterglow swept the demonic beast dead but not dead, almost recoiling, and decisively struck out. A finger poked through the demonic beast and took out the inner elixir, directly throwing it to the Shin Hongsleeve, who was still dumbfounded. Seniors. Now you know to address the poor Taoist as senior? Hee, that's natural, I can't imagine that senior is so powerful, I'm afraid that this isn't already in the Kaiyang realm, right? In the face of Yi Chang'an's flirting, this Shin Hongso blushed slightly, but it was more atmospheric than Luo Yunshang and Dongfan Liuli before. Turning his eyes back to his normal demeanor, one chased after him with curious inquiries. Could it be that what you just used was some kind of spell, a divine ability, to exterminate that demonic beast? Oh, do you also know about spells and aptitudes? However, the poor Taoist sees that your cultivation is too simple, actually not even in the Kaiyang realm. Tell me instead, what spells and aptitudes do you know? Elder, don't underestimate people. How can I say that I am also a person inside the city lord's mansion, and I usually see a lot of high people? Not another word. Let's say that man-eating demon that has been haunting our All Souls Alliance lately, before the What Immortal Hall sent several people from the Kaiyang realm and the Divine Sea realm, that's quite powerful. Seeing that Yi Chang'an somewhat looked down on his own cultivation, Shin Hongsleeve did not think in the direction that the other party was trying to take in a disciple, and thus wanted to raise the bar. Instead, he looked confident and puffed out his chest. Just tell Yi Chang'an about the past she experienced. What, a dozen years ago, there was an old Taoist priest from the first clan of the Floating Mountain, who saw her birth mother's pity and passed on an invincible scripture to her. Since then, Shin Hongsleeve, who followed her birth mother's surname, really learned a lot of skills by relying on this invincible scripture. Strength is stronger than those in the same realm. That's why it was possible to fight the demonic beast empty-handed. The only unfortunate part was that this scripture did not record any spell aptitude, causing her to have empty brute strength, but nowhere to vent it. Chapter 33, Stupid Apprentice and Her Dutiful Master. That master teacher of mine said that in today's cultivation world, if this invincible scripture of his is considered second, then there is no first. I guess I'm afraid I'll be too strong and break the cultivation world. That's why this doesn't impart specific spell aptitudes. Mentioning her master, Shin Hongsleeve had a proud face, as if that person was everything, but she didn't notice that that person, who had given her many transmissions, actually couldn't even beat a Xinjiao realm perfection demon beast. It's actually a deus ex machina. And at that moment, Yi Chang'an was almost made to laugh by this girl's teasing and excessive optimism. He kept his mouth shut. But it was bright to take Shin Hongsleeve to take out that tattered book of invincible scriptures, and just by looking at it, he realized that this girl really had too much talent.
Of course this book is crap. Not to mention any yellow grade lower grade, it was not even a first rate, second rate, or third rate of the three mortal gongfu below the yellow grade. Yet it is an uninspired plagiarized scripture. As the name suggests, this book was actually made up by copying some general outlines from within the basic gong methods of various great sects. Anyone else would have practiced until they went off the deep end. Only Shin Hongsleeve, this girl, by virtue of the demigod bloodline and innate chaotic Taoist body, froze a strange force chaotic garbage scriptures, cultivated out of a body of divine power. This girl is fierce. Yi Chang'an was secretly admiring his luck this time, and hadn't thought about it yet, how to take in an apprentice. However, Shin Hongsleeve precious and incomparable drops put away this trash scripture. In turn, he inquired with him. This senior, dare I ask if you are also from my master's sect? What? Your division? No, the poor Taoist's division is rather ordinary, it's just the floating mountain heaven mending pavilion, it's not worth mentioning. Mending heaven pavilion? Never heard of it but that move you just did was so cool, I wonder how to learn it? What is it called? Shin Hongsleeve is good at everything else, except that she doesn't have much social experience, and actually doesn't even know about the famous Fudu Mountain. These words almost didn't make Yi Chang'an vomit blood. However, when Yi Chang'an saw that this girl revealed a martial arts obsessive look, but it was also quite cute, and immediately came to the idea of continuing to chat. This move of the poor Taoist is called striking water for 3,000 miles, and as the name suggests, when practiced to the extreme, one move can cover 3,000 miles. I wonder what you call yourself, girl? Could you be willing to join the poor Tao's disciples and also be a shut-in disciple? However, there were two senior sisters before that, and they are too powerful than you, thus you can only be the third person. Hearing this, Shin Hongso first really seriously thought about whether or not she should change her master, and then it was as if she had figured it out. There was a flash of light. I actually did pay my respects on the spot. My name is Shin Hongsleeve, Shin is my birth mother's surname, and Hongsleeve means my favorite red sleeve. Elder. Oh no, the master is above. As of today, you are my second master, but I still won't forget my first master as long as he still comes back. Tell you something else? I am the daughter of the city lord, this matter must not be told to outsiders, they all think that my father does not have great ability, in case they know that I am even more incapable as a daughter, they will surely be unfavorable to my father. Although my father lost my mother in an accident that year. But surely this daughter of mine must still have some filial piety. Speaking at this point, Shin Hongsu's eyes were slightly red, which made Yi Chang'an not count the fact that she remembered her previous master, but was touched by this girl's character. What a nice girl. Silly in its simplicity, adorable in its persistence, such a disciple is most favorable to the poor Taoist and worth taking in. So it is. Also, the poor Taoist will talk about that red human demon as well. Red sleeve, tell us as many clues as you have, maybe we can help take it down. That in Miaoi just now, is not your senior sister, but is one of Poverty Road's former disciples, so if you can meet her, it might be more effective. Back to square on, Yi Chang'an no longer treats Shin Hongso as a child, but really treats it as a third disciple and treats it well. On his lips, he had a good chat with Shin Hongso about various clues. Instead, the system's rewards flashed through his mind. Ding! The host is recruiting disciples with heavenly spiritual roots. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, now releasing the reward. Heaven and Earth Battle Helmet Inner Helmet, similar to a turban, heavenly ranked upper grade crotch protector, possessing the power of the Xian Huang, and a set can be melted down to create an immaculate body. Heaven and Earth Battle Boots Inner Boots, similar to socks, celestial ranked upper grade crotch protection, possessing the power of Xian Huang, and a set of them can be melted down to create an immaculate body. The immaculate body is superior to the indestructible golden body. Ding! The host has gathered a set of Heaven and Earth defense sets and can melt down the immaculate body at any time. The Heaven and Earth defense set, a single loose piece is a top-grade heavenly ranked protective gear. After the 3 pieces of the set are completed, it can be automatically upgraded to an extreme heavenly ranked protective gear, with 10 times the defensive power of a single loose piece. Fire Neurology Previous Volume, a scripture created by Emperor Yen of the South during the ancient times, containing the laws of the Fire Tao, and when practiced to its fullest extent, it can evolve the power to burn the heavens and the earth. Fire God Armor Inner Armor, heavenly ranked lower grade armor, possessing the power of the Yen Emperor, collecting a set can melt the Yen Emperor's Dharma body. Ego, Master, why are you holding a red belly band in your hand? Just like the first time he was surprised by Luo Yunshang, at this time, Yi Chang'an was planning to give the Fire Nerve and Fire God Armor to Shin Hongsleeve, but the latter saw the problem.
These words almost made Ji Chang'an blush as well. Luckily, after the last experience, he finished delivering the gift very calmly, which led him to continue discussing business with Shin Hongso.
Master is still awesome, even this kind. Until you come to the top of the mountain. Just about to take a break.
Suddenly, Yi Chang'an felt that the land below was soft, but a suction force came from it, causing both him and Shin Hongso to fall down at the same time.
It's not an ordinary trap, like a no loophole? Yi Chang'an couldn't think about it in time. The two had dropped to the bottom.
Fortunately, there are no thorns here, and Yi Chang'an did not say much, while carrying Shin Hongso forward to feel, while lighting a torch, searching around for Miaoi's scent.
Not to mention,
this searching down made even Yi Chang'an have to marvel that this hole in the ground was just too long and twisted. Sparing an expert of the transformation tribulation realm like him, he actually couldn't even feel the end of it.
But the thought of an Maya. Speed up and look for it right away. Chapter 34 My master is a godly man. Master, beware.
Master, this hole in the ground has too many twists and turns. Do I need a disciple to give you a punch to open the way? Master, you are also too powerful. You don't need disciples to open up the path. With a wave of your hand you strike a new path. This skill, it seems to be even more powerful than my previous master. As Yi Chang'an single-handedly drove the road and frantically advanced, Shin Hongso, the new disciple who was being carried on his back, was so surprised that she was blown away. It was also at this point that Shin Hongso then truly realized the power of this master. Of course, it still couldn't be compared to the huge impact that the master brought to her back then, so this city lord's house's young lady cheered and encouraged Yi Chang'an while also taking the initiative to look around.
Gradually, the pair came to a more open area. Haven't taken a break to adjust.
Suddenly, a swarm of blood-sucking bats were seen flying over in all directions, accompanied by a gust of buzzing sounds that made one's scalp numb and almost impossible to resist. Master, be careful, it's a blood-sucking bat, this thing can be powerful. Disciple encountered one before and it was hard to deal with it, let alone now in all directions, there are hundreds of them coming. Shin Hongsleeve didn't have much experience in cultivation, so she was relatively simple, but seeing the swarm of blood-sucking bats appear, she still gave a timely reminder. Hearing this, Yi Chang'an did not worry at all as he looked over.
As far as I can see, these vampire bats are really not simple. Not only is it more massive, and all demonic beasts, gigantic and team-oriented. Any one of them had the strength of the early stage of the Kaiyang realm. Hundreds of them added up, and they were afraid that they weren't much worse than experts of the Divine Sea realm, Purple Mansion realm, or even the Transformation Tribulation realm. And the most irritating thing of all is that it's rather annoying. They come in an endless stream. Even if one move extinguished the first few hundred, there were more behind. Red Sleeve, keep up. This thing is actually a bit similar to Lu Chuan's maneuver last time. It looks like it should have been infected by some demonic chi and thus become incomparably crazy. How can I say that I'm also the head of the righteous path? How can I let you demonic beasts hurt people? Watch the move. Yi Chang'an reacted quickly. In the face of these endless blood-sucking bats, there was no hesitation. Left hand free, teach Shin Hongsleeve this girl, hurry to wear that fire god armor, not to say anything else, at least to protect her out of the problem is not big. Instead, his right hand operated the Thunder Emperor Sutra, releasing countless channels of Thunder Emperor power, electrifying in all directions. Zigzag. After many actual battles, nowadays, the Thunder Emperor scripture was basically cultivated by Yi Chang'an to a relatively proficient level. It's really just the heart following the thunder. Electric sparks. In an instant, just a dozen or so of the foremost vampire bats were electrically numbed, and the hundreds of vampire bats that followed were stunned enough to freeze slightly. Seeing this, Shin Hongso couldn't help but be shocked. Master Teacher, it's so powerful. What's the name of this move? Can you teach it to me? Master is not very good. It seems that the Thunder Emperor scripture can only electrocute their physical bodies, but it can't yet stop their divine souls from pursuing them, so I'll have to change some of my means. Unlike Shin Hongsleeve's more juvenile thoughts, at this time, in Yi Chang'an's eyes, other than seeing his Thunder Emperor's power shaking back the blood-sucking bats. However, he also felt that those blood-sucking bats whose flesh was gone were actually unafraid of death and urged their own souls to continue to chase after them. I don't know what kind of demonic gas they are actually infected with, the flesh can still be killed by thunder and lightning, but at the same time, he also taught the second ordinary 5-element spell, the Yen skill, to this third disciple, Shin Hongsleeve, immediately. Red Sleeve memorized the mantra. These vampire bats live underground all year round and have too much energy, so they are afraid of flames. You're also an heir of the fire god Zhu Rome's bloodline,
this fire skill is most appropriate. Hearing Yi Chang'an say this, behind her, Shen Hongsleeve didn't care about anything else, a brain to memorize the mantra of the inflammation technique, and immediately cast it out. Hoo. Only to see that Shen Hongso, who did not know any spells a second ago, in this second, she really relied on the identity of the heir of the fire god Zhu Rong's bloodline, coupled with this inflammation technique, to cast amazing fire spells. A flame transformed into 8 fire dragons of more than 10 feet, rising up in the air with teeth and claws. Although the blood-sucking bats on the opposite side were not weak in realm, none of them could block the fire dragon. Master and disciple also relied on each other to cooperate, and finally came to a mezzanine in front of them, temporarily safe. In the meantime, Yi Chanan's calmness and composure gave Shen Hongso more admiration and more trust in this new master. And Shen Hongsleeve's innate pro-fire physique, as well as the fact that the second-rate fire spell, Inferno skill, actually erupted with a power comparable to that of a gold spell, also made Yi Chang'an doubly feel that it was worth too much. This third disciple has really earned his keep. Next, master and disciple each rested and molested. Red Sleeve, this is the 6th rank spirit medicine heavenly dipper grass that master just purely procured, take it quickly to quickly restore your mana. Yi Chang'an himself had long since not needed this kind of elixir, and thus, while throwing it to Shen Hongso, he instantly surprised the other party. A 6th rank spirit medicine? Master is also too godly, isn't he? Just when Shen Hongsui was greatly surprised. However, she saw that with the entrance of this 6th rank spirit medicine, heavenly dipper grass, a rich aroma made her entire body relax pleasantly. In a flash. Previously, Shen Hongso, who was still only in the middle stage of the Xianjiao realm. Surprisingly, his aura surged violently around him. Late Xianjiao realm. The Xianjiao realm is complete. Early stage of the Kaiyang realm. Middle stage of the Kaiyang realm. Late stage of the Kaiyang realm. Open Sun realm perfection. Just a few hours less than, Shen Hongsleeve, this dainty young lady, actually almost opened up the Divine Sea, its strength, but also with the eldest sister Luo Yunshang, the second sister Dongfang Liuli, comparable. Then look at Master Yi Chanhan's side. Surprisingly, it was also continuously flushing the limbs and bones, advancing towards the middle stage of the Transformation Tribulation realm. Chapter 35 The middle stage of the Transformation Tribulation realm. It's just so silky smooth. Awesome. 12 little suns around Master? Could it be that he's the reincarnation of the ancient era's Hui immortal? Seeing his own master's breakthrough aura is not as good as his own, but, around the body of the vision absolutely exploded the hearts of the people. At this time Shen Hongsleeve, surprised to the mouth cannot close. This scene was not only unintelligible to her, a newcomer at the perfection of the Kaiyang realm, but even if the 7 giants of the immortal hall were replaced, or even that heavenly demon, they would still not be able to understand it. Blame nothing else. It was only strange that, at the beginning, Yi Chang'an's cultivation path was completely different from the others. On the one hand, his own 9 tribulation indestructible Dao body allowed him to double his cultivation speed, exceeding normal people by too much. Especially for the Thunder system law comprehension faster. On the other hand, just now, at the same time as taking out the 6th rank spirit medicine Tian Gang Di renewal grass to cultivate Shen Hongsleeve, the system rewards came again. Sort of doubling and redoubling. Ding! The host graces his disciple with a 6th rank spirit medicine, Big Dipper Earth Renewal Grass, allowing his third disciple, Shen Hongsleeve, to break through all the way to achieve the perfection of the Kaiyang realm, earning him an additional reward. Thundering 8 directions, one of the randomly comprehended thunder spells after the Thunder Emperor scripture has been cultivated to a certain degree, most suitable for group battles, and can control a field of 800 feet in a circle, becoming a side of the absolute domain. This spell is ranked at the lower yellow level. The current level is not high, but it can be gradually upgraded with the frequency of use and the addition of more Thunder Dao Law's comprehension. This time the rewards are small in quantity, but extremely high in quality. The previous Yi Chang'an, despite the many rewards, casting was just the Thunder Emperor scripture, the Heavenly Tribulation Finger, the Immortal Seal, and the regular 5 elemental spells. Not too much of a character in its own right. Now, actually therefore comprehended the Thunder 8 such group battle spells, at a glance is far beyond the conventional 5 element spells kind, natural great joy. Taking a closer look, good guy, this thing is actually still an upgradable yellow level lower grade spell, really earning hemp. Thundering 8? What a great name! Poverty Road's power has advanced even further, and after the middle stage of the Transformation Thunder realm, he can actually ignore the demonic mists and directly see and hear more. It seems that, just a short distance away,
there exists some chain sounds in a woman's voice, could it be, it's that in Miaoi? Yi Chang'an, after coming back to his senses, didn't half-ass it after summarizing the small progress this time. This brought along Shin Hongso, who had also increased her strength tenfold, to look around. Not much longer. The master and disciple duo never encountered the kind of difficult blood-sucking bats from before, but instead saw a river and a puppet on the opposite side. The river was also contaminated with demonic energy, and was 300 feet wide and an unknown length. Under the demonic aura. If an expert under the Divine Sea realm came, he was afraid that he would be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, nowadays, the master and disciple each had a set of internal armor to protect them, and it was still not a big problem to resist this kind of demonic invasion. And then the golem was even more absolute. This puppet was clearly a passive counterattacking type, and thus, as long as they didn't strike, nothing happened. But on the contrary, on the wall behind it, countless miserable green tree roots bound in Miaoi, getting tighter and tighter, almost strangling her to death. Yi's sect leader. Save me, these tree roots were demonized. And that puppet, beware. And Miaoi's strength wasn't bad, she was in the middle stage of the open yang realm, but she could barely complete her words. Seeing tears in her eyes and reminding her again, Yi Chang'an sighed in his heart and said that if he had known this, why did you 5 girls need to be like that in the first place? But if he had turned back earlier, a random bit of favor from him would have allowed them to open the Divine Sea faster than the 3 disciples. Why would they be like this? Don't worry, Missin. The poor Taoist has his own method. This puppet is extremely uncomplicated. Allow the poor Taoist to observe for a moment or two before making any calculations. Yi Chang'an's words were like a spring breeze, giving in Miaoi a lot of soul-quieting and calming effect, and at this time, besides Shin Hongsleeve also remembered some legends. Master, I heard before that there was some kind of savage here, but it turns out, it's actually this puppet? This thing is afraid it's not going to be easy to deal with. That's for sure, this thing should be the credit of some demonic cultivator, you see, its attack range happens to include that girl across the street. We'll be fine if we don't go in, once we do. These devil cultivators are also too rampant, I don't know how many people they have killed previously. Today, the poor Taoist cannot tolerate it. We'll subdue the demons later. With Yi Chang'an's words, Shin Hongso thought deeply of his words, and with a sideways glance, she was also disgusted to the point of almost wanting to vomit by the tired white bones in the river. Previously, she had thought that city lord father of hers was so powerful that one within a few thousand miles should dare to kill. Overall, this puppet's strength was at least at the complete level of the Transformation Thunder realm. I don't know who set it up. But there are sort of strengths and weaknesses. The strength is that it's absolutely strong. It's difficult for the average person to breach. The shortcoming was that after each successful attack on the opponent, there was a stagnation of 1/10 of a breath, and that, in turn, was Yi Chang'an's only good chance to counterattack. Heaven's robbery finger. Yi Chang'an fainted once, transported all his mana and probed with a finger, just in time to bombard with the puppet's full force. This powerful sage technique froze without defeating the other party. Instead, he retreated again. A sweetness in his throat. A small mouthful of black blood spurted out. Seeing this, the puppet on the opposite side of the room really stagnated for a moment. It also happens to be countered. Thunder in the 8 directions. A Thunder Emperor's power that was like a spider's web slammed and killed with lightning speed. This time, Yi Chang'an finally took advantage of the moment when the body of the puppet opposite him stiffened, and struck within it and detonated the thunder road laws within it. Clunk! After a heavy tearing sound, the puppet, which was comparable to the level of a giant of the Immortal Temple, was finally torn apart and could no longer get up. Then look at Shin Hongsleeve's side. The fierce battle with the tree demon is also at a critical moment. One was a tree demon that had been cultivated by demonic cultivators for years. Roughly equivalent to the early Divine Sea realm. One was the newest addition to the Mending Pavilion, the third apprentice. The realm wasn't as good as, but, the Inferno technique on his hand was really fire dragons flying around, quite domineering. Chapter 36. There is no hope for the return of the 5th senior sister, and Yi Chang'an accepts another 3rd disciple. TSK, can't see that Shin Hongsleeve, this girl's person is a bit of a tease, but, after getting mad, she's no weaker than Luo Yunshang and Dongfang Lili. Then let her try more. Until she can't carry it, the poor Taoist will make another move, which will also allow her to gain experience earlier. After exterminating the puppets, Yi Chang'an first inspected them without much gain and simply turned to look at Shin Hongsleeve and the tree demon who were in the middle of a fierce battle. But see, Shin Hongsleeve really is a newborn calf, is not afraid of tigers. Their own strength is far inferior to the tree demon, but relying on talent and bloodline, froze to fight a 50-50. The tree demon was several times angry, roaring and urging more roots over, but they all had to scream in defeat because of the fire overcoming the wood. Invisibly, this also allows Shin Hongslee's combat experience to greatly improve, and from now on, it is no longer a rash, and it is also considered to be one of the experts of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. Inside the next quarter hour, one person and one tree demon continued to exchange blows. Occasionally, Yi Chang'an also pointed out one or two things, telling Shin Hongso the reasoning behind the 5 elements, steeply making her 8 fire dragons even more powerful. What master teacher taught is so right. This tree demon is really afraid of my fire dragon. He, just now it was you who bullied me to be young, now I'm bullying you. Fire dragon, burn me, burn me. If you dare to hurt the innocent, you should be ruthlessly cleaned up. Shin Hongso was not very old, but had the most hot blood. Seeing that the tree demon was still not surrendering and still wanted to strangle and meowie, she immediately yelled. Only to see that the 8 fire dragons violently condensed into a 3-foot crimson-colored giant sword and viciously stabbed down. Woo woo. At the moment of life and death, the tree demon's mouth let out an unwilling cry. Subsequently, actually no longer paying attention to an meowie in the back, but simply condensed his entire body into a 1-foot by 8-foot wooden man and fiercely slapped over. But at this point it's obvious to anyone that it's not going to do anything. Deaths and injuries are just a moment away. What's that? This tree demon is ultimately not as good as 1% of the puppet, but it's that rusty iron sword at the root of its tree that's a bit uncomplicated. Red Sleeve, this tree demon is for you, for master to take a look at that precious sword. Yi Chang'an casually handed the tree demon to Shin Hongso. He himself a flash, the space to take away the tree demon tree root had a rusty iron sword, a closer look, really extraordinary quality, hidden inside the spiritual chi. Next. Just as the tree demon behind him cried out miserably that he was not much of a threat, Yi Chang'an drew his rusty sword, and there was a sound of a dragon's roar that shook the 9 heavens. Even, it made his hallowed middle stage of the transformation tribulation realm expert physically and mentally shaken. Buzz off. This is one of the absolute divine weapons of the battle between good and evil hundreds of years ago, the change of gods and demons, the autumn water sword? Rumor has it, back then, that battle, poor Tao the Chief Master also participated in, the result was a heavy death toll. This autumn water sword kills countless enemies, cuts Nirvana like a melon. I can't imagine, it's actually here? Although poor Tao already has a more powerful magic treasure at the moment, however, this autumn water sword can be used for the 4 girls to see. Below the Divine Sea realm, they're all at the bottom, and there's still a pretty big gap between having a divine weapon and not having one. After thinking so, Yi Chang'an stopped talking nonsense. Immediately, he held the sword in his right hand, and with his left hand, he utilized all of his mana and flicked it. Sure enough, this strong stream of mana immediately triggered the resonance of the autumn water sword, not only removing the rust on it, but also allowing it, which was originally heavily damaged, to instantly recover. And after, the autumn water sword actually transformed into a 9-foot ice dragon that rose up into the air with a soft sound, instantly dispersing the surrounding demonic aura and transforming into a water screen to fend off the tree demon. Although, at this time Yi Chang'an didn't need it to protect him, but still, such a spiritual divine weapon made him very happy. A turnaround. As the spell guided him, the ice dragon reverted to become the autumn water sword, cutting through the tree demon's largest tree root with a single stroke and completely annihilating the other party. And after. It was simply ironic that a traitor like An Miaoi actually had to rely on Yi Chang'an to save her. Master, who is this girl again? Could it also be? Shin Hongso blinked her soulful eyes at An Miaoi with all sorts of curiosity. She used to be a disciple of this sect, and then. All in all, just take pity on a passerby, and after that, don't pay any attention to her. Yi Chang'an glared at this talkative Shin Hongso without any good humor, frightening the latter to hurriedly play a ghostly face and take a few steps back on his own. 1 hour later. Although An Miaoi was revived, at the same time, because she ventured in and was infiltrated too much by the demonic chi, it resulted in a lack of mind and crippled memories. The whole man was weak to the core and his life was coming to an end. Master, she's so pitiful. Pity? Ah, they are no more pitiful than the poor Taoist was back then, it's all their own fault, no more, let's go out on our own. Without waiting for Shin Hongso to kindly save this An Miaoi, Yi Chang'an directly walked away. Master and disciple in one heart, but completely do not give such traitors a chance, and just shortly after they walked out, actually happened a strange thing. Behind her, An Miaoi was completely hung over. Ahead, however, there was a passing young girl who actually magically inherited An Miaoi's memories and cultivation. A prompt even sounded in his head. Name, Reed Chow. Race, human. Sex, female. Talent, water of the 5 innate elements, top grade spiritual root. Cultivation, middle Kaiyang realm. Introduction, self-cultivating casual practitioners. Quality, single-mindedness. Ding. The host recruits a disciple with a top-grade spiritual root, and due to the proximity of the disciple's attributes to the original 5th disciple, Enmiawi, by chance the disciple acquires all of Enmiawi's memories and cultivation. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, now releasing the reward. 10,000 pounds of enlightenment spirit rice. Since this disciple is cultivating immortality by chance, and is considered a half-returned disciple, this reward does not include spell aptitude equipment, so please ask the host to bestow and cultivate it subsequently. Hearing this, Yi Chang'an's originally not-so-pleasant mood was suddenly much more comfortable. Master, this little girl is a bit magical, she seems not to be afraid of us at all, could it be? Of course you can take her. Little girl, do you know that poor Tao is an immortal? As long as you are willing to join, from today onwards, you are the 3rd disciple under the poverty road. With Yi Chang'an's words, the girl named Chao Reed on the opposite side of the table immediately brightened up and was overjoyed. He really did prostrate himself on the ground and immediately performed the salute of worship. Since then, Yi Chang'an had another elfin and cute female disciple under his door, while Shen Hongso was temporarily ranked 4th because she still needed to sharpen her skills. This Chao Reed is considered to be a part of the back of Enmiawi, but it definitely exceeds Enmiawi too much. Her name is Chao Reed, and from now on, she will be your 3rd senior sister. In the future, when it comes to cultivation, ask for more advice from the 3 of them, it will always be of no small benefit to you. As soon as Yi Chang'an mentioned benefits, Shen Hongso, who was originally not very satisfied, suddenly had a pair of glowing eyes. Next. The 2 girls talked and laughed, going from strangers to acquaintances and then to sisters without words. The difference was that Shen Hongso was at least the daughter of the city lord of the 10,000 Spirits Alliance. And this Chao Reed is actually an orphan, in order to survive, had to practice haphazardly, so the realm is okay, but the strength is indeed not good. Fortunately, with Yi Chang'an as the best master, from now on, this girl didn't have to worry about this and that. Chapter 37 Autumn Water Tablet, City Lord has changed. Red Sleeve is going to curse the next person who comes back to only be the oldest 5, and definitely not let me downgrade again, or else, Red Sleeve, I'm going to be upset, too. I'm not one to be messed with. Master Sai doesn't dare to retaliate, but if anyone dares to bully me, I will definitely make her look good. With Yi Chang'an on his back, this Shen Hongsleeve actually had glowing eyes and arranged the subsequent generations and order in advance. This scene caused Yi Chang'an to be stunned for a few moments. Unexpectedly, this girl simple outside, but also has not a small heart, this poisonous mind, fear is not lost to that tree demon. But the good thing is that it's all minor. To him, as long as there were no more traitors within the Heaven Mending Pavilion, it was normal for everyone to fight outside of peace and harmony. And so, just after the master and disciples rested for an hour and searched the entire underground river without half a trace of anything else besides, this came out of this cave hundreds of feet underground. Just come outside. As you can see, a section of the monument, which was broken 100 years ago, stands in front of the door. The writing on it is still some unknown divine text that no one can read. However, right at this moment, the autumn water sword, which was placed on Yi Chang'an's body, seemed to have a resonance. Woo woo! The autumn water sword transformed into a stream of water and came out on its own, clearing the tattered stone monument while surrounding it intimately yet helplessly. It looks like this is the original owner of the autumn water sword. Seeing this scene, Yi Chang'an took the initiative to step forward, and while clearing this autumn water tablet, he also made a solemn salute. Elder above, the late Yi Chang'an was passing by this place and had a chance encounter, so he came here to sweep the tomb and pay his respects. Regardless of which senior you are, the favor of saving your life today is bound to be remembered. This autumn water sword is buried amongst the yellow earth and will inevitably be used by the Devil Sect, so why don't you let my juniors take it with them for the time being, and find a suitable master for it. In other days, if the latecomer cultivates in the right way, he will definitely come back to return the sword. Thanks for the great favor. Yi Chang'an was still very admiring to this kind of seniors who had fought against evil demons in the past, and after some sincere talking, plus kneeling and saluting. However, as if the Chioshui tablet had recognized him, it really released a blue light, allowing the Chioshui sword to return to its scabbard. Yi Chang'an's heart was in awe. As the saying goes, raise your head 3 feet and you'll see God. Sure enough. Next. Together, the three masters and disciples bid farewell to this mysterious underground river and returned to the All Souls Alliance. Along the way, there is no need to talk about how Shin Hansleeve and Chao read how two women are one play, competing to serve Yi Chang'an, who is a master. There is also no need to mention that the two women are close in character, sometimes they are too close for comfort, and sometimes they fight for the sake of fighting. Not to mention, seeing that the Heaven Mending Pavilion had finally returned to a little bit of popularity, Yi Chang'an's old heart was pleased and allowed them to fight in small increments. Anyway, this trip took in a new disciple, returned an old disciple, and gained a minor realm enhancement, plus an autumn water divine sword. It really is not a wasted trip. 2 days later, the master and disciples had just arrived at the All Souls Alliance to see, and before walking into the North Gate, they were first scolded angrily by a close general of the city lord's residence, across the sky. "Woodland Taoist, how dare you snatch my missy, simply looking for death?" As he spoke, this great general of the early stage of the Kaiyang realm really brought dozens of his men and almost struck out at Yi Chang'an. Yi Chang'an was too lazy to bother with this kind of henchman who had no sense of right and wrong. On the contrary, Shin Hongso could see that there was a misunderstanding between the two parties, and not waiting for this person to make a move to offend Yi Chang'an, he decisively showed up and persuaded. "No insolence. This young lady was saved by her master, and now that she has worshipped her master, how can she be bullied by you? Quickly get out of the way, master is my savior, that is, the guest of honor of the city lord's mansion, quickly let us in." Once this was said, that Northgate general had a few more moments of consternation and didn't know what to do, but he couldn't stop them and had to let the three of them, Yi Chang'an, walk in. The three of them arrived at the city lord's mansion just as quickly. Shin Hansleeve was still bragging about how her father, Zhong Wanling, loved her and must have rewarded her greatly, but she didn't see that Yi Chang'an frowned slightly. Nothing else. Simply because, this time, the city lord's mansion was very different than the last time. The fury is extremely heavy, not to mention there are still people stealing the chi of the city lord's mansion. It's a proper 7 deadly, 7 deadly. Another tactic of the devil's sect? Seeing such a bizarre sight, Yi Chang'an had to recall the heavenly demon, Lu Dust, the last siege of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, that puppet not long ago, the tree demon, and a series of other things. It was also thanks to the fact that his cultivation was further advanced now, and at the middle stage of the hallowed transformation Thunder Realm, his Yuanshan had gradually grown to the point that he was able to see through these falsehoods. This is the famous 7 extremities, 7 and 7 deadly schemes from the Heaven Mending Pavilion's canonical books. As the name suggests, it is to occupy 7 absolute positions, arrange 7 sinister and evil things, form 7 different kinds of fury, steal the chi, and accomplish oneself. The 10,000 Spirit Alliance was not a clan, there were no other treasures, but once the chi was gone, the other party could overrun this place. Wouldn't they indirectly hold the major mountain ranges to ransom? From the reappearance of the heavenly devil on earth, to Lu Chuan continuing to go undercover in the Immortal Hall. From Lu Chuan mastering many magic treasures, to his own follow-over to see Chao Reed almost had an accident. From the infiltration of demonic chi in the underground caverns to someone stealing chi from the city lord's mansion. That's no small thing. Could it be a reenactment of the battle between good and evil from 100 years ago? "Father, this is Master, he's the head of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, he's very powerful. This time, my daughter is relying on her master to save her life. You quickly reward the master." Just as Yi Chang'an was frowning slightly, Shin Hongso had long pulled Zhong Wanling out, with the intention of giving his master a long face. Unexpectedly, after not seeing him for a few days, Zhong Wanling, who had been polite to Yi Chang'an last time, had a touch of sinister aura appearing on his face, and his mouth was even more disrespectful. As soon as he heard what the Mending Pavilion was, he resolutely snorted coldly. "What Mending Pavilion? Even if the Immortal Hall, the #1 clan in the floating Slaughter Mountain range, is here, this city lord would not be able to greet them personally. Surname Yiyu, but first snatch the red sleeve, and then, pretending to be a good person, then come. This city lord is possessed. The poor Taoist is offended." Without waiting for Zhong Wanling to finish, Yi Chang'an could see with a glance that the inside of his eyes were occupied by certain bizarre blood filaments, and without saying a word, let out a cold snort. The powerful aura of the middle stage of the Transformation Tribulation realm, with the Thunder Emperor power of the Thunder Emperor Sutra, instantly spread throughout the entire city lord's mansion. Next, all shook up. The blood in that Zhong Wanling's eyes was even more frightened by this thunder and lightning and hurriedly retreated. One moment. Everyone in the entire city lord's mansion was silenced. Because the whole team saw that Yi Chang'an, who was ordinary a few days ago, now, actually hanged their city lord Zhong Wanling.
As for Zhong Wanling, who was the city lord, he felt differently. Half of it is unexpected that the last time I met that Yi Chang'an really is a powerful expert, 100 of themselves are not his opponent. The other half, however, was grateful that the man had regained control of his body for him, although he didn't know how he had been these past few days, but he had never been comfortable. One thunder breaks all laws. Without the manipulation of the yin fiendish qi, without saying a word, Zhong Wanling immediately bowed his head and worshipped Yi Chang'an as his superior guest.
Sect Master Yi is benevolent. Please accept this obeisance from the city lord. Chapter 38 The city lord who arrogant and respectful. Come on, man. Show tea to Sect Master Yi and the others. Bring out the best tea. After returning to normal, this Zhong Wanling still had quite a bit of emotional intelligence. While doing so, he bowed respectfully to Yi Chang'an, treating him as if he were a god, not daring to neglect him at all. On the one hand, he personally asked the butler to go and get the best tea and make sure to offer a grand hospitality. Seeing this, Yi Chang'an was not polite, which brought Chao Reed, ready to take a seat. However, he saw Shen Hongso come to his side and lowered his volume. Master. Just now it seems that there is something wrong with my father, all thanks to you to help relieve, otherwise, maybe. In short, or you have a large number of adults, did not count, otherwise it is not good. Ha ha ha. Does Red Sleeve Girl think that Master doesn't have this amount of temperament? Such a small matter is not worth mentioning. Seeing that Shen Hongso was so nervous about herself, Yi Chang'an felt a great sense of relief in his heart. It had to be said that apart from the 4 Suqing Xue girls and that damn blue dust, the 4 female disciples at the moment, each and every one of them had a pretty good character. The entire mending pavilion came out of the most difficult stage. Next, as long as Yi Chang'an himself didn't make too many mistakes, basically, the rise of the heaven mending pavilion would be a matter of no problem. To what extent, it would depend on how ambitious Yi Chang'an was and the rivalry between the many sects. How do you feel now, City Master Zhong? Sect Leader Yi has a heart. Just now with Sect Leader Yi's help, it seems to remove some sort of bad thing. Right now, this city lord is very comfortable. I just don't know, my daughter and Sect Master Yi. During the casual conversation, Yi Chang'an could see that although this Zhong Wanling was polite to him, his face didn't seem to be too natural once he heard that he had actually picked up his daughter as his 4th disciple for nothing. To put it bluntly, this kind of city lord is still closer to a worldly person. In this case, Yi Chang'an did not talk nonsense, immediately smiled and gave Shen Hongso more good things on the spot. Red Sleeve. Disciple here. Previously, Master bestowed you with the Fire Nerve and Fire God armor, so why not show them to your father and let him taste them for a while? Now, the Master will grant you 2 more good things. One is the 9 Revolutions 5 Elements pill, and the other is 100 pounds of Enlightenment Spirit Rice. After your eldest senior sister, second senior sister were both granted this kind of spirit rice, which is very helpful for cultivation. As he spoke, Yi Chang'an unabashedly gave many treasures to Shen Hongso. Shen Hongso was certainly overjoyed. Almost jumping for joy. Master is so powerful. The disciple is now rich. It's worthy of being the master that I, Shen Hongsleeve, have a look at. Father, take a quick look. This armor isn't simple, the demonic chi can't even hurt me. And this spiritual rice, what is this, Dan? It smells so good, I didn't make a mistake in finding this master. There's also this fire nerve, which is said to make my daughter's spells several times more powerful. Shen Hongfu was indeed pure and simple. It seemed that it was the Yi Chang'an in front of him who saved the day. The rookie rose to prominence, and shocked the entire audience by dangling his disobedience. So this person surnamed Ji is the head of that heaven-mending pavilion that is not weaker than the Immortal Hall? Hair, really rich. With such a relationship, the City Lord's 10,000 Spirits Alliance is as stable as Mount Taishan. After thinking about these things, Zhong Wanling was even more bashful towards Yi Chang'an, and had the other party not been really too young, he had almost planned to tie the knot. And naturally, such a worldly side of him did not escape Yi Chang'an's eyes. He himself was kind enough to take on a disciple. Did you end up becoming a leek ready to be squeezed in the eyes of the other father? If not for the face of Shen Hongsleeve, Yi Chang'an that is quite upset with this kind of waste city lord, but since the other party also did not go too far, for the time being, no longer comment. Next. After a few moments of small talk between the host and guest, this gets down to business. Talk about cannibalistic demons. Master, let disciple stay behind as well and help you deal with that what's-his-name demon together. Since Chao Reed worshipped Yi Chang'an infused olive and Miaoi, she also realized that this good master had once been defected by 6 badass disciples and became more well-behaved and understanding.
Seeing this, Yi Chang'an was greatly relieved and was not polite. This included her. However, considering her safety, she was warned again and again not to act rashly. All listened to which the master himself must protect her. Master doesn't have many disciples, together with you there are a total of 4, so you must be obedient, do you understand? Aha, disciple understands. All at your service, master. After getting such a promise from Chao Reed, Yi Chang'an continued to talk to Zhong Wanling. And after. Truly, I heard staggering antecedents from the mouth of this city lord. It turned out that this so-called man-eating devil was really someone from the devil sect, but it didn't have much to do with the heavenly demon, Lu Dust. Instead, it's a demonic cultivator who came out of nowhere in the last few years. The opponent's strength should probably exceed the Purple Mansion realm, which was why it was able to easily scare off quite a few of the clan's reinforcements, but now that Yi Chang'an had joined him, Zhong Wanling was indeed much more relieved. Senior, let disciple be the bait, these man-eating devils must be gotten rid of as soon as possible, I'll be in charge of the lore, you and the 4th senior sister, as well as Lord Zhongcheng and the others, wait in ambush. When Yi Chang'an himself did not have any specific ideas, he suddenly heard that Chao Reed had just worshipped the master and was planning to make a merit, so he could not help but frown slightly. After a moment's hesitation, but also had to admit that there was really no better candidate than her. Instantly agreed. Wait for more opportunities these days, but do not be reckless. Feel free to greet the master anytime. The poor Taoist will never let anything happen to anyone. With Yi Chang'an's words, a seduction operation against the man-eating demons began. Chao Reed is responsible for single-handedly touring the places where dry bodies have previously appeared. Draw that man-eater out as much as you can. Zhong Wanling and the others, on the other hand, pretended to be unaware of the situation outside with all of their men. Yi Chang'an, on the other hand, was sitting firmly in the center of the 10,000 Spirit Alliance, and with his cultivation at the middle stage of the Transformation Thunder Realm, his divine sense was spread out over a radius of 800 miles. Chapter 39 Devil Cultivation of the Acacia Sect. Day 1. No anomalies. Everyone inside and outside the city was living the same routine as usual, and it didn't attract the appearance of cannibalistic demons, nor did new dry corpses reappear. The crowd could not help but feel amazed. Did the news accidentally slip through the cracks, or what? Or did the cannibal demon leave suddenly? Day 2. Still nothing out of the ordinary. Not only was normal order restored within the city, but even outside the city, the people who had previously planned to move overnight were actually unharmed. With this, the crowd became even more worried about whether the ploy was still useful. Many people began to approach Zhong Wanling to request a revocation, but because Shen Hongsleeve worshipped Yi Chang'an, Zhong Wanling straightened her back for once in a rare while and refused. On Yi Chang'an's side, however, he was staring at his mind until it was almost dark on the 3rd day when he suddenly sensed something. Is the cannibal demon finally here? Red Sleeve. Support your 3rd senior sister at speed, and leave that thing to the master. The words were just finished. Only to see that a cold laugh emanated steeply from inside this black mist, and showed up the truth of the man-eating demon. Below. Riding a giant heavenly bull that was far beyond the Kaiyang realm. That bull was 9 feet tall, with infinite strength and natural brute force, not inferior to Shen Hongsleeve. A random roar could shake Chao Reed's body and mind, making her unsteady on her feet. And above. Indeed, a bizarre demonic cultivator wearing a human skin mask was not only powerful, but also, coming and going across the board, quite difficult to deal with. Initial estimation, this person was at the very least an expert who had opened up the Divine Sea. This time it looks like it's really a bit dangerous. Master, help me. Seeing that he gradually fell into the wind, Chao Reed reacted quickly, pushing the little power to resist while dodging back and forth. Sure enough. Upon hearing this voice, that man-eating devil and the giant heavenly bull he sat down on were furious at the same time, and the last thing they wanted was for someone to interfere with their meal, thus decisively erupting into greater strength. This seat has eaten countless people and has yet to see anyone who can save their life? Little girl, how much more powerful can that master of yours be than the one surnamed Zhong? Don't resist. Later, this seat for the sake of your delicate and lovely, the big deal is to fight quickly, so I won't torture you, look at your fine skin and tender flesh, TSK. More bloodlight in the eyes of the man-eating devil, the hand accelerated the attack at the same time, as if it smelled the wonderful meat flavor on Chao Reed in advance. And at this time, not waiting for the man-eating devil to really be unfavorable to Chao Reed, a ball of golden light accelerated from the sky. Which one is it if not Yi Chang'an?
System, hurry up and release the rewards for cultivating Shenhong Sleeve, so that the poor Taoist can see if certain more suitable magic treasures exist. Right now it's better to save this girl first. I have to say, this man-eating demon really isn't simple. With a demonic aura that's only a little more than that of Luchuan, I just don't know if there's any more demonic cultivation magic treasures. After the previous experiences of battling the Heavenly Devil, battling Lu Dust, battling the puppets, and so on, Yi Chang'an had long since stopped being a waste of time with only theories and no actual combat experience. It was a very subtle deployment for him at this moment. Keep the system busy while you're at it. On the other hand, when the distance was still 3,000 zhang, a direct heavenly tribulation finger was shot in the air, instantly shocking the man-eating devil and his giant heavenly cow at the same time. Woo woo! The giant Tengu is just a lot of blood and meat, not absolutely invincible. Moreover, this time, he was injured by the heavenly apocalypse finger of the sage technique, and he immediately screamed miserably and retreated hundreds of feet, showing a rare look of awe. Bang, bang, bang. On the other side, 90% of the force of the heavenly tribulation finger ruthlessly impacted on the man-eating demon, and even though this demonic cultivator was powerful and had eaten countless people, he was still muffled with various grunts and felt bad. This is not an ordinary 5-element spell, nor is it an ordinary sex gung fu aptitude. What kind of person are you in the end? Hisses. Not good. This time this seed is afraid that you, the outsider, will be lured by the tight wind. Rip who? This man-eating demon is not normally resourceful. Having just suffered a small loss, he was planning to mount the giant heavenly cow and run away in a hurry. As soon as he saw this, Yi Chang'an accelerated to the ground but also decisively made a move to stop it. Also this time, the system side offers him the most appropriate rewards. Previously, Yi Chang'an had given the 9 turns 5 elements pill to Shen Hongso. The most useful reward today is exactly that magic weapon, the immortal locking rope. Ding! This magic treasure is most adept at binding opponents. The host uses it on his own. Locking immortal rope, Shen Great Extreme Magic Treasure, one of the many magic treasures that bind opponents and trap enemies, not the strongest of the type, but still medium. Once used, the vast majority of people under the same realm can be taken down straight away, and those in the same realm or higher have a certain chance of getting off the hook. Read, Red Sleeve, you too use this lock fairy rope to bind the man-eating devil. Zhong City Lordside has prepared a cauldron hot pot, just look at the guy, literate or not. The poor Taoist will add some gasoline for you. Break me. Yi Chang'an flew off the locked immortal rope in his left hand and sent a voice message to Chao Reed and Shen Hongsleeve, allowing the two women to push decisively towards the man-eating devil. In a matter of minutes, the man-eating demon was tied up, struggled helplessly, and fell to the ground. Yi Chang'an himself was the one who took in that giant heavenly cow through the air and deliberately smashed it on the body of the man-eating demon. Sure enough, seeing that he didn't have any of the saintly motherly heart of a person of the righteous path, and didn't ask questions, but instead directly punished with all sorts of violence, that man-eating devil had to show a few shocks. Immortal Master, spare your life. This seat. I am also helpless. As long as you don't kill me, I will tell the whole truth, please. At the moment of life and death, where was this man-eating devil still as powerful as his usual man-eating devil mouth? One knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Seeing Yi Chang'an is not at all surprised, but let the Zhong Wanling, Chao Reed, Shen Hongsleeve and others who followed over, TSK. The crowd looked at Yi Chang'an with an even more awe-inspiring expression. As for Yi Chang'an himself, he also had a vague feeling that there was still a follow-up to this matter, therefore, he did not kill the man-eating demon for the time being, so that he could reveal the culprit behind him. Immortals, I, a man-eating devil, is nothing, the Acacia Sect. Behind me is the big head. As soon as the man-eating demon opened his mouth, the crowd changed color. Chapter 40 Farewell to the Immortal Chief, 10,000 people tear up. Nothing else. Simply because this so-called hopscotch sect is by no means good. It's actually the Acacia Sect? At this time, Yi Chang'an also heard out this Harmony Sect mentioned by the man-eating devil. What the hell was it? The original owner left behind a memory inside that mentioned this thing. The Acacia Sect is one of the most unorthodox sects, practicing Taoism through dual cultivation, i.e., harvesting yin to replenish yang. Promotion is extremely fast. But at the same time, it was also disliked by countless people of the righteous path and ostracized in various ways as a result. Say it's the right way, right? This guy isn't. Every time I practice, I have to harm countless people. No righteous clan likes it. Call it the devil's way? And yet it's still close.
The true devil's way was the Luo dust as well as the heavenly devil kind. Therefore, not only was the Acacia sect disliked by the righteous path, even if they ran to the side of the demonic cultivators, they were still being driven away. To put it bluntly, this kind of ragtag clan is righteous and evil. On the contrary, because of the lack of unity within the righteous path, the demonic cultivators would not casually save people to help, resulting in this kind of fringe sect, which continues to this day. City Lord Zhong, this Acacia sect will be handed over to you. The poor Taoist is after all a Faustus Mountain Orthodox sect. It's not good to intervene in mortal sections. However, this man-eating devil's cultivation was abolished by the poor Taoist, so it's not very harmful for the time being. In the future, there shouldn't be a second man-eating demon coming. If there is still one, when the time comes, send someone from your side to notify. The heaven-mending pavilion, won't care. After coming back to his senses, Yi Chang'an was really too lazy to kill a chicken with a bull's knife, which prompted the heavenly calamity finger to poke the dantian of the man-eating devil, causing his dang early stage of the purple mansion realm cultivation to be nullified. And after just use the giant heavenly cow as a medicinal herb, directly exterminated with a single finger and throw it inside the space. Seeing this, Zhong Wanling was greatly impressed, but also full of joy, saying that with this man-eating devil, in the future, other people would be even more afraid to casually provoke. This time I really earned my hemp. On the other side, the man-eating devil had thought that he would either be killed, or killed as usual when he finished, but he didn't want to, but he was still alive. While looking at Yi Chang'an, who was almost invincible to him, with a gaze of awe. Don't dare half-resist. On the other hand, he was begging Zhong Wanling with all his might, stating that his mount was gone, his cultivation was ruined, and that in the future, as long as he didn't kill him, he would definitely repay with all his might. For this reason, just as the crowd was discussing whether or not to leave him behind, this man-eating devil took the initiative to take off his human skin mask, actually revealing a girl's facial features. Sect Master Yi, so he's a female? Zhong Wanling exclaimed in shock. Master, this man-eating demon is female? It can't be thrown to my father, in case she seduces my father. On the other hand, Shen Hongsleeve's simplicity was simplicity, but she still had the least amount of vigilance. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wanling's old face immediately blushed. Apparently there weren't many concubines in the old days. Fathers and daughters fight quite a bit as a result. However, Yi Chang'an was not an octogenarian and did not like to manage other people's family affairs, so he only coughed. Red sleeve, read, get ready to hit the road. This man-eating demon is no threat, just leave it in the care of City Lord Zhong. As for exactly how Zhong Cheng Master uses. That is your idea, as long as you don't affect Poverty Road's good disciple for the sake of a man-eating demon. Once these words were said, Zhong Wanling decisively extinguished the idea of concubinage and cannibalism of the devil, and turned to viciously transport her back. There were no words that night. Early the next morning, learning that Yi Chang'an's master and disciples were going back, Zhong Wanling and all the people of the city collectively sent the way. Sect Master Yi, this city master is not talented, these ordinary medicinal herbs are still somewhat effective, but I hope they are useful to you, please smile. Zhong Wanling pointed to a full 10 carloads of tens of thousands of pounds of medicinal herbs and cheekily looked at Yi Chang'an. Yi Chang'an didn't want to take it, but considering that the 4 disciples were still in an inadequate realm and inevitably needed these basic herbs, he immediately waved his hand and sent it into space. And then, not far away, thousands of people, one by one, were grateful and moist-eyed, sending eggs, vegetables and fruits. This scene. But it is much more sincere than the one surnamed Zhong. Immortal Yi, you have a good journey. Immortal Master Yi, we know that we are all mere mortals and have no chance to say more than a single word to you, but we beg to be allowed to express our gratitude. This time, the man-eating devil killed hundreds of people and terrified us. If it wasn't for you, we would have either died or run away. This favor cannot be forgotten. Yes, Immortal Master Yi, if you don't mind, when my child grows up, can he go forward to the heaven-mending pavilion? I don't dare to ask to be your disciple, but I'm quite content to be a sweeper boy. As he spoke, thousands of people actually knelt down. One by one, he kowtowed to Yi Chang'an. Of course, they did not know that the so-called immortals were only in the middle level of the cultivation world, and were not considered to be real immortals. However, when a righteous sect like the Immortal Temple didn't care if they lived or died, it was Yi Chang'an who helped for free, and this sentiment was greater than anything else. They can't see the immortals high above them helping. Only see the efforts of the Mending Pavilion's teachers and disciples. It was a moment of tears for all the people. At this moment, Yi Chang'an also moved a few points. Now that's real human nature. Unlike the Immortal Temple and other sects, which claim to be righteous, but did not help when something was wrong and retreated when there were difficulties. Temperatures like this. One can only experience it in one's last life. I can't imagine that in this life. I've actually moved myself a few times. Read, Red Sleeve, you too remember this moment. If you don't do anything for the people by practicing immortality, you might as well go home and plant sweet potatoes. I, Mending Heaven Pavilion, am not considered to be a top-tier great clan, but I will save what I can and will never shirk my duties. Otherwise, even if I break through nirvana and achieve the 10,000 ancient gods, so what? Taking this opportunity, Yi Chang'an properly educated the 2 female disciples behind him. Chao Reed sniffed deeply. Shin Hongsleeve was even more so because she had grown up with the people of the All Souls Alliance and knew best that without the help of the Immortals, their entire city might be lost, thus doubling her memory. God's domain. Just as the All Souls Alliance, the most common auction city in the mortal world, was enacting a moving scene, there were several terrifying auras that accelerated in pursuit. No one could see who they were, it was just that these people's aura was too powerful and their speed of flashing was like lightning. It seems to be per capita mastery. And just after the group arrived at a certain million-foot hill, suddenly one of them squatted down, sniffed vigorously, and his face changed. That Xianqiao Empress's aura should have disappeared from here, let's change direction and speed up our pursuit. This statement was made. The others responded immediately. One by one, they catalyzed their heaven-grade feats and accelerated after them as if they were meteors. At this moment, if Yi Chang'an was present, he was bound to be stunned by the powerful cultivation of this group of people. Simply because the weakest one among them was at the transcendent realm. That is, the legendary Great Emperor. The pursuit of several great emperors, this matter, if it was placed in the floating mountain, it was feared that the Immortal Hall and other number 1 clans would collectively blow up. When the sky sends out killing machines, the stars will move when the earth sends out killing machines, dragons and snakes will rise and land when people send out killing machines, heaven and earth will be reversed. I wonder if the appearance of these people is a blessing or a curse for Yi Chang'an. At this time, Yi Chang'an frowned slightly and glanced at the 9 heavens above, at a certain void. Then returned to the Mending Pavilion. It's time for the 5 masters and disciples to be reunited. Chapter 41 4 Women, 1 Drama. A few days later. Before the gate of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, seeing Yi Chang'an's 3 people fall, the 2 women, Luo Yunshang and Dongfang Liuli, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly greeted them. Welcome back, Master. Welcome aboard 2 senior sisters. Master is truly blessed, casually going out and bringing back a beautiful disciple. Our Heaven Mending Pavilion will be even more lively in the future. Come, let senior sisters see senior sisters' figure. Egu, this face, handsome oh, this body, plump oh, this voice. Charming oh. Luo Yunshang and Dongfang Liuli were not ordinary people. A former empress. One used to be an expert at the level of the Immortal Temple's holy maiden. Now, in the face of the 2 big beauties that Yi Chang'an brought back, Chao Reed and Shin Hongsleeve, it is true that the mouth speaks well, and the heart is inevitably jealous. It was said that 4 women are a drama, and at this time, Yi Chang'an really felt it deeply. I should have known that more women are prone to jealousy, so I really shouldn't have brought it back in a big way. It's just, you're all sisters anyway, the poor Taoist doesn't have the time to manage that much, as long as you don't fight every day even if it's good. When facing a strong enemy, Yi Chang'an had never been unyielding to kill back, only when facing these beautiful women, he was really a bit difficult. And so, without waiting for the 4 girls to really start having seizures, Yi Chang'an could only let them familiarize themselves with it, but he himself was planning to get high first and continue cultivating. It's not a bad trip. In addition to the 2 disciples, also obtaining such as locking the immortal rope and other magic treasures, cannot make good use of it. Behind. Seeing Yi Chang'an leave in such a predicament, Luo Yunshang and Dongfang Liuli welcomed the 2 senior sisters and brought them to their rooms, but each of them were inevitably sentimental for a while. We have been waiting for our master for many days and have not been allowed to see each other, so it's rare that we are actually gone? Master, you are really straight as can be, not wanting to catch up with us at all? We have long since healed from our last injury, so can't we seek your advice now? After such a thought, the 2 women who are generous and enthusiastic before people, after people, actually unconsciously jealous. Eldest senior sister, I'll go and give the 3rd senior sister, 4th and 4th senior sisters, a basic lesson so that they can get started as soon as possible. Dongfang Liuli was still relatively thin-skinned and did not dare to really go to Yi Chang'an at this time. Just had to excuse myself. Seeing her walk away, Luo Yunshang, who originally had a serious look on her face, was inadvertently flashing a flash of dark joy from between her eyebrows,
then, actually carrying a bottle of wine, she came to the main hall. The Great Hall of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. Yi Chang'an had just sat down cross-legged, and had not yet taken out the immortal locking rope to study it carefully, when suddenly, he smelled a fragrant breeze, coming from behind himself. If it wasn't the stunningly beautiful, queenly Empress Luo Yunshang, which one was it? Yunshang, why did you bring wine to find Master?
In terms of cultivation, you 4 girls can spar with each other, you don't have to rely on Master at all times, and Master has things to do.
If you are not practicing, you sneak over in the middle of the night, I am afraid that others will gossip. Up until this point, Yi Chang'an was still teaching Luo Yunshang a proper lesson.
Completely unnoticed, just as he said these words, more loneliness and longing flashed through Luo Yunshang's eyes.
Next, uncharacteristically, he rushed at him. One hand poured him a nice glass of wine. One side actually fell directly onto Yi Chang'an. Nice guy.
Yi Chang'an was directly mesmerized by the strong scent of female hormones, plus the body fragrance of this stunningly beautiful great disciple. If he hadn't broken through the middle stage of the transformation tribulation realm, otherwise, he would have long been intoxicated and unable to extricate himself from the situation. Then he looked across at Luo Yunshang. I don't know when, but the eyes were confused and much sultry, as if they were a complaining woman in the palace. Directly frightened, Yi Chang'an hurriedly stepped back.
Cough cough. Yunshang, what do you mean by that? Is it hard to plan to eat the master?
When Yi Chang'an said this, half of him didn't dare to transgress, but the other half, he couldn't help but want very much to have something happen with Luo Yunshang.
He's still a man, after all. Facing such a beautiful woman without thoughts, that is absolutely false.
However, such a great beauty had not encountered one in her previous life, and she did not dare to casually hope for it in this life. Much less thinking that he could capture a beautiful woman's body and mind by casually accepting her as his great disciple, but without even breaking through the divine sea realm. Consequently, Yi Chang'an backed up one after another. On the opposite side, Luo Yunshang couldn't help but give a flirtatious smile, being made to laugh and cry by the other side of this lovely master teacher of hers.
Mouths ask about regular topics.
Ask Yi Chang'an how exactly he cultivated and progressed so fast.
Also ask him what his plans are for next time. So on and so forth.
In the heart, but more annoyed, Yi Chang'an let her lonely lovesickness for several days, but not half a bit of appeasement, but instead, a person to cultivate.
That's not quite on the level of a whiny.
However, for Empress Luo Yunshang, who had always been accustomed to commanding others, it was inevitable that she was not too comfortable, and decisively attacked again.
Master, what are you hiding from? Is a disciple a demon? No. Then why are you hiding if you are not? Oh, disciple understands, so master was afraid of meeting a beautiful woman, so he became mute? Cough cough.
Yunshang, our seniority is here, you can't fool around. Outsiders gossiping is one thing, in case we move forward again and the spring light is exposed, at that time, my master can't say anything. Seeing that he was almost eaten by Luo Yunshang, coupled with the fact that his body was hot and dry and was indeed hard to endure, Yi Chang'an had to let out a bitter smile and try to persuade Luo Yunshang.
Sure enough.
Upon hearing this, Luo Yunshang, who was quite ambiguous a second ago, then saw that her snow-white long skirt had almost leaked spring light because she leaned down,
slightly blushing at the same time. Yet he also immediately turned around and backed away.
Since the master does not like to say disciple those words, also, disciple withdrew, just this lonely long night, and have to master you yourself to get through.
Oh grass! This girl really doesn't know how attractive she is, and she dares to talk like this? Since you want to play ambiguous with me, the poor Taoist doesn't care.
I'll do whatever I have to do today.
In the face of Luo Yunshang's refusal, even though Yi Chang'an's determination was not weak, he could not carry it. Next.
Not waiting for Luo Yunshang to leave, but he took a few steps forward, his left hand pulling over Luo Yunshang's waspish waist, feeling the amazingly proud figure. His right hand, however, took advantage of the fact that Luo Yunshang was caught off guard and held the upper half of her body.
Then it was a long kiss over. Yunshang. Don't blame master. The master has never seen good pork either.
With this thought in mind, Yi Chang'an for the first time was so bold, gentle yet swift, and kissed Empress Luo Yunshang's red lips. Then look at Luo Yunshang's side. It was supposed to be just a jab, so how had she ever been treated like that?
The instinct is to resist.
But I don't know why, the heart can't give birth to half a bit of dislike, and the mouth is even more self-consciously fierce response.
Peekaboo. No, no, no. Hot, hot, hot.
The more the two kissed, the more passionate they became. In the end, Luo Yunshang only felt hot all over, but she couldn't help but to show her feelings.
Mastermind. Tonight, the disciple is yours, you don't have to be polite. Please vigorously. God knows how the titular Empress Luo Yunshang had the good sense to say this. Yi Chang'an felt a rush of hot blood. It's going to be a fight to the finish tonight. Chapter 42. The Divine Realm comes, the three protectors of the Xianxiao. Yunshang, you are seducing Master, 10 evils, and let Master punish you properly. Under the influence of hormones, where could Yi Chang'an still hold on? Immediately, his entire body and mind erupted with an aura as if he were a hunter intent on taking down his prey. While using his androgynous gaze, he wantonly skimmed over Luo Yunshang's luscious curves and perfect figure, focusing on a few important parts. It's really just bold as never before. At the same time, but also cannot help but take the initiative to say to provoke the heart, the most intoxicating love words. The minutes also made Luo Yunshang a bit engrossed. Cultivation against the sky is the loneliest. Not to mention ordinary people. Even Luo Yunshang, who was once a noble empress of a generation, was not immune to falling in love. Master. How exactly do you want to be punished? Instead, come quickly, disciples are not talented, but also can be taught it too, so good time and beautiful scenery, under the flowers and moon, can not just say but not do. Faced with Yi Chang'an's extremely aggressive gaze, Luo Yunshang temporarily forgot about her empress status and only focused on responding strongly and welcoming warmly. The beautiful eyes were glowing. Peach and willow. Fresh aroma. It's just like tasting tea. In this moment, it was clear that she had to open up to philandering and erotic fire because of a moment of goodwill coupled with months of time together. If there were no other surprises, the two of them were planning to really get it on for one night and accomplish a master and disciple story. Hopeless. Just when Yi Chang'an and Luo Yunshang almost took that last step, the boundary of the heaven-mending pavilion suddenly buzzed. Not the other way around. Exactly the warning. Master. Ah. Luo Yunshang wasn't quite used to Yi Chang'an drawing away and going far away, and before she could react, she saw that Yi Chang'an had already instantly moved outside. Like an enemy. At this time, Yi Chang'an still had the last trace of reluctance in the bottom of his eyes, but, considering that this boundary was reinforced again and again after the last time the traitor Lu dust, it would not be easy to issue a warning. It was evident that the visitor did not look like Lu Chen, but more like someone else. And it was also someone who was a greater threat than Lu Chuan. This begs for vigilance. Yunshang, Liuli, Reed, Red Sleeve, you and the four of you are each careful. To be able to make even the poor Taoist scornful, the visitor is by no means simple. All at the command of the master. After Yi Chang'an had had several experiences of great battles, this time, the response was more mature. While transmitting his voice to the four girls, he startled them into rushing to all sorts of defenses. On the one hand, but also came before the gate of the heaven-mending pavilion, and looked beyond the boundary to the three Taoists who did not know where they came from, but had an incomparably condensed and heart-stopping aura. In the meantime, the Empress Luo Yunshang, who was still in a state of disorientation a second ago, slowly recovered her senses this second as well, and as her intellect returned to her senses, the entire person was surprised. That's a very familiar scent. It's hard to believe that it's actually them who have come. Luo Yunshang's heart stirred. Next, she also came to Yi Chang'an's side and joined hands with him. Sure enough, I saw three old acquaintances. If it wasn't the three protectors of the Xianxiao divine dynasty among the three divine dynasties in the divine realm, which one was it? It was just unthinkable that they had really come for their own sake. Master. Can't, right now there is not much time, it is too late to explain, why don't I talk to them? Luo Yunshang had wanted to find a chance to talk to Yi Chang'an. However, right at this moment, the three people on the opposite side saw her appearance and had long since revealed their ecstasy, with a strong intention to take her away. Where's the chance? Helpless as she is. Only a glance was hastily returned. Do not be reckless. Do not be restless. Do not reveal my identity, this person is? Over here, Luo Yunshang was speeding up the transmission of her eyes to let the three guardians understand the current situation, so as not to let Yi Chang'an know that she was hiding her identity and alienate her. And yet, I don't want to. The three guardians on the opposite side were obedient, but they got sidetracked. Not to be reckless? Is it because this kid dares to coerce Her Majesty the Empress? Not to be agitated? Could it be that this mortal sect also has some secret great killing move? Not to be divulged. This person is so bold that he actually knows that Her Majesty the Empress is here, and instead of informing us in advance, he intends to take her as a hostage and demand a high price? There was no one else with this brainchild of the three guardians. Didn't even inquire about it, and directly made a big misunderstanding. And immediately after, in order to force Yi Chang'an to release their Empress Luo Yunshang, the three great protectors, without saying a word, decisively erupted their respective strongest auras and applied pressure in the air. Woodland Taoist, seeing our three great protectors, and still not voluntarily handing over Her Majesty the Empress, could it be that you really want to resist the God of Heaven with your mortal body? Not to mention a single mountain in your district, even the entire Faustus mountain range is not as good as a single finger of the three of us. Is it really necessary to take your own life? As he spoke, these three great protectors really surged up one after another with their auras, as if they were three great mountains, ruthlessly pressing over. It was also at this point that Yi Chang'an was slightly surprised. These three people were actually not Lu Chen's people. Nor is it a magic practitioner. Rather, it is the most authentic lineage of the righteous path. Only the aura is too strong. One must know that today's Yi Chang'an was at least a great power in the middle stage of the transformation Thunder Realm, and he didn't even carry a weak heart against the 7 giants of the Immortal Temple. Never in a million years would I have imagined standing in front of these three people as if a 6th grade elementary school student met a master's degree student. These three people were at the very least in the Nirvana realm. At the highest, I'm afraid it's not over the heavenly first realm or even higher? Yunshang, do you know why these three people are here? How does Master feel that they seem to be treating you with quite a bit of respect? Yi Chang'an's words were considered a knowing question. After all, since he knew that the three who came were all great powers, and since the system hinted at the beginning that Luo Yunshang was the Xianxiao Empress, it had felt early on that the two sides were acquainted with each other. However, considering that his master-disciple bond was not easy, he still did not intend to poke at the truth, but left it to Luo Yunshang's own decision whether to speak out or not. Sure enough, with Yi Chang'an's words, Luo Yunshang, who didn't want to reveal her identity, was forced to reveal a few points slightly. Master, these three people are disciples. Ahem, old friends from before. Anyway, let the disciples talk to them. Disciple that has willingly joined the heaven-mending pavilion, never dared to have a second thought, and will not let them misunderstand. After all, without you, Master, where is the present-day disciple? Luo Yunshang was worthy of being an empress. A few words said very reasonable, barely pacified Yi Chang'an, which intends to have a good chat with the three guardians across the street, but do not dare to really trigger a master-disciple crisis of trust. But how could she know that right at this moment? Yi Chang'an had long since been able to see through the identity of the visitor. Even if it's not the Empress guards. Must be a protector or something too. The system's introduction of this great disciple of Poverty Road is still too sketchy. At first, I only knew that she was a female emperor, but I couldn't imagine that it was this kind of female emperor. 3 guards or protectors, just any one of them, is enough to exterminate everyone in the floating mountain range 100 times. What is the reason for such a ruthless person? It can't be that he is planning to take her away all of a sudden, can it? Chapter 43. What's the name of the Empress's master? Female father? Master? When he thought about how he almost had that thing every man dreams of with Luo Yunshang tonight, Yi Chang'an inevitably didn't want an outsider to take her away. The look was calm as usual. But there were flashes of hesitation. On the other side, Luo Yunshang was about to talk to the 3 protectors, but she didn't want them to be the first to speak. But it was to her knees. Your Majesty, there's no need to hide it now, so why don't you tell this person in your head? You are not some great disciple of the heaven-mending pavilion, but the supreme empress of our Xianxiao divine dynasty. This time, we, the 3 great protectors, were ordered to ask you to go back. Without you, the Xianxiao divine dynasty can't maintain normal operation, and the divine realm will also have major changes in the future. The 3 guardians were also a little too anxious. The moment he said this, it was a direct result of the last little bit of secret between Yi Chang'an and Luo Yunshang, which was pierced on the spot. Yi Chang'an wasn't too shocked because he knew part of the truth from the beginning. It was only the left hand that held Luo Yunshang tightly, more reluctant to let go. The eyes also unconsciously showed their true emotions for the first time. Not letting go, not tolerating, not letting go. Why should the disciple of the Empress that he had worked so hard to abduct be taken away? He trained up a beautiful big disciple, almost achieved the second pair of little dragon lady and Yan passed for what have to go to what God's domain. he, Yi Chanan, would not allow it. Days are not allowed to be taken away. The earth cannot be forced. Master. You need not worry, disciple will not just leave. Feeling the tight grip of Master Yi Chang'an beside her, as well as the unprecedentedly strong emotions under her eyes, Luo Yunshang's heart warmed, feeling that previously, Misty hadn't found the wrong person. But at the same time, then she saw the three guardians across from her who were even more stubborn than her, but she couldn't help but feel a big headache. What's all this? Don't come early. Don't come late. At this time of day? Such a situation made Luo Yunshang, who was an empress, have a hard time explaining it, and then she saw that her own master, Yi Chang'an, seemed to have been shocked too much to the point of being particularly bewildered. The heart was even tighter. Master won't blame me for hiding it from him, will he? Master won't kick me out for this, will he? Master he. Yunshang, in the end this is how it is, Yuan slowly explained, for the teacher. To listen, good, bad, do not mind. Just when Luo Yunshang almost mistakenly thought that she was going to be expelled, she heard such reassuring words from Yi Chang'an, and instantly regained a few moments of warmth. In his afterglow, he swept into Yi Chang'an's large, gentle hand. The mouth, on the other hand, did not hesitate for a moment, and this was briefly said afterward. Master, my disciple's predecessor was indeed a female emperor. Of one of the three great divine dynasties in the divine realm, the female emperor of the Xianxiao divine dynasty, and back then, when she was at her strongest she was already at the half-step immortal realm, and could be called invincible. Later, during the seclusion, he was betrayed and encountered a siege by two great divine dynasties, which led to his fall. These three people? In front of you are the transmission protector, law enforcement protector, and inner hall protector of the Xianxiao divine dynasty respectively, and they all have good intentions, only that they misunderstood you. The various causes are too complex. All in all, please rest assured, Master, that since I have joined the Heaven Mending Pavilion, I will cut the former karma, and will never casually leave without your consent. Luo Yunshang's answer was quite satisfactory to Yi Chang'an, and it was also a way of expressing her loyalty and belonging. Talk about breaking the sky. Between the two, in addition to the master-disciple relationship, but there is a layer has been almost equal to the public relationship between men and women, which can just go away? Did the three guardians hear this? In that case, go back where you came from. Xianxiao Divine Dynasty matters, hard work 3, in the future there are difficulties, poor Tao naturally. Getting Luo Yunshang's personal certification in personal explanation, Yi Chang'an resumed his usual smile, his left hand continued to hold her, the Empress's show hand, in a public show of love, but his right hand pointed to the sky. In his eyes, his words definitely worked, although he was inferior to these three at the moment, but if something really happened, he, the Empress' husband, would definitely step in. Of course, the identity is still rather messy. What should I call the Empress's master? A woman's honor? Sifu? Regardless of which one, since Yi Chang'an dared to drop this, he dared to guarantee that it would be best if nothing happened to the Xianxiao Divine Dynasty, and if something happened, he would definitely go all out. That's how dominant he is. And also his credibility. At those words, Luo Yunshang actually didn't half question them, but was full of trust. Turning around as if she was a small woman clinging to Yi Chang'an's arms. Then he looked at the three great protectors with the coldest of gazes. 3. Your Majesty. We don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup this person has given you, but today, we are under orders to make sure we take you back. One solves the problem at hand. Secondly, it is also for the follow-up of the Xianxiao Divine Dynasty. How can it be for the sake of a district of Nirvana? Wait, this kid is only the middle stage of the transformation apparition realm, also really dare to hold your hand like this? Looking for death. The three guardians were shocked more than once on this trip. First, he couldn't see why his own empress was in such a mood to take care of a mortal. Then yet again, he was pissed off by Yi Chang'an's act of committing the following offense and holding hands indiscriminately. That's the Empress. Not a girl child. What's this kid's story, that in 2 days, he's crippled Her Majesty, the once wise and mighty Empress? The scene was like a bombardment to the three. If the 100 officials of the Xianxiao Divine Dynasty and the 10,000 people were to see this, they wouldn't be shocked one by one? No insolence. Seeing that the three great protectors might strike, Luo Yunshang couldn't think of anything else and decisively took a step forward. With that, the aura was all over the place. Buzz off! A burst of phoenix sounds interlaced with countless thunder road laws manifested at the same time. Yi Chang'an had already known about Luo Yunshang's talent, thus he was not surprised much. Opposite the three guardians, but also when Luo Yunshang seriously injured, did not recover it, now, see her Dao body recovery, even more so before, have excited. Long live His Majesty the Empress. We thought that you were only temporarily stabilized, but we didn't want this Dao body to be even more than before. In that case, the Xianxiao Divine Dynasty is saved, and so is the Divine Realm, so please make sure you return with us, otherwise, how can the 100 officials, the 10,000 people, and the entire Divine Realm live in peace? Once the three great protectors said this, the atmosphere that had just eased up was once again tense, and it even caused Luo Yunshang to have to once again explain a thing or two to Yi Chang'an. Mastermind. There's no need to say more, the master has known that you have notable talent and is not surprised, but it is still the same, there is no need to leave if it is not a major period. Unless, of course, you want to go with them as well, in which case, master will not obstruct. But one needs to remember that even the 10,000 realms will not be able to stop you and me. Yi Chang'an was still as calm as ever, but his words stunned the three guardians across the street and made Luo Yunshang's heart even warmer. So what if I'm halfway to the immortal realm? How did you ever get such a dedicated and devoted love? Since the master was able to offend the three great protectors for her and give a shocking promise, why not take that step yourself? Master has a heart. Three protectors at your service. I, the female emperor of the Xianxiao Divine Dynasty, order you and others to salute my husband, the sect leader of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. After this, say something else. If anyone doesn't follow, I'd rather give up the Divine Dynasty than just leave my master. Boom! With Empress Luo Yunshang so generously and openly announcing her relationship with Yi Chang'an, all three protectors were dumbfounded. After endless sighing, but still obeyed and knelt down, prostrate on the ground. Chapter 44. All of the Immortal Palace pays their respects. Ah! Sect Master Yi? We, the three great protectors, have met Her Majesty the Empress, and have met Yi. The three of them were obviously not very happy about it, but, considering that Yi Chang'an was still the first man ever to make Luo Yunshang voluntarily belong to him, they had to shout out their final words with a few absurdities and a few helplessness. Greetings, Sage Yi. According to the Xianxiao Divine Dynasty's custom, from today onwards, you, Sect Master Yi, are our Holy Father, one person under 10,000 people. But considering the many affairs of this dynasty, please do advise Her Majesty the Empress that the greater good is important. With these words from the three great protectors, Yi Chang'an's heart was in awe, while enjoying the name of the Holy Spirit. On the one hand, but not so completely selfish as to ignore the Xianxiao Divine Dynasty, immediately and Luo Yunshang discussed one or two, both agreed, big things to go back, small things to entrust. In other words, as long as it wasn't a major event of this level where the other two great Divine Realm Divine Dynasties, the Nine Spirits Divine Dynasty and the Kondong Divine Dynasty, jointly attacked. All can be ignored for now. Three protectors, is there anything else? Your Empress has already agreed to Poverty Road's proposal, and Poverty Road is also saying again that I'll take care of the big things, and I'll work hard for the small things with the three of you and the 100 officials of the Divine Dynasty. Furthermore, you and the others are not unaware of the enemy's power. Could it be that you intend to go back and cause a killing spree before Yunshang's cultivation is fully restored? Yi Chang'an's heart was still good. Seeing that he had gained such importance from Luo Yunshang, elevated to the position of Saint Exalt second only to her, even though he was unwilling to give up, he still patiently explained. As expected, once they heard this, the expressions of the three people across the table slightly eased for a few minutes, and they were considered to have initially agreed to this proposal put forward by Yi Chang'an. Just look at Yi Chang'an's weak and unimpressive transformation robbery realm. The three had to shake their heads. Her Majesty's decision we cannot change, but to find a husband, but also find a powerful well, not to say half a step in the immortal realm, at least the transcendence realm, how will find so? Ugh. It's raining in the sky and the mother is getting married, we're just protectors of the Divine Dynasty, how could we dare to talk too much about Her Majesty the Empress's marriage? Moreover, it looks like this guy's cultivation is indeed not good, but his character is quite good. The program presented is reasonable, so we might as well go along with it. The three guardians looked at each other and reluctantly agreed to this plan, and next, the three followed the rules and took turns testing Empress Luo Yunshang's condition. Make sure she does recover everything but her cultivation. Moreover, her Dao body was really restored by Yi Chang'an, and the three of them instantly turned their anger into gratitude. But didn't wait for the three great protectors to open their mouths.
However, outside of the heaven-mending pavilion, the immortal temple's crowd who had long ago sensed the heaven and earth anomaly over here had come, intending to pay their respects. The immortal temple's 7 holy sons and many elites have come to pay their respects to the 3 mighty seniors of the divine realm. 3 seniors, could you please show your face and give the immortal hall a face, so that we latecomers can do a little bit of the landlord's favor? I think that back then, among the immortal palace immortals there were also those who ascended into the divine realm, and they must have been the confidants and friends of the 3 seniors, right? Outside the gate of the heaven-mending pavilion, the 7 great saints led by Dingxi, plus the inner sect elite disciples of the 7 mountain peaks, actually dared to be really brazen and come over to seek an audience. Upon hearing this, the 3 protectors were the first to show their disdain. What are they? The Divine Dynasty Protectors, that was a powerful person of the Transcendence realm, just any one of them could be the ancestor of the Immortal Hall's founders, how could they just meet people? However, considering that this Immortal Hall seemed to be the #1 sect in the floating mountain range, and that her own Empress Majesty Luo Yunshang, as well as the new sacred sovereign Yi Chang'an, were neighbors, the 3 of them were only slightly more polite. Your Majesty, Holy Father, both of you later, these uninvited guests, just let them listen to the lecture outside the door, we have never seen such a brazen person. Immortal Temple? Immortal my ass. In our dynasty, there are 8,000 clans like this without 10,000, that is, you 2 have a big face, otherwise, we will never agree to see people. These 3 protectors were still quite discerning, and without Yi Chang'an and Luo Yunshang opening their mouths, the 3 took it upon themselves to bury the Immortal Hall crowd for them. And after. Only then did he take out his senior stance and let the 7 great sacred sons come in. Also this time. On their way in under orders, the 7 great saints such as Dingxi heard nothing else, but heard the 3 great protectors honoring Luo Yunshang, and were horrified. So that Luo Yunshang was actually a female emperor back then? So these 3 are here to find Yi Chang'an and Luo Yunshang? This is strange, looking for Luo Yunshang, the Empress of no account, looking for that waste Yi Chang'an. Are the 3 seniors looking at the wrong person? Dingxi and the others walked at the front, and slightly behind them were Su Qingshua's 4 girls and Lu Duan. The crowd was in a similar mood although there was a back and forth, they were all greatly shocked by such a fact. Among them, the 4 Su Qingxue girls were even more regretful. Yet, it was not regretting the fact that he had previously disliked Yi Chang'an until now. Rather, he regretted offending Luo Yunshang and missing an opportunity. Or the 5th senior sister is not blessed enough, several times she intended to repent but did not succeed, I don't know in the end what conditions that Yi Chang'an wants? Empress. This Luo Yunshang is actually a female emperor, even the weakest female emperor is 100 times stronger than the Immortal Temple or something like that, we have lost a lot. For women all kinds of remorse when, among them, the oldest 3 Lin Cixi, the oldest 4 Shangguan Qing Si Chao Reid actually pregnant with an Miaoyi's memory, but also get this good treatment, cannot help but give birth to a few ideas. It was only because of the existence of 6th senior brother Lu Dust that he didn't dare to make it public. But now, when they saw Yi Chang'an holding Luo Yunshang's hand, being respected by the 3 seniors, and a little later, Dongfang Liuli, Chao Reid, and Shin Hongsleeve, all of them leaned back. The 2 women were even more regretful. How come they weren't the first to encounter such a strange encounter? Bold Yi Chang'an still dare to fool the 3 seniors one way or the other in front of them? 3 seniors, don't be mistaken, that female is nothing more than a downtrodden disciple of the heaven-mending pavilion, how can she be a female emperor? As for this Yi Chang'an, he is even more shameless. Waste one, also worthy of holding hands with the so-called female emperor. It seems that this female emperor is nothing more than that. Ouch. Who hit me? Next to him, Lu Dust wanted to say some slanderous words to separate the 3 protectors from Yi Chang'an and Luo Yunshang. Unexpected. Just at this time, Yi Chang'an did not even look at this slag, a wave of mana surged out in the air, directly even people with a few unlucky disciples behind him together to fly. It was also at this point that Lu Chuan was shocked to realize that he had been surpassed by Yi Chang'an by a lot again. He couldn't understand that he had the backing of the heavenly devil, so how, instead, did he lose to Yi Chang'an? It just felt like this guy must have used guile. Earthingzi and the other 7 saints, however, frowned slightly and hurriedly blocked the center, threatening Yi Chang'an. Sect leader Yi, you have to look at the master when you beat a dog, not to mention that Master Lu is now the personal disciple of our sect's grand elder, the next generation of the holy son of the choice, can't it be? The poor Taoist can fight if he wants to, and he has to pick the time? In the past, when this traitor left this sect, did you and the others ever look at the master? Yi Chang'an's words were not only a blitz on Lu Chen, but also a disgrace to the faces of each of the 7 sacred sons of the Immortal Hall. The immortal hall that had once crushed the heaven-mending pavilion had long since lost its advantage. They do nothing but endure. Yet still endure. I should have known. I shouldn't have offended Yi Chang'an in the first place. Chapter 45 Forgive? The original asshole forgive, and less. Master Sect leader seems to be right, this one surnamed Yi wasn't simple from the start, it's just a pity that at that time, like the 100 Sect, we were all mesmerized and really thought that he wouldn't be able to rise to power. Right now, in front of the 3 Divine Realm powerhouses, I'm afraid it's not good to revisit old matters. Might as well endure and apologize. Just as Yi Chang'an humiliated the Immortal Hall crowd tenfold with a single sentence, Diangzi was considered to be the calmest one, and after a little bit of thinking, he immediately reacted in the most appropriate way. Sect Master Yi is courteous. The late generation does not dare to participate in the affairs of the elders, but the Immortal Temple did fail to be courteous on several occasions before, and here, also in front of the 3 Divine Realm seniors, the poor Taoist apologizes to you in his capacity as the first saint son of the Immortal Temple. I hope that you look at the fact that we are all in the Faustus Mountain lineage, there is no need to be too calculating, as for the matter of Master Lu's brother well. Sparing Diangzi's eloquence, the previous apologies were quite smooth, but the only mention of Lu Dust was a bit hard for him to go on. After all, back then, when Su Qingshua's 5 girls and Lu Chen openly betrayed the heaven-mending pavilion, that was a fact that everyone saw. There's no way to argue. What's more, this time around, he was ordered to come over to befriend the 3 Divine Realm seniors, so he wouldn't dare to lose out on a small amount of money? Thus, when it came to this point, without mentioning it on his lips, Diangzi used his eyes to hint to Lu Chen behind him that he had to apologize once or twice for the sake of the greater good of the Immortal Hall. What? Let me apologize to this punk Yi Chang'an? Earthingzi, what are you thinking? It's not true that you guys are holy sons, but Laozi is also the personal disciple of the Grand Elder, plus he's still the sole heir of the Heavenly Devil. Don't say that there are 3 more powerful seniors here, so I can't apologize for being short. Even without them, surname Yi will never try to make me soft. Feeling the warning and reminder of Earthingzi, Lu Dust not surprisingly chose. Pull down. He knew that it was difficult for him to make good today, apologizing was humiliating, not apologizing might be revealed by Yi Chang'an, the only person who knew his true identity. It's going to be a disaster at that point. Thus, while his eyes rebuffed Diangzi, Lu Chen was about to back away, intending to defend himself without browbeating these 3 God Realm seniors. Senior Lu must not. When Su Qingshua's 4 girls saw Lu Chen retreating without speaking, they felt bad and were about to chase after him. But see, where did Lu Chen escape? Just as he retreated, he was blocked by an invisible wall of qi. At this time he didn't dare to take out the magic cultivation treasure from last time, so he was still superficially in the middle stage of the Kaiyang realm. Where could he break free? He could only turn back to look angrily at Yi Chang'an. A low gulp. Surname Yi, Uing. Master Lu, don't be ridiculous. Yi. Seniors are the head of a sect, last time even the great elders respected him, you quickly stop talking. At the critical moment, the 2 daughters, the oldest 3, Lin Sisi, and the oldest 4, Shang Wanqing, also reacted quickly, while stopping Lu Chuan from continuing to die. On the one hand, it is hurrying toward Chao Reid's side to cast a gaze of help. I don't dare. In the face of the 2 former senior sisters' request for help, Chao Reid did not dare to say much because of her kindness. On the one hand, it was their fault in the first place. On the other hand, it was also considering the fact that within his own memories, he had remembered that this group of people were quite bad to his master, Yi Chang'an, and not to say that he would follow Yi Chang'an in his rage against them, but at least he wouldn't be able to help. This matter is an internal affair of your sect, it is inconvenient for us to intervene. After the 7 people of Earthingzi said this, they really took a few steps back, not intending to intervene. Even if the 4 Su Qingxue girls begged one after another. It's also useless. Seeing this, the oldest 3, Lin Sisi, and the oldest 4, Shang Wanqing, hurriedly pulled the oldest, Su Qingxue, and the oldest, Zhang Ruyue, hoping that they would also come and say mercy. However, the 2 women still underestimated the ego of the oldest, Su Qingxue, and the second, Zhang Ruyue. Not only do they not apologize, and it continues to be a death sentence. Elder brother Diangzi, are you helping outsiders instead of helping your own people? Sect Master Yi, your own poor teaching back then forced us to leave. What, you want to hold us responsible now that you're rich? Today, the Immortal Palace is giving face to the 3 seniors, not charging at your heaven-mending pavilion. If you are not sensible, do you believe that we will invite the 3 seniors away in minutes?
Speaking of which, Su Qingxue, the leader of the four women, was even more like she had taken the wrong kind of medicine, not seeing at all how Luo Yunshang was being respected by the three guardians, and actually rushed to open her mouth at them. Three seniors, it seems that this heaven-mending pavilion doesn't welcome you, so why don't you go to our immortal hall? Our immortal hall is most welcoming to divine realm powerhouses. Several of us are also quite talented, 3 of you may as well. If you don't mind. That just amused the 3 guardians halfway through the sentence. Nice guy. Are all mortals so cheeky now? It was just as well that Yi Chang'an had become the husband of his Empress before. Well, at least people are sincere. And now some traitorous disciple steals the guest of his former master? What's this temple for? Sect Master Yi, we won't say much about this matter, it's up to you. The 3 protectors gave Yi Chang'an enough face. However, these words, in the ears of Lu Chen, Su Qingxue, and Jiang Ruyue's 2 daughters, as if the meaning of fulfilling them was actually happier. And this time Yi Chang'an has not yet opened his mouth, but he can see that the grounding's a dozen miles further. The last time was equivalent to the realm of transformation and deluge. It seemed to be closer to the nirvana realm this time. It was a pity that this person was progressing quickly, but he still hadn't comprehended half of the laws of the Great Tao. I'm afraid it's not an empty gesture. Jioko. Late generation is in. Please teach me, Sect Master Yi. The poor Taoist sees that your realm is not weak, but it's a pity that you don't have enough misdirection. It's a waste to stay over at the immortal temple and be delayed by certain people with eyes without pearls. Why not come to the heaven-mending pavilion? Yi Chang'an's words were considered to be half flirting and half pulling the strings, and his outlook on this Diangzi was still good. However, without waiting for Diangzi to react, Lu Chen's side was directly enraged. He was able to engage Yi Chang'an last time, but this time, he was actually ignored, so where could he hold back? Surname Yi. How the hell do you dare to compel our first saint son? Today, in front of the 3 seniors, I, Lu Dust, am the first to disobey. If you want to blame me for betrayal, have the guts to come and clean up your house. As he spoke, this Lu Chen even hit on the idea that he would be the first to charge, and after that, letting the 4 ladies of Su Qingxue help, and when that happened, Diangzi and the others would have to be pulled down as well. Kago Meiko wasn't stupid. After a glance, he actually took the initiative to take a few steps back to make room. How can eldest brother do this? Beside them, the 4 women, Su Qingxue, could not have imagined that Diangzi and Lu Duan had a temporary falling out, and were about to come forward to speak, but they were coldly avoided by Diangzi. On the other side, Yi Chang'an was also surprised by Lu Chen's death-defying courage. He said, if I don't get rid of you, you really think that you can save yourself by relying on the Earthingzi, and that would be a big mistake. Everyone in this sect stand back. Please also ask the 3 seniors to testify that the opposite side of the grounding Zidao friends look good. This is your master Lu's brother seeking his own death, the poor Taoist. Can really let him taste the humiliation of the original tenfold. This statement was made. Without even waiting for the 3 parties to react, Yi Chang'an casually released a portion of his aura, and it was clearly the middle stage of the transformation tribulation realm. It shocked Lu Chuan and the others, and also caused Diangzi to be slightly stunned. Does this trip really seem to be the wrong one? Is this still the Yi Chang'an we remember? What wonders has this man gone through? Chapter 46, The Present Day. Lu Dust was the first to feel bad. The others admired and revered Yi Chang'an's progress at most. Only Lu Dust was keenly aware that this time it might roll over. But he saw his face change slightly. A million thoughts swirled in his head. No good. This surname Yi actually went further than last time. How can we still fight? Had I known this, I should have invited the Heavenly Demon Master last time and directly destroyed him. A bit of a miss this time. Just as Diangzi and the others were also shocked by Yi Chang'an's powerful aura, they saw that Lu Chen was fearful in his heart and theatrical in his mouth. Seeing that he was unable to use his demonic cultivation treasures and the forbidden techniques of the heavenly demon inheritance, while Yi Chang'an on the opposite side was incredibly sharp, but he didn't dare to make a fool of himself. Instead, he rushed to speak. Sect Master Yi, spare your life. Elder brother Earth Echo, can you really see death and save it? Even if I, Lu Chuan, had eaten the guts of a bear, I have never acted in a way that betrayed my division, and my previous departure from the heaven-mending pavilion with the 5 senior sisters was purely due to someone's rumors. They said that sect leader Yi that you have long since lost all semblance of teaching, so in order for us to live, if we don't join the immortal temple instead, are we just sitting around waiting to die?
If sect leader Yi has to punish me, Lu Chen, I won't be sophomoric, but, in front of the group, 3 things have to be made clear. Lu Dust's eyes rolled back in his head, and his mind was that alive. Not even waiting for Yi Chang'an to really take a shot at him, this guy thought about it for half a day, but he came up with a poisonous plan. Common sinking. As expected, once they heard this, the Immortal Hall crowd moved. Those who wanted to help accelerated to help, but those who didn't want to help could only do so. Sect leader Yi, what Master Lu said is all true. We didn't insist on betrayal in the first place, but the situation forced us to do so. You are now the head of the second largest sect after the Immortal Hall. Could it be that you don't have this much temperament? You have lost only a little honor, but we have risked life and death. Is it not true that we have suffered more? The first person to echo Lu Chen was no other than the eldest sister, who had been obsessed with finding a reason for her defection. Su Qingxue. This woman is really hopeless, even if the discerning can see that the matter of their 5 sisters can be understood, but only Lu Dust cannot be forgiven. And yet, they have to insist on resisting the sophistry together. Such an action immediately made Lu Chen's heart secretly happy, but he hurriedly looked at the other 3 senior sisters, Jiang Ruyu, Lin Cixi, and Shang Wanchang. Not much of a mouthful. But with a look they forced them to have to speak for themselves. Only in the end, there was a deliberate act of weakness and a pitiful look at Gyoko. Hopefully, the head of the Immortal Hall's 7 great sacred sons would also open his mouth. That would be the best. Sect Master Yi. Please think twice. Yi sect leader, spare Master Lu for once. He absolutely cannot be a demonic cultivator, but rather, it may be that the pressure of survival is too great, and he has to. Sect leader Yi, the late generation should not have asked about the internal affairs of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, but nowadays, how can I say that Master Lu is also a member of our immortal temple, so please. Be careful. One by one, this group of people opened their mouths, and one by one, they spoke with seeming righteousness. At once, he heard Lu Chuan greatly feel that there was saving all kinds of fluke. Only Yi Chang'an and Luo Yunshang, 2 people, did not react too much, but took out the gaze off, looking at the immortal temple group of guys who are domineering when they have an advantage and begging for mercy when they don't have an advantage. Is this the legendary Hall of Immortality? The so-called first clan of the Faustus mountain range turned out to be just like this? Yunshang, what do you think? Yi Chang'an didn't directly answer Lu Chen and the others' questions, and was too lazy to poke at his little trick, so he simply turned around and looked at his eldest disciple who knew him best, Luo Yunshang. Feeling the disgust and dislike for Lu Chen in her own master's eyes, Luo Yunshang didn't babble and directly smiled faintly. Give her answer. Master, the offender once can be understood, twice can be compromised, 3 times. Could it be that you are idle and have nothing to do and have to be a holy mother? In my old life, I would have definitely beaten someone to tears in a minute. The Heaven Mending Pavilion is our Heaven Mending Pavilion, and it's also the Heaven Mending Pavilion for those who truly honor their teachers, so we can't break the rules for individual flies. That said, Yi Chang'an understood even more about what should be done, and was about to open his mouth, when he saw that Lu Dust had good hearing, realized that he was going to be finished, and hurriedly accelerated, saying the wrong, even more disgustingly mean things. Sect Master Yi. Since you can't forgive your juniors, well then, if you have the guts, get rid of all the senior sisters who have betrayed you as well, and then, let's see how you can maintain this fake justice, real hypocrisy face of yours? For senior sisters, I, Lu Chuan, am sorry for you. I can't actually convince this butcher. He really seems to want to kill all of us. We're not afraid of dying, but we're afraid of dying suffocating. Please ask elder brother Earthingzi to testify that this is not a case of us making a mistake and not admitting it, but rather certain people grabbing small mistakes and daring to kill and set fire to them, and not giving the Immortal Hall any face. Boom! As Lu Chuan's words continued to be brainlessly flimsy, over at the Immortal Hall, the crowd, including Earthingzi, was however also pulled in. Earth Echo was quite calm and didn't intervene too much, just pleaded with her eyes once again to Yi Chang'an. On the other hand, Su Qingshua's 4 girls were directly red-eyed. The oldest 3 of them, Lin Cixi, and the oldest 4, Shang Wanqing, were considered to be more regretful, but after being stimulated by this, they were immediately empathetic with Lu Chen. Sect leader Yi, if you want to kill, just kill, don't talk so much nonsense. The 5 of us live and die together, unlike some people, who temporarily turn against the water, and end up cheaper than a stinky girl. All this time, Su Qingxue for women actually still acting White Lotus flower persona, more to target Chow Read It. But on the contrary, they were trying to make a move, but they were afraid of the powerful Yi Chang'an, thus they could only step back even further and support Lu Chen through the air. However, such support was still not enough for Lu Chen, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart as his eyes glazed over. 4 ES are also afraid of death. If I had known this, I would have directly refined them in the first place, so why? Could it be that today, I, Lu Chuan, can't escape this surname Yi? Lu Chen was still in a state where even acting couldn't save him, but he saw that Yi Chang'an didn't want to continue wasting time at all, and directly made a heavenly apocalypse finger. There is no suspense under the power of the robbery, only life and death. Woohoo! A wave of terrifying mana shot in, hitting that Lu Chen in a state of distress, dodging from side to side, but could not avoid it at all. Eventually, with no effort at all, Yi Chang'an defeated Lu Dust in a single move, stomping on the body of this guy who was still trying to talk with his mouth full. Repay them with 10 times the cold face they gave the 5 of them when they betrayed them. Respond with the 100x cooler from when the 5 of them rebelled against the division. Lu Chen, are you convinced? You such a person who deceives his master and destroys his ancestors, you also deserve today's present retribution, and you still don't want to admit defeat, then don't blame the poor Taoist for being hot-handed. This is also considered cleaning up for the immortal temple. Yi Chang'an was about to end the scourge of Lu Chen, but he didn't want to, but a wave of mana next to him stopped him. Sect Master Yi, have mercy. The person who opened his mouth was none other than the 3 great protectors, which made Yi Chang'an have to stop slightly. Chapter 47 Don't advise others to do good without their suffering. Yi Chang'an was a little bit kill-eyed and could ignore the immortal hall crowd, but, facing Luo Yunshang's 3 protectors, he still had to give a little face. Only, when he thought of what had happened to him a few months ago, he had to speak with a cold face. At that moment there was surprisingly an overbearing and coldness like that of an emperor of the divine realm. Why? Could it be that you and the 3 seniors are also convinced of this Lu Chen? Could it be that he is not a devil cultivator, but rather the poor road? Is a devil cultivator instead? With these words, Yi Chang'an hadn't meant to make things difficult for the 3 great protectors, but, given this current atmosphere, he was considered very restrained. If not for the presence of these 3 people, with his personality, he was afraid that he could take down all 5 of Lu Chen together. This was something that the 3 guardians could naturally see, but they didn't care about Yi Chang'an's unkind tone. Instead they hurriedly added a few words. Sect Master Yi has achieved great feats and is on the verge of nirvana, so why bother with a mole, or a traitor? Do you not hear that you can die in the morning and in the evening? Right now you're already about to head towards the nirvana realm, so it's really not cost-effective to stir up karma in vain and add to it because of this small matter. Better yet, take a step back and let him go, and let yourself go. In this way, the advancement will be smoother in the future. When the 3 guardians said this, Yi Chang'an subconsciously glanced at Luo Yunshang, certifying from her eyes that the 3 were not lying. It seemed that the nirvana realm really needed to free itself of karma and resolve all causes and effects in order to break through. But even so what? Yi Chang'an didn't have too much of an aversion to the 3 protectors' kind persuasion, he just felt that the 3 of them were too self-righteous. They can casually lecture others and point out things with a sense of compassion and a sense of looking down on all beings. But how many have thought about their own feelings? As the old saying goes, don't persuade others to be good without their suffering. If we don't kill Lu Dust today, could it be that he will continue to harm others when his demonic power is fully accomplished? The kindness of the 3 seniors. Poverty Road is appreciated. It's just that the experience of the poor Taoist is not something that the 3 of you can just understand. Certain people, they have to die. Today, the poor Taoist is going to take the place of heaven. After snorting coldly, Yi Chang'an did not intend to fall out with the 3 protectors just because of this small matter, which made him turn around decisively, intending to exterminate Lu Chen with one move, so as not to leave a scourge behind. And yet, I don't want to. At this time, the 3 guardians, to see his stubbornness, before that a little bit of unpleasant mood again surfaced in the heart, but also unconsciously his heavenly tribulation finger to intercept. 3 of you, this is... Sect Master Yi, I'm offended. It's for your own good that we wait. When both sides were pulling, Yi Chang'an wanted to kill someone, but the 3 protectors were suddenly saintly and motherly and had to obstruct, which was not easy to say. The other side. Seeing that Yi Chang'an was actually stopped by the 3 guardians, Lu Chen was overjoyed and hurriedly continued to morally kidnap the 4 Suqing Shui girls. Eldest senior sister, second senior sister, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, if you don't make a move at this time, when will you wait? Do we have to wait until after surname Yi massacres us before we retaliate? Could it be that you guys are also going to follow the example of that Jianzi and leave me, your senior brother, alone? Lu Chuan's words were not very effective against Yi Chang'an, against Luo Yunshang, and against Diangzi, the above 3 kinds of people with brains. It only works for 2 kinds of people. One is a holy mother like the 3 guardians. The other was the 4 Suqing Shui girls. No, not long after Lu Chuan said this, the four girls, Su Qingxue, who were still afraid of Yi Chanan's cultivation, were immediately furious as well, and actually began to shoot cold arrows. Shoot him. Even if you can't shoot him, you have to stop him. This surname Yi is crazy, not giving us a chance to apologize, then. Exterminate him. As they spoke, the four women unexpectedly sent out 4 rays of light coincidentally, heading towards Yi Chang'an. Yi Chang'an didn't give a damn about this and only wanted to get rid of the 3 guardians' interception as soon as possible. However, at this time, Luo Yunshang next to her was directly bellowing. A bunch of stupid, blunt, pig-like losers who still don't know how to repent, simply looking for death. Luo Yunshang wouldn't care about any 3 protectors or anything like that. Seeing that his master had already conceded a lot, and that the 5 Lu dusters on the opposite side still wanted to sneak attack like this, his heart doubled in annoyance, and his hands accelerated in speed. The section of red silk from before was released again. Swift as lightning. Spiffy like a concealed weapon. In a matter of moments, it broke Lu Chen's arm, blood flowed horizontally, all kinds of screams, and it also made Su Qingxue's 4 women's faces change, hurriedly stopping their sneak attacks and retreating in all kinds of ways. This Luo Yunshang, she's progressing so fast, she's close to opening up the Divine Sea? Not to be messed with. It's really not good. Seeing that the crisis was gone, Luo Yunshang directly turned to look at the 3 guardians. 3 of you, my master is the sect leader of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, what he wants to do is his business, I can't even control it, could it be that you and the others still dare to ask questions? In that case, let the 3 of you try my rules first. Who came first? Who comes after? Whoever doesn't want to, can come along. As soon as the words fell, the 3 guardians burst into tears. Although the 3 of them could stop Yi Chang'an from making more killings and affecting Nirvana in the future, who dared to call the shots with their own Empress, Luo Yunshang? Had to take a few steps back. For a while, the atmosphere also became awkward. Even Gyoko was not good enough to stay. Junior brother, let's go, today's revenge is remembered by our immortal hall, we can't beat your Heaven Mending Pavilion now, but one day we can. As usual, there's no fooling around. It's only a matter of time before we get our revenge. Taking advantage of the fact that both sides were stiff, the 4 Su Qingxue girls took the heavily injured Lu Chen with them and really slipped away right away. Just leaving that is incestuous. But things have come to this point, there is no point in chasing and killing, Yi Chang'an no longer cares about this kind of fart-sized matter, reincarnated and threw out an olive branch to Earthingzi once again. Earthingzi, the immortal hall has long been inferior to what it was back in the day, and even leaving behind such a scourge, is it not enough to make you wake up? It's still the same, if you want to ascend smoothly, come to the poor Taoist side at any time. The poor Taoist expects a lot from you. When this was said, Jianzi's face was not well wiped away, but it was not possible to agree now, only the color of her eyes was unknown, and she turned to leave. Up to this point, Ludum once again lived for a few more days. The conflict between the Heaven Mending Pavilion and the Immortal Hall doubled. The Temple of Immortality. After hearing what the 4 Su Qingxue girls and Lu Chuan had said, and seeing that the strongest saint son of the sect, Dingzi, didn't even dare to protect a few of his disciples, Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi was unsurprisingly furious. While taking out good medicine to treat Lu Chen. On the other hand, he was even complaining about Shiji Eiko along with him. This Heaven Mending Pavilion can't stay. Surname Yi is simply arrogant, if this Grand Elder doesn't give him a little show of strength, does he really think he's the number 1 person in some floating mountain? Great Elder, calm down. Do not be impulsive. That Yi Chang'an is not what he used to be, why don't we think about it in the long run? Furthermore, the matter of Lu Duan. Ji Eiko had tried to be sensible. As a result, before he could finish his sentence, he was directly enraging Tian Xianzi. Tian Xianzi looked at Dingzi with an expression that was not even kind. Chapter 48. It's finally time to say goodbye. What? The strongest saint son of my immortal temple, you also intend to put in a good word for that surname Yi? How much favor did he give you, or, as Lu Chuan said, surname Ji intends to dig you over, you just... Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi's words were thoroughly unreasonable. Once he saw this, Jianzi was also quite angry, but it was not good for him to have a fit. He could only indifferently sweep a glance at the Lu Duan who made him not even like him. Immediately. Leave on your own. Great Elder, this saint's son has said what he should say, whether to listen or not is a matter for you in this peak, as for certain people. Humph. This holy son's status is on par with yours.
You do not believe in me, but believe in outsiders. It is best if nothing happens in the future, and once something happens, I hope that the great elder himself will be true to his word.
After dropping these words, Dianzi ignored Lu Chuan's cunning gaze and walked straight out the door. The grand elder behind him was so angry that he slapped a 10,000-pound boulder. Since then, regarding Lu Chen's matter, there was a gap between the strongest saint's son of the immortal hall and the grand elder, but there was also a gap between them. There was simply no one else.
Mending Pavilion.
Seeing the immortal hall crowd leave, Yi Chang'an no longer wasted his energy dealing with such villains, but handed over the 3 guardians to Luo Yunshang to watch over. Yunshang, the 3 protectors, take your time to chat. The poor Taoist will first go and give the 3 disciples a few pointers. After saying this, Yi Chang'an truly left 4 to discuss.
Is this still the same majesty who inherited the Xianxiao divine dynasty back then? What exactly did that Yi do or say that actually made her majesty the Empress so addicted? The great hall of the heaven mending pavilion. Hearing footsteps behind him, Yi Chang'an knew without turning around that the person coming was none other than Luo Yunshang. It seemed that Luo Yunshang was still more in favor of him and needed his reply. But Yi Chang'an was also torn in his heart. Luo Yunshang was a noble empress. It was impossible for her to bind her for the rest of her life. Previously, to have the honor of harvesting such a disciple was considered picking up a bargain. I'm afraid to let her stay. Otherwise, what about so many people in the Xianxiao divine herb? Did they all come to this side of the heaven mending pavilion to squeeze in? Yunshang, what's on your mind? Just say it, Master will support you. Thank you, Master. Disciple thought about it, sooner or later to return to the divine realm, but after all, the Master's favor is greater than that. You must be asked to agree, otherwise. Yes, the divine realm is your home. If you don't go back, many people over there won't be able to function properly. How dare the poor Taoist be selfish? It's just that with this trip, I don't know when and how I'll see you again. Feeling that there was no room for redemption, Yi Chang'an could not help but let out a long sigh and turned to look at Luo Yunshang, who was both his female disciple and his wife who had almost come to that point. Said Sheridan. It must be fake. Who would want such a stunningly beautiful empress to leave? But what can you do if you don't give up? Not to mention affecting the Xianxiao divine dynasty. Let's just say it affects your own Taoism. If you can't see through this little thing, how can you break through to nirvana in the future? Master has a heart. The disciple must come back sooner if he can. In addition, since the matter has come to this, disciple will also explain what happened back then one by one, which is also considered respect for you, Master. Seeing that Yi Chang'an was not even good enough to retain herself, Luo Yunshang also had a few moments of relief in her heart. Next. First, he spent an hour talking about what had happened to her. As it turned out, back then, she was besieged by 2 hostile divine dynasties and fled to the eastern continent by exercising a forbidden technique, and by now, she had recovered all but her cultivation. This time, he went back, for one thing, to maintain the stability of the Xianxiao divine dynasty and to put everyone's minds at ease. Secondly, it's also possible to go to war with 2 rival divine dynasties. Master, disciple has said what I should say and what I shouldn't say, don't you want disciple? As the words reached her mouth, Luo Yunshang still couldn't speak. But in his heart, he wished for Yi Chang'an to stay. Don't ask for too much. Even just a few words would have been enough to change her mind. However, Yi Chang'an heard about this, but he was even more determined that Luo Yunshang, the eagle, must be allowed to go back, or else there would be no benefit in public or private. Cultivation is counterintuitive. What's not to like about being the headmaster and being the empress? To delay the big picture for personal feelings, when the 2 rival divine dynasties come looking for them, how many people can the 2 of them fend off? It's better to have a short pain instead of a long one. That's the way to go. Go well and return well, for the master, keeping the position of senior sister for you. I hope you have a safe journey. Yi Chang'an finally gave this answer after thinking for a long time. Upon hearing this, Luo Yunshang was stunned and dismayed. Never would she have thought that Yi Chang'an was calmer than her. This is good for everyone. But only for her. Precious master. Disciples will pack their bags and return to the divine realm in a few days. Master you. Before the words were finished, Luo Yunshang's heart inexplicably ached, but she couldn't maintain her empress's domineering demeanor, which brought tears to her eyes and ran out. Outside the door, Dongfang Liuli was bringing food and drink to the 2 of them, and seeing this, she also felt a little desolate. As someone who had followed Yi Chang'an for a few months, she was also clear about the duo's feelings. Who can really part? However,
Master has such an intention, there must be a reason, but do not dare to casually speculate and obstruct it haphazardly.
Eldest sister, let me see you off.
Dongfang Liuli's eldest sister made Luo Yunshang, who was originally in a bad mood, feel a little better.
One day later,
Luo Yunshang returned to the divine realm, and before she left, she reinforced the boundary of the heaven-mending pavilion as a gesture.
Master, disciple is going.
Just after these words were said, Luo Yunshang instantly activated her innate divine ability and transformed into a ball of light, disappearing into the sky, leaving behind only the people of the heaven-mending pavilion, who were missing one person. Outside, the 3 female apprentices were still waiting for orders.
Inside the house,
Yi Chanan looked through the window at the Empress Luo Yunshang, who was getting farther and farther away, and surprisingly, he was also inexplicably red-eyed.
It's time to go. It's time to stay and keep practicing.
Don't let this delay your progress, or else, Master will never forgive you lightly. Yi Chanan pretended to be fine as he said this, startling the 3 female disciples to hurry up and cultivate while he himself doubled his efforts.
What is this night? Nirvana is set in his year. One day in the green cloud. Running to that divine realm. It's just that things were different then, but are you still the same person you were back then?
Chapter 49. You be a good disciple to him, and he figure you a divine weapon. Yunshan, my master will definitely accelerate the breakthrough to the Nirvana realm, and the divine realm
will definitely go forward.
With such thoughts, Yi Chang'an, who was quite calm in front of people, but after people, was taking out the energy to double his efforts in cultivation and continued to improve furiously.
The mendicant court has thus appeared far more diligent and active than in any previous era. The Temple of Immortality.
Looking at Diangzi's back as he left, Grand Elder Tiang Xuanzi didn't say much on his lips, but the malice in his eyes betrayed his thoughts at this moment. Although he didn't dare to really make a move against Earthingzi, he had to retaliate against the heaven-mending pavilion in public and private before he could do so. Otherwise, not to mention the district, a strongest saint's son would dare to defy him so much, for fear that ordinary disciples are.
Master, there shall be no peace until Yi Chang'an is killed.
If it is inconvenient for you, it is fine to have a disciple step in. It is that the disciple's cultivation is too weak, coupled with the fact that there are no magic treasures, divine weapons, and I wonder if you can. While crying about how he apologized, he was ignored by Yi Chang'an.
Had to kill him.
On the other hand, he was praising the Grand Elder Tian Xianzi, deliberately boasting about his powerful Dao and profound realm, casually striking out and destroying Yi Chang'an in minutes. At that time, not only to avenge their own 5 people, perhaps, the position of the head of the door can also be. Yes, Master, although we left the heaven-mending pavilion and joined you instead, we are not traitors, but just sensing the heavenly Tao.
Is it wrong to do things in obedience to the way?
Could it be that you can't bear to let us leave you and be killed by that Yi Chang'an, and then, from then on, all the 100 clans of the floating Butte Mountain will laugh at the fact that you can't keep your disciple, and you still want to be the Grand Elder? On the other side, Su Qingxue and the others were also accelerating their fawning and instigating all sorts of things.
So much for that.
That Grand Elder Tian Xianzi really fell for it.
Damn the mending pavilion. Yi Chang'an, who should be destroyed.
Bullying you and the others is just a matter of course. Actually, even this Grand Elder does not put in his eyes, thanks to the last time to give face to the Earthingzi and take the initiative to leave, now it seems to be the wrong thing to do. After slapping away a 10,000-pound boulder, the already short-tempered and extremely small-minded Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi was truly persuaded by the 5 Lu Chen.
Next.
Surprisingly, he promised the 5 of them that he would turn around and clear the Immortal Hall's town treasure, the heaven and earth yin yang grass, and that he would have to teach that Yi Chang'an a lesson.
Heaven and earth yin yang grass? The strongest holy pill in the Immortal Hall, and the only remaining 9th order holy pill inside the 100 clans of the floating mountain?
It is said that this grass, apart from being able to condense aura and, after withdrawing and storing it, allow the disciples of this sect to strengthen their cultivation, it is also evolved from the laws of the Great Tao, and it can also allow one to obtain the foundation of sainthood?
Master, you are so good.
Su Qingshua's 4 girls were stunned by the name, remembering that this was the strongest treasure of the Immortal Hall, named Herb, yet it was also an extremely rare 9th-ranked holy pill.
Why don't we kill and injure that Yi?
On the other hand, Lu Chuan heard more cattiness from it.
He complimented Grand Elder Tian Xianzi on his lips. The mind was otherwise occupied. Heaven and earth yin yang grass?
This thing, why don't you let me obtain it, and turn around, first settle the one surnamed Ji, and then call it quits with that Earthingzi who has obstructed me several times. This time, it's time to plan a little. After such a thought, this Luo Yunshang once again exerted his strongest skills, spreading rumors, planting evidence, making trouble over nothing, and dividing others.
Later that night, knowing that Su Qingshua's 4 daughters were too stupid to count on, Luo Yunshang simply created a chaos on his own, setting fire to the mountain and attracting the attention of countless people. It's bad, the back mountain is on fire. The sect leader has ordered all disciples to go and put out the fire. The 4 senior sisters should go too. Senior brother, I'll hurry to inform the others. Ludum's acting skills are really too strong. After a show, everyone in the entire immortal hall went to put out the fire, but he was borrowing the alibi given to him by the 4 ladies of Su Qingshua to secretly steal it. In just 1 hour, that heaven and earth yin yang grass was won by Luo Yunshang, and in order to frame Diangzi, he intentionally left a portion of the medicinal fragrance to be smeared on Diangzi's room. Next, just before the crowd outside realized the truth, Luo Yunshang injured himself and rolled down before the crowd. It's bad, someone is sneaking up on the disciples. It doesn't matter if the disciple dies. But if we let the treasures of this clan be stolen. Where is the master? Where is the sect master? Also, where is the strongest saint son of this sect? Boom! With this performance by Luo Yunshang, the crowd had no other doubts and instead, one by one, they hurriedly inventoried the treasures. Soon, Grand Elder Tian Xianzi was the first to realize that the heaven and earth yin yang grass, which he had previously intended to take to deal with Yi Chanan, was gone, and it was suspected that it had something to do with Diangzi. Thoroughly outraged. Come on, man. Invite the sect leader and the others over. Gyoko, this time you have all the witnesses and material evidence, let's see what you have to say. With Tian Xuanzi's words, the immortal hall had just extinguished the fire, only to be blown up by the news that Diangzi was suspected of stealing the treasures. Lu Dus took the opportunity to hide himself. On the other hand, Gyoko was stunned by the news, and although she didn't know exactly what it meant, she had a vague feeling that someone was targeting her. Could it be Luo Yunshang and a few of them? In that case, it seems quite reasonable that Yi Chang'an wanted to drive them to extinction before. Shocked and furious, Diangzi knew he couldn't say much and hurried to the heaven-mending pavilion. The next day, before Diangzi could set off, there were suddenly rumors that Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi's divine weapon, the 7-star Tianxian divine sword, had disappeared, and it was suspected that remnants of the sword aura had been seen in his room again. Is this their way of getting rid of even this saint's son? We can't wait any longer, hurry up and find Yi Chang'an to talk about it, otherwise, this holy son is afraid. Frightened, Earth Echo accelerated away from the immortal hall. Although he was even more suspected by the crowd because of this, at this time, he couldn't care less about blood and came directly to this side of the heaven-mending pavilion to see Yi Chang'an again. Be sure to ask him for guidance. Is the visitor the strongest holy son of the immortal hall, Earthingzi? Could it be that you figured it out? Yi Chang'an stood before the gate of the heaven-mending pavilion, smilingly looking towards the only Diangzi in this immortal hall that he somewhat admired, but the latter was shaking his head. The late generation is not here for mutiny, but for... Alas, something has happened to the immortal temple, and the late generation suspects that someone... Oh? It's the treasures and divine weapons that are missing? Then how do you know that the poor Tao will definitely help you? Where do you get the confidence to confirm that the poor Tao will have news? Yi Chang'an deliberately generalized Diangzi a bit, and the latter was both embarrassed and awkward. You can't say you intuited it, can you? After a few moments of blushing for the sake of the greater good, and for her own sake, Gyoko told the truth. Chapter 50. The wind will destroy the wood that grows in the forest. Sect Master Yi. Go ahead. I'm not talented, I do have something to ask for help, however, before that, I would like to ask Sect Leader Yi to clear up my confusion for me. Earth Echo's words and expression this time were indeed more respectful and serious than before. I can see that this kid should really be in big trouble. Once he saw this, Yi Chang'an did not beat around the bush, which let him casually open his mouth to inquire how he answered, whether he could make him trust, it would be up to him. To put it bluntly, Yi Chang'an was able to take out quite a bit of time to receive this rival sect's strongest saint's son purely on the basis of the other party's good talent and not weak cultivation. It would be great to successfully dig over. Unable to succeed? Then it's better to be treated as a friend than one more enemy. And so, just as the two were chatting freely alone for the first time, Yi Chang'an took out a rare politeness and invited Earth Echo to his own room. Two people talking one-on-one. Also with this kind of treatment, naughty Echo's heart was more grateful, and his mouth was a brain to say what he had buried in his heart for months.
The late generation is very confused as to why you have changed so much in the past few months. You must know that a year ago, above the 100 sects apprentice ceremony, you were disliked by 6 of your own disciples, as well as being the object of the crowd's contempt. But just 1 year later, the identity, status, strength, and cultivation of your eyes are completely incomparable. I dare not presume to ask about your secret. It's just that, considering that the Heaven Mending Pavilion doesn't look like a sect that exists any top-notch sacred medicines, top-notch techniques, so it's very confusing. Seeing that Yi Chang'an had given himself quite a few chances, Dingzi stopped talking nonsense, which really started to talk about the core issue. These words of his also represented the thoughts of the rest of the 100 sect. Only, the others didn't have this opportunity, while Yi Chang'an was still smiling and looked like he really intended to give him some secrets in order to pull in Dingzi. If we say it's hibernation, but it's impossible to explain why the 6 Luchuan people treated you like that, yet you were still spared time and time again. While onlookers can't see what's wrong with it, the latecomer has come around to the idea that they've gone too far with you. But to say it's not about hibernation is just baffling. Therefore, after a few moments of reflection, my juniors have come to the conclusion that you must have had some kind of strange encounter and gained some kind of chance, thus allowing both yourself and the Heaven Mending Pavilion to be greatly altered. Now, the latecomer's rehashing of the old matter is not to force you to give an answer, but rather, I hope you know that if you really want the latecomer to be convinced, at the very least, you must allow me to unravel the confusion for a moment or two. Speaking of this, Gyoko's eyes were full of sincerity and clarity. Not bad for a one-track-minded cultivator. Such an attitude, such a tone of voice, naturally also made Yi Chang'an's heart flutter at once, and his impression of this fellow changed once again. The Immortal Temple deserves to be called the Immortal Temple, and the strongest saint son of the Immortal Temple, this Tao heart and mind, it really isn't simple. Onlookers will just think that the poor Taoist was just lucky. But there are not many people to guess, especially like you. You are indeed not an ordinary person, so, the poor road is not hidden from you, how to say. Looking at the opposite side of the Groundingzi with a warm face and incomparable respect, Yi Chang'an knew that it must be his own charm that conquered this Groundingzi a little bit, so that he dared to open his mouth like this. And for Dingzi to be so sympathetic wasn't just to seek answers, it was more likely that he was in so much trouble that he had to be sure that Yi Chang'an could guarantee his safety before he dared to speak the truth. Since this was the case, Yi Chang'an didn't intend to talk nonsense, but directly threw out the answer he had prepared. These answers, of course, do not include the 2 most important big things, the fact that he is a traveler plus carrying the system. Rather, it was the trump card that had been prepared to confuse others, and now, it was appropriate to take it out to shock and subjugate this Earth Echo. The poor Taoist has learned the high tricks of fellow Taoist. Otherwise, let's ask fellow Taoist Earthingzi to think for himself. Where is the chance that allows one's cultivation to rise by leaps and bounds in a single day, approaching the Nirvana realm in a year? The Immortal Hall is the #1 sect in the floating mountain range, and it doesn't even have such a technique, let alone my Heaven Mending Pavilion? Yi Chang'an's pontificating made Dingzi, who was originally bent on seeking an explanation, but was instantly stunned and had to admit that his answer was too perfect. There's no semblance of a loophole at all. But at the same time, Dingzi still couldn't figure it out. If it wasn't a strange encounter, then what made Yi Chang'an progress so fast? He once again gazed at Yi Chang'an for a few moments. There was never any sign that he was lying or making things up on the fly. Rather, it's very calming. Under such circumstances, Dingzi's heart moved, actually really some intention to join the Heaven Mending Pavilion, but the words to the end, but still temporarily raised some requirements. Sect Master Yi is truly extraordinary. It's just that, if you want the late generation to join, these statements alone are still not enough. As the saying goes, if the wood shows in the forest the wind will destroy it. If the latecomer joins the Heaven Mending Pavilion, I'm afraid I won't have the life to live for long, not to mention ascension. When he said this, the fear of the Immortal Hall flashed in Dingzi's eyes. Yi Chang'an saw that the fire was almost ready and stopped talking nonsense, directly took out a few treasures and handed them to Dingzi. Sure enough. Upon looking at these treasures, Dingzi was shocked on the spot. The 9th Order Sacred Pill 9 turns 5 Elements Pill? Shin Class Extreme Magic Treasure Locking the Immortal Rope? Heaven Order Extreme Protector Set Heaven and Earth Defense Set? This random one, that is enough to make the entire Immortal Palace and even the entire Faustus Mountain range everyone crazy treasure unexpectedly, in the eyes of Yi Chang'an, as if ordinary gifts, random gift? This Yi Chang'an has not exploded the hearts of people too much, right? My Dingzi has never seen a tenth of the treasures in his life, yet he... Thinking about this, Gyoko's mind shook even more. Among them, That ninth order sacred pill, the 9 revolutions 5 elements pill, was the key to the bottleneck that he had not been able to break through due to his 10 years of hard work in searching for it and not being able to obtain it.
I can't believe it came so easily.
On the opposite side, Yi Chang'an took in all of Diangzi's thoughts into his eyes, knowing that this guy didn't only care about cultivation, but also cared about false fame.
It was a moment of reckoning. Chapter 51. One thing leads to another. It turns out that Eiko doesn't seem to be completely out of touch with this kid. Cultivation cares a lot, so it's greatly excited about Portao's 9 turns 5 element stand. False fame cares more, so that he this in order to avoid leaving a handle, had to ask the Portao, until the Portao perfectly avoided fooling him after, this is to rest assured to join. This kid is not simple. Cultivation is not weak, only, this heart and mind is still a lot more than the previous 4 female disciples. Fortunately, the Portao has its own method to make him obedient. With this thought in mind, next, Yi Chang'an began his journey of persuasion. Not asking for Ji Eiko's 100% allegiance. However, he sought to make this person completely famous throughout the heaven-mending pavilion after joining. In this way, not only to take revenge on the immortal hall that was not able to get along with the heaven-mending pavilion back then, it was also considered to fulfill the idea of a year ago, and from then on, to let himself in the heaven-mending pavilion, to stand as one of the strongest sects of the floating pavilion mountain range. From today onwards, he, Yi Chang'an, is about to recognize Diangzi and take him as his disciple, and with a lineup of 5 disciples for one person, who would dare to be unconvinced. One day later. The news of the heaven-mending pavilion's income of Earthingzi as its 5th disciple went viral, spreading throughout the entire Fudu mountain range, shocking countless people and naturally alarming the immortal hall side as well. The Temple of Immortality. Just after solving the fire in the back mountain, the people were still pursuing the truth of the several cases of theft of divine weapons, but they didn't want to, but they were stormed first. The rival sect that they had once despised the most, the heaven-mending pavilion, had actually directly accepted the strongest saint's son, Earthingzi. What kind of thing was this? Boom! This side of the immortal temple's main hall. The 7 giants who were meeting were all shocked and appalled. How is this possible? Earthingzi is Poverty Road's personal disciple and the strongest holy son of my immortal hall. What's going on? How did he suddenly defect? Grand Elder, everyone, are you and the others not going to give this sect leader a statement? This time, sect leader Tianshuzi had just come out of seclusion when he was exasperated by the news, thus, his tone was dissatisfied as he looked towards Grand Elder Tianshenzi and the others. The other 5 elders also knew little and didn't dare to touch their luck. By then, on the side of Grand Elder Tianshenzi, because he had been disassociated by Lu Chuan, he thought that all these things were the work of Diangzi, and thus while he was fainting with anger, he came to his senses. Master. This is a matter that I did not want to say much about, but since that sinful disciple dared to betray it, it must not be said. Long before you left the gate, it was discovered that that precious personal disciple of yours, Earthingzi, had long been eyeing Yi Chang'an. Later on, he set fire to the mountain and attacked the west by sounding the east, stealing the number 1 treasure of this sect, the heaven and earth yin yang grass, not to mention the Poverty Road's supreme divine weapon, the 7-star Tianshan divine sword, as well. Now, since this brat really dares to defect to the past in such a way, the poor Taoist will not hide it from you, so please tell us a method. As soon as Tian Xuanzi said this, Tianshu Zi was immediately staggered as well. At the same time, the other 5 elders, the 300 disciples of the inner sect, and the 8,000 disciples of the outer sect who had learned of this news were also shocked to the core. The only one who was hiding inside the crowd, Lu Chen, was full of complacency. The immortal temple is finally on top. Yi Chang'an is also extremely bold. However, both of you are losers. Start the fight quickly, so that, in the end, no one within the immortal palace can be half as good as me. Under such thoughts, this Lu Chuan, who already had an evil mind, was decisively stepping forward to continue smearing Yi Chang'an and Diangzi. Until Sect Master Tianshu Zi couldn't even defend it, and with the approval of Grand Elder Tianxian Zi, it was surprisingly authorized to be given to Lu Chen. Under such circumstances, Lu Dus decisively took the chicken feather as an arrow and gathered all the people to crusade against the traitor Diangzi before taking down the heaven-mending pavilion in the process. 7 Peaks Inner Sect, Outer Sect disciples, immediately set out. This battle will definitely bring justice to the people of my immortal hall. Under Lu Chuan's strong compulsion, the crowd that was already instigated, but without any nonsense, was really taken out by him to bring out thousands of elites to kill the heaven-mending pavilion. It wasn't until these men and horses had been gone for 2 hours that within the main hall, Grand Elder Tianshan Zi jolted awake. But it was too late. Not right, that grounding Zi, even though and this great elder is not good, but the most loyal, how can? It be that there must be a mistake in a certain link, 10,000 cannot. Oops. Crap, let Lu dust they shot too fast. Mending Pavilion. Just as Lu Chen managed to bring thousands of disciples to kill, Yi Chang'an, on the other hand, had already sensed it, and without any nonsense, this time, he brought the Earthingzi and watched the good show together. Several hours later, facing Lu Chen and the others besieging him, Diingzi's face changed drastically. Sect leader Yi, Senior has caused you trouble. Why be so polite? The poor Taoist was only leaving you to stay for a few days to discuss cultivation. As a result, this can be misunderstood. It seems that they really don't want you to live. Yi Chang'an's words were not meant to irritate Diingzi, but were the truth, yet it was such a truth that it made even Diingzi feel doubly heartbroken. He, Diingzi, was the strongest holy son of the immortal temple, the proper second in command, so how did he get to this point? Can it be that the immortal hall is really not as good as the next generation? Earthingzi, a traitor is a traitor, and you dare to meet the battle with two people together. Do you really think that we are afraid? Today, Heaven Mending Pavilion and Sect leader Yi, please don't meddle. When Mr. Lu represents the top and bottom of the immortal temple and gets rid of the traitors, then we will settle the old scores. Otherwise, setting fire to the mountain, stealing the treasures of the town sect, stealing the divine weapons. These sins, I'm afraid that you, Sect leader Yi, can't afford it. Gyoko's attack was really more powerful. Once this was said, it was basically not Earthingzi's turn to defend himself, as the thousands of people behind Lu Chen were already on standby and about to siege over. This scene made Diingzi's heart ache, and also made him stare at Yi Chang'an in grief. Inside the gaze, there was admiration for Yi Chang'an's anticipation. There is also a greater reverence for this truly righteous and truly upright palm. In layman's terms. Previously, the Earthingzi was perhaps not as good as his master's master, Sect Master Tianshu, but now, on the contrary, he felt that whether it was his cultivation or his character, only Yi Chang'an was more suitable and more qualified to be his master. Earthingzi, if you don't come to your senses at this point, when will you wait? Do you need the poor Taoist to talk nonsense again? Seeing that the time was almost right, Yi Chang'an also stopped babbling and directly gazed at Earthingzi. This gaze shook Diingzi's heart as she looked at him. Thereupon he literally prostrated himself and knelt. Disciple Earthingzi did not fail the immortal temple but was wrongly accused, since the immortal temple does not speak of evidence to pursue and kill, from today onwards? I am the people of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. Please accept my disciple, Master. Please bear witness, Master, as I get rid of the scourge and prove my innocence. After saying this, Diingzi really shot out with anger, rushing to kill Lu Chen and the others on the opposite side, also using practical actions to make the conflict between the two sides even more intensified and unresolved. Yi Chang'an didn't have much of a headache about it. Rather, he was shocked by the rewards brought by the system. Nice one. The strongest holy son is the strongest holy son. Ah, this talent, this spiritual root, this reward. Earn numbness. Chapter 52. Back my ass. Name, G. Ako. Race, human. Sex, male. Talent, Jin Dao immortal fetus heavenly spiritual root. Cultivation, late hierarchical realm. Introduction, the strongest son of the immortal temple, a great genius, but still diligent and hardworking, it is difficult to look up to him. Quality, perseverance. Above all, this was the relevant evaluation and brief introduction that the system had given to Diingzi, the fifth disciple. Immediately after, as Diingzi formally worshipped his master, the system rewards came with him. Ding! The host is recruiting disciples with heavenly spiritual roots. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, now releasing the reward. 100,000 pounds of enlightenment spirit rice. 8th grade elixir. 100 years of cultivation is not as good as 1 day of enlightenment. Users can enhance their sense of the great Tao of heaven and earth. 100,000 pounds of ginseng pollen. 8th grade elixir, external cultivation, internal epiphany, users can enhance their comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. Taishan hand, sage technique, 3 times, specializing in tightening the loopholes between the opponent's acupoints, light points to fix the body. Heavy restrictions on cultivation, is the cultivation world's sunflower pointing hand, and ignores the enemies within the same realm. Clue drawing of the 10th order immortality elixir. The drawing points to a certain 10th order immortality elixir left behind by some ancient powerhouse, either directly finding the elixir or allowing information about the elixir to be found. 10th order immortality pill. it is the strongest elixir within the limits of all cultivators within the mortal and divine realms, and is divided into 10 types, and the current reward is the one that can make the physical body incorruptible and the Yuanshan immortal, called the Ancient Immortality Pill. Restrictions on taking: the user needs to reach the Transcendence Realm at the very least, which is also known as the Great Emperor. Otherwise, taking it in advance will directly explode one's physical body and Yuanshan. Taking process: because this level of elixir is too heaven-defying, and thus cannot be disturbed by anyone or anything during the period of taking it, the small one is closed for 30,000 years, the big one is settled for 1,000,000 years. Honorable kings wore helmet, inner helmet, similar to a turban, heavenly rank superb crotch protector, possessing the power of honorable kings wore helmet, and a set of them can be melted down to create the body of a supreme overlord. Zun Wang Hao E inner armor, similar to clothes, heavenly rank superb crotch protector, possessing the power of Zun Wang Hao E, and a set of them can be melted down to create the body of a supreme overlord. Honorable king hustling boots, inner boots, similar to socks, heavily ranked top grade boots with the power of honorable king hustling, and a set of them can be melted to create the body of a supreme overlord. The supreme overlord is superior to the unsullied body. Ding! The host has gathered a set of Exalted King's defense set and can melt down the body of a supreme overlord at any time. Respect the King's defense set. A single loose piece is a Heavenly Order Extreme Protective Gear. After the completion of the 3 pieces of the set, it can be automatically upgraded to a Heavenly Order Extreme above the protective gear. The defense power is 10 times that of a single loose piece. And, every time it goes out, it inevitably leads to heaven and earth anomalies, triggering miraculous illusions that surpass the heavenly grade, unspeakable and unnameable. TSK, there are quite a lot of rewards this time. Besides the Empress, even this Earth Echo has brought the most generous rewards. This Gyoko is definitely not simple. Even though within the 5 disciples, 4 of them are not weak, 2 heavenly grade, 1 extreme grade, and 1 upper grade, none of them can be on par with Earthingzy yet. If this kid relies on the 9 Revolutions 5 Elements pill to break through to the perfection of the transformation apparition realm, I'm afraid that he can be the first person to achieve nirvana within the 5 disciples. What else is there about the 10th Order Immortality Immortal Medicine clue map? This thing looks rather false, but, once mastered, I'm afraid that it is directly in situ to become one of the strongest in the divine realm? Looking at the rewards given by the system, Yi Chanan was so excited that he almost forgot that he had just separated from Luo Yunshang. Turning back again. However, he saw that the 5th disciple on this side, Diangzi, was already holding the immortal locking rope in his left hand, and his right hand was urging his supreme divine weapon, the earth-splitting sword, and rushing across the street to slash at Lu Chen. This battle is basically not in doubt. Unless, Lu Chuan really dared to perform the demon cultivation technique and the demon cultivation magic treasure demon grudge flute in public. The Temple of Immortality. When Lu Chen was in a precarious position, the sect leader Tian Shuzi was so shocked over the top because of the magnitude of his mistake. Tian Xianzi was so enraged that he was completely irrational, and even stopped setting limits on himself, but instead, he exploded his terrifying cultivation of the perfection of the transformation tribulation realm, and ruthlessly killed towards Yi Chang'an. With this, Lu Chen and Su Qingxue and the others were filled with joy. However, he didn't want Yi Chang'an to be tenseless. Instead, he directly killed back. Skyjacking fingers. The seal of immortality. Taishian hands. 3 great saintly techniques, deadly in every way. In an instant, it actually made even the Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi feel a bit overwhelmed and quite shocked. Where did this Yi Chang'an get so many top-tier spells? To grow so fast, this is something that those geniuses from the Immortal Temple's ascension to the Divine Realm 100 years ago couldn't even compare to. How did he? This scene also made the oldest 3, Lin Sisi, and the oldest 4, Shang Wanxing, within the 4 Su Qingxue girls, feel a great sense of regret. The 2 men resolved that they really must not continue to aid and abet the evil. But without waiting for them to make a move, they saw that the Grand Elder Tian Xianzi let out a miserable scream, and was actually ruined by the terrifying power of one of Yi Chang'an's heavenly tribulation fingers on his left hand. Such a scene caused the Immortal Hall crowd to be stunned. Next to him, seeing that the situation was not right, Lu Dust decisively stole cold arrows and tried to accelerate his victory. Woo woo! A dark weapon almost hit Gyoko. Fortunately, at this time, Chao read in order to make a decisive shot, but for him to block a bit, but also broke the trick of Lu Dust. Master, everyone, let's withdraw this battle, losing to Yi Chang'an again, alas. I should have known better than to let someone take away our treasures and your supreme divine weapon, Master. It was all at this point, and Lu Chen was still disassociating himself, but because of this, it actually made the Grand Elder Tian Xianzi and the others decide that Diangzi had really done something. They couldn't fight Yi Chang'an, but when they saw that Yi Chang'an didn't catch up, they decisively fell and ran away. Eventually, only the oldest three, Lin Sisi, and the oldest four, Shang Wanqing, were left to kneel down to Yi Chang'an on their own accord. Master, we were wrong, we shouldn't have. Back then. I beg your forgiveness. Grant us permission to turn back. Turn back? Back to a fart. Chow read that is the coincidence, you just see the wind rudder villain, if not poor road this time to win, will not just come back? Yi Chang'an's sneer made the oldest three, Lin Sisi, and the oldest four, Shang Wanqing, even more heartbroken and chagrined. Why were they so blind in the first place? Chapter 53 Bitterness. The wasteful former master that he had looked down on back then had now actually beaten up the new master and fled in disarray. The former master who had been defamed back then, now, it seemed, was the one who had been defamed by Lu Chen. How could the two of them not see it? That's all. Since the former master still had a grudge, he would simply kneel down and perform a bitter trick to rejoin the heaven-mending pavilion no matter what. Otherwise, the immortal temple, which was becoming more and more despondent nowadays, was afraid that it would be difficult enough. Third senior sister, let's kneel down for 3 days and 3 nights for sect leader Yi before we say anything. Wrong, it's all our own doing, how can we satisfy him with a few words? Well, fourth senior sister, you are right, we must learn from the fifth senior sister, we must not learn from the eldest senior sister or the second senior sister, otherwise, we will not have any success in this life. Seeing that Yi Chang'an repelled the immortal hall crowd and stopped chasing after them, but brought along his newly accepted disciple, Diangzi, and returned to the great hall. Behind him, the oldest three, Lin Sisi, and the oldest four, Shang Wanqing, were actually planning to stay up bitterly. The two women's hearts are far less than Chao Reed, but they are also much better than the oldest Su Qingxue, and the second Zhang Ruyue. The next 3 days and 3 nights. The two women literally knelt in front of the door without moving a muscle. It has to come back. The great hall of the heaven-mending pavilion. Seeing that there was one more person under his door, and, moreover, it was still such a powerful heavenly spiritual-rooted earthingzi, Yi Chang'an was even more in a good mood. Plus, within the 5 disciples, there was just one earth attribute missing, which was all 5 elements. The heart was even more satisfied. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone except Empress Luo Yunshang was present, he immediately continued to reward generously. Lioli, Reed, Red Sleeve, Earth Echo. The disciples are in. Today for the master is in a good mood, plus you and others have been practicing diligently and hard lately, hereby one person grants another 1,000 pounds of enlightenment spirit rice and 1,000 pounds of ginseng flower pollen. The former is greatly beneficial to the cultivation of the physical body, and the latter is even more helpful to the consolidation of the Yuanshan. You and the others need to keep in mind that pride makes one fall behind, and only through humility can one progress. Today, this is the case when my master defeated Immortal Hall Grand Elder Taiyang Xuanzi. Although the Immortal Temple has lost a few times, its roots are still there and should not be underestimated. Moreover, aside from Earthingzi, you 4 girls have yet to open the Divine Sea, and are still at the bottom of the cultivation world, so you need to redouble your efforts even more. With Yi Chang'an teaching them so assiduously, the 4 people, who were already very obedient, felt even more responsible. Among them, Oriental Lioli, Chao Reed, Shin Hongsleeve, 3 women hurriedly continue to close the door, and strive to reach the early perfection of the open sun realm, in order to open the Divine Sea. After all under the Divine Sea were ants, and it was only when the Divine Sea reached the transformation tribulation that it was considered a bit of a bottom. On the other hand, on Diangzi's side, there was no half-hearted delay, which led him to salute the crowd one by one and then return to his room to accelerate his cultivation. Although he is more powerful than his master, Yi Chang'an, at the moment, he does not have nirvana, and it is also all dregs, so he does not dare to fight the end of nothing. Not to mention, Grand Elder Tian Xianzi had even lost to Yi Chang'an. Next time, was he afraid that even his former master Tian Shuzi would be defeated? This master is too strong. All of us are upper grade, extreme grade, and heavenly grade. I'm afraid his talent and spiritual roots are even more powerful than heavenly grade? Otherwise, what exactly is the secret that makes him actually progress so rapidly? This time, worshipping in the heaven-mending pavilion, apart from breaking through the nirvana realm, it's also to explore what Yi Chang'an's secret really is. To be able to make the crowd defend him so much, to make the immortal temple suffer again and again, this Yi Chang'an who couldn't work a year ago and blew up a year later, is by no means simple, and when I figure it out, then I can. Inside the room. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Jianzi suddenly had a cold flash under her eyes. I can't believe I came to worship with a speculative mindset. Only. This guy's acting skills are actually stronger than Lu Chen. For the time being, no outsiders have found out, and his heart is more at ease. Within the secret room of the heaven-mending pavilion's Sect Master. Without the 4 disciples to disturb him, Yichang accelerated his cultivation while at the same time he also focused more of his thoughts on Empress Luo Yunshang. 100 years ago, the Immortal Hall did have someone who had ascended to the divine realm, and it was the contemporary sect leader Tianshu Zi's master's master. The name is Kang Daoist. That person's talent was extremely amazing, and his acquired efforts were even more acclaimed as madness. Now that Yi Chang'an had the 9 tribulation indestructible Dao body, a talent and spiritual root that surpassed the heavenly grade, it was just a matter of frantic efforts in the afterlife. Under the divine sea, mole crickets. The divine sea to the transformation juncture was also a mole cricket, only, this mole cricket was slightly stronger than the former. The mainstay of the true cultivation world is after nirvana and before ascension. And if one wanted to compare to Empress Luo Yunshang and be worthy of her, then one had to try to bridge the gap between each other. And this first crack in the rift was no other. It is the Nirvana realm, also called Ascension. Or His Holiness. For thousands of years, in the mortal world, other than Taoist Sangdong, there have been less than 2 digits of people who have been able to ascend, and that's no ordinary hardship. Good thing, the poor Taoist still has the system, it should be able to speed up. Yunshang, wait for the reunion of Master, I will not let you down, I will definitely fly up to the divine realm to see what this world is really like. God's domain. One of the 3 great divine dynasties, the Xianshao divine dynasty. The capital city, Xianshao City. Empress Luo Yunshang had been busy with all sorts of hard work since her return, even though her cultivation hadn't fully recovered. A moment to do the people a favor and adjudicate a big case. A moment of heightened vigilance against the enemy. It was only at these late night hours that one could steal a little time and gawk at the Kunlun mirror. Kunlun mirror, you and tell me, should I miss my master or not, or should I not come back? Seeing that her own Empress Majesty was so lost in thought, and unconsciously uttering the name of a man, the servant immortals beside her also felt bad about dealing with it. Knowing that Luo Yunshang's heart is related to a certain mortal. But he didn't dare to ask more questions. And that Kunlun mirror is one of the many divine artifacts of the divine realm, which can return to the light of all things in all worlds, checking out every move anywhere. So who exactly is the self-empress looking at? Could it be that the unsettled state of affairs in the divine realm today was not enough to be compared to that person? Just when this group of servant immortals were confused. What did Luo Yunshang herself know? The pain of lovesickness. Difficulty. God's domain status quo. Harder. An empress is no ordinary empress. It is the ancient heaven-mending clan. For generations, they had been ordered to maintain the 4 divine pillars that supported the division of heaven and earth, so even if they were attacked and backstabbed by 2 rival divine dynasties, they had to put the greater good first. Of these, the southern divine pillar is the most important. Not only because the divine pillars on this side lead to multiple mortal territories like the eastern continent, but also because this place consumes a great deal of effort and countless heaven-mending stones from this clan. When the southern god pillar was there, heaven and earth were there, and so was the Xianshao divine dynasty. When the southern god pillar dies, heaven and earth will die, and it will be difficult for the Xianshao god's dynasty and field to survive. No wonder the 3 great protectors urged me to come back. In recent years, there have been many loose ends in the south, which has triggered several warnings from the heavenly realm side, so we must not be negligent. Otherwise, even if it is me, I might be punished by the heavenly realm side, and when that happens, it will be even worse. But this matter could be the work of the other 2 great divine dynasties, or it could be other factors. What exactly should I do? Luo Yunshang, who had returned to her senses, was nevertheless caused a headache by this great event. Mortals can turn to the divine realm in times of trouble. But to whom does the divine realm turn in times of trouble? How she would love to have someone around at this moment. Better yet, Master Chief. Chapter 54. There is no medicine for regret. Master, do you know how much Yunshang misses you? Right now the situation inside and outside the divine dynasty is unstable. I wonder how good it would be to have Master by your side? When no one was paying attention, the generation of Empress Luo Yunshang was thinking about that master of hers, Yi Chang'an, in this way. They say it's hard to see each other and it's hard to say goodbye, so I really don't know when the 2 of them will see each other again. And in the meantime, Mending Pavilion. Within the secret room of the master, Yi Chang'an once again settled down and closed his eyes to cultivate. Previously, he was already in the middle stage of the transformation Thunder realm, not daring to say that he was invincible in the mortal world. At least he was comparable to the first clan of the floating mountain range, the Immortal Temple, those 7 giants at the level of the Immortal Temple. But that alone is not enough. For this reason, within this next few days, in addition to occasionally out of the gate, pointing out the Oriental Lioli, Chow Reed, Shin Hongsleeve 3 people. Most of the time it's all hard work and various efforts to get ahead. But within the Sect Master's secret room, Yi Chang'an's entire body was soaked inside 100 pounds of 8th order spirit medicine, the Enlightenment spirit rice, crazily absorbing the spirit chi therein and continuously refining his fleshly body and Yuanshan. 12 small golden suns evolved around his body once again. The auras within a radius of thousands of miles were all pulled together and introduced into the body, turning them into nourishment. From time to time, thunder rolls from the sky. Above the 9 heavens, shocking thunder continued to strike, all of which were constantly attracted by his 9 tribulation indestructible Tao body, hardening itself minute by minute. From time to time, the heavenly maidens scatter flowers. Above the sky, there were countless thunderclouds, which contained the laws and power of that supreme thunder avenue. All of it was sent into the body in a sliver. That's certainly not very fast. However, looking at the entire eastern continent, there are several large mountain ranges including the floating mountain range, hundreds and thousands of sects, and hundreds of thousands and millions of cultivators among them. And yet, he was not able to find a second person who was amazing enough to be so amazing. After all, the Yi Chang'an at the moment, more than dare not say, once out of the house, at least the Immortal Temple's 7 giants that level of treatment. No one dares to look down on it anymore. And even more so, no one dared to underestimate him. The Thunder Avenue lies in speed, in dominance, and in sharpness. Like a rainbow through the sun. Like a misty sea. This Thunder Avenue is really profound, worthy of being one of the 7 special attributes in addition to the 5 elemental attributes. Once the complete Thunder Avenue is controlled in the future, it might be more reachable. By that time, the innate 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 7 special attributes such as the Thunder Road, and so on, should also be slightly comprehensible. I really don't know, if someone can gather the 12 attributes of the Great Tao Laws, what kind of terrifying existence would that be? Also this time, due to Yi Chang'an's constant hammering of the Thunder Tao Laws, it actually caused the weather within a few hundred miles of the Heaven Mending Pavilion to change along with it. Everyone else was within the clan, so it didn't have much of an impact. The only 2 women who had previously intended to plead for their return, the oldest 3, Lin Cixi, and the oldest 4, Shang Wanxing, were actually still kneeling outside until they became drenched in rain. By this time, still cannot see half a bit of hope, the 2 women cannot help but lose a few points. 4th senior sister, it seems that sect leader Yi doesn't intend to forgive you and I. Why don't we, let's go back. Why bother staying over here to disgrace ourselves? The oldest 3, Lin Cixi, are insatiable by nature. If not for a major setback, one would never just defect. Previously, he had thought that a few words could impress Yi Chang'an. Now he saw the 2 of them treated like this, but he had to backtrack again. Upon hearing this, next to the oldest 4, Shang Wanxing also thought deeply, only, considering the previous Chow Reed after defecting to Yi Chang'an, the progress of the rapid progress, the heart is still not willing to give up. Such a benefit was not something the Immortal Temple could give. If this goes back and is mocked over there and disliked over here, isn't that worse than being dead? 3rd senior sister, I think we can wait a little longer. With the oldest 4 Shang Wanxing saying this, the oldest 3, Lin Cixi, could not retort, and the 2 could only continue to suffer. Only, their eyes cannot understand the pouring rain, in fact, fell in the eyes of Yi Chang'an 3 disciples, Oriental Lioli, Chow Reed, Shin Hongsleeve. Yet it is the most normal phenomenon. After all, his own master's power is profound and progresses at a rapid pace, so it is most normal to make some heaven and earth phenomena and weather changes. Since these 2 presentable bags that are the existence that everyone looks down on. Only the newest addition, Gyoko, was the one who kept observing. Seeing this, the oldest 4, the oldest 3, Lin Cixi, and the oldest 4, Shang Wanxing, simply had a bright idea and actually came towards his side, pretending to be pathetic and begging for his help to speak. Eldest brother. On account of the fact that we were also your senior sisters in the past, find sect leader Yi for us and say something. We were all possessed in the beginning, we didn't truly rebel. I'm sorry, but the poor Tao is no longer any immortal Hall Grand Master at the moment, but the 5th disciple of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, and is no longer in a relationship with you guys as senior brothers either. Furthermore, there was an opportunity for you to redeem yourselves before, and you did not take it. Is it useful to talk about this only now?
Why bother? The master has already forgotten to take in traitors like you, and is considered to not pursue the matter, so why bother having to seek trouble for yourself? Earthing's observation was observation, but would not really waste his identity for these two women. Thus, this was said in a relatively calm manner, but also brought great humiliation to the opposite two women. Upon hearing this, the faces of the oldest three, Lin Cixi, and the oldest four, Shang Wanxing, were not good at all, and it was a wonderful sight to behold. How fast the betrayal was last year and how much regret there is now. Last year the mutiny was so great, and now the chagrin. On the top of the mountain, looking at one's two sisters this way down, when the fifth sister eyes of the third sister Chao read, but also cannot help but sigh. However, at most, she would lament that the times were changing too fast, and would definitely not pity these two senior sisters who had made a big mistake after all. One of them was insatiable and the other was jealous of the virtuous. Neither of them were good. You can jump back and forth across the room for riches. Which clan likes it? It's time to give Master Shifu a good meal. After such a thought, Chao Reed no longer looks down, but personally cooks, and makes a table of delicacies for Yi Chang'an to send over. Halfway across the room, Gyoko looked at the scene with great surprise. It was hard to understand why Yi Chang'an was still so interested nowadays when he had long since abstained from food and did not need mortal food. This Yi Chang'an is eccentric yet powerful. This heaven-mending pavilion, it really is even more arcane than I expected. This joining has really opened my eyes. Chapter 55 Zhong Wanling seeks help. The days of the four masters and disciples of the heaven-mending pavilion passed with a bang. Master Yi Chang'an, cultivating day and night for early nirvana, in order to ascend to the divine realm. Reunited with Luo Yunshang, the great disciple of the absolute beauty emperor. 5 disciples, excluding the Empress Luo Yunshang, who has already gone to the Xianxiao divine dynasty, are the second disciple Dongfang Liuli, the third disciple Chao Reed, and the fourth disciple Shenhong Sleeve. As well as the newest addition, the fifth disciple, Gyoko. Each of the four has its own mysteries and choices. The second disciple, Dongfang Liuli, carries a Wadao immortal fetus and an extreme spiritual root, and after these few months of hard work, he is already at the perfection of the Kaiyang realm. Just open up the divine sea. Third disciple Chao Reed, although not born to cultivate people, good chance under the coincidence, fusion of the original and Miaoi, all the memories, all the gongfa, all the spells, all the aptitude, now also gradually close to the opening of the Yang realm consummation. The next step was to impact the divine sea. The fourth disciple Shenhong Sleeve was even more notable, carrying an innate chaotic Dao body and heavenly spiritual roots. She was on par with Luo Yunshang and Diyingzi in terms of innate talent and spiritual roots. Recently, he had also raised his cultivation to the late stage of the Kaiyang realm, and was only a little bit short of the completion of the Kaiyang realm, so when the time came, he would be able to impact towards the divine sea realm. As for the fifth disciple, Diyingzi, even more needless to say, with his own golden Dao immortal fetus and heavenly spiritual roots on his body, he was even more powerful than his master, Yi Chang'an, in terms of cultivation by a small realm. This time had been spent attempting to impact the perfection of the transformation tribulation realm, and then, it was time to attempt nirvana. The life of the 5 masters and disciples is both simple and boring but also pure and focused. As long as there is no outside disturbance, it can even continue for a year, 10 years, 100 years. However, just this day. It is also before the old 3 Lin Cixi, the old 4 Shang Wanqing 2 people left a week or so, the pavilion finally waited for a new wave of guests. It's no one else. It was clearly the family member of the 4th disciple Shen Hongso, a close associate of Zhong Wanling, the city lord of the 10,000 Spirits Alliance. Mending Pavilion. Inside the Great Hall. Yi Chang'an, who heard the news, hereby convenes a welcoming ceremony on the basis that the other party is Shen Hongsleeve's father's henchman. As a master, he certainly wasn't above greeting them personally. Instead, he had the newest addition, the 5th disciple, Earthingzi, guide those few of Zhong Wanling's cronies outside as a disciple. It didn't take long. The group walked in, and seeing such a lofty palace, and then seeing that none of the many masters and disciples were cultivation experts, they couldn't help but be even more in awe. Even though they were also the heads and brains of the All Souls Alliance side, now, in the face of Yi Chang'an, they had to be respectful again and again, overstepping a few steps forward and kneeling down decisively. The captain of the western city gate of the All Souls Alliance, leading the 2 lieutenants under his gate, hereby pays his respects to the head of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, immortal leader, and Sect Master Yi. Upon hearing these words, Yi Chang'an, who was above the main seat, then gazed at it and frowned slightly. But see. None of these people had a dead face. And this was the same fury and feng shui layout that he had seen before leaving the All Souls Alliance last time.
It seemed that although he had shocked himself for a moment at the time, the person behind it was still undeterred and had actually played its role. In less than 3 to 5 days, the lives of all the people in the city lord's mansion, including Zhong Wanling, would be taken away. Obviously, this time Zhong Wanling sent out his close friends to ask for help. It should be for this matter. And as early as the last time he returned, Yi Chang'an had also talked some with the fourth disciple, Shen Hongso. At that time, Shen Hongsleeve thought that this matter was not very big and did not ask for too much help. But today it looks like both Zhong Wanling and Shen Hongso were too careless. It's not that the other side doesn't want to make a move. Rather, he was afraid of Yi Chang'an, a transformation tribulation realm expert. The last time the poor Taoist asked Red Sleeve, she said that the family is kind to people and never bullies, but instead receives the poor, and that no one should use murderous tactics like this. There were no accidents afterward, and it was not reassuring. Nowadays, I'm afraid that someone is really in trouble, and as the head of a righteous sect and Red Sleeve's master, the poor Taoist can't just ignore it? Yi Chang'an quickly thought over the relationship, and sure enough, when he asked for details, the Western City Gate lieutenant of the All Souls Alliance on the opposite side was pleading while shedding tears. That's all it means in a nutshell. It was hoped that with the power of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, a boundary would be added to the city lord's mansion, or it would be best to resolve this matter. Sect Master Yi, please have mercy. During this period of time, the lord of the city had quite a headache, and several servants of the city lord's mansion came down with madness and almost laid hands on the lord of the city. The people in the city are also on edge, since the rise of the great clans, the past days of trading and auctions are basically held on their own, our All Souls Alliance's status has declined. In addition to you, there is almost no second person who is willing to help. Speaking at this point, this West City Gate captain hurriedly glanced at his own eldest young lady, fourth disciple Shen Hongso. Shen Hongso sensed the suffering of her own cronies and immediately looked at her master, Yi Chang'an, for help. These words didn't even need to be said, directly making Yi Chang'an's heart flutter as well. But his purpose wasn't just to eliminate disasters. Rather, two ideas. Both to fulfill the promise of protecting Zhong Wanling and the All Souls Alliance. Also considering that he was not far from Ascension, the legend clock, the mortal world to the divine realm, there are 4 staircases to heaven, one of them is near the All Souls Alliance. Though, this latter would only be opened at the time of the Ascension Transformation Tribulation, or by the initiative of the people of the divine realm. It's rare for mortals to see it for centuries and millennia. However, in order to see in advance if that heaven ascending staircase was really one of the 4 heaven ascending staircases, located in the southern part of the divine realm, i.e. the one close to the Xianxiao divine dynasty, it's still a risk that needs to be taken. Yunshang Xianxiao divine dynasty is said to be close to the southern stairway to heaven, so perhaps, this time, the poor Taoist should also take this opportunity to preview it a bit in advance. Although there is no nirvana at the moment, being able to check it out first is 100% beneficial. In addition, although the All Souls Alliance has been gradually abandoned by the other great sects, it is still necessary for the Heaven Mending Pavilion to strengthen its cooperation. After a few considerations, Yi Chang'an stopped talking nonsense, which promised this All Souls Alliance West City Gate lieutenant in one bite, and instructed the third disciple Chao Reed to pacify these 3 people. Instead, he was gathering the crowd to prepare for a division of labor and deployment. All Souls Alliance, that's for sure. But there is still a lot to be said for exactly who is sent, and how it is configured and deployed. There are roughly 3 options. The simplest was to send out the duo of Shen Hongso and Dingzi. With Dingzi, an expert of the late stage of the transformation calamity realm, any feng shui layout, any pattern of fury, were all small potatoes. Secondly, it was to simply send 4 disciples to train together. The good thing was that it would allow them to get more exercise before they impacted the Divine Sea, while the bad thing was that, in case something happened, they wouldn't be able to take care of it. And the last, and most trustworthy option for Yi Chang'an. That's when he steps in on his own. In this way, he didn't have to worry about anyone daring to sneak up on his disciples, and he could also help Zhong Wanling in one fell swoop, so that he wouldn't have to run back and forth again. Chapter 56: The 7 Extremities, 7 Yin, and 7 Deadly Bureaus. The Master has decided. Yi Chang'an quickly thought about the pros and cons of various options, and finally, cleared his throat. Upon hearing this, the 4 disciples hurriedly listened intently. This time, the Red Sleeve and the Groundingzi follow the Master out. Lioli and Reed stay, as long as the conservatory this door, for the time being, there is no major obstacle. This sect's boundary has been strengthened several times by Master and your eldest senior sister Luo Yunshang, so as long as it's not a Nirvana realm or above expert, it's impossible to penetrate it with a single blow. The only threat is the Immortal Hall, but having suffered losses several times before,
they should not dare to come for the time being.
Lioli can basically control the sect's boundaries nowadays without any major problems.
As for Reed, the last injury, the memory has not been completely repaired, now, just slowly recover one or two.
With Yi Chanan's words, the 4 disciples instantly understood. And no more objections. Follow this program immediately. Within the Heaven Mending Pavilion, Dongfang Lioli and Chao Reed took turns to be on duty, wary of any external enemies. Open the junction immediately if you get into trouble. Don't worry about it for 3 to 5 days.
Outside of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, on the side of the All Souls Alliance, naturally, Yi Chang'an brought along his 4th disciple Shen Hongso and 5th disciple Diangzi and set off at a rapid pace. The 3 people's cultivation had progressed quickly, and this distance was reached in the blink of an eye. On the way, they encountered quite a few people from the 100 clans of the Floating Mountain, who were all kinds of surprised and saluted when they saw that Yi Chang'an was really bringing in and out the strongest saint son of the Immortal Temple once.
None of this needs to be said. A day and a night later, Yi Chang'an's master and disciples quickly arrived at the All Souls Alliance. After the West City Gate captain himself opened the door,
Yi Chang'an and 3 people came to the street near the city lord's mansion, and had not yet met with Zhong Wanling and the others, but had already felt a thick fury. It fills the surroundings.
The penetration is amazing.
Master, the baleful chi here is not simple, no wonder it can make the All Souls Alliance seek help from a distance. It seems that we can only use the Clear Heart Universal Goodness mantra to purify it a bit. After Diangzi joined the Heaven Mending Pavilion, his performance was very good, and this time, he even took the initiative to remind a word.
Hearing this, Yi Chang'an didn't half babble. This gives him a chance to perform.
Please ask the city lord's residents and the people nearby to leave for the time being, and the poor Taoist will immediately cast the Clear Heart Pure Goodness mantra, one of the Righteous Path's purification spells, to purify this area. Earthingzi let out a cold shout, and that West City Gate captain and the others who had followed him earlier did not dare to hesitate, and immediately isolated the nearby people and others.
Next,
it was seen that while Diangzi was transporting his mana of the late transformation circumstance realm, a golden ball of light appeared in his hand, yet it was not dazzling, but rather warming. On the one hand, but also under his breath, he recited the incantation of the Clear Heart Universal Goodness mantra and began to do his business. The 3 religions are one, the clear mind returns the good mind, the clear spring flows from the stone, and the universal goodness honors my order.
Da! A loud cry followed.
The ball of light in Jiangzi's hand mixed with the spell power of the Clear Heart Universal Goodness mantra attacked towards the bane in this area, as if it could really be purified in one move, once and for all.
However,
right at this moment, the seemingly weak bane was subjected to the merits of the Clear Heart Universal Goodness mantra, and instead of being half purified, it began to fight back after letting out a miserable cry.
Next,
within half a quarter of an hour, the crowd was treated to the sight of the baleful aura being forced back at times, and the incantation being diminished at others. Until finally, the amount of bane increased instead of decreasing, and even, getting worse, it was on the verge of polluting more streets. Master, my disciple is incompetent. The Clear Heart Universal Goodness mantra is one of the supreme purification divine incantations, and even against that heavenly demon it is effective, but I don't want to. Seeing that she actually had no success in her division, Jiangzi blushed slightly and consciously stepped back.
Yi Chang'an was calm as usual.
After scanning the still acceleratingly expanding bane, and then taking a look at the feng shui pattern of the city lord's mansion, soon, there were some ideas. Red Sleeve, have everyone disperse, there is no need to gather together, just leave the next matter to master. Yi Chang'an one sentence let Shen Hongsleeve go to let the crowd go away, do not hug the group to watch the fun, but also turned back to the groundings patiently teaching. The general Clear Heart Universal Goodness mantra is considered useless. This kind of problem, you must find the fate gate where the bane is located, and break the fate gate, only then there is this solution. In this case, Red Sleeve is in charge of staying outside to avoid innocent people coming over. Earthingzi, you take the Ice Heart Condensation pill with your master, and only by relying on the effects of this holy medicine can you freely enter and exit the Fury and enter the City Lord's mansion for various explorations. When he said this, Yi Chang'an really did take out 2 9th-rank holy pills, the very pills that were light red in color but contained supreme righteousness.
Ice Heart Condensation Pill.
Such an elixir was also available in the Immortal Hall, but that was also what Taoist Sung Dome had used for his ascension back then, and after that, no one else was able to refine it. A random one can basically be exchanged for an elder status. Now that it had actually been casually taken out by his own master as if it was as simple as sugar-fried chestnuts, this scene was one that made even Diangzi suck in a breath of cool air. This master teacher, he's also too grandiose.
While Dingxi's side was still lamenting, on the other side, Yi Chang'an walked into the city lord's mansion on his own and explored in all sorts of ways. But it took half a tea to feel out quite a few things. Here, it's still the same 7 deadly bureau from last time. The feng shui pattern was not originally very impressive. Put in the mortal world, that is, hooking up, palace fights, house fights, that kind of similar aversion to the art of winning, killing people are bad enough, not to mention letting the open sun realm of the cultivator accident? However, it should have been transformed by some kind of demonic cultivator, so, the power is greatly increased. The 7 extinction, 7 yin, and 7 deadly bodies is a water-based feng shui pattern that is the most yin. Use the fury contained in the various wigwams as a guide. Various types of buildings are used as a medium to coalesce the drakes to form a pattern. Among them, the most powerful ones were the 2 piercing breaks that ran through them, with an appalling layout. One from the front door to the back door. It ran through the entire north and south of the city lord's mansion. The other runs from the east gate to the west. Even with normal spells and incantations such as the Pure Heart Universal Goodness Mantra, they are powerless. Such a feng shui pattern can only be cast by at least the middle tier within the demonic cultivators. It's simply not simple, but there's still more to see. Thinking of this, Yi Chang'an decisively came to City Lord Zhong Wanling's room. However, he saw that this city lord, who had captured the man-eating demon with him last time, was now in a blurred state of mind, and had obviously been greatly affected by the baneful qi that had entered his body. Luckily, Yi Chang'an shared a portion of the medicinal effect of the ice heart condensation pill, which allowed Zhong Wanling to wake up a little and speak some key information. Immortal Yi, I'm counting on you. Alas, it's all about family misfortune. This matter was not good for this city lord to say much last time, but now, it's impossible not to say anything. It's all done by that renewed wife of mine. A few days ago, she destroyed her mother's house. She should be coming back in the next few days, mostly for the assets of the All Souls Alliance, alas. Along with Zhong Wanling's words, Yi Chang'an, however, laughed bitterly. I had thought that it was a demonic cultivator similar to Lu Chuan or a man-eating demon that was causing trouble. But I don't want to. It's a mess. I can't believe it's a nerdy story. Earthingzy, you protect the heart chakra of Lord Zhongchang and the others, while my master goes to the home of that renewed wife, Chao, to take a look at that. Dropping these words, Yi Chang'an did not delay any longer, which turned into a golden light and accelerated his departure. Chapter 57, Stealing the Dragon Transit. Before he left, he heard the alarming cry of the 4th disciple, Shen Hongso, from below. Yi Chang'an thought briefly that this matter, after all, involved the Zhong family, so he could still take her with him. This brought her up with a single finger of mana. Then, the master and disciple duo hurried on their way to that mortal city where Chao's mother's family was located, Tianshui City, while yet they also briefly chatted about what had happened. Unsurprisingly, Shen Hongsleeve, who heard about this matter, was furious on the spot. Damn Chao. Back then, when my father wanted her to enter the door, I disagreed with him 10,000 times. I always felt that there was a mean and evil aura on the woman. It was not good to talk about it. I can't help it, my horny father won't listen to me, says I'm a man-child, and wrongs me indiscriminately, but now it's alright? Although the Chao clan and the Chao family are the #1 powerful families in Tianshui City, they are only mortal aristocrats when all is said and done. How can they adapt to the riches of the cultivation world? It's fine if she's not greedy, but once she gets greedy, that father of mine is 10 times more powerful and it's still hard enough. Oh. Not everyone is as powerful as you, master, and can ignore traitors. Shen Hongsleeve has always been a straightforward character. This words, in addition to cursing Chao's, but also took this opportunity to pay a good compliment to Yi Chang'an. In her eyes, any immortal hall was inferior to a hair on Yi Chang'an's head. Really just identified with him. Hearing this, Yi Chang'an couldn't help but laugh, enjoying the kind words of this fiery-tempered female apprentice while, at the same time, he couldn't help but think of many. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't for his own strange encounter and system, he would most likely still be like Chao at this time, hooking up with all sorts of people for the sake of riches and wealth. Where is the qualification to be located in a human being commanding time too? Fate also. Since the heavens had bound themselves together with Shen Hongsleeve, this time, it would be necessary to hammer or even exterminate the Chao family. The mortal limit is nothing more than an emperor. The limit of cultivation is yet to transcend the cycle of life and death. Even this amount of cultivation of the poor Taoist is enough to exterminate the Chao clan 100 times. Chao clan, who are you so bad at offending that you have chosen to offend me, the most precious and fiery 4th disciple of all? Master and disciple joked with each other, talking and laughing, but in half an hour, they arrived from the All Souls Alliance to a small mortal country 36,000 miles away. Da Xia. Arriving at the northernmost city, Tianshui City, he had just landed, and before he could find Chao to ask for a statement, Yi Chang'an just glanced at the gate of Chao's house, and was suddenly slightly surprised. But this mortal mansion was not simple, and above the doorplate and around the entire mansion, there was a dragon's chi that was accelerating into shape. Zijiang Yin Dao. Well, something's definitely not right. Although this Chao family has the blessing of a daughter entering the cultivation world, they don't have half the destiny of a dragon's chi, not to mention, this dragon's chi is feared to be comparable to a Nirvana realm powerhouse once it's at full strength. This kind of gesture, to put it in a small way, that's stealing the dragon chi from the city lord's mansion to give to the Chao family so that the Chao family can be called the emperor, and to put it in a big way, that's the kind of thing that damages one's own yin and virtue in order to seek immortality. This doesn't look like the handiwork of an ordinary gentry. Red sleeve, stay alert at all times, but don't fall into the trap. Before entering the door, Yi Chang'an repeatedly instructed Shen Hongso behind him, so as not to capsize the boat. Hearing this, without saying a word, Shen Hongsleeve immediately put on the fire god armor, and a fiery red light flashed around her body, which could actually create a sense with the dragon chi, but also resisted each other for some reason. If Yi Chang'an had not attracted most of the attention of the dragon chi in front of him, I am afraid that it would have been difficult for Shen Hongso to even enter the door. Master, this dragon gas is not my father's well, why actually? Although this dragon chi was raised by Lord Yunshang, it has been transformed. It's normal to have resistance with you, you don't have to worry about it, the master is here, it's hard to be a god or a demon, who dares to bully you? Seeing that Shen Hongsleeve was actually targeted by this dragon chi, Yi Chang'an laughed out loud and casually struck a heavenly calamity finger, which actually really hit the dragon chi flying at the same time, but also startled the Chao family crowd. Soon, Chao brought his own group of clansmen to kill them. So it's Red Sleeve Girl. Thought you'd hired someone high up, but this is it? This boy is not a few years older than you, don't tell me that you can solve this crisis by relying on him? Everyone out there says how great you are, but it turns out you're no better than that deadbeat old man of yours. Come on people. Kill these two ungrateful fellows on the spot, without them, if this dragon chi transfer succeeds, our Chao family will be able to claim the title of emperor, and at that time, I'll be the empress. It's already this time, this Chao is actually still fantasizing. Upon hearing this, the Chao family members really killed over, but where were Yi Chang'an's opponents? Yi Chang'an casually shook back these mortals with a bit of mana. And after not waiting for Chao to continue to insult Shen Hongsleeve, he directly dodged and came to her side, and with a knife in his hand, he cut off her octogenarian tongue. Demon, demon. Ah! Demon, your dead head. My master is the head of the authentic and righteous path, where did the demon come from? There's no need to be reasonable when dealing with a demonic woman like you. Not far away, Shen Hongsleeve, a strong to Yi Chang'an cheer, by the way, a few steps forward, grabbed the shrew Chao's, is a heart-beating violent pounding. With such a commotion, it was Chao's father, the head of the Chao family, the city lord of Tianshui City, Chao Bukom, who directly provoked him. Only to see that after a sound of a tiger's roar, Chao Bukom actually held 100 pounds of iron stick and killed over. Shen Hong, so you seek death. And you young man, with all your magic power, you should have joined my Chao family to do things, how dare you help for Shen Hongsleeve who has no backing in the future? You don't think that by dumbing down my daughter, you can successfully reverse it, do you? Can't you see that this kind of feng shui pattern is not made by mere mortals, so I advise you to be sensible, don't offend someone you shouldn't. Chao Bukom was in his 60s, but he was still forceful and powerful, and he vaguely had the appearance of having perfected the chi refining realm. It was just that the mana was not pure at all, but instead it was permeated with an evil aura. Perhaps, it was also for this reason that this guy surprisingly couldn't see Yi Chang'an's origin. Instead, he made all kinds of threats and enticements, trying to make him know what to do and even defect to the past. Humph. Your Chao family is also too bold, does the poor Taoist not even know about it? Well then, let's say that your family has been taken advantage of and stolen the Dragon Chi from the All Souls Alliance City Lord's mansion, but you don't know the least bit about the true method of using it, and you still have the face to taunt the poor Tao? In that case, the poor Taoist is not polite. Aiding and abetting is also a great offense. Ever since he saw Zhong Wanling's accident, Yi Chang'an had quite a bit of anger, and now, seeing that Chao Bukom still dared to confront him without any self-consciousness, he was even more furious. There was no need for Shen Hongsleeve to make a move. With a shock of chi around his body, he immediately sent Chao Bukom's cultivation of this point of battle 5 dregs and all the people of the Chao family, flying and knocking them out. Next, Just as he was about to activate the heavenly tribulation finger to destroy the formation eye that was located at the core of the Chow family's residence, suddenly, a gloomy and cold laugh came from the backyard. Who dares to jeopardize my 7 extremities, 7 een, and 7 deadly sacrifices? Seek death. The words just fell. Yi Chang'an gazed at it, but saw a man dressed in black, never seen before, but with an extraordinary aura appeared. An aura of a black dragon pressing down on the sky was projected from the other party, and at a glance, he was no ordinary cultivator. The black dragon presses down on the sky. It was at least a divine sea realm demonic cultivator. Chapter 58. The black dragon pressed down on the sky, and the demonic grudge formation was formed. Good coming. The poor Taoist has been unable to find a specific person of demonic cultivation to properly interrogate, and here you are, which is not too good. I hope you're much more powerful than that Lu Duan traitor, so that the fight will be enjoyable. Seeing the black dragon pressing down on the sky and rolling in, Yi Chang'an was laughing instead of being shocked and couldn't wait for the other party to become even more powerful. An unprecedented blaze was projected in his eyes. It wasn't that he hadn't dealt with demonic cultivators before. But the process is too short. Either it was the heavenly devil kind, who withdrew at the first battle, or it was the Luchuan kind, who relied on his own acting skills to lull the immortal hall crowd into protecting him, and was slow to do so. As for that cannibalistic demon from last time, it was really nothing. At best, it's cannon fodder. Consequently, seeing the opposite man in black's aura was obviously stronger, Yi Chang'an smiled broadly and greeted him decisively, exchanging a dozen rounds in minutes. Fighting that was a pleasure. And that's when. Seeing that the opposite side is a typical demonic cultivator, aside Shen Hongsleeve inevitably worried about their own master, was about to come over to help too, but was Yi Chang'an on a soft magic force to launch a few steps. Red sleeve. Master. This demonic cultivator is not good, just hand it over to my master. If you are free, why don't you check out what other tricks this Chow family has? It is only natural for a master to subdue demons and subdue devils. What's more, there are some things that other devil cultivators refuse to open their mouths, but rather this guy may take the initiative to explain. While saying this, Yi Chang'an had already continuously activated the Heaven's Apparition Finger several times, sending out a stream of terrifying mana, hitting that black-clothed man on the opposite side with all sorts of dodges and all sorts of horrors. It was also at this point that this black-clothed man realized that this time, the enemy was not generally powerful. No wonder the Chow family members had no premonition before the accident. The brat has a big mouth. Do you know who this seed is? How dare a nameless junior come over to stir up trouble? What exactly is your relationship with the 10,000 Spirit Alliance and the Zhong family? How much reward did that punk city lord give you, and you dare to come over here to die? The man in black saw that Yi Chang'an had difficulty in attacking and defending, and had to turn to verbal provocations and all kinds of ridicule and mockery. Do you really think that this trick can make Yi Chang'an reveal his cracks? However, he did not want to. Yi Chang'an had been in battle for a long time, and had long known the weaknesses of many demonic cultivators, and at a glance, he saw that the overall strength of the man in black was not as good as his own, and that he should have other means. Immediately, he hemmed and hawed. Backtracking. I say, this devil cultivator, what exactly is your origin? How much reward did your family patriarch give you, and you dare to come over here to die? The poor Taoist is not talented, it is none other than the head of the Heaven Mending Pavilion of the Floating Mountain Range, Yi Chang'an. Previously, I have also challenged the heavenly demon of your devil sect lineage, and 2 or 3 other devil cultivation experts. It's not worth mentioning, I think you're the one who's nameless, you probably only just learned the name of me, a nameless. After a few moments of consideration, Yi Chang'an decisively began to counterattack. Skyjacking fingers. Hoo. A strong mana directly interrupted the black-clothed man's next round of spellcasting and caused him to retreat back and forth, screaming in agony. Taishian hands. Another tricky mana shot over. This time, although the black-clothed man did not get a direct hit due to him being more vigilant, he did hit some of his acupoints, causing him to instantly run out of energy in his head to break out in a cold sweat. Next, it's time to break this point of karma and get rid of demonic cultivators like you. Yi Chang'an was about to offer up the thoughtless tenfold pillar and end the opposite side with a stick. But don't want to. Right at this moment, the man in black was really pushed to the brink, and in annoyance, he hurriedly released his big move. Woo. A burst of demonic sound suddenly blew up, as if they were harassing notes, and came towards Yi Chang'an. And after. There was even a 100-foot demonic beast that suddenly just tore an opening in the void and drilled through. Ouch.
After a burst of roaring, this 100 feet devil beast really struck fiercely towards Yichang this aura, but it was not at all inferior to a cultivator of the cave void realm perfection. The power of Herculean millions. The Devil's Grudge Flute? This is the magic cultivation magic treasure that Loot Dust Guy used. I cannot imagine. It is a bit interesting, these two people are afraid that they are not the same vein? Hey! You demonic cultivator dare to declare your name, the poor Taoist never kills nameless demons. Yi Chang'an had long been in existence at the mid-stage of the transformation threat realm, so he was naturally not afraid of this tactic. While his left hand urged a heavily calamity finger and the mana of Tai Xian Han to harden against this 100 feet demonic beast, his right hand continued to apply pressure in an attempt to take down this black-clothed man. Seeing this, the man in black was horrified, never would have imagined that his own bitter cultivation to this day, at least is also the cave void realm magic cultivator, froze to finish this but the task? Under great anger, he simply changed his incantation, but he split the 100-foot demonic beast into four. Three of them stepped on the three talents formation to surround Yi Chang'an. The last one was the one that gave up Yi Chang'an, who was the most difficult to deal with, and turned to pounce on Shin Hongso. Also this time, the man in black blew the demon spite flute in his hand to its limit. Woohoo! The wind was raging, the sand was flying, and the devilish and evil aura was overwhelming. Surprisingly, a terrifying storm with a radius of several hundred feet was formed right above the Chao family. The black clouds are pressing down on the city. The demonic aura shroud shall not be born. Jia jia jia. After being accompanied by an even more eerie and ghastly wry smile, a magical beast accelerated to appear above the storm. These later magical beasts were much weaker. But the good thing is that there is an extremely large number of them. Surround the Chao family in minutes. Surname G, if you don't die, who will? Under the excitement, the man in black recited incantations one after another and spewed out several mouthfuls of his life essence blood to add to it, insisting on refining this pair of master and disciple together. By this time, the entire Chao family had long since ceased to be comparable to that Chao's little intrigue. Dark clouds cover the sun. The beast shades the sky. Either dead or wounded. It's hard to avoid. Even from a few dozen miles away, one could see that the entire Chao family had vaguely formed a devil character. 1,000 thrills. It shakes the 9 heavens above. Chapter 59. A second magic grudge flute? Is it an enemy? Friend? The black dragon presses down on the sky, the demonic grudge formation is complete. The magic formation is bloodthirsty and unstoppable. Yi Chang'an, you two, master and disciple, will stay here today and fall into the morsel of these demonic beasts of this seat, with no hope of escaping. I'm not afraid to tell you that this formation was recently learned by this seat, fused with the cave void realm demonic beasts plus the sound waves of the demonic grudge flute itself. Non-nirvana is hard to break through, you're young, no more than 30 years old, so I'm sure there's no second method other than begging for forgiveness. Ha ha ha. Seeing that the entire Chao family was controlled by this demonic formation, inside and outside as one, and could not be breached, the man in black held off on casting the spell. While laughing maniacally, he looked at Yi Chang'an, thinking that by doing so, he could definitely make this pair of master and disciple who had ruined things for him obliterate in minutes. On the other hand, he also took this opportunity to feed a few magic cultivation pills into his mouth to accelerate the recovery of mana, but he didn't dare to empty his body. The eyes were that sharp. In his heart, however, he was truly shocked. After all, the previous him had used Chao as bait to get Zhong Wanling into the game, which was nothing more than to allow his own family to master the 10,000 Souls Alliance, and thus manipulate the various clans in the millions of miles around. And yet, I don't want to. It's amazing that such a brilliant plan has also been sabotaged. And the other guy was just a youngster under 20. How could this not surprise him? The floating mountain range. Mending pavilion. Yi Chang'an? Totally unheard of. However, this son's cultivation is indeed not weak, at least at the transformation threshold realm, and the many spells and aptitudes in his hands are unheard of and quite sharp. After this battle, it's best not to kill him, but to keep him to refine into this seat's demonic puppet, and in the future, it'll be more convenient for the enemy. At that time, what kind of bull-righteous sect mustn't go through him first? At the thought that he might turn defeat into victory this time, and even have an additional powerful demonic puppet of the transformational apparition realm, the black-clothed man immediately laughed so hard that his wounds were about to split open. An endless glow of confidence was released in his eyes. It didn't feel at all that, under such a formation, a young Zhenggao sect leader in the district could really still break it? But see. Right at this moment, Yi Chang'an also realized that the pressure around him had multiplied, and hurriedly changed into the Zun Wang Hao Yi defense suit, which reduced most of the pressure. However, he also vaguely felt that this kind of heavenly grade extreme above protector was actually being gnawed by this demonic formation as well. Although this kind of suit is not afraid of corrosion, however, after a long time, it is inevitable that the other party will find a break, and then it will not be easy to say. This person's overall strength isn't great, but the ability to utilize magic cultivation treasures does exceed Lu Dust by far too much, and this time, it seems that the poor Taoist will have to think of another idea as well.
Can't be stuck here for too long.
Otherwise, not to mention what will happen in the aftermath, it's hard to say whether Zhang Wanling will live or die. In his heart, Yi Chang'an again a heavenly tribulation finger repelled 100 feet of demonic beasts, each 50-50 retreated dozens of steps back, but hurriedly flashed to Chao Bukong's side.
Surname Yi, you damn well can't beat the demon cultivator senior, so do you want to kill me? Our Chao family has long been worshipped under the disciples of our demonic cultivator seniors, and we definitely do not. No, Family Master Chao, the poor Taoist won't just kill you, even though you're so evil that you've defected to the devil cultivator. What the poor Taoist is thinking, the other side's plan still needs you to carry it out. What do you think I'm going to do?
Seeing that this Chao Bukong was actually even more shameless than Lu Chen, Yi Chang'an didn't get angry, but instead backhandedly knocked this guy out and took his lifeblood. Next. Sure enough, he saw that hundreds of demonic beasts, including the 100-foot demonic beast, as if their masters were in trouble, suddenly paused their attacks. One by one, they snarled and looked at Chao Bukong and Yi Chang'an's hand. Even the man in black had to look over nervously, fearing that Chao Bukong was finished. So it turns out that this Chao family head is the owner of these magical beasts. Your Excellency is really powerful, using the Chao family to store up magical beasts and avoiding his own direct downfall. But unfortunately, such a wonderful move is also your biggest break. Now, Chao Bukong is in my hands, you really don't dare to make a move easily, afraid of losing this trophy in Toolman, right? Once Yi Chang'an said this, in mid-air, the man in black really showed a casting expression, although he desperately wanted to deny it, but he knew that he couldn't argue. Only a cold grunt was necessary. With that, he actually intended to ignore Chao Bukong's life and death and forcefully strike. Surname Yes, your righteousness is not will not catch others as a threat, how? Yeah, we don't do bad things in the righteous way, but isn't it okay to treat bad people? You. The man in black choked again. He had seen many people in the righteous path, and there were many who were more powerful than Yi Chang'an, but there were only a few who were as flexible as him. The kind of moral abduction that had previously failed to work was causing the man in black quite a headache. Was about to think of a way to replace Chao Bukong. Suddenly. Right at this moment, the magical beasts that had already paused their attack were immediately becoming manic. It was only because of the sound of the second demon grudge flute coming from outside. Woohoo! Under the magical sound, the magical beasts that didn't want to attack immediately resumed their aggressiveness, and, this time, it was actually a non-discriminatory attack. Boom boom boom. The Chao family's mansion was smashed and crushed in all sorts of ways. Bang bang bang. On Yi Chang'an's side, he was also attacked quite a bit by the chaotic magical beasts, but, overall, there were no major problems. Dang it. In the end, what surprised people the most was that this time, the magical beasts actually killed even their master's master, the black-clothed man's side. It's simply evil. This is not quite right. Yi Chang'an's eyes narrowed as he looked around as much as he could, trying to find the truth. Looking at the man in black again, he also didn't know what was going on, and was about to play the devil's grudge flute to suppress the demonic beast, but it was ineffective. Out of control, he himself was also injured quite a bit by these magical beasts, with a horrified face. The other side. Yi Chang'an grabbed the handle Chao Bukong with one hand, while letting Shen Hongso take those innocent slaves of the Chao family and retreat inside the only remaining big house. He guarded the gate entrance himself. One cut. A finger pair. It's really just godly and invincible. But at the same time, it's a necessity. The impact of this second flute sound was even stronger than the first. Not only did it attack randomly without distinguishing between enemy and self, but also, it seemed to make these magical beasts stronger. In such a war of attrition, fighting for an hour or two, Yi Chang'an was fine. It doesn't matter if you play for a day or two. But if the fight doesn't end for days and nights. Even though Yi Chang'an was carrying many treasures, it was still hard enough and he had to think of a way to break the situation. Who, exactly, is coming over to disrupt the rhythm at this time? Is it, in fact? Just as Yi Chang'an was pondering to no avail, he saw that,
after the sound waves of the two devil's grudge flutes attacked each other, it was actually the black-clothed man who suffered a loss and retreated after spitting out blood. And after the combat power of the 100-foot demonic beast was once again raised by a large realm. He had broken through to the early stage of the transformation tribulation realm. The other hundreds and thousands of magical beasts, on the other hand, were elevated by a small realm in a small way, and by a large realm in a large way. It is an army of wraiths who are not afraid to die. Chapter 60 The Sinners Reappear. Hiss, what kind of person is this in the end? Actually, the cultivation is not as good as this seat, but this ability to manipulate the flute is at least one step stronger. Seeing the situation of the Chow family become even more unbearable, that man in black had a very complicated face. Half of it was to see that the other party was a person of the same path, and should not be so bad as to fight with him internally, and would not destroy his layout. However, the other half also had a vague feeling that the other party, although he was a devil cultivator, was even more arrogant and reckless than he was. It's not guaranteed that after you've screwed over that Yi guy, you'll be next. In this instant, the black-clothed man's eyes rolled and he thought of many things, but he was unable to get to the bottom of them. To put it bluntly, it's not that he doesn't want to make a choice, but reality is a bit stiff. That's the situation at hand. A fellow traveler who can help, but may also want to kill himself to silence him. Enemies who can't help, mastering Chao Bukong, making themselves throw in the towel. I should have known this would happen. Why bother coming to the Chow family? Really point back when the defection to the devil cultivator is in order not to be the righteousness of the crowd pinch, but do not want to, in the end, the righteousness of the young people restrain this seat, the same young people also dare to come over to play the autumn wind? Doesn't this ing look like this seat defected wrong back then? These two, how come they can't come at the same time in advance and start a fight with each other? Looking at this kind of painful situation, even though this black-clothed man was also an expert within the demonic cultivator, he was also a little bit crying and laughing, and felt a headache. The other side. After Yi Chang'an punched out a dozen or so Divine Sea Realm demonic beasts, he felt even more that the recovery of mana in his body couldn't keep up, but he didn't dare to show his exhaustion, while continuing to guard Shin Hongso and the others. One side looks around the circle. Gradually, sensing the identity of the visitor, it should be no one else, or the sinful one who had long been the wrongdoer. The heart was in the right place. A provocative smile hung on his lips. Lu Duan. Good disciple of the poor Taoist, why did you come only at the scene? The poor Taoist has acted with you several times just to paralyze the careless demonic cultivator. Now that there is a chance to kill a cave void realm demonic cultivator, don't you want to come out and meet him? At this point, don't hide, and let that person die in peace. Boom! With Yi Chang'an's words, the man in black who was in the middle of the situation almost believed 90% of it, and actually gazed at his mind with the intention of attacking Lu Chuan who was outside, and Lu Chuan who was outside was forced to have to show himself. Next. The man in black stood above the right side of the midair, wary of Lu Chuan, actually more than wary of Yi Chang'an. Yi Chang'an, on the other hand, stood calmly in the middle of the three and glanced around. Finally, a familiar silhouette walked in with reluctant steps. If it wasn't that Lu Duan, then it was that one? Which one are you? Everyone is a devil cultivator, why are you? Too much nonsense, although I, Lu Chuan, am also a demonic cultivator, but I am a personal disciple under the command of Lord Heavenly Demon. How can I let a halfway decent fellow like you open your mouth? Not waiting for the man in black to ask first, but see, full of gloomy face Lu Dust do not know what incantation, actually froze into 100 feet of blood claws, dead suppressed the man in black. That man in black was at least a cave void realm devil cultivator, also mastering a devil grudge flute, but now, it was actually as if he was a 3-year-old child, being confined in it. Death should be unlikely. But trying to talk and get out is difficult. He's Lu Chen, the personal disciple of that heavenly demon who broke through the seal not long ago? No wonder it's so powerful, tisk, it's an eye-opener this time. The man in black was also sensible, seeing that Lu Chen's cultivation was not as good as his, but mastering certain high-level magic spells and divine incantations, he could shut himself up in minutes. But he didn't dare to say more. One could only look at the two people across from him with a look of surprise. Yi Chang'an sighed. Ever since he was about to come out of the land dust, he had been sizing him up at all times. However, he saw that in just a few days, Lu Chen, whose arm he had broken last time, had not only recovered, but had also advanced even further. The demonic chi in his body might not be as quantitative as the man in black, but it was of a higher purity. And perhaps that's why it was able to suppress the man in black. Divine Sea Realm? Yes, it's almost the divine sea realm perfection. I never imagined that this kid, Lu Chuan, would also have such a strange encounter. Yi Chanan was still estimating. On the opposite side, Lu Chen was disdainful, as if he was determined that he could completely pin down Yi Chang'an this time, and thus, was in no hurry at all to put words through the air. Sect leader Yi, haven't seen you in a few days, are you surprised that Mr. Lu is even more powerful? Ah? Ha ha ha. Last time it was you who made a fool out of me in front of the Immortal Hall crowd. Today, it's also time for me to take revenge and specially come to claim my life. You won't blame me, right? That said, I've been your disciple for many years, and I didn't want to embarrass each other so much. If you weren't so petty and stingy, and didn't spare a single treasure for me, why would it be like this? I was quite annoyed at first, but now that I think about it, it's just that you're afraid that I'll take over your status and position, but now that it's come to this, who's to blame? You may have had a bit of a small miraculous encounter and soared up, but it's a pity that your Dao heart is insufficient. Is it worth losing your life for a couple of broken things? Speaking at this point, Lu Chuan seemed to see in advance the image of Yi Chang'an being killed by him and eventually falling. I can't believe I'm laughing my ass off. And Shin Hong's leave this side, but the more you listen to the more indignant, almost want to go out for the master, scolded Lu Dust, but then thought, master most care about the rules. This matter is master's business, no outsiders are allowed to interfere. Then he just had to hold back his anger and wait. Master can definitely teach this traitor a lesson. Just in the moment when this thought of Shin Hongso had just surfaced, she saw that the sneer and sarcasm of Lu Chen on the opposite side of the room did not damage Yi Chang'an by half a point. Instead, it made Yi Chang'an more certain that although he had not punished this traitor several times, now, God had really given the opportunity. Then let's settle the score with him. Lu Duan, you're right. This former master of mine is indeed petty and stingy, but since you and I are at this point, it's pointless to talk about that. Everything depends on victory or defeat. Today, I'll fill you in, letting you know what it means to honor your teacher and what it means to be a teacher for one day and a father for life. By the way, this person you're suppressing next to you is also a demonic cultivator. Although your factions are different, you can cooperate in spite of it. After all, you, Lu Chen, have not relied on the Immortal Hall crowd these past few times, and I'm afraid you wouldn't have been gone long ago? If you want to rely on others, you should rely on them for the rest of your life. Yi Chang'an's second round of agitation was uttered, and in his hand, a thunder force had already taken shape. Opposite. Lu Chen was really irritated by these words and became a little furtive, although he knew that the man in black must have helped himself, but after being provoked by the words, it was not good enough to really open his mouth. Next. Seeing that Yi Chang'an dared to make a move even though he was covered in wounds, Lu Chuan really fell for it and even stormed out. The Devil's Grudge flute rises, and the Super Wraith comes out. Surname Yi, even without the help of fellow demonic cultivators, could it be that I, Lu Chuan, still can't exterminate a punk like you? This time, I'll show you something new. With these words, Lu Chuan once again recited certain incantations that no ordinary demonic cultivator knew. In a flash, all the magical beasts on the scene once again fused to become a 300 feet tall super magical beast. Chapter 61, Luring the Enemy. Great Sect leader Yi, look at this. This is a super demonic beast that is at the consummation of the transformation apparition realm or even comparable to the nirvana realm. What are you going to resist? The guy next to you, stay out of the way. With me, Lu Chuan, does a mere Yi Chang'an have a second place to go besides death? Under the confidence, Lu Chuan actually jumped on top of the head of this super magical beast and harnessed it to pounce on Yi Chang'an's side, aggravating Yi Chang'an's injuries in just 3 to 5 rounds. Although Yi Chang'an was wearing the Zun Wang Hao Yi defense set, which could withstand 90% of the pressure, it was quite hard to bear due to the absolute strength gap being too large and the flute sound added to it. Put. After spewing out 3 mouthfuls of black blood in a row, Yi Chang'an realized that he had been forced back to the edge of the demonic formation, and there was no way to retreat any further, so he had no choice but to gather his strength and prepare for a counterattack. Looking at the other people's side, they were all shocked. This Lu Chuan is really as crazy as can be. This is a hand that this seat has never learned to hear. Could it be that he really has a higher status than this seat? Turning back, I may have to ask the above about it 1 or 2 times. The first person to show reverence for Lu Chen was none other than the man in black. Previously, the man in black had attacked Yi Chang'an again and again, all with little effect, but instead, he was beaten up in various ways, and now, seeing the results of Lu Chen's battle, he couldn't help but be unconvinced. The same flute, when placed on his side, would only summon a few magical beasts, but the other man, Lu Chen, could fuse it to become a super magical beast. Such a maneuver. Not to mention him, I'm afraid that no one may have heard of the demonic cultivator faction behind him. Master is not well. That super magical beast isn't simple. I hope he's okay. Damned Lu Chuan. Why is it that good people don't get good karma these days, but instead, bad people are getting more and more arrogant? If I had known this, I really should have joined the Master's sect earlier. On the other side, seeing that Yi Chang'an's previous offense was gone, all defensive and kinda tough, Shen Hongso stared with wide eyes and all kinds of anxiety. Although she was bent on Yi Chang'an to hurry up and bounce back. But reality does seem a little harsher. And behind her, the Chao family members had different expressions. There were Chao Bukong, Chaos and the others, guys who were already possessed. One sneered and watched the show. There were also ordinary slaves of the Chao family, who watched the two major demonic cultivators battle Yi Chang'an in a wheel, fearing and regretting in their hearts. There were even other neighbors who were accidentally caught up in the situation, one secretly cursing the Chao family for being inhumane and defecting to the demonic cultivators for the sake of a little bit of profit. Then look at Lu Chen's side. Seeming to see that Yi Chang'an really had no strength in his aftermath, he was overjoyed and directly urged the incantation to make the super wraith gather its strongest punch and ruthlessly smashed it over. Sect Master Yi, this punch is no weaker than the attack power of the Nirvana realm. It's considered to be an extra favor to you, sending you to the Western Paradise. I hope you'll be less confident when you get up there. A punch comes. Hundreds of millions of forces. With this punch, a black pillar of light with a radius of 10 feet was directly punched out, causing everyone around to look blind, heart-struck, horrified, and dazed. This punch, before hitting Yi Chang'an's body, but see, he did not have half a bit of fear, instead revealing a smile that Lu Chuan could not understand. Nice punch. But alas, evil is not good. Eat my thoughtless tenfold pillar. In a moment of life and death, an image that no one would have expected actually appeared. It was clearly Yi Chang'an who still had the strength left to offer up the thoughtless tenfold pillar to counter a wave. Rumble. The infinite thunder road power inside the Thunder Emperor Sutra was infused into the thoughtless tenfold pillar. This pillar, one of the 12 immortal artifacts from the ancient era, even though it had recovered less than 1% and was only in its first stage, it immediately erupted into a cloud of astonishing light. Are you a light pole? I'll come to the light pole too. Just as Lu Chen on the opposite side struck a pillar of black light that seemed to be able to devour everything, the pillar of golden light transformed by the thoughtless 10 multiplication pillar was a shocking anomaly that was unbelievable to ordinary people. With a single thought, 10 pillars of light battered around the opposite pillar of black light, bang bang bang. Hundreds of millions of power on both sides hard. It's not false at all. With a single thought, it was as if it had stilled the surrounding space and time, riding the power of this supreme immortal artifact into Lu Chen's body. Lu Chuan furiously spat out black blood and retreated. Full of horror. Surname Yi, you actually have some strength left, and you dare to lie to me? You're definitely not just in the middle stage of the transformation tribulation realm. What does that say? Great devil cultivator Lu, you're some kind of heavenly devil's personal disciple, can't you see through this trick? That's just it, if you want to slander the poor Taoist won't bother with small children. After all, it's a rare occurrence for the righteous path and the immortal hall to have a sinful person like you. You've got your super wraiths. The poor Tao also has the thoughtless 10 pillars that specializes in restraining demonic cultivators. Did no one tell you that this stick of the poor Tao specializes in beating ungrateful sons and daughters? Yi Chang'an endured the churning chi blood and didn't say anything twice, but he countered a wave of kills while intentionally taunting Lu Chen as if he was a cat playing with a mouse. Of course, he knew very well that relying only on this means was still not enough. Thus, deliberately luring Lu Chuan to move places. It didn't take long. The duo, one diverting and the other pursuing, soon left the Chao family and reached the wilderness. Behind, Shen Hongso and the others were completely dumbfounded. Even the man in black forgot to lay his hands on him for the time being. At this time, within the Chao family, there had long been no new battles, but whether it was an enemy or a friend, they were actually stunned on the spot for a long time without returning to their senses. The outskirts of the city. Hearing a stream of roars behind him, Yi Chang'an was breezy on the surface, but in reality, he suppressed his internal injuries and continued to shift. The seemingly simple process was actually all about preserving the fourth disciple, Shen Hongso, and the others. One can rely on the many magic treasures to fight to the death. But I'm afraid that Shen Hongso and the others are not well preserved. Right now. The two soon came to a nearby 100-mile lake, which was sparsely populated, so Yi Chang'an could finally let go of his guts and fight to his heart's content. Great devil cultivator Lu, the poor Taoist has gone into the water and won't play with you anymore, so don't get angry with yourself. Yi Chang'an deliberately said this, and himself fell under the water with a water escape. Accelerates the recovery of mana and rallies the next attack. He was strategically defying Lu Dust and tactically paying great attention. So don't dare really let go or get cocky. In a flash, 100 pounds of enlightenment spirit rice was sent into his mouth. Countless cells in the body frantically decomposed the high concentration of aura in it. At this moment, Yi Chang'an was basically like a highly efficient transformer, sending infinite aura into his meridians, ready to explode at any time. On the shore, Lu Dust, who arrived a little later, was really furious, and actually lost his heart to the point of disregarding everything, urging the super magical beast to launch an attack towards the water. Surname Yi, this little three-legged trick of yours can't fool me, Lu. Get out quickly. After I kill you, all your treasures are mine. I'll see how arrogant you are. Lu Dust was completely insane. A few moves and the lake was in tatters, and it wasn't enough, they had to punch right through it. Just in time. But then a horrible sound came from the water as a huge whirlpool suddenly formed. Like a dragon chanting. Seems to chime in. Lu Chuan and the super devil beast under his seat were both sent flying 100 feet at the same time. A face of horror. It wasn't like Yi Chang'an's handiwork. What the hell is this? Chapter 62 Sailor's Lake, A Strange Encounter. What the hell is this? Even though Lu Chuan had done a lot of evil and was still a devil cultivator, he was still a little frightened by this weird underwater whirlpool. For a while, it didn't dare to go down casually. It wasn't until half an hour later, behind him, suddenly came the cold laughter of the man in black from before. Fellow Taoist Lu, since you can catalyze such a super magical beast, why are you scornful of a lake? It's not like, when you're about to eat the meat, you let surname Yi run away, right? Hearing this, Lu Chen knew who the visitor was without turning around. Although both of them were devil cultivators, they had different factions and were inevitably competitive. Moreover, the other party actually specifically named Yi Chang'an, clearly looking down on him, Lu Chen. How could Lu Chen tolerate this? But if we really want to let him go down and risk more or less, this demon cultivator friend doesn't know from which mountain and which sect. Seeing that you are not weak in your cultivation, at least at the cave void realm, why don't we let you have a chance? Do you know what this lake is really about? Lu Dust took the time to change the topic, which allowed himself to jump out of the verbal disadvantage, and turned around, coldly looking at the man in black on the opposite side of the table, all sorts of measurements. The more I look at it, the more I am amazed. As far as he could see, the cultivation of this person on the opposite side was too much more powerful than him. At the very least, he was in the cave void realm, but unfortunately, his manipulation of the demon spite flute was far inferior to his own. Otherwise, there was no need to wait for him, Lu Chuan, to show up, that Yi Chang'an would have been taken down long ago. And just as Lu Chuan spoke in such a manner, the man in black's heart thumped. A look of embarrassment. Preferring to play conceited. Get in the water? That's definitely going down. This time, Yi Chang'an sabotaged his own feng shui bureau, causing him to lose his 7 extinction, 7 deadly bureaus, failing to complete his mission, and being punished. Definitely can't spare him. But the risk of going down was no less than the previous fierce battle against Yi Chang'an. This land even the black man does not know exactly what the name, but Lu Dust are afraid to go down, and he has also sensed that there is a huge crisis hidden inside. Don't dare give away your head. But not in the water? Let's not talk about whether or not that would result in letting Yi Chang'an go. I'm sure I'll have to carry a great deal of responsibility in the future. However, Lu Chen, who was also a devil cultivator, dared to laugh at himself like this, and when the others knew about it, they would surely double their mockery. Being a demonic cultivator, one should be fearless. How can you be frightened by a mere lake? Well, it's a risk, isn't it? It's just a small lake that's a few dozen miles in circumference. What kind of dragon god or tiger can there be? This. The man in black was about to speak. However, he saw that Lu Chen's side was still thinking that it was all Yi Chang'an's trickery, thus he did not intend to go down, but deliberately waited even longer. Until the eyes saw that Yi Chang'an did not have half a trace of coming out of the water, and realized that he most likely also sank into the bottom of the water, and the situation was not good. This place is really a bit evil, but it's a pity that the heavenly demon master is not here, otherwise, with his... Before Lu Chuan finished speaking, he saw that the huge whirlpool that had previously taken Yi Chang'an to the bottom of the water actually coalesced into a 100-foot water column that swept towards the two of them. The speed of it. The strength of the force. Spare the two demonic cultivation experts were a little bit enough. Can the Taoists each? Lu Chen still wanted to ask for help from the man in black, but unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, he was caught up in it himself. Bound directly to the bottom of the lake. That magical power surprisingly prevented him from utilizing his super magical beasts. On the other hand, at a glance, the man in black was also alarmed, and all kinds of projections were fruitless, but he didn't dare to stay. Instead, they withdrew quickly. This mortal world is much different from 50 years ago. Just any kid can hang this seat, just any lake can actually. That's just it, this seat saves its life first. There's a chance for that mission later. After such a thought, the man in black resolutely transformed into a ball of blood-red light, thus dissipating into the sky. Below the lake. Yi Chang'an and Lu Chen, the pair of rival masters and disciples, fell to the bottom of the lake one after another. The difference was that Lu Chuan was too weak because of his cultivation and was swept over by that water column from the lake, making it difficult to resist and passing out. Yi Chang'an, on the other hand, was not too familiar with the environment because he was new to the city and fell to the bottom of the lake by accident. Just as the lake water submerged itself, Yi Chang'an thought of countless thoughts in his mind. All the previous lives. All kinds of things in this life. As well as, that sixth disciple, Lu Duan, who had once made the original master very highly regarded but had been hardened and betrayed. A scene from back then flashed back before my eyes. It even moved Yi Chang'an himself. Back then, the original owner's master disappeared in an unknown manner, leaving the original owner to struggle to support the heaven-mending pavilion on her own. In just one short year, he had found 6 disciples with upper-grade spiritual roots. Sort of a miracle. It's just a shame that instead of bringing him good, this miracle caused him to overdo it as a good guy and eventually hang up. Among them, the one that saddened the original owner the most was the most promising oldest of the 6 disciples, Lu Chen. Lu Chuan, no fooling around with the 5 senior sisters, you have the strongest talent, and in the future you will be the prospective sect leader who will inherit my lineage of the heaven-mending pavilion. Yes, master. Lu Chen, come over here, my master will personally teach you the strongest technique of this sect, so you must cultivate hard and stand out as soon as possible. Thank you, master. Lu Chuan, listen carefully, these experiences of my master are also passed on to you, you can avoid going off the deep end. But you can't kill small animals next time, otherwise, sooner or later, you will become a devil. Master needn't worry much, disciple must. During those years, it's not that the original owner didn't see that Lu Chen's 3 views were becoming more and more crooked, but because he was too instrumental, and because he didn't want to let the sect decline, he actually chose not to see it. The result was that he himself was exasperated and 6 disciples defected together. Who can blame you? It can only be said that the original owner was too womanly and Lu Chen was too good at disguise, actually using the love of master and disciple to continuously absorb the nutrition of the heaven-mending pavilion, but being a 2/5 boy. Now that he thought about it, he, Yi Chang'an, could not repeat the same mistake. The original owner was let down by being treated with such sincerity, let alone the poor Taoist. Just as well, surname Lu, you want my life, poor Taoist will also fulfill you, let's see just how much you've learned from following the heavenly demon. Only first we have to break through this water pressure. Once he thought about this, Yi Chang'an, who was about to fall to the bottom of the lake, immediately exploded his mana of the middle stage of the Huanjiao realm, holding the thoughtless tenfold pillar, and was about to plan to rush up. But don't want to. This lake was very uncomplicated, and the seemingly ordinary lake water actually had great viscosity. Not only did it make it impossible for his magic weapon to be powerful, it even prevented the surrounding auras from absorbing over. And just as Yi Chang'an was slightly staggered, he saw that the water pressure had intensified violently, and despite his rapid progress, he actually had difficulty breathing and almost suffocated. A stream of extremely viscous water surrounded him. Let him have the strength but not be able to play. A wave of water pressure pressed him into the silt at the bottom of the lake. The feeling of being paralyzed all around, as if injected with a paralyzing liquid by some kind of underwater plant, was absolute. Poor Tao hasn't revived the heaven-mending pavilion yet, it won't be so suffocating to hang up, right? In the last instant, the thought floated through Yi Chang'an's mind, but it was the feeling of some creature approaching that gave him hope before he passed out. Chapter 63. Still accepting disciples at the moment? It's a tough life. I hope it won't be Lu Chen or that man in black who catches up. Hopefully it won't be any demons either. Better, it's not a man, otherwise, this would be a poor man's artificial respiration.
If you don't say that there are still a few remnants of Yi Chanan's character from his previous life. You're suffocating yourself and you're actually picking on the identity of the person who saved your life. At this time, however, it was seen that the billions of pounds of water pressure was silently split by a magical female creature, and after that, it wasn't any Lu Chuan or the man in black who leaned over. But it's a head. A shark girl? It's actually the legendary shark? Dropping tears like pearls, alias mermaids? Under the extreme weakness, Yi Chanan couldn't think of anything else, and tried to remember the image of mermaids in his previous life, not to mention that he was really saved by this shark girl in the next second. One side slides toward the top at speed. On the one hand, he could not help but ferry a magical aura towards his mouth, letting Yi Chanan's tired eyes gain energy and open to see in minutes. What a beautiful shark! Sure enough, it's exactly like the legend in the movie or TV show. The upper body is human. The bottom half is a fish. Light blue color throughout. The pretty features actually do not lose to Luo Yunshang, Dongfang Liuli, Shen Hongsleeve, 3 women. The body is even more hot curves, perfect, enviable. Such a shark, not to mention saving himself, even if it is just a casual encounter, cannot help but want to get acquainted. I just wonder if it is possible to take her as a female disciple as well. Ding! Remind the host that the sharks themselves are special, and accepting a shark girl as a disciple is even more special, so don't be careless. Speciality 1, sharks are the descendants of the ancient water race. Unlike the common human race, gods, immortals, Buddhists, devils, Taoists, and so on, the physical body and the spirit of the innate one, and thus the most special cultivation path. Specificity 2, the sharks only follow one person in their lifetime. If the host intends to accept this shark girl as a female disciple, it is bound to be very valuable, but also face the responsibility of taking care of her for the rest of her life. The sharks have pearls in their tears, but they can't leave the waters for too long, and they mustn't be saddened by people, or else their lives will be affected, or they will go mad and become demons. Nice one. The poor Taoist is about to die, and you still have the heart to let me take in a disciple? My life is a little too bitter. Yi Chanan was spitting, but in his mind, the system was sending out a sentence. Noisy. The host must not underestimate the potential of the shark clan, although their numbers have greatly decreased after the ancient times, and they are now less than 10,000, but they are all extraordinary. To be able to take in such a stunningly beautiful shark girl as a disciple, others would be too happy to do so. This was the first time the disciple return system had belabored Yi Chanan like this. It could be seen that this encounter with this shark girl had actually made the system have a few heartbeats. Yi Chanan was choked. The gas knot is a gas knot, but there is still a bit of basic ethics. Just as the shark girl led him back to the shore and finally recovered. The surrounding area had long since ceased to be where it had been before. Instead, it's a peachy paradise on earth. The concentration of aura in this place was 10 times that of the heaven-mending pavilion. But on the contrary, the shark girl didn't seem to rely on this kind of aura to cultivate, thus, although she lived here, her cultivation wasn't very high, and instead, she curiously surveyed him. This beautiful woman. Is not right, it should be shark female Taoist friend? I wonder what this place is. Is there anyone else here? How do I get out? After the two of them stared at each other for a long time, Yi Chanan then remembered the question to ask. But alas! This shark girl's human language was very rusty, plus he asked too quickly, so it could only be very laborious, explaining for half a day. Our clan is withering, this generation, only I. Sister. Where are you from? Can you take me out? I want to see the outside. The things that normal people can say clearly in a few words, when it came to this shark girl's turn, it took an hour. Luckily, Yi Chanan had a lot of patience. After listening to the shark girl's story, it was time to take a closer look. See, this shark woman not only looks stunningly beautiful, quite the feeling of the Arctic beauty in the previous life, moreover, the lower half of the body on the shore after their own transformation into legs, walking convenience. A person's cultivation was not too weak, at least it was the Xianzhao realm perfection. However, when Yi Chanan asked about this, the shark girl shook her head vigorously, not knowing this, not knowing that. Bottom line. They were born with cultivation, and the height was related to their respective physiques, but the latter was not known how to cultivate. That's what makes you more curious about the outside world. So it's that girl Shen Hongsleeve again, that kind of naive and kind sister. That's right, this time there is no hurry to accept you to join, and take you to the earth to see, it is also considered to fulfill the favor. In addition, see, you have to soak in the water every day, can't leave the waters, so, and allow the poor Taoist to cast a spell, take away some lake water, lest you are not convinced by the water in the soil.
But, then again, isn't it not very scientific to speak to a fish about water and soil?
Yi Chang'an muttered to himself for a while, and in the end, this was dumbfounded.
All came here to cultivate immortality. What's the point of talking about science? Next. Yi Chang'an took out more patience to talk to this shark girl and learn more details about her and her sister. Her sister's cultivation is stronger. She's a little more ordinary. The two sisters are dependent on each other, and even though they are living in this modest lake, they don't encounter many humans because the neighborhood is sparsely populated. For this reason, the moment she saw Yi Chang'an, the shark girl thought that he had a kind face and didn't look like a bad person, which was why she purposely saved him. Water. Molding. Shark. Is not right, always call you so is not too tired, so, from today, poor Taoist give you a name, just call Blue Sure how? Yi Chang'an's left hand invoked the 5 elements spell, condensing a portion of the lake water into a water column with ice on the outside and living water on the inside. Once this shark girl gets tired, she can always go in. It was both convenient and did not give away the spring light. Such a move, however, made the shark girl greatly happy. Then after naming her, this girl was actually excited enough to sing and dance. La 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 la. Just like the legend, under the joy of the shark girl Blucher song that is called a beautiful, even Yi Chang'an so anxious to leave the person, we're listening to the numbness of the body, all relaxed. The taste. Don't mention how beautiful it is. This treatment. It is not comparable to Tato's 88 or 188 massage girls in the previous life, at the very least, it must be 1888. Not to mention. With the transmission of Blue Shield's song, the nearby lake water accelerated its flow, even linking the flowers and trees along the shore, swaying together and sending out gusts of fresh wind. The aura in it was already very dense. It was actually no weaker than the 8th order holy pill enlightenment spirit rice. Even Yi Chang'an's past impatience and anxiety was gradually worn down. The whole human mind is as pure as a Teiyukai. Around the body also at this time, gradually evolved 12 small suns, but not as dazzling as in previous days, but more yin and yang harmonization, gentle as the moon. That moment. Yi Chang'an even seemed to have spied the entry path to the Nirvana realm? Chapter 64 Formal Worship. The long road to Nirvana, the heart of cultivation, if the Tao of literature is in what, the human heart does not think of the ancient. In a trance, Yi Chang'an's Yuanshan seemed to leave his body and float in the void. Really don't know where it went. Much less know exactly what they are encountering. It was just a sense of the underworld that after the infinite darkness ahead, there must be a door of light hidden, and that once one retreated and pushed it open, one could become a nirvana dharma and be self-existing and selfless. However, finding the light door has been difficult. Trying to push through the light door is even harder. Besides, there are too many karmic consequences in this world that have not been resolved, so how can we just fly up in the sky? So, this Blue Shield song is so powerful that it can make the poor Taoist intoxicated and almost find the trick to break through the Nirvana realm, but it's a shame. There are still 5 disciples waiting for poverty in the heaven-mending pavilion. Poor Tao in the Immortal Temple, Poor Tao and Lu Dust, the Heavenly Devil, Poor Tao and the All Souls Alliance. And so on. Karma has not yet been severed. I'm afraid that for the time being, I can't be able to Nirvana. Just as time passed for an unknown amount of time, Yi Chang'an let out a soft sigh and walked out of the meditation. Look outside again. Ransom had long since packed his bags and was ready to go. As for Yi Chang'an himself, his cultivation had not increased much, but his Dao mind and Yuanshan had become more condensed. This can all be attributed to Ransom. Sect Master has already delayed quite a bit of time. It's impossible for him to stay for the rest of his life. He'll leave later. I wonder what you think. You have a good foundation, perfect for cultivation. It would be a waste to stay here. It's safe here, but if there are outsiders breaking in next time, I'm afraid it'll be hard enough just with you sisters. Yi Chang'an's words did store a few thoughts about taking Lansher as his 6th female disciple, but at the same time, he was also thinking for her. The mortal world is ultimately too much filth for a shark to cultivate. By following yourself, you can be well protected, and you can ascend early, meet more clansmen, and start off circumspect? Sure enough. Just as Yi Chang'an said this, the opposite side of Lansher was also greatly moved, and immediately and reluctantly said that she also wanted to go out very much idea. And after. The two were about to salute, but they saw, in the middle of the lake, the kind of monstrous waves that had appeared a few days before. The water column could make even Yi Chang'an's heart tremble for a few moments. And a cool shark woman standing on top of the water column was no other than Blue Shield's sister. Woody, how dare you abduct my sister? Looking for death. Today, let you not. Sister, there must be no misunderstanding. This is the one I rescued, the head of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, Master Yi. He's a good man, and he's planning to take me out to cultivate, saying that I'll be able to see more of my clan when I ascend in the future. Not waiting for his own sister to misunderstand the outburst, Ranshur hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Only after having her defense did the cool shark girl on the opposite side slightly restrain her aura, which led to a few words of conversation with Yi Chang'an. Yi Chang'an declared his identity and told this series of events, and at the same time, he also told the other party in passing that he intended to take Lanshur as his disciple and help her ascend. You? With just you? Ha! Does a mortal in the middle stage of the transformation tribulation realm dare to speak so loudly? All men in the world are equally black, don't you dare try to bully my sister. The cool shark girl was presumably hurt by a man once upon a time, and so, with a look of disdain, she scoffed. Unless you have something to prove? Sister, People's Master Yi just came, you have to prove it. How? Don't go too far. Seeing that his sister had gone a bit too far, Lanshur was about to defend Yi Chang'an again. Yi Chang'an didn't care much about this little matter. Directly, he turned his head and smiled. Lanshur, you don't have to care about your sister, she is also well-intentioned, only, she doesn't understand the power of the poor Taoist yet. Let's put it this way, you first agree if you are willing to worship the master, and after that, the poor Taoist will give you many treasures. If these treasures don't catch your sister's eye, it's not too late to back out. Yi Chang'an's such a generous gesture, but it makes the two sailor sisters are not good to say more. The cool sailor sisters are still cold, but it is the blue shield hurriedly agreed to a mouthful. Next. Yi Chang'an's long-lost and familiar voice of the system resounded in his mind. Name, Ransom. Race, Shark. Sex, female. Talent, earthen immortal fetus heavenly spiritual root. Cultivation, Xianzhao realm perfection. Introduction, one of the few remaining sailor sisters, innocent and cute, adorable and kind. Quality, speak for yourself. Above, was the system's evaluation of Lanshur, and next, it was the turn of the returning rewards of the apprentice. Ding! The host is recruiting disciples with heavenly spiritual roots. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, now releasing the reward. E2 or helmet inner helmet, similar to a turban, ground level upper grade crotch guard, possessing the power of the central E2, and a complete set can be melted to create the E2 Dharma body of the 5 elements. E2 inner armor, similar to clothes, ground level top grade crotch protector, possessing the power of the central E2, and a complete set can be melted down to create the E2 Dharma body of the 5 elements. Earthen war boots inner boots, similar to socks, ground level upper grade boots, possessing the power of the central earth and earth, a complete set can be melted to create the earthen earth Dharma body of the 5 elements. The earthen set belongs to one of the 5 elements of the innate, although it is not as good as the sets of the previous few disciples, it is still quite not weak. Ding! The host has gathered a set of earthen defense set, and can melt down the earthen Dharma body of the 5 elements at any time. Earthen defense set, a single loose piece is an earth order upper grade protective gear. After the completion of the 3 pieces of the set, it can be automatically upgraded to an earth order extreme grade upper grade protective gear, and the defense power is 10 times that of a single loose piece. Yellow Emperor Sutra First Scroll, a sutra created by the central Yellow Emperor during the ancient times, containing the laws of the earth path, and when cultivated to the highest level, it can evolve endless defensive powers. Lanshur, prepare to accept the gift of worship, for the master has nothing to give, this little thing, you take it and use it well. As he spoke, with a wave of his hand, Yi Chang'an gave Lanxia 100 pounds of enlightenment spirit rice, plus a set of earthen defense suit and that Yellow Emperor Sutra upper volume. Lanshur received it with a face full of surprise, but because he didn't understand the power of these treasures, he just took them as ordinary clothes and turned around to change into them. It was even more beautiful and amazing. On the contrary, it was the Qingling shark girl who saw that these things were not vulgar, collected a few points of dissatisfaction, and after a deep look at Yi Chang'an, this instructed her own sister. In the future, listen more to the words of your master. This master is not simple, casually out of the hand is the 8th order spirit medicine, the earth order treasures, certainly will not treat you poorly. As for Master Yi, someone fell into the water with you yesterday, I think you know them, let's see what you do with them. Saying that, the clear cold shark woman induced the magic trick in the space, which will be wrapped in the silt at the bottom of the lake, the half-dead former 6th disciple Lu Dust, threw out. Pff. After a few coughs, Lu Chuan slowly opened his eyes with severe weakness, and before he could see who exactly saved him, he was knocked out by Yi Chang'an's unpleasant slap. The poor Taoist and the two shark beauties are talking. Which one of you has the right to open your mouth? This shark fellow Taoist, stay back. Ransom, let's hit the road. Chapter 65, How to Take It in the Year, How to Pay It Back Later. It's a pity, your sister's talent is not bad, but she still has too many scruples about Master. I'm afraid it's not good to get along with her. Otherwise, Master wouldn't mind having another beautiful disciple. By then, your name will be Ransom and hers will be Daryl, ha. In the previous second, he bid farewell to the Qingling shark girl, and in this second, Yi Chang'an urged his mana and brought along the sixth female disciple, Lan Shi, who had changed into the earth and defense set, and this took off into the air. In a good mood, he couldn't help but make some jokes. Hearing these words, Lan Shi's simple mind were to understand her own master's preferences, but also vaguely felt that this master was quite good to their sisters. One side concurs. On the one hand, but also a dark thought in his heart, sister sooner or later understand the good of the master, at that time, then give her that name, is not too late. The master and disciple duo returned to the heaven mending pavilion with a smile on their faces. The other side. Yi Chang'an, however, had also borrowed the lock immortal rope previously bestowed upon Diangzi long before he set out, this time specifically tying up Lu Duan, the traitor. All the way. Lu Duan was occasionally exasperated by the show of affection between master and disciple and spat out blood. At times, but still trying to secretly contact the heavenly devil to save himself. But it was fruitless. His skills were not small, however, a mere divine sea realm perfection was still a bit too young to face Yi Chang'an, who was in the middle stage of the transformation tribulation realm. Half a day later, Yi Chang'an and his group returned to the Chao family and met up with the long-awaited fourth disciple, Shin Hongso. After briefly understanding each other's experiences, this brings us to the final settlement and what follows. This matter is, after all, your father's business, and it's not good for the poor Taoist to intervene. Mortal people ask mortal questions, mortal things are mortal, these people of the Chao family are handed over to your father, the master will break this feng shui bureau for your father, and there will be no worries in the future. Saying that, Yi Chang'an incidentally also introduced Shin Hongsleeve to the new sixth senior sister Lan Shi, and the two girls went from strangers to familiar in just an hour. Soon Kirikou was playing together. And then the master and disciples threw Chao Bukong, Chao's, and so on, to the side of the city lord's residence, and once again took out some medicinal herbs to consolidate Zhong Wanling's body. It didn't take long. After a serious illness, Zhong Wanling and the others, who were quite a bit healed at first, were all grateful and sympathetic, and all sorts of compliments were given. Sect Master, you saved his life twice, the city master is too touched, how about? It's not necessary. Lord City Lord, reflect on this and just be a good city lord in the future. In this matter, the poor Taoist is only doing it for the sake of this girl, Red Sleeve, not for any rewards or anything like that. Besides, I've been out quite a while this time, and it's time to go back, later. After saying this, Yi Chang'an didn't give Zhong Wanling a chance to thank him at all, and this time, he brought along the crowd and accelerated back to the heaven mending pavilion. Behind, including City Lord Zhong Wanling, all the people in the entire City Lord's mansion of the All Souls Alliance, plus thousands of people, all respectfully sent Yi Chang'an and the others away. Except for worship. Or worship. Only when he really couldn't see Yi Chang'an in the sky did Zhong Wanling resume his usual domineering demeanor, and once he turned around, he instructed the butler and the 4 lieutenants to have a meeting. You can't be confused this time. Not a single member of the Chao family will be left behind. This is especially true of Chao's. In addition, this city lord also has faults. Indulging in beauty almost harmed the people of the whole city, punishment for 3 years of salary in addition to, in the future, never find a concubine again. Unfortunately, Immortal Master Yi seems to have no interest in this city lord. Otherwise, how good would it be to be able to cultivate after him? At this moment, Zhong Wanling was truly enlightened. But alas, Shin Hongsleeve is still a bit of chance. He and the heaven mending pavilion have no destiny in this life. Can be a mortal city lord. Old death is not bad. 9 heavens above. Yi Chang'an casually took out some ordinary flying swords, and with a snap of his fingers, he formed an iron cage-like airship and accelerated back with his master and disciples. For the sake of safety, and in order to let Shin Hongso and the new 6th senior sister Lan Shi get more familiar with each other, Yi Chang'an made this arrangement. Let the 2 daughters sit in the stern of the boat and talk and laugh and eat and drink. It's as if they were good girlfriends in a former life kind of way. Yi Chang'an himself was personally leading Lu Duan. No opening. It wasn't that he didn't want to ask where the heavenly devil was, but he knew very well that Lu Chuan had betrayed the righteous path and joined the devil's path back in the time of the original owner, so how could he be casually persuaded? But at this time, with a cloudy breath protruding out, this guy, Lu Chen, actually woke up as well. Sweeping the scene environment, knowing that he could not escape simply provoked. Sect leader Yi is so lustful. A female emperor Luo Yunshang wasn't enough, there's also some kind of Dongfine Liuli and Miaoi, and now there's the daughter of the All Souls Alliance's city lord, plus this. Wait, awesome, this woman is actually a shark that has been lost for thousands of years? Yi Chang'an, do you dare to let go of me and have an open duel with me? I definitely won't lose to you. Or, if you have to kill me, you have to tell the people of the Immortal Hall, otherwise, if you say I joined the devil cultivation without evidence, you will have a hard time in the future. Lu Dust is still really dead. Even at this point, he was still sophomoric and still wanted to provoke Yi Chang'an and find a chance to slip away. But alas. The original owner who was pissed off at him back then is long gone. The current Yi Chang'an was more than 10 times more cruel than the original owner. Noisy. Here's some sodium chloride for you. Don't stare, you kids don't know chemistry yourself, it's useless to ask. Without waiting for Lu Chuan to continue his nonsense, Yi Chang'an slapped him over and, in passing, also stuffed him with a sweat towel and flirted with him a few times in the process. As expected, when he heard the word sodium chloride, Lu Duan was stunned, completely confused about what it was. Thought it was some kind of powerful magic weapon. Yi Chang'an, however, disdainfully glanced at this punk who bullied if he could fight but begged for mercy if he couldn't. Why don't we just take this opportunity to settle the score with him slowly? Put those tricks of yours away. Dealing with other people is still possible, dealing with the poor road. Ha ha ha, the poor road's secret, you know less than 1/10,000th of it, where to understand the poor road's ambition? Kill you? No, the poor Taoist is not a butcher, at the very least, he will not kill anyone before making you spit out the benefits of that year. After all, in the beginning, you let the poor Tao brain hot, but suffered a lot, the benefits are given to you, but also to the other 5 female disciples, in the end, their own empty. This general ledger. I don't have to tell you much, you do understand how much there is. When you took a point that year, you gave it back. If you take 10 points, you have to give up 10 points. When he said that, Yi Chang'an deliberately pinched and recited the incantation, and then he tightened that immortal locking rope, which almost strangled all of Lu Chen's bones, and also made him sweating all over, causing him to suffer even more. He who had once thought that he had concealed himself from the world and could still subdue the 5 women, only at this moment did he truly realize how terrifying Yi Chang'an was. In particular, this rope-like treasure, which he didn't know where it came from, actually made it difficult for him, a heavenly demon successor, to get out of it. Wicked. It's so evil. Surname is fast white sun ascension within a year, this speed, even today's Earthingzi, 100 years ago, Sangdom Taoist, are not as good as Ah. How the hell does he practice? It's not so bad that you've gone into the devil's way before me? Chapter 66 Wicked People Telling Lies? Making a falsehood real. Surname Yi, if you have the guts, get rid of me now, otherwise, when I, Lu Chuan, have a chance to escape from life, I will definitely find Heavenly Demon Master to clean you up. The realm of transformation and apparition is nothing. That Heavenly Demon Master of mine is an existence that even a Nirvana realm powerhouse couldn't deal with. Humph. On Lu Chen's side, he was still variously contemplating just how Yi Chang'an had a strange encounter, and the speed of his cultivation was so fast that it almost left him in the dust. And secretly prepare ideas to save yourself. And then invite the heavenly devil to strike. Yi Chang'an's side, but simply do not intend to talk nonsense with this guy, directly notify the afternoon, intends to 3 days later, the public trial of Lu Dust betrayal of the teacher's family, collusion with the evidence of the devil cultivator. To put it bluntly, with Yi Chang'an's current cultivation, even if he secretly slaughtered this Lu Chen, it would be nothing. The reason for such a high profile was not just to tell the group from the Immortal Hall that their own traitors should be dealt with on their own and that they had no right to rescue them. More importantly, it was to use this to proclaim the Faustus mountain range and even the entire eastern continent. The rise of the Mending Pavilion is here. No longer was it that trash clan that anyone could denigrate and despise, but rather, it was the second in the ranking of the top 10 clans, and an existence on par with the Immortal Hall. At the same time, in Yi Chang'an's eyes, there was nothing to be gained from Lu Chen's life and death, but to be able to fulfill this role before he died, it was considered a good use of his resources. Lioli, Reed, Red Sleeve, Earthingzi, and the new Blue Shield, you and the other 5 prepare well. 3 days later, the public trial of Lu Duan, someone will surely come uninvited. At that time, Master wants you to personally witness the shamelessness of certain people, and witness my heaven-mending pavilion truly rise, and henceforth, stand up. Yi Chang'an had just passed out these words, and the 5 disciples under his eyes, all of them were instantly shaking in their boots, waiting for that day to come. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Period. In addition to the public trial of Lu Chen by the 6 members of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master and Disciple, unsurprisingly, some people from the Immortal Hall side had long since been startled and had come over. The other 100 clans in the floating Slaughter Mountain range had also sent representatives from each clan to watch the show. The difference was that the other sects were really sending people to watch the show, hoping to see how much the Heaven-Mending Pavilion had been drummed out by Yi Chang'an and how they would cooperate in the future. As for the Immortal Hall side, due to the several previous humiliations, this time, from the sect head Tianshu-zi to the Grand Elder Tianxian-zi, none of them were averse to giving Yi Chang'an a boost. Thus, only the 4 girls, Su Qingxue, who were still hanging out with Lu Dust nowadays, sneaked over. This day, in front of the door of the law enforcement hall of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, the representatives of the 100 clans that should come have all come, and those that don't come, most likely don't dare to come. Yi Chang'an, however, ignored those, and instead followed the regular procedure to publicly try Lu Chen about the 2 matters of his defection as well as his collusion with the Devil Sect. Was saying. Suddenly, he saw that not far away, Su Qingxue and the other 4 women had indeed arrived quasi-saints, and once again launched the Holy Mother attack. Sect Master Yi is merciful. HM? Oh, isn't this the 4 beautiful disciples that the Immortal Temple's Grand Elder has taken on? What? The poor Taoist is guilty of disposing of traitors and undercover agents of the righteous path? Don't dare! But we really can't bear to see junior brother covered in wounds, and furthermore, your cultivation and status today is far greater than it was back then, so why should you be so calculating? You have punished him several times long ago today, spare him. In this case, externally, we can count on your generosity, and internally, it can also be considered that we are completely clear of each other, and will never have any further dealings from now on. As he spoke, this Su Qingxue really didn't have an ordinary faceplate, and really dared to use this kind of moral abduction reason, intending to take away Lu Chen. Seeing that, the 4 women came to Lu Chen's side and actually uttered a similar statement once again, intending to have Dongfang Liuli and the other 5 unlock the immortal locking rope for him. Completely ignoring the stunned gazes of the surrounding 100 sect representatives. What the hell is this? This woman wouldn't be the former great disciple of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, would she? The other sect leader Yi has a reasoned, public trial, and it's just that they can't come up with half a reason to rescue him, but they actually want to take him away in just a few words? I'm blind. Is this the quality of the so-called elite disciples of the inner sect of the Immortal Temple? The crowd's various voices of discussion were already hard to hear, but they didn't want to, but they still didn't stop Su Qingxue from rescuing this kind of brainless Madonna. Once he saw this, Yi Chang'an instantly burst into laughter as well. Instead, he didn't intend to talk nonsense with these 4 women, and directly went with the disciples under the door, taking out the evidence of Lu Chen respectively. Among them, on Yi Chang'an's side, what he took out was precisely the evidence of Lu Chen colluding with the man in black and jointly attacking him, which was proper solid evidence, enough to prove that he betrayed the righteous path and defected to the devil cultivator. Instead, the 5 disciples, including Dongfang Liuli, came up with evidence of Lu Chen's betrayal of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion back then from their own perspectives. With this, the representatives of the 100 sects had all been deeply convinced, and they all cursed Lu Chen for not being a thing. Only the 4 girls, Su Qingxue, seemed to have eaten the scales and were actually arguing with reason. Sect Master Yi. Although your sect's evidence is a bit is not enough to convict, today, we must take away junior brothers. Can't it be that sect leader Yi intends to bully the 4 of us girls by bullying the big ones? When she said this, Su Qingxue was actually playing the weakling over there again. But I don't want to, this time. The crowd didn't feel half good about them, and Yi Chang'an himself, it was as if he saw those little fairies who wrote little essays in his previous life. Not only do you not feel annoyed. Instead, I find it laughable. With such a rescue team, it seems that the Immortal Temple also knew that it was unjustified and simply let these 4 losers come over to disgrace themselves. Wait. Since you guys insist on saving people, the poor Taoist agrees. However, according to the rules of the sect, disciples who don't respect their teachers must take back their cultivation and resources. Once upon a time, the poor Taoist was concerned that you might be mesmerized and was not too ruthless, but now it seems that it was still. The kindness of the 4 senior sisters is so touching. Sect Master Yi, if you want to be evil, come on. Lu Dust is an iron-blooded man, not afraid of anyone at all. Agu, pain. For senior sisters, my cultivation is gone, in the future it all depends on you. Ludum's acting skills are not normally impressive. Yi Chang'an naturally wouldn't really be saintly again, but decisively poked his dantian with a finger, wasting all of his cultivation and resources from that year. In the end, the four Su Qingxue girls thought they had gotten a lot of credit for dragging the severely injured and spitting blood Lu Chen back. Before the trip, he actually wanted to ask Yi Chang'an in return. Surname Yi, you got your way, but don't forget, don't fool the youth. When little brother rises in cultivation in the future, there will be a good time for you. When this was said, it simply made Yi Chang'an and the others laugh so hard that their stomachs hurt. Especially the former fifth sister transformed into the current third disciple Chao Reed. Thoroughly thinking that Su Qingxue and the others were extremely brainwashed and did not know any better. Such four senior sisters have absolutely no future. And deservedly so. Chapter 67 The Cultivation of the New Old Six. How is it that the four senior sisters have no realization at all? If that Lu Chuan is really that innocent, why would he let Master Teacher give him a chance 3 times, but not cherish it at all? It seems that I was right to return at the fastest speed before. Master is the most generous person, but they are so thought of. After this, these 5 people live and die, we no longer care. Looking at the faraway Su Qingxue 4 women, at this time Chao Reed, not only do not feel that the fusion of the wrong, but more determined that the master is the only trustworthy person. As for land dust. After this incident, Yi Chang'an definitely treated the other party as a useless waste. The cultivation was recovered, the resources were recovered, and it was considered to be too clear. From then on, the 7 masters and disciples of the Heaven Mending Pavilion continued to flourish. Definitely don't hurt anyone anymore. Delegates inside. Hard work everyone for this viewing of a good show. From today onwards, the Heaven Mending Pavilion, officially announced that the karma of Lu Chuan and the others is over, and as long as he doesn't do any more bad things, the poor Taoist will not pursue the matter any further. On the other side, Yi Chang'an had a calm and increased face, and finally took out the demeanor of a Sect Master, instantly convincing the crowd. Next. The top and bottom of the Heaven Mending Pavilion received the representatives of the 100 clans and celebrated, and even though they did not reach an alliance agreement, they were still considered to have raised their eyebrows. Since then, in the eyes of the 100 clans, the Heaven Mending Pavilion was considered to be on the same level as the Immortal Hall. Yi Chang'an was also considered a great man on the same level as Taiyan Shuzi. The matter soon came to an end. Not to mention how the crowd of the Immortal Hall viewed the 4 women of Su Qingxue rescuing a loser over. However, within the Heaven Mending Pavilion, after sending away the various guests, Yi Chang'an turned his head, and also had to concentrate on cultivating the newly accepted oldest 6, Lan Shi. Just as the other disciples were cultivating individually. Yi Chang'an substituted the new and old 6 blue shields into his secret room and gave her many instructions in person. Ransom. Disciple is here, but is Master Teacher going to impart power to disciple? Disciple needs to burn incense and bathe for 3 days and 3 nights, then. That's not necessary, you've heard the wrong thing. Master's transmission is the simplest, there's no need for so many processes. Seeing the opposite side of Lan Shi than Shin Hong sleep more naive and cute, a series of clueless, Yi Chang'an suddenly feel comfortable, laughing, but also slowly into the main topic. In a nutshell. Unlike the other 5 apprentices, Rancher was a shark after all, and his various weaknesses were still not small. However, it was good that he was carrying an Earth Dao immortal fetus and a heavenly spirit root, so his enlightenment should not be bad. And so. Yi Chang'an then patiently explained to Lan Shi how the transformation between this mermaid tail of hers and the human legs, and how to adapt to the human environment and so on. It's all theoretical. In practice, in order for Lan Shi to progress faster, Yi Chang'an took out the previous water pillar and let her slowly adapt to the 2 different environments. A few days down the road. The results were really much better. Ding! The host carefully teaches his disciple, helping him to adapt to the new enviro. And quickly embark on the path of the Great Tao, receive an additional reward. Scripture of the Yellow Emperor lower volume. In the ancient times, the central Yellow Emperor created the scripture, containing the laws of the earth path can be used in conjunction with the previous volume. After successful cultivation, you will obtain the laws and mysteries of the earth path, and you can create a brand new power of the earth path on your own, with invincible defenses and invincibility of the innate. 10,000 caddies of the 8th Order Elixir Enlightenment Spirit Rice. 10,000 caddies of the 8th Order Elixir Ginseng Flower Powder. In addition to that, there is also a special equipment that does not have offensive or defensive attributes, but can help disciples transform human legs and mermaid tails. Xianwei True Silk, heavenly ranked attribute less special equipment, tough and indestructible, as you wish, allows the sharks to adapt to the land environment, transforming at any time, and is not half a hindrance.
Seeing such a reward, Yi Chang'an was pleased. On one side, he gave the Shin new real silk to Lanshi, letting her put it on by herself and try it on. From then on it also became a white silk girl. On the one hand, he was giving her the Yellow Emperor's Classic, the next volume as well, which instantly merged to become the complete Yellow Emperor's Classic. From then on, the defense capability definitely counts as the first few of the 6 disciples. As for Lanshi's cultivation, also because of the effects of the Enlightenment Spirit Rice in the past few days, coupled with her own comprehension, it really did rise by leaps and bounds in a single day. On the first day, broke through to the early stage of the Kaiyang realm. The next day, the breakthrough to the middle stage of the Kaiyang realm. On the 5th day, broke through to the late stage of the Kaiyang realm. On the 10th day, finally, the new old 6, Lanshi, were just as accomplished as the previous 6 disciples. Ding! The host has helped his disciple adapt to the new environment, and his cultivation has increased to the point where he is just a hair's breadth away from the Divine Sea realm, obtaining an additional reward. Golden Bell Shield, Yellow Great Superb Magic Weapon, can cover others, within the same realm cannot break through, want to break out, at least then the user must be more powerful than 3 small realms. Iron Cloth Chain, Yellow Great Extreme Magic Treasure, can automatically track, once recognized the target's breath, immortal, automatically locking the other party until found or stop command. Good, the poor Taoist previously obtained the Thunder Emperor Sutra, as well as a set of Exalted King's Defense Suit, and the 3 Great Sage Arts. The only thing he lacked was this kind of offensive magic treasure. Although these 2 magic treasures are not of high grade, it's good to know that they are both quite the practical kind. From now on, when you meet a cunning person, you can also lock on to the other person and cover him. Looking at the new round of cultivation rewards, Yi Chang'an was in an even better mood. So far, within the 6 disciples, other than Luo Yunshang, who had returned to the Xianqiao Divine Dynasty, and Diangzi, who was at the late stage of the Transformation Tribulation realm, the other 4 were all stuck at the Divine Sea realm. Next, the focus is to continue to give them intensive counseling, or to go down the mountain to practice, in order to obtain a breakthrough opportunity. At the same time, just within the 10 days that Yi Chang'an had carefully cultivated Lanshi, other disciples had also come by. Some people were curious about the fact that Ransom was a shark. Some people, on the other hand, pursued the matter and learned that although Lanshi was a shark, she was only at the level of a village girl, and immediately lost interest. The former is as good as Oriental Lioli, Chao Reed, Shinhan Sleeve. The latter was none other than that Ji Eiko. In response, Yi Chang'an did not say much on the surface, but in his heart, he was looking at the different reactions of the different disciples and keeping them in his mind. The original owner had planted this aspect. He didn't want to go back to his old ways. Well, within the small half-month period, it could be seen that the crowd was still good to the new and old 6 blue shields. A few more days passed. Considering that all of them were basically stuck at the bottleneck, and it was impossible to break through by relying on pure aura, Yi Chang'an then looked for the new and old 6, Lanshi, and planned to take them down the mountain to experience. At the same time, it was also a way to fulfill the promise she had previously made to see the human world. The people are ready. This time, my master will take you to a flourishing dynasty, the Zhang dynasty, 3 million miles to the southeast of the floating Slaughter Mountain range, where flowers flourish, and it happens to be holding a clan assembly. This time, Lioli and Red Sleeve guard the home, Reed, Earthingzi, Blue Shield, you and the 3 of you follow one. As he spoke, Yi Chang'an also took out the invitation he received a few days ago. Sure enough, it's a rare refinement within a human dynasty. It was also thanks to the fact that in the recent year, Yi Chang'an's cultivation had skyrocketed and he had repelled the Immortal Temple and demonic cultivators on several occasions, thus spreading his fame. Otherwise, where would he have obtained such a great opportunity? Chapter 68, Tomb of the Immortal Emperor? Unexpected joy. After hearing Yi Chang'an's words, the crowd was indeed overjoyed. Although they were all experts in the cultivation world and weren't very interested in mortals, it would be a good choice if they could join this clan assembly. After all, not every human dynasty could host a clan conference, and that Zhang dynasty didn't look weak. It can be practiced a bit. That's for the best. And so, right at the early morning of the next day, Yi Chang'an left behind the 2nd disciple Dongfang Lioli and the 4th disciple Shin Hongso, and brought along the 3rd disciple Chao Reed, the 5th disciple Diangzi, and the 6th disciple Lanshi. The group of 4 went south at once. Along the way, he really saw the other clans of the 100 clans of the floating mountain, and there were also people who had been invited. It was said that this clan conference was not small in scale. The Zhang dynasty is the strongest human dynasty within a radius of 5 million miles, and although it's not a specialized cultivation sect, it's said that it's not just on our side of the floating Slaughter Mountain range,
but even the other large mountain ranges to the east have been invited over there as well. This time the pomp and circumstance is unprecedented. Anything below the Divine Sea realm is nothing. If you want to enter a higher level of ranking, you have to at least be in the Purple Mansion realm, Cave Void realm, or even the Transformation Juggernaut realm. However, Sect Master Yi has long been in existence close to Nirvana, flying in the daytime, so I think there should be no major obstacles this time around, so congratulations in advance to your sect for the good results. Yes, we all know that Sect Leader Yi is not what he used to be. This time, your clan has definitely made a gain. Along the way, many people were representatives of those who had seen Lu Chen's cultivation being abolished last time, thus treating Yi Chang'an and the others with more respect and more politeness. Master and disciple Yi Chang'an were also finally enjoying their first respect in recent years. Happy, but each with their own arrangements. The other clans accelerated over to the clan conference. Yi Chang'an, on the other hand, brought along his 3 disciples, and while rushing along, he nevertheless also let them get off the clouds from time to time, experiencing the suffering of the human world, thus enhancing the Enlightenment insights. In this way, it was staggered with the 100 clans one after the other. Until this day. The master and disciples were about to finish their breakfast and continue their journey, when suddenly, they were met by a group of old acquaintances, not the disciples of the Immortal Temple, but which one was it? Io, this is not the group of garbage in the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. How is it that Ingzi, you actually look like this downtrodden after defecting to them? This time, the Immortal Hall was invited by the Zhang dynasty as the first VIP of the Floating Mountain, and you guys didn't get that chance? It's really pathetic. Oh, if I had known that, why would I have defected to that loser? This group is also too capable of death. Thinking that he hadn't seen Yi Chang'an and the others rushing to the Zhang dynasty, he must not be qualified and thus mocked, but he didn't want to, but the word spoke Diangzi's soft underbelly. Jioko was no ordinary person. Early on, over at the Immortal Temple, he dared to kill and fight, and no one dared to bully him. Not to mention today? How dare a bunch of losers compete with the poor Taoist? Do you really think the poor Taoist doesn't dare to kill? You and the others are rude in the front, humiliating the poor Taoist master in the back, and then, not listening to the warnings at all. In this case, the poor Taoist can start a killing spree. After saying this, just as Yi Chang'an and the others came over to watch the show, Earthingzi really did strike out in a rage. At this moment, the dozens of Immortal Temple disciples on the opposite side were too late to dodge. The ones at the front with foul mouths and disobedience were smashed to smithereens on the spot. The others are scared out of their asses. Either run away immediately or immediately get down on your knees and beg for forgiveness. Sect Master Yi, you have to control Diangzi, we are just casually joking, how can we? We're all righteous clans, you can't have infighting? Infighting? What do you mean by infighting? You guys so hurriedly went south and indiscriminately insulted the poor Taoist, that's what's called infighting, and if you want to live, that's fine, tell us why exactly you're so agitated this time? It wasn't that Yi Chang'an was afraid of anyone, but he didn't want to kill anyone randomly. And so, while stopping the Earthingzi who still wanted to strike with his eyes, at the same time, he was also able to see some eyebrows in the eyes of this group of Immortal Hall disciples. Sure enough. Next, these few Immortal Hall disciples who begged for forgiveness really did confess to a major event. Although the Immortal Hall was in a hurry to go south to participate in the sect assembly this time, it was definitely not so bad as to send out these ordinary disciples, and the reason why this was so was purely because they had discovered the tomb of an immortal emperor nearby. Tomb of the Immortal Emperor? Just 1,080,000 miles south of Mount Faustus in the valley? Is this true? Yi Chang'an repeatedly asked these few Immortal Temple disciples. The other party had long been scared to death without dignity, which dared to deceive awe. Instantly all sorts have spewed out. It is also true that not far to the south in the valley, is the Immortal Emperor's tomb discovered by the people of the Immortal Temple, as for the truth is not good to say more. However, according to these few ordinary disciples of the Immortal Hall, all 7 great giants might be out this time. That authenticity is still no small thing. That's fine, the poor Taoist doesn't kill innocent people, so you guys go back, but don't casually mention the poor Taoist and the others. Seeing that things had come to this point, Yi Chang'an intended to let these people go by taking a look over there. And after bringing 3 disciples to that so-called 10,000-mile valley, they took a closer look, but they were a bit indecisive. However, it was seen that some residual aura of the immortals of the ancient era did exist in this 10,000-mile valley. However, it was too little compared to the Faustian mysteries. Moreover, the vicinity of this place was sparsely populated, the aura was thin, and there was even no semblance of defensive formations or puppets and so on, making it inscrutable.
Is it really a fairy grave or not? Or is it a quandary? You and the three of you back off, for the teacher in front to open the way. This place breath true and false difficult to distinguish, sometimes and sometimes, do not be careless. Yi Chang'an decisively opened the way in front. With that honor the king's suit in his possession, he was immediately much more at ease. A look at so, behind the three people, shall read because it is a returned disciple so no reward, just stand fixed. Yi Chang'an recently gained shelter, groundings E change on the heaven and earth defense suit, blue shirt change on the E earth defense suit. Bottom line. After the four masters and disciples were ready, they immediately followed behind Yi Chang'an, and with the acumen of the system, they found a place that looked like a suspected entrance. Heaven's robbery finger. A wave of terrifying finger power penetrated out, and all of a sudden, it bombarded an entrance that allowed the crowd to go. Bitter Rancher was not too skilled at using the earthen defense set for the first time and almost had an accident. Hooray! Yi Chang'an dodged over and decisively saved her at the same time, but he also faintly heard someone transmitting to him. I am the spirit consciousness left behind by the immortal emperor, and I hereby welcome all of you who are adventurous. The traps here are at the minimum the full force of a divine sea realm expert. If you want to go over, just try your best. Winner takes all. The loser backs off. Never force it. Chapter 69. This reward is a bit of a child's play. Boom. The moment he heard these words, Yi Chang'an felt his body and mind shaken. Obviously, he hadn't gone to the wrong place this time. It really was the grave of some immortal emperor. Otherwise, it was impossible for a random remnant of spiritual awareness to be so powerful. You wait where you are and don't move. And let the master take a look or two. This place is very mysterious. There are not many organs, however, the strength is so strong that it is difficult for non-divine sea realm to enter. It looks like that immortal emperor is even more anxious to find his heir than we are. Yi Chang'an was at least someone who had experienced some life and death, and at this moment, he immediately instructed the three to stay where they were while he looked around on his own. Roughly draw conclusions. This place right now shouldn't be considered the entirety of the immortal emperor's tomb. At most, it's only the first level of initiation. Just this alone could make it difficult to enter under the divine sea realm, so it was evident that it was not generally powerful, and must be properly explored. Dare I ask this? Well, immortal emperor senior, how should we cross the border to be considered victorious? The breadth of this place is residual and uncertain, and the organs are buried too deeply. Could it be that the immortal emperor senior is not at all worried about being picked up by mortals, and instead misses out on the opportunity to be the best heir? Furthermore, the poor Taoist is not talented, yet he is also in the realm of transformation and havoc cultivation, and he has just tried to find out. It seems that there are other organs after this first official level. I wonder if there are rewards for each level? Yi Chang'an sort of asked the right question. Upon hearing these words, that remnant of spiritual sense indeed revealed a few looks of surprise, obviously being surprised by this boldness of his towards the front and his strength to foresee in advance for a moment down the line. It then decisively gave Yi Chang'an an explanation. Simply put, that immortal emperor here has an unusual character, and thus, there is no need for any cover or front organs, etc. Instead, they made a big show of letting anyone break in. There are rewards for each level. Each level has a different reward. For example, right now, the first level is that it needs everyone who comes in to have a good discussion with it, the remaining spiritual consciousness of the immortal emperor. The person with the top result of the argument receives a reward. Those who have a moderate result in the discourse will be allowed to proceed to the next level. But if it's a lower resultant person, then it's best to go back immediately to avoid death. Sure. If someone with the upper level of the discourse results leads the way, they can let others in as well. But the outcome is hard to predict. Consequences are at your own risk. So it's a civil fight? The three of you go up in turn and try it. Last one for the master. Yi Chang'an understood the meaning of this immortal emperor's remaining spiritual consciousness, and without any nonsense, this allowed the three to take turns to come forward, each discussing the Tao. Sure enough, I saw that Chao Reed, Earthingzi, and Lan Shi were each asked a question. Dare I ask fellow Taoist Chao Reed, do you know what cultivation is? Latecomer is not talented. Cultivation is to gather aura, break through the realm, achieve nirvana, and transcend life and death? No, you answered wrong. The result is inferior. Please step back. Dare I ask fellow Taoist Diingzi, do you know what a realm is? As far as my juniors know, realm is the standard that distinguishes the strength of cultivation, but it doesn't represent the absolute. The real strength depends on the realm, the magic treasures, the techniques, the equipment, the spells, the divine abilities, and so on. Well, it's not bad, worthy of being a strong person of the transformation and apocalypse realm,
but unfortunately, the result is medium, later. Dare to ask this. He actually still shark origin. Rare launcher Taoist friend, can you understand why the shark innate unable to cultivate like mortals? My juniors don't know my juniors only know that it's very comfortable to be with master teacher, cultivation or not, there's no such thing. I can't imagine that there are actually such sharks in the later generations, that's just it. I'll give you an evaluation, the result is inferior, but your blessings are deep, and you will have another chance in the future, so I won't say much. 3 disciples tried it down. Chao Reed is considered the worst result, but also because her strength is all fusion. And Diangzi was the most dissatisfied, he came from the immortal temple, and it was said that he had some affinity with this immortal emperor, so why was he only given the middle grade as well? Can't help but doubt myself. Only the last one, Rancher, was actually the most adorably dorky and didn't care at all about the outcome, but instead received an alternative rating. 3 disciples, 2 of lower grade and 1 of middle grade, only Launcher seems to be appreciated by this immortal emperor's remaining spiritual sense. It seems that it, like the poor Taoist, can see that Launcher will have great fortune in the future. Right after the 3 of them, Yi Chang'an thought briefly, but without hesitation, he decisively overtook them. Please teach me, elder. Good point. Dare to ask Yi. Somewhat interesting, you little guy haha, not to mention, directly ask you is. Dare I ask if Sect Master Yi knows what life and death are? The poor Taoist is not talented and knows little life and death are, but thought mortals are afraid of death, immortals are afraid of life. The Nirvana realm is taken by all as the interval between transcending life and death, however, in the opinion of the poor Taoist, Nirvana is only child's play, and in order to truly transcend life and death, one needs to arrive at the transcendence realm at the very least, that is to say, to achieve greatness. However, there is no upper limit to the great Tao, and the great emperor is but yellow earth. Millions of years from now life and death are just as fair to mortals and immortals, and the only way to truly witness the Tao is to arrive at eternity. Yi Chang'an's reply was just too much beyond common sense, causing the 3 people behind him to be greatly shocked and confused, and also causing the immortal emperor's remaining spiritual sense to stiffen for several breaths. Until finally, it let out a sigh, apparently also moved by this seemingly incongruous, seemingly treacherous, but in fact most profound answer. Eventually, gave it a top rating. Congratulations to Sect Leader Yi for answering the most correctly, with a top result, rewarding a volume of the Immortal Emperor's psychic technique, which, although only a lower yellow grade, was the root of the Immortal Emperor's comprehension back then. As he spoke, the Immortal Emperor's psychic technique was delivered to Yi Chang'an's hand. He looked down and saw that it was the most basic psychic technique. Can't use it myself. However, it is still possible to give 6 disciples to observe in order to prove themselves. Next, the first level opens. The 4 masters and disciples walked in calmly. In the meantime, just as Yi Chang'an and the others passed the first level, outside, the immortal hall crowd arrived one after another. Among them, the 6 holy sons do not speak. There was also Lu Chen, who had actually broken through to the early Xinjiao realm again after 10 days of warming up. Junior brother needn't worry, this time, it is said that once you pass the level and obtain the reward, it will allow you to remodel your body, and when you are well integrated, you can break through and stand on your own 2 feet. This inheritance can be 100 times more powerful than the side of the Faust mystic realm. That immortal emperor is said to be very close to our immortal temple's old ancestor. He will definitely give you a chance, we will definitely protect you. Su Qingxue actually acted as the leader of the great elder's lineage this time, with a conceited face and all sorts of appeasement. Hearing this, Lu Chen was outwardly delighted with resentment in his heart. Hated Yi Chang'an. After this success, the first one is going to exterminate the Heaven Mending Pavilion. It's a pity that the cultivation of heavy cultivation can't catalyze the Heavenly Demon Master's magic treasure, otherwise. Damn Yi Chang'an, I'll damn well make you regret, kneel and kowtow, and cry in pain. Chapter 70 Genius on top of genius. Outside the Immortal Emperor's tomb, the Immortal Temple crowd is new to the city, but is not in a hurry to come in to find the treasure, but really think they are the first to arrive. Especially with Lu Duan as the most important. Until this moment, Lu Chen didn't know at all that there were people like Yi Chang'an who had already gotten there first. Instead he thought that this was all his chance. Inside the Immortal Emperor's tomb, Yi Chang'an and the others had successfully taken the first level and gained their rewards even though they didn't know that outsiders had come from outside. This Immortal Emperor's psychic art was not of high grade. Yi Chang'an was too lazy to personally cultivate it and immediately threw it to his 3 disciples. It didn't take long for all 3 disciples to really make a lot of progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host's third disciple Chao Reed, successfully broke through the open sun realm consummation, is about to enter the state of epiphany. After the epiphany, you can open the divine sea. Ding! Congratulations to the host's fifth disciple, Diingzi, who has successfully broken through the late stage of the transformation tribulation realm and is about to enter the state of epiphany, after which he can achieve the perfection of the transformation tribulation realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host's sixth disciple, Lan Shi, who has successfully broken through the open yang realm perfection and is about to enter the state of epiphany, after which the divine sea can be opened. Hearing that the three disciples entered the state of epiphany at the same time, Yi Chang'an was nothing but overjoyed. This pauses to enter the second level. Turning to guard for them. It didn't take long. Each of the three disciples had a big breakthrough in their cultivation, but their performance was not quite the same. Just see. On the third disciple Chao Reed's side, after several months of bitter cultivation, coupled with this epiphany, he finally opened up the divine sea. 900 miles in the Sea of God. It is encircled by black dragons that spit out arcane water. There are waves rolling underneath it and it's so amazing. Such a heaven and earth vision, even though it was confined by the entire immortal emperor's tomb and did not manifest externally, was enough to make people look at her in an impressive manner. Good job, Reed. This girl, previously not easy to return, has been worried about their inability to break through. Now, the achievement of the divine sea realm is considered very good. The future is naturally more promising. Yi Chang'an took the lead in congratulating the first third disciple to break through, Chao Reed, who was filled with gratitude and tears. After all, a year ago she was still a traitor just like Lu Duan and the others. Now finally out of the confusion. Next. A system reward came from Yi Chang'an's mind. Ding! The host helps his disciple have a temporary epiphany and opens up 900 miles of the divine sea, obtaining an additional reward. 10,000 caddies of the 8th order elixir enlightenment spirit rice. 10,000 caddies of the 8th order elixir ginseng flower powder. 10,000 caddies of the 8th order elixir, grass of fusion. Grass of fusion, 8th rank spirit medicine, although it cannot directly absorb the aura therein, it can fuse all kinds of disordered auras in the user's body, and ultimately converge into one. Such a reward wasn't too good, but it wasn't too bad either, especially, with Yi Chang'an himself on the verge of marching towards the Nirvana realm, it was never good to have too many mixed auras in his body. Now, with this 8th order spirit medicine fusion of grass, it was much more convenient. And at this time, Yi Chang'an had just looked at the third disciple Chao Reed with eyes full of appreciation, and hadn't said too much to her yet, but he saw that the fifth disciple Diingzi's side had also reacted. Ding! The host helps his disciple to have a temporary epiphany and break through to the consummation of the transformation juncture realm, obtaining an additional reward. 50,000 pounds of the 8th order elixir enlightenment spirit rice. 50,000 caddies of the 8th order elixir ginseng pollen. 50,000 pounds of the 8th order herb fusion grass. This time the rewards are similar to the former and need no introduction. However, being able to store some more spirit medicines was quite good, both for Yi Chang'an himself and for the entire Heaven Mending Pavilion. Consequently, Yi Chang'an congratulated Diingzi with the same great joy, and the latter was humble and said that it was all due to his master. You're too modest, Jianzi, you're bound to fly in the white sun in the future. Yi Chang'an smiled and glanced at the low-keyed Diingzi, and before he could finish his follow-up words, he saw that, on the other side, Lan Shi followed suit and opened the divine sea. Not 900 miles. Much less the hundreds of miles and tens of miles kind of thing that ordinary people do. Instead, it's a full 9,000 miles. It's just absolutely amazing. Woohoo! A heaven and earth vision flashed violently around Lan Shi. On it, the yellow dragon tumbled, kneeling down to congratulate, looking respectful, far beyond the kind of situation of an ordinary person opening up a divine sea. Underneath it, the carriage greeted her and allowed her to ascend, and thousands of people worshipped her, even manifesting the image of Lan Shi's future and that of a female emperor. Such a heaven and earth vision was comparable to the heaven and earth vision that Empress Luo Yunshang once had, in addition to Yi Chang'an's opening up of the divine sea for 100,000 miles back then. In other words, sixth disciple Blue Shield. The future is limitless. Ding! The host helps his disciple have a temporary epiphany and opens up the divine sea for 9,000 miles, receiving an additional reward. 100,000 caddies of the 8th order elixir enlightenment spirit rice. 100,000 caddies of the 8th order elixir ginseng pollen. 100,000 pounds of the 8th order herb fusion grass. Blue Shio, this girl's infinite potential. The reward given exceeded Chao Reed, not to mention, even, also exceeded the grounding Z.
When Yi Chang'an was greatly surprised and delighted, he himself also gained a lot through the system rebate.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for learning the Immortal Emperor's psychic art in 1 second, arriving directly at the Perfection Realm, and obtaining the following rewards. Reward 1, cultivation directly increased by 1/10 of a minor realm. The host's current cultivation is in the middle of the transformation and appraisal realm, 30%. Reward 2, receive a chance to perfect the Immortal Emperor's psychic art, which will allow the host to surpass the original author, that is, that Immortal Emperor, in his comprehension of the spell. Seeing such a reward, Yi Chang'an was not so concerned about that bit of progress in terms of cultivation, but rather directly combined it with the strengths and weaknesses of the disciple's cultivation, as well as the experience he had gained.
Just talk to that Immortal Emperor's remaining spiritual sense.
Senior Immortal Emperor, this Gong method seems to be perfect, but there are still active loopholes, such as,
if it can be improved,
that's better.
But for a moment, let it be shocked as well.
Sect leader Yi is not simple. To be able to take this spell to the next level, in that case, it's this Immortal Emperor who was a bit fluttery. It seems that you are truly a genius on top of a genius. This was a compliment from an ancient Immortal Emperor. It was as good as 10,000 words from an ordinary person. Yi Chang'an was slightly pleased in his heart, which continued to lead the crowd to enter. Along the way, the 3 disciples were all kinds of grateful and thanked Yi Chang'an for giving them the gongfu.
Yi Chang'an looked at the 3 with a smile of satisfaction, greatly pleased. Soon. Come to the second level.
On top of a 100-foot stone tablet, there were 2 lines of words handwritten by this Immortal Emperor. On the left is, he who has my legacy may enter. The right side is, those who do not qualify, choose the right side to leave, and there are heavy treasures left over there as thanks.
You another 2 write out, for the teacher box grounding Z and continue to try to see.
Yi Chang'an gave an order. The 2 disciples behind him didn't say anything, which consciously walked to the right.
Only Yi Chang'an and Diangzi pushed with both hands, thus opening the stone monument of the second level. Walked in. Is it an easy pass? Or is it just another hardship? No one knows.
For Yi Chang'an, being able to see that the first level of rewards allowed the 3 disciples to break through so fast was already satisfying. Nature is not afraid of any difficulties ahead.
Contemporary sect leader of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, Mr. Yi, has come to seek advice.
With these words, Yi Chang'an really came to the second level.
Chapter 71 The Secret Realm of Inheritance, Pass 3 is abolished.
A second ago, Yi Chang'an was walking in a familiar secret path. In the next second, as the second level literally opened, he found himself and Jianzi suddenly falling into a black and white mysterious space at the same time.
There are no boundaries here. There is no concept of time and space.
This place should be the secret realm of that Immortal Emperor's inheritance. The aura here isn't simple, it's worthy of being left by an Immortal Emperor big brother. I can't feel half of the 5 elemental auras outside, and I can't mobilize half of my own divine spells. It can be said that apart from the system, all my previous kinds of abilities have been temporarily imprisoned. With this kind of handiwork, the difficulty of the test is bound to increase. This thought had just arisen in Yi Chang'an's side of his mind.
See you next.
In the void ahead, a half-blurred, half-clear silhouette of an ancient Immortal Emperor suddenly appeared.
This man is very domineering. Wildly confident.
A single glance pierced through the entire million-mile Faustian mountain range.
One sound was enough to shock thousands of Nirvana realm powerhouses.
Even if it is millions of years in the past.
And yet, it never changes the color of the year. It definitely exceeded what the 7 giants of the Immortal Temple were.
Even if Yi Chang'an had encountered the most powerful heavenly demon after crossing over, when placed here, he was afraid that it would not be as good as the other party by 1,000,000%. That aura of self-conscious adoration.
That chilling aura. It's horrible. It's also too exciting. Yi Chang'an, why don't you worship the great emperor when you see him?
A rolling, almost destructive voice came over, almost causing Yi Chang'an's Tao to become unstable and his entire physical body and Yuanshan to collapse. But he hardened his teeth and resisted.
In the next second, he couldn't help but also take a few steps forward and smiled faintly.
Senior Immortal Emperor is courteous. Late generation Yi Chang'an, even though I am not talented, I am one of the people who cultivate. The so-called Great Tao has no order, the one who reaches it is the first. Although you are one step ahead, accomplishing the transcendent realm, and can barely make it as a great emperor, but the later generation can also surpass your shackles later on, so it is enough to make a bow. Where is the need to pay homage? With these words, that Immortal Emperor's silhouette unexpectedly froze on the spot, and then laughed several times.
Yet there was no discontent. Instead, it was all kinds of awesome. A good one, the great Tao has no precedence, the one who reaches it is the first. Based on your words, this immortal emperor recognizes you as a disciple, plus just now when I examined you and this disciple of yours, it is indeed the inheritance of this immortal emperor's disciple. Next, listen up. Big words are good, practical actions are hard. You and this disciple of yours need to pass the test within a total of 3 times to obtain this immortal emperor's extreme Tao Emperor soldier, otherwise, there is no need to come. Once you fail all 3 times, you will not be able to continue the test this time. On his day, he may give the inheritance qualification to your next generation of disciples, and come back later, only, whether or not he loses the treasure by that time, that may not be known for a while. Hearing this, Yi Chang'an and Dingzi looked at each other, knowing that this test was indeed much harder than the previous level. Just 3 times in total. Echo Earth volunteered to take the first test. For the remaining 2 times, he could only rely on Yi Chang'an himself. Master, disciple goes first. Seeing that Yi Chang'an's thoughts were similar to his own, Dingzi did not have any nonsense, which led him to take a step towards the front, and he was brought in by an inexplicable vortex. And I don't know how long it's been. Yi Chang'an was thinking that, with the cultivation of Dingzi's hallowed cultivation of the consummate Huanjia realm, he shouldn't fail too quickly, but he didn't want to, just at this time. Whoa whoa whoa! As that inexplicable vortex reappeared, Earthingzi actually couldn't hold on for more than half a quarter of an hour before he returned with serious injuries and spitting blood. Master, beware, there is something here. Earthingzi hadn't even finished saying this, Yi Chang'an sighed, had already felt that the inexplicable vortex actually entangled itself, and was almost about to die. Fortunately, Yi Chang'an was not weak and quickly counterattacked. Skyjacking fingers. A strong mana shot out, as if hitting some unknown enemy in the void. The other party's body shook for a moment before Yi Chang'an pulled Dingzi to flash next to him to rest, while giving him 1,000 pounds of Gnosis spirit rice to speed up the repair of his internal injuries. On the other hand, he was gazing and alerting the surroundings. Master, this test is not simple, it is divided into 3 rounds. The first round is to challenge an enemy 10 times your own. Disciple is incompetent, I have disgraced you. Seeing Yi Chang'an's one-finger power, blocking the secret sneak-attacking enemy for himself, Dingzi was grateful, but he also flew to say what had happened. Once he heard this, Yi Chang'an's expression did not change, but he was only slightly surprised in his heart. This second level really isn't easy. 3 rounds of tests. The first round will have to deal with an enemy with 10 times the power. It was no wonder that as strong as the strongest saint's son before the immortal hall, Earthingzi was defeated in seconds. No matter how powerful he was still the consummation of the transformation tribulation realm. It was naturally impossible to fight a great power above the nirvana realm. Don't waste your strength, absorb the aura properly and repair yourself. What comes next, just leave it to the master. Yi Chang'an smiled faintly and pacified Dingzi. Instead, he himself stepped forward casually. Sure enough, this time, as if sensing his intention to take over the next 2 tests, the inexplicable vortex swept him in. Next, Yi Chang'an arrived at a half-empty ring located in an unknown void. On the left is the self with 10 times the power, and on the right is Yi Chang'an himself. This is the first of what is known as the 3 rounds of testing. Beat yourself, kill yourself, see yourself, beat all beings, kill all beings, see all beings. Senior Immortal Emperor, you seem to be outdated in this game. Tai Xian hands. Heaven's robbery finger. Unlike the previous Dingzi, this time, it was Yi Chang'an's turn. He was really more active and positive. Just a few sneers later. With that, the strongest battle power erupted. The 2 saint arts just soared. On the other side, that 10 times stronger self really did the same thing, sending out 2 10 times stronger feats, but unfortunately, this kind of saint technique even immortal emperors can't simulate. Thus the hit was actually ordinary mana as well. Yi Chang'an saw the opportunity early and looked thrilled, but in fact there was no tension. It was at the moment when the terrifying power of the 2 men crossed paths, suddenly sacrificing the thoughtless tenfold pillar that even immortal emperors didn't have. Ha! This thing, it's a bit interesting, it's actually a magic treasure that this immortal emperor hadn't even seen back in the day. Little friend Yi, you've impressed me. Senior Immortal Emperor is flattered. The late generation has not yet broken the barrier, what does it count? Eat my stick. Yi Chang'an's battle became more and more courageous, not only making the immortal emperor's remaining spiritual sense surprised and more convinced, but also making the opposite self with 10 times the strength show a hint of panic. This is the time. The thoughtless 10 pillars carried an unrelenting momentum and smashed it, also allowing Yi Chang'an to pass the first round without any danger. Immediately after, in the second round of the test, there was a self with 100 times the strength. But it is only an accumulation of quantity but no qualitative change. There is no wrongdoing under the 10 by 10 pillar of thoughtlessness. Yi Chang'an's violent kills were not negotiable. Eventually, the previous Earthingzi of the black and white void had just recovered from his injuries when he saw Yi Chang'an walk out with a calm face and greeted the third round of the test. Master, you are really powerful, be careful next, I don't know what other tests there are. Well, the master understands. Round 3. Ha! Yi Chang'an did not finish his words, but suddenly he saw a distortion of space and time in front of him, and what appeared again was no other than what he feared the most. It's no one else. Hers was the 6 former disciples. Chapter 72. Is there anyone faster than our immortal temple? This third level, it's actually just a few heart demons? Seeing the opposite 6 old acquaintances, Yi Chang'an face like water, not at all shocked, but surprised. This immortal emperor's test is not too childish. Sure enough, the next second, it was then that he heard the visions of the 6 disciples begin to mouth off at him, adding verbal insults, before, in turn, they took their turn. Yi Chang'an, you've let us down too much, so you're this kind of master. You don't care if junior brother is seriously injured, but you're slandering him as a demonic cultivator. Is this the next time we're going to be slandered as demonic cultivators as well? In that case, we won't follow you, who have no teacher's morals. You'd better let us go, but don't expect us to stay. Otherwise, our 5 sisters will not only take our youngest senior brother and leave of our own accord, joining the Ming sect instead, but also, from now on, every time we meet one person, we will publicize your deeds. It can be said that the 100 clans of the floating Slaughter Mountain range, although the master elders of the various clans are uneven, you are the worst one. At this time you still do not wake up, is it, must we follow you? This scene, how similar to the original master's death, Yi Chang'an over that time the picture? One of the same 6 white wolves. Same 6 debt collectors. The difference is that this time, the moral abduction and verbal attacks are actually more than 10 times stronger than that time, actually. In the original owner's place, he would definitely not be able to stand this kind of heart demon. Smaller ones have their psychological defenses shattered. Heavier ones may be addicted. Can't help myself. However, that's the same trick that worked best for the original owner. For Yi Chang'an, invalid. The reason is simple. He wasn't the original owner at all, so what could he do with even 10 times more attack power? Senior Immortal Emperor, the tactic of moral kidnapping has long since become obsolete to Poverty Road. In particular, how can these 6 people continue to intimidate the Taoist heart of the poor Tao when their karma is broken with the poor Tao? Better come up with something more powerful. In the face of these heart demons, Yi Chang'an's reaction exceeded the Immortal Emperor's remaining spiritual sense by too much, and without even waiting for the other party to react, he directly let out a bellowing cry, and actually knocked back these 6 heart demons. Next, Yi Chang'an's mouth even broke out a counterattack that even the Immortal Emperor's remaining spiritual consciousness greatly admired. A demon of the mind is a demon of the mind, able to mimic a person's expression and state, but unable to surpass their mischief. It's better for the poor Taoist to teach you. Those 6 are not as good as you with their mouths, but their hearts are more poisonous, and after that, the poor Taoist retrieves 1, abolishes 1, and never forgives the other 4. For this reason, if you want the poor Taoist to lose, you will have to change some of your words. For example, slandering the poor Taoist for having once ganged up on you 5 girls? Another example is to say that the poor Tao colludes with demonic cultivators, not counting, but also defects to a certain heavenly demon? This is the minimum posture of a bad guy. Look at these weak attacks of yours, and heart demons? If all the heart demons these days are so weak, how can they guard the treasures of the Immortal Emperor seniors? Clunk! With this enhanced output of Yi Chang'an's mouth, the 6 heart demons that had tried to compel him a second ago were all dumbfounded and stunned. It's not that they're incompetent. Rather, Yi Chang'an was stronger. I have seen those who are not afraid of the devil in their hearts, but I have not seen those who are more demonic and more terrifying than the devil in their hearts. Stand back, you and others. This Taoist Yi is not simple. Since ordinary heart demons are ineffective against him, in that case, this Immortal Emperor, give him a more powerful heart demon. In the black and white void, seeing that Yi Chang'an had broken the ordinary heart demon of his third round of test so quickly, the Immortal Emperor's remaining spiritual sense also came to be interested. 2 words. In the next second, a new batch of 6 heart demons actually did appear. This time, it was because the secret realm was updated and replaced with the 6 that Yi Chang'an had recently taken in. Are they? This is always fun. Come on all of you, poor Taoist, either don't spray or spray together. Seeing that it was illusion Luo Yunshang, illusion Dongfang Liuli, illusion Chao Reed, illusion Shin Hongsleeve, illusion Diangzi, as well as illusion Lan Shi and the other 6 who appeared, Yi Chang'an smiled more openly. Unsurprisingly. In the very next second, without waiting for these 6 people to continue their attack, Yi Chang'an backhanded and made an attack that made them even more unprepared. It could simply stun the remaining spiritual sense of that immortal emperor. Says who isn't a good teacher? Since I'm not, you all off. That I'm delaying your practice? Fine, to destroy the clan is it? The poor Taoist will join you. You have to be professional to be a heart demon, come on, stuttering and sporadic attacks, did you guys not eat or go to school? Seeing that Yi Chang'an was not afraid of the heart demons at all, but instead taught them how to do evil, at this moment, the 6 new heart demons on the opposite side, as well as the remaining spiritual consciousness of the immortal emperor behind them, were all dumbfounded. This kid is too good, isn't he? Not afraid of any demons? No wonder that reasoning was uttered earlier. Sure enough, it came later. That's just it, this immortal emperor has waited for thousands of years, and it's the first time I've encountered a ruthless person like you, fellow Taoist Yi. Congratulations on passing the 3rd round of the test. Take this secret treasure with you, there are other people coming over here, this immortal emperor will see you off, I hope that you, fellow Taoist Yi, will still remember this immortal emperor when you achieve something extraordinary in the other side. Not long after Yi Chang'an's master and disciples passed the barrier on the front foot, the immortal hall crowd came to the second barrier with great difficulty, but Lu Chuan and the others did not find the expected secret treasures, but instead, there were traces that someone had been here. There was a great deal of anger. Who stole my secret treasure? There can't be any outsiders here, could it be? It's the previous batch of disciples from the immortal hall. Damn! I'm the one who should be the most deserving of the secret treasure, what the hell are you guys grabbing? A bunch of deserving losers. Under great anger, Lu Chen had dared to go through the 2nd level without obtaining the inheritance. Next. A terrifying aura passed out. Dared to barge in without an inheritance, looking for death. Rumble. With the immortal emperor's remaining spiritual sense sending out a terrifying aura, Lu Chuan was hit hard and spat out blood, next to Su Qingxue 4 women in addition to rescue, but they did not dare to half delay. Immediately crush the charm. The 3 pristine ones are in a hurry. Earth escape. The talisman is lit. Escape transient. Throughout the 2nd level, only the immortal emperor's remaining spiritual sense was left to lament if at all. Have a son like Yi Chang'an. What kind of bull fairy temple? Shame on this group. Back here. Chapter 73. One plan doesn't work, another one is poisonous. I don't see where I've been before, I don't see where I'll be after, I think of the longevity of heaven and earth, and I look down in pathos. This immortal emperor has been trapped here for thousands of years, how have I ever met a confidant like little friend Yi? Unable to do so, I am already old when you are born, and I do not exist when you come. What is the point of cultivating transcendence when you cannot drink the water of the heavenly river painfully with you in this life? How has the heavens been kind to me? This immortal emperor, to be able to make the acquaintance of this person, Yi Chang'an, is not a regrettable death. Once again restored the lonely depths of the immortal emperor's tomb, at this time, leaving only the silent feelings of this nameless immortal emperor, vicissitudes and pathos. This scene really fulfills the previous Yi Chang'an's words, there is no order in the road, the one who reaches the first. He who had transcended first had not been reduced to the crushed yellow earth of the river of time? Yi Chang'an, who came on the latter step, was rather more far-sighted and open-minded than him, and, perhaps, had higher achievements in the future. At the thought of this, the remaining spiritual consciousness of this nameless immortal emperor, while enduring the baptism of time, was at the same time reciting poems and composing poems on its own, sort of the only fun in the last some stages of his life. Heaven does not give birth to itself. Vertical transcendence. And lonely. With this sound of emotion, in the next second, the entire tomb of the immortal emperor suddenly merged and disappeared from the eyes of the general public, sinking to 1,000,000 feet below. I don't know when or how it will be turned on again. It's as if I don't know when or where it came from. Outside the immortal emperor's tomb. First step out of the Chao Reed and Blue Shield's 2 women, this journey through a lot of shock, but the most at the moment is still worried about whether the master is not okay. Senior is powerful and won't just have an accident,
don't worry about it, 6th senior sister. Besides, there's still the 5th senior brother over there, who was once the strongest saint son of the immortal temple. You and I can just take care of ourselves. Inside the two women, or Chow Reed is relatively more stable. As expected, once she said this, Ransom was also a few points more at ease. The two sisters continued to wait it out. While there was some anxiety, he saw, in the direction of the exit, an amazing movement, as if some gate was closing. Could it be the master? No good. Never let anything happen to master. The two women then panicked for a moment and hurriedly chased after them. They happened to see the four women, Lu Chen and Su Qingxue, who had come out in a state of distress. It's natural for enemies to see each other. It's you again, and this. Wait, this person is afraid that this person is not also a beautiful woman abducted by the surname Yi, right? Sure enough, with is a bunch of junior brother, it seems that it is this group of people who have stolen the secret treasure that belongs to you. It is estimated that the surname Yi has already fallen, we might as well. Between the words, Su Qingxue, who was only a moral critic in the past, now, actually rose to the point of using force and killing people in retaliation. As soon as he heard this, that Lu Chen's eyes became even more shady and vicious. Just the thing to take out all the humiliation. For senior sisters, you guys hold the Chow Reed bitch, this new, junior brother I'll do it. This is a godsend. Their group thought they could snatch the secret treasure by following us in, but now it seems to have angered the immortal emperor inside even more, and they were killed as well. Ha 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 ha. This is my Lu Dust's happiest moment. Since this is the case, let their family be neat and tidy, and from now on, the heaven-mending pavilion will be removed. With Lu Chuan's words, the four girls, Su Qingxue, who were already at odds with the heaven-mending pavilion in life and death, really took out their crazy energy and attacked in all kinds of ways. On the contrary, Chow Reed and Lan Shi's side, although they had just broken through the Divine Sea realm, they lacked consolidation, plus they also had to be distracted by worrying about Yi Chang'an, so they inevitably made a mistake. After a few rounds, seeing that the two women were about to lose, the 5 Lu Chuan people were ecstatic. Heavenly fire technique. Su Qingxue shouted, unexpectedly bursting out with her strongest battle power, using one of the intermediate spells of the Immortal Hall taught by Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi. A high-temperature flame was like a chain, locking towards the opposite Chow Reed and Lan Shi. Once taken, it was difficult for the two women to resist. Meanwhile, the other 3 women, as well as Lu Chen, naturally could not miss this opportunity and immediately followed. It's a minute to kill for blood. Ring of fire. The second Zhang Ruyue sneered and erupted into a ball of flame, blocking Chow Reed and Lan Shi from retreating, which was considered to be the best match. Alas, why bother, we are all former sisters. However, you return to the side of the surname Yi, is damned ah. Eat my fire runs a million streams. Look at my heavenly fire burning mountain. The oldest 3, Lin Sisi, and the oldest 4, Sheng Wanqing, followed suit, one blocking off the left side as a torrent of flames passed by, and one blocking off the right side as a volcano stood by. Finally, Lu Dust this guy simply took out the devil grudge flute, intending to draw away the 3 souls of Chow Reed and Lan Shi, as a way to speed up the reply to himself. You guys are having a blast. Just at this time, a familiar voice came from behind itself, not Yi Chang'an, and which one is it? When Yi Chang'an appeared, the 5 Lu Duan people were simultaneously horrified in their hearts. I can't believe I forgot to continue casting the spell. One shivered and backed away. You can see how much the previous brutal beating affected them. Having played with my disciples enough, it's time for the poor Taoist's turn. The people of the Immortal Hall, it turns out that they are all a bunch of wastes plus villains. Since that's the case, why should they be tolerant? Poor Tao will return the favor with your master's most famous 18 Heavenly Inferno technique. Next time you dare to do so, kill. Without pardon. Yi Chang'an wouldn't feel half as morally guilty. Decisively following Tian Xuanzi's maneuver, a move of the 18 Heavenly Inferno technique was not bad after his Thunder Dao physique catalyzed it. 18 channels of heavenly fire fell from the sky, rescuing Chow Reed and Lan Shi in minutes while scaring away the 5 Lu Chen. Put. How could the 5 Lu Chuan, who were seriously injured, still dare to stay where they were? One by one, they flew away. Up to this point, they had already been hit in the face for the nth time by Yi Chang'an's bludgeoning. Their hearts were chagrined and helpless, and their mouths were nothing but cursing. This way. After Yi Chang'an rejoined the 3 disciples, he briefly talked about what had happened, which then continued on the road towards the Jiang dynasty. The other side. The 5 Luchuan, who once again suffered heavy losses, finally ran away to the river 100,000 miles away, cleaning their wounds while being ruthless. For senior sisters, aren't you all too much of a waste? All 4 together can't deal with 2 girls?
Junior brother, don't be angry, we couldn't have imagined that Yi Chang'an wasn't dead.
It was our mistake this time. Next time, we'll make sure to deal with them properly for you. However, we are still too weak after all. Who would have thought that even the successor of the once weakest 5th Division sister, Xiao Reed, now also open up the Divine Sea? Is not as good as, give him rumors, let him lose his reputation, even if his surname Ji does not care, those disciples certainly. With Su Qingshui coming up with this poisonous plan, Lu Chuan, who was originally very dissatisfied with the 4 females, recovered a few points of ruthlessness.
Yi Chang'an's strength was not something they could deal with, but what about the rest of the heaven-mending pavilion?
Other than Earthingzi, there were only 2 Divine Sea realms, and it was impossible to be unaffected under 2 Divine Sea realms.
Damn Yi Chang'an. Next time, must be 100 times revenge. Ouch, pain, big sister, you in the end heartache me not? Gently well.
Also said that the most care for me this little junior brother it.
Creekside. Lu Dust took out his most ruthless grudge and exploited the 4 senior sisters one by one.
Su Qingshui's 4 women were really just brainwashed by him without any complaints, and this scene, too, was strange.
Chapter 74,000 Year Dynasty, 3 Great Emperors.
In the face of this obvious harshness from Lu Chen, Su Qingshui's 4 girls did not half realize it. Instead, he was at the mercy of Lu Chen. Perhaps it's called the bad guys pitting the stupid, one against the other. The other side. At the same time that Lu Chen was once again bludgeoned in the face, but could only divert his anger to the 4 senior sisters who had doted on him to the extreme, Yi Chang'an's master and disciple, the 4 of them, were speeding up their journey to the Jiang dynasty.
Clan Assembly. Very General Assembly.
Forces that didn't have a great emperor expert in attendance, whether it was a mortal dynasty or a reclusive great clan, were not qualified to convene. And once it was convened, there were bound to be great emperors and great powers.
The Ginger dynasty is rather uncomplicated.
From the heaven-mending pavilion, one would also have to travel more than 3 million miles, 3 or 4 days at the very least. This was still the transformation tribulation realm expert who had accelerated with him. In other words, under the Hierophant realm, it would take at least 10 days and half a month.
And for mortals it takes years. It is so.
On this journey, Yi Chang'an didn't waste any time and was completely concerned with catching up, but prepared with both hands. While advancing toward the southeast, touring the mountains, rivers, and earth, experiencing wondrous landscapes and winds, growing in knowledge, expanding insights, expanding the Taoist mind, and strengthening the original mind. While doing so, he also patiently studied that secret treasure, the extreme Tao Emperor armament that nameless emperor had spoken of, which was really quite something. This extreme Tao Imperial soldier was called the 3 Bells Soul Falling Bell, and although it wasn't the original Soul Falling Bell that was one of the 12 immortal artifacts of the ancient era, it was still incredibly powerful. It could directly attack another person's Yuanshan, and the attack was equivalent to 1/10 of one's own full-strength strike.
Try asking. How many great powers below the Nirvana realm's Yuanshan could carry this kind of attack? In other words,
with this extreme imperial soldier, Yi Chang'an was now, truly, invincible under the Nirvana realm. The reason for this is not difficult to understand. Most common magic treasures did not have the ability to directly spare the physical body and attack the Yuanshan. Even if one was as strong as one of the ancient 12 immortal weapons like the thoughtless tenfold pillar, one would have to attack the opponent's physical body first, and then take advantage of the situation to attack the Yuanshan. Under such circumstances, the power of the attack was bound to weaken by half, and by the time the attack reached the Yuanshan, the power was less than 1/10,000th. Wanting to truly kill the other party's Yuanshan was really difficult and incomparably difficult. It was also for this reason that, but any magic treasure or divine weapon with such a function was bound to double in value. For example, this 3-bell soul falling bell in front of you. This thing, just any one of them, is equivalent to all of Poverty Road's magic treasures, spells, divine abilities, and spirit medicines previously. This trip has been worthwhile. It's just a pity that I don't know who is that nameless emperor. According to his remaining spiritual consciousness deduction, this kind of ancient immortal emperors, although they are overpowering for a while, but they can't carry the baptism of the years. After a few more years or decades, they will also be extinguished. Thinking of this, Yi Chang'an's left hand touched the 3 bells falling soul bell in his arms, and his heart was even more saddened. Cultivation is really against the grain. People in general do things sort of against the tide. As for immortal cultivation, it was more than that. Even a slight lack of progress would have to be ruthlessly eliminated, just like that nameless emperor. Yi Chang'an suddenly felt the need to double his efforts to advance even more. Otherwise, even an immortal emperor could be turned into flying dust by the River of Ages, let alone a mere expert at the realm of transformation? Another day passed again. The four masters and disciples finally arrived at the capital of the Zhang dynasty, the Zhang imperial city. Just walked through the gate in the west that was 900 feet high. Just then, he heard the earth echo beside him take the initiative to explain to Yi Chang'an and the others. "Senior, this Zhang dynasty is quite uncomplicated, we must not be careless. Generally speaking, dynasties are established by mortals and can hardly rival the clans of the major mountain ranges, but there also exist certain thousand-year-old dynasties with rich heritage that surpasses the clans and does not go below the immortal hall." Not another word. Let's say that this Zhang dynasty, which is the only 1,000-year-old dynasty that is so many millions of miles in circumference, was founded by an existence that is comparable to that of an ancient great emperor. Subsequently, within 1,000 years, 3 great emperors even appeared. The first one was called the Wufei Emperor, and established the Wufei bloom of the Zhang dynasty for 180 years. At that time, even the Immortal Hall and other mountain range sects had to make pilgrimages to pay their respects. The second one is called the Jiuli Emperor, establishing the Jiuli bloom of the Zhang dynasty for 120 years. Once, the certain headmaster of the Immortal Temple was not convinced, but was defeated by a single fist. The third one is the Heavenly Sword Emperor, who has been in seclusion for 200 years recently. This person actually fused the mortal dynasty's luck and the inheritance of a certain ancient sword cultivator, Immortal Emperor, so he used the sword to enter the Tao, which is considered the strongest sword cultivator in the neighborhood in the last 300 years. With the groundings he said this, behind the Chow Reed and Blue Shield 2 women have long been stunned, but it is Yi Chang'an looks incomparably calm. Nothing else. Simply because she was at least someone who had met with the nameless emperor, and had also obtained the extreme Tao Emperor's soldier, she might not lose out to this kind of great emperor in other aspects, except for not being as good as her realm. What's more, the great emperor is a transcendent realm power, has long been in nirvana for a long time, theoretically should go to the divine realm, don't see to casually stay in this aura-thin mortal world. And so, the four masters and disciples then looked around for an inn, intending to settle down temporarily. And yet, I don't want to. Just then, a group of brocade guards came on horseback and met to pay their respects. "I am one of the 12 Jinui lieutenants of the Zhang dynasty's imperial palace, and I have come to greet the head of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, which is tied for the #1 clan in the Fado Mountain Range, Immortal Master Yi. Please come this way, all 4 of you. For an existence such as Immortal Master Yi, our dynasty has long prepared VIP rooms, and we dare not be slow." Hearing this, Yi Chang'an's 4 people were slightly surprised, and while following the other party to an oversized courtyard covering an area of 300 square feet, they could see that this Zhang dynasty was indeed not bad. A random school lieutenant was actually a perfection of the Kaiyang realm. And then, from this person's mouth, he learned that 3 days later, the clan assembly would officially begin, and at that time, the current emperor, Emperor Long Wu, would personally preside over it. Finally, tomorrow, please also ask the Holy Prince to bring your master along to the palace. The third prince has been looking forward to it for a long time. After saying this Jinui captain immediately led his men away. That etiquette is really just thoughtful. When he left soon after, Yi Chang'an glanced at Diangzi, who then took the initiative to explain. It turned out that back then, when Diangzi was still the strongest saint son of the Immortal Temple, he used to have a good relationship with that third emperor Jiang Qingtian and often exchanged Tao techniques. This time, third prince Jiang Qingtian should be invited by name. There must be an opportunity. So that's how it is. It seems that this Zhang dynasty's royal education is doing just fine. I just don't know which third prince is in what realm nowadays. Yi Chang'an did not doubt it, and after smiling lightly, he continued to communicate with Diangzi. Earthingzi can see that his own master intends to have more dealings with this third prince, which is conducive to the future expansion of this sect, and immediately also on the heart of all kinds of introductions. It soon made Yi Chang'an's eyes release a little surprise as well. In addition to the strongest Heavenly Sword Emperor, the one who was in seclusion today, the Zhang dynasty also had all sorts of top-tier great powers. Not to mention the ones that have gone into seclusion. The current emperor alone, Lanwu Emperor Jiang Lanwu, was a great power of the Cave Void Realm perfection. Chapter 75 Third Prince Jiang Qingtian. Cave Realm perfection? This dragon martial emperor is afraid that he doesn't also have a few bits of Immortal Emperor's inheritance, otherwise, how could he be this sharp? You know, this kind of strength, put on the Immortal Temple side is the level of the 7 giants, just anyone, go out that are shocking a party. Hearing Diangzi's patient explanation, Yi Chang'an's eyes narrowed, but he was not afraid of such a ruthless person, but was more than happy to encounter more powerful people. To put it bluntly, although he had already broken through the middle stage of the transformation tribulation realm, he didn't have too much experience in actual combat with experts of the same level. Being able to sharpen yourself with one more strong enemy, that's one more point of improvement. That was why, whenever he encountered danger, he wouldn't use all his means to the fullest, just to consider his own reaction. Earthingzi, this dragon martial emperor has several children, he is so powerful, his children do not know. Enlightened Master, this dragon martial emperor has 18 sons and 36 daughters under his door, but not all of them have top-grade spiritual roots, extreme spiritual roots. The 3 strongest sons, that is, the crown prince, the 3rd prince, and the 9th prince are the 3. Among them, the one that disciple is most familiar with, the 3rd imperial prince Jiang Qingtian, this son is an upper-grade spiritual root in the aspect of the golden Tao, one of the 5 elements of the innate. Although his talent has not yet arrived at the very best, however, there was once a miraculous encounter, so his strength is extraordinary, and he is already in existence at the consummation of the Purple Mansion realm. Hearing this from Diangzi, Yi Chang'an couldn't help but see the overbearing figure of a teenage prince floating in front of his eyes in advance. Purple Mansion realm perfection. This realm was certainly not as good as Yi Chang'an nor as good as Diangzi, but it was placed in the context of someone who was not an immortal fetus but rather an ordinary upper-grade spiritual root within the 5 elements of the innate nature. It's really kind of hard. Previously, the strongest of the 6 traders, Lu Chen, even after obtaining the heavenly demon inheritance, along with the many demonic cultivation treasures, he was only at the early stage of the cave void realm. Speaking of which, it wasn't as bad as this 3rd prince Jiang Qingtian. This 3rd prince is a bit interesting, so early appointment, perhaps it is really the poor Tao and the heaven-mending pavilion's chance to come. Yi Chang'an's eyes released a burst of essence, but he was intensely interested in this 3rd prince Jiang Qingtian, whom he had never met before. Next to him, the Diangzi was also having all kinds of thoughts when she saw such a scene. On his lips, he vigorously endorsed the cooperation between the heaven-mending pavilion and the Jiang dynasty, but as for what he thought in his heart, it was unknown. There were no words that night. Early the next morning, Yi Chang'an and Diangzi, following the butler sent by the 3rd prince Jiang Qingtian, which headed to the palace. Along the way to see all kinds of palaces luxury, aura rushing sky, generals per capita practicing qi, slightly powerful head that are open sun realm. There are even all sorts of feng shui patterns, surrounded by dragon energy. Can't help but feel more emotional. In the future, the heaven-mending pavilion should also refer to the layout of the Jiang dynasty's imperial palace, not just to be atmospheric, but also to have the aura automatically circulate, as if it were a fairyland. After a few feelings in his heart, Yi Chang'an was then brought to the prime hall where 3rd prince Jiang Qingtian was located. Just as he went in, he saw an instrumental young man, surrounded by aura, his face as calm as water, seemingly Taoist rhythms flowing, more like a profound cultivation. This teenager should be that 3rd prince Jiang Qingtian. Immortal Yi is honored by this imperial prince's presence, please sit down. Taoist brother Earthingzi, please have a seat as well. We are all acquaintances, there is no need to be formal. Today, this emperor has some Tao knowledge to ask for advice, I hope Immortal Yi will give more advice. Without waiting for Yi Chang'an and Diangzi to open their mouths, this 3rd prince Jiang Qingtian was destined to get up and greet him respectfully. Between the salutes, it was even more evident that this person's Purple Mansion realm perfection cultivation was very good. Only a little bit short of breaking through to the cave void realm. Only, in addition to these good feelings, Yi Chang'an, however, also keenly sensed that this person had other thoughts in addition to asking for advice. The biggest thought was that he had even secretly asked himself if he had any other plans, and even, without knowing where, he had probed the existence of Empress Luo Yunshang. This 3rd prince, he's not a small person, could it be that he intends to let Poverty Road's great disciple Yunshang go under as well? Yi Chang'an's face was stoic, and his heart was slightly surprised. Sure enough, the opposite side's 3rd prince, Jiang Qingtian, really dared to mention these things, while speaking out his admiration for Luo Yunshang. On the one hand, he promised to give the heaven-mending pavilion many benefits, including but not limited to coming to preach for free and so on. And his explicit solicitation was that he wanted everyone in the heaven-mending pavilion to be on his side. Help him win this clan meeting. The secret request, which was not explicitly stated but was also clearly perceived by Yi Chang'an, turned out to be nothing else but the throne. Immortal Yi, Taoist brother Diangzi, you too must have seen our dynasty in its prime and should know that certain people are in power but not in politics, delaying our dynasty too much. It's not that this prince has overstepped his bounds, but there are times when
So, I wonder if you, immortal Master Yi, can. We don't do it for individuals, but only for the people. Speaking at this point, third Prince Jiang Qingtian revealed a hypocritical expression as he looked at Yi Chang'an. Really think that this do things for the people can fool Yi Chang'an? However, he didn't want to hear this. Yi Chang'an didn't have half an expression, he just smiled faintly and shrugged it off. The poor Taoist only knows cultivation and does not understand the mortal world, and thus, His Highness the Third Prince is mistakenly in love. If there is nothing else, the poor Taoist will leave first. I hope the Third Prince will respect himself. After saying that, Yi Chang'an but did not want to socialize with this kind of worldly people at all, and directly got up and left. Only the third Prince Jiang Qingtian, who had a gloomy face, and Diangzi, who had an awkward expression, were left behind. The two were obviously not too satisfied with Yi Chang'an's answer. Taoist brother Earthingzi, this master of yours has cultivated foolishly, such an opportunity actually does not want it, humph. He doesn't want it, this emperor has other options. You, stay away from this kind in the future, it's a great loss to worship under him. When third Prince Jiang Qingtian said this, Diangzi became even more unpopular inside and out, but he didn't dare to stay longer, and immediately took his leave. It didn't take long. Third Imperial Prince Jiang Qingtian's side was once again welcoming a VIP. It's no one else. It was none other than the Immortal Temple's new generation saint's son, Lu Chen. Please invite this person is able to replace Earthingzi as the Immortal Temple's holy son, he is bound to be not bad, this prince, you have to seize this opportunity. Under the great joy, third Prince Jiang Qingtian resumed his normal expression and actually treated Lu Chen as an honored guest. The other side. Chao Reed and Lan Shi are organizing this 300 square feet of oversized yard. After finishing, Lan Shi's curiosity is so great that he almost wants to go out. However, when they saw that Master Yi Chang'an had returned early, the two of them could not help but be surprised. Master, the third prince didn't leave you at all. No need for him to stay. This person is immortal, not worth mentioning. Just now Lan Shi is not planning to go out for a stroll? For the master to bring the two of you along, it is also considered to be a combination of work and rest after the usual cultivation. Yi Chang'an's words were uttered, instantly causing the two simple girls to simultaneously rejoice. Cultivate the immortals, cultivate the immortals. Although the pursuit was to transcend mortal dust, in the end, before truly transcending, it was still tainted with quite a bit of mortal dust. Besides, this capital city of the Zheng dynasty was indeed flourishing and intoxicating. This is a trip to have fun. Can't come for nothing. Chapter 76 Gallop Around, Strange Stones Have Zone. By the order of Master. Hearing this from the two women, Yi Chang'an no longer wasted the opportunity, which brought the two people, came to this Zheng Huangcheng, walking around and looking at all the roads. But see, this capital of the Zheng dynasty is truly extraordinary. It's not just millions of people converging. Tea houses and restaurants and gambling houses, all of them. Moreover, the cultivation area, which was specially set up for people who practiced cultivation, was also filled with various clans coming to attend the meeting, and there were even talents from all walks of life coming to join them. Along the way, Yi Chang'an and the third disciple, Chao Reed, and the sixth disciple, Lan Shi, despite having tried to change into civilian clothes and not wanting to be disturbed, could not resist the various people coming to the VIPs. Some are simply to buy and sell goods. I don't know how I could tell that Yi Chang'an had a huge waist. Some were really sniffing out Yi Chang'an's extraordinary aura. Thus the intention to worship. For the former, Yi Chang'an tried to buy something for those poor hawkers and indirectly subsidized them to improve their lives. For the latter, it was not that Yi Chang'an did not want to accept them, nor did he look down on the mortal disciples over here, but really their qualifications were either too poor for them to look at themselves, or too good to look at themselves. Bottom line. The major mountain ranges within 1,000,000 miles of the Zheng dynasty were even more advantageous. Not only did they have a vast reputation, but they were so powerful that the appearance of just one of them could attract 100 people to follow them frantically. And the heaven-mending pavilion was still not spreading its reputation enough this way, which led to not many people who could be used to join. Under such circumstances, Yi Chang'an no longer dwelled on this small matter, and without the intention of accepting an apprentice, he simply joined the two precious female apprentices and casually took a look around. It's that time of year. Suddenly, a lively clamor could be heard coming from above a square in front of them, saying that someone was selling magical treasures, making hundreds of mortals and dozens of cultivators, all gathering together. Reed, Blue Shield, you guys follow, for Master to take you guys to open your eyes as well. With Yi Chang'an's words, the three masters and disciples thus squeezed into the crowd.
Just went in, I saw, inside a person claimed to be what Qishir sect's disciples, but also said that their clan belongs to a lineage. Each generation of disciples is very little kind of. This generation is just 3 or 4 people, but all of them are talented. Now, seeing the demise of the clan, this is why they were forced to take out all kinds of strange stones collected over the years and auction them off in the first place. The starting price is 1,000 top-quality spirit stones. And after the auction, can be responsible for cutting on site, cut inside the treasure or attributed to the buyer, they will never ask for back. At this moment, because the strange stone that was taken out was indeed not simple, the outside just looked like a green light and aura, thus selling a lot. When it was Yi Chang'an's and the others' turn, they happened to hear the other cultivators talking about it. This Qishir sect used to be quite a powerful sect. If it wasn't in decline nowadays, why would the price be so low? That's right, mortals can't afford to buy it, doesn't matter, but cultivators must have a little vision. This stone is worth 500 top-grade spirit stones purely because of its aura, not to mention the probability of a treasure? Let's come as well, both to spell out an invocation and to give a little financial support to these people from the Qishir sect. As they spoke, there were quite a few cultivators who literally pulled out top-grade spirit stones and purchased strange stones with various cuts. One of them was Lucky. Although he didn't cut out any treasures or anything like that, he did obtain a spiritual treasure fragment and was immediately ecstatic. This is a fragment of the yellow-grade medium-grade magic treasure Sea King's Fork, huh? Older brother, congratulations, this thing is a complete magic treasure when you get all 13 pieces together, a single piece, yet it's also worth 1,200 top-grade spirit stones. But you didn't lose it all, you gained. The crowd cajoled the executives, more people were moved, and Yi Chang'an and the others came to be curious. Immediately, I bought one for each of the 2 female apprentices. Bought a piece for myself. It didn't really care what kind of superb treasures could be opened, it was just for a fun time. Soon. It was then that the 6th disciple Luo Yunshan's side opened an elixir. Congratulations to this beautiful cultivator for opening an elixir. Ouch, no good. Due to this elixir being kept for too long, the medicinal properties can't be determined whether it exists or not. Well, the grade is at least 5th order. Once you can recover the relevant prescription, it's definitely worth every penny. I wouldn't dare to say more, at least 1,800 top-grade spirit stones, there's still something. As the man from the Qishir sect said this, Luo Yunshan was instantly overjoyed, and the people around him cast envious gazes. Next. The turn of the 3rd disciple Chao Reed, she opened out actually. Aya, great, congratulations to this little beauty, you actually opened the first spirit beast egg. Although it has been too long and transformed into a stone egg, it is almost difficult to decay. However, if we find the right method, perhaps the life is still alive inside. When the time comes, the value of the alien beasts that come out of the corruption is a lot of money. With the strange stone sect this person just explained some, the crowd have stretched their necks, envious and surprised to look at the Chao Reed in the hands of that strange spirit beast egg. Some people congratulated and were even going to offer 10 times the price to buy it over. There were also people who disdained it, saying that in the last clan assembly, someone had also opened this kind of spirit beast egg, but unfortunately the method of corruption was wrong, and the result came out as a mass of pus and blood. Not only is it worthless. Instead, it was so poisonous that it harmed the man and cost 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, but it couldn't be cured. Little girl, you'd better not be so extravagant, why don't you turn it over to the poor Taoist, and the poor Taoist will reluctantly give you 100 top-grade spirit stones, how about it? A loose cultivator coveted that spirit beast egg, and although he himself knew that there was not much hope, he actually went out of his way to start fooling around in order to enhance his strength. Hearing this, Chao Reed was stunned and didn't know how to answer. On the contrary, Yi Chang'an can see that his 3rd disciple is not so unlucky. Just now, through the system, he is sure that Chao Reed this spirit beast egg has a high probability of appearing as a foreign beast. Thus the hurried interjection. This blocked for Chao Reed the movement of that loose cultivator who was so greedy that he almost made a move. This fellow Taoist, why be in such a hurry? Poor Tao is their master, this clan is not talented, a few million upper-grade spirit stones are still available, so feel free to spend a few thousand and buy some fun. Since the 2 disciples of the poverty road are not very lucky, then I'll ask this Taoist friend of the Qishir sect to cut it for me next. The poor Taoist doesn't need too good a treasure, but just a pleasure to look at. For this reason, this clan is willing to attach double the hard-earned fee to fund this Qishir sect Taoist, in the hope that your Qishir sect will recover and revitalize at an early date. As he spoke, Yi Chang'an really took out an additional 1,000 top-grade spirit stones and handed them to the other party as a hard-earned fee. Such a move. It's really amazing. That odd stone sect's heir who was responsible for selling odd stones was instantly grateful and kneeled down to kowtow. The surrounding people were also moved by Yi Chang'an's such a bold and generous and unselfish act. I don't know which clan this person belongs to, this handwriting, it's not petty, it's really quite generous. Yeah, bought it for the two apprentices not to mention themselves and doubled their hard-earned money. That loose cultivator fellow Taoist across the street, I think you guys should stop hitting on people's two girls' families, this sect leader is not a mundane person. While the crowd uttered this, a wave of respect was born for Yi Chang'an. Chapter 77 King of the Stone Goblins? I've made a fortune. The few scattered cultivators who snubbed Xiao Reed before were ashamed and left. The other onlooker cultivators, as well as the hundreds and thousands of mortals further outside, however, took the initiative to salute Yi Chang'an, a first-timer, with all sorts of reverence. At this moment, in addition to a sudden sense of pride, Yi Chang'an felt the comfort of being a good person and doing good things, but more than that, he also experienced the reason for the prosperity of the Zhang dynasty. This Kong dynasty is so good at business. Mortals live in peace gladly. Thousands of clans of monks come to the court. Even these ordinary people who were influenced by them would consciously observe the etiquette and reject rudeness, and under such an atmosphere, one would not dare to say that they could carry off the heavenly demon and other demonic cultivation experts. At the very least, one could really call it a word. The state of ceremony. There's another word for it. Great country. The Zhang family is not simple. This 1,000 years of accumulation by the Zhang dynasty really isn't something to sneeze at. Even Poverty Pavilion's heaven-mending pavilion, apart from having an alternative like Poverty Pavilion, is perhaps inferior to them in terms of heritage and influence. After such a thought, Yi Chang'an firmly remembered this method of promoting our sect, and then, but also smiled and signaled the heir of the Qishir sect across the street to start cutting. Thanks to this master. Poor Taoist surname Yi, floating mountain range, heaven-mending pavilion, fellow Taoists, folks, greetings. So it's Immortal Master Yi, out of respect, we, today, will open it up for you. Upon hearing that Yi Chang'an was actually really the head of a certain sect, the crowd was once again moved, while the heir of that Qishir sect was holding his breath and paying full attention. Even the crowd around them quieted down. I don't know how much time had passed, but I saw that this heir of the Qishir sect had only then condensed all his power and infused it into the long knife, and then cut a little bit. The seemingly slow movements reflect professional knife skills. And this most inconspicuous thing, which was originally looked down upon by the crowd, as a result, at the end of the cutting, an unprecedented result appeared, which was actually a stone within a stone. That is, there is also a stone encased inside the stone. Ha! What the hell is this? Can you read? Can't read. Poor Taoist is at least a Divine Sea Realm expert in his cultivation so far, but he can't actually see through this thing. It's better to ask the Qishir sect's Taoist friends to explain it. When the crowd pressed the matter, the heir of that Qishir sect had a hint of reluctance in his eyes, but he could only tell the original story. Everyone, this is the legendary stone essence, also known as the essence of stone. Only one may appear inside every 100-odd stones. And this immortal Yi really has good fortune. As soon as he opens it, he opens a king inside the stone essence, that is, the king of the stone essence. This is a key item for our clan to break through our cultivation level, and over the years, just because we don't have it, this is why it's fallen. Unexpectedly, nowadays, actually. However, all of you can rest assured, Yi Immortal is also more assured. I will not go back on my word, this is yours. Speaking at this point, some difficulty in parting with his life once again flashed in the eyes of this Qishir sect's heir, and just before Yi Chang'an almost answered, he suddenly opened his mouth once again. Immortal Master Yi. What? Fellow Taoist has some regrets? No, how dare I? Only, alas, this thing cannot appear 1 in 10,000 pieces of strange stones, and it is related to the survival of this sect. I wonder if I can exchange it with you? Hearing that this person was planning to replace it, Yi Chang'an didn't intend to make things too difficult for him, and immediately said that he would listen to it. The man then stated his terms. It was actually exchanging another 5 chances to choose a strange stone for this king of stone essence. The other 5 times? I'm sorry, it's not that the poor Taoist is greedy, but it's difficult for this kind of treasure to appear even if it's opened 5 more times, and the poor Taoist has its own difficulties. So, what is the name of this Qishir sect's fellow Taoist? Senior can just address Junior Shi Zhangyu. Good. Shi Zhangyu, your sincerity has impressed the poor Taoist. The poor Taoist does not agree to exchange the other 5 chances for this king of stone essence. However, if you agree to one condition, perhaps you can.
In just a few breaths, Yi Chang'an could see that this jade and stone was of good character, and although the king of stone essence was of great value, it was no match for one person. And so, that's a slight rephrasing. It could be given to Shi Zhongyu, the king of stone essence, however, the other party must be temporarily under the pavilion of heaven mending. The relevant conditions that were clearly stated on the spot. The poor Taoist doesn't want to make things difficult for you, or call it subsumption, or call it cooperation. In short, a 100-year contract is signed, and you are its master. The poor Taoist is not talented, and as the head of the heaven mending pavilion, he has great expectations for you. I hope you put it to good use. When Yi Chang'an said this, Shi Zhongyu was instantly delighted, but before he could say yes, the people around him suddenly couldn't help but laugh when they heard the words heaven mending pavilion. Fellow Daoist Shi Zhongyu, beware. Alas, it's not elegant, it's really not elegant. Moreover, in case the heaven mending pavilion can protect you today, and something happens tomorrow, then it would be a loss of both people and money. That's not true. It's not that we have any grudges against fellow Daoist Ji, it's the rumors over at the Faustus Mountain Range Immortal Hall that you and they, cough, everyone understands. Cultivation, little life first. The crowd didn't mean to ridicule Yi Chang'an with these words, but they almost influenced Shi Zhongyu's judgment. At this time, Yi Chang'an faced the crowd's bad remarks, but he was calm as usual, his eyes burning. This scene also doubled Shi Zhongyu's trust in this senior. 2 words. Kneel decisively. Disciple Shi Zhongyu, greetings to sect leader Yi. With this king of stone essence, my disciple's master will be able to make a breakthrough, and will also be able to glorify the sect. In that case, the disciple will never back out. Shi Zhongyu's entire body directly knelt down, grateful to the point of almost tears. Who would have thought that this thing worth tens of thousands of upper-grade spirit stones would be given to him so easily? No one could have imagined that this kid wasn't afraid of the rumors at all, but rather had extremely strong confidence in Yi Chang'an and the heaven mending pavilion. From then on, Shi Zhongyu absolutely obeyed Yi Chang'an's commands. Yi Chang'an, on the other hand, took this opportunity to take in this temporary disciple. One side gave him the peace of the king of stone essence. While telling him the location of the heaven mending pavilion, it was agreed that after the clan assembly, the ceremony of worship would be performed, and in the future, the two families would be family. This is where the whole thing comes to an end. The crowd dispersed one after another. Shi Zhongyu, on the other hand, took the king of stone essence and went to find that master of the Qishir sect. Yi Chang'an is not afraid of him to take away the treasures to leave. See this person so quality, also no nonsense, this and Chao read, blue sure, continue to swim. One day down. The master and disciples ate and drank, experienced a long-lost mortal life, and also had more respect for the Zhang dynasty. Evening. When he returned, he happened to see Ji Eiko waiting as well. The 4 masters and disciples get together. It was time to start planning for the clan meeting 2 days later. Chapter 78, The Royal Banquet Competition. Next, there are still 2 days to go before the sect assembly. During this period, Master needs to continue closed-door cultivation and consolidate the realm. You and the others can go out and explore, but be sure to ensure safety. With Yi Chang'an's words, the 3 disciples, as well as the new temporary disciple Shi Zhongyu, were simultaneously overjoyed. The 4 of them then made an effort to roam everywhere. The prosperity of Zhanghuang City was not something that could be imagined by ordinary people. Whether it is foreign such as Chao Reed, Earthingzi, Blue Shield, or the local guy, Shi Zhongyu. All are indulged by the food, the flavors, the sights and the fun of this capital city. Until the afternoon 2 days later. There was still half a day left before the clan assembly. On the side of the current emperor of the Zhang dynasty, Emperor Langwu, an invitation suddenly came in, with invitations to various clans to attend a banquet, while discussing the matter of tomorrow's clan assembly. Upon hearing this, the various mountain ranges in various sects and the millions of miles around the Zhang dynasty were all delighted and participated. In this case, as the latest rise of the Faustus mountain ranges tied for first clan, the 5 members of the heaven mending pavilion Yi Chang'an's master and disciple were naturally happy to go forward. Just shortly after the master and disciple 5 people walked over, but saw, above the roaming sky, each big clan went to the banquet in a completely different way, one more than the other competing for the honor. There are cranes that ride cranes. For example, that famous sect in the southern Mingli Fire Mountain Range, 2.5 million miles south of the Zhang dynasty, the crane-controlling sect. The sect leader, the elders, and the participating disciples, all of them were riding immortal cranes and arrived out of thin air. The crane chirps. Floating and dashing. There were also imperial swords. However, they were not ordinary flying swords, but the kind of the famous sect with Qiong Mountain, the Flying Sword Sect, 1.8 million miles to the east of the Zhang dynasty. All up and down hundreds of people, called a flying sword, but it is 100 feet long, 10 feet wide, strong wind attack, quite play cool. In front of them, a golden dragon surrounded them, and the dragon's roar was unceasing. At the end, 2 blue phoenixes intertwine and play a tone. There are also all sorts of exotic animals pulling carts, like the 9-headed fairy deer. Another example is the snowy savage lion. There were even those who came by virtue of their magic weapons, like opening a temporary teleportation array out of thin air. Another example of flashing by some kind of awesome charm. Each has its own characteristics. So spectacular. Even the Immortal Hall, which came from the same floating mountain range, relied on various magic weapons with rich underpinnings, sometimes like a lotus blossom, sometimes like an immortal descending to the earth. In a nutshell, it's as cool as it needs to be. Compared to that, something like Yi Chang'an's master and disciple 5, who came all by foot, was instead for the minority. In this regard, Yi Chang'an and the others were not at ease, and just took their respective seats as arranged by Long Wudi. However, at this time, on the side of the Immortal Hall crowd, one of the newest saint's sons, however, refused to spare at all, and instead, deliberately looked this way as if to show off. So, sect leader Yi of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, which is on par with my Immortal Hall, actually doesn't have any teleportation spells at all? How about Mr. Lu Linzu 1? However, you must therefore worship our immortal temple, and at that time, when the Heaven Mending Pavilion does not exist, the immortal temple will naturally treat you more kindly. The person who said this was not an outsider, it was one of the recently promoted saint sons of the immortal temple, and Yi Chang'an's old rival. Land dust. No one could have imagined that after failing to compete for the nameless immortal emperor's inheritance last time, Lu Chen seemed to have been secretly cultivated by the Immortal Hall and forcefully indoctrinated to the perfection of the Kaiyang realm. Instead of keeping a low profile, this guy is deliberately high profile. At this time, the hand raised a teleportation magic weapon. It is quite famous 9 Lotus, although it is only a yellow grade lower grade magic weapon, but it is a rare teleportation magic weapon, so it is worth a lot. Hearing this, a burst of laughter spread from the surrounding people, all of them looking disdainfully at Yi Chang'an's master and disciple, but also showing envy and admiration to look at the Immortal Hall. This Heaven Mending Pavilion is too shabby. Not to mention harnessing the cranes and relying on the foreign beasts to pull them. At the very least, you have to get a magic weapon or something. How does this deserve to be called a great sect on par with the Immortal Hall? The crowd's comments caused Lu Chen and the 4 girls behind him, Su Qingxue, to feel doubly pleasurable all of a sudden. As for Yi Chang'an and the 3 of them, they didn't pay any attention to it, but after taking their seats in order, they each waited for the feast to begin. It was also at this time that the crowd saw that Emperor Langwu honored the people of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, giving the same disciple position as Lu Chen and the others. And Yi Chang'an was even granted a similar sect leader seat as the 7 giants of the Immortal Temple. That only stopped the chatter a little. And shortly thereafter, seeing all the immortals to all, above the main seat, a dragon robe, eyes bright, cultivation arrived in the whole realm of the consummate dragon emperor. This but smiled and haha rise, to speak as the master. Today's banquet, guests are coming, so, I do not disappoint everyone's expectations, serve wine and food, come to sing and dance. Celebrate this clan assembly held by this dynasty, and welcome all experts to join. I hope everyone gets something out of each. When this was said, the crowd's interest increased. See you next. 18 stunning dancers were invited up, and although all of them were cultivators, they were not completely exempt, especially, these beauties were actually per capita at the early stage of the Kaiyang realm cultivation. Their dancing is even alluding to some kind of formation, which is so refreshing that you can't help but feast on it. Ordinary meals that were not good for them are now savored. And soon, after the songs, dances and opening drinks were finished, it was the turn of the various clans to send their congratulatory gifts. I'm from the Western Region sect, Starry Night House. I'm not talented, I'm sending an original 1,000 miles river and mountain diagram to His Majesty, the Dragon Martial Emperor. I hope you'll laugh at it. As he spoke, a short but soulful-eyed Western cultivator expert actually drew out of thin air without any ink. When it seemed unreasonable, in reality, as long as one was an expert above the Divine Sea realm, one could tell that this person was actually using mana as ink. It's just absolutely brilliant. However, in a few moments, this person really drew a Zhang dynasty 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains in front of the crowd. One of them located in the center is clearly the present-day Zhang Huangcheng. And where the center of the city is, it is still the crowd above today's banquet. That's called lifelike. The hairs are visible.
For a moment, everyone, including the Dragon Martial Emperor, looked dumbfounded and overjoyed.
Wonderful pinnacle, ah!
Yes, painting with mana is not originally considered rare, but, to be able to use mana to portray the appearance of everyone at the scene, the demeanor, all give a depiction of this power. This Western region expert, at least the Cave Void Realm. Good, really great. Thank you for the congratulatory gift from this Starry House Taoist friend. I like it very much. After the conference, your sect can preach in this dynasty. This one sentence from Dragon Martial Emperor was worth 1,000 words from the others. Once they saw that they could preach for free by simply sending a congratulatory gift to make the emperor happy, others jumped at the chance. However, right at this moment, it was seen that this Starry Night Tower expert who had been rewarded didn't retreat. Instead, he gazed at Yi Chang'an and prepared to ask him to come out. Sect Master Yi, I've heard that your excellency's Tao is profound. Why don't you, and poor Taoist, spar a bit? Your clan is in existence on par with the Immortal Hall. Is it possible that it is necessary for His Majesty to speak before? Just this sentence. At once, the entire heaven-mending pavilion was roasted on the fire. Chapter 79. The villain is not comfortable without a fight. These words appeared to be plain, but in reality, they were not giving Yi Chang'an and the others a chance to retreat at all. Promise? The other party might come up with some evil plan to take advantage of this opportunity to deal with himself and the others. This was in front of Emperor Languo, and he could not be held accountable for life and death. But no? This person intentionally raised the Dragon Martial Emperor, which was a threat that he had to attend. Otherwise, that would be not giving face to Emperor Languo and offending the Zhang dynasty, so what's the point of competing in this clan conference? It seems that this Taoist friend of the Star House. Doesn't T know how to call him? Just when the crowd thought that Yi Chang'an might be weak-minded and fearful, Yi Chang'an smiled faintly and got up to speak. Hearing this, the crowd had mixed expressions. Emperor Languo was thoughtful. Each of the three emperors watched the show. The other clans either wished to see some excitement or couldn't wait for someone like Yi Chang'an, who dared to sit in a high position even as a nobody, to be taught a lesson. On the contrary, the expert from the opposite side of the Starry House did not casually underestimate Yi Chang'an, but instead smiled coldly and introduced himself. Poor Taoist is not talented, Star House Dekuro picking star. At the early stage of the Cave Void Realm, I am best at the two major ones. One of them is the mana painting for today's congratulations to His Majesty the Dragon Martial Emperor. Secondly, it is this star-picking fan, which has beaten all 36 sects in the western region without any rival. This is not. I heard that the heaven-mending pavilion is full of talents, and I am here to ask for advice. The poor Taoist has stated his own merits, so I believe that your clan does not still have concerns, right? Could it be that your sect doesn't even have any experts at the Cave Void Realm in the district, thus? Nice guy. This Dekuro picking star didn't know which way his opponent was, but he actually casually opened his mouth, which was full of mockery, making the atmosphere of the scene warm even more. Not even waiting for Yi Chang'an's side to speak, the people from the Immortal Hall, as well as the others who had crossed paths with the heaven-mending pavilion, joined in. Or his fellow Taoist Dugu generous, exposing his realm and magic treasures, so open and honest, could it be that, sect leader Yi still doesn't dare to participate in the battle? But it's no wonder, I've heard that since the loss of your master, the subsequent disciples have been inferior one to the other, so it's understandable to concede a little and withdraw from the competition nowadays. Ha ha ha. That's too funny to say, but it's also true that we all came with Divine Sea Realm disciples. Only 3 of the 4 disciples of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion are below the Divine Sea Realm. What else is there to compare? Oh. If you can't cultivate, you might as well go home and have fun. This is the Thousand Clans General Assembly, not some mortal competition. I see Yi Sect Master, why don't you? The crowd's words were getting harder and harder to hear, and Yi Chang'an frowned slightly as he was about to retort. However, he saw that behind him, the 5th disciple, Diangzi, got up even faster. He who really couldn't sit still, in order to maintain the dignity of his own master, but he didn't wait for Yi Chang'an to open his mouth and took the initiative to stand out. Gyoko? Don't worry, master, disciple's heart is in the right place. Fellow Taoist Dugu on the opposite side, my master has a high status and high cultivation, not so much as to casually make a move. Today, let the latecomer have a fight with you. I hope you won't be unable to carry even 3 moves. As he spoke, Diangzi decisively dashed to the middle of the open space. That speed, that momentum, not losing a bit to Dugu picking star. Naturally, it also made the crowd's eyes light up. Good boy. Knowing that Poverty Road is an early-stage Cave Void Realm expert, how dare you come? 3 moves? I think the one who will lose within 3 moves is your excellency, be careful. Dekuro picking star was extremely conceited, and did not think that Earthingzy could be much more powerful in any way, even if he had also inquired about this person being the strongest saint son of the immortal temple from the past. But now, by switching to that trashy sect, the Heaven Mending Pavilion, I'm afraid that it's not going backward instead of forward? After such a thought, with the Dragon Martial Emperor himself announcing the start, Dokoroku Picking Star decisively raised a yellow-grade mid-grade magic treasure, the Star-Picking Fan, and attacked out. However, not waiting for this person to get his hands on him, he saw an even more powerful light appear in Diingzi's hand, immediately stunning the entire audience. This is the Immortal Locking Rope? Shin Grade Extreme Magic Treasure? Good fellow, this Earthingzy is not simple, that Yi Chang'an is really the head of a trashy sect. Well, how can he be so generous? A disciple can also obtain this kind of magic treasure. Just as the crowd gasped in shock, Diingzi didn't even need to use 3 moves to directly take down the Kuro Plucker. First move. Using the Immortal Locking Rope, he bound the Kuro Plucker's Star-Picking Fan, scaring the other party into a daze. Second move. The Heaven and Earth defense suit on Earthingzy's body flashed a light, but it resisted the Kuro Plucker's full-force strike in minutes, and allowed him to backhand the man and send. After this not-so-pleasant start by the Kuro Plucker, some more clans came. What with the chivalrous sect of the Middle Kingdom, the Celestial Water Cult, and the Shanglong Gang? What with the Great Sword sect of the Southern region, the 7-Star sect, the 5 Poison Society, and so on? All of them sent their disciples to participate. Upon seeing this, Emperor Longwu was overjoyed, and while making the chief eunuch personally responsible for being the sender, he took out rewards for the crowd to incentivize the competition. This period. Yi Chang'an secretly nodded his head and gave Diingzi a chance. Diingzi won 3 times in a row, and when it was Emperor Longwu's turn to ask what kind of reward he wanted, he was met with a smile and a shake of his head. The poor Taoist does not need a reward. If I must, then tomorrow's assembly will just be, please ask your majesty to give me an award. Yes. I absolutely promise you. Emperor Longwu took a deep look at Diingzi, who was the most outgoing person tonight, and his golden mouth was seething. This way. Gyoko returned to her seat and tuned in darkly. Yi Chang'an, on the other hand, sensed that things weren't that simple tonight, thus he secretly swept a glance at the Crown Prince, the Third Prince, the Ninth Prince, and the people of the Immortal Hall. Can't see anything wrong with it for now. Was about to eat the food in silence. However, I saw that there was another clan that I didn't know where it came from that suddenly clamped down on that matter of the female emperor ascending to heaven. Your Majesty, just a martial arts fight still won't do. Why don't we have a literary fight and ask Sect Master Yi to talk about the matter of the female emperor ascension under the sect? Once these words were said, the crowd, who had shifted their attention earlier, had to look at Yi Chang'an's side once again. The group of people from the Immortal Hall were naturally hostile and couldn't wait for Yi Chang'an to lose his face. The other sects were beginning to pose as hostile. Since this Taoist friend is so fond of discussing the Tao, it's also good that the poor Taoist will have a fight with you, so that no one else will chew on your tongue. Yi Chang'an originally did not like this kind of occasion, and now, it is uncomfortable to watch the villain not fight. Then speak decisively. Upon hearing this, Long Wudi nodded his head, and 4 people unexpectedly walked out from below. Although these 4 people were not from the same clan, they were obviously all manipulated by certain people. The moment he opened his mouth, his tone was enormous. Chapter 80. Why don't you guys come together? I'll save time. The 4 of us are from the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Hualien Sect, the Floating Cloud Building, and the Listening Wind Pavilion, and although we're not from any top-tier great sects, we've always looked up to Sect Leader Yi and the Pavilion of Heavenly Mending. Now, it is because Sect Leader Yi does not intend to reveal the method of ascension to immortality for that female emperor's great disciple of yours, and we are forced to ask for advice for the sake of our fellow disciples in the world. I only hope, Sect Leader Yi will not be weak-minded, otherwise, in case of a carelessness and injuring you, I'm afraid it won't look good. The 4 were not a clan on the surface, but secretly, they should be someone deliberately invited to make things difficult for Yi Chang'an. Otherwise, it would never have been possible to say such consistently harsh things. And shortly after they finished speaking, the Immortal Hall side was the first to react. Mr. Liu is not talented, but I also have to remind all of you seniors that the other Sect Leader Yi doesn't just have a great disciple who was a female emperor and has already ascended to the heavens, but also has many experts and means. It's only fair for everyone to give more advice. Otherwise, how can we manifest this ideal of the Heaven Mending Pavilion of mending the world's great paths with the power of one man? Mr. Liu has always thought that if Sect Leader Yi was really that powerful, he might not even need us. Just after Lu Chen said this, the crowd at the scene really exploded quite a bit. One looked at Yi Chang'an with an expression of disdain plus anger.
Obviously, I didn't hear him being so conceited in person, but I had to be disassociated, and I had to add fuel to the fire. What a heaven-mending pavilion! At best, your heaven-mending pavilion is a bit powerful on the side of the floating mountain range. How do you dare to replace everyone by yourself? Surname Yi, I hope you really have the ability to get through the exchange of these 4 Taoists today, otherwise, humph. Life and death at your own risk, you deserve to come here. That's it. It would be fine if you were so arrogant behind our backs, but today, in front of His Majesty the Dragon Martial Emperor, you also dare to boast like this. Beware of the gale flashing your tongue. There were more and more people attacking Yi Chang'an. Even the 4 girls, Su Qingxue, who had always been at odds with him, joined in. The abandonment of Earth Echo is described as being bought over by Yi Chang'an. The return of Chao Reed is described as being threatened and seduced by Yi Chang'an. Finally, once again arching fire, seemingly bragging about the fact that Luo Yunshang, the great disciple of the female emperor of the heaven-mending pavilion, had left behind important treasures before ascending, but in reality, it was implying that the crowd was going to lay down a deadly hand and take advantage of this opportunity to take down Yi Chang'an. Bottom line. Previously, Earthingzi had only taught a few curmudgeons a lesson, but now, there was a new wave of siege. The 3 of them, Earthingzi, rose up angrily and were about to speak up on behalf of their own master. But he was stopped by Yi Chang'an with a smile. You all have a heart. The poor Taoist doesn't know anything about the way of immortal ascension, much less who advertised out on my behalf that I'm invincible, but since someone intends to ask for advice, the poor Taoist is willing to be open and honest. It's just that the results later on, I hope that certain people will be able to accept it, but don't say anything else in front of His Majesty the Dragon Martial Emperor. After Yi Chang'an finished saying this, the cultivation of the middle stage of the Hierophant realm within his body exploded, and his entire body came out of nowhere to a height of 10,000 feet above the banquet table. While taking out a huge aura that made the crowd's eyes glaze over, he used his mana and drew a ring in imitation of that Takuro picking star. On the one hand, but also calm as usual, waiting for the 4 people below to strike. It was also at this point that those 4 people faintly stared. Not much of a mouthful. Mentally, he began to curse. This isn't right. What about the agreement that apart from that Diangzi who is an expert, the heaven-mending pavilion is all wastes with less than the divine sea realm? What, this guy, this Yi Chang'an, I'm afraid he's not 10 times stronger than that Earthingzi, than that Takuro picking star? However, while the 4 were cursing certain intermediaries who gave them clues, the others, too, were stunned by Yi Chang'an's move to single-handedly challenge the 4. Was this still the punk Yi Chang'an they remembered? This isn't an expert in the realm of transformation? Finished, I actually underestimated him again? Hooray, it wasn't one of my people who struck this time. If Yi Chang'an wins, he is offended. Losing. Ha! In the crowd, the one whose complexion changed the most was Lu Chen. This was the nth time that he wished for Yi Chang'an to be humiliated but failed, but fortunately it had nothing to do with him, so he could continue to watch the show. Behind him, the 4 girls, Su Qingxue, were all more embarrassed than one another. Cannot see Yi Chang'an defeat, but can only self-consolation, today cannot, tomorrow the conference, must be able to. Then look at the other sect masters. Other than the neutral people, and the very few people who had a good impression of Yi Chang'an, most of the people's faces changed a few times, and they had the feeling that they had eaten. Especially, next, seeing that those 4 masters couldn't beat Yi Chang'an, their mood. Even worse. Please, all 4 together, I want to save time. Heaven's robbery finger. Tai Xian hands. The Thunder Emperor Sutra. Golden Bell. Iron cloth chains. I'm sorry, but the 4 of you, with your middle stage cave void realm cultivation, are simply as if they were watered down, and with such a Tao, you dare to bring it to shame people? Off. This night, Yi Chang'an had been wronged out of thin air, all kinds of calculations, and had already accumulated a lot of anger. Now that you're angry, how can you play around with it? However, when he saw that, those 4 middle cave void realm experts were all firing at the same time, they actually couldn't block his attack. All sorts of secret techniques that no one has ever seen before. All sorts of dazzling spells. All kinds of in and out. All kinds of stow and go as you please. Bottom line. The 4 intermediate cave void realm experts, comparable to the level of ruthlessness of the elders of the great clans, now, in Yi Chang'an's hands, actually could not support less than 5 moves. And after. When the 4 were defeated, but also knocked back and landed on the ground, with a face of embarrassment, they didn't even notice when Yi Chang'an, who they were besieging, actually left. PFFFFFFFF. The four of them spat out blood instantly, and it was only after a long time that they saw Yi Chang'an had long since left the ring. The moment was even more humiliating. This Yi Chang'an is unbeatable. No one is his match in single combat. Group battles are ineffective under caveman, and above caveman, a minimum of 10 people are needed. If we had known this, we really shouldn't have taken that mission. The other side. Yi Chang'an returned to Long Wudi's side and brought his 4 disciples to thank Long Wudi for his hospitality, and then, on the grounds that he had consumed too much, he left the banquet that had upset him. Immortal Yi is polite. I am also impressed by such profound Taoism. Come on people, present 10 carts of heavenly treasures to the people of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, have a good rest tonight, tomorrow, I look forward to a good show for all of you. It was the first time that Emperor Longwu had given an outsider such a generous reward. This scene even made Diangzi lament and feel even more that this master teacher of his was not generally powerful. Yi Chang'an didn't think much of it. Back on the road. In a few minutes the crowd was allowed to divide the rewards and prepare for tomorrow's assembly as quickly as possible. Get some rest tonight. What happened tonight is bound to be doubled later, so you and others take care individually. For the master is not demanding, everyone participates, everyone experiences, and it's good if you can make progress according to your ability, do you understand? This sentence warmed the hearts of the 4 people, and made the people of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, who didn't have much desire to win or lose at the beginning, strike out more calmly. Chapter 81 First Day of the Congress, 64-32, Old Friends Meet Each Other. By order of the master. After the 4 of them nodded heavily, this night, the people of the Heaven Mending Pavilion slept exceptionally well. Not at all unsettled by the fact that a big battle was on the horizon. On the contrary, it was the other clans, and even the royal disciples of the Zhang dynasty, who were worried and anxious in various ways. Some people were worried that they might be killed in seconds when they met Yi Chang'an's disciples. Some people are worried that they will not be able to complete their previous tasks and are planning to sneak refunds in the middle of the night. Some people were even more panicked and annoyed because on top of this night's banquet, they had wanted to make Yi Chang'an lose face, but ended up making him more famous instead. It varies. Until early the next morning. Everyone stops complaining about this and that and gets back to what they should be. Morning. The first day of the conference begins. I announce that this clan assembly will officially begin, and according to the rules of the past, the 64 contestants screened inside the various clans must be eliminated by more than half within 1 day. Just, open, fair, everything I personally suppress, plus all the palmers watch, no one shall cheat, otherwise, double the punishment. Good luck to everyone getting good grades. On top of this 10,000-acre schoolyard of the Imperial Palace, as the Longwu Emperor in military attire above the main seat personally uttered these words, the 30,000 Imperial troops behind him roared in unison and took charge of suppressing the scene. The surrounding dozen or so sect masters, elders, disciples, and so on, who had gone through multiple assessments and entered the preliminary round, were looking forward to it with great anticipation. Hundreds of others who were not qualified to participate, but were just like ordinary spectators, either sitting in their seats and watching the show or secretly placing bets. In a word, the Zhang dynasty never does business at a loss. On the first day alone, the total number of bets placed exceeded the previous total by a staggering margin. For the mundane, 10 million taels of gold, 1 billion taels of silver, and 10 million acres of land. It's not good to be associated with the practice either. 3,000 pounds of 7th order spirit medicines, 10,000 pounds of 6th order spirit medicines, and 5th order as well as lower grade spirit medicines could not actually be expressed in terms of pounds, but as many as 5 large mountains. Visible. This time, it really is an unprecedented conference. In the face of such a spectacle, no one is not rubbing their fists and doing their best. This side of the Mending Pavilion. Apart from Yi Chang'an leaving behind his temporary disciple Shi Zhongyu, the other 3 had drummed their way up. On the side of the Immortal Hall, the 7 Saint Sons under the 7 Giants, as well as the 7 Peaks elites, especially Su Qingshua's 4 daughters, were naturally unwilling to be left behind. On top of that, the southeast, northwest, and 4 major clans that surrounded the Zhang dynasty also appeared with various types of elites coming out of the woodwork. The morning passed quickly. The 3 disciples of the Heaven Mending Pavilion had reaped a great harvest. The 3rd disciple, Zhao Reed, successfully entered the rematch. 5th disciple Jioko even went all the way to the rematch without a fight, and became one of the favorites for the final due to her amazing performance. Opposite is exactly Su Qingshu F4 women among the 2nd Zhang Ruyu. Now Zhang Ruyu is also opening up the Divine Sea, and, in addition to her cultivation level being comparable to Lanshi, she had even obtained the yellow grade lower grade magic treasure, the Wu Hook Sword, which had been bestowed by the Immortal Hall's sect leader. Compared to that, Blue Shield just had more defense and not enough attack. Sure enough. At the very beginning, Jiang Ruyu seemingly urged the Wu Hook Sword to attack, attracting most of Lan Shi's attention, and decisively opened the earthen defense set to counter it. And yet, I don't want to. Just then, Jiang Ruyu took advantage of Lan Shi's youthful ignorance and inexperience to secretly release a concealed weapon. Heavenly Maiden. It's not a magical treasure of any grade. Rather, it is one of the most insidious hidden weapons of the Mortal Dynasty. The speed was fast, plus because it wasn't a magic treasure, there was no mana fluctuation, and sometimes, it was most powerful to use it to wean less experienced cultivators. I can't believe I forgot about this. Above the stands, Yi Chang'an's heart stirred with a great sense of misfortune. Sure enough. In the next second, where had Rancher seen this kind of concealed weapon, he was hit by the Heavenly Maiden scattering flower and spat out blood. After being seriously injured, he lost the match on this. Sect Leader Yi, this new disciple of your excellency. No. One more, kill as usual. On the opposite side, that Jiang Ruyu walked on with a haughty face. It's clear that this stuff isn't very much in line with the rules, but it has to be used as a sign of victory. Seeing this, Yi Chang'an received Lan Shi and gave her a quick healing while smiling faintly. Learn from your mistakes. This revenge, Master will avenge you. Also, the lack of attacking magic treasures, divine weapons, and related spells for you and others will, in the future, be taught to you. Yi Chang'an's words reassured Lan Shi quite a bit. It didn't take long. It is the third disciple Chao Reed and the opposite old fourth Shangguan Sheng against each other. On the opposite side, the oldest four, Shangguan Xing, was also forced to open the Divine Sea. Her cultivation wasn't bad, and she also had a gracious lower yellow grade magic treasure, the Echidna Blade. Looking at her face again, it was clear that she had some sort of trick up her sleeve as well. Yi Chang'an is not worried about Chao Reed. For one thing, this woman had a lot more experience than Lan Shi, and even if she encountered a not-so-regular concealed weapon, she could still cope with one or two of them. Secondly, it is Chao Reed, but there is no reward merit in set, all rely on their own efforts to open up the Divine Sea. This kind of talent, even if you cannot win, you will not lose. Sure enough. See, above the ring, Chao Reed just went up. Was Shangguan Qing a verbal humiliation? And dare to come up here and race, have you forgotten how to betray us? Asshole. I, Chao Reed, have only one master, and that is Sect Leader Yi. You yourselves have been cheated and yet you are unrepentant. Sooner or later you will die without a body to collect. How bold. You think you're great just because you opened up the Divine Sea? Today, I want you to die an embarrassing death. After a few times of scolding, seeing that Chao Reed is not afraid of herself at all, Shangguan Sheng is really furious. It wasn't that she didn't know her four daughters didn't have a point. Instead, it's one way to go. It seems that the accident on the third prince's side was also triggered by you scourges, right? Good when you dealt with us, now you deal with the third prince, be careful. Cut the crap, the third prince was polite to my master, we never did half the harm. On the contrary, you guys, your own affairs have been known for a long time, and you still want to stray? Beware of eating your words. Chao Reed is doing quite well this time. With a few words, not only did Shangguan Sheng not succeed in defaming the people of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, but instead, he thus reminded the people of the Immortal Hall's reputation. Even that third prince frowned. So much for that. The two women had to start a fight. Chapter 82 The Great Prince Delivers Medicine. This Chao Reed's temper has grown. No, she must be defeated, otherwise, how can it be? After thinking this way, the oldest four, Shangguan Xing, really did strike decisively. An Echidna Blade was instantly offered up by her. It turned into a shocking golden light and rushed over. The power is great. It seemed to have been energized by the Immortal Temple hierarchy as well. Surprisingly, it erupted with a terrifying might that was 50% more powerful than a regular early Divine Sea Realm expert. Meet God and kill God. Meet the Immortals and slaughter the Immortals. See, so, this side of the Chao Reed dare not be careless, concentrate to deal with. Even though he didn't have any defense suits or magic treasures, he resolutely relied on his cultivation at the Divine Sea Realm to entangle himself. Guided by the law. 3 curtains of water were quickly laid down in this regard. Put. The opposite side of that Echidna's sword was sharp and incomparable, breaking through the 3 water curtains in the blink of an eye, its power only weakened by 10% as it continued to stab towards this side. Seeing this, Chao Reed face calm as water,
while once again set up 6 thicker water curtains, barely resisting the attack, but at the same time will be her water system top-grade spirit route to the limit.
Ice Arrow. Sky Ice Snowstorm.
Miles of frozen mountains. Chow Reed released 3 water spells in a row, immediately let the situation unfavorable to her, on the spot to reverse a few points.
A long-lost confidence also appeared on his face.
One must know that ever since returning to the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, she had been cultivating hard every day with all sorts of efforts.
On the one hand, it's to make up for the year.
On the other hand, it was also to prove to her master, Yi Chang'an, who had forgiven her faults, that she had to continue to advance.
Sure enough.
Seeing that the 3 water spells succeeded, that old 4th Shangguansheng on the opposite side of the room was slightly surprised, although she was also quick to cast spells to defend herself, and actually almost missed.
Bam!
The oldest 4, Shangguanxing, was so flustered by the ice arrows roiling the sky, the water surge on the ground, and an ice mountain pressing down behind him that he actually almost got hit. Taking 3 steps back in succession, seeing that he was about to be in a dilemma, he could only decisively withdraw the Echidna Blade.
Echidna Blade!
Break! 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 As the oldest 4 Shangguanxing shouted 3 times, the golden light on top of this echidna sword once again soared, and it really did resist the ice arrow, the sudden thrust, and the ice mountain successively. But even so, her own mana was severely depleted.
While gasping for breath.
On the one hand, but then paused the attack, turned to reveal a kind of sisterly love expression, looked to be about to strike to attack their own Chow Reed, shouted to stop her.
5th senior sister, you won't be so desperate and uncaring, right?
I am at least your 4th senior sister, back then, but take care of you a lot, could.
You have inherited Miaoyi, could it be that you don't recognize it?
That is also true, I did get taken care of quite a bit by them back in the day.
Just.
Chow Reed really was old 4 Shangguansheng this word to temporarily paralyze, see Chow Reed really show hesitation, this side of the old 4 Shangguansheng suddenly rejoice. While continuing to verbally snub her and play the emotional card to try to get her to lose more of her guard. On the other hand, he was decisively activating the Echidna sword, stabbing into the ground and sneaking over from underneath the ring in a hurry.
Not good. She actually exploited my emotional weakness,
Until this time, Chow Reed finally reacted, but it was late. Where could a water screen she had temporarily set up block a sneak attack from an attack-type treasure like the Echidna Blade? A mouthful of black blood was sprayed wildly, and the whole person was seriously injured, and by this point, he was considered to have lost to Shangguanxing, the 4th oldest person on the opposite side of the table. Chow Reed, next time learn bad point, do not be so simple, this year, little cute.
Only to talk about feelings.
Ha 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 ha. Over here, Shangguansheng, the oldest 4 who had won this fight, sneered and walked on. At a glance, Chow Reed felt doubly guilty. Fortunately, at this time, Yi Chang'an calmly came on the stage, assisted the seriously injured her step by step, not only did not blame, but also quickly treated.
Master, disciple has disgraced you. No need to mind. Eat a mote, long a wisdom, and let them arrogant for a moment, turn back. Own heavenly punishment.
Looking at Chow Reed's embarrassed expression, Yi Chang'an gave all kinds of comfort. Also at this time, the Groundingzi on the other side of the ring came over and talked about how he encountered an ordinary sect disciple, won easily, and watched the 3rd senior sister Chow Reed get injured, cursed the other party, and pleaded for him to be allowed to fight next time. Hearing this, Yi Chang'an looked at a few disciples with relief, but he was not in a hurry to take revenge right away, but returned to the stands.
There's no rush. Play how you need to play today and rest how you need to rest. Tomorrow, it's only 16 and 8.
With Yi Chang'an's words, Chow Reed, Dingzi, and the others also regained their composure and no longer blamed themselves for the bad guy's trickery. At this time, Yi Chang'an took out all levels of elixirs previously rewarded by the system to stop the bleeding of Chow Reed and accelerate the recovery, so that she would be healed in minutes. However, considering that there are more powerful people tomorrow, it's better to suggest it once for now.
Reed Disciple is here, please command master.
You do not tell anyone for the time being that you were cured, continue to disguise, we pretend to be the same enemy, paralyze certain curfew, when the time comes, give them a little surprise to see that. In this regard, not only Chow Reed nodded yes with a smile, next to the Groundingzi is quite agreeable to this strategy, eyes flashing out certain essence light.
Immediately after.
Seeing that the final round of the afternoon session was also finished, the 4 masters and disciples returned to the previously oversized yard.
Had dinner. Just about to take a break.
Suddenly heard a knock at the door, after opening the door, but saw a eunuch-like man, seems to come from the palace. Immortal Master Yi, upon hearing that your sect's disciples were injured, our family was specially ordered to send you royal pills for recovery. This is the goodwill of the present Crown Prince, that is to say, the Grand Prince of our dynasty. In addition, the Crown Prince has also said that he will head to the field tomorrow to start the tournament, so I hope that your clan will perform well and achieve good results. After saying this, the visitor left behind a 7th rank hemostatic medicine and a 7th rank elixir that accelerated the recovery of power, which left with a smile on his face. Once he saw this, a few disciples behind him were overjoyed, and speculated on what that prince really meant. Is it the enemy? No drugs will be delivered. But to say it's a friend? Isn't it a bit too early? This prince, a little interesting. Last time the 3rd prince invited poor Tao to join the failure. Could it be that this news is also known by the prince, so there is a move to send medicine tonight? Looking at this eunuch's back as he left, Yi Chang'an decided to accept these 2 pills for the time being after a few moments of consideration. Not that he really coveted friendship with any prince. Rather, even after receiving the elixir, he could maintain the position of the heaven-mending pavilion and himself, and wouldn't easily cooperate with anyone or be easily manipulated by anyone. The reason for this confidence is none other than threefold. Firstly, Yi Chang'an's strength was now the number 1 person under the Nirvana realm, almost invincible. No one should ever try to snub him at will. Secondly, the Jiang dynasty's infighting had nothing to do with him, and no royal prince or power would dare to offend a transformation tribulation realm powerhouse casually. This gives him full freedom. Third, and most importantly, the clan assembly at hand ensured that no one dared to make trouble openly. Chapter 83. Everything about this saint's son is given to him by his master. This clan conference is getting more and more interesting. The Immortal Hall crowd is shamelessly calculating and ugly, and in the future, there will be more people throughout the floating mountain range who won't sell them out. A good Jiang dynasty is one of constant infighting, with the 2 princes before and after attempting to bribe the poor Taoist, with no regard for royal unity at all. This shows that the prosperity and stability of the Kang dynasty are also all false. If the poor Taoist didn't make a mistake in his estimation, perhaps, by the time this conference is over, many sects will have to produce new turmoil and a new order. Yi Chang'an is a very few people who can see the whole picture. This moment his mouth is not clear, but in his heart is really began to reweigh up. He wasn't too comfortable with the Ginger dynasty. It wasn't worried about the other mountain ranges and clans either. However, considering that the heaven-mending pavilion that he was in would continue to stay in the floating Butte mountain range for some time, he was forced to consider the future. To put it bluntly, in the past, the Immortal Temple covered the sky with one hand. Now, with the rise of the heaven-mending pavilion, some things and some patterns should be changed. To put it in a small way, it was considered to be finding a foothold for himself in the heaven-mending pavilion. No longer could they be casually bullied and humiliated by that group of people from the Immortal Temple. To put it in a larger sense, but it was also considered to be a way to pave the way for the people to collectively ascend to the divine realm in the future and head to the divine realm in search of the great disciple Empress Luo Yunshang. Since one chooses to cultivate immortality, one is bound to pursue longevity and immortality. I also wonder how things are going over there with Yunshang nowadays. This time, for the clan assembly, the poor Tao will also make an effort in due time to let certain people know how powerful the heaven-mending pavilion is. That's what it's called when it's time to strike. With such a firm idea, Yi Chang'an was no longer distracted by other things, which pointed out with the 4 disciples one by one, various discussions, in order to make them closer to perfection after. Sleep instantly. It was an unbelievably good night's sleep. Early the next morning, the second day of the clan assembly began. It was a much more intense and exciting day. According to the system, today is 16:8. It's even more brutal than yesterday. Naturally, it's also more interesting to watch. Early in the morning, Yi Chang'an and his 4 disciples came to the stands, looking down on the millions of people below and looking around at the many powerful enemies around them. The scene was even more lively. There was a lot of shouting and killing. Just like yesterday's plan, the 5 masters and disciples deliberately pretended to be in the same boat and looked fiercely at the Immortal Hall crowd on the other stand several hundred feet away. Opposite the Immortal Temple's fellow disciples, yesterday someone made a fraud on the poor Tao's 3rd disciple Chao Reed. I hope that you also have the same guts today. The poor Taoist is not talented, yet he also defends his own disciples the most. Some people's machinations don't get a second chance. Yi Chang'an, on behalf of the people of the heaven-mending pavilion, intentionally said this angrily, which sort of made the people of the Immortal Hall, unsurprisingly, rejoice when they heard it.
Sect Master Yi is polite. It's just a competition, it's meant to be life and death on your own, win or lose on your own. We don't have half a bit of plotting and scheming, we just hope that the people of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, who lost yesterday, don't lose again today, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Ha 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 ha. On the side of the Immortal Hall, the four women, Lu Chen and Su Qingxue, were the most arrogant. They only saw in their eyes that Yi Chang'an seemed incompetent and furious, and they couldn't imagine for a second that all of this was something Yi Chang'an had intentionally faked. Thus one taunts and taunts. Soon. It was then Earthingzi's turn to face off against a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect. This so-called Heavenly Sword Sect was not weak, and the Heavenly Sword Sect that had previously failed to provoke Yi Chang'an in a single word, but was several times stronger. Although there were no strong people above the Ascension. However, when placed on top of this year's conference, it was a lineup that did not lose to the Immortal Hall. Previously, several players have been taken down by their disciples. Nowadays, the group of Yi Chang'an of the Heaven Mending Pavilion was even more eye-catching. It doesn't. Just as the referee announced that the duo side of the ring was about to begin, the man on the opposite side of the ring carried a golden longsword on his back and crossed the air with a proud face. The one coming from the opposite side is the once strongest Saint Sun from the Faustus Mountain Range Immortal Temple side? So the so-called traitor is you, huh? Ha, it's simply ridiculous, the poor Taoist is at least an expert of the Transformation Thunder realm, how could he arrange to be with a traitorous waste like you? Earth Echo, I hope you'll be kind enough to admit defeat of your own accord. Otherwise, beware of poor Tao's great flame 36 swords later. This statement was made. The crowd in the Immortal Hall laughed even more. In their eyes, the eldest senior brother Earthingzi, who had once made them worship him, deserved to be celebrated even if he didn't humiliate himself, but was humiliated by someone else. However, to Gyoko, such a few humiliating words were hardly worth mentioning. Since he was determined to defect to Yi Chang'an, surely he would not let him down. What's more, we were all at the Transformation Thunder realm, it was simply ridiculous for a mere Heavenly Sword Sect's Great Flame 36 swords to try to win against the Wine God Sword technique that he had cultivated. And so, just as countless people were placing bets on whether Diingzi would lose in 3 moves, or 5 moves, or barely last past 10 moves, Earth Echo looked back at Yi Chang'an. Yi Chang'an returned him a look as firm as iron. With this, Diingzi, who was already a golden Dao immortal fetus with heavenly spiritual roots, was even more confident. Next, just as the person opposite him executed the so-called Great Flame 36 swords, manifesting 36 3-foot fire dragons, stunning the entire audience. However, when he saw it, Diingzi did not strike out slowly, but he struck out an operation that caused countless people to choke. Poor Taoist, Earthingzi, the 5th disciple in the contemporary ranking of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, has come here to receive instruction. Untalented, I am in the middle of a set of Xian grade techniques, the Wine God Sword technique. Enlighten me. Diingzi seemed to draw and thrust his sword at the slowest speed, but within a few breaths, the entire crowd was stunned by his perfect to super god set of Wine God Sword technique. Just see. The seemingly powerful 36 fire dragons, with the Earthingzi spraying out a mouthful of wine and a long sword, 100 feet golden dragon appeared, roaring on the spot and shocking countless people. This is a symbol of the perfection of the Transformation Tribulation realm, It's hard to believe that this Earthingzi is actually finished, underestimating the Heaven Mending Pavilion this time. That Heavenly Sword Sect's expert on the opposite side has missed a trick. The crowd just had this thought, they saw, the Heavenly Sword Sect, this middle stage of the realm of transformation and robbery, actually could not change his sword moves in time, the whole person and his 36 fire dragons together. All engulfed. In the next second, only this person could be heard screaming miserably, actually retreating in a sorry state, finishing off on the spot. Immortal Temple Holy Sun, really? Poor road to learn. Shy with anger, this man saluted and actually ran away. The strength of the poor Taoist has nothing to do with the Immortal Hall, everything is given by Master Yi. Earthingzi ignored the shock, dismay, ecstasy, and disbelief of the crowd, but he gave Yi Chang'an the best words he could hear. This statement was made. Countless people scrambled to look at Yi Chang'an, but they didn't know how to get along next. Just in time. The referee announces the next pair. Please invite the 3rd disciple of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, Xiao Reed, to take on the Immortal Hall's newest Saint Sun, Lu Qin. The words just fell. The crowd was once again abuzz. What a great day of theater. Chapter 84 Physical Defeat, Psychological Blitz. Is the Immortal Hall's newest Saint Sun winning by a mile, Or is the third disciple under that heaven-mending pavilion's Yi Chang'an more powerful? Now, this is a bit exciting. Yes, we'll hurry up and bet. Can't afford to miss out on the fun. Just as the crowd was placing various bets, each favoring a different contestant, the referee's side was also immediately inviting up two deadly rivals. Above the ring. The person on the left, it is yesterday morning field performance is not bad, but the afternoon field by the old four Shangwan Qin gave a third disciple of the pavilion to mend the sky, Xiao Reed. Today, she still seems to be fighting with an injury, which can't help but make people break out in a cold sweat. This if we lose again. It's not going to be an 8 today. The person on the right, on the other hand, was the Immortal Hall's newest saint's son, Grand Elder Tian Xianzi's most beloved personal disciple, Lu Chen. The man has been doing well all morning and afternoon. The odds of winning this time are tremendous. As a result, the number of people betting in favor of Lu Chen was not generally high, and apart from everyone within the Immortal Hall, even the other sects, there were more than half of them. Junior brother, go for it, beat that Xiao Reed. She wasn't supposed to be as good as you, and you definitely could have beaten her. Moreover, yesterday, the fourth senior sister had seriously injured her. That Yi Chang'an is also funny. His own disciple was seriously injured, but he didn't treat it, and he still had to force his way out of the competition. He simply deserved to be unlucky. Lu Chuan walked up to the ring step by step, and behind him came the encouraging voices of the four ladies of Su Qingxue. Hearing these words, and seeing the forcefulness of the people around him, Lu Chen's already arrogant mind suddenly became even more conceited. When he looked at the people of the heaven-mending pavilion again, there were a few more points of mischief in his eyes. Not long ago, he had managed to almost besiege and kill Yi Chang'an, but unfortunately, he had lost all his efforts and had his cultivation ruined by Yi Chang'an. Fortunately, after being rescued back later, he relied on the four women to plead with Master Grand Elder Tian Xianzi to remodel his meridians. It is even more important to obtain a huge amount of heavenly treasures. Accelerated recovery up. It was also because the Grand Elder had been singled out several times, thus gaining the status of the new Holy Son. It could be said that after embarking on this brand new cultivation path, Lu Chuan not only hated Yi Chang'an and everyone in the heaven-mending pavilion, but also gained a great promotion. Period. For the time being, he couldn't use the devil's spite flute given to him by the heavenly devil, but he was able to obtain quite a few treasures from the Immortal Hall as a result. In terms of cultivation, today's him had also opened up the Divine Sea Realm and, moreover, forcefully elevated to the middle stage of the Divine Sea Realm. Looking at the side of the heaven-mending pavilion, other than Yi Chang'an and Diangzi, everyone else was at the early Divine Sea Realm. There's no reason to lose to these guys. Treasure, but also long ago stole the Immortal Temple's only 9th order spiritual medicine Heaven and Earth Yin and Yang grass, so that his physique is stronger, but also stole the great Elder Tiangshuanzi's 7-star Tianshan Divine Sword, to comprehend a more powerful sword technique. It can be said that this time, he is full of confidence, and he can definitely kill Xiao Reed's fifth senior sister. It's been a long time. That master of yours, Mr. Lu, can't do anything about him for the time being, but by getting rid of you first, and then settling him, your heaven-mending pavilion can be neat and tidy as a family. Do you know that last time, that master of yours snatched away the great emperor's chance that belonged to me? If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have wanted to be so ruthless and kill you. I hope that when you die, you can complain more about that master of yours and not blame me. After all, a shameless person like you, a traitoress, our Immortal Hall has never looked down on, and all the clan bigwigs on the scene surely do as well. Today's battle is a match and a personal vendetta. I also ask His Majesty, the Dragon Martial Emperor, and all the sect leaders to see clearly that Mr. Lu is going to clean up for the Immortal Hall today and beat them clean. This guy, Lu Chuan, was already ruthless, and now, in order to capture the biggest windfall at the competition site, he actually deliberately turned black and white upside down. Not just start casting his best words. Moreover, it is surprising that the intention to defeat Xiao Reed in one battle, and, in turn, to reshape their heroic image, so that they can deal with Yi Chang'an in the future in a righteous manner. It is under this kind of psychology, originally they betrayed, he colluded with the devil cultivator thing, the result froze to say that Yi Chang'an wronged. And originally abandoned the darkness of Xiao Reed, but was said by him to be Yi Chang'an lulled plus lured back. That's just halfway through. The surrounding people had already cursed Yi Chang'an for being shameless. Hearing this, Xiao Reed was furious, almost about to spit out the truth she knew. But it is not expected. Right at this moment, the four Su Qingxue girls suddenly spoke up. Fifth senior sister, if you don't obediently admit defeat, do you really want to defend that evil master Yi Chang'an? Have you forgotten our sibling bond? What? Once upon a time.
Poor Chao Reed was still able to plan a counterattack against Lu Chuan, and once she encountered Su Qingxue, who preferred to play the emotional card, she was somewhat powerless.
It's okay to say bad things about her. Speaking ill of her master, Yi Chang'an? Lu Dust, aren't you too old for this art? I can kind of see that you're all in this together. Surrender?
Impossible, Chao Reed declared, from today onwards, completely, and you two cut off, who humiliated my master, who will have to
die.
Chao Reed, who has always been simple and kind, finally completely exploded at this moment. These words not only stunned the Immortal Hall crowd, but also caused Lu Chen to be slightly stunned.
What do you mean? Your own words actually failed? That's not possible.
Just when Lu Chuan still didn't know how he couldn't convince Chao Reed, he saw that Chao Reed no longer pretended to be injured, but decisively urged his mana and took the lead in the attack.
Honor the king defense set.
This was something that Yi Chang'an had secretly lent to her last night, and now, after activating it, there was an immediate aura of terror all around her.
By the time Lu Chuan reacted and prepared to strike, he actually found that his mana was being defended? Thoughtless tenfold pillar.
This is also Yi Chang'an lent to Chao Reed, to facilitate her sneak attack, this time, really used. A muffled stick hit, Lu Dust the whole person is confused, the next, Chao Reed is to take advantage of this opportunity, a flash to come to the side of Lu Dust.
What do you want to do? Lu Chuan. Let senior sister loosen your muscles. You deserve this.
Greeted Lu Dust that arrogant and frightened gaze, Chao Reed actually in public caricatured a laugh, directly abolished the other party's left arm. The pain was so intense that Lu Chen was filled with horror, and he was about to struggle, but then he saw that his right arm was wasted again. Simply horrible.
Now, is there anyone else who dares to slander my master?
Chao Reed kicked the injured Lu Dust, and at that moment, she, the woman heroine, was simply handsome.
Chapter 85 Prince's Calculations.
Such a scene stunned everyone in the room. The people in the Immortal Hall sucked in a breath of cool air. Especially Su Qingxue for women, while stepping forward to help again by physical defeat, psychological shock, little brother Lu Dust, while shocked to look to the long unrecognized Chao Reed.
When did she get so strong? Did she learn from that Yi Chang'an again behind our backs? Obviously we are enemies, why do we envy her instead?
Not to be envious, all give me a spirit, Lu Master brother miscalculation, this revenge
must be avenged.
Although Su Qingxue was still cursing bitterly, at this time, it was obvious to all individuals that these 5 people who had been humiliated many times in a row really didn't have much face left.
It's not just outsiders who look down.
The rest of the Immortal Hall was also a bit disgusted. Looking at Lu Chen again, his entire body was buzzing as he was dragged down to heal his wounds. Neither can figure out why Chao Reed suddenly recovered.
Also couldn't figure out what kind of magic treasure she had on her that actually made it impossible for her to attack? I'm not convinced. How did I lose again?
For senior sisters, take me back, I want to continue to fight with Chao Reed, I want to give my master a long face.
Pain. Both of my arms are broken, these are the arms that have been painstakingly cultivated for several months, could it be that this life is destined to be a defeat for Yi Chang'an?
At the backstage of the clan assembly, seeing Lu Chen in such a sorry state, so disheveled, the people around him couldn't help but snicker. At this moment, the Immortal Hall's reputation really fell to pieces. Instead, it was the heaven-mending pavilion's Yi Chang'an master and disciple, who were truly admired by countless people, and no one dared to casually underestimate them anymore.
The morning passed quickly. The top 8 contestants have been born. Among them, there were 2 rookies, Chao Reed and Earthingzi from the heaven-mending pavilion. Soon came the afternoon.
According to the format, the top 8 should be decided in the afternoon to move on to the quarterfinals. Upon seeing this, Yi Chang'an brought the 4 of them here early, with all sorts of instructions, just as he was about to meet a new round of challenges.
But then, someone came. The Crown Prince has arrived.
With that eunuch's shout last night, all the people at the scene saluted, and at this time Yi Chang'an finally saw this prince for the first time. However, he saw that this prince was about 25 or 26 years old, dressed in a 3-clawed golden dragon robe, powerful and quite domineering. His strength was already at the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm, and although he was less than the top, he was more than 99% of his peers. As soon as he opened his mouth, he even made countless people have to be convinced.
Simply because this man was actually ordered to come.
Gentlemen, this prince, with orders from his father, presides over the afternoon tournament, which has been slightly altered this time, given that it has been a boring ring in previous years. Later on, all the contestants will follow this prince to explore the secret realm. This time, all players can participate, only, Father appreciates the third disciple Chao Reed and the fifth disciple Diang Zi under the door of Yipom, therefore, please 2 people plus a hermit Taoist, a body-refining Vajra, followed by this prince to form a team. All the treasures of the secret realm this time, each obtaining them, never being petty. Whoever passes first gets the strongest reward. As Crown Prince Jiang Jitian uttered these words, the crowd at the scene was in an uproar. No one could have imagined that this year would actually become so exciting and interesting. While many still had a few doubts, most chose to participate. There was a line of people ready to enter. And at this time, Yi Chanan's eyes narrowed, but he didn't dare to trust this Crown Prince 100%. Taking advantage of the time when Crown Prince Jiang Jitian was smilingly forming up the crowd and conducting various checks, Yi Chang'an called the 4 disciples and instructed them one by one. Reed, Earthingzi, the 2 of you each carry a talisman in case of emergency. The sudden change in the method of competition this time is quite disturbing to my master's heart. It's best if it's okay. If there is an accident, you can ensure peace by activating the power in it immediately. Finally, if there is really a great crisis, I will not sit idly by. Last time, I was able to save you from the mouth of that heavenly demon, and I will not show weakness this time either. Speaking of this, Yi Chanan's eyes clearly carried a few points of displeasure, precisely displeased that the Zhang dynasty had come down with this sudden trick. On the other hand, Chao Reed and Diangzi on the opposite side, while receiving the talisman and being grateful to Yi Chang'an, they nevertheless raised their vigilance and followed Prince Jiang Jitian's men over. In the meantime, this side of the Immortal Temple. Since this year is the weakest arrangement, the 6 saints came just to escort and go back, and did not sign up to participate, so stay on the scene. Lu Dust is the first, Su Qingxue for women is the second. One of the 5 was more annoyed than the other. The Elite 8 didn't make it in. Even, also let Chao Reed violently beat Lu Dust. This can be how? Fortunately, now Prince Jiang Jitian has given a new opportunity. This would be impossible to miss. For senior sisters, all senior brothers and sisters, we can accelerate later. The regular competition ring has already lost miserably. This secret realm must be taken. Also, if the opportunity is right, I hope everyone will cooperate with me and work together to solve surname Yi. That Crown Prince only talked about the staff arrangement and didn't stop anyone from moving. When the time comes, with so many of us together, we're afraid that we can't get a punk Yi Chang'an killed? After this is accomplished, the rewards given to me by my master can be divided equally among all of you. Even more, if things fail, there is still me, the newest saint's son, to bear the burden. Everyone, what else is there to worry about? Lu Chen had really gone out of his way to get back at Yi Chang'an. Those words instantly brightened the crowd's eyes. Even the 4 girls, Su Qingxue, who were once again disappointed, doubled up and followed Lu Dust, intending to make a good ambush. This side of the entrance to the secret realm. Crown Prince Jiang Jitian brought 800 genie guards under his command, plus some of the experts who had screened to enter the secret realm, and looked at the various expressions of the crowd, and there was even a cold smile in his eyes. It looks like that program can go forward. Last night, this prince and Yi Chang'an strengthened their relationship. He shouldn't oppose me. Immortal Hall? That punk saint son of Lu Chuan made old 3 lose a lot of money, and this time, he definitely won't be able to hinder me. On the contrary, you and others can work harder. After entering the secret realm later, everything will proceed according to the plan. This clan assembly, in previous years, it was our Zhang dynasty that organized it and gave awards to other people. This year it's time for someone else. Speaking in a low voice to this shows fair and open, a face of frankness of the Crown Prince Jiang Jitian, but with their own group of cronies, smiling so gloomy. Apparently, he and Emperor Longwu had reached an agreement to take what they could get. Emperor Longwu intends to make a name for himself in this dynasty. Prince Jiang Jiantian, however, was planning to take this opportunity to become famous for once. After all, 3 great emperors had also appeared in the Zhang dynasty, so why should they be given victory and glory by an old sect like the Immortal Hall? Time passes by. Gradually, it was only a quarter of an hour away from opening that secret realm of the Zhang dynasty. Countless people are looking forward to it. Countless people count. Countless people sneered. Yi Chang'an among the countless people, but also in order to completely continue to give the Zun Wang Howie set in the thoughtless 10 times column to Chao Reed. As for success or failure, smooth or bad, that's up to God. Chapter 86. The Dynasty Secret Realm opens. The entrance to the secret realm of the Zhang dynasty.
As the time got closer and closer, the elders of all the major sects came here without fail. Or get personally involved. Or wait for your own disciple to return. Among them, naturally, the Immortal Hall Grand Elder Tian Xianzi was also missing, and this person was looking at Yi Chang'an with a face full of indignation, as if he wanted to seek revenge on him very badly. It's no wonder. This time, the Immortal Temple's senior management was trying to ensure that their power was not dispersed, thus they had little interest in the current clan assembly, and only sent out a lineage of Grand Elders to lead it, plus other disciples. I thought that Lu Chuan, Su Qingshu if 4 girls can be the disciples of the great elders carefully cultivated, should not be too bad. But the results are quite. Shame on you. It was so that the Grand Elder Tian Xianzi stared at Yi Chang'an the entire time, hating that he could not get rid of him earlier. One is to avenge 1 or 2 for that latest valued personal disciple of his, see latest sacred son Lu Dust. The second was to regain dignity for the Immortal Temple. Damn Yi Chang'an, recently ascended to break through the realm in the last year, now, almost surpassing this Grand Elder, no wonder he can make Lu Chan and the others suffer. Speaking of which, it's still senior sect leader who is too conservative. What's the point of giving a few of them some yellow-grade magic treasures? Nowadays, within the floating Slaughter Mountain range, the Immortal Hall's status is increasingly inferior to the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. Even if we can't have the 7 of us make a move, we should still take out stronger magical treasures and kill Yi Chang'an's disciples. It's just. Master Sect leader can't keep up with the times, so let this Grand Elder slowly clean up this group of people. Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi was originally someone with an extremely small heart. This time, the whole time he saw his own disciples suffer and the top 4 didn't even get in, he was all kinds of furious, but he couldn't do anything about it. Fortunately, Crown Prince Jiang Jitian actually temporarily changed the way of the follow-up match, which didn't give them a chance. Lu Dust, you and other 5 people listen well, after going in, must be united and enterprising, not to act alone, before how to fail, this time make sure how to retrieve the scene. With Tian Xuanzi's words, behind them, Lu Chen, Su Qingshu as 4 girls, were instantly pressurized but also doubly inspired. Really just promise to give it your all. Never lose again. On the other side, Yi Chang'an felt the killing intent in the eyes of Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi not far away, and also felt the crowd of the Immortal Hall was even more flaming towards them, but he didn't pay any attention to it. Taking advantage of the last bit of time, he immediately reminded the disciples under his door to be careful. Soon. Come to the moment when the secret world opens. Gentlemen, please. As the Crown Prince Jiang Jitian gave the order, hundreds of ordinary disciples, elite disciples, elders, and so on, unexpectedly poured into it in a brain. But see, after this dynasty's secret realm was opened, the aura emanating from it was actually no weaker than the floating slaughter secret realm. There was even the aroma of certain high-level spirit medicines. For a while, countless people were excited. Also due to the fact that the people who came this time were not weak, therefore, the entire front 3 layers of the dynasty's secret realm were basically wild winds and waves that rolled past in general. Part of the backwardness. 1 man ahead. A portion of them were beaten to the point of spitting blood, yet they still clung to certain elixirs on the walls in a death grip. The other part of the group, who clearly looked down on these spiritual medicines below the 6th rank, directly came to the depths of the secret realm. This place. The first person to arrive was, of course, Crown Prince Jiang Jitian. Other than that, it was the 4 players from the same team that he had named earlier. Chao Reed, Earthingzi, a hermit Taoist, a body-refining Vajra. At this moment, the 4 were facing a riddle along with Crown Prince Jiang Jitian. Above the stone tablet on the opposite side, the following title appeared. What is a daybreak? Looking at this topic, 3 of the 4 felt a headache, but it was Diangzi who had some clarity because he was the strongest and was close to ascending to the White Sun. Your Highness the Crown Prince, the poor Taoist has some ideas. Come on. Good. This White Sun ascension, there are 2 kinds of broad and narrow meanings. The narrow one is to break through the nirvana realm, transcend the life and death of the physical body, and ascend to the divine realm, accomplishing immortality. But broadly speaking, it's more than that. It's about continuing to cultivate and strive for immortality, so that you can truly be immortal. I don't know about this answer from the poor man. Earthingzi was worthy of being an expert of the perfection of the transformation tribulation realm, and as soon as he had finished saying this, he saw, a line of writing was revealed on top of the stone monument. Congratulations to you and others for answering correctly. By passing this stone tablet, you will be able to enter the deepest layer of the secret realm, with greater dangers and more opportunities. Upon seeing this, Crown Prince Jiang Jitian laughed out loud and praised him immediately. Gyoko, you really aren't simple. This subject is really only going to be passed by you. Right now, we can't stay long, the people behind us will absolutely catch up, it's hard to say at that time. With Crown Prince Jiang Jitian's words, the 4 players didn't hesitate and decisively teleported to the deepest part of the secret realm by relying on this stone tablet. Among them, the concentration of aura was actually no weaker than the Faustian secret realm. Of course, there are 10 times more crises going around in here, as it turns out. Your Highness the Crown Prince, let the 4 of us clear the way for you, we will never dare to let any demon harm you. Earth Echo took the lead in activating her mana and knocking away a few organs. Behind him, Crown Prince Jiang Jiantian had a face of approval and appreciation. And Chao Reed, that hermit Taoist, that body-refining Vajra, 3 people are also a variety of spells to show, really become the strongest squad inside the crowd. There isn't one. Half a quarter of an hour later. Outside the monolith. The second squad leader arrived, and it was no other than Lu Chen. The third prince once said that today the crown prince is bound to change the way, and the map in here has long been given to the poor Taoists, and it is true. Still, just going in there so casually isn't enough fun, better get something going and set someone up. Anyway, this kind of secret realm is already full of crises, no one will be blamed if something goes wrong, so at that time, we can find a chance to save the crown prince, and then frame that group of people from the heaven-mending pavilion, isn't it the best of both worlds? After such a thought, this mischievous Lu Chuan immediately acted. Letting the 4 girls, Su Qingxue, activate their mana to create an illusion to avoid prying eyes from outsiders. Then, only then did this place several powerful foreign beasts inside and outside the stone monument. Inside, just go deal with that prince. The ones out there just give the group behind them a little bit of a test. Still, waste is not fit to live in the first place, not to mention, this is the dynasty's secret realm, the treasures inside are bound to be even more amazing. Instead of leaving it to those losers out there, why don't we split it amongst ourselves? Speaking of which, Lu Chuan not only had outlawed thoughts coupled with outlawed actions, but also immediately passed the puzzle above the stone tablet. This time the question is, what is monasticism? What is monasticism? Lu Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly gave the most ruthless and merciless answer. Cultivation is to have everything in one's favor and everything in one's favor if one is strong, one is better than everything if one is strong, one is not afraid of anything. Cut the crap and get me and others inside. Otherwise, after losing this opportunity, I, Lu, will absolutely come back to destroy this obtrusive monolith of yours. Seemingly frightened by Lu Chen's tone, the stone tablet actually did give them a pass. Chapter 87 Unsealing, changes suddenly arise. Seeing that, the stone tablet emitted a golden light, but it wrapped up Lu Chuan and Su Qingshua's 4 girls and teleported them in. Just landed. The 5 of them each pushed their cultivation at the Divine Sea realm, picked up the yellow-level magic treasures given by the Immortal Hall, dismantled the organs when they encountered them, and killed the foreign beasts when they encountered them. Fierce and invincible all the way around indeed. No wonder, previously, that Grand Elder Tian Xianzi was full of confidence. This time, the Immortal Hall was indeed well prepared and even more mindful. But for a moment. The 5 then approached from this random entry point towards the prince and the others further ahead. Another half a quarter of an hour passed. Outside the monolith. The other teams arrived at this place, and before they could greet their problems, they were suddenly sneak attacked by a few ferocious foreign beasts that had ambushed them. There were many deaths and injuries. Which actually came up with this, sneaking in a foreign beast as a trap. This is still their Violet Mansion realm foreign beast, we are miserable. More than that, there are still Cave Void realm foreign beasts on our side, I'm afraid I can't keep up with the progress this time, and when we go out, we have to get the hell out of there. In the midst of a bout of chaos, more than half of the hundreds of players who rushed in this time were actually seriously injured by the beast's sneak attack and were forced to leave early. There was another small half, but they were too scrupulous to go in again and again, not daring to go in at will. It was only the last small half of the group that went up to answer the question. And beyond this secret realm of dynasties. Seeing dozens of players come out with injuries, the elder Sect Masters on their side were all kinds of heartbroken and annoyed. But I can't raise the volume to complain about anything because I'm not strong enough. On the contrary, the Immortal Hall Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi's side was similarly mocking and disdainful as Lu Chen. These losers haven't even opened up the Divine Sea realm, and they dare to just go in and die? Sure enough, the weaker and smaller the waist, the more they like to risk giving away their heads. Fortunately, the 5 disciples under the Poverty Road's door are all Divine Sea realm experts, so this time, even without the participation of the 6 great sacred sons, they will be able to successfully enter the final level. So, the poor Taoist still says that worshipping the wrong teacher is wrong for life. Have you and the others ever been willing to join the poor Tao sect? The immortal hall behind the poor Tao is not 100 times more powerful than those third-rate sects of yours? The moment Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi said this, he really attracted quite a few players who looked towards him. But not everyone is that lowly and perfidious. Aside from the very few who defected over, most people still chose to stay in their own clans. It's still the same. A son does not mind his mother's ugliness, and a man does not mind his family's poverty. Watching this scene, all the other great sects frowned slightly, very disdainful of this behavior of the immortal hall, but in their hearts, they had to recognize that this was the strongest of the weak. When it was Yi Chang'an's turn, he didn't care to fall on the others at this time. Seeing Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi behave like this, not only did he not feel powerful, he felt that he was simply brain dead. Losing a great name for a small gain, this is the Hall of Immortality? Offending others for the sake of a villain makes this Grand Elder a wasted position. The immortal temple that was once powerful for hundreds of years has fallen to the present situation, and actually relies on such means to fight for vanity. There's no one else. In the meantime, the deepest part of the secret realm. This place was worthy of being the secret realm of the dynasty, and indeed the layout was even more profound, with a sense of winding paths. Except for the first 3 levels, which are considered the easiest levels. There are 2 other important levels here. One, which is this channel that converges from all directions to one point, randomly teleporting and appearing depending on the different players. This was the case with Crown Prince Jiang Jitian and the others at the moment. After coming in, this encountered 2 Purple House Realm consummation of foreign beasts. Well, no need Chow Reed or Grounding Z shot, own that Hermit Taoist and that refining body diamond, each resolved. And the other one, which is over there at the end of the passage, is said to have a seal. This seal cannot be broken using brute force. One must rely on the royal bloodline. The 4 High Masters, I'm afraid we have to speed up. We've been in for so long, the others following should be getting close. Wait until we're ahead, even if we pass another level. With Prince Jiang Jitian saying this, the 4 people behind him didn't say anything, so the 2 people in front of them opened the way to kill the foreign beasts and deal with the organs, while the 2 people behind them protected Prince Jiang Jitian. The 4 were previously rivals against each other. Now, with Crown Prince Jiang Jiantian as the leader, it was much more united and also much more efficient. But half an hour. It turns out that the passageway with many organs and countless foreign beasts was so effortlessly cleaned up by the 5 people one by one, before and after. Eventually, the 5 arrived at the 5th level, also known as the seal. The 4 contestants stand back a little and allow this prince to lift the seal, which must be opened by the royal bloodline of our Jiang dynasty. However, for the sake of fairness in the game, this prince will never turn it on and off. Instead, he will open it and then sit back and wait for them to follow. This also counts as this crown prince admiring the strength of Taoist brother Dingzi and thus learning a thing or two. After going out this time, I will definitely mention you in the heaven-mending pavilion behind you to father properly. As he spoke, Crown Prince Jiang Jitian activated his magic power and squeezed out a drop of blood from the top of his right index finger, sending it into the seal. Sure enough, he saw that a sound of a dragon roaring and a tiger whistling came out from within the seal. Then the light shone brightly. On it, there were dragons and phoenixes in harmony, and even more imperial hegemony, as well as miles of rivers and mountains, and even more of the world's millions of people. It's worthy of being a dynasty's secret realm. I really don't know how the ancestors of the Zhang dynasty found this secret realm and relied on it to establish their capital. All, prepare to enter. Prince Jiang Jitian was about to say this, but suddenly felt something strange, turned around and looked, but noticed some foreign beasts that shouldn't be there, suddenly attacked. If it was just a normal alien beast, the big deal was to treat it as if it had come from the other side of the passage. But, on the contrary, the foreign beasts that killed over this time were not only stronger, but also, the types were not considered to be the ones that were already present in the secret realm. More like, Your Highness the Crown Prince, the visitors are not good. These foreign beasts have obviously been berserked and enraged by people, the weakest purple mansion realm, the strongest fortification realm. We must not be careless. You go in first, and the 4 of us will stay at the sealed door and play with them. We don't make it easy. The 4 of them, Earthingzi, were about to escort the Crown Prince, Jiang Jiantian, to take the first step, but they didn't want to. But in the next second, a 4-man group of 1 Transformation Tribulation Realm Perfection, 2 Cave Void Realm Perfections, plus an early stage of the Divine Sea Realm. Frozen in a crisis even worse than the previous game. As he saw it, the 4 foreign beasts that were leading the group, after being tampered with by someone, suddenly erupted with a terrifying power that was comparable to the consummation of the Hierophant realm. In an instant, the hermit Taoist at the cave void realm perfection, the body refining Vajra, these two were the first to suffer, spitting blood with minor injuries. Next, Chao Reed opened the protective power of the Zun Wang Howie suit, finally managed to resist, but also because the realm is too weak to carry the physical impact, forced to retreat. At this point, it seemed that only Gyoko had a fighting chance. Chapter 88 Chickens. Third senior sister, your cultivation is insufficient, so go in with the crown prince first. 2 seniors, please also assist the poor Taoist. These 4 foremost foreign beasts are not easy to deal with. The poor Taoist must take out the sect's magic treasure and concentrate on dealing with them, in order to avoid omissions. Please 2 more. Ji Youngjia deserves to be called Ji Youngjia. The once strongest saint son of the immortal temple, now the 5th and strongest disciple of the heaven mending pavilion, had an idea in minutes. Once they heard this, the 3 people behind them didn't hesitate at all and decisively cooperated with him. Chao Reed knows that her strength is limited, and she retreated a few steps back to take charge of swathing for them. That hermit Taoist and that body refining Vajra, although their cultivation levels were much worse, but, at least, they were also existences of the cave void realm perfection, and immediately each of them activated their magic treasures and cast spells. Full cooperation. Heaven and earth, kings and relatives, I have my orders, gods, ghosts, Buddhas, devils and immortals, all come to the command, hurry. That hermit Taoist had not revealed his name so far, but just by looking at him chanting and urging a 5-element banner to press forward, it was evident that he was no weakling either. Such a person, placed on the immortal temple side, was at least at the level of the 7 great giants. Unexpectedly, nowadays, he actually just followed the crown prince, Zhang Jitian, to form a team together. Next, this 5 elements flag instantly locked the 4 foremost foreign beasts. Although it couldn't cause too much damage, it also blocked them from absorbing all kinds of auras and recovering and strengthening. With a guy like that, it's no wonder he made it to the final 4. Next to him, that body refining Vajra hemmed and hawed, and then unwrapped an unimpressive wolf tooth rod. Between shakes, it instantly transformed into 4 puppets of 4 people, attracting the gazes of the 4 foremost foreign beasts across the street. It could be seen that this person was not only amazing in terms of brute strength, but also had an uncomplicated spell secretary. This puppet was almost half as strong as the 4 of them. Thank you, 2 seniors. Next, watch the poor Taoist. Immortal locking rope. After getting the 3 to cooperate, Gyoko had more confidence. While the heaven and earth defense set, he went deep into 2 of the foreign beasts and hardened himself against the damage, which was simply awesome too. Miles of frozen mountains. Chao Reed knows that her cultivation is not enough. If it is really a physical fight, a round will have to be bad enough. Fortunately, her water spells are quite good. In a matter of minutes, he summoned an iceberg that weighed 10 million pounds and ruthlessly smashed it into that foreign beast that was being attacked by Earth Echo with all its might. Ow! The original arrogant 4 Fey beasts of the perfection of the transformation threat realm, now, 2 of them were temporarily trapped. One was smashed by an iceberg to the point of dizziness, and the last one, naturally, had even less effect. Earthingzy saw the opportunity early, and no nonsense, this catalyzed the Wine God Sword technique, manifested out a 100-foot golden dragon, and bit down fiercely. He himself was even casting each of his common gold spells as a hold. But see, the entire scene had almost become an exclusive show for him alone, freezing the 4 powerful foreign beasts that Lu Chen had worked so hard to get, being played like children. It didn't take long. The first beast's head exploded and it fell with a scream. The other 3 heads were furious, but it was too late for them to form a new attack, before the 4 of them were once again reasonable and took them down one by one. 1 head. Both ends. 3 heads. On top of that, after these 4 foremost foreign beasts, there were a dozen more foreign beasts of what was the Cave Void realm and what was the Purple Mansion realm, which were also swallowed up one by the 100-foot golden dragon. The Wine God's Sword Chi returns, and all laws are returned to 1. Come. Earthingzy's magic skill was invoked, and truly, one person was like the absolute generation sword saint, independent in front of people, proud and invincible. See so, behind the Chao Reed 3 people all kinds of great joy and praise. Earthingzy, however, didn't let his guard down, but asked that hermit Taoist, that body refining Vajra, to go out and scout for them for a moment or 2. Good point. After these 2 nodded their heads, they headed towards the source of this group of foreign beasts, and unsurprisingly, after only a few moments of searching, they encountered Lu Chuan, who was looking resentful and more than a little shocked. So it's you? The Immortal Hall is such a big clan, and now, having a villain like you as a holy son, you still dare to sneak up on us? It's a disgrace. The two of them were furious and slapped at Lu Dust's eyes and spat out all sorts of blood. After poor Lu Chen recultivated, there was no way for him to bring his most powerful treasures with him, and even if he did, he didn't dare to cast them, and thus he was ravaged in all sorts of ways. In the next second, when he saw two acquaintances, the Groundingzi and Chao Reed, he felt bad, and in order not to get killed, he hurriedly grabbed the first curse. So it's you guys. You actually compelled the two seniors? Don't misunderstand, these foreign beasts are definitely not poor, but they are. Before the words were finished, he saw that behind the seal, there was an earth-shattering sound of a dragon's roar, and then, a person was shrouded in 10,000 feet of golden light and walked out. The aura was so strong that it actually caused all five of them to resist the urge to worship and kneel down to kowtow. It was only because the person who came was none other than the Crown Prince Jiang Jitian who had obtained the inheritance. There's no need to say more, this prince has his own way. Crown Prince Jiang Jitian's seemingly most ordinary words were giving the five people on the scene great pressure, and except for Diangzi, who was slightly able to carry on because he had almost broken through to nirvana, the others were all submissive. It was also at this time that the crowd could see that although the Crown Prince was still wearing the three-clawed golden dragon robe, however, the surrounding aura was completely different. It seemed that obtaining the inheritance of the ancestor of the Zhang dynasty was already considered half an emperor. The dragon's breath is monstrous. It was not inferior to any magic treasure, only that, since the person had not yet transformed the tribulation, he could not be invincible under nirvana. Congratulations, Your Highness. Now that the inheritance is in our hands, it's considered a win for our team. In addition, this is the Immortal Hall's newest saintly son, Lu Duan, who is also a traitor to our master, as well as colluding with demonic cultivators, releasing foreign beasts, and other egregious behaviors. Earthingzi was slightly surprised in his heart, but he didn't think much about it and immediately explained. Hearing these words, Lu Duan as a whole couldn't fight it personally. That face was more embarrassed than eating. On the contrary, on the side of the Crown Prince Jiang Jitian, although he hated the Immortal Hall and Lu Chen because of this, at first, considering the cooperation between the Immortal Hall and this dynasty, he didn't want to make enemies. At the very least, the face of the Immortal Temple should still be preserved on the surface. Immediately think for a moment. Last word. Let go of him and let fellow Taoist Lu go with this prince to father's side to explain. I don't know how fellow Taoist Lu, the poor road, is claimed. Looking at the gazes of the people around him, Lu Chen didn't want to agree, but he couldn't. At this time, he hated Yi Chang'an even more for making him retrain. And a little bit of regret. Shouldn't we bring along the heaven and earth yin yang grass and that 7-star Tian Xin divine sword? Bring but to be recognized. But do not bring. That is a proper shame and also lose Shera. Yi Chang'an. You are really my ing natural enemy. Chapter 89 State Master for help? With Lu Chuan's words, Crown Prince Jiang Jitian naturally went along with it and ended the matter. 1 hour later. Crown Prince Jiang Jitian and the others walked out of the dynasty's secret realm as the first winners. Others can't be convinced. Only Tian Xianzi, the Grand Elder of the Immortal Hall, saw that Lu Chen had actually failed once again, and was still taken down by the Crown Prince Jiang Jitian. His face was that gloomy. Please forgive the Crown Prince for a moment or two, this sinful son, leave it to the poor Taoist to deal with, and also, this year's General Assembly the poor Taoist remembers the hospitality of your dynasty. Would never have dared to do that back then. I can't imagine that nowadays, in order to please some people, actually. Humph. As he spoke, this Tian Xianzi attempted to make a move and directly grabbed Lu Chen before speeding away. And yet, I don't want to. Prince Jiang Jitian, although not good counterattack, but, next to a person has long seen this light, decisive shot to intercept. It's no one else. It was Yi Chang'an. Why is the Grand Elder in such a hurry? Your own disciple commits a crime, people's crown prince doesn't pursue the matter but hands it over to the emperor to deal with. This is not even a promise, it seems that there really is a big conspiracy. In that case, the poor Taoist will teach this disciple of yours a lesson on behalf of the Jiang dynasty and all the people, and also let him learn a lesson. When he said this, Yi Chang'an smiled and was about to fix Lu Chen in public. Lu Chuan was so frightened by his terrifying pressure that he almost knelt down and begged for mercy. On the contrary, when that Grand Elder Tian Xianzi saw such a scene, he immediately became furious and no longer cared about his status, directly erupting with one of his strongest spells. Yi Chang'an, you're committing suicide. Will this Grand Elder let you be compared to him? Eat one of my Immortal Hall's 5 strongest spells, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Art. With these words from Grand Elder Tian Xianzi, in an instant, a wave of lightning that looked like a heavenly tribulation descended out of thin air and smashed into Yi Chang'an. That lightning was indeed terrifyingly very terrifying. It's 1,000 feet long. It's 18 feet thick. Inner integration of the 5 elements. Outside the 3 talents. Not to mention below the Nirvana realm, even a Nirvana realm powerhouse wouldn't dare to resist a move. But the bias. Right at this moment, in full view of everyone, Yi Chang'an wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he made a move of the heavenly tribulation finger and headed towards this thunderlight. The poor Taoist is untalented and responds to the great elder's provocation with his middle finger. What purple sky divine thunder art? I see, nothing more than that. How dare you be so arrogant in front of the crown prince, you immortal hall intend to turn against him? Yi Chang'an's one heavenly calamity finger force actually penetrated the opposite Grand Elder's purple heavenly divine thunder art. Not only was it not affected in the slightest, but instead, it beat the other party to the point of spitting blood. And after Tai Xianhan's cast. The Grand Elder Tian Xianzi, who had been very domineering a second before, was immediately point-bound and landed on the ground in a sorry state, as if he were a dead dog. This scene shocked countless people. This scene shocked Lu Duan. This scene announced that the Immortal Hall had no face left this time. This scene proclaimed that Yi Chang'an was the fierce one. Yi Chang'an, you damn. Wow 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 wow. The poor great elder Tian Xianzi was crippled by Lu Chuan, a villain like him, and tried to resist, but he was unconsciously spitting out blood and seriously injured, his face full of fear. Seeing that the situation was about to develop in an unpredictable direction, Crown Prince Jiang Jintian hurried out. End this strife as soon as possible. Everyone, this prince will send his own people to investigate how this matter really is. For now, please stay behind, fellow Taoist Lu, and also please stay behind with Immortal Master Ye's lineage. Great Elder, why is this necessary? The Immortal Hall and this dynasty are close friends. All that is right and wrong, black and white, this crown prince will surely deal with it fairly, don't you think so? Prince Jiang Jitian's emotional intelligence is quite high. When this was said, the crowd felt the pressure diminish. Yi Chang'an smiled. The poor Taoist has a lot of time to spend casually. Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi had to be convinced even if he wasn't. The poor Taoist agrees, so please, Your Highness the Crown Prince, be sure to. 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 At this point, the whole thing kind of came to an end. The Immortal Temple crowd returned to the guest compound. A night where everyone is lost. The others returned to their rooms. Excitedly, he told of the horrors of Yi Chang'an. Yi Chang'an and his 4 disciples, together with the Crown Prince Jiang Jitian, Lu Chen and his group, however, arrived at the imperial palace. When each of them took their seats, Chao Reed and Earthingzi took the initiative to explain everything. At the same time, there were also those 2 protectors, Hermit Taoist and Body Refining Vajra, testifying that this matter, basically, had no doubts. It's good that you're all fine, the master will take care of the follow-up, trust His Highness the Crown Prince. Yi Chang'an pacified Chao Reed and Diangzi, and once again looked kindly at Crown Prince Jiang Jitian. Prince Jiang Jitian saw the strength and innocence of the people in the heaven-mending pavilion. Immediately, he also saluted again and again. And after. As the crowd each drank tea and calmed their minds, Crown Prince Jiang Jitian wore a smile on his face and instantly bragged about all kinds of things. Immortal Yi is truly deeply righteous. The disciples under the door are also all incredibly powerful. Only, this prince also has a difficult to say, you know, the relationship between the Immortal Hall and this dynasty. So, please also. Good point. With these words from the Crown Prince, the poor Taoist guarantees that Lu Chen will not die in your country, and our grudge will be discussed after we leave. Yi Chang'an's reply like this instantly also made Crown Prince Jiang Jitian's pressure reduce by half. The 2 talked more and more. At the end of the day, Crown Prince Jiang Jitian took out a secret treasure unique to the Jiang dynasty as well as a copy of the dynasty's heavy treasure as a gift of gratitude. Please smile at Immortal Yi and don't mind. In addition, this prince intends to ask you to be the State Master, of course, knowing that you are the first to cultivate immortality, do not dare to labor, but only a false position. To settle the minds of the people. Hearing this, Yi Chang'an smiled on the surface, but in his heart, he was thinking about various things. Taking a look at the 2 treasures, they were really not simple. That unique secret treasure was none other than the Jiang dynasty's guest token. It can't be imitated. Yet it has the power to pass through the country at will. And that heavy treasure is even more uncomplicated. It was certainly an 8th rank spirit pill, a havoc transformation pill. To put it simply, it was something that could be given to a great power of the cave void realm perfection, and after taking it, it would painlessly transform the robberies. Your Highness the Crown Prince is too kind. Treasures can be collected. This State Master. Even if it is only an imaginary position, it is too grand. How about this? You have something to say, Portao discretionary consideration. Yi Chanan was well aware of the reasoning of eating people's mouths and taking people's hands, and hurriedly shirked one or two. Once he heard this, Crown Prince Jiang Jitian could see Yi Chanan's resourcefulness. And no bull, this is two people alone in a closed room talking. This prince really has something to ask for help. I only hope that immortal Yi must agree. Otherwise, this prince will kneel long. Well, Yi Chanan also didn't expect that this Crown Prince Jiang Jitian had such a side. Without saying exactly what you have to promise yourself. That's not good. He didn't want to be used casually. But don't say yes. 2 treasures aren't easy either. It's almost considered to be a VIP that isn't a State Master. Eventually, after a few moments of consideration, Yi Chang'an decided to give it a listen. If it's a bad thing, the poor Taoist won't participate. The big deal is to return the treasure. The mending pavilion is not short of these. It's a good thing, or the kind that doesn't affect the heaven mending pavilion or the poor Taoist, so let's give it a try. Success is in the sky, doing things is in me. When Yi Chang'an made this statement, Crown Prince Jiang Jitian's side immediately wept with joy and began to talk about the original story. Chapter 90 Ice Goddess, Female Emperor's Qualification. This matter is related to a royal sister of this prince. Seeing that the opposite Yi Chang'an finally agreed to help, Prince Jiang Jitian was happy and did not hesitate for half a second, which began to tell a past story. Original. Crown Prince Jiang Jitian had a royal sister who was extremely close to him, none other than Emperor Longwu's 19th daughter. Nicknamed Princess Joan of Arc. Hence the girl's name, Jiang Qiangya. Jiang Qiangya's mother consort and mother consort's sister were both married to Emperor Longwu, which was considered 2 noble consorts in one family, an extremely rare existence. But unfortunately, then the mother consort and the mother consort sister too, do not know what reason, both died violently. Only Jiang Qiangya was left behind as an orphan girl. Because of the lack of protection from the 2 mother consorts, Jiang Qiangya, although she looks absolutely beautiful and can be called the first princess of this generation, was also ignored by everyone. No one treats her well. It was just as well that the other royal sons and daughters bullied her. On the contrary, there are times when even the palace maids and eunuchs dare to be so licentious. Under such circumstances, Jiang Qiangya could only break her teeth and swallow them in her stomach. He survived years of humiliation. Not to mention, although this girl was bullied and humiliated in all sorts of ways, she was a princess after all, and no one really dared to get her killed. And with that, she has slogged her way to this day. I had thought there was a possibility of a turnaround after an adult knighthood. Don't want to. Just 5 years ago, this imperial sister suddenly became seriously ill. Her body was as cold as if she was soaking in ice water, even the air she breathed was tinged with ice residue. Prince Jiang Jiantian was pained and used all sorts of means. None of the results were very good. The imperial physicians of the palace were at their wits' end. The folklorists out there are clueless. Even Prince Jiang Jitian also found all over the jumping gods, fortune-telling, face-reading, divination. It doesn't matter if it's a monk or a Taoist priest or a nun. No less than 1,000 people were invited. All of them turned out to be ineffective. In the end, there was also the thought of the experts from the major clans, and it turned out that none of them were able to do anything about it either. It is so, this time, this prince heard that an immortal appeared under Immortal Master Yi's door, and that there might be a good doorway, so he hereby seeks advice. I hope Immortal Master Yi is merciful and saves Qiangya. No matter how much it takes, how much it costs, this prince shall bear it all and never go back on his word. Speaking of reality, this Prince Jiang Jitian's eyes have long been in tears. It was evident that he and that Princess Qiangya did have a deep relationship. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible to casually reveal one's true heart in front of outsiders. Once he saw this, Yi Chang'an's heart was also shaken. He was already a good-hearted man. Plus this time, working with this Prince Jiang Jitian was not bad. Naturally, I will not see death. And so, take a stand or two at once. The Crown Prince's sentiments are moving.
However, this matter poor Taoist dare not make a guarantee. It's best to look at Princess Zhongya's specific situation before making a final decision. As for whether or not it can be cured, the poor Taoist can only say that he can do his best.
Yi Chang'an knew that royal matters were inevitably tricky.
Consequently, there is not much ego, but rather a light-hearted way of saying the words try your best. Hearing this, Crown Prince Jiang Jiantian did not make things too difficult for Yi Chang'an, so he got up and took Yi Chang'an with him into the palace. It came to a remote palace where the 19th Princess Jiang Changya was. Sure enough, the door in front of the cold extreme, in addition to a eunuch sweeping the floor, a palace made burning hot water, actually other people half or not. Not to mention not seeing Emperor Longwu or other imperial sons and daughters come to offer their condolences.
It is evident that the royal coolness has gone so far.
Immortal Yi, imperial sister is inside. Given her physical condition, I dare not disturb her too much. Please take a look or two as soon as possible and come up with a plan. Beside him, after a reminder from Crown Prince Jiang Jitian, Yi Chang'an didn't nag, and was immediately invited to the inner room.
Gaze away.
Also really see a flower like jade, absolutely beautiful but also vitality seems to be all gone princess.
Joanne Kong.
But see, this 19th Princess Jiang Changya was about 17 or 18 years old, born bright and beautiful, lovely with a few points of vivacity. If she hadn't been delayed by her illness, with her facial features and temperament, this clan assembly might have captured the hearts of countless people. To say that she was the first person within the many children of Emperor Longwu, absolutely no one doubted it.
Just a shame. But a goddess in ice. The body was cold as ice. Breathing with slush.
Even the blood vessels, nerves, and muscles were all frozen as if by some kind of ice spell.
Heartbreaking. Ding.
A prospective disciple with ice talent detected, please keep an eye out for the host. This woman has the qualities of a female emperor, very rare. The situation at hand is not a case of illness or poisoning, it is a case of cultivating in the wrong way, leading to a conflict between the talent and the gong method. The solution is simple: as long as you continue to cultivate and combine it with the thing of supreme yang, you can heal without curing and improve by leaps and bounds. Yi Chang'an suddenly heard this from the system and froze on the spot.
Next.
Also see the system displaying the basic information about Jiang Changya.
Name, Jiang Changya. Race, human. Sex, female.
Talent, ice of the innate collateral system heavenly spiritual root.
Cultivation, Shi refining realm perfection.
Introduction, the 19th daughter of Emperor Longwu, the most beautiful princess, but unfortunately, after the mother consort and mother consort's sister were no longer there, they were disliked, and thus had problems with their cultivation.
Quality, sentient. Seeing such an introduction, Yi Chang'an was instantly delighted. Another disciple with a heavenly spiritual root. Earned it this time.
Right now, with the addition of this prospective disciple Jiang Changya, there were a total of 7 disciples, and a full 5 disciples were all heavenly spiritual roots.
Absolutely blowing minds.
In particular, this Jiang Changya was not an ordinary innate 5, but an innate sideline.
In a nutshell,
the 5 innate elements are said to be gold, wood, water, fire and earth. And on top of that, there are several special spiritual roots of the innate collateral lineage.
Senior disciple Luo Yunshang's Thunder Dao spiritual root.
There was also this prospective disciple Jiang Changya's Ice Spirit root.
All are special beings.
It was no wonder that the system also evaluated this woman as having the qualifications of a female emperor.
Take a princess as a 7th disciple?
Yi Chang'an was thinking. Next to the Crown Prince Jiang Jitian saw that he delayed in answering, could not help but feel a few disappointments, was about to sigh and then lead him away.
Suddenly.
Just then, he heard Yi Chang'an suddenly laugh.
Your Royal Highness, this matter of Princess Changya.
Poverty Road really does have a way to cure it. This statement was made.
Crown Prince Jiang Jitian was instantly overjoyed.
The eunuch and palace maid who served Jiang Changya outside the door, but a face of consternation. The two have followed Jiang Changya for many years, have seen countless capable people, have long not believed that there are still people who can cure her. Now, suddenly hearing that this new young man was so conceited, he could not help but be slightly surprised. In the face of the crowd's reaction, Yi Chang'an was in no hurry. Instead, he smiled faintly.
That confident look. That sky's the limit look. Instantly, it also convinced Crown Prince Jiang Jitian by a few points.
Furthermore, although the two of them had been in contact for a short while during this period of time, the performance of the people of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion during the 3-day sect conference, as well as the terrifying strength of Yi Chang'an in the end when he countered and killed the Immortal Temple's Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi.
So all these things, Prince Jiang Jitian disbelief cannot be.
Immediately, he took out a respectful gesture of treatment.
Chapter 91 Ambiguous Aromatic Healing. Dare I ask Immortal Yi, is this true?
Imperial Sister Qiongye is one of the few most cherished sisters of this crown prince. One must not joke, especially not in front of this crown prince.
Immortal Yi Yu.
Hearing that the crown prince Jiang Jitian was quite dark and powerful before, now, for a royal sister is so careful, Yi Chang'an cannot help but a few moving.
A chuckle followed. This does the explaining.
Don't worry, Your Highness the crown prince, the poor Taoist never lies.
Others may not heal but pretend to. On the side of the poor Taoist, it will never be so, and in order to show the sincerity of the poor Taoist, he is willing to swear that if he fails to cure Princess Qiongye, he will be willing to be punished. Yi Chang'an's attitude was sincere, and his words were flawless, making Crown Prince Jiang Jitian delighted in minutes. There was no longer any doubt. But it was an active fit.
Dare to ask ye immortal need what herbs, what silver needle, whether you need other imperial doctors to come over to assist. A word, what you need are free to open up, this prince enough to guarantee.
Good point.
What the poor Tao needs is not much, it's just that he needs His Highness the Crown Prince to ensure that Princess Qiongye thereafter worships under the poor Tao and joins the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. The reason why this is so, besides the fact that the poor Taoist sees Princess Qiongye's talent, it's also because apart from the poor Taoist, there is no second person who can help her cultivate quickly. In the future, more than that, I dare not say, let Princess Qiongye open up the Divine Sea, accomplish the transformation calamity, and fly up in the daytime, it's just around the corner. Underneath Yi Chang'an's seemingly smiling expression, he knew the origins of the human condition, thus naming the need for a disciple, but also promising to let Jiang Qiongye ascend to nirvana as soon as possible. This would be a way to pay back the Kang dynasty. As expected, upon hearing this, the Crown Prince Jiang Jiantian, who originally still had a few moments of hesitation, instantly brightened up.
A teacher? Of course he wasn't afraid of Jiang Qiongye worshipping the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, it was always still his own sister anyway.
To fight for the throne in the future or to help himself.
Ascension? That's saying something.
On the side of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, other than the previously rumored great disciple Empress Luo Yunshang, who was suspected to be from the Divine Realm, a second Nirvana Realm expert had yet to be seen, but Yi Chang'an's words were still convincing enough.
Nothing else. Wasn't the Earthingzi who had previously protected Crown Prince Jiang Jitian into the dynasty's secret realm and obtained the ancestors' inheritance just a step away from Nirvana at the consummation of the Huanjiao realm? It seems that this Heaven-Mending Pavilion and Yi Chang'an are still very confident. In that case, why wouldn't this prince agree? After a few moments of thinking, Crown Prince Jiang Jitian finally nodded his head in agreement.
In this case, Yi Chang'an's side happened to say other related requirements, the entire palace, what treasures are not a lot, not to mention just a district of some of the supreme yang things.
It didn't take long. Prince Jiang Di Tian's side brought double-digit numbers of the supreme yang.
There was the 9 sons grand cockerel captive bred by the royal family of the Zheng clan dynasty, which was the king of the chickens inside, born with the cultivation of the perfection of qi refining realm. There are also various yang attribute treasures from the royal family's secret stash, Xian Yang True Jade, Supreme Kirin Stone, 7th Order elixirs and Yang High Soul Grass, and so on and so forth. There is also a pound of blood from the Crown Prince Jiang Jitian himself. As he practiced the very imperial dragon True Qi inherited from his ancestor, thus, there was no shortage of yang attributes within his innate physique, and although it wasn't considered a heavenly or extreme spiritual route, it wasn't bad either. When many things sent, Yi Chang'an's side, is also in accordance with the arrangement of the innate 8 trigrams, the 5 elements of the day after the arrangement, immediately set up a common hexagonal polygraphic formation. At the center of the formation was Jiang Qiongye. Around it, placed 6 different kinds of supreme yang objects. By the time Yi Chang'an brought over the bowl of boiling hot blood of the Crown Prince, but also more respectful people. Crown Prince, the poor Taoist is about to do something to save people, and later on, everyone will have to leave. The entire room can only exist for the poor man and the princess. In addition, the princess has to get naked. Yi Chang'an spoke patiently, and before he could finish, he was shouted angrily by the eunuch outside the door. "Wooden Taoist, so bold, my princess is a golden branch, how can I be alone in a room with you stripped naked? Could it be that you have any bad thoughts?" "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, must not."
"Shut up. Immortal Master Yi is close to the day of ascension, would he not just childishly play around?"
All of you will leave with this prince, and whoever dares to obstruct will be chopped off by this prince without mercy."
With this shout from Crown Prince Jiang Jitian, he instantly endorsed Yi Chang'an. The eunuchs and palace maids serving Jiang Chang'an could only do as they were told. Right after this group of people left, Yi Chang'an, on his side, immediately accepted Jiang Puran as his seventh disciple and received a prompt from the system side. Ding! The host is recruiting disciples with heavenly spiritual roots. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, now releasing the reward. 30,000 pounds of enlightenment spirit rice. 30,000 pounds of ginseng pollen. One of the sacred medicines of the ninth order, the 9 yangs and 9 yin pills, can neutralize those whose cultivation errors or poisonings have led to changes in their physique, restoring them to normal. Tianqin Bell, yellow grade lower grade magic treasure with grow ability. It is a rare magic treasure to guard the heart chakra. It can withstand 3 full force strikes from others within a certain period of time. Seeing such a reward, Yi Chang'an smiled without joy and then accelerated to start his business. Tai Xian hands. The first step was to give Jiang Chang'an acupoints and use her own true qi to remove the many icy cold forces in her body to facilitate subsequent treatment. Heaven's robbery finger. The second step, on the other hand, was to stimulate the 6 harmony spirit gathering formation, which instantly allowed the 6 different supreme yang things in it to take effect, variously injecting a yang attributed aura to restore Jiang Chang'an's body to normal. 9 yangs and 9 yin dan. So, it's done. In the last step, Yi Chang'an gently gave Jiang Chang'an this valuable 9 yang 9 yin dan, and watched as the cold qi in her body automatically returned to the dantian and was under control, and suddenly smiled faintly. Next, Yi Chang'an casually removed all the clothes of this gorgeous princess with a single finger, and was instantly attacked by a comforting body fragrance, but there was no second guessing, and he took the initiative to concentrate. Spare a thought for this princess who was absolutely beautiful and invincible. Yet it was impossible to distract Yi Chang'an halfway. Skeleton red and pink, skeleton red and pink, no more than. Up. Yi Chang'an then sent out another 36 channels of yang attribute mana into the 36 most important acupoints on Jiang Chang'an's body, instantly allowing her to recover even faster. That's when the system alert came. Sure was a pleasant surprise. Ding. The host helps the disciple to repair his roots and heal the wounds of cultivation, and receives an additional reward. Ice Emperor Technique General Outline. In the ancient times, the exclusive technique created by the Ice Emperor, one of the 12 great emperors, contains the supreme power of ice spells, sealing billions of miles in ice and freezing thousands of paths. Yi Chang'an once again gazed at it, but saw that not only had Jiang Chang'an begun to awaken, but also, her cultivation had gained a great boost. This basic technique is even automatically upgraded to the proficient level. In the next second, Jiang Chang'an exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. Dare I ask which immortal saved me? Joanna is not very grateful. Hereby kneeling at. The Jiang Chang'an wrapped in light, her red lips gently opened and exhaled like fragrance, instantly making Yi Chang'an look dumbfounded. Chapter 92 Biggest Winner. Beauty. It's really so beautiful. Previously, it wasn't as if Yi Chang'an hadn't seen all kinds of stunningly beautiful big beauties, but compared to the 5 big beauties inside the previous 6 disciples, this time Jiang Chang'an was obviously different. The eldest disciple, Empress Luo Yunshang, is a queenly and domineering model, leaving only gentleness to Yi Chang'an. Second disciple Oriental Lioli, on the other hand, is the imperial sister model, with her as like having a big housekeeper at home, all things are not worried. Third disciple Chao Reed, after making a mistake and then corrected, Chu pity under but also like a girl next door, comfortable. The fourth disciple, Shen Hongsleeve, on the other hand, was spirited and unrivaled, like a hot pot, so hot that people couldn't help but get close to it, and so seductive that she was like a 9-tailed fox. 6 disciples Blue Sure, but and Chao Reed similar but different. Similar is pure and lovely, but different is more kind and naive, the most easy to stimulate the man's desire to protect. As for the 7th disciple Jiang Chang'an in front of her, she was the most noble and elegant, seductive. Besides Luo Yunshang, one could not help but intend to conquer this kind of 1,000-gold princess. One had to see her politely bare in all kinds of daintiness. Rubbing. Tarting up. Attack. Wheel wars. Whatever method will conquer her, that will be the method. For this reason, I'm afraid that all ordinary men and male cultivators under the heavens are willing to give up everything. No, the poor Taoist is a righteous man. Just after losing his concentration for less than 5 breaths, Yi Chang'an finally took a deep breath and recovered, also letting his eyes clear up like water. Back to that again. Red powder is skeleton, skeleton is also red powder, but cannot hold the opposite. Jiang Qiangya a groan to get up, almost let Yi Chang'an once again broken. It's so evil. This kind of evil female disciple will have to be disciplined by the poor Tao for the rest of her life. Cough cough, dare I ask Princess Qiangya, is she getting better? Poverty Mending Heaven Pavilion sect leader, it was the poverty road that saved you, and it was also the poverty road that took you in. Only after Yi Chang'an had controlled it again and again did he open his mouth and talk about business. Upon hearing this, the opposite side of the Jiangpo Yang first a little confused, how he was so close to this man he met for the first time, and also worshipped the teacher? But as the memories inside his head returned, he was quick to recognize the reality. While holding up her weak body, she hurriedly changed into a long skirt and robe just as Yi Chang'an turned around, covering that perfect body that was so stunningly beautiful that it made men spurt blood. On the one hand, there was a red face and a spaced-out thank you. The poor Tao is invited by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, in which the process. Aha, this princess understands, many thanks to Yi Master. It is just that nowadays, this princess still needs to bathe for a moment or two. It is not very convenient, I don't know if the master can. Hearing this, Yi Chang'an then saw that just within a few hours, this Jiang Qiangya had eliminated years of cold poison and should be washed. Immediately, he walked towards the door to share the happy news with Crown Prince Jiang Ditian. Behind her, Jiang Qiangya glanced angrily at Yi Chang'an, neither considered abhorrent nor annoyed, but instead had a strange mentality that she herself didn't even know. This humane method is not simple. I actually broke through the Kaiyang realm? Still really want to thank him. It just cannot imagine this princess's beauty, even father cannot block this master actually. Outside the door, Crown Prince Jiang Jitian was overjoyed and thanked Yi Chang'an again and again. The eunuchs and palace maids who were previously uneasy with Yi Chang'an also came over to apologize. In this regard, Yi Chang'an is not at all worried about it, but rather explains that today is considered the first course of treatment, followed by a few more times, can be cured. Immortal Yi has a heart. Have a good trip. Tomorrow, this crown prince will personally tell father, and father will definitely agree to let the imperial sister worship her master, and will also reward her heavily. Crown Prince Jiang Jitian could have sent someone away to send Yi Chang'an away, but in order to show his sincerity, he actually personally sent him back to his previous courtyard. This night, learning that his family had another 4 disciples of Princess Junior sister, he was instantly overjoyed and variously admired Yi Chang'an. Early the next morning, inside the temple of Fengtian, under the great joy of Long Wudi indeed, while announcing the end of this clan conference and giving rewards according to the rankings, Long Wudi openly thanked Yi Chang'an again and again for yesterday's events. Immortal Yi, with immediate effect, you are the state master of our dynasty. 19 is also your disciple now. In addition, the gift of a tour of the treasury of this dynasty, you see what despite take, I never regret. Once this was said, the entire court congratulated Yi Chang'an. The great sects, on the other hand, were envious. The only people from the immortal hall who had not been mentioned had faces that were embarrassed, but there was no way to do so. The crowd. Third Prince Jiang Qingtian waited for Crown Prince Jiang Jiantian and Yi Chang'an with a gloomy face, not daring to say it explicitly, but cursing bitterly. Actually lost to them? It didn't take long. Jiang Qiangya, dressed in a strong suit, came over to the court and publicly worshipped Yi Chang'an. Master is above, disciple Jiang Qiangya, after this, I will surely work 100 times harder to honor my teacher, I dare not be careless, please be clear. Good point. Today is also a chance for my heaven-mending pavilion, in that case, this heavenly heart bell will be a trinket and given to you. Amidst the laughter, Yi Chang'an took out the heavenly heart bell and handed it over. Jiang Qiangya on the other side liked it all kinds of things after she took it. And at that moment, as the heavenly heart bell shook, a heavenly light unexpectedly descended from the ground, causing countless people to be shocked on the spot, with all sorts of eye candy. This magic treasure is not simple. Immortal Yi is powerful, we are the other civil and military, located in the back row on the right, and the various masters, located in the back row on the left. Yeah. Congratulations to our dynasty and all the clans for uniting together, this painter will paint at once. With these words from the court painter with the skill of the wonderful brush, the crowd immediately lined up, each in solemnity. But for a moment, on the person turned out to be a lifelike, no less than a real person's painting, and after the palace printing workers to speed up the rush, on the frame, sitting framed and so on. In the end, each of the major clans had 1 share for each family, and 1 share for the entire dynasty. 1 for each of the royal congregation. Yi Chang'an naturally obtained a share as well. When he saw the painting, Rao Yichang'an exclaimed that the other party was too good. Chapter 93, Dynasty Treasure Trove, Obtaining the Golden Crow Fruit. Awesome, really too awesome. This person doesn't have any semblance of cultivation, yet he paints as if he's taking pictures, every single one of them doesn't fall. A court painter is a court painter. In the future, within the heaven-mending pavilion, this kind of talent will have to be kept ready at all times. Yichang'an's thoughts drifted far away. Not just planning to be famous now. In the future, the heaven-mending pavilion would also have to accumulate more treasures and more talents. The other side. Longwu Emperor personally hosted a feast, ate and drank with the crowd, and sent out people of different ranks to send away the various people before signaling Zhang Changya to bring Yichang'an District Dynasty Treasure Trove side. Master, this way please. Although my dynasty's treasury cannot be compared to that of the top great clans, it has been accumulated for thousands of years, with countless treasures of all colors, worldly sights and cultivation uses. What do you see? Just say so. Since father agreed to let you make the trip, surely you can't lose out. At the front, Zhang Changya led the way and said this with a smile. Talking and laughing, once again unconsciously released all kinds of charm, so that along the way the great inner experts and eunuchs and palace maidens have been hit by spitting blood and fainted. On the contrary, Yichang'an had the stamina to do so without any hindrance, and indeed came to another palace located after the Fengtian Palace. Treasury Hall. This place is the treasure trove accumulated by the Zhang dynasty for thousands of years. Outside, 800 experts from the Xianzhao realm to the Divine Sea realm were in charge of guarding the area. There's a lot of organs in there. Worthy of a 1,000-year-old dynasty. Only, when Yichang'an walked into it, he was also quickly disappointed. Nothing else. Simply because, this treasure trove of stuff is still too cheesy. 9 floors in all. The first to third floors are all gold, silver, silk, ivory, stone, porcelain, etc. within the secular world. Although just any one of them was enough to take to buy a city, it was useless to those who cultivated immortals. The fourth to sixth floors were relatively better, but they were just a variety of first order to third order spirit medicines, as well as a variety of yellow grade lower grade technique fragments. Only once in a while could I come across 1 or 2 middle grade yellow level techniques that were still intact. Not so much from the 7th level on. Although, Yichang'an's eyes as well as the system suggested that the things here were too average for them, and it would be better to take a trip to the secret realm. However, it was quite a bit more precious than the previous 6 layers. Here were the 4th rank spirit medicines, the remnants of various yellow rank middle grade techniques, as well as the few yellow rank upper grade techniques. On the 8th level, there were 5th rank spirit pills and various scraps of yellow grade upper grade techniques. The 9th floor was considered the best, actually stocking 6th order spirit medicines and some 7th order 8th order and even 9th order spirit medicines, such as the previous 9 Suns Grand Cockerel, which was taken out from this side. But alas! These things were not as good as a hair in Yichang'an's inventory, so where could they possibly look? Why don't we just pull out? This place has been here for days, it's not much fun. Yichang'an's mind moved and he was about to leave. Not far away, Zhang Changya and the chief eunuch who saw the scene were somewhat embarrassed one after another. The former just thought his master was too capable to see it. The latter, however, was red-faced beyond that, but also more convinced. It has to be immortal in the place of old slaves or other sect masters, they have to drool when they reach the 7th floor, I can't imagine that he... It's true that he has an extraordinary aura and amazing insight. Princess, it seems that the old slave can only let his majesty choose the treasure to give away again. As the two were chatting, Yichang'an's side suddenly heard a system voice. Ding! Detected a golden crow fruit in the corner of the 9th floor that was drowned in dust. This fruit is also a sacred medicine of the 9th order, but unfortunately, mortals do not know how to use it, and thus it is covered in dust. Legend has it that this fruit is the golden crow tree that blossomed and fruited after one of the 10 golden crows flew over the mortal world in the ancient times and accidentally fell. This fruit will resolve Princess Chongya's condition and consolidate her talent and constitution. Hearing this, Yichang'an stopped babbling and immediately walked towards the corner, picking up this dusty golden crow fruit and handing it to Zhang Changya, who had a stunned look on her face. Master, you do not choose anything else, but also do not choose the saw, this is placed over here for hundreds of years, has been no one. Yes, immortal Master Yi, the old slave almost intended to send someone to throw it away. Throw it away? That won't do, Chief Wang, Changya, you don't understand, this golden crow fruit is the best treasure to cure Changya, take it well. As he spoke, Yichang'an really handed Zhang Changya the golden crow fruit that had been patted away from the dust. Seeing this, Zhang Changya could not help but laugh and cry, and that Wang cannot help but agree to this.
And after. The three of them left the treasure hall and happened to meet the four disciples outside. Xiaomya, come over and meet your third senior sister, fifth senior brother, and sixth senior sister, as well as this temporary senior brother. Now if you can make the journey, leave early. If that doesn't work, then I'll leave you and the crown prince, your majesty, to spend more time together, and it's fine to ask the dynasty to send someone to escort you later. Speaking of which, Yi Chang'an really treated Jiang Xianya as one of his own, not hiding at all that he still had things to deal with on his.
Ding! Detected that the host's latest seventh disciple has mastered a fragment of an immortal weapon, the purple ribbon immortal clothes, which does not possess the defensive power when complete, but is not bad at all. Purple ribbon immortal clothes, fragments of the Taiyuan purple ribbon immortal clothes, one of the 12 ancient immortal weapons, an earth-rank lower-grade defensive magic treasure. Gathering more fragments is expected to remake the immortal weapon. This immortal weapon fragment does not require any conditions for use, and after recognizing its owner, it can automatically protect the owner. Good fellow, that Crown Prince Jiang Jitian is quite willing to give up. This thing, although it's not as good as the immortal locking rope that the poor Taoist bestowed on Earthingzi, the defense ability is considered very strong. Nowadays, Xiaomya only has a copy of the Ice Emperor's skill general outline and a heavenly heart bell. Her cultivation is insufficient, so having this immortal artifact fragment is not bad. After we go back this time, we can open up more techniques and magic treasures for them. Defense is important, attack is also important. Can't go out in the future, every time we need to pour Taoist out of the thoughtless 10 times column, right? With this thought in mind, Yi Chang'an waited for Crown Prince Jiang Jitian and Jiang Xianya to take their leave before taking his 5 disciples and setting off on his return journey. Chapter 94. It's not an enemy that doesn't meet. After bidding farewell to the people of the Jiang dynasty, Yi Chang'an's master and disciples left the Jiang imperial city, but did not return directly to the heaven-mending pavilion, but there was still a big event to do. Not the other way around. It was the search for that Luck Chun. This Lu Chen not only betrayed his master, but he also colluded with demonic cultivators and jeopardized the righteous path many times, so it's really unforgivable. This time, we, master and disciple, spread out together to look for him. It's best if we can find him, even if we can't kill him, we must make him pay a painful price and shed a layer of skin. Otherwise, how can we go to those righteous people who have been counted by him? In front of his 5 disciples, Yi Chang'an did not hide anything at all, which led him to talk about the grudge between him and Lu Chen. From how the original owner was betrayed by the 6 disciples to blow up, to the return of Xiao Reed, but Lu does still want to rely on the immortal temple to protect themselves, and continue to brainwash the 4 elder sisters. From how Su Qingshua's 4 women were lured in step by Lu Chuan, to Lu Chuan's suspected collusion with that heavenly devil in the floating slaughter mysterious realm a year ago. Also from Lu Dust last time killed not admit guilt, after being abolished, recultivation, to this clan conference seems to recover a lot, but actually hide many magic cultivation means do not dare to use. In a nutshell, what Yi Chang'an said this time was quite complete. Soon, let the 5 people, including Xiao Reed, listen to the blood boiling, all kinds of excitement. Xiao Reed was the second to agree. Yes, Master, even though I just came here and don't know a lot of things, but Master saved me, that I should help Master. Jiang Xiangya's third mouth was full of promise, and in her eyes, she could no longer tolerate anyone other than her master, Yi Chang'an. Finally, Lan Shi and Shi Zhangyu also took a stand. A combined force was immediately formed. All disciples obey. Follow Master to track the trail of this person, Lu Chen, along the way. During this period of time, the Immortal Hall crowd has traveled back and forth many times, inevitably leaving behind quite a few traces that can't be completely erased, so we must keep up as quickly as possible. Once Yi Chang'an said this, the 5 disciples immediately followed his footsteps and searched around. Within the next few days, the crowd was not very productive at first. After all, previously, even the Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi had lost to Yi Chang'an, and the Immortal Hall crowd had long since run away in disgrace, not easy to find. However, as the crowd got closer and closer to the Immortal Temple, they really gradually cupped a few immortal. As they spoke, this group of already proud Immortal Temple disciples, now, did not have the demeanor of a person in the righteous path at all, but instead, they were big and bold, with all kinds of bragging, all kinds of lust, and all kinds of limitlessness. This scene, naturally, also made the 6 Yi Chang'an masters and disciples extremely angry after hearing it. Decidedly up and around. What a group of Immortal Hall disciples. The good and righteous path doesn't go, but has to be seduced by the collusion of demonic cultivator Lu Dust. Since that's the case, today, the poor Taoist will act on behalf of heaven, and execute you and the others first, then take down Lu Dust. Since the Immortal Hall doesn't want to be the leader of the righteous path in the floating mountain range, I, the heaven-mending pavilion, am just the right addition. With these words of wild curses from Yi Chang'an following, these few Immortal Hall disciples of average strength on the opposite side of the room were startled. Just about to run. However, it is not possible to escape from the closed circle of Chao Reed, Diangzi, Lan Shi, Shi Zhongyu, Zhang Qiangya, and so on. It didn't take long. This group of Immortal Hall disciples were all taken down and forced to reveal the exact direction of Grand Elder Tian Xianzi as well as Lu Chen and his group as they lived and died. Surname Yi, you shall not die, have the guts to find our sect leader to fight one-on-one, bullying a few of our juniors. Cut the crap. A year ago, didn't your Immortal Hall bully the poor Taoist in the same way? Double standard to this point, this Immortal Hall, there's really no one else. Seeing these few Immortal Hall disciples in this double standard, Yi Chang'an sneered 3 times and was not moved at all. Instead, he led them decisively to find Lu Chen and the others. 2 days later, the Immortal Hall's Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi, Lu Duan, and the others were walking from a different route, cursing the Zhang dynasty for being unjust while resenting Yi Chang'an for making a splash once again. Was getting all kinds of annoyed. However, they saw Yi Chang'an and the others striking out en masse. Not good. It's surname Yi coming, damn it, actually letting them know about our secret return route? The Grand Elder Tian Xianzi was really just psychologically beaten out by Yi Chang'an, and under the shock of his heart, he was about to resist, but where was he to get the chance? Under the various magic treasures, secret techniques, and divine abilities of Yi Chang'an's master and disciples, the 6 of them crushed this group of people in minutes. The leading Grand Elder Tian Xianzi even almost left his disciples behind and fled alone, but because he couldn't wipe out his face he could only hold on for dear life. Finally, before Lu Chen could curse, he was taken down by Yi Chang'an and the others. Damn Yi! You actually dare to sneak up on us, don't you? Aren't we all members of the righteous path? The right way? Just by you, are you worthy of it? All disciples listen to the order. Today cannot kill the other people in the Immortal Hall, but Lu Chen, this grandson, must stay. Yi Chang'an was too lazy to take care of a villain like Lu Dust, and with a backhand slap, he knotted the guy up and spat out blood again. When the people of the Immortal Hall heard this, not to mention the ordinary people, even the 4 ladies of Su Qingxue were so frightened that they planned to survive alone. In the end, around a year ago, the offense changed shape. The Immortal Hall was no longer the former number 1 sect in the floating mountain range. But the heaven-mending pavilion is increasingly elevated until now let the Immortal Temple people tremble. What? At this point in time, do you and the others still not understand the righteousness and evilness of Lu Chen? It's fine if you have to stay for the burial, so come along and save the poor Taoist time. As soon as Yi Chang'an's words fell, the people in the Immortal Hall actually unconsciously began to kneel. Chapter 95 Heavenly Pivot Sun appears. Sect Master Yi, I'll wait for. Inside the Immortal Hall crowd, other than the 4 women of Su Qingxue who were still hesitating, everyone else was beginning to realize that they were wrong and were ready to kneel down and apologize. And yet, I don't want to. It was at this time that the most facetious Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi burst into a rage. Surname Yi, you dare to forcefully coerce a disciple of this clan to kneel? It seems that if the poor Taoist doesn't give you a little color, do you really think that you are the number 1 expert of Mount Faustus? All of you get the hell up. Lu Chen is your senior brother, it's just that you don't help when you're being bullied, but you actually dare to be soft and fearful. Today, whoever dares to be soft, I'll be the first to destroy him. As he spoke, this Grand Elder Tian Xianzi unexpectedly cast the purple sky divine thunder art once again, insisting on fighting Yi Chang'an to win or lose, to fight to. A finger pointing out. This same technique heavenly tribulation finger immediately erupted with terrifying thunder power. Breaking thunder with thunder. Finger breaks the sky. However, whenever that Grand Elder Tian Xianzi used regular 5 elemental spells, or any other spells, they wouldn't necessarily fail so quickly. In favor of having to catalyze a thunder spell. Wasn't this showing off in front of Yi Chang'an, the person with the 9 tribulation indestructible Dao body? Playing with the thunder method? This physique of Poverty Road is the ancestor of the Thunder Road. Even if the Thunder Emperor was reborn back then, he wouldn't dare to surpass Poverty Road, not to mention you, a mere old mongrel in the middle stage of the transformation Thunder Realm? Under Yi Chang'an's bellow, the power of the heavenly tribulation finger truly pierced through the opposite side of the violet sky divine thunder art, and then once again seriously injured the Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi. The guy across from him spat out blood and then retreated back and forth, almost unsteady on his feet. Seeing this scene, the group of Immortal Hall disciples could no longer stand it, and one by one, they kneeled down in the air to apologize, kowtowed and admitted their mistakes, and proceeded to run away. It was a disgrace to the Immortal Temple. And Su Qingxue for women, to this time, also was struck silly, dumbfounded on the spot. Su Qingxue? Zhang Ruyue? Lin Cixi? Shang Guanqing, you and the four of you had a master and disciple relationship with the poor Taoist, and although you betrayed and left, the grudges were separated that has long been broken. Now, the poor Taoist only wants to ask, do you still dare to defend this Lu Chen? If you don't want to maintain, though, leave safely, or else, the poor road. Yi Chang'an was considered to be merciful and was about to blast away these four people when he saw, in the void, a shadow with a super strong aura suddenly flashed. Seeing this, Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi and Lu Chen hurriedly knelt down to ask for help. Yi Chang'an himself, however, was directly shaken back half a step by this terrifying force, and his body swayed. Senior Sect Master, quickly exterminate this Yi Chang'an. Grand Elder Tian Xianzi knelt down and coughed up blood, speaking one after another, his eyes filled with fear of Yi Chang'an. Master Sect Leader, Sovereign, quickly take action, our Immortal Hall is being bullied to the bone, really. On the other side, Lu Chen once again performed the whitewashing tactic. Above the void. That silhouette really wasn't anyone else, it was the Immortal Hall's contemporary headmaster, the #1 expert, Tianshu Zi. Only, Yi Chang'an gazed at it, but he could see that this person seemed to have furthered his power, or rather, had already succeeded in ascension? You and 5 others beware. This heavenly pivot son, it seems that he has already achieved nirvana. Yi Chang'an blocked before the crowd, and after secretly warning them, sure enough, he heard, the heavenly pivot son's silhouette opened his mouth, and when he opened his mouth, it was the same old words in confidence. Sect Master Yi is courteous. Now that the poor Taoist has successfully ascended and is in the immortal realm, right now he is just leaving behind a detachment as a sign of respect for Your Excellency. But, Your Excellency should also stop before it's too late, otherwise, the poor Taoist can't help but manage a little bit. The Immortal Hall is always still the #1 sect in the floating Slaughter Mountain range, so please think twice, Sect Master Yi. As he spoke, this heavenly pivot son's shadow even intended to casually take away Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi and Lu Chen. Not putting Yi Chang'an and the others in his eyes at all. It's just ridiculous. A mere early-stage Nirvana realm that has just ascended is nothing more than a mere early-stage Nirvana realm, and is worthy of making the poor Taoist bow his head? If it is your main body that comes, the poor Tao may be jealous, the district detachment. Don't want to take away these 2 people. Trying to bully the small with the big, the poor Taoist won't just admit defeat. Just before the opposite trio was about to leave, Yi Chang'an became enraged. It's not just anger over being humiliated. Rather, he endured the years of arrogance of this group of people in the Immortal Temple decisively broke out. Heaven's robbery finger. The upper Chang returned to truth technique. Tai Xian hands. Jade clear heavenly origin method. Thunder Emperor scripture. Purple sky divine thunder art. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chang'an and Tianshu Zi's silhouette exchanged 3 rounds, which didn't seem to be intense enough, but in reality, it was a minute to blow up 1,000 miles of mountains in a radius. For a moment, auras flew about and sand flew. While each of them was protecting their respective people, the opposite side of that heavenly pivot son's virtual shadow was also aghast in his heart. What a Yi Chang'an! After the poor Taoist ascended, you were actually able to fight against the poor Taoist's doppelganger and not lose the battle. Just based on this, today, you are enough to be the poor Taoist's opponent. Next, the poor Taoist is not polite. It's time to let you know the strongest spells of my Immortal Hall. Come as you are, am I, Mr. Yi, afraid? You and the 5 of you each activate your protection, don't be careless. Facing the threat of the heavenly pivot son's shadow, Yi Chang'an decisively reminded his 5 disciples, and then he was about to activate the thoughtless 10 pillars, the golden bell shield, the iron cloth chain and other magical treasures to strike with all his might. Don't want to. Right at this moment, a golden light projected from the divine realm side, carrying another shadow, and actually resisted the attack of the heavenly pivot son's doppelganger for Yi Chang'an. How dare you, Tianshu Zi? A mere early stage of the Nirvana realm, and you dare to call out to me? Although the immortal divine realm has its own specialties, today, with me here, who dares to bully my master? The person who came was clearly Luo Yunshang, who hadn't seen her for a long time. Surprisingly, it wasn't a doppelganger or a shadow, but the real body appeared.
The aura was as terrifying as it was, surpassing the transformation tribulation realm, and it was also about the same as the strength of the heavenly pivot sun's original body on the opposite side of the room. Is she? The heavenly pivot sun's essence felt greatly threatened and hesitated a bit. Your eldest sister is here, you and the others don't need to worry, even 10 more immortal temples will not be able to endanger us. On the other side, Yi Chang'an saw the long-lost Luo Yunshang, too late for the two to catch up, but also greatly relieved, between the laughter, more highlighting the incompetence of the immortal palace. Chapter 96 Void vs. Real Body? I, for, will defend. Lightly, the cultivation is wasted. Heavy or you'll be sent to the wheel of reincarnation. By this time, the heavenly pivot sun was obviously still more wary of Luo Yunshang, one of the 3 great female emperors of the divine realm, and thus didn't dare to strike out openly, but instead lifted up the rules of the 3 realms. Hearing these words, the 5 disciples of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion and the Immortal Hall's Grand Elder Tianqianzi, the 7 of them, Lu Chen, were in a daze, completely unaware of such profound rules. On the contrary, Yi Chang'an knew that Tianshuzi's words were not weak in terms of threat because of his inheritance of the original master's memories, coupled with the system's introduction. The 3 realms today are precisely the mortal realm, the immortal realm, and the divine realm. Between the 3, the mortal realm was the weakest and had the least amount of spiritual energy, thus countless people would have to travel to the immortal realm or the divine realm after ascending. The difference between the immortal realm and the divine realm is that the former adopts the traditional clan model, and basically every major clan in the mortal realm is supported by immortal realm forces. On the other hand, the divine realm was following the divine dynasty model, and once invested in the divine realm, one would either fall under the 3 major divine dynasties, or one would be a casual cultivator, yet one could always be surrounded and annihilated by the 3 major divine dynasties. Above the 3 realms, there is the heavenly Tao that governs. Although the heavenly Tao was nebulous, any great power was well aware that it managed the 3 realms extremely strictly. You may not walk freely between the 3 worlds. Among them, it is relatively easy to ascend from the mortal realm to the god realm or the immortal realm. When the immortal realm came over, it was necessary to send out a bilocation shadow just as Tianshuzi did, and after half a day's effort, the bilocation shadow that was sent was only 30% of the strength of the main body. Once the split shadow was gone, the main body would also suffer a heavy loss. And the same was true on the divine realm side, and the detachment vapors coming over would also be restricted, but on the contrary, this time, Luo Yunshang had sent out her real body in order to rescue Yi Chang'an and the others. If this goes wrong, it's a big deal to be punished by the heavenly Tao. Yunshang, don't be careless, this matter can be taken care of by the master, why don't you first? Yi Chang'an kindly reminded. But it is not expected. These words were heard by Tianshuzi, Tianqianzi, and Lu Chen, and they were immediately mocked. Rumor has it that you master and disciple are in an illicit relationship, is that really true? Ha ha ha. What Empress? It's just a mortal realm's waste of a master's. Noisy. Will my master allow you and others to humiliate him? Thinking of this, Tianshuzi hurriedly wiped away the black blood, changed his robes, and bumbled off to this side of the immortal realm, the immortal temple's own clan, to ask for help. He who was once the number 1 expert of the floating mountain range, now, he was actually nothing more than a miscellaneous soldier. However, when he saw that he came before a 1,000,000-foot immortal gate, he had to be respectful in the face of the person guarding the gate, simply because the other party was a person who had ascended in the previous generation of the immortal temple. Nirvana, talk about awesome. In reality, when placed in the immortal world, it was nothing more than a doorman. Mortal realm. 900,000 miles south of the Faustus Mountains. Seeing that Tianshuzi was repelled while Lu Chen and Tianqianzi once again activated their secret techniques and took the opportunity to slip away, Luo Yunshang had wanted to catch up with Yi Chang'an, but she also began to feel the heavenly Tao pressure. Don't dare slack off. Immediately, he bowed respectfully. Master, disciple ultimately recovered too slowly, otherwise, if there was a success back then, enough to destroy the heavenly pivot sun, this old Taoist body, why let him? In short, within a short period of time, disciples will not be able to help the sect or you, master. Over in the northern domain, disciple has a deceased person that I can go to, and should be able to help the heaven-mending pavilion up and down. Hearing this, the 5 disciples behind Yi Chang'an worshipped with all kinds of adoration. Yi Chang'an himself was sighing with emotion. Never in a million years would he have thought that his own great disciple was truly just closer to the Empress. Yunshang, it's already a great adventure for you to make an exception to come today, go back first. The poor Taoist has his own way.
It seems that this 3 worlds around the chaos is also more, you behind the heavenly Tao monitoring, must not be regardless, for the teacher side, must be fine. Yi Chang'an had just finished speaking when he saw that, above the void, Luo Yunshang was forced to retreat back into the divine realm. Up to this point, the reunion of master and disciple is brief but heartwarming. Yi Chang'an didn't waste any time, knowing that there must be follow-up actions on the side of the Immortal Hall. He immediately brought along his 5 disciples and accelerated back to the heaven-mending pavilion. This way. Not to mention how Chao Reed, Lan Shi, Shi Zhangyu, Jiang Qiangya 4 people how excited, all sorts of pursuing the situation of the eldest elder sister Luo Yunshang. Even Earthingzi, who was the closest to the Nirvana realm, was greatly shaken and asked all sorts of questions. You and others will have your day of ascension later. Whether to go to the immortal realm or to choose the divine realm is up to you, and as to why exactly, how can I know when I have no nirvana at the moment? Go back, the counterattack from the immortal temple side should be coming, you and the others will strengthen your guard next and cultivate more. To put it bluntly, nirvana is just the first step in cultivation. Below nirvana are ants. Under the great emperor are just big ants. Yi Chang'an's words made the crowd not dare to ask any more questions, and each one of them also longed for the white sun to fly up in nirvana transcendence even more. 3 days later, the group returned to the heaven-mending pavilion. It looks like there is no retaliation by the immortal temple. But everyone has a sneaking feeling that this is just the calm before the storm. The black clouds are pressing down on the city. The immortal hall's retaliation would come sooner or later. Not today. Just tomorrow. God's domain. Xianchao Divine Dynasty, within the divine capital. Luo Yunshang above the Empress Emperor's dragon chair coughed up blood slightly, and then glanced fondly in the direction of the mortal realm's heaven-mending mountain. Master, you must be careful. A disciple can deliver once he can't deliver a second time. It's ultimately up to you. Chapter 97 A few happinesses and few sorrows. Greetings to your majesty the Empress. An unknown enemy has once again appeared in the southwestern part of our dynasty, and the southwestern guardian gods have requested. There's no need to say more. I'm going on a royal expedition, make sure to seal off all the curiosities. Empress Luo Yunshang was worthy of being a domineering empress. A second ago there were a few moments of longing for Master Yi Chang'an inside his eyes. This second was a spirited, second-changing queen, invincible suppression. The immortal world is not at peace. God's domain is not peaceful either. Meanwhile, there are many variables on the mortal world side. The bottom of the mending pavilion mountain. After bidding farewell to Luo Yunshang, Yi Chang'an's master and disciples accelerated to arrive at the main gate, and before they could go in, they were first stunned by the refreshed look of their own house. As far as I could see, the entire heaven-mending mountain had completely changed. It was no longer the original small sect mold that was a few thousand feet tall, unkempt, and without a mountain gate. However, it truly had a few moments of the grand style of the immortal sect. Throughout the entire heaven-mending mountain, there were a total of 5 peaks. At the very center was the most famous heaven-mending peak, 6,000 feet tall and 300 miles in circumference. Next, there were the 5 peaks that surrounded the heaven-mending peak, ranging in height from 1,000 to 3,000 zhang, and in size from a few dozen miles to 100 miles in circumference. Once upon a time these sub-peaks that were not named. Nowadays it is one by one to get a good Yahoo. They were called Tian Shengshui Peak, Tian Er Jinsha Peak, Tian Sen Shi Yin Peak, Tian Si Chun Lu Peak, and Tian Wu Huang Di Peak. Corresponding to the very 5 elements of the innate. It was also considered to be an implicit coincidence that within the 7 disciples under Yi Chang'an's door, 5 of them occupied the quota of the 5 elements of the innate. Look again at the front mountain gate. Originally, it was also a 10,000-pound stone door, earthy, but now, it was replaced by a 100-foot wooden door inscribed with an ordinary 5-element formation. Don't look down on this wooden door, actually is also certain spirit stones piled up, mixed with all kinds of tough and pressure-resistant spirit grasses and trees, to create. Can't block an expert strike though. However, below the Divine Sea realm, it was still difficult to break through the attacks of the bottom cannon fodder of the cultivation world. Look again at the back of the hill on the left and right sides. Each has a 33-foot defense tower. On top of that, there is a team of disciples each, responsible for patrolling during the day and alerting at night, not seeking to be able to fend off the enemy, but seeking to be able to warn in advance. And the center of the mending peak, but also the original messy big road, small road, grass road, and so on, all unified. There are 7 major roads in all.
Among them, the largest one was precisely the one where the front mountain gate logged into the heaven-mending peak, and it was also provided for the use of the sect's Sect Master and the second-generation disciples. Other than that, it is only honored guests who are allowed to step on it. The other 5 lead to each of the 5 major sub-peaks. The last one, on the other hand, was used to connect the back mountain gate to the top of the heaven-mending peak, and then from the top of the heaven-mending peak to the front mountain gate. However, it was exclusively for logistic disciples or ordinary guests. At this moment, what Yi Chang'an and the others saw was exactly the scene of disciples in all directions patrolling back and forth in good order, with the main peak's summit echoing with the sound of several 3 Qing bells, making people feel relaxed and oblivious. To summarize the sentence. Today's heaven-mending pavilion was not at all inferior to a great sect like the Immortal Hall anymore. Good, very good. It seems that Lioli and Red Sleeve have made the home very good. All of you follow the master. This is to return to the main hall, and then make a calculation. After seeing the entire brand new pattern of his house, Yi Chang'an was in a good mood and was about to take his 5 disciples up the mountain, but he was stopped by 2 disciples at the front mountain gate. Who is the visitor? I wonder if this place is where the heaven-mending pavilion is located. I can't imagine that the poor Taoist actually has to go through a briefing when he goes home. That's fine, you and the others are quite dedicated, so I'll tell you and the others that the poor Taoist is the sect leader of the heaven-mending pavilion, your master. Seeing that the opposite 2 were so dedicated, Yi Chang'an laughed and didn't care about their gains and losses, but after the introduction, he was about to enter. And yet, I don't want to. Opposite these 2 are Oriental Lioli and Shen Hongsleeve recently received disciples. It is inevitable that some strangers not only do not listen, but reprimanded. How dare you? My family sect leader is handsome and elegant, floating out of the dust. How could you and others impersonate him? Get out of the way quickly. Otherwise we'll be rude. As they spoke, these 2 not only had a hardened attitude, but also took out their respective weapons, intending to make things difficult for Yi Chang'an and the others with their mere qi refining realm cultivation. Seeing this, Yi Chang'an and the others were really crying and laughing. Never would I have imagined that the first time I saw my own disciple's grandson, the result would be this treatment. Fortunately, it was at this time that the second disciple above the main peak, Dongfang Lioli, sensed something and came to hear about it, immediately relieving the situation. You and the 2 of you open your eyes and see, this is your sect leader, my master, and your future master. Why don't you open the door and let them in? Just assholes. You don't even recognize your own headmaster. With Dongfang Lioli's words, those 2 disciples were instantly greatly embarrassed and hurriedly opened the door with a red face to greet Yi Chang'an and the others. In response, Yi Chang'an and the others didn't have too much to think about and were about to enter immediately. As they passed by these 2 men, they decisively knelt down and pleaded for worship. Master, there's no need to pay attention to these 2 fellows. We'll talk about this matter later. Right now, it's better to go back. With Dongfang Lioli's words, how would those 2 dare to continue to entangle themselves, and hurriedly backed away cowering. Yi Chang'an also knew that this period of time had been bitter for Dongfang Lioli and Shen Hongso, and didn't blame her for being short-tempered, but also kindly looked at these 2 to give them a little confidence. And after. The group returned to the main hall of the main peak, heaven-mending peak, and just as they entered, they saw all the disciples coming to pay their respects. Disciples meet master. Greetings, master. See master. Good. Everyone has worked hard. Each sit down. Rome for the teacher briefly introduced 1 or 2. Seeing that the 7 disciples, except for Luo Yunshang who couldn't show up for some reason, the other 6 had all come, Yi Chang'an couldn't help but personally introduce them under his great joy. The current heaven-mending pavilion, without Empress Luo Yunshang, was held up well by the second disciple, Dongfang Lioli. After the round of introductions, Yi Chang'an then asked about those disciples outside. Enlightened master, since you and others left, many people in the vicinity have committed themselves to the sect. Disciples dare not make the decision to take them in, but they are also unwilling to miss out on certain good talents, so they are staying for the time being. These guys are pretty active, too. Even though the disciples repeatedly talked about how no one dares to make decisions without your consent, they still consciously worked for the sect, and no, they made our heaven-mending pavilion look completely different in the hope of worshipping the master in this way. With this explanation from Dongfang Lioli, Yi Chang'an and the others came to a realization. Dare. Those guys came voluntarily. No money. No spirit stones. And don't want any favors. Doing things consciously and, as far as I can tell, doing them pretty well. There's really no one else for free labor like that. Master, since they have the intention, why don't we pick 1 or 2 and give them some explanation? At this time, Chao Riji took the initiative to suggest up. As one of the earliest disciples to follow Yi Chang'an, she knew best how much Yi Chang'an wished to revitalize the heaven-mending pavilion.
This time is a perfect opportunity. Chapter 98 Tonic Pavilion Expansion.
Hearing this, others such as Shen Hongsleeve, Diangzi, Lan Shi, Shi Zhangyu, Zhang Xiangya, and so on, also hurriedly made various suggestions.
To put it bluntly, the heaven-mending pavilion had fallen all the way down since that unlucky master of Yi Chang'an's disappeared 6 years ago, so how could it be if it didn't take advantage of this opportunity to expand? Without seeking for the second batch of disciples to also have such great talent and spiritual roots as the 7 people at hand, at the very least, more disciples with sweeping logistics were necessary. Since that's the case, let's go along with everyone's idea, Lioli, go find them all and gather them together for the poor Taoist to take a look. Whether or not you can take on a disciple, and what kind of disciple you can take on as a disciple, all need to be carefully considered. One must not be careless. When Yi Chang'an said this, the crowd was doubly happy. Dongfang Lioli also immediately took out the majesty of the second in command, which led him to the outside of the main hall, and utilized his power to shout at the prospective disciples in all directions. All hands on deck. My master has ordered that we gather all the people to check their talents and spiritual roots, and if they are suitable, they can pay homage to the master, and those who are not suitable will have other arrangements. If you come early, you get it. If you come late, you get it. If you don't come, you don't get it. Boom! As Dongfang Lioli shouted these words, the prospective disciples who were located at each of the 6 peaks of the heaven-mending pavilion really did run over in a swarm. The total number of people was actually as high as 200 or 300. It's a really big deal. Let the master examine them one by one. Yi Chang'an came to the crowd and walked through one by one, also letting the system do the test one by one. It's just that the results. It's a bit of a disaster. Money 30 cents. Quality, bragger. Lu dog. Quality, stealing chicken and dog. Thursday shun. Quality, speculative. There were far too many people like this who were not up to par, not to mention letting them worship and cultivate immortality. Even if they were just working as backroom laborers, it would still be hard enough. Hooray! Apart from these very few extremes, more than half of the disciples are still okay. Tian Jianye. Quality, diligent. Shu Yao Wai. Quality, honest. Golden sword. Quality, furious. This kind of prospective disciple always made Yi Chang'an's mood not too bad. These people, their talent was not great, and their spiritual roots were even more average, but it was still fine to use them as ordinary named disciples. At the very least, sweeping the floor and cooking for the heaven-mending pavilion in his lifetime is still not a big problem. The last few of the very few backbones and oddballs are seen next. It almost made him laugh. Xiao Xieyan. Quality, don't bully a young man into being rich. Yi Bufan. Quality, this person almost had the posture of a great emperor. Ultimately it was the face of a backbone. Don 4. Quality, suspicious. Well, these 3 are almost seen as the 3 most famous male piggybacks of the previous life, so, when it comes to this side, is the quality so bad? A rich kid? A rebel? And a psycho? That's just it. This kind of rebel and oddball is a scourge to keep. Why don't we just give it to the immortal temple? Looking at this pile of various styles of prospective disciples, Yi Chang'an resisted the urge to spit, and after quickly browsing through them, he quickly had an idea. Ruri. Disciple here. This group of over 100 prospective disciples will join the sect starting today, but after all, they are not experienced enough in cultivation and can only be used temporarily as registered disciples to see what happens. You teach their Gung Fu spell aptitude on. This statement was made. The crowd, who had been staring at each other in disbelief, went down the hill to climb. After they left, Dongfang Lioli then remembered that she was not even enough for the Divine Sea realm now. How dare she really replace her master religious awe? Master, disciples' cultivation is insufficient. I'm afraid I have a negative. There's no need to meddle. This time, Reed and Lan Shi both broke through the Divine Sea realm, and sooner or later, Master will help you guys break through as well. Moreover, your eldest senior sister has already restored her immortal emperor hegemony and her cultivation is heaven-defying, so you and the others can naturally accelerate your advancement as well. Take your time, there's no rush. If the master says you have the qualifications, you have them. Who dares to disobey? Yi Chang'an's words instantly gave Dongfang Lioli a lot of comfort. Although Dongfang Liuli still had a few moments of apprehension and froze, she immediately acknowledged this heavy responsibility. And after taking advantage of the fact that both master and disciple were present, this gave Yi Chang'an a report on the situation during this period of time. The details are as follows. In terms of prospective disciples, aside from a few backbones and oddballs, those 200 or so are still respectable and worthwhile. More than half of them can join as registered disciples. Other as a handyman doesn't hurt either. On top of that, in the vicinity of the floating Slaughter Mountain range, apart from the Immortal Hall and the sect's even worse relationship, the other 100 sects, all of them took the initiative to befriend each other. Someone sent £1 million of grain. Someone sent various basic feats as an exchange. There were also repeated invitations for the two families to visit each other. Bottom line. Although Yi Chang'an was absent and Luo Yunshang was gone, Dongfang Liuli, the second disciple, had really made the house orderly and colorful. Very good. The current heaven-mending pavilion is the only one that truly has a hint of dominance. This is what a great immortal cultivation sect is. In this case, you come with me, and I'll take this opportunity to teach you a thing or two as well, so that you can break through the divine sea at an early date, and continue to sit firmly in the position of second senior sister. As he spoke, Yi Chang'an brought Dongfang Liuli to his secret room, and truly looked upon her with extra favor and great regard. This time, what was imparted was no ordinary gongfu. It is certainly the one that Yi Chang'an uses the most on a daily basis, and the one that best reflects the status of the second in command. Taishian hands. Master, this spell is your watchword. Disciple is worried that I won't be able to learn it for fear of disgracing you. In the face of Yi Chang'an's enthusiasm, Dongfang Liuli was a little alarmed. As soon as he saw this, Yi Chang'an did not hesitate for a second, and this smilingly relieved her of her confusion. And then took out 3 feats and gave them to her. The very core of it was naturally the Taishian hand. However, since Dongfang Liuli's talent and spiritual roots were far inferior to Yi Chang'an's, the most that could be taught was the first level. The other 2 books are relatively more practical. All from the Kong Dynasty. Chapter 99 Fusion Breakthrough, Sacred Body Sharing. Oriental Liuli? Disciple here. Step forward and receive these 3 feats, and they will be imparted to you on the spot. Seeing that Dongfang Liuli was no longer worried about this and that, Yi Chang'an immediately gave her the 3 gongfu secrets. As soon as he saw this, Oriental Luri knelt down to listen to the lesson. However, Yi Chang'an told her in turn while also carefully breaking it down, making sure that this second disciple, who was second only to Luo Yunshang, would have a breakthrough. Next, the master-disciple duo began to teach theory and practice. The first book. The first weight of the Taishian hands. Master, disciple has memorized this mantra, may I try it? Dongfang Liuli asked for instructions, and seeing that Yi Chang'an nodded his head, he immediately operated his mana, condensed his palms, and sent out a wave of mysterious mana in accordance with the mantra. At once, they struck towards some of the cows and sheep within the chamber. Instead of killing them outright, they all get immobilized. You can see that it works really well. Very good, you have learned the first weight at the beginning of your studies. In the future, when you encounter a strong enemy, even if you can't beat them, you can still check and balance them. Next, is the second book of the marginal wood technique and the life drawing technique. These 2 are the more advanced ones within the wood spells, practice more. With Yi Chang'an's words, the opposite side of Dongfang Liuli didn't have any second thoughts and decisively memorized these 2 spell recipes and practiced them individually. Next, with regard to the Dongfang Liuli, who was not weak in the first place, he immediately released 2 strands of wood green light that were similar in nature, but not the same in effect. On the first course, a 100-foot tree was visualized, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to cover the entire forest, automatically locking in an attack towards the enemy. Just the thing to use to protect yourself. Also is the so-called edge of the wood to fish, not more than 1 big realm of Oriental Liuli, or more than 3 small realms of ruthless people, completely unable to see, these trees are not real people. The second channel, on the other hand, immediately stretched out a strip of turquoise green vines, locking those cows and sheep in minutes. Sucking in their life and nourishing the Oriental Liuli who had been working hard for a long time during this time. It didn't take long for this life drawing technique to really make her glow, even better than before, as if she were a beauty in the immortal palace. I'm grateful to Master for passing on the power, and next, I'm going to break through the Divine Sea realm, so I'd like to ask Master to protect my disciple for a moment or two. After Dongfang Liuli learned the 3 major techniques, the already abundant mana in her body surged. Immediately, he closed his eyes and settled down. Yi Chang'an decisively protected the law. Next, A voice was heard coming from the system. Ding! The host has helped his disciple learn the 3 great techniques and is about to make a breakthrough, receiving an additional reward. 20,000 pounds of enlightenment spirit rice. 20,000 pounds of ginseng pollen. For this kind of reward, Yi Chang'an has long been strange, directly ignored after hearing more important tips further back. Ding! Congratulations to the host's second disciple, Dongfang Liuli, who, after settling down, produces a resonance with the host's 9 trials of the indestructible Tao body, fusing with each other and allowing for a fusion breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Yi Chang'an was overjoyed, and at the same time, he was also reminded of what Dongfang Liuli had said earlier. She was supposed to be the first saint daughter of the immortal temple in 100 years. But he was erased from that status for being too righteous. Staying in the immortal temple for those years, he was not treated well at all, and now, after defecting to Yi Chang'an, it was Yi Chang'an who gave him the opportunity to be reborn, and now he was considered a second disciple, as well as a nominal first disciple. I'll be sure to return the favor. Now it seems that this is true. To be able to resonate with Poverty Road's 9 tribulation indestructible Tao body and have a fusion breakthrough, this Dongfang Liuli, too, is not simple. Yi Chang'an was thinking so, but he saw that the Oriental Liuli on the opposite side made a little breakthrough, and even more unexpectedly awakened a new holy body. Not the other way around. It was clearly the renowned Win 3 Talents sacred body. Ding! Congratulations to the host's second disciple Dongfang Liuli after the fusion breakthrough, awakening a new holy body, of the Win System 3 Talents holy body. Win System 3 Talents sacred body, a brand new breakthrough and a brand new awakening after the ordinary 5 elemental talents arrive at their limit, belonging to one of the several special spiritual roots of the innate sight system. The so-called clouds from the dragon, wind with thunder, as the new holy body of Oriental Liuli is evolved based on the host's 9 tribulation indestructible Taoist body, thus possessing similarity, and both can be played better under the combined force. Seeing the system introduced in such a way, Yi Chang'an couldn't help but think of an image that in the future, when they encountered a strong enemy, he and Dongfang Liuli combined their strengths, and he was afraid that both of them would be able to play stronger. Isn't this the strongest expression of men and women working together? Looking at the system side of the presentation again, it did change quite a bit. Name, Oriental Glaze. Race, human. Sex, female. Talent, wooden immortal fetus extreme spiritual root, after awakening, share the Win 3 Talents sacred body with the host. Cultivation, early divine sea realm. Introduction, the Grand Elder of the Hall of Immortals took in a disciple, and due to a previous injury, his cultivation was abolished and he was driven out of the clan, humiliated by the 5 women of Su Qing and other disciples. Quality, strong and unyielding. Techniques learned, Qingdi Sutra, first level of Taishan hands, marginal wood technique, life drawing technique. All equipment, Green Emperor defense set. Brand new Oriental Glaze. A brand new second disciple of the Mending Pavilion. It also brought Yi Chang'an a brand new feeling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sharing the shared Win System 3 Talents sacred body after the fusion breakthrough through the second disciple Dongfang Liuli, cultivating disciples once again and obtaining additional rewards. Heavenly Wind and Cloud Physical Art, one of the 3 advanced spells of the Wind system, can be grown and upgraded, enhancing one's attack power, defense power, explosive power for a certain period of time. Samadhi Wind, one of the 3 advanced spells of the Wind system, can be grown and upgraded, blowing a gale that sweeps the enemy. The power increases with one's realm and amount of mana. Meteor Wind and Rain, one of the 3 advanced spells of the Wind system, can be grown and upgraded, summoning a certain number of meteorites of wind and rain, killing enemies or trapping people, are good. Good, this time the harvest is not small. Not only let the second disciple break through the divine sea realm, but also obtain 3 major Wind system spells, this Wind system plus the Thunder system. I'm afraid it's not even more powerful? Yi Chang'an was laughing so much. But see. With the breakthrough of the divine sea realm, the Oriental Liuli on the opposite side of the room, instantly, also appeared a burst of visions of opening up the divine sea. Previously, the third disciple with relatively ordinary talent, and Miaoi, had opened up 900 miles. Later, the 6th disciple with great talent, Lan Shi, opened up 9,000 miles. This time, Dongfang Liuli's divine sea wasn't simple either. Heck, it was 12,000 miles, rolling in green. Woohoo! 12 green dragon silhouettes flashed, surrounding the circumference of Oriental Liuli, as if it were a generation of queens. Hoo! The sound of thunder builds up. Truly it is the master and disciple sharing the... What's this about? It can't be Yi Chang'an breaking through again, can it?
We and others who have been practicing hard for decades rarely make a breakthrough once, he actually does it every day.
Chapter 100 Off. Do some academic research for your teacher.
Not to mention how the people in the Immortal Hall were envious and jealous, and couldn't figure out why the word breakthrough was as simple as eating and drinking water for Yi Chang'an. But this time, after the second disciple Dongfang Liuli broke through the early stage of the Divine Sea realm and opened up 12,000 miles of the Divine Sea, the entire Fouta mountain range was shaken. Outside, all of the disciples and registered disciples all revealed a look of awe.
Master is so powerful. Letting second senior sister break through the Divine Sea realm in minutes is simply easy. I'm sure we'll be treated that way later, right?
Even further away, on the side of the 100 sect, there was all sorts of consternation, all sorts of eye-rolling.
Sect leader Yi really isn't simple. It's only been a year, itself and that Diangzi are both transformation juncture powerhouses, but recently there are 3 more Divine Sea realm powerhouses, this family, it's convincing.
How did my immortal densification sect miss that Empress back then? Yes, the heaven-mending pavilion was still a waste 6 years ago, and after 6 years, it's getting stronger by the day, and one can't help but be in awe. If my Divine Sword sect's disciples had worked this hard, why are there not even a few in the Kaiyang realm?
Admirable. Fellow Daoist Yi is a natural cultivation body. I, the Greenwood sect, can't even convince myself otherwise.
Back to a year ago? Forget it, the Sect Master doesn't have that mind to fight with him. This is what people's destiny is destined to be, we can't compete with that.
In the meantime, within the palm.
As Dongfang Liuli succeeded in her breakthrough and lost a little bit of the heaven and earth anomaly, integrating all 12,000 miles of the Divine Sea into herself, Yi Chang'an immediately congratulated her.
Liuli, are you satisfied today?
Master? Disciple is grateful. If it wasn't for Master's promotion, Disciple would need at least 1 or 2 more years to break through. Now, won't be proud, but will redouble his efforts even more. Speaking at this point, Dongfang Liuli knelt down and kowtowed, grateful again and again, while at the same time, she also had a sweetheart, looking forward to her master's compliments.
But don't want to.
Yi Chang'an had long since given the other 2 a breakthrough to the Divine Sea realm and was not surprised, thus he was not too surprised. Ping smiled blandly. This handed Dongfang Liuli some new gong methods to help her improve faster. These 3 spells, which are advanced wind system spells, are just right for you to take and learn, and comprehend them at an early date. Combined with your new Saint body and the 3 major spells, the power is multiplied. Yi Chang'an then shared the 3 major wind spells that the system had rewarded him with earlier. At a glance the Oriental Liuli received at the same time, is also immediately rejoiced, all kinds of thanksgiving, almost the point of tears. These 3 spells could all be Shin-level techniques, and when placed in that place in the Immortal Hall, it would be something that only the 7 great giants could cultivate.
And yet, I don't want to.
Yi Chang'an had even given it to himself so casually.
This mastermind. It's so worth it. It's so great, too.
Master above, Disciple thanks you, Master, for lifting me up. These 3 spells, they are truly profound, yet they also allow Disciple to look at them with resonance and smoothness. From today onwards, the Disciple is obedient to his orders and will never dare to neglect them.
I wonder if Master has any other orders?
When Dongfang Liuli uttered these words, she had wanted to do something even more transgressive to express her gratitude and thankfulness, and even, with a red face, she almost thought the wrong way. But it is not expected. Yi Chang'an on this side just thinks that this girl understands and is smart and good at learning, but has no other thoughts. Seeing as how she was quite skilled in the 3 major wind spells after a little bit of looking around. Relieved but also decisive to switch over.
You can go.
Ah.
Master, could it be that you don't want the Disciple to repay you at all?
In fact, the Disciple can also follow the example of the eldest senior sister, it's just that you.
What words
Master is too busy to joke around with you so much, go and bring 6th senior sister Jiang Qiangya here. Master still needs to use the golden crow fruit to root out her body. In addition, in these few days, laboriously take more of those named disciples and handyman disciples with you. When Master is not around, you are the heaven-mending pavilion's grand steward. With Yi Chang'an's words, Dongfang Liuli, who was still thinking certain crooked thoughts, was instantly dumbfounded, and even more so, she blushed her entire face. Even though she was extremely intelligent, she couldn't imagine that her charm would actually be ineffective against her master. In the heart, that is both happy in the master's righteousness, but also lamented as if he lost to the eldest elder sister, in the future can be strengthened to learn. And after. Dongfang Liuli decisively left and sought out the 6th senior sister, Jiang Qiangya.
The entrance to the chamber. Jiang Qiangya, after all, was coming in for the first time, and there were still a few moments of timidity, not daring to take a step, but shouting through the air. Master, but are you letting disciples come and open up the divine sea as well? What are you thinking, you girl? You're only at the perfect chi refining realm, you haven't even reached the Kai Yang, how can you open up the divine sea realm? Come in, take off your clothes, Master will heal you. Yi Chang'an felt as if he didn't know his disciples well enough. Gone is an oriental glaze that seems to mention if anything about being in love with a person or something. It almost made him laugh. How come the Kong Zhang who came this time also has the same tone? Perfection of the chi refining realm to open up the divine sea? This girl is also thinking out loud. However, this bit of emotion was not enough to distract Yi Chang'an, which finished instructing Jiang Qiangya. Take it off and conduct a scholarly study for your teacher. Ha! Off. Research? Jiang Qiangya was still a girl after all, and was inevitably shy, but she still obeyed. Yi Chang'an saw her half shy and half timidly stripping naked and lying on top of a bed of ice. But it was hurrying to hold its breath, not daring to look at the perfect luscious floating convexity, the plump towering peaks, not to mention not daring to get close enough to breathe in the mesmerizing body fragrance. Instead, concentrate on it. A cure is a cure. One wouldn't dare to really bully this little girl as a master. Master, disciple is ready, can. Just a moment. This golden crow fruit needs to be catalyzed 1 or 2 times. Just as Jiang Qiangya displayed the most breathtakingly stunning body, Yi Chang'an sighed, directly urged the heavenly tribulation finger to crush the golden crow fruit and fuse the mana of the middle stage of the transformation tribulation realm. It didn't work too well at first. However, with the 2 major physiques in his body, the 9 tribulation indestructible Tao body releasing countless thunderbolts, and the wind-based 3 talents saint body cooperating from the sidelines to enhance the power of the thunder Tao. Right away, that 9th order holy medicine golden crow fruit, which was enough to buy several clans, really melted a little bit. In a flash. It then turned into a pure golden color, a warm current, following Yi Chang'an's Yuanshan's command, and little by little, it merged into the 36 acupoints around Jiang Qiangya's body. Ah! Ya! Jiang Qiangya was stimulated by this warmth and felt so comfortable that she couldn't help but moan as her entire body was wrapped in this warmth. It was as if it were a giant golden egg. At this time, Yi Chang'an tapped his heavenly soul cap, and a 3-inch villain jumped out, casting spells and chanting incantations together to heal together. Not the other way around. It was none other than his original genjutsu. Those who are, in the presence, fighting, are, in formation, in line, in front, in line. The golden crow is in the sky, the supreme yang is in the first place, the gods and ghosts are unpredictable, 10 forward for me. 36 acupoints, infused with the innate, return the soul and merge with the spirit, the way of nature. In just a blink of an eye, Yi Chang'an and the original spirit of life struck out at the same time, almost exhausting themselves to the point of shedding their strength in order to completely eradicate Jiang Qiangya's problem. Fortunately, one could restore mana by casually grabbing a handful of Gnosis spirit rice. Keep casting spells. Chapter 101 7th Disciple Burst Breakthrough. The infinite aura of the Enlightenment Spirit Rice surged into Yi Chang'an's Dantian, and after being transformed by the Dantian, it transformed into a stream of warm power that was once again fed into 7th Disciple Jiang Qiangya's body. Such a positive cycle, if it were anyone else, they would need to be at least above the Nirvana realm to be able to do this. Yet not many people would have thought that Yi Chang'an, who was in the middle stage of the transformation tribulation realm, would be able to do the same. And it's even more perfect. No after effects. The healing process that follows is even more subtle in the extreme. The powerful medicinal effects of the golden crow fruit. Yi Chang'an's pure yang mana. All of them gave the 7th disciple, Jiang Qiangya, a major boost that he would never encounter in his life. Under this, Jiang Qiangya was not only cleansed of the cold poison little by little, but also, her entire talent, spirit root, physique, and even her physical body were strengthened little by little. Eventually, a sound like an eggshell breaking was heard. Next, 7th disciple Jiang Qiangya's eyes snapped open. Haven't seen her talk much yet. Suddenly, inside this pair of icy cold to the extreme eyes, 10,000 feet of cold light actually shot out steeply. Straight to the pit bull. Imitation of a man of God. Ding! Congratulations to the host's 7th disciple, Jiang Qiangya, on her successful cultivation, not only rooting out the cold poison, but also, her cultivation bursting through. Specifically as follows. Hearing these words from the system, Yi Chang'an immediately gazed at it. Name, Jiang Qiangya. Race, human. Sex, female. Talent, ice of the innate collateral system, heavenly spiritual root. Cultivation, perfection of the essence realm. This woman carries an ice root, so she needs more spiritual chi, and seems to have only perfection of the essence realm, but in fact, she is no less than an ordinary Shinjiao realm perfection master. Zhang's inherited technique, heavenly heart mystic technique, a total of 18 levels, one level is better than another. It is said that cultivation to the highest level can achieve the great emperor. Good fellow, this girl seems to have infinite potential, not much worse than Empress Luo Yunshang, the two oriental lily women. Breaking through from the perfection of the chi refining realm to the perfection of the essence transformation realm consumed a full 100 pounds of enlightenment spirit rice, which is the amount that Immortal Hall Grand Elder Tian Xianzi has been consuming for years. This subsequent breakthrough, I'm afraid it doesn't need more aura to fill it. I wonder what kind of powerhouse it is at the end of the feeding? What's most unexpected is that this girl has also obtained that inheritance from the crown prince. This heavenly heart mystic technique is considered a rare heavenly stage extreme grade technique. It's hard to believe that the Zhang clan's old ancestor back then was really that heaven-defying. Yi Chanan's probing was something that shocked himself quite a bit. This seventh disciple, Zhang Qiangya, wasn't normally tough. Apart from Earthingzi, within the 7 disciples at the moment, I'm afraid that the ones with the most potential are the eldest disciple, Empress Luo Yunshang, the second disciple, Dongfang Liuli, and the 7th disciple, Zhang Qiangya. Even if it was as strong as Shen Hongsleeve and Lan Shi, they all seemed to be a thread and a half weaker than the 3, which was simply convincing. And Yi Chang'an, who was the master of the 7 of them, was considered the biggest winner. With such a lineup, once all 7 of them were given to be cultivated to the great emperor, that is, the transcendent realm, one didn't know what kind of terrifying existence it would be. Sweeping through the Faustian mountains? Smaller. Sweeping across the entire eastern continent? It's still small. With such strength, even if it was put into the immortal realm or the divine realm, perhaps it would be a dominant party, right? Master, disciples' breakthrough is complete. It's doubly easy today. Many thanks to Master for taking the trouble to treat my disciples' cold poison and break through the realm. After this, I will definitely honor my teacher and follow his orders. On the opposite side, Zhang Qiangya's face finally returned to normal, so rosy for the first time in several years. So much like an apple in the fall. Immediately drove her perfect petite body of a princess, kneeling down at once, devout percent. Over here, Yi Chang'an was not only greatly pleased and relieved, but he also saw another thing. That was because of the system, he also obtained this inheritance. Ding! The host helps his disciple to cure the cold poison, his cultivation has increased greatly, he receives an extra reward. Zhang's inherited technique, heavenly heart mysterious technique. The current cultivation level of this technique, 9th level. Hisses. Can the poor Taoist also comprehend this technique? Somewhat interesting, the 7th disciple brings a reward. Really good. After a few moments of delight, Yi Chang'an and Zhang Qiangya walked out of the secret room, and naturally, she immediately returned to her room to bathe and change her clothes to consolidate her realm. And Yi Chang'an looked smoothly to the main peak on the side. However, he saw that within the 200 to 300 prospective disciples, there was really someone who had climbed to the top of the mountain. Could it be that this sect is actually truly blessed with this fortune, ushering in a new group of named disciples? I wonder what the quality of these guys really is. Just as Yi Chang'an was showing a few smiles on his face. Above the summit of the heaven-mending peak. Instead, a disciple was panting and climbing up, looking at no one in front or behind him, and had thought he was in first place, and was greatly congratulated. Was about to be vocalized by rapture. And yet, I don't want to. At this time in front of 100 feet above a large green stone, there were 4 people, arrived in advance. There was a great deal of consternation. How? How is that possible? These 4, could it be that they flew up here? The 4 of them rather ignored the man's shock. Inside the 4 people, 2 of them were middle-aged cultivators, and there were 2 others who were much weaker than them, one hid behind the 2, and there was another one who retreated a few steps back, revealing a look of vigilance. To put it bluntly, there are also highs and lows within the 4. The strongest should be the 2 middle-aged cultivators, sort of with cultivation worship, plus quite a bit of experience, naturally ahead of everyone. As for the man who retreated afterward, his cultivation was a few points weaker than these 2 middle-aged cultivators, but it was estimated that he had suffered a great loss, so he kept his guard up at all times, and no one dared to be gullible. The last person should have known the 2 middle-aged cultivators, but he himself was rather timid, coupled with the weakest cultivation level and the least experience. And then you can only hide and watch the show, for fear of involving yourself. This side of the entrance to the palm chamber. Looking at so 5 people, obviously not good cultivation, but really interpreted the human world, the threat of deception, the enemy is unpredictable and so on. Luo Yunshang was also watching with great interest, sometimes smiling, sometimes frowning. These 5 are way ahead of the group that followed. It seems that they are the first to be arranged for this time's named disciples. It's just that I don't know if this group of people can still dare to continue their infighting after worshipping the master. If that's the case, the poor Taoist won't be lenient. At this point in time, Yi Chang'an was not worried about these people revolting. It was just that, having suffered a loss from Lu Chuan and the others once, it was inevitable that they would mind a bit. Think twice at once. Decided to adjust 1 or 2. It was impossible for himself, the master teacher, to take care of these rookies every day. Instead, he could promote a second-generation disciple to be an elder, responsible for management and daily discipline. Ruri, come quickly. Seeing that you are conscientious and good at management, Master has appointed you as a transmission elder. From today onwards, be responsible for teaching them. Yi Chang'an transmitted his voice shortly. The second disciple, Dongfang Liuli, who was in the process of meditating, was instantly overjoyed. One of her favorite things was to cultivate, and the other was naturally to manage others, and this identity of transmission elder was really too suitable for her. Immediately, he came over to pay his respects and receive basic techniques, pills, spirit stones, etc. from Yi Chang'an's side. A few moments later, Dongfang Liuli decisively passed the power to go. Chapter 102 Fairy Transmission? Strange stones into the sect. Above the summit of the heaven-mending peak, more and more disciples climbed up, only, compared to the 4 in the first batch and the 1 in the second batch, this group didn't dare to come too close. Instead, they were spaced out, each around the other. Or in groups of 3 or 5. Or 1 or 2 in a column. In a word, within the crowd of 200 or 300, it was really possible to identify no less than 50 named disciples. And just then, the disciple who was the 5th to climb up had more luster in his eyes. I can't imagine that this heaven-mending pavilion can really have such a great attraction. Hooray, I, Shancheng Zi, am even in the top 5 to reach the top. Even if we're all named disciples, I'm afraid, Master Sect Leader will still arrange a better job for me, right? If that's true, I'll give him this life for the rest of my life. This thought of Mana Josie was not an accidental punishment, but something that had been thought about before he came. As a teenager from a certain mortal village in the floating mountain range, his greatest hope was to join a clan to cultivate for a moment or two. Do not seek immortality, but seek to be able to live a better life than others. Long before he came to the heaven-mending pavilion, he had once heard that the 2 strongest sects in the floating slaughter mountain range were the Immortal Hall, and the other was the heaven-mending pavilion, which was indistinguishable from the Immortal Hall. The Immortal Hall, with its long history, many disciples, and countless resources. It's all an advantage. But at the same time, it's also a disadvantage. A long history means that many old codgers are in control and won't just give their newcomers a chance to get ahead. A large number of disciples meant that it would be difficult for a mortal like him to gain esteem, and without proper treatment, even if he followed a large sect, what practical benefits could he gain? And the countless resources also represent what is left for them at the bottom. It really can't be too much, the quantity is not good, the quality is even worse, it's better to join a small sect. Compared to that, this mending pavilion at the moment is much better. The disadvantage is that the history is not so long, the number of disciples is very small, the resources currently seem to know the bottom line. But seeing as how the strongest saint's son of the immortal temple dared to join this side, surely, it wasn't a falsehood. The above 3 major disadvantages, now, were seen by Shan Qingzi, but they also turned into 3 advantages. First advantage. The history is short, and the master teacher is young and radical and will not be rigid. Second advantage. With fewer disciples, there are more resources per capita, and even a pig can become a party of experts through 1 year, 10 years, and 100 years of hard cultivation. Third advantage. In terms of resources, since Dingzi was willing to join, and it was rumored that eldest sister was already an accomplished female emperor, was he, a little bitty man, still afraid of losing out? Cultivate immortality, I can finally cultivate immortality too. Heaven-mending pavilion, Sect Master Yi, I hope you won't let us down, and I'll be a registered disciple. After all, the days of mortals are more bitter. As long as there is room for improvement, and as long as you reward and punish, I'm willing to start even if I have to pull out a turd.
Manajosi, half lying next to him, thought of this, his eyes full of expectation and yearning. The whole thing was indescribably otherworldly. Even if the person's talent, spirit root, potential, and physique were all ordinary. But it is a rare and diligent person. It was also at this time, seeing that those people behind them would not be able to reach the top of the mountain no matter what, a white-clothed fairy descended out of thin air. Not only does it attract others, it also made Shan Chengzi rush his ass over, kneel down, and salute. We pay our respects to. I wonder how this fairy is addressed. Ha! I'm not a fairy, I'm the second disciple of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion and the Transmission Elder. You and the Immortal Fates are not shallow. From today onwards, it is considered a registered disciple of this clan. My family's Sect Master is true to his word and will not treat you all poorly. You and others line up at speed, and later, in batches, you will receive your rewards and formally become disciples of this sect, and in the future, remember to honor your teacher and be strictly self-disciplined, and do not offend or betray. At this moment, the fairy who said this was no one else but Oriental Lioli. However, seeing that, she didn't intentionally release her intimidating pressure, yet she also immediately made the 50 to 60 named disciples feel twice as reverent and all sorts of awe. In particular, when Shan Chengzi looked at her, he only felt that the Heaven-Mending Pavilion was indeed the grand style of a great sect, relaxed as well as strict, rigorous, even more rigorous. It would be difficult for such a clan to not be strong. Such a clan was not comparable to the Immortal Halls kind of clan that was so protective of its shortcomings that it couldn't educate newcomers. Such a clan. My single person's life is worth it. Fairy. Oh no, Elder Transmitter is here, Disciple Shan Chengzi, here to receive the reward. I hope the Sect Master won't be too petty, otherwise. When the crowd lined up and received their rewards in turn, it was finally the turn of Shan Chengzi. This guy went up and bowed respectfully, and after receiving a heavy gift, his entire body was stunned. It's not a matter of being petty. That's just atmosphere against the grain. A copy of the 5 elements basic technique for each person, a sort of exercise for each person's introductory spells, as well as a variety of different spiritual roots. They were the golden lance technique of the gold system, the vine summoning technique of the wood system, the water arrow technique of the water system, the fireball heart technique of the fire system, and the earth splitting formation of the earth system. Other families, even the Immortal Temple, give newcomers one of the 5 books. As a result, the Heaven-Mending Pavilion was giving 5 books to each person. In addition to this, in terms of pills, as strong as the Immortal Temple are also given pills fragments and the like, for fear that the newcomers will take away the resources and run away. But on the side of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, it actually gave the top 5 fifth order to first order spirit medicines, and for the dozens of people behind them, only ordinary medicinal herbs. Thus, what Shan Chengzi was holding in his hand was clearly the hallowed first order spirit medicine, sacred blood grass. This is a first order elixir that is worth 1,000 gold for any gram in the mortal world. It is most powerful for stopping bleeding and healing wounds, and is 10 times more effective than the golden sore pill. I can't imagine that an orphan like me, Shan Chengzi, would have this kind of chance. I didn't even do anything to contribute, and I can get it? Master Sect Leader, Elder Transmitter, the two of you are too good to us, aren't you? Looking at this fragrant first-order spirit medicine in his hand, sacred bloodgrass, at this moment, Shan Chengzi was truly and completely convinced by Yi Chang'an and Dongfang Liuli. However, at this time, Dongfang Liuli had no time to pay attention to one of the dozens of named disciples, but instead, he smiled and sent the third reward, which he had almost missed, over. The voice that came out of his mouth was like heavenly music to the group. Manajosi, right? The top 5 will each receive between 1 and 5 lower grade spirit stones per month. Here's your 1 lower grade spirit stone, strive for early initiation. In addition, on the day of breakthrough, an exception can be made to receive more spirit stones in advance. This is the rule of our Heaven-Mending Pavilion. When this was said, Manajosi was actually too happy to speak. The following disciples' eyes were filled with envy. Such high specification treatment simply dumbfounded everyone, and even so that the Chao Reed and others who have already worshipped the Master are more respectful of Yi Chang'an. After all, they didn't have this kind of treatment back then, so it was evident that Yi Chang'an was really broad and generous. And at that moment, the crowd had just collected their rewards when a new voice came from the other side of the mountain gate. I beg to see Immortal Master Yi. We are disciples of the Strange Stone Sect. I have heard that Shi Zhengyu has been taken care of by Immortal Master Yi, so I have come to answer the invitation to join. I pray to be accepted for a moment or two. Chapter 103 Reward for the First Sect Expansion. This statement was made. The group of people who had just received the 3 types of rewards for registered disciples suddenly stared with wide eyes once again, revealing unbelievable expressions.
Nothing else.
Simply because it wasn't uncommon for a single person or hundreds of people to line up to join the Heaven Mending Pavilion. After all, the Faustus mountain range was hundreds of thousands of miles in circumference, and the 100 sects had a total of tens of thousands of disciples, totaling tens of millions and hundreds of millions of mortals.
What recruitment isn't gaining hundreds and thousands of defections?
However, similar to the so-called Shishir sect, an entire sect joining other sects.
Not to say it's absolutely unique. It's at least as rare to see one in 500 years. This Heaven Mending Pavilion that we've joined is really too strong and too desperate, able to make the dispersed people submit and also make a clan join en masse? Shan Qingzi's eyes became even more frenzied.
He who had already worshipped Yi Chang'an and returned his heart to the Heaven Mending Pavilion, made up his mind at this moment that he would never repent in this life.
This sect leader Yi is also too terrifying, right? It's not hard to let us join, it's not hard to let a sect join.
Num this time, actually see such a spectacle, it shows that this Heaven Mending Pavilion of ours has a great future. On the other side, the dozens of named disciples left with their rewards, turning back once in 1 step and turning around once in 3 steps, lest they miss the scene. There was more determination in the heart.
In the meantime,
this side of the palm chamber, Yi Chang'an had successively assisted Dongfan Liuli to open up the divine sea and rooted out Jiang Changya's cold poison. He was getting a little tired and planned to take a rest or two. Suddenly, he heard shouting outside, as well as a system alert.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, it has been detected that the host's Heaven Mending Pavilion has gone through this expansion, its numbers have risen significantly, and it has officially gone on the right track from being a disreputable and unimpressive clan 6 years ago. The rewards are specified below. Reward 1, a large-scale spirit gathering array that covers the 6 peaks of the entire Heaven Mending Pavilion, allowing up to 500 disciples to practice together, absorbing spiritual energy from a 10,000-mile radius, making the concentration of spiritual energy within the sect 3 times that of the outside. Reward 2, 6 spirit stone veins, the largest of which is 100,000 feet long and is integrated into the main peak, Mending Heaven Peak, while the other 5 are 10,000 feet long and are integrated into the 5 secondary peaks. The spirit stone vein in the main peak can be mined for 50 years. The spirit stone veins in sub-peak can be mined for 10 years.
Hearing this, Yi Chang'an's entire body was moved.
Immediately, this so-called large-scale spirit gathering formation was dropped into the Heaven Mending Pavilion, covering hundreds of miles in a circle.
In an instant,
for special peaks were seen, descending from the sky and striking into the 4 directions of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, southeast, west, north, and west, which exactly answered the so-called 4 elephants situation.
Next,
as if attracted by a black hole, the aura within a radius of 10,000 miles was madly introduced and accelerated to converge. Such a commotion naturally caused many second-generation disciples and registered disciples to be stunned.
Such a formation, could it be the so-called spirit gathering formation?
No, this is a large spirit gathering formation that envelopes the entire 6 peaks. It will be more convenient for us to cultivate in the future.
Grateful to the Sect Master. Thank you, Immortal Yi. Dozens of named disciples, including Shan Qingzi, all knelt down and consciously bowed.
Even the 100 or so handyman disciples felt physically and mentally relaxed as a result. Although he was unable to become a registered disciple, he was still proud of himself.
From today, they are all mendicants.
This masterstroke of the master is indeed no weaker than the Immortal Temple's founding ancestor. As strong as the Immortal Temple, back then, it only absorbed 100,000 miles of aura in a radius.
The poor Taoist's last defection was indeed correct. Immortal Yi is really.
On the other side, as the only person in the Heaven Mending Pavilion whose realm exceeded that of his master, Diangzi's eyes were full of praise and he couldn't help but praise him in all sorts of ways.
He also counted on further digging into Yi Chang'an's secret. It's just a little too amazing. Beyond that, other disciples such as Dongfan Liuli, Xiao Reed, Shen Hongsleeve, Lan Shi, Jiang Xiangya, and so on, all praised Yi Chang'an's power. Yi Chang'an sighed.
Seeing that this large spirit gathering formation had been successfully placed, thereafter, the crowd could cultivate in peace. Immediately afterward, the 6 spirit stone veins were also struck into the 6 peaks roots one by one. The main peak was paired with the largest spirit stone vein of 100,000 feet. It immediately made the people within the main peak feel physically and mentally relieved. The sub-peak was paired with 10,000 feet of other spirit stone veins. Although the effect was not as good as the main peak, the disciples on top of the 5 secondary peaks, however, everyone was overjoyed. From there, the heaven-mending pavilion was no longer a broken clan, but a treasure of mountains and waters. However, it was seen that the 5 secondary peaks rushed up to the sky with the light of the 5 innate elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth in turn, responding to the heavenly Tao on the top and the geography on the bottom. The main peak, on the other hand, rose with a mysterious and noble purple aura. The bottom of the hill doesn't look unusual. Just think it's a high mountain. Only when you reach the top of the mountain, you can see that between the clouds and mountains, it is like a mortal wonderland. As for the group of people from Kishimen, well. Sure Zhongyu. Disciple in. Prepare yourself, your master and brothers are about to come up the mountain. With Yi Chang'an's words, Shi Zhongyu, who had previously joined as a temporary disciple, was instantly overjoyed and decisively followed him to wait. The other side. Although the Qishir sect was in decline, there was still an elder, leading a few disciples on the way up the mountain with all kinds of amazement and emotion. This heaven-mending pavilion's aura was also too strong. It's more than a mountainous landscape, it's a cave. Not to mention their down-and-out chiseling gate. The 100 clans over there on Imdafostus are not as good as 1/10 of the ones here. No wonder that kid Shi Zhongyu said Yi Chang'an was trustworthy last time. In that case, it shouldn't be difficult for us to join in. For this reason, even if the entire clan is allowed to join, it's still considered worth it. This immortal Yi, he really has profound magical powers and divine means. The elder of the Qishir sect who led the way was so proactive, not to mention the others. In an instant, this group of people went up the mountain while being respectful, and while meeting all sorts of registered disciples and all sorts of handyman disciples, they were all courteous. Afraid of offending Yi Chang'an by half. And at this time, Dongfang Liuli, who had just arranged for 50 to 60 named disciples, also received a message from Yi Chang'an, and immediately went out to greet them as a transmission elder. Elders of the Qishir sect, as well as all of you fellow disciples, wait a moment. The poor Taoist is the heaven-mending pavilion's transmission elder and second disciple, and has come to greet him with orders. Later on, I'll take you all to the main hall and pay a visit to my master, and all things will be fine. Above the midair, Dongfang Liuli, who was at the early stage of the Divine Sea realm, fell out of thin air. The generous woman was looked at by the elders of the Qishir sect with astonishment in her heart. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a Divine Sea realm expert, but an expert who could open up 12,000 miles of Divine Sea was something that their downtrodden Sect Master couldn't even compare to. And this was only the second disciple of someone else, Yi Chang'an. Hiss. Just how big is this heaven-mending pavilion family business? The outside world rumors, the first clan of the Faustus mountain range, will soon be replaced, is it? Strong as the immortal temple is inferior to them? After a few feelings, the few elders of the Qishir sect were all treated with courtesy. Subsequently, it was then led up the mountain by Oriental Liuli. The scene. It's not a fellowship, it's more like fairies with pious mortals. Chapter 104 Give the King of Stone Goblins as a gift. The scene. It's not a fellowship, it's more like fairies with pious mortals. This scene, thanks to the fact that it was not seen by the 100 clans of the floating Slaughter Mountain range, otherwise, it was bound to be a big surprise. Thinking about the Qishir sect back then, it didn't lose to the Immortal Hall at its peak. Now they actually took the initiative to join the entire clan under Yi Chang'an's banner? It's not a small win. Instead, it's a big win. This scene, moreover, was thanks to not being seen by the Immortal Hall side. Otherwise, from the ascended Tianshu Zi to the Grand Elder Tianxian Zi to Lu Chen and the others, if they weren't furious, they would have to be furious and faint. The Immortal Hall wasn't even qualified to make the Qishir sect so humble. How dare he, Yi Chang'an? You call that a waste? If they still called Yi Chang'an a waste, I'm afraid, all of them in the Immortal Hall were worse than waste and could only be called. The rain pours down during the Qingming festival, and the guests on the road want to break their souls. May I ask where to worship the master? Liuli points to the top of the mountain. This moment, even though there was no mortal poet purposely chanting it, made such an image good enough to be passed down through the ages. And at this time, just as Dongfang Liuli was leading all the second-generation disciples, guiding the Qishir sect elders and the others, within the main hall, Yi Chang'an had a sense. Shi Zhongyu. Disciple here. Quickly go and open the door to greet your master elder and your fellow disciples. From today onwards, the two families are one family, and master will not treat them poorly. With Yi Chang'an's words, that Shi Zhongyu, who was already eager to do so, was immediately responsible for opening the door.
It's also coincidental. Outside the door, Dongfang Liuli had just knocked on the door when she saw, as soon as the main hall's door opened, the Qishir sect elder and the others had a pious look on their faces as they waited to enter. Immortal Yi is courteous. Old man Shi Jianshu is Shi Zhangyu, the boy's master and an elder of this sect. Now, having joined the Heaven Mending Pavilion by appointment, please teach me more. From now on, the Strange Stone sect will no longer exist, but will serve you with a single-minded devotion. When he said this Shi Jianshu, who was over 80 years old, actually took the initiative to kneel down and perform the rite of a disciple. Also kneeling were several disciples behind him, as well as Shi Zhangyu, who had long since returned to Yi Chang'an's door. Upon seeing this, Yi Chang'an was overjoyed. And no bull. While going forward to greet the first group of disciples to join the clan. On the other hand, they consider for a while and decide not to treat them badly. The indication was made at once. Please take a seat, Elder Shi. Today, the two families merge into one, although the Qishir sect no longer exists, but the poor Taoist does not intend to completely extinguish the incense of the Qishir sect. It can be arranged like this. Elder Shi, as the law enforcement elder of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, along with Poverty Road's second disciple, Dongfang Liuli, share the power between the left and right. In addition to that, everyone from the Qishir sect who is older and has a rather high cultivation level can act as ordinary elders, participating in the discussion of major events and sharing the treatment of elders. As for the place where everyone's cultivation takes place, the poor Taoist has also thought about it. Above the main peak, there are dozens of dependent hilltops that can be used as options for you all. The 5 sub-peaks are rather because the poor Taoist had previously made arrangements earlier to give 5 disciples under his door who practiced the 5 elements, and thus, it was inconvenient to distribute them. In addition, the disciples of the elders can also choose 1 or 2 from the dozens of named disciples this year, and as long as the hearts are loyal and there are no falsehoods, the Poverty Road will never intervene. These words can be seen by heaven and earth, and by men and gods. Yi Chang'an's words were not normally heavy. Dare to say, immediately stunned his disciples Oriental Liuli and others, but also let Qishir sect Shi Jianshu and others more worship, more obedient. After all, before they came here, they thought at most that they could mix their status as guests. Where did they think that they could actually share power? Moreover, a law enforcement elder, a number of ordinary elders, plus the choice of cultivation location, the choice of disciples. Such treatment, I'm afraid the Immortal Temple couldn't afford to give it. Yi. Sect Master is polite. Ishi is here to thank you. You and the others, why don't you come over and pay homage to the new sect leader, and from now on, we will single-mindedly obey sect leader Yi, and we will also respect sect leader Yi's disciples, especially the elder of power transmission. Who dares to be bad? It's for me, sure, to be the first to cross him. Shi Jianshu's quick reaction, the sharpness of his words, but let the crowd of Qishir's sect did not dare to say anything, immediately cowed out and bowed, all sorts of swearing promises. Getting here. The entire odd stone door was thoroughly integrated into the brand new mending pavilion. Yi Chang'an and Shi Jianshu continued to talk and laugh. A system alert came to his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completely subjugating the Qishir sect, and for the first time harvesting a sect to join en masse, obtaining the following rewards. Reward technique, Qi Men Dun Jia technique. In the ancient times, there are Qishir men founding ancestor based on the 5 elements of the 8 trigrams in the ancient times to create a special spell, including a variety of organs in metaphysics. Reward item, Book of Heavenly Escape, Book of Earthly Escape, Book of Human Escape. The 3 are magical heavenly books that the founding ancestor of the Qishir sect has not fully comprehended, and contain all kinds of profound knowledge and powerful effects. Reward treasure, the King of Stone Essence, is a stronger existence than the King of Stone Essence, the so-called King of Kings. If the King of Stone Essence is comparable to the 9th Order elixir, this King of Stone Essence has the effect of close to the 10th Order immortality immortal medicine, 10,000 times more precious. Good Lord, this reward goes against the grain. Yi Chang'an was shocked and ecstatic by this reward. Spare him the thought that the reward for taking in a few loose disciples was already quite a lot, and expanding to join a clan was even more astounding. In that case, the previous King of Stone Essence didn't have to stay and was simply given away. Elder Shi. What are Sect Master Ye's orders? The poor Taoist has thought about it. There is no point in leaving this King of Stone Essence to the poor Taoist, so I might as well give it to you guys, and I hope you'll make good use of it. Once Yi Chang'an said this, Shi Jianshu and the others across the room were collectively confused. Such a surprise that they could hardly think. Then one by one, they cowed out again in thanks. At this moment, Shi Jianshu and the others completely decided that Yi Chang'an could be their sect leader, and after that, they would follow them in life and death, and would never defect.
Yi Chang'an, on the other hand, didn't look at this too seriously, and turning his head, he also introduced some great events to the group of people from the Qishir sect. For example, the day-to-day distribution of power, disciple management, and rule enforcement. Another example is the rewards and punishments for a disciple's merits or mistakes. Then again, Yi Chang'an saw that after the 2 expansions this time, an internal assembly could be held 3 days later. One allows himself to continue to educate the crowd about the rules. The second is also to give the crowd a chance to stage a game. For this matter, it will officially begin in 3 days. Eldershire, Lioli, if you have no opinions, and the other ordinary elders have no objections, then notify them. Sage of the sect. We honor our orders. With Yi Chang'an's words, whether it was Shi Jianshu's group or Dongfan Liuli's group, all of them were willing and took the initiative to do the job. 3 days later. The Mending Pavilion will be a new scene with a twist. Chapter 105 Same Kung Fu, Different Lives. With Yi Chang'an this meal arrangement down, the 2 sides of the crowd no longer have any differences, but then began their respective work and rest. And just after Shi Jianshu and the others left, Yi Chang'an, however, also flipped through those rewards for taking in the Qishir sect to further understand these feats. Not to mention, there were quite a few feats in this Qishir sect. The Qimen Dun Jia technique, the Book of Heavenly Recluse, the Book of Earthly Recluse, the Book of Human Recluse, and so on, 3 books, as well as that piece of stone essence of the Emperor are each magical use. Among them, the Book of Heavenly Transportation specializes in finding places with abundant spiritual energy, that is, innately blessed places. The Book of the Earth's Transportation is specifically used to investigate all kinds of spiritual stone veins, as if it were a gold prospector. The Book of Human Transportation, on the other hand, is a magical book specifically designed to enhance one's physique and shape one's spiritual roots. To put it bluntly, these 3 books are just extraordinary, living and breathing a powerful self, find a good place to work type of kung fu. Yet there is a rather fatal problem. That is, there are no feats of a fundamental nature. Resulting in the Qishir sect's successive generations of experts, are empty not weak realm, but the lack of play their own power of feats, spells, magical powers, etc. Eventually it becomes a generation away. A good clan that searched for spirit stone veins and found innate blessed lands, in the end, didn't seem to have much of a role to play other than being in charge of checking and digging for people. It's a real shame. In that case, let the poor Taoist personally try it out for a second. These 3 books are not available to the average person. Just practice with the 4 peaks of the southeast, west, and northwest of this sect, and maybe we can really find certain good things. After such a thought, Yi Chang'an stopped nagging and immediately flipped through these 3 books, after reading all the mnemonics and steps at a glance. Next. All the while, he was running his mana of the middle stage of the transformation tribulation realm. On the one hand, he was trying out the 4 peaks little by little according to the way the 3 books said, and, very quickly, he saw the effect. See you next. The 4 peaks in the southeast, northwest, and north produced different reactions one after another. After the Book of Heavenly Transportation was used, a burst of golden light was simultaneously manifested from the 10,000 feet height of the 4 mountain peaks, rushing straight up into the sky, which was astonishing. After the Book of Earthly Escape was used, the 4 mountain peaks' bodies then shone with a golden light as if they were a mountain of gold, delightful to behold. And after the Human Transportation Book was used, he saw that with the guidance of the spell, the auras of the 4 mountain peaks were converging towards him, and his talent, spiritual roots, and physique were being polished a little. Although, this kind of polishing certainly couldn't be compared to the rewards given by the system, it was still considered good. As the saying goes, water drips on a stone, and the sea goes dry. Already perfect enough, if he continued to polish in the future, wouldn't he be able to accelerate the achievement of a great emperor, or even the immortal realm, or even stronger? In the meantime, the other side. Just as Yi Chang'an was experimenting with the 3 major techniques on his own, he saw that the group from the Qishir sect, following the law enforcement elder Shi Jianshu, were leaving the main hall and heading to the halfway house where he and the others were. Along the way, most people were still satisfied with Yi Chang'an's arrangement. In the end, their Qishir sect had already fallen this far, and there was no possibility of going lower. Instead of defecting to a large sect like the Immortal Hall and being disliked. Why don't you come to the steaming pile that is the Mending Pavilion? Yummy. Delicious. Good hospitality. Not strong? Of course, there were a very few people within the crowd who didn't take too kindly to this. It seems to think that the selling price of the people of the Kishimen is a bit low. It doesn't. Just as Shi Jianshu was arranging the compounds for each of the people, he heard one of them whispering. This surname Yi isn't very old, and his cultivation level is even less visible. This time, are we looking for the wrong person? Furthermore, this heaven-mending pavilion is still somewhat spiritual, but it's far from being able to talk about the kind of spiritual energy that is similar to that of other great sects, which is abundant and comes with its own spirit gathering. It's really a bit worrying that there won't be enough aura for cultivation in the future. Besides, our Qishir sect is an old inheritance that has lasted for more than 300 years, isn't it too cheap to just casually give it to them today? I really don't know what the elders think. Why don't we? With these words, within the crowd of the Qishir sect, a few other disciples really started to raise a ruckus, nodding their heads one by one in agreement that it was too much of a loss to sell to the heaven-mending pavilion. Furthermore, People's heaven-mending pavilion has one main peak and 5 secondary peaks, with quite a high concentration of spiritual qi and powerful cultivation techniques, so this kind of capital is something that can be found casually? The nonsense of you and others, heard for the last time today. After that, who dares to mention it again? This elder is the first. Shi Jianshu didn't finish his sentence, but he saw that, right at this moment, the 4 peaks were undergoing a huge change as Yi Chang'an exerted his power. For skyrocketing golden lights, either floating in the air or suspended halfway up a mountain, or shining for thousands of miles, or tantalizing. Simply divine. And it was the 3 book feats used at this time that changed the original 4 peaks into 4 sword blades. It is more conducive to absorbing the aura of heaven and earth. It is more conducive to the disciples' cultivation breakthroughs. This person really does have the power of ghosts and gods. I just don't know what kind of gong method this is. It can actually refine the heavens and earth and reshape mountains? This kind of advanced technique, this elder is the first to be convinced. While Shi Jianshu was greatly shocked and variously admired, the few people who had spoken carelessly before were now, however, stunned on the spot. You look at me, I look at you. Nothing but dismay or dismay. After all, this scene was something that even the strongest sect leader in the history of the Qishir sect couldn't do. Now it was casually done by Yi Chang'an. This person. Unbeatable. This person. It seems really trustworthy. This person. Elder Shi, it seems that we have underestimated this sect leader Yi. Here, the disciple admits his mistake and promises to never talk nonsense and disobey his master again. And the disciples and others as well. Sect leader Yi is indeed too suitable to be our master and leader. From now on, the Qishir sect no longer exists with this title, only the family-friendly heaven-mending pavilion. Chapter 106 Haters Do It Again. Hearing that these few people finally promised not to mess up again, Shi Jianshu's face eased a few points, and inside his eyes, besides worship, he was still worshipping. This time, the strange stone sect was truly and completely linked to the people of the heaven-mending pavilion. Living together. Practicing together. Together to the outside world. Close as a family. Also this time. God's domain. Within the Xianxiao divine dynasty. In the middle of a female emperor's retreat chamber, the female emperor Luo Yunshang was resting her eyes and stabilizing her transcendent realm cultivation in order to accelerate her recovery to the half-step immortal realm at her peak. This time around, she was free of external attachments, so she could concentrate more. But it was just then. Outside the secret room, the supreme elder of the Xianxiao divine dynasty was actually holding a secret meeting as well. All for nothing else. It is the master Yi Chang'an who was very close to the Empress Luo Yunshang. Just see. Within the great hall of the Taishang where the Taishang elders were located, on top of the main seat was clearly this Taishang elder Luo Yingting, and underneath, the civil officials and military generals. At this moment, just listen to this supreme elder whose seniority and generation were both older than Luo Yunshang's with a single killing breath. It was clear that he had a million disdain for Yi Chang'an. Do you and the others know that Her Majesty the Empress actually used her power privately to help that mortal master Yi Chang'an or something? Such a big event, Her Majesty the Empress actually didn't notify this supreme elder earlier. What exactly are her intentions? Right now, the divine realm is not stable enough, and our dynasty is even more stormy, so I really don't know where Her Majesty the Empress gets this kind of free time to actually take care of the mortal clans. This supreme elder is not targeting her, but considering the fate of the entire clan, from today onwards, he will personally seal the female emperor's secret room, so that she will not be able to come out until she makes a breakthrough. As for the affairs of the divine dynasty during this period of time, they will have to be entrusted to the civil and military ministers of the divine dynasty. With these words from Supreme Elder Luo Yingting, for a moment, the people who were already not too satisfied with Luo Yunshang's actions after her return immediately had their hearts stirred with all sorts of promises. Since then, Luo Yunshang's power as Empress was temporarily frozen, and all affairs were handed over to the people to take care of. As for Luo Yunshang herself, she was personally blocked off in the female emperor's secret room by Supreme Elder Luo Yingting. Less than half a step into the realm of immortality. Never out of the gate. The Supreme Elder has arranged it properly, we are convinced. After all the people had promised, this was not to be said, and they dispersed. In the end, when only Supreme Elder Luo Yingting was left behind. His eyes were complicated as hell. On the one hand, he was watching over Empress Luo Yunshang, not allowing her to leave the gate early and spoil her future. On the other hand, it was natural to consider the gap between the mortal world and the divine realm, even though Empress Luo Yunshang had repeatedly mentioned the benefits of her mortal master, Yi Chang'an, she was disbelieving. A mere mortal master teacher, who was amazingly at the realm of transformation and apparition, how powerful and reliable could he be? Can you preside over the divine dynasty? Able to withstand the attacks of the other two divine dynasties? It's child's play. Your Majesty, the Empress, the old man is doing this for your own good. Mortals are always inferior to great emperors, and it's impossible for the divine dynasty and yourself to last with him. I hope you understand the old man's bitterness soon. The divine dynasty is not easy, and you are even less easy when old me's lifespan is about to expire in the future. This huge divine dynasty, if it is not handed over to you, could it be handed over to that kind of mortals? Looking at Luo Yunshang in the direction of the female emperor's secret room, at this moment, the Supreme Elder Luo Yingting unexpectedly had a sense of lateness like an old father. Cultivation, after all, was not something that could transcend everything when one reached the great emperor or immortal realm. Even if one was as strong as a great emperor or an immortal realm powerhouse, their lifespan would only be 10,000 years. Longevity is still alive. Claiming the throne. Longevity is not enough. It will eventually die out. The divine realm was in turmoil, and the immortal realm was likewise not ironclad. Empress Luo Yunshang had suffered a great loss before. This time, Taishang Elder Luo Yingting absolutely would not allow it to happen a second time. Immortal world. Just as Supreme Elder Luo Yingting forced Empress Luo Yunshang into seclusion, over here, however, there also existed major immortal clans, each functioning on their own, each acting in their own way. Among them, the once number one sect in the floating mountain range, the Immortal Hall, also existed in this realm as a superior sect. It was also called the Immortal Hall, but it was 100 times more powerful. The people who watched the door were all in the realm of transformation and apparition. Formal disciples must be in the realm of nirvana. At this moment, in the middle of a corner of the Immortal Realm's Immortal Temple, one of the rows of formal disciples' compounds, there was a person who was familiar with Yi Chang'an, suddenly waking up leisurely. It's no one else. It was clearly the one whose split was previously destroyed by Luo Yunshang. The head of the mortal immortal temple, Tianshu Zi. Hoo. So, the poor Taoist's bilocation was really the one that fell by that pair of dogs? In that case, this memory is the shame of the poor Taoist, this revenge must be avenged. As soon as he thought of this, Tianshu Zi saved the memories that the remnants of the doppelganger had brought back, but at the same time, he also had a sinister look in his eyes, devoid of any immortal's drift, but only mundane's hatred. Only, when he thought of Yi Chang'an's backing on Luo Yunshang, the empress of the Xianxiao divine dynasty, one of the 3 divine dynasties in the divine realm, it was hard to avoid a few scruples. More quivering at the corners of his mouth. To put it bluntly, the immortal realm was one of the 3 realms, and was not as unified as the divine realm, but was divided into multiple forces just like the mortal world. The superior sects of the mortal world's great sects. Major powers in all directions of the immortal world aligned. So on and so forth. The so-called immortal temple of the immortal realm, which seemed to be able to crush several mountain ranges and hundreds and thousands of clans in the mortal world, was in fact only slightly stronger. As one of the many existences in the immortal realm, it was not considered overwhelming, but just around medium. As for him, the previous generation sect leader of the mortal immortal temple, when placed here, he was just an ordinary elder, or the kind that needed to continue working hard to gain more real power. This matter is not easy for the poor Taoist alone to deal with, but it's just the right opportunity to take to report it to those truly great powers. After thinking this way, Tianshu Zi really did immediately take this memory and extract it with his magic power, combining it into a fragment of an immortal temple being looked down upon. Even, in order to intensify the conflict and gain more support, they deliberately added some words of Yi Chang'an, Luo Yunshang insulting the people of the immortal temple of the immortal world. Sure enough. Just an hour later, the immortal realm immortal hall executives who had watched this image were instantly furious. But also because it involved ordinary clans in the mortal world, it didn't really care. This matter of the heavenly pivot sun can be resolved by casually sending 3 or 4 elite disciples and letting them go down to the realm to clean up the heaven-mending pavilion. In addition, it's also a good idea to see if the mortal division of this sect possesses anyone with excellent talent. If you really have 1 or 2, you can bring them to the immortal world to complete the reception, which will not only strengthen the sect, but also be regarded as giving the later generations some opportunities. Hearing these words, the heavenly pivot sun's heart was ecstatic, and with his mouth in agreement, he turned his head and went on his errand. For elite disciples of the immortal realm, immortal temple were ordered at top speed. Per capita above mid-nirvana realm. And after. In order for them to speed up the resolution of the heaven-mending pavilion and Yi Chang'an, Tianshuzi simply sent gifts secretly. Fellow Taoists, these 7th-rank spirit medicines may not mean much to you, but they can be used to repair divine weapons and magic treasure losses. In that case, thank you all. The one surnamed Yi had better get killed, and the heaven-mending pavilion doesn't have to be left behind. The poor Taoist is here, waiting for the good news with joy. Chapter 107, Making a Dragon Vein, Formation I taking shape. Upon hearing these words, those few elite disciples of the immortal realm immortal temple laughed with great joy. You are joking, Elder Tianshuzi. With your word, we'll do it any way we can. Besides, the mortal world has long been filthy. Cleaning up a mere person in the realm of transformation and apparition is like stepping on an ant. What's so difficult about it? And warm the wine for a moment or two, soak it in the elixir, and when we return, it may still be lukewarm. We'll go. As they spoke, these 4 people truly each sacrificed a stream of mana, either by riding a sword, presenting themselves as a lotus flower, or standing out of the air, and coming towards the mortal realm. However, in a few hours, he came to the space-time barrier between the immortal realm and the mortal realm, and after breaking 4 small holes, he drilled in there. Another indeterminate amount of time passed. When a space-time wormhole appeared above the immortal hall of the floating mountain range in the mortal realm, sure enough, he saw 4 immortals in the middle stage of the nirvana realm, standing in the air, with murderous intent on their faces. Someone at the Temple of Immortality is blessed. Mending Pavilion. If you don't die this time, do you want to live for a few days? Mending Pavilion. Between the peaks shrouded in majestic aura, columns came and went, and disciples flew. From time to time, they exchange ideas with each other. From time to time, he cuts and seals the path. That large spirit gathering array is even more incessant, sending endless amounts of spirit chi to our sect and maintaining a suitably high concentration. Neither is too low, causing the disciples to progress too slowly. It's also not too high, triggering symptoms of excessive aura in some disciples. Also this time. After completing the first step using the 3 books, Yi Chang'an continued to transform 1 main peak and 5 secondary peaks. Previously it was for the 4 sub-peaks of the southeast, northwest, and northwest that were taken care of. Now, it was taking out the 2 major rewards from before, the Chimen Dun Jia technique and the Emperor of Stone Essence, with the intention of making a strongest formation I for his clan's protective formation. Among them, that Emperor of Stone Essence was close to the effect of a 10th order immortal pill, and to use it as the base material for the Eye of a Far Array was not an ordinary luxury. No clan in the mortal realm could carry this kind of use. It was only the immortal realm or the divine realm that dared. And this time, with Yi Chang'an being so generous, I thought it would certainly work well. And that Chimen Dun Jia technique, in addition to including a variety of organs metaphysics, but also there is also the pattern of heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, to create a system of attack and defense know-how. In addition to this, the Jiang clan's inherited technique, Heavenly Heart mystical skill, also contained a portion of the effect of assisting in the molding of the formation eye and strengthening the power of the spell formation. And so, within the next few days, Yi Chang'an was engrossed in it, with all kinds of research and trial and error. Until this day. Feeling that 7th disciple Jiang Qiangya's cultivation was further improving every day, he himself was, without surprise, also deepening his comprehension of the Heavenly Heart mystical skill. Yi Chang'an was comfortable and joyful. Comfortably, this way of not practicing oneself and only relying on the progress of the disciples to progress as well was too enjoyable. It's as if it's on a little plug-in. The joy is that this time, the eye of the spell formation is extremely powerful, although it is not the divine realm or the immortal realm, but when looking at the mortal realm, I am afraid that it is also an extremely rare existence. From then on, even when you are out and about, you don't have to worry about a fire in the back. This dragon vein can actually be crafted? Yes, the Chimen Dun Jia technique contains the reasoning of heaven and earth, and the 3 books can assist in finding the best place for spirit stone veins, while this heavenly heart mystic technique is meant to be the upper body of the heavenly heart, and the lower body responds to public opinion, so naturally, it can also locate dragon veins or make them. It's just that the conditions required for this aren't small. One is a massive vein of spirit stones, the second is a staggering amount of incense, and the third is a magical treasure to suppress it. Thinking about it this way, it would be too difficult to complete the body. Without the resources of the immortal or divine realms, it's not perfect enough. However, just making simple body, but it is not difficult. After this, the family is like hiring a bodyguard. The poor road out of the absence can also protect the crowd. After thinking of these, Yi Chang'an's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and the whole person was like a sharp sword unsheathing, all sorts of speeding up. 1 main peak and 5 secondary peaks still had more than enough spirit stone veins. In terms of magic treasures, it would be necessary to take out the imageless tenfold pillar, the strongest magic treasure, as the centerpiece. Defense is top-notch. The attacking ability is also very strong. As for the incense, due to the decline of this sect 6 years ago, the popularity is still not too much after the expansion now, but more than 200 new joining disciples, plus 7 second-generation disciples, as well as the crowd of Qi. Eventually, and then again, it rises 10,000 feet into the clouds and dives 1,000 feet into the river. And affects the mind and body of every disciple and disciple. This is, the formation eye of the spell has taken shape? What a strong dragon's breath, we are blessed. Those 50 to 60 named disciples sensed a little bit of it, and they were ecstatic, unable to resist their excitement, kneeling down to worship. So, could it be that this is the so-called array eye? No, it's not just an ordinary array eye. This is the kind of spell formation that is comparable to the capital of the Zheng dynasty. I can't imagine that sect leader Yi, with all his achievements and mysterious divine power, would be able to produce a 3,000 Zheng protector dragon shadow? Such a divine and marvelous method, will not be able to do 1/10,000th of it in my lifetime. Above the halfway point of the main peak, within the law enforcement hall, Shi Jianshu and the others were similarly shocked, unable to imagine that Yi Chang'an had such a ghostly and unpredictable ability. At this time, however, the holy son of the immortal hall sighed over. Diyingzi, the holy daughter of the oriental Lioli, was the one who felt the most. Simply because, at this time, the duo had the feeling of returning to the immortal temple. And the reason why the immortal temple in the mortal realm was so strong was that there was a point where it was connected to the chi of the immortal temple in the 10,000th immortal realm. I can't imagine that such a miraculous thing actually happened to the heaven-mending pavilion as well. This master teacher is really too strong. The 5th disciple, Earthingzi, lamented this as the strongest holy son of the immortal temple. Master, his old man is also too heaven-defying. This kind of handiwork, almost catching up with the founding ancestor of the immortal temple, could it be that he really suppressed some kind of immortal artifact? On the other hand, the immortal temple's former holy daughter, now the second brother, Oriental Lioli, was full of joy and all sorts of ecstasy. Such a master teacher. Who is not in awe? This mending heaven pavilion, it really is too out there. Chapter 108. That's how a teacher's father works. Who said that the immortal hall was still the #1 clan in the floating mountain range? Have the balls to compare them to the mending pavilion. Who said that the 100 zones would dare to despise their own congregation in the future? Have the guts to also make your own dragon vein, also use weapons too. My Dengxian sect is simply no better than the heaven-mending pavilion. Thanks to the name Dengxian, in reality, there is not a single nirvana powerhouse for so many years. Fellow Taoist Yi, the poor Taoist is convinced. There is no chance in this life. In the next life, I can be an ordinary disciple under your door, but it's enough. Mending pavilion. The deepest part of the main peak. Seeing the 3,000 Zheng guardian dragon shadow skyrocketed but also very obedient, Yi Chang'an knew that the simple body's formation was finally completed, and his mood was extraordinarily good. And then, considering that he still had to take on disciples and go out for training, he reached out and ingested the dragon's horn of this 3,000-digit protector dragon shadow, transforming it into a dragon-shaped key. This was handed over to the second disciple, Oriental Lioli. Master, this object is the key to opening the spell formation, no less than a Xian-level magic treasure. How can disciple? Seeing Dongfang Lioli kneeling down in fear, there were even a few moments of timidity. Embarrassed to accept such precious treasures, Yi Chang'an laughed. Idiot, get up. It is fine for the master to trust you. This spell formation is a fusion of the Zheng dynasty's heavenly heart mystic technique, as well as the incense of this sect and so on, and is even augmented by my master's strongest magical treasure, the thoughtless 10 multiplication pillar, which is of infinite marvelous utility and should not be underestimated.
When defending, this 3000 Zheng Protector Dragon Shadow can automatically transform into an 8000 Zheng Xian Turtle Snake phase.
I dare not say absolutely invincible, at least the fastest mountain range and the millions of miles around, not casually as if people can break through.
At the very least it will last more than a month.
When attacking, you can transform into this 3000 Zheng Protector Dragon Shadow, soaring into the sky, 5 elements against the enemy, and at that time, then you, the Transmission Elder, will preside over the big picture, and all will be well and sufficiently at ease. With Yi Chang'an's words, Dongfang Liuli, who already adored him, became even more excited and admiring. His own master had gone from being a waste to a powerhouse.
His own master was even doing what Tianshu Zi and the others couldn't do. One person crafted a top-level spell formation, and even more coalesced to provide many spirit positions for the eyes of the formation. This was comparable to the accumulation of the Immortal Hall and the Zhang dynasty for thousands of years. From here on out, this clan has 6 spirit stone veins, with the main peak being the largest at 100,000 feet, and the 5 secondary peaks being 10,000 feet each, with countless resources that can be used for thousands of years. After that, you can make your own decision on which disciple you see performing well, and reward and punish them. If it involves law enforcement, it's even more necessary to discuss more with law enforcement elder Shi Jianshu. Do you understand?
Yi Chang'an gently tapped, causing Dongfang Liuli, who was so excited that she cried, to wake up. Immediately, he said he would follow the rules.
And then, Dongfang Liuli took out her dual identity and took the initiative to report, not daring to omit anything at all.
Enlightened Master, recently the 50 to 60 new named disciples are quite diligent and have no major problems. Even Elder Shi came over to name 2 disciples. They don't live or practice poorly. On the contrary, on the side of the 4th senior sister, Shen Hongsleeve, there seems to be some situation. She is extremely gifted and has a special physique, so it is estimated that she was in a hurry to open up the Divine Sea, and thus went a bit overboard. Recently, he has been shutting up his cave and not coming out. Disciple cultivation me is still too weak to enter rashly. Please take care of Master. Hearing this, Yi Chang'an instantly remembered Shen Hongso, who came from the All Souls Alliance. This girl is burdened with an innate chaotic Tao body and heavenly spiritual roots, but also the fire god Zhu Ron bloodline, which is stronger than ordinary fire system heavenly spiritual roots, so it is inevitable that her character is impatient.
Now that I've learned about it, I'm sure I'll have to pay attention to it.
In that case, for the Master to personally make a trip over there, and for the rest, temporarily leave it to you and Elder Shi to conduct random checks from time to time in the future.
After instructing Dongfang Liuli, Yi Chang'an then brought her back to the surface and left separately. Not to mention how Oriental Liuli continued to admonish the crowd.
On Yi Chang'an's side, he came to the top of one of the 5 major sub-peaks, the heavenly 3-red Inferno Peak, and before he even got close, he felt a scorching heat from afar. In this, in addition to the fire attribute aura that this peak already has as well as the spell formation enhancement, it is more like the 4th disciple Shen Hongsleeve who made a mistake in cultivation messed up.
This girl isn't going to get all fired up and really explode the wrong way, is she?
Surprised, Yi Chang'an quickly arrived at the entrance of the cave, and sure enough, he saw the messy herbs all over the ground as well as stones, roots, and so on that had been scorched by the fire attribute aura. It's just horrible. Inside, a mass of super high temperatures of more than hundreds or thousands of degrees is erupting, as well as a thing that is in a state of distress to avoid its own flames.
That thing is no one else. Which one is it, if not the impatient Shen Hongso? Why is this girl so impatient?
Not only do you have problems with your own cultivation, but, not reminding the poor Tao at all, it seems that this cheek is still not erasable.
The most hilarious thing is that it's actually refining long swords with this? She doesn't think that the little bit of mana below the Divine Sea realm is enough to refine treasure, does she?
Could it be that it is seeing the other disciples of the poor Tao's Dharma treasure is powerful, thus? Well, that should be it. In just a few moments, Yi Chang'an guessed Shen Hongsleeve's mind, and without any nonsense, this walked into it. The Shen Hongsleeve in her eyes, but more advanced than a few months ago, also advanced a little too much. The body flames are sometimes strong and sometimes weak.
The realm of. Still stuck at the perfection of the Kaiyang realm. Just a little bit of chance away from the Divine Sea realm.
Knowing that, also thought that this girl in order to obtain the magic treasure, and therefore forced to refine the long sword, but was not allowed to do so, so blew up the furnace. Those who didn't know, thought that this was an undercover thief sent by which sect, who failed to steal the treasure and ate the organs instead. Who is the visitor?
No hard breaks. Old mother. Oh no, aunt.
Is not right, I am still refining the long sword, must not be disturbed, otherwise, bad this future divine weapon immortal weapon, afraid to sell you cannot afford to compensate. In the deepest part of the house, under the cover of the smoke and flames, Shin Hongso actually treated Yi Chang'an as an outsider.
A sentence that amused Yi Chang'an. The family has this kind of living treasure-like disciple, why worry about not being demolished by the family? This girl actually has the attribute of Era? It's really not easy for this poor master. Chapter 109 Natal Magic Treasure, 7 Fires 5 Heart Speed. It's also thanks to that unlucky master of the poor Taoist who left behind a good family business. Otherwise, once the pot is fried in 3 days and the furnace explodes in 5 days, this huge heaven-mending pavilion is afraid that it will be gone in a few clicks. I really don't know what this girl Shin Hongso is up to. With such doubts, Yi Chang'an waved his hand and flicked out a bit of light, instantly collecting all the smoke and flames, leaving only a piece of wreckage behind. With that, he walked in. Just in time to see, at this time the fourth disciple Shin Hongsleeve is really not as if the era is demolition of the home, but to do a serious matter. Using the aura of the heavenly 3 red inferno peaks as a furnace. Use your own small yard as a tripod. Hara was refining her own life magic treasure. The reason for the failure was afraid that it was not because of insufficient cultivation, coupled with insufficient experience and too much haste, thus something happened. However, it also kind of showed that this girl's motivation was so strong that she didn't lose out to any other disciple. Good red sleeve, here comes Master. What on earth are you doing with this native magic treasure? How did you fail to this point? Why don't you tell me, and the Master will solve it for you one way or another. Yi Chang'an treated the 7 second-generation disciples as if they were his own siblings. It doesn't laugh at Shin Hongfu's rudeness. Instead, many consolations. Sure enough, So Under saw Shin Hongsleeve. This girl, moved by the words, first cried for a while knows, then took the initiative to say. Instead, he told a story that made even Yi Chang'an move when he heard it. Thank you, Master. It's all my disciples' fault for being incompetent, bent on opening up the divine sea as soon as possible and achieving higher achievements, thus refining my own magic treasure, the 7 Flame 5 Heartbeat, with the intention of self-improvement. Furthermore, in the future, it is also good to follow the Master to break into the world together, and make achievements for the Master's family, but it is not expected to. Said, this is a young girl's heart. Shin Hongsleeve even is crying pearly, I see pity. It was also something that made Yi Chang'an couldn't help but steal a smile. Ostensibly, the woman is more highly regarded. Good girl Red Sleeve, don't cry, this innate magic treasure is not simple, it requires more than ordinary magic treasures and ordinary weapons, no wonder you failed. As for my master's side, within the many techniques that I have previously learned, there are some methods for refining ordinary magic treasures and ordinary weapons, only there are no methods for refining the intrinsic magic treasure. It's normal for you to fail, it's evident that the theoretical knowledge is insufficient and the practical experience is not enough, even if you change as a division, it's still bad enough. Yi Chang'an said this half-truth, half-false, but also really convinced Shin Hongsleeve no longer sad, but broke into tears. The real part of it was that he really didn't know how to refine his own life magic treasure. The false part, on the other hand, was that previously the Heavenly Heart mystical skill had involved the original treasure, but alas, it only involved the heirloom treasure, as if it were a great tripod or a jade seal, and there were no beads or jade pendants or other small pieces. Therefore, the matter cannot be spoken of. It can only be used to make Shin Hongsleeve much more relieved. Even Master Teacher can't refine it? It seems that it's really a disciple who doesn't think of himself, actually challenging a task that the Master can't even hold. In that case, the disciple would like to be much more open. Shin Hongso simple to the extreme, where there are so many ideas, which listened to Yi Chang'an's appeasement, greatly pleased, and no longer for this gloomy too much. On Yi Chang'an's side, although he was unable to refine his own life magic treasure, he still knew a little bit about it. Immediately, he gave Shin Hongsleeve a live lesson. To put it bluntly, this native magic treasure is an existence that is more advanced than ordinary magic treasures and ordinary weapons, and in addition to needing more advanced materials in my heart and soul to infuse it, it also needs to be accompanied day and night, and switched on and off both physically and mentally. Treat the treasure as if it were your loved one, so that you can cultivate the spirit of the treasure, and then through the spirit of the treasure together to absorb the aura of heaven and earth, to consolidate the strength of the treasure. It's not easy every step of the way. It's not like 8th order spirit medicine and spirit stone, 9th order spirit medicine and spirit stone, and you can succeed by roughly piling them up. So that's how it is, this intrinsic Dharma treasure is indeed even more difficult to obtain. In that case, disciple would rather give it up and do the calculations later. Thank you again for the teachings of the Master. Thereafter, the disciple will definitely work harder and strive to open up the divine sea at an early date in order to achieve a greater success rate. Shin Hongso was worthy of being the fourth disciple who had been personally brought back from the 10,000 Spirit Alliance by Yi Chagan. Not only did he listen to him, but also, because Yi Chang'an had taught him well, he was much more convinced. Once he saw this, Yi Chang'an, besides noting down the matter of the fourth disciple needing an innate magic treasure, yet he also gave her one or two considerations. As of right now, it was still a bit difficult for Shin Hongsleeve to break through the divine sea. There is no shortage of aura and effort. It's just a matter of chance and epiphany. In that case, the best way was to bring her along to go out and train together, accumulating knowledge through actual combat and experience through sparring. It was conducive to furthering her cultivation. It was also beneficial for her to imbue a stronger Dao heart into her own magic treasure. Thinking of this, Yi Chang'an did not have half a bit of politeness, which gave Shin Hongsleeve a mention. Red sleeve. Disciple in. Master has calculated that with your talent and spiritual roots, staying in home in seclusion is not as good as going out to practice. Are you willing to follow Master and go out for a trip? Just after these words were uttered, he saw Shin Hongso instantly rejoice. Follow the Master out? Aha! That would be great, disciple begged for it, before almost. Master, you can keep your word, not to bring only the third senior sister and sixth senior sister, forget me oh. They say simple girls are easy to fool. Shin Hongsleeve, this girl really on the experience word is similar to play, a little did not let Yi Chang'an wait, directly agreed. In this scene, apart from seeing Yi Chang'an feeling greatly relieved, he couldn't help but steal a few laughs. My female disciple is quite a talker. She's afraid she doesn't realize that this adventure can be big or small. Just as well, such a clueless and unknown girl will have to experience more, so that she cannot be afraid of any external, internal risks. About this, Yi Chang'an no longer talked too much with Shin Hongsleeve, but immediately brought up. This is also considered the first major turnaround for the Heaven Mending Pavilion after the unlucky master is gone. Is it a success? Is it a failure? All depends on Yi Chang'an. Chapter 110 Haters Meet Haters. To do one's best and look to the heavens is to leave success or failure in the hands of the heavens, and naturally the poor Taoist does not take this method. Do your best in heaven's destiny and look at the personnel. This is the real mastery of the initiative. The poor Taoist most prefer this method. Even if 1 immortal hall, 10 immortal halls, or 100 immortal halls stand in the way, there is no way to hinder the poverty road's path of progress, the path of this sect's growth. Today the 100 clans have changed to befriending the sect. Inevitably, 10,000 sects will throw themselves over in the future, and in this way, only then will it appear that the poverty road's path of the Great Tao is the most correct and accessible. To put it bluntly, it's time to change the sky of this floating mountain range. Yi Chang'an was originally an ambitious person. Now, after being touched a lot by the fourth disciple Shin Hongsleeve, all of a sudden, the whole person is like a sharp sword in the air, arrogant and domineering, sharp and unrivaled. It was also at this time that the nearby Shin Hongso then vaguely felt that her master was getting stronger and stronger. It's not just the cultivation realm that's strong. And still the Tao is stronger. Such a master, simply too handsome and too strong. I, Shin Hongsleeve, am really a little smart, actually choosing such a supreme master. I won't be afraid of anyone bullying me in the future. Humph. Just when Shin Hongsleeve's face was full of redness and infinite adoration, her heart was stirring and her spring was in the air. Yi Chang'an's side was a flying arrangement of daily routine. Most of the day has passed, so naturally there is no need to rush out the door. Early the next morning, after Yi Chang'an gathered the two elders and many second-generation disciples, and openly stated that Dongfang Liuli would be in charge of substituting for him, the crowd roared their agreement. He then took his fourth disciple, Shin Hongso, and his sixth disciple, Lan Shi, and went out in style. Such a scene, seen by outsiders, was nothing but envy. This heaven-mending pavilion sect leader was just awesome for a while. Why is he going out again? Could it be that you think that the last Zhang dynasty's clan assembly wasn't scenic enough? It's really strong. We have a rare experience in 10 years, a rare epiphany in 20 years. Look at the other Sect Master Yi, experience like eating and drinking, epiphany like drinking and making a pair, simply don't be too easy. The crowd's approval was 10 times greater than in previous years. However, even so, but also did not affect Yi Chang'an's determination to do the job. Master and disciple turned into 3 streams of light, flying towards the previous Shark Lake. Immortal dash. It's no more than that. Just under 3 days. The group arrived at the lakeshore and were about to descend into the clouds, allowing Lan Shi to personally intervene and call out his sister, Daryl. But it is not expected. Just then, a group of fierce men arrived first and were searching for something around the entire lake. This would be just fine if it were an ordinary fisherman. Yi Chang'an and the three of them were not worried about mortals disturbing Daryl. But the group that favored it was actually Immortal Temple disciples. Is this an early start for that old bastard, Tianshu Zi, to round up the outskirts of the poor Dao's network of relations? Seeing that the entire lake was made filthy, and the Immortal Hall crowd was devoid of the Immortal Dao sect's inaction and purity, but more worldly vanity, Yi Chang'an's eyes narrowed and he was not angry. Haven't really struck out yet though. But it also declared a dismal end for the group. Gaze again. However, this Immortal Hall disciple was following Lu Dust's 5 people, part of the shore guarding, watch out for 1 or 2, part of the water to look for. With sneaky behavior like that, even a 3-year-old would know what it was all about. Master beware, this Immortal Hall is afraid that it's not intentionally taking revenge on us? Lan Shi, her sister. Shin Hongsleeve vocalized from behind, would have liked to say more, but was afraid to make the mood of the 6th sister, Lan Shi, beside her even worse, and thus hurriedly shut up. Thank you for 4th senior sister's concern. I, Lan Shi, am not that fragile. Master, you say it. What to do? Disciple lead the charge. Compared to Yi Chang'an and Shin Hongsleeve, Lan Shi naturally cared more about his sister Ruoshi's safety, thus while asking, he was on standby. Once he heard this, Yi Chang'an stopped talking nonsense and directly dispatched the 2 women. Remember, anyone from the Immortal Temple can be killed. Not only because of offending this sect, but also they have long abandoned the righteous style, such a person, do not kill, do not stay next year under the child? Although Yi Chang'an did not care to personally clean up this group of scum, the moment he said this, he immediately made Shin Hongso and Lan Shi understand his heart. The 2 women had only wanted to defeat each other, save Daryl and leave. I don't want to think that my own master's father looked even farther ahead and actually thought of killing one to warn the others. Not bad for a master teacher. Sure is bossy. As you wish, master. After saying this, Shin Hongsleeve urged her fire nerves and activated the Yen D defense suit, and in this way, with her cultivation of the perfection of the Kaiyang realm, she killed over. Under the strong defense, it was really a fireball that sent an Immortal Hall disciple flying, and a ring of fire that burned and cried an Immortal Hall disciple. And then looked to the side. Blue Shield was equally not weak. Under the urging of the Yellow Emperor scripture, the Dao Earth mana coalesced like a net and projected over. A cloud of earth yellow light erupted from the earthen defense set on her body, allowing her to take more damage. And although that Shin Nu True Silk had no offensive or defensive attributes, it allowed her to be on land as if it were a lake, just as smooth and easy. She, who had previously opened up the Divine Sea for 9,000 miles, was now even using her cultivation at the early stage of the Divine Sea realm to the fullest, striking one after another. Agu, who the hell sneak attacked our Immortal Hall? Oh grass, someone really dared to rescue that? I'm waiting for. Wow, it hurts. So it's the 2 female disciples of Yi Waste, all the brothers and sisters will surround them together and destroy them, then go to the Heaven Mending Pavilion and eradicate the surname Yi. Both sides engaged at a rapid pace. Mending Heaven Pavilion side, after all, is 2 people, at the beginning of the advantage is not small, the back is gradually some enough. After all, the cultivation is not enough to exceed too much. Plus insufficient numbers. As for the side of the Immortal Temple people, at first, they were attacked by the sneak attack disadvantage is quite large, but with Lu Dust, Su Qingxue 4 women to join, laughing, fierce counterattacks, and gradually grasped the initiative. They who already hated Yi Chang'an, now, seeing Yi Chang'an's 2 female disciples delivering them to the door, they hated that they could not destroy them in minutes. With this, Rancher became even more anxious and couldn't help but call out. Sister beware. These people are the right way. Of the Immortal Temple no, it is the evil way, they will hurt you. Where the hell are you? This anxious call did not get a response from Ruoshi, but it made the 5 Lu Chen and the Immortal Hall crowd, who had the upper hand, greatly excited. Haha, these 2 ES are unbearable, take them down right away as a gift to surname Yi. It's just too noisy. If you and the others are holding them hostage, why don't you let the poor Taoist personally greet you and the others? Just before Lu Chen finished his caricatured smile, he saw Yi Chang'an impatiently coldly snorted, his voice was grand and loud, directly impacting them to wow and spit out blood. And after. Yi Chang'an pointed out with a finger, and against this group of Immortal Hall wastes, he didn't even need to catalyze the heavenly tribulation finger, but an ordinary finger. A wave of power erupted, directly crushing Lu Dust and the others, their faces as if they had seen a ghost. Yi, Chang, and? I can't believe you're at.
Whoever makes her bleed once, Master makes that person's blood be sucked right out. Yi Chang'an obviously does not care to, and many times defeated, Lu dust 5 people nonsense, directly a skyjacking finger repelled them at the same time, open up a 3 feet wide, 1,000 feet long underwater channel. And after. The 3 masters and disciples instantly moved in, accelerating their search for Daryl's shadow. Such a scene directly stunned the 5 people of Luchen. Not only did they not dare to come in and chase them, but instead, each one had an ugly face compared to the other. Who would have thought that Yi Chang'an, who was publicly abandoned by the 5 of them a year ago and disgraced to the extreme as a waste, would now be this powerful? A bunch of rice buckets. Wake up, all of you. We have been ordered to come here. Don't you want that great reward? Do you not respect me as the new saint's son? All of you get down to me and kill them. Knowing that the 5 of them had been completely reduced to clowns and jokes, but this Lu Dust was still unable to hold back this bad breath. After angrily scolding the crowd to no avail, the single man followed. But only half a step, remembered Yi Chang'an previously in the clan assembly above the absolute ruthlessness, plus their own no heavenly devil master aid, not to mention the help of the treasures stolen before, afraid not. Next. Just when the crowd of the Immortal Hall almost thought that Lu Chuan really dared to go one-on-one, they saw this guy, suddenly retreating back. Eldest sister, the 4 of you help. I'm not greedy. Rather, I'll let the surname Yi live a little longer. I'm a holy son, I can't personally kill people and stain their blood, but it's you 4 good senior sisters, you can't watch me being bullied as a senior brother. These words could certainly confuse the 4 girls, Su Qingxue, so that they would really dare to continue looking for Yi Chang'an to fight for their lives. However, in the eyes of the other disciples of the Immortal Hall, it was almost an embarrassing joke to hear. They are too scared to say it explicitly. Secretly, he had to despise Lu Chen. This guy is really right by Yi Chang'an, properly a hypocrite. The holy son does not make a move, so that the 4 senior sisters. If not for the fact that he is the holy son, or the great elder's personal disciple, we will not follow the bad luck? That's just it, this person is too conceited in vain. We are not as good as underwater. Just as Lu Chuan's overly vain performance had upset his own masters and disciples, Yi Chang'an's master and disciples quickly found those Immortal Hall disciples who had gone under. As you can see, the group is searching around with tools such as fishing nets that are empowered by mana and charms. Due to the complexity of the underwater environment, it is not known at this time whether or not they succeeded. But just such a scene was enough to enrage the 3. Master, disciple, please command. Launcher suddenly opened his mouth, but he knew that his cultivation was limited and didn't dare to continue going out to cause trouble. Instead, he was more willing to listen to Yi Chang'an's arrangement. Next to him, Shen Hongso was also thinking the same thing. Hearing this, Yi Chang'an's face was as calm as water, and after a slight thought, he exercised the opportunity on the second woman. You and the others are responsible for going in to support Daryl. The master will take care of those stragglers outside. In this way, it is also considered to be an experience for you, how much of what you have learned can actually be used. This statement was made. Shen Hongsleeve and Lan Shi were simultaneously shaken physically and mentally. Both having a sense of Yi Chang'an's protection, but also touched by the fact that up until this point, he was still thinking of letting the 2 girls exercise more, worthy of being the strongest master. Next. Each of the 2 women emitted a firelight and a yellow light from their bodies, and in doing so, they rushed into the crowd in front of them. A sparring match begins. Took quite a bit of initiative in a matter of moments. Seeing that the timing was right and the test was about right, Yi Chang'an made a decisive move. The yellow great extreme magic treasure golden bell shield instantly attacked in an instant. Hood. As Yi Chang'an's mana was activated, with a single chant, these dozen or so Immortal Hall disciples with the cultivation of the Kaiyang realm actually entered them, one by one. Seeing this scene, the 2 girls, who had just experienced some training and had become more and more courageous, turned back to thank Yi Chang'an. Accelerate with it. The 2 women's speed increased greatly when they were free of obstacles. However, in a few moments, at the deepest part of the Shark Lake, he saw Ruashi, who was resisting desperately, as well as a few elite disciples of the Immortal Hall who were surrounding her. You are being dragged down by your sister, and you still want to resist it this time. Do you really want us to use our strongest spells to exterminate you? Those few elite disciples of the Immortal Temple each had Divine Sea Realm cultivation, and were actually stronger than the 5 of Lu Chuan, only the quality was so poor that it was even more devilish than the Devil's Way. Surrounded by them, Daryl was becoming less and less able, and was about to lose his resistance. Over here, Lansher was in a hurry and immediately urged various water spells, water arrows, water balls, water curtains, water walls, water dragon techniques and so on.
A brain smashed hard. The aura is extraordinary.
It was only a pity that the cultivation was still a few points weaker. You can catch your opponent off guard at first.
Gradually it became a bit of a struggle. Another? Great guy, it's this sister, right?
We'll make a move together and slaughter this. Anyway, that punk Yi Chang'an doesn't dare to come out, so let the heaven-mending pavilion be disgraced to the end. Seeing that Lansher was inexperienced in actual combat and was ultimately one person, those few Immortal Hall elite disciples were instantly overjoyed. While cursing angrily, as if he were a city hooligan. While leaving 2 people behind to watch over Daryl, the others counterattacked and really dared to destroy the Blue Shield.
Blue Shield was under double the pressure at this point but couldn't retreat.
On the contrary, not far behind them, Shen Hongsleeve was furious, extra furious, not waiting for this group of people to force Yi Chang'an to show up, directly for the master to snare back.
A bunch of assholes are worthy of a round of my master? How can you and the others be worthy?
And let me, Shen Hongsleeve, have a go at you guys. If you can't even beat me as a girl, aren't you guys worse than girls? Compared to Lan Xia, Shen Hanso did have more of a fiery temper. Immediately after a few sentences of angry dislike opposite the Immortal Temple, those few elite disciples actually could not react.
And after.
Even more so, he activated the Yen Emperor defense set and directly opened 100 High Flame Giant, no other than the so-called Yen Emperor Dharma body. In flaming fire, forging my body, opening it up for me, teaching me a lesson. Tai. At this time, Shen Hongsleeve really has a bit of the appearance of the fire god Zhu Rong. Though not as strong as a billionth of 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 a billionth. However, under the pressure exerted by this Yen D Dharma body, in a matter of moments, with a relatively weak person of the perfection of the Kaiyang realm, he erupted with a terrifying power that could cause several elite disciples of the Divine Sea realm of the Immortal Temple opposite to change their faces drastically at the same time.
This is the ultimate power of fire. This is the power of the legendary Vulcan.
Put. Before the fight even started, these few elite disciples of the Immortal Temple had inexplicably developed fear and timidity.
Chapter 112, Meeting a Strong Enemy After Adopting an Apprentice. Bam!
As they retreated one after another, these few elite disciples of the Immortal Temple not only had their faces changed drastically, but also had the feeling of a grown man being bullied by a 3-year-old child, doubly humiliated.
Next.
A few people actually forced themselves to endure their fear of the fire god and formed a common 4-elephant phalanx to kill back. What the hell is this thing you've got? We've never seen it before, and it doesn't look like a righteous technique, so it seems that you guys are really colluding with demonic cultivators. In that case, I'll destroy you all today to understand that Yi Chang'an has nothing to say. It would have to be hypocritical to say that all the fairy temples are hypocritical. It was obvious that he couldn't beat them and deliberately found reasons to motivate himself, but he had to continue to discredit Shen Hongsleeve and Lan Shi.
Next.
These 4 even erupted their respective Divine Sea realm cultivation, each imperial sword stabbing out.
A great battle opened up. Swimming dragon sword.
A person's mouth bellowed out, and the wandering dragon sword in his hand immediately transformed into a 10-foot golden dragon, viciously biting over. I thought that it was powerful and could at least repel Shen Hongsleeve. I didn't want to think that this golden dragon, no matter how powerful it was, actually couldn't withstand the Yen D Dharma body. The so-called claws and teeth touching the Yen D Dharma body didn't have half the effect, instead they hurt on their own.
Whimpering.
Woo woo. This 10-foot golden dragon retreated miserably, shocking that person did not dare to be careless, only to restore the golden dragon to the sword body, and cast all kinds of spells in the air, attacking from afar.
Song Long abduction.
On the other side, the second person saw that the first person was ineffective in melee combat, but he was a few points smarter and threw a walking stick with a carved Sanglong head in his hand through the air. Truly, he summoned an overbearing water force, the very same force of that Sanglong. However, this guy didn't dare to fight in close combat, and he also feared the Yen D Dharma body. But it is controlled from a distance.
Just a stream of water erupted from the pale head.
The so-called borrowing water to fight water, this is the early stage of the Divine Sea realm. He got the Shark Lake water to cooperate, this power almost catch up with the middle stage of the Divine Sea realm experts.
Unfortunately, it still failed. Still coming up with this trick? You've been teaching the Immortal Temple for 1,000 years, and this is the only level you've got?
Seeing that the second person still dared to borrow water, Shin Hongsleeve sneered and directly guided her Yen Di Dharma body, without even looking, to cauterize this person's Tsanglong abduction through the air. It was seen that not only was the body of the Tsanglong abduction ignited and could not be extinguished by water, but the head of the Tsanglong was also screaming miserably.
It's just absolutely brilliant. Two senior brothers, what's the time to wait if you don't make a move at this time? Can't you guys see that this is strong? That contraption is really a demonic cultivator's profound technique. If the four of us don't combine our efforts, I'm afraid that we won't be able to get out and return. As each of the first two called, the last two finally responded.
A man threw out the green dragon thorn in his hand. One person offered up the Xian dragon plate in his hand.
In a nutshell,
for experts at the early stage of the Divine Sea realm, along with 4 yellow-grade lower-grade magic treasure attacks, really created no small trouble for Shin Hongsleeve. One that almost made her back off and admit defeat at one point. But on the contrary, within the 7 people under Yi Chang'an's door, Shin Hongxing seems to be simple but is actually the most fiery.
This character is the stronger.
No, just when the opposite 4 people thought they still had a chance to win, Shin Hongsleeve burst into a rage, invisible, but into a rare stance of meditation.
Next. Yendi fumed. Vulcan fumed. Red hot 100 feet. Rootlessness.
Master, thank you for letting my disciple come out to practice, and now I've actually comprehended the first Yen Di Dharma body spell, Red Flame. Surprised as Shin Hongsleeve, and did not have too much nonsense, direct spell guidance, in a moment from the Yen Di Dharma body above, called out 100 feet of fire dragon.
Ouch.
This 100 feet of fire dragon is not the fire of the latter day, naturally not afraid of the lake water, and not afraid of the opposite 4 people's water spells, but the innate fire.
No need for any reason to burn up. No need for any bull burning pain in the ass. PFFFFFFFF.
The opposite 4 people finally couldn't carry it anymore. Seeing that this fire dragon was invincible, the 4 people hurriedly threw away the magic treasures in their hands, allowing them to be refined while retreating a few steps back. 2 senior brothers, withdraw, this heaven-mending pavilion family are all too ruthless. As they spoke, these 6 people exploded with their combined strength, and they really did temporarily resist the 100-foot fire dragon and fled outside. Seeing this, Shin Hongsleeve felt that her mana was depleted and was a bit overwhelmed.
Collected the Yen Di Dharma body.
A gasp of great joy filled his face. Next to him, Lan Shi rushed forward and assisted her frail sister, Ruo Shi.
Sister. Good sister.
Let's go. This time my sister always regretted a little bit how good it would have been to go with you in the first place. The 3 women looked at each other and chatted briefly, which led them to support each other and walk outside.
And that's when,
before those 6 elite disciples of the Immortal Temple could go up through the hole outside, they suddenly saw that the dozen or so disciples of the Immortal Temple were all taken down one by Yi Chang'an.
Not alive. Instead, it's a one-finger choke. This he actually dares to kill someone? That's an ordinary finger, not a feat, and it's actually also. Just, hurry out to converge Lu Dust Holy Sun, this person, cannot be defeated, this person's disciples. Wow.
6 people have not finished feeling, after spitting out blood again, but fear like seeing ghosts and gods, can only sneak sideways.
Going ashore.
However, he saw that the Holy Sun, Lu Chen, was even more selfish and had fled long ago.
What kind of Holy Sun did our Immortal Temple this find? A Holy Sun is not as good as across the street. We're so out of luck.
After scolding them, the 6 of them didn't dare to stay, but accelerated away from the original spot.
Underwater.
After the master and disciple rendezvoused, Lan Shi and Ruo Shi successively explained the before and after situation to Yi Chang'an, and together they expressed their willingness to join the heaven-mending pavilion. Immortal Yi, last time it was the little girl who was unruly, and now that she suffered a loss before knowing your person, please understand a little.
Cough. No need to be polite.
This pound of enlightenment spirit rice, take it to stabilize your injuries for the time being. From today onwards, you are the 8th disciple of the poor Taoist, and I'll first give you a copy of the basic technique, the water arrow technique of the water system. Not waiting for Daryl to apologize with a red face, Yi Chang'an smiled bashfully and gave her the 8th order spirit medicine enlightenment spirit rice while also healing her external wounds with a snap of his fingers. The system is also the first to send relevant introductions.
Ding!
The host is recruiting upper-grade spirit root disciples. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, now releasing the reward. Huang Dao Ni I Jing, one of the techniques learned by the Yellow Emperor, not as powerful as the Yellow Emperor's scripture, but still powerful, and even more powerful when combined with water mana. It would be most appropriate to give such a gong method to Daryl. Yi Chanan smiled. And then, the four masters and disciples came to the surface of the water and were not at all surprised to see that Lu Chuan and the others had indeed escaped. It was just unexpected that just at this time, he suddenly encountered two people with uncertain breath. It's no one else. It was the two disciples sent by the Immortal Realm's Immortal Temple this time, Ghost Seeker and Everlasting Smile. Would that waste man, could it be the so-called head of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, Yi Chanan? Do you know who we are? You actually offended the Immortal Hall sect leader Tianshu Zi, harmful to our Immortal Hall. Now, are you willing to voluntarily ambush yourself to avoid suffering? Hearing such cold words from the two men, their arrogant tone, and the aura around them that even shivered physically and mentally, Yi Chanan's eyes flashed through the image of Tianshu Zi's last defeat, and his heart tightened slightly. Chapter 113. Still pretending to make up after going down? The visitor is not good. Yi Chanan's eyes narrowed as he faintly surveyed these two, and the more he looked, the more alarmed he became. It wasn't that Yi Chanan suddenly wimped out. Rather, judging from this year of practical combat experience, these two people across the street were definitely not simple. At a glance, he was not a cultivator of the mortal realm. It's more likely to be from the immortal realm side. It was also the same heavenly pivot sun who had been sent by the previous white sunrise. It is said that if you forcefully travel between the three realms, you will be bound by the rules of the heavenly Tao and your cultivation will be greatly reduced. Nowadays, these two people seem to be just above and below the divine sea realm, but I wonder what their real strength is? I'm afraid it's not enough to reach the Nirvana realm at its peak? After such a thought, Yi Chanyan didn't hesitate for half a second, and instantly two small actions maintained the master and disciples without leaving any gaps, while protecting the three women, Shen Hanso, Lan Shi, and Ruoshi, behind him. On the one hand, he was moving his feet forward, seemingly walking without thinking, but in fact, he had already condensed his life's strength and was ready to stand by at any time. It didn't matter if the other party was a divine sea realm expert as it appeared on the surface. Or was it the Nirvana realm that actually harbored great cultivation? Yi Chanyan was confident that with his cultivation at the middle stage of the Hierophant realm, along with the three saintly techniques, the two magic treasures, and other means, he could also fight. Also this time. Seeing that Yi Chanyan actually had no thoughts of voluntarily ambushing himself, but instead took the initiative to alert himself, these two Immortal Realm Immortal Temple disciples immediately became furious. Could Yi Chanyan, worthy of being a ruthless person who can make the mortal realm's immortal temple suffer, in front of the two of us, how dare he pose like this? The first to open his mouth was the man on the left, named Ghost Seeing Sorrow, as his name suggests, the most grim. It looks like you're no better. Do you really think you're invincible in the middle stage of the transformation apparition realm? Maybe, it's that this generation of mortal realm immortal temple disciples are too wasteful and actually lost to you. In that case, let us take you down and reshape the prestige of the immortal temple. Yes, Taoist brother Ghost Seeker is still too polite. The second person who opened his mouth is the person on the right, named Chang, and the smile looks like a smile, but in fact, the smile is a knife. People do not shudder. Elder Tianshu Zi still said how this Yi Chanyan is difficult to deal with, and this is the result? Such a waste one, we can easily take one or two even if we are bound by the rules of the heavenly Tao. We don't have to waste our hands together with two people. Boom! With this mocking remark from the duo, Yi Chanyan himself was indifferent. Anyway, he didn't care about these exteriors at all, he only cared about the interiors. The three disciples behind Yi Chanyan, however, were simultaneously filled with righteous indignation and anger. Among them, the most fiery-tempered fourth disciple, Shen Hanso, leapt up. What's those two rotten things from the Immortal Realm Immortal Temple? What kind of garbage stuff are you and the others? You dare to denigrate my master like this? Dare you compete with me, Shen Hansleeve first? I don't care if you're a Mortal Realm Immortal Hall or an Immortal Realm Immortal Hall, in my eyes, you're all just a bunch of trash. Otherwise, how would the strongest Saint Sun join our side of things? I have to say, Shen Hansleeve, this girl's cultivation may not be considered the strongest of Yi Chanan's 7 disciples, but the mouth cannon attack power is quite not bad. No, with this output of hers, the opposite pair of Ghost Seeing Sorrow and Ever Smiling burst into a rage on the spot. They had always been the ones to mock and taunt outsiders. Where had they ever suffered such a loss? And so, next, the two actually no longer self-respect identity, simply shot at the same time, trying to kill Shen Hansleeve in seconds, and then take down Yi Chanyan. Stinky girl, this mouth is too poisonous, let me, Ghost Sorrow, meet you.
The ghost-seeing charm sneered, and the person, as his name suggests, emitted a foul-smelling gas that rolled out, and even before he formally made a move, he also gave Yi Chang'an and the others an uncomfortable feeling of vertigo. Dare I say, this guy is not a human being, but a yellow immortal cultivated into an adult. No wonder it stinks so bad. And after. Just see this guy hand a cold light shining yellow great flying sword rose up in the air, golden dragon flying, sharp and invincible, minutes close to Shen Hongsleeve less than 10 feet. That aura. A proper mid-divine sea realm cultivation. Moreover, this was still after being bound by the rules of the heavenly Tao, at its peak, at least in the middle stage of the Nirvana realm. Ghost Taoist brother, poor Taoist also came to help you. This kind of demonic maiden can't stay for long. If we don't make a move, do we really think that the immortal palace is a fake? On the other side, that same unhappy-faced Chang Zixia was not slow to strike. A yellow-grade top-grade stick-like magic treasure rose up into the air and transformed into countless rolling logs, each of which was 100,000 pounds, rolling and smashing. These spells are not simple. It was precisely one of the more profound wood spells within the 5 elements spells, spreading chi into soldiers. From this, it could be seen that the person's immediate early divine sea realm cultivation was merely bound by the rules of the heavenly Tao and wasn't considered real. His or her true realm should be the early stage of the Nirvana realm. 2 divine sea realms are worthy of humiliating us? Eat my fire nerve. Can't burn you too trash. Seeing that the opposite duo said that they would fight, moreover, the moment they struck, they were even more ruthless than those people from the mortal realm Immortal Temple, directly intending to get themselves killed. Shen Hongsleeve wasn't afraid, but instead laughed out loud and stepped forward. Under the activation of the nerve of fire, there were instantly fire spells that struck back. At this moment, Shen Hongsleeve actually once again entered the stabilized posture, overplaying. Looking behind him, Lan Shi and Ruo Shi marveled. It also made Yi Chang'an quite pleased. Unfortunately, the gap between the two sides is still too big. The first dozen strokes is considered a tie after the opposite ghosts and often in the smile suddenly play their respective magic treasure stronger power. This time, Shen Hongsleeve suffered a lot, and was directly teased like a cat or dog. Looking at Yi Chang'an, the 3 of them were all worried about it. But just then. However, Shen Hongso, who should have been defeated and injured, suddenly produced a magical resonance that shook the entire arena. It was the innate chaotic Tao body that sensed its master's crisis, combining the heavenly spiritual root and the fire god Zhurong bloodline to produce a reaction at the same time. A majestic awakening force broke through in a matter of moments. This girl Red Sleeve is in for a treat. A flash of surprise passed through Yi Chang'an's eyes. A system alert was definitely heard in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host's 4th disciple, Shen Hongsleeve, for making a breakthrough in the battlefield, finally opening up the Divine Sea and accomplishing the early stage of the Divine Sea realm. The specific opening up of the Divine Sea is unknown for the time being. Reward 1, 20,000 pounds of Enlightenment Spirit Rice. Reward 2, 20,000 pounds of Ginseng Pollen. Reward 3, Fire Nerve Lower Volume. The second half of the scripture created by Emperor Yen of the South, combining with the upper volume can realize the full power. Yi Chang'an was rejoicing over the rewards. However, it was seen that the battle situation in front of them was actually transformed as a result. Shen Hongsleeve, who had broken through to the early stage of the Divine Sea realm, had the innate chaotic Tao body, heavenly spiritual roots, and the fire god Zhurong's bloodline in her body explode at the same time. Surprisingly, he opened the Inferno Emperor defense set's Inferno Emperor Dharma body for the 2nd time in a row within a day. With that, he achieved a 100-foot Vulcan giant. Slapped it hard. Under such a heavy blow, the 2 immortals, ghosts seeing sorrow and changing smile, actually suffered a big loss in a knot, variously spitting blood and retreating, their faces full of shock and anger. Next. It was actually intended to activate their respective immortal weapons. Chapter 114 Losing a fight even with an immortal weapon? This girl child is not simple, a breakthrough in the proximity, the realm is not inferior to you and me, and there is even some kind of terrifying bloodline in her body, we must not be careless. One must make use of their respective immortal weapons, otherwise, how can one suppress such a demon? This time, it was Chang Zixia on the right who spoke first. This guy's spreading chi to become a soldier actually couldn't deal with Shen Hongsleeve, and he was angry enough to instantly manipulate that yellow-grade upper-grade stick-like magic treasure back through the air. Turning to offer up a brightly shining jade belt, winding it towards Shen Hongsleeve. This jade belt is no ordinary jade belt. It is one of the immortal weapons of the immortal world. Although it was no match for the ancient 12 immortal weapons, it was still a rare and valuable existence, a Dang Xian grade upper grade magic treasure. The name is Sky Pour Belt. Has the nice function of binding others to seal their cultivation. Stinky girl, when you get hit and can't utilize your cultivation, even if the fire god comes back to life, what can you do? While Chang was laughing with a sardonic laugh, he saw that, on his left, Ghost Seeker was also following the rhythm, decisively retrieving that yellow grade upper grade flying sword. Turning to offer up a mirror. But see the mirror in the golden light, long thousands of feet, short millimeter, but can stun the enemy plus confuse the mind. This magic treasure was also an immortal artifact given to him by the immortal temple of the immortal realm, named the Shaking Gold Mirror. The grade wasn't very high, a mere Xian grade lower grade, but the effect was extremely strong. In the past, every time we beat our opponents, we relied on it. Nowadays, it was even less of a problem to use it against a stinky girl from the mortal realm. There's no need for fellow Taoist Chang to get excited. So what if this girl breaks through even on the verge? Ordinary magic treasures may not be able to help her, but what we are using now is an immortal weapon bestowed by this sect, and the difference between an immortal weapon and an ordinary magic treasure is so great that if she doesn't die, she will have to be seriously injured once. At the same time as the haha laugh, this Ghost Seeker really shook the Shaking Gold Mirror, shooting out 300 defenseless dazzling rays, one by one hitting Shen Hongsleeve's body. Poor Shen Hongsleeve had just broken through the Divine Sea realm and didn't know exactly how big the Divine Sea was yet, so she was surrounded by these two great immortal weapons and was instantly overwhelmed. Boom boom boom. The heavenly poverty belt looked soft, but in reality, it used softness to overcome hardness, and it fiercely lashed at Shen Hongsue's 100-foot fire god giant, instantly making it quite difficult for her. Breathing stagnant. Aggravation of injuries. Even this illusory body, which was maintained by the Yen D defense set, seemed to have a few moments of resistance and was on the verge of falling. Shoo shoo shoo. It was also at this time that the golden light of the gold shaking mirror blinded Shen Hongsleeve's eyes, making the advantage she had managed to gain instantly gone. Next. Shen Hongsleeve was ultimately difficult to maintain for too long, first by this shaking gold mirror stunned body and mind, the power was greatly reduced, and then by the skypore belt hit back and forth, all kinds of spitting blood injured. By this time, the ghosts on the opposite side of the room an everlasting smile once again revealed their evil smiles, while continuing to push the immortal weapon to suppress Shen Hongsleeve. On the other hand, he simply took advantage of Shen Hongsleeve's difficulty in defending herself, and even took the Yen D defense suit that she was wearing, and directly seized it. TSK, this equipment is good, even though it's not an attack set, it's still quite not bad. It's actually a heavenly rank? Where in the world did this girl get such a treasure? If it can be refined successfully, it's expected to be upgraded to an ordinary immortal weapon, not inferior to the magic treasure of the two of us. After a moment of shock, Ghost Seeing Charms and Ever Laughing had a lot more greed in their eyes, but they really wanted to bring it back when they played with this Yen D defense set. Yet at that moment, Yi Chang'an saw clearly the full path of these two men, and after testing the fourth disciple under his door, Shen Hongso, he decided not to hide his clumsiness any longer. Instead, it's a straight shot. There's too much greed in this greed of the two fellow Taoists. Thank you for teaching Poverty Road's fourth disciple, allowing her to learn from her mistakes and still have a temporary breakthrough. But alas, such treasures are not something you are qualified to obtain? All of you get down to the poor Taoist. When Yi Chang'an made this move, the situation was once again reversed. Skyjacking fingers. A strong finger force shot out, not only repelling Ghost Seeing Charm and Chang Zaixiao, but making it difficult for Chang Zaixiao's heavenly poverty belt to be utilized, and he was directly sent flying. What kind of kung fu does this kid have? Fighting an immortal weapon with a spell? This is something that no Nirvana realm powerhouse can do. Chang Zai laughing was shocked, and for the first time after going down to the realm for so long, he reacquainted himself with the fact that Yi Chang'an was indeed a bit scary. But Yi Chang'an really didn't have time to answer. Seeing that the Ghost Seeker on the other side was still trying to strike, he once again exploded his power. Taishian hands. A mysterious and unfathomable fixing power surrounded this. Not only did it startle the Ghost Seeker to feel his speed slowing down, but even his most complacent ordinary immortal weapon. Shake the golden mirror. In fact, for the first time, it also lost its effect of making people dizzy and confusing them physically and mentally, and was instead nearly shattered after being recoiled by this force. This Yi Chang'an is fighting against immortal weapons with the power of his physical body, and instead, the immortal weapons are the ones who suffer? What kind of information did Tianshu Z give us? Actually, the gap is so big, this time I'm afraid that it's not going to be. Ghost Seeker had a look of horror on his face. More or less at your own risk before you come. Just how much holding back is going on right now? But at this time, Yi Chang'an wouldn't spoil these two. Seeing that the opposite duo's immortal weapons were just like that, Yi Chang'an once again used his second heavenly calamity finger in the space, locking these two ordinary immortal weapons, ingesting them and throwing them into the system warehouse to eat dust. The two were then targeted. Immortal weapons? Trashy. This kind of rags on the poor Taoist side doesn't have 10,000, but also 8,000, and now, it's time to let you and the others see that this mortal realm is long gone from that year. Yi Chang'an learned the sarcastic tone of the other duo. Not only did he suffer from their immortal qi, but he also caused both of them to be immobilized, grasping at it through the air. First, he sealed his cultivation. Then do not wait for the ghost to see the sorrow and often in the smile resistance, directly a slap, 2 slaps, 3 slaps. Smack it hard. Say no. Still not talking? If you don't say it, the poor man will. Within a short period of time, Yi Chang'an had actually given each of these two people hundreds of mouths, which also made these two people really feel the fear of death. Next. Ghost-seeing charms and everlasting smiles simultaneously held back their pleas for mercy. Ye Taoist friend, something slowly say, you in the end to ask what, always have to ask, are not asked, how hard to beat people ah? Yes, master, you've been beating them for half an hour, if you keep fighting, I'm afraid someone will die. Might as well ask first. Seeing that the strong enemy of the previous second was now being ravaged by her own master to the point of almost crying, the three women beside her hurriedly gave a reminder. Hearing this, Yi Chang'an then let out an "Oh." Pretend you're not paying attention. It was really a poor mistake. So tell me about it. The immortal temple in the mortal realm doesn't have this kind of ability. You guys must be from the immortal realm side. How does it really work? Whoever says it first gets less beatings, and whoever says it later gets. Yi Chang'an played this hand beautifully. It instantly made the three girls behind him worship him even more. It also made the subdued Ghostbusters and Changzai laugh almost think they were hallucinating. Is this really the wrong trip? This shouldn't have turned out this way. This guy's a punk? Then we are afraid that we are not even worse than trash? Chapter 115 Tweaking the Tiger Away from the Mountain? No, there is no return. Can cultivators in this mortal realm actually be so heaven-defying that they aren't afraid of immortal weapons anymore? Even though our immortal weapons aren't top-notch, they aren't weak, and we actually lost to this person? It's incomprehensible. In the face of Yi Chang'an's torture and bullying, ghost-seeing charms and Changzai laughing, who were quite conceited before, now really had some three views collapsed and were all kinds of speechless. But facts are facts. Even though the two of them wanted to find a chance to escape and recover their Nirvana realm cultivation and come back for revenge, they knew very well that that was impossible. Nowadays it's either not to mention being screwed over by Yi Chang'an and the others. Either you say it or you have to. Brother Ghost Dao, we mustn't be careless. The Yuan Shin inside our minds have all been forbidden by the higher-ups of the immortal temple in the immortal realm. If we dare to leak information, we're looking for death. Yes, Brother Chang Dao, I'm afraid we'll have to admit defeat this time. But as long as you and I do not open our mouths, this guy may not dare to kill us. Wait until the mortal world immortal hall side of the hands of success, everything. Once they thought of a certain poisonous plan before the duo arrived, the ghost-seeing charms and Changzai laughing duo regained a few points of confidence once again. One side puts on the stinky face that kills you. On the one hand, he was secretly shocked. In the end, how did this surname Yi cultivate? The realm is not very high, the means is so sharp. And at this time, Yi Chang'an could see that these two people would not open their mouths to divulge their secrets, and while he was slightly surprised in his heart, he decisively separated his divine sense from inside his Yuanshin and probed into it. Not much longer. It really searched into certain memories in the two men's minds, but one plan failed, and there was another plan. Even long before these two arrived on this side of the Shark Lake, the group from the mortal realm's immortal temple actually took advantage of this opportunity to make a diversion and besiege the heaven-mending pavilion. What a ruthless immortal hall! What a poisonous ploy! The poor Taoist has been bullied by your immortal hall several times, and has always refrained from making a move for the sake of the greater good, but I didn't expect that the so-called number one righteous sect in the floating two-mountain range would actually be even more death-defying than the demonic cultivators? After reading the entire ploy, Yi Chang'an lost the last bit of sympathy for the immortal temple. Since the other party had taken him to count as if he were a demonic cultivator several times. What makes you so saintly? Next. Without saying a word, Yi Chang'an decisively put ghostly sorrow and everlasting laughter into the system warehouse with a single finger, and closed their 6 senses to avoid raucous noise. With that, he brought along the 3 female disciples and accelerated back to the heaven-mending pavilion. This time, The hardest color must be given to the group from the Immortal Temple. In the meantime, outside the mountain gate of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, the other two elite disciples of the Immortal World's Immortal Temple who had come down to do their jobs, Heavenly Void Taoist and Earthman Scatterer, were serving as the strongest main force in this siege of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. The two stood in the void, overriding the front. Beside them, there were the 6 elders of the Immortal Temple, as well as the original 6 saints, as well as the newest saint, Lu Chen, the 4 ladies of Su Qingxue, and so on. Bottom line. The tweak looks like it worked. Thus, while organizing their manpower and preparing to strike, the crowd was nevertheless also sizing up this ordinary-looking heaven-mending pavilion in the air, making all sorts of comments. Fellow Taoist men, what do you think of this place? Taoist brother Heavenly Market, the poor Taoist seems to think that this place is not bad, the outside is bland and uninteresting, but the inside hides a main peak and 5 secondary peaks, and the spiritual chi is abundant, no less than the side of the Immortal Hall. This is also considered a blessed cave, suitable for cultivation. It's just a pity that it's being wasted by that arrogant person Yi Chang'an, so it's better to give it to us to use. Between the two of them talking, they were 10,000 disdainful of Yi Chang'an, but they still liked the Heaven Mending Pavilion, a good place with spiritual mountains and water, better. But it was at this time, when they heard the two immortal chiefs praising the Heaven Mending Pavilion in this manner, the faces of the Immortal Hall's crowd were not too pleasant. Lu Dust in particular couldn't help but spit out a few words. Two immortal seniors, this is the place of the sinner Yi Chang'an, so why call it some kind of treasure land? That's not going to stop the siege, is it? This is letting the tiger out of the bag. All this time, Lu Dust actually still worried that these two may love the house, spare Yi Chang'an, and thus a hard to make bad, all kinds of eye candy. Upon hearing this, Taoist Tianshu and scattered earthmen did not bother to take Lu Chen's recklessness into account, and with a faint smile, they explained this to the Immortal Hall's crowd. It was kind of an eye-opener for them. You wait and see. This place has excellent feng shui and has also been remodeled well, with 100,000 feet of spirit stone veins hidden under the main peak, and 10,000 feet of spirit stone veins hidden under the secondary peak. This kind of stroke is not simple. In addition, there is even a large spirit gathering array, which can absorb and purify the spiritual chi for thousands of miles in a radius. Such a means, even for Nirvana realm powerhouses, is nothing more than that. With these words, the crowd of the Immortal Hall was instantly convinced for a few moments, and they also became more reverent towards these two inscrutable immortal leaders. Only that Lu Chen's jealousy increased instead of decreasing. On the one hand, he was jealous that Yi Chang'an had actually personally laid out to such a masterstroke. On the other hand, they were dissatisfied with these two immortal chiefs, praising each other in front of their enemies, and although they didn't say it explicitly, they implied that they were clumsy in their eyes and inferior to Yi Chang'an. Those two really deserve to die. Sure enough, what Heavenly Demon Master said is right. The righteous path is withering away, not just that there are even fewer people ascending in the mortal realm, but also that those old men of the righteous path in the immortal realm are more pedantic than one another, and more conservative than one another. I, Lu Duan, can just kill my way in after further disassociating myself, and they have to talk about the rules of the righteous path. It's simply ridiculous. Hooray, this time Yi Chang'an shouldn't be able to come back in time. When these two get their hands on them, I'll find just the right opportunity to exterminate them and seize the power. It's not my fault for being ruthless, but you are delaying my future, taking your own death, and heaven and earth can't stay. Once he thought about this, Lu Chen lowered his head to keep people from seeing his mischief. He appears to be loyal. In reality, it was ambition to that point of taking over as the head of the house. And that's when. With all the people who should be assembled in this immortal hall of the mortal realm in place, the two immortal chiefs who led the way, Taoist Tianshu and scattered earthmen, however, smiled. Then he told the crowd to prepare for the attack. I'm grateful to the 6 elders. The Grand Elder is responsible for the main attack on the main peak, and the other 5 elders will hold back the power of each of their 5 sub-peaks. The two of us, one of us will be responsible for breaking their clan protection formation, and one of us will be responsible for avoiding Yi Chang'an's possible return. In a word, after today, the Heaven Mending Pavilion will never exist again, and the status of the Immortal Hall must be safeguarded. As the two of them said this, behind them were the 6 elders, their respective disciples, the 6 sacred sons, Lu Chen and Su Qingxue's 4 girls, and so on. In unison, they offered up their respective weapons and magic treasures. Or a bunch of 3 or 5 to form a small triple talent formation to take care of each other. Or because of their strength, they single-handedly rode their swords and gathered their power to deliver a shocking blow at any time. To put it bluntly, the Immortal Temple is very powerful, even without the already ascended Master Tianshu Zi, so hundreds of thousands of elites under the combined force, but also enough to destroy the vast majority of sects in the mortal realm. So much so, they were convinced from top to bottom that today's battle would not only be a quick one, but would also surely make them famous for millions of miles. From then on, the status of the Immortal Temple Supreme can be restored. Chapter 116. The Immortal Temple is not as good as a single hair. 2 immortals, we 6 elders, 6 holy sons, and other disciples are ready. I wonder if we can. Hearing Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi's most complacent laughter coming from behind him, at this moment, the 2 people located at the very front, Taoist Tianshu and Dispenser Dimin, immediately had their eyes shining brightly. But the duo had been living in the immortal world for so long that they were still trying to pretend to break it up a bit. Thus, there was no rush to attack, but instead, he nodded his head and signaled Lu Chen to come forward. Let's start with a burst of aphorisms. Lu Duan. Disciple is here, please teach the 2 immortal seniors. These 2 leaves are amulets that we have carefully refined, you and take them with you and go forward to call the battle. What we do in the righteous way, naturally we must be honorable, do you understand? Hearing these words from the duo, Lu Chuan was actually not too pleasant in his heart, and was eager to start the fight straight away, but seeing that the duo were generous, and that one of them gave an amulet equivalent to the full strength of a Divine Sea Realm expert, he immediately smiled and resolutely stepped forward as well. Next. Veteran renegade as he is, he really starts to come up with the righteous paradigm. Opposite the heaven-mending pavilion crowd. Listen, your family's master sect leader has been too disappointing this year, wreaking havoc on one side, bullying others with his power, colluding with demonic cultivators, and bullying the righteous path. Not to mention, a year ago, having the poor Taoist and senior sister Su and the others forced to leave, he actually turned black and white afterward. All this and more, today, all to be settled in a lump sum. Expect you and others to come out and surrender of your own accord. Otherwise, today, my immortal hall will have to conquer you for the sake of your fellow disciples, and then the deaths and injuries will really be your own responsibility. Of course, my 2 immortals have also said that the first offender is Yi Chang'an, and you are merely accomplices with a much lighter offense. Once you can hand over the Immortal Temple's previous strongest saint son, Diangzi, the previous saint daughter, Dongfang Liuli, and your masters, we can naturally consider not extending the punishment, if not. Speaking at this point, there was no need for Lu Chen to even open his mouth, and the 6 elders behind him, the 6 holy sons, actually raised their voices at the same time. Purple Sky Divine Thunder Art. Celestial Light Technique. Golden God Technique. Fusang Returning Power. Taiji Yellow Emperor Sutra. True Martial Black Water Kung Fu. In an instant, these 12 people combined actually erupted with an attack power far beyond the imagination of mortals. 12 strands of different spells brought out 12 different colored rays of light, and in this regard, they fiercely blasted over, directly shaking the entire heaven-mending pavilion's 6 peaks at the same time. Earthquake. That can be just the first move. Within the heaven-mending pavilion, more than 100 handyman disciples vomited blood and fainted on the spot, while dozens of named disciples fought to no avail. As for the others, their cultivation was still strong and they could barely stand, but they were also horrified inwardly. Passing on the elders. The remnants of the crowd hurriedly looked at the leader, Dongfang Liuli. Seeing this, Dongfang Liuli knew that the crowd was in a difficult position, but would not dishonor her own family's reputation just because of this. While using his eyes to let the law enforcement elder Shi Jianshu and the others pacify the crowd. On the other hand, he took a few steps forward, standing proudly in the wind, personally undertaking the strongest attack outside of the clan protection formation, and not lowering his head even though he was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The poor Taoist is Oriental Lioli. The 2 immortals have really come to the wrong place. There's absolutely no way these conditions will make us admit defeat and surrender. However, since you and the others purposely transferred the tiger away from the mountain and let the master not be there before you dared to sneak in, the poor Taoist has also said that if you want to fight, then you can fight. I, Mending Heaven Pavilion, only have ghosts who die in battle, not trash who surrender. As he said this, Dongfang Liuli decisively exerted his green emperor Dharma body, transforming into a 100-foot turquoise giant, and without a second thought, he returned the favor. The infinite power of the Green Emperor scripture upper volume burst out, and although it couldn't compare to the 12 experts across the street, it still wasn't weak either. This instant, surprisingly, the 2 immortal chiefs across the street were slightly surprised, seeing that this Dongfang Liuli was not generally powerful. Taoist brother Tianshu, this woman has a destiny with the poor Taoist, she is a heavenly destined companion. In that case, let the poor Taoist convince her. Just at this time, no one would have thought that a scene appeared, originally the most upright and selfless, righteous demon Sanran actually good color.
These words were so embarrassing that the heavenly void Taoist next to him had a few red faces, but he was not in a position to stop them. However, this demon Sanrun took a few steps forward, stared at Dongfang Liuli with a lustful look, and began to flirt with himself with a good sense of self-importance. Holy maiden, you and I are destined to be together, it's fitting that the poor Taoist should save you. As long as you agree to be a slave of the poor Taoist, in the future, there will be no shortage of feats, spells, magical powers, and pills. At the same time, the poor Tao is one of the 4 representatives sent down by the immortal temple of the immortal world this time, and can guarantee that you won't die and will be sentenced lightly, you see. That's not even close to being said. On the side of the immortal hall crowd, the vast majority of them, including Grand Elder Tiang Xuanzi, were already a bit tense. Don't dare say it with your mouth. The heart was amazed. Were these 2 immortal masters ordered to annihilate the heaven-mending pavilion and Yi Chang'an, or were they here on a trip? I can't believe we're looking for female slaves when we're almost ready to fight. Isn't this the practice of demonic cultivators? The crowd did not look too natural, but it was Lu Chuan and Su Qingshu as 4 girls who were, as always, outlawed and very vicious, and not only did they not think that this practice was outrageous, but instead, they greatly agreed with it. After all, as long as they could retaliate against Yi Chang'an, they were all comfortable, so what did they care about the right way, the evil way? Dongfang Liuli's side, however, was directly made to laugh by these words. Is this the demeanor of a representative of the immortal temple of the immortal realm? The poor Taoist really feels ashamed for the entire immortal world. That's just it, you guys are wolfish and bullying on the one hand, and you're horny on the other, but the people of the righteous path are not as good as the evil path, so let's do it. I, Mending Heaven Pavilion, will accompany you to the end. After seeing through the true nature of this group of people from the immortal hall, Dongfang Liuli didn't bother to babble and directly gathered the crowd to prepare for defense. The opposite side of the groundman scatterer was also rejected for the first time, annoyed and angry, immediately ordered to attack. The first batch to strike was none other than the 6 elders. Purple Sky Divine Thunder Art. This time, 6 people, including Grand Elder Tian Xuanzi, actually offered up their strongest spells at the same time and blasted away. Seeing this scene, Shi Jianshu on this side was about to go forward, but was stopped by Dongfang Liuli. Shi Jianshu looked puzzled. Fellow Taoist Dongfang, with such an attack, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for us not to go all out, not to mention, the people of the Qishir sect such as us are already obligated. Elder Shi doesn't need to be concerned. Poor Tao is by no means looking down on you, but this battle lasts for a long time, and we must not waste manpower. First let these try to see the clan protection formation left by Master. Dongfang Liuli's explanation made Shi Jianshu and the others even more moved, and without disputing it, they decisively stepped back. Next. As Dongfang Liuli took out that key and activated the eye of the formation, immediately, he saw the 6 elders opposite him violently being impacted by a 3000 Zheng True Dragon shadow. Ouch! The True Dragon comes out. There is no match for mortals. The Tiang Xuanzi and the other 6 who had been flaunting their power a second ago were now, in just one round, swallowed into this True Dragon's shadow, never to be seen again. At this instant, the immortal hall crowd was collectively dumbfounded. Even the most powerful heavenly void Taoist and earthly men scattering man had grave expressions on their faces. No one dared to continue the attack. There were a few moments of hesitation from these 2 as well. This is a spell formation that uses the Emperor of Stone Essence as the eye of the formation? Surname Yi, just how many more secrets do you have? This battle. I'm afraid it's a bit tricky. Chapter 117. The formation was broken, and Lu Chen claimed the credit. The 2 hesitated aside, but they were also greatly dissatisfied with these 6 elders of the mortal realm immortal temple. You say that your hall elders, the weakest of which are at the divine sea realm, and the strongest at the transformation apparition realm, how come you can't break through a mere clan protection formation? That doesn't even get you guys to deal with Yi Chang'an's master and disciples. What a shame. It was also a great annoyance to both Taoist Tianshu and Dispenser Earthmen. This mortal realm's immortal temple is really not as good as the next generation. That person who ascended last time, Tianshu Zi, at least has mixed up the status of an ordinary elder nowadays, and that Sangdao Taoist who ascended last time is even stronger and has become a senior elder. How is it that now, 100 years later, it still looks like this? No wonder, there are fewer and fewer disciples ascending to the immortal realm lately. In that case, I'm afraid that only the 2 of us can make a move. Once they thought about this, Taoist Heavenly Void and Dispenser Earthmen stopped babbling and immediately headed forward, intending to deal with this formidable formation themselves. Seeing that, the heavenly void Taoist on the left didn't have any fancy movements, directly took out a mini tower-shaped magic treasure and threw it into the air. It instantly enlarged on its own, becoming a Shen-grade extreme immortal weapon that was 900 feet tall and surrounded by 365 feet, smashing towards the 3000 Zheng true dragon silhouette below in minutes. This treasure was not small in origin, it was one of the many ordinary immortal weapons of the immortal temple of the immortal realm. It was said that it was a Shen-grade extreme goods. In fact, because immortal weapons were stronger than ordinary magic treasures, it was comparable to an earth-grade lower goods. It's called the 9-square Fudo Pagoda. Outside the carving of the 4 heavenly kings and other ancient god statues, you can use the power of the 4 elephants, fierce and invincible when attacking, when defending my own peace. There were a total of 9 floors inside, each of which was forged by condensing the power of the Yuanshan of a strong enemy of the same level. On the first level, there is a genjutsu of an enemy of the same level. On the second level, there are 2. Tier 3. By analogy, the entire 9 layers down, a full 45 Nirvana realm strong enemies Yuanshan sealed in it, even if because of the heavenly rules binding, weakened by half, but also contains the equivalent of 45 God Sea realm experts' full strength of the terrifying power of the strike. It was because of this that when he struck out, Taoist heavenly void was filled with complacency. Fellow Taoist Earthmen, if we each make a move, we won't worry about not being able to break the formation, as long as there's no more formation and no Yi Chang and Guy to block it. Aren't these heaven-mending pavilion disciples at the mercy of you and me? Hearing Taoist Tianshu's words, next to him, scattered man Earthman was instantly overjoyed, and while watching the battle, he nevertheless also took out his ordinary immortal weapon from his body. However, he saw that an ordinary immortal weapon in the shape of a Yuanba was sacrificed by him. In just a single breath, the welcome wing changed in size and turned into a treasure ship like magic treasure, which was clearly a Shen-grade upper-grade existence. And if one were to talk about ordinary magic treasures, it would be the so-called Shen-grade extreme grade, which was quite rare. This treasure is called the Heavenly Treasure Dragon Boat. As the name suggests, it does not seem to have an attack and defense, but in fact, it is possible to deal with the enemy through the law of the great Tao of equivalent exchange. As the saying goes, anyone has a price, and cultivators are no exception. As long as you can afford the price, this Heavenly Treasure Dragon Boat can ignore any magic treasure, any spell formation. Direct attack. Taoist brother Tianshu, you and I need to step up our game. Poor Taoist just saw that this formation is by no means simple. It appears to be one of the formations of Jiang Dynasty's founder, Jiang Tiandi. No wonder it's so difficult to break through. Next, you are responsible for the physical attack. The poor Taoist tries to price bribe. As long as we can break through, this mending heaven pavilion is our next meal. As he spoke, the Earthmen Scatterer bellowed, but he urged the rules of bribing among the heavenly treasure traveling dragon ship to penetrate a little bit. The two were worthy of being Nirvana realm powerhouses who had gone through ascension. Although his cultivation was suppressed, the power of various ordinary immortal weapons was not comparable to the 6 elders of the previous immortal temple. It was seen that the power of the 4 elephants in the 9-square buttress pagoda ruthlessly impacted the 3000 Zheng true dragon shadow over and over again, and even though it didn't win a quick victory, it made the other party's golden light weaken over and over again. The Tianba dragon boat is even more evil. The surface does not attack action, but secretly trying to communicate the eye of the formation, that is, the king of the stone essence, to buy each other. One time. The people on both sides looked shocked, variously stunned and surprised. No one would have guessed that this was the real Big Brother versus. There was nothing of the fancy kind of ordinary magic treasures, ordinary divine weapons. There wasn't much of a fluctuating sound either. But it was giving an indescribable sense of crisis, suffocation, pressure, fear. Then look at the mending pavilion's side. Facing the attacks of 2 true immortals, Dongfang Liuli knew for herself that apart from Master Yi Chang'an, there was no one who was an opponent for 3 moves. Immediately, he fully gave up going out to meet the battle, and instead fully activated the Patriarchal Protector formation, in order to seek for that 3000 Zheng true dragon shadow to be able to withstand it for a longer period of time. However, seeing this woman's mouth reciting words, Dao mana was injected into the spell formation, which instantly made the true dragon's shadow, which had almost suffered a loss, expand once again. The golden light blazed forth. 10,000 suns. Ouch. This true dragon silhouette froze and did not lose to the opposite side of the 9-square floating pagoda and the heavenly treasure swimming dragon boat, but instead, you and I fought back and forth, becoming more and more tenacious the more you fought. Seeing such a scene, the opposite side of the groundman Sandman actually did not get angry, but instead greatly pleased. Over the top, really over the top. I can't imagine that there are also spell formations in the district mortal realm that can counteract the power of you and I joining forces?
That holy woman across the street, Portao said once again, with your ability, enough to not be a slave, but to be Portao's concubine, now surrender, there is still a chance, not more than 50 years, so that you also ascended. Hearing these words, Dongfang Liuli only felt that the opposite side of the Earthman Scatterer was not sick in the head. She doesn't become Yi Chanan's precious second disciple but his concubine? Does this guy really think he's the emperor? Don't you and others say another word. If you can't even hold the district spell formation, what qualifications do you have to take a wife and a concubine? Immortals haven't cut off their 7 emotions and 6 desires, no wonder they're such losers. As Dongfang Liuli was stimulated by these words, the opposite duo really started to get furious, each accelerating their attacks. This girl is really hot. This place has a solid spirit vein, so it's indeed not easy to deal with. But it's a pity that the phalanx was not established long ago and is undernourished. In that case, you and I, together, should make her cry. As soon as the Earthman Scatterer rushed at the Heavenly Void Taoist, the two of them decisively exploded with all their might. Next. Under the combined force, it really made the 3,000 Zheng True Dragon silhouette suffer miserably and was forced to fight its way back into the eye of the formation. So, the Heaven Mending Pavilion's protective formation was considered broken. At a glance, these two were tired enough to take a short rest, but it was Lu Chen who continued to be a demon. The Heaven Mending Pavilion formation is broken, everyone follow the Saint's son to kill over there. This time, it is the day for us to kill the enemy and make a mark, so we must not be soft-hearted. In addition to the 2 immortal seniors named that Oriental Lioli, the others. Not a single one of them will be left behind, but remember, the greatest credit must be given to this holy son. This statement is so shameless. However, it turned out that Taoist Tianshu and Scattered Earthmen were also of this kind of villainous character, and thus did not resent Lu Chuan, but instead appreciated him quite a bit. There seemed to be a few supportive moments. Seeing this, the 6 remaining saint sons of the Mortal Realm Immortal Temple, as well as the other disciples, did not talk nonsense and immediately charged. It instantly flooded the entire 6 peaks of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. Chapter 118 Tonic Pavilion. Unyielding. At this time, the Heaven Mending Pavilion was facing its second major crisis since the disappearance of that unlucky master ancestor 6 years ago. A life and death emergency. The whole staff is unyielding. Eldershire, all the senior brothers and sisters, the many disciples, today, the master is suspected to be scourged by them, we can only be unyielding. There are only Heaven Mending Pavilion disciples who stand and die in battle, not Heaven Mending Pavilion traitors who kneel and beg for their lives. Charge with me. Facing the attack that was like a tidal wave, Dongfang Liuli still had a few tremors in her heart, but as soon as she thought of her master, Yi Chang'an, she immediately exploded. The eyes were firm. The whole thing went forward. She led the counterattack, the Qing Di Sutra, the first level of Tai Xian hands, the marginal wood technique, and the life drawing technique. Even the Green Emperor defense set on his body activated the Green Emperor Dharma body, transforming into a 100-foot giant. All used. The second disciple of the second generation of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, Dongfang Liuli, in the next second, was really like a brilliant female emperor, who blocked the way to kill people, and Buddha blocked the way to kill Buddha. After her, the third disciple, Chao Reed, the fifth disciple, Diangzi, the seventh disciple, Jiang Qiangya, and that disciple who had been temporarily taken in earlier was now one of the inner disciples, Shi Zhongyu. There are also people like Shi Jianshu. The whole crew exploded. Collective resistance. For Master. Chao Reed sneered, although she was the only disciple without a reward, it did not hinder her fighting spirit from exploding at all. The cultivation of the early stage of the Divine Sea Realm poured out furiously, unable to beat the 2 Immortal Realm Immortal Temple disciples on the opposite side, and unable to beat the 7 Holy Sons on the opposite side either. But it was still not difficult to deal with ordinary Immortal Hall disciples. In a flash. On his hand, he actually harvested the heads of 18 Immortal Temple disciples. Fierce as a man. Live up to the teachings. For Master. Next to him, Diangzi, who was Yi Chang'an's 5th disciple, similarly didn't have any nonsense. Under the outbreak of his late-stage cultivation at the Transformation Thunder Realm, one person held the 7 Saint Sons opposite him at bay. The Heaven and Earth defense suit is activated. Immaculate body enhancement. The Immortal Lock rope sneaks up on the opponent at irregular intervals. The gold system spells came out one after another as if they didn't need any money, and even though they didn't have enough mana, they immediately swallowed the Enlightenment Spirit Rice and accelerated to keep up. Immediately, he became the strongest head harvesting machine within the Mending Heaven Pavilion remaining crowd.
Looking to the side, under the activation of Jiang Chenya's heavenly heart mystic technique, the entire person transformed into a terrifying battle force, and under the execution of the Ice Emperor technique general outline, a single ice spell swept over. There were even Shi Zhongyu, Shi Jianshu, and others who made all sorts of moves. Perhaps nowhere near as strong as the previous three, but not weak at all. It could be said that not a single person up and down the entire heaven-mending pavilion chose to escape, much less surrender on the battlefield. Such a scene even caused Taoist heavenly void and scattered earthmen to look dumbfounded. Couldn't help but respect one or two. But just then, Lu Dust could see that this battle was still a bit tough and couldn't help but sneer. Opposite the Mending Heaven Pavilion crowd, this is a mantis, we don't need to pay attention to it, together we will go up and destroy the entire Mending Heaven Pavilion, everyone will have the credit. In that case, it seems that we are really right to protect the righteous path and eliminate the Heaven Mending Pavilion that is tainted with demonic cultivators. No, isn't the trickiest one across the street, Yi Chang'an, worried about the truth being revealed and thus leaving these losers behind? When Lu Chuan said this, although it didn't have much of an impact on the second-generation disciples such as Dongfang Liuli, it caused the dozens of named disciples to be uncontrollably panicked. More or less, it created a little trouble for the defense line of the people of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. Upon seeing this, a magnificent silhouette suddenly erupted amongst the people of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. It's no one else. It was that fifth disciple, Eiko Jiji. Lu Duan. You dare to slander my master, do you dare to fight with poor Tao one-on-one? Today, since you and the others have torn your cheeks and disregarded the friendship of the righteous path, the poor Taoist, it's just right to take someone to sacrifice the flag. As he spoke, this Earthingzi, who was once the strongest holy son of the immortal temple, truly leapt up, crossing over the hundreds of human immortal hall disciples who were blocking the way. Almost about to lock onto that Ludum. So dominant. Shocking the immortal temple crowd in minutes. So scary. It also caused Lu Chen to inevitably panic, and he was about to retreat, but he saw the Earthman scattered man behind him sending a message. No retreat. The two poor Taoists are here, what can a mere former saint's son do? Earthman Scatterer's words gave Lu Chuan great confidence, and Lu Chuan immediately counterattacked. And at that moment, in addition to strongly supporting Lu Chen, the Earthman Scatterer continued to beckon to Earthingzi as well. Nothing else. Simply because, in addition to being the strongest holy son of the immortal temple at one time, Earthingzi was also a seed that the immortal temple side of the immortal realm was very optimistic about, so how could he be casually destroyed? Earthingzi, you are one of the next batch of disciples to ascend to the immortal realm. Why are you so irrational that you have to follow the demonic cultivator Yi Chang'an? Now that the poor Taoist is here, surrender quickly and kill the people of the Heaven Mending Pavilion in return. That is to say, you can take credit for it. The poor Taoist can make a guarantee on behalf of the immortal temple of the immortal world. After this incident, Lu Duan takes the throne. You follow us to ascend ahead of time. In the future, staying in the immortal realm does not have to stay in this filthy mortal realm much stronger? When these words were said, even Lu Chen and the others were moved. It was unthinkable that these two immortal leaders still had this kind of regard for Earthingzi. On the other hand, the people of the Heaven Mending Pavilion looked at their strongest experts with worry. If Jianzi really agreed, they were afraid that it would be hard enough. And yet, I don't want to. In the face of such temptation, Gyoko coldly smiled and directly refused without saying anything, but instead scolded the other party. You and other evil devils and foreigners are worthy of separating the poor Taoist and master? To put it bluntly, the poor Taoist has been a user of master teacher and the Heaven Mending Pavilion all his life, and anyone, under any condition, rests to pull away. Good you Diingzi, how dare you be unfaithful and unrighteous? Also, now, the poor Taoist personally sweeps away the traitors of the clan, and will not bully you, so I will use your Heaven Mending Pavilion's gong method. Seeing that Diingzi had always refused to take the bait, Demon Sanrun was also furious. To pretend to be broken. In order to completely convince the people of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, this Earthman Scatterer simply gave up his own immortal weapons and techniques temporarily, and instead used the strongest techniques of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. It was also what that unlucky master forgot to pass on to Yi Chang'an before he disappeared 6 years ago. The mending of the heavens. You wait for the Mending Pavilion to watch. It's too worthless to die for a Yi Chang'an. After all, what kind of authentic sect leader of the Heaven Mending Pavilion is that loser, who doesn't even know the Heaven Mending skill? With Earthman Scatterer's words, the people of the Heaven Mending Pavilion were really bluffed for the time being. People's hearts are weakened by 3 points. Looking again, after this Earthmin Scatterer activated the heaven mending skill, he instantly transformed into a 10,000 feet tall heaven mending giant, holding up a colorful stone condensed by mana with one hand, and with the other hand, he was shaped like the great god of the ancient world, manhwa. Really just intend to mend the sky? On the contrary, on Dingxi's side, apart from the Mending Heaven Pavilion's basic spells, the Golden Lance technique, the Vine Summoning technique, the Water Arrow technique, the Fireball Mine technique, the Earth Splitting Formation, and so on. The advanced spells of the Mending Pavilion that one knew were indeed few. For one thing, there were already various cultivation spells and aptitudes. Secondly, it was also because Yi Chang'an's side had too little inheritance and not enough teaching. However, even so, Dingxi did not fail to live up to the expectations of Dongfang Liuli and the others behind him. Directly relying on his immaculate body, he transformed the immortal locking rope into a channel of earth-colored light. Although this is not an immortal weapon. However, it was also a Xian-grade extreme magic treasure. The power is not bad. The two are actually 50-50. Chapter 119 Yi Chang'an returns. This fight was better than anyone had seen before. On one side was one of the four representatives sent by the Immortal Temple of the Immortal Realm, the Earthmin Scatterer, who was originally in the late Nirvana realm, but now also still had a mid-range cultivation in the hierarchical Havoc realm after compression. The ordinary immortal artifact Heavenly Treasure Dragon Boat in hand was on standby. A handful of the Heaven Mending skills was even the strongest technique of the Heaven Mending Pavilion performed as an outsider, causing people to be astonished. It was supposed to be a one-trick pony. But I didn't want to, and it's hard to be anxious when there's a delay. On the other side was the once strongest holy son of the mortal realm's immortal temple, now the fifth disciple under Yi Chang'an of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, Earthingzi, although his absolute cultivation was not as good as the other parties, merely the consummation of the hierarchical hijacking realm. But again, not bad. Knowing full well that he did not know many of the techniques of this clan. Simply discard the advanced spells and use only ordinary 5 elemental spells plus the immortal locking rope. Sure enough. Under this trickery, even though the opposite side of the Groundman Sandman one person can compare to all the people of the Heaven Mending Pavilion and still have a residual, but also cannot help but to struggle. A quarter of an hour passed. The two exchanged 50 rounds. Each is damaged. 2/4 of an hour passed. The two fought again for 150 rounds. Conceited as he was, Demon Sanron actually couldn't kill Dingxi in seconds, but instead, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. 3/4? By this time, not only did the people of the Heaven Mending Pavilion see that Dingxi's staying power was stronger, even the people of the opposite Immortal Hall began to realize that the upper limit of the two immortal chiefs after being bound by the rules of the Heavenly Tao was just this much. A number of people began to complain. So, the so-called immortal leader of the immortal world, this is it? It's not as good as Gyoko. That's right, if it wasn't for the fact that the Earthingzi was previously consumed by 6 holy suns, otherwise, I'm afraid that this Earthmin scattered man wouldn't be able to defeat. The Immortal Temple crowd was originally wallflowers, kneeling in the tailwind and disliking in the headwind. Although these words were not loud, they immediately caused Demon Sanron to burst into a rage. Decided to get tough. Portao put in the Immortal Temple of the Immortal World that is also the best within the Ascending Disciples, actually being restricted by such mortals, really not willing. That's just it, then let you traders know the real Immortal Hall spells and let you try the power of this advancement technique. The greatly enraged and humiliated Earthmin Scatterer no longer pushed the Heaven Mending skill, but instead temporarily retreated a few steps back, and then a ball of terrifying power erupted. Not the other way around. It was the advanced version of the purple Heavenly Divine Thunder Art, the advancement technique that only ascended disciples could learn inside the Immortal Temple of the Immortal Realm. 3 clear Heavenly Thunder skill. Brilliant 3 Qing, help me refine gold, Jade Qing is like fire, Shang Qing is like water, Tai Qing is nothing, and the 3 Qing always return. Urgent as the law. As the Earthmin Scatterer recited an obscure and difficult to understand high-level incantation, in the next second, he truly saw a deep purple thunderbolt with a thickness of 100 feet and a length of 10,000 feet fall from the sky above the 9 heavens. This thunder light was more than 10 times that of an ordinary violet sky divine thunder art. In an instant, both the enemy were shocked at the same time. This is bad enough for 5th senior brother, when exactly will you be back, master? On the side of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, the people were too far away to be able to support them, and Dongfang Liuli and the others could only worry about various things while hoping that Yi Chang'an would hurry up and show up. Yes, beat him to death, beat this Earthingzi to death, Lu Chen, will never have to be threatened again, the strongest saint son is this?
On the opposite side, as the immortal hall crowd exclaimed in various shocks, the person who was the happiest was Lu Chen, who was even prepared to hurriedly snatch the immortal locking rope after this thunderbolt killed Diangzi. It can be said that this time no one, neither the enemy nor I, thought that Gyoko had any chance of survival. But don't want to. Right after this thunder light split, the original place was smashed out hundreds of feet deep crater, 1,000 feet square airs were absorbed, turned into a vacuum. Yet one other man stayed the course and got up to fight back. This is the Immortal Realm Immortal Hall's advancement technique? But you destroyed our clan's mountain peak, you deserve to pay for it, take your lives. Just as the crowd couldn't understand, over here, Earthingzi endured a serious injury and vomited blood, and actually flashed a brilliant great golden shadow behind him. Immediately, the immortal locking rope on his hand erupted into a mass of 10,000 sheets of golden light, blinding the eyesight of countless people, while at the same time, it was even more unbiased, instead locking onto the Earthman Scatterer and suppressing him. Put. Poor Earthman Scatterer's own strength and his heavenly treasure dragon boat could have long ago exterminated the crowd of the heaven-mending pavilion, but for the sake of pretending, he froze and flipped the car. It doesn't. He struggled again and again, but he was powerless, and he was shocked to see that this magic treasure was actually a Shin grade extreme grade magic treasure, and the ability to lock people was not generally strong. There was a great deal of regret. But it's late. Next. Looking at Demon Sanrun, although he didn't die, he was also thrown out by Diangzi as if he were an inverted ladder of pigs and dogs. Both sides were shocked. Fifth senior brother is awesome. With this move, I'm afraid there isn't another. Thinking of this, originally was a very hateful groundman Scatterer, eyes unexpectedly unconsciously showed a few points of awe. It wasn't even much of a plan to actually exterminate Earth Echo. On the contrary, it was Lu Chen's side, who really couldn't accept the result, full of hatred and jealousy, seeing that the two immortal leaders were planning to pause, they had to continue to disassociate themselves. Two immortals, although this Earthingzi has good talent, he must not be given up, otherwise, after letting him recover, won't it be harmful to us? As he spoke, Lu Chuan passed a glance to the four Suqing Xue girls, and the five of them really took advantage of the situation to take down the seriously injured Earthingzi. Daring. Sneak attack. Simply shameless. The bitter curses from the people of the Heaven Mending Pavilion were ignored by Lu Chen. And at this time, even though Taoist Heavenly Void and Scattered Earthmen were not very much in favor of such shady tactics, they were not in a good position to say much for the sake of the mission. He could only continue to make arrangements, and was about to let the Immortal Hall crowd exterminate Dongfan Liuli and the others. But at this time, a thunderous sound came from above the 9 heavens. Overthrow the Heaven Mending Pavilion? Who dares? Boom! These words obviously did not catalyze half a bit of mana, however, in the ears of the Immortal Hall crowd, it was as if they were blowing up and ringing with tiredness. It was extremely difficult to bear. Those with weaker cultivation have spat out blood and fainted. The 4 women with the strongest cultivation, Tianshu Taoist, Earthman Scatterer, Lu Chuan, and Suqing Xue, however, also had a dizzy spell in front of their eyes, and were greatly shocked in their hearts. What the hell is this? Is it the return of Yi Chang'an? Chapter 120 hard to explain? Then don't. With such a terrifying power and no anger, who else could it be but Yi Chang'an? In this instant, the first time feeling Heavenly Void Taoist and Earthman Scatterer were only surprised plus puzzled, but did not have too much fear. Only Lu Chen hurriedly reminded because he had suffered too many losses. Two immortals, be careful. This person is the one we are looking for who is surnamed Ji. He's not dead, and he's still coming back. It looks like the two of you are afraid that your senior brother is not doing well. You mustn't be as soft-hearted as dealing with the Earthingzi, otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have enough to deal with too. After all, Yi Chang'an was so conceited that he had long said that he would first destroy the Mortal Realm Immortal Hall before executing the Immortal Realm Immortal Hall. The two immortals fend for themselves. Lu Duan really did like this kind of disassociation. Just as the enemy and I were shocked, this guy said this and then sneaked back a few steps. Simply not too silky. Sure enough. In the next second, when they saw Yi Chang'an bring the 3 women down from the sky and return before the people of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, the Heavenly Void Taoist and the Earthman Scatterer on this side were also furious and deeply pressurized. We are ascending powerhouses, we have never been honored, and to think that today, we seem to have looked down on them. First, I was amazed by that Gyoko. Nowadays, even a mere mortal sect leader dares to underestimate us? However, it seems that this guy is indeed not weak, just now that kind of aura, I'm afraid it's not already no weaker than the Nirvana realm? The two of them, Taoist Tianqiu and Dispenser Demon, looked angrily at Yi Chang'an, who had just come back. Upset as they were, there were still a few apprehensions in their hearts. And so, the two didn't exactly follow Lu Chen's calculations. Instead, they held their breath and stayed calm, inquiring across the air alone. "Dare I ask, fellow Taoist Yi, where are our two senior brothers, Ghost seeing charm and ever smiling now? Though you and my family are enemies, the saying goes that we don't cut off incoming ambassadors. Not as good as." Hearing this, Yi Chang'an only felt that the so-called ascended big brother was also this ridiculous. They had just almost killed Earthingzi and also destroyed the heaven-mending pavilion, which they themselves had seen, so how could they have the nerve to suddenly make peace? Trying to claim the master? It also depended on how Yi Chang'an was in the mood. If he was happy, he would give it. If he wasn't happy, he would kill on sight, and he would have to make this group of conceited immortal realm immortal temple experts spit out 3 liters of blood. Gyoko, back off. All of you go forward to repair the sect's protective spell formation. Just a few clowns, Master can deal with them with one hand, no need to care. In the face of the two immortals inquiring, Yi Chang'an snorted coldly and directly ignored them, instead commanding them like this to their faces, directly making the opposite side of the heavenly void Taoist and the earthly Min Scatterer lose face. The two were ruthless in their hearts. Who would have thought that in the past, the lower realms were worshipped as if they were old ancestors, but now, the mortal realms actually had ruthless people who were not afraid of immortals appear one after another? Two immortals, this surname Yi is no good, he's best at sneak attacks and conspiracies, he must have taken advantage of your senior brother's benevolence and reasoning, so he poisoned him. Lightly imprisoned. Heavy is poisoned, in that case, Disciple suggests, why don't we just kill them directly? There's no need to talk too much nonsense with evil devils and foreigners. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, they saw, Su Qingshu as 4 women suddenly viciously uttered these words, directly provoking more. As expected, once they heard these words, Taoist heavenly void and scattered earthmen were no longer polite or scornful, but instead decisively faced forward, each sacrificing their immortal weapons. Sect leader Yi, you are making an enemy of the entire immortal realm immortal hall. Today, it will not be possible for us not to kill you. Watch out. Once he saw this, Yi Chang'an's perception of these two ascending powerhouses was even worse, and without any nonsense, he directly waved his long sleeve out and threw out the unconscious and wretched ghost seekers an everlasting smile. And after. Before the fight officially started, he turned around and glanced at the bruised and battered Dongfang Liuli and the others, and was instantly angered even more, and he also couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This matter is really difficult for the poor Taoist to explain. In that case, don't explain. You wait for everyone to come together. Lest we waste the poor Taoist's time. As he said this, Yi Chang'an's aura gradually coalesced. Really planning to go on a killing spree. And on the opposite side, seeing the two senior brothers look like this, the heavenly void Taoist and the earthman scatterer, who were not good people in the first place, also became furious. 9 Square Faust Tower. Tianbao Dragon Boat. 3 Qing Heavenly Thunder Skill. Shanqing Divine Yuan Technique. Surname Yi, you're really looking for death, you're the first mortal to take a shot at an immortal, today, you'll surely die. After the two said this, they decisively launched a fierce attack. That 9 Square Faust Tower ruthlessly suppressed Yi Chang'an. Yi Chang'an didn't care either. A random heavenly tribulation finger was sent out, which managed to withstand this ordinary immortal weapon and shocked Taoist Tianqiu. This can't be right. Without relying on formations, crowds, or immortal weapons of the same level, you're relying on this kind of feat to resist an immortal weapon? What the hell is wrong with this guy? The heavenly treasure dragon boat was activating the Bai rule, trying to make Yi Chang'an's magic treasures such as the Zunwang Howie set and so on submit. But it was destroyed by an invisible air force. It was Tai Xian's hand that not only shattered this rule force, but also came back along with it, directly causing the Earthman Scatterer to suffer a small loss and spit blood from the corner of his mouth. Hiss. Taoist brother Tianqiu, we've met a tough opponent. This guy's defenses are very uncomplicated, there are also 2 magic treasures, and many more bizarre feats, we must not be careless. The two were consulting with each other. However, Yi Chang'an didn't bother to pay attention to it, and directly a heavenly tribulation finger sword, and a strand of Tai Xian hands was executed. Also, under the furious activation of the Thunder Emperor scripture, strips of Thunder Road Upanishads, the power of the Thunder Road, were like a high-voltage power grid, blocking the paths of advancement and retreat of these two people. Only, this high voltage is not in the thousands and tens of thousands of volts, but in the millions and tens of millions of volts. One moment.
Taoist Heavenly Void and Scattered Earthmen were both heavily injured at the same time, their respective immortal weapons knocked down, and their respective faces were horrified to the extreme.
They certainly couldn't back off.
For the honor of the immortal temple of the immortal world, it was decided to die together.
Brother Dao.
Doyle. We underestimated our opponents this time, so we can only use that move to preserve our sect's dignity. As they spoke, these two actually each destroyed their immortal weapons and fused them together, erupting into a ball of light as if it were a small sun, directly heading towards Yichang'an and even the entire area of 1,000 miles in circumference. Once they saw this, behind them, Lu Chen and the others had long since not wanted to follow and get killed, but instead accelerated their retreat.
How conceited to come. How much of a mess it is to run away now.
Looking at Yichang'an's side again, he had long been ready when he sensed his opponent's fatal move. No semblance of fear could be seen on his face. The mind feels more like a child's play. Self-destruct? Are you all worthy? If this were placed in the immortal realm, and two Nirvana realm powerhouses blew themselves up, the poor Taoist would still be afraid for a moment or two, but unfortunately, this is the mortal realm.
Two transformational apparition realm self-disclosures, that's all.
In the nick of time, Yichang'an did not shy away and struck out like lightning.
Chapter 121 Nirvana was scrapped, the clan needed to be rebuilt. This time, it was as straightforward as ever. Still so fancy-free. Skyjacking fingers.
One of the three great sage arts possessed by Yichang'an, now, for the unknown number of times, was still so terrifying and still so powerful.
Bang, 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 bang. After a huge explosion, the duel between Yichang'an, Taoist Tianxiu, and Scattered Man of Earthmen was finally divided into results.
However, after the smoke dispersed, Yichang'an merely took 3 or 5 steps back, with blood slightly spilling from the corner of his mouth. His face was green and white.
Other than that, it's a no-brainer.
On the contrary, the two Nirvana realm experts from the opposite immortal realm's immortal temple were now collectively scrapped. On the left, Taoist Heavenly Void suffered a heavy blow, his fleshly body shattered, and his Yuanshan did not survive.
Straight-up karma. It's just horrible. Who would have thought that this expert who was still in the Nirvana realm before he descended to the realm would really be upstaged by Yichang'an against all odds?
On the right, the Earthman Scatterer was similarly struck hard, but this person's physical body was even stronger, and thus, aside from the withering of his Yuanshan and his own unconsciousness, he was still alive.
But it's not a good feeling to be alive or dead.
Wake up and inevitably cry out in pain. After all, those who hadn't been a Nirvana realm expert would never be able to experience what it was like to fall in a heap, and that could be even more annoying than killing them.
Master. Master. Seeing Yichang'an single-handedly dangling two Nirvana realm immortals, Dongfang Liuli and the others came over to congratulate him even though their injuries were not light.
In the eyes of the crowd, the Yichang'an in front of them was as great as a heavenly god. In their place, all of them combined wouldn't be enough for a random beating from the two people across the street. As a result, Yichang'an could go 1 for 2.
It's still a minor injury. This kind of skill is so convincing.
Gather all the people, let my master take a good look. This battle, our clan has suffered great losses, broken walls everywhere, no more intact buildings. The previous clan is also gone, and will inevitably be rebuilt in the future.
As for the immortal temple,
Humph, the poor Tao is too lazy to take care of this kind of indiscriminate waste immortals, let them pay attention to themselves. Speaking at this point, Yichang'an waved his big hand, but he woke up both Ghost Seeing Charms and Chang Zai laughing who were previously there. The duo woke up shortly after and were shocked by the scene. It wasn't just shocked that Yichang'an actually didn't kill them. He was even more shocked that his two senior brothers, one of them was gone and the other one was seriously injured and his life and death were unknown.
The two of them couldn't help but cry in the twinkling of an eye. That's called sadness. Senior brother Tianxiu? Senior brother Tianxiu, you were so close to becoming an ordinary elder, why are you suddenly gone? Senior Earth Min? You endure, you mustn't be alright. Damn Yichang'an and the heaven-mending pavilion, you dare to strike against the immortal realm's immortal temple, sooner or later, you'll get into trouble for killing yourselves. If you have the guts, get rid of the two of us now as well. Otherwise, when the immortal temple side of the immortal realm knows about it, they will definitely send someone over, and at that time, you, Yichang'an, will never want to continue surviving. At this point in time, these two were actually still fantasizing that the immortal world immortal hall side would continue to send people to their deaths for their sake. And yet, I don't want to. In Yichang'an's eyes, the so-called 4 Nirvana realm immortals were just like that. 10 or 8 more wouldn't be a big deal.
Furthermore, this matter was originally Luo Duan's dissociation, the four people themselves seeking death, provoking them first. It's good that he didn't drive them to extinction, how dare he blame him?
Brother Ghost Road. Brother Chang Dao.
You too, less acting, whether or not the poor Taoist is a bad guy, whether or not you've been compelled, or what, I believe that you yourselves have a number in your hearts.
The poor Taoist is not afraid of anyone's retaliation. If you have the guts, just come.
But you'd better weigh it up. You've lost the face of 4 people with the death of a senior brother. Won't it be even more heartbreaking with the death and injury of a dozen or so disciples under the poor Taoist's disciples?
The mortal realm immortal temple or not, the immortal realm immortal temple or not, they are all cultivated up. If you can lose today, tomorrow, won't you lose?
The poor Taoist will gladly welcome you to invite more masters and brothers, but if more die by then, don't blame me for not reminding you. Yi Chang'an said this with a cold snort of anger, and in an instant, it also scared Ghost Seeing Sorrow and Chang Zaixiao not to dare to say half a word more. To put it bluntly, after their impulsive moment, they were blown up, this only to no regret. But not daring to admit that he was snubbed, he could only deflect the contradiction. Now, after being woken up by Yi Chang'an's scolding, these 2 people didn't dare to continue to die, but instead assisted the unconscious demon Sanren while thinking about various things.
This time the results were too much for them. But what can you do if you don't bow down?
This Yi Chang'an of his people was a one-man top over 4 Nirvana realm powerhouses. The other side. Yi Chang'an didn't bother to pay attention to these 2 waste immortals, but he gave the crowd a look at their injuries, and then, gave a final warning. Today's matter was originally just a grudge between the poor Taoist and the traitor Luo Dust, but it was you and the others who joined for no reason and deserved it. Thinking about the mortal realm immortal hall, humiliating the heaven-mending pavilion time and time again was just enough, but now they dare to invite the immortal realm immortal hall, destroying my clan and beating up my disciples. There's something to be said for this account. Right now, the poor Taoist is not doing any killing, just abolishing your cultivation for later. Speaking of which, Yi Chang'an didn't give these 2 a chance. Directly Tai Xianhan's was used, really letting the 3 of them have their cultivation abolished in minutes, turning them into mortals. Seeing this scene, Ghost Seeing Charm and Chang Zaixiao were nothing but horrified, and had actually completely lost their immortal pride. The people of the heaven-mending pavilion, on the other hand, were even more grateful. Logically speaking, Yi Chang'an had no need to take them to task. After all, himself and the others combined were not as valuable as one person on the opposite side. But Yi Chang'an still offended the immortal world immortal hall for this sentiment was too rare. Master is still benevolent. Yes, the Master's father shelters us and doesn't kill innocents indiscriminately, so if that immortal realm immortal hall still doesn't know what's going on, then it's just asking for its own demise. After this, we will definitely redouble our efforts and strive to raise our strength as soon as possible to help Master Teacher fight against foreign enemies. The crowd was talking in various ways. Yi Chang'an, on the other hand, had no time to waste. While sending people to imprison these 3 disciples of the immortal world immortal temple. While doing so, he also had Oriental Lioli and the others come to this side of the remnant ruins of the main hall and report to him face to face. This battle. It looks like a victory for the heaven-mending pavilion, but in reality, it also exposes many shortcomings. Shortcomings in personnel strength. The shortcomings of the patronage formation are not mature enough. The shortcomings of the congregation's lack of positive cooperation. And many, many more. In a word, since Yi Chang'an had come back to quell everything, it was time to take advantage of the fact that the mortal realm immortal temple didn't dare to come out for the time being, while the immortal realm immortal temple had no follow-up plans for the time being. Hasten to train the people and strengthen the clan. The heaven-mending pavilion really couldn't be trampled on casually anymore. Otherwise, even if the reconstruction is successful later, it will be reduced to a laughingstock. Within the remaining heavenly prison of the heaven-mending pavilion, the 3 immortals who were sent over, in addition to the Earthman Scatterer who was still in a coma, that Ghost Seeing Charm and Chang Zai laughing, actually discussed this matter as well. Thoughts came and went, but these 2 were slowly coming around. The thought that he and others were suspected of being compelled to take advantage of the situation. Even more so, he thought of Yi Chang'an's power. But what can be done at the moment without continuing to be an enemy? Senior Shidoshi. Let's. Ugh, this time, how I wish I hadn't come here. It's so embarrassing. Chapter 122 Emergency Closure. Who says it isn't? I can't imagine that there is actually someone as powerful as Yi Chang'an in the mortal realm. A mere mid-range of the transformation hijacking realm, actually attacking the 4 of us against our will. That's just it. This trip is a mission failure, and let's see how this kid is dealt with in the future.
Thinking that one of the 4 had died and 3 had been invalidated, this ghost, seeing Sorrow and Chang Zai laughing, finally no longer had the arrogant dominance they had before arriving. Turning to all sorts of ugs and sighs. Losing to an enemy of the same level wasn't considered upsetting, losing to a descendant was literally spitting blood. Heaven Mending Pavilion, within the remaining main hall. Yi Chang'an was having a summary meeting with his disciples. Above the main seat, naturally, he is still the master, powerful but also calm and relaxed to sit up, overlooking the bottom, no reprimand, only care, more care. Below. Apart from the eldest disciple, Empress Luo Yunshang, who didn't come, the other 7 second-generation disciples, as well as the crowd of the Qishir sect all the way from Shi Jianshu's side, plus the recently expanded number of registered disciples, and miscellaneous disciples. All hands on deck. Seeing that the atmosphere had arrived, the 2 of them, Dongfang Liuli and Diangzi, were the first to take a step towards the front and take the initiative to apologize. Master, disciple is incompetent, unable to maintain the formation, but instead allowed them to break the formation and then massacre them, requesting punishment. Master, disciples are at fault as well, they actually couldn't withstand the Immortal Hall's attack, which ultimately led to many of our deaths and injuries, and all 6 peaks of the entire clan were destroyed. There's no need to say more. You and the 2 of you are also considered to have tried your best. With such a result, you are not to be blamed, only that the other party exists immortal weapons, which are naturally not easy to deal with. Furthermore, the most fundamental reason is that Lu Chen and the others have strayed. With Yi Chang'an's words, Dongfang Liuli and Diangzi, who were originally deep in self-blame, slightly eased their hearts for a moment or two. At this time, Yi Chang'an similarly see out Shi Jianshu, Chao Reed and other people sad, immediately continue to pacify. All kinds of enlightenment for them. Ergo, there is no need to be upset. The other party has deployed Nirvana Realm immortal experts, and with the aid of immortal weapons, it's already very rare for you and the others to save the sect from being annihilated. Right now, each person comes forward to receive 100 pounds of enlightenment spirit rice and go heal themselves. Those without too many injuries, restore the least of the clan's buildings as soon as possible. My master has thought about it, if the other party fails once, they are bound to do it again, we can't be passive next time, we must give the enemy some color. When this was said, the crowd immediately came to a realization. One by one, they came over and received the enlightenment spirit rice and went down to heal their wounds. Named disciples could not afford to use such goodies because their cultivation level was too weak, yet they were also given a variety of level 1 to level 6 elixirs. As for the handyman disciples, they were also treated equally by Yi Chang'an, except for the usual cultivation is not together, this time the spirit medicine is distributed evenly. Thank you, master. We will each step back here. Under the great joy of the crowd, they were even more convinced of Yi Chang'an, and without any nonsense, they left individually this time. Eventually. Only Yi Chang'an and Shi Jianshu were left. Elder Shi. Palm. Please command. Good to say. You guys made a lot of effort in this battle, you didn't flinch in the face of a strong enemy, you didn't disgrace our heaven-mending pavilion, so you should be rewarded 1 or 2 times. In addition, the loss of one of your original disciples on your side is considered the poor Taoist's late return. There are 2 options at hand. One of them is to give magic treasures for them to leave the sect to avoid being implicated and to ensure their safety in the future. Secondly, if they don't want to leave, then we'll give you the Dharma treasure to break through the realm first, and we'll do the math later. Just after Yi Chang'an said this, Shi Jianshu and the others suddenly had moist eyes. They had thought that they were going to be punished for their poor performance this time, but as a result, there was no half punishment, instead, they were blessed by the misfortune and were valued in this way. Who could bear to leave such a good clan and such a good master? And so. Next. Shi Jianshu and the others gave a decisive response. Master, we will never leave the heaven-mending pavilion, and this time, we will follow the second option. It's not just this elder who needs a breakthrough, others do too. Only the strong can protect the weak, besides, if we really piss off the immortal temple side of the immortal realm, the next batch to come will definitely not be these 4 losers, we more or less have to try our best. Hearing this, Yi Chang'an's eyes glowed, knowing that this Shi Jianshu was definitely 100% loyal and 100% sincere. And no more bull. Directly taking out one of the 2 previously rewarded magical treasures, the yellow grade extreme grade golden bell shield, he handed it to the other party in this regard, plus 1,000 pounds of enlightenment spirit rice, as well as the relevant instructions. Elder Shi, by giving you these 2 goodies, you must break through the divine sea realm before you meet a strong enemy next time, are you confident? Sect leader above, Mr. Shi swears to the heavens that he will accomplish this task. If opening the divine sea doesn't work, I'd rather punish myself.
After saying this, Shi Jianshu looked at the not-so-weakly powerful golden bell shield, all sorts of joy and a higher fighting spirit, and immediately led the people to leave. Only after they left could Yi Chang'an come back to his senses and think in various ways. First of all, after the accident of the 4 immortal experts, that guy Lu Dust definitely wouldn't dare to just come over and cause trouble. He would definitely have to wait for the next batch of Immortal World Immortal Hall experts to come. Less than 3 or 5 days. More like 10 days and half a month or something. It also sort of leaves more adequate preparation time for people like yourself. Secondly, today's Mortal Realm Immortal Hall had suffered heavy losses, the head gate Tianshu Zi had ascended, 6 elders had hung up, and ultimately, it was definitely Lu Chen who had taken the throne. I just don't know who is stronger between him and the other 6 holy sons. But no matter who held the power, they certainly wouldn't give up their former stance, instead hating the heaven-mending pavilion and their own even more. Sooner or later, the 2 families will duke it out, and when they do, they will have to kill all of them before they can call it quits. Lastly, and most importantly, don't look at Yi Chang'an's seemingly formidable performance by smashing the 2 immortals, but in reality, it was also taking advantage of the situation. The opposite 2 were suppressed too hard by the rules of the heavenly Tao. Plus caught off guard. But next time, surely he wouldn't meet this kind of silly opponent again. He must strengthen his cultivation, strive to be stronger, and with absolute strength, crush everything. Once he thought about this, Yi Chang'an immediately called his 7th disciple, Zhang Qiangya, to personally protect himself. He was going to close his eyes and cultivate to impact the higher realms. Since it was to prevent a round of retaliation from His Immortal Highness, it was also to enhance the survival rate of the crowd. The chores outside, it is handed over to the less injured 3rd disciple Chao read them, a short time to say, the problem is not very big. You 2 support each other, keep us informed, decide on small matters on your own, and go to the law enforcement eldershire, for medium matters. Only a major event like the Immortal Temple counterattack should disturb the master. Next, my master strives to break through to the late stage of the transformation tribulation realm, or even consummate, otherwise, it will always be difficult to truly fight against immortal experts. To put it bluntly, the rules of the heavenly Tao can bind them, but these ruthless people have gone to the immortal realm for many years, and inevitably they've stored all sorts of immortal artifacts or spell formations to weaken the bindings. Master wouldn't dare to bet that they're all such wastes, therefore, I hope that you and the others will just watch over the sect while Master, as well as your 2nd senior sister, 5, are in seclusion. Of course, before my master closes his door, he will definitely repair that clan protection formation first. So that you may also be at ease. After saying this, Yi Chang'an really started to strike. Chapter 123. One battle doesn't make it to another one. At this time, Yi Chang'an was at his full strength. Immediately, he cast a spell to repair the spell formation. However, when he saw that, with a move of his left hand, there was an infinite amount of spiritual chi injected into the eye of the formation, strengthening that Emperor of Stone essence, as well as the unthinking 10 times pillar hidden within it. Repair previous damage in minutes. And it's stronger. On the right-hand side, he even grabbed 6 peaks in the air, and just before the crowd could react in time, he rearranged the layout and restored the proper pattern. After this swing, after that, the entire Mending Pavilion's defense was stronger. Even if they didn't encounter 4 immortals striking at the same time, they could resist 3 or 5 times. Master is awesome. Master is too strong. There is no need to bash, for the master is just a small alteration. Next, rely on the 2 of you to maintain the inside and outside, do not be careless. Hearing this, and Miaoyi and Zhang Qiangya each made a grimace and then went about their business. Yi Chang'an locked himself into the secret room of the Palm Sect. On that note, he began his closed-door onslaught. In the meantime, this side of the mortal realm's immortal temple. With such a heavy loss, the 6 holy sons were scared silly, not to mention the other ordinary disciples. Fortunately, just when everyone was silent and speechless, it was still this guy Lu Chen who was the most cunning and actually seized this opportunity to enter the Palm Sect's secret room. On the one hand, he asked the 4 Su Qingxue girls to stand sentry outside the door to avoid being seen. On the one hand, it was to a statue in the chamber that all sorts of cries were made. Master, help! The immortal temple is in danger. The disciples and others are going to be finished. Damn, Yi Chang'an is very malicious, actually had means to ambush us early. This battle, we lost a lot, 6 elders are gone, and the 6 holy sons also lost a lot of their cultivation. As for the disciples, if it weren't for a few of the senior disciples fighting to the death to protect them, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to break out. The immortal temple at the moment is fragile to the core. If you don't help, who will?
Unless, you intend not to take revenge and watch our immortal hall's 1,000-year-old foundation be destroyed by Yi Chang'an's hands? If that's the case, Disciple has nothing to say but, I'll commit suicide this time to thank you for your offense. As he spoke, this cunning Lu Chen deliberately made a suicidal gesture, but it was specifically for this statue to see, in order to convince the heavenly pivot son, who was in the immortal world's immortal hall, to help. Original. Although the immortal hall had suffered heavy, it wasn't completely without a way to. Only a snickering Lu Duan was left behind. I thought that I was just summoning the heavenly pivot son to help, but as a result, I actually obtained the status of an acting sect leader. Nature rejoices. It's also earning hemp. This heavenly pivot son is also old and confused, so easily hooked? Good thing too, let your immortal realm immortal hall side continue to send people to deal with Yi Chang'an, and I, Lu, will reap the benefits. Wait until both sides consume about the same amount, then invite the heavenly demon master to come back, then. He. After such a thought, this Lu Chuan actually really went to teach the crowd a lesson in his proxy capacity. In the meantime, within a certain ordinary elder's courtyard of the immortal world's immortal temple, Heavenly Pivot Son was angry, but he still had a few scruples. For such a small matter, inviting out the higher-ups again was bound to offend them after all, they cultivated in pursuit of immortality, so where could they possibly make a second strike for the sake of a mere lower-level sect in the mortal realm? Tianshu Zi never dared to tell them, and was also worried that after making a mistake, even if they stepped in to help, his position as an elder would be gone. To put it bluntly, using a doppelganger, he was hung by Empress Luo Yunshang last time. Faction representatives, this time detained by Yi Chang'an 3 killed one. It's hard to do it anyway. Yi Chang'an, you are truly the nemesis of the poor Tao. The poor Tao has succeeded in ascending, but still have to labor for you. In this case, I'm afraid that I can only go down in my own body. And sneaking around. Once he thought about this, the heavenly pivot son was about to find an opportunity to sneak down to the realm. However, he saw that Lu Chuan, who had just left, returned once again. This time it's another crybaby. One side of the story says that the congregation is disobedient. On the other hand, he also said that he was worried about being attacked by Yi Chang'an in advance, and pleaded with Tianshu Zi to give a protection. You. Alas, poor Tao let you be the acting master. How do you not understand it all? That's just it, 3 tokens for you. These 3 tokens can lead to the immortal realm, and as long as your cultivation reaches the level, you will automatically ascend without the need to undergo a calamity. Do you understand? Tianshu Zi was also speechless towards this Lu Chen. But right now, with the 6 elders gone and the 6 saints half abandoned, if they didn't look for him as an agent, could they look for someone else? Hearing this, Lu Chen was superficially grateful, but had other thoughts in his heart. After exiting the Palm Sect's secret room, he decisively gathered the crowd. Listen everyone, just now Mr. Lu contacted the sect leader. He said that from now on, I am the acting sect leader, moreover, he will strike soon. I hope that during this period of time, you and the others will each keep your positions, and never be sneak attacked by that group of people from the Heaven Mending Pavilion. In addition, all rules must be honored by me. Whoever is not convinced, go ahead and ask the sect leader. If you really violate it, Mr. Lu won't be lenient. At the end of his words, Lu Chuan deliberately glanced at the 6 holy sons. Obviously, this guy's mischief was not ordinary. Both want to divorce the 2 sides and fish for their own profit. Also wants to get rid of anyone who might threaten him early. Before the ground echo. Later it was 6 elders. Right now, it seems to be these 6 holy sons. We honor our master's orders. Greetings to the acting sect master. We will leave for now. The people volunteered or didn't volunteer, but now, faced with this result, they could only resign themselves to their fate. There was a lot of kneeling and bowing. And then it dispersed. Eventually, within the entire main hall, there was actually only the smug Lu Chuan left, as well as the 4 senior sisters who were still being crippled by his lulling, and the 4 women, Supli Snow. Junior brother, how is your injury? With the sect leader holding such a high regard, it's guaranteed that some people will not be convinced, but you don't have to worry, the 4 of us will definitely help you to the end. Tell me, how do you plan to stop Surname Yi from coming over and sneaking in? The 4 women said with a sincere face, really thinking that under such pampering, they would be able to chicken out in the future, but unexpectedly, Lu Chen who heard this only felt that the 4 were fools to do so. I've been trying so hard to use them, and I'm surprised they don't resist or suspect, and want to help. The world is big, little cute. Quite a few, but so silly that it's really too cute, isn't it? The 4 senior sisters have a heart. You are kind, Lu's mind. However, right now everything is waiting for the sect leader to come back. After all, he has ascended and has the strength of an immortal. We don't dare to take matters into our own hands, and also to avoid you guys getting hurt. Lu Chen casually a few words of flippancy, but let Su Qingxue for women again moved, really thought that this young master brother afraid of their accident. Chapter 124 10,000 Laws Return to 1, Divine Thunder Heavenly Punishment. It's still little senior brother who knows how to love and care for his loved ones. Yes, although we have suffered heavy losses, Yi Chanan may not dare to come. Nowadays, junior brother is our hope. Su Qingxue's kneeling like this almost made Lu Chuan unable to hold back his laughter. Subsequently, the four women each left, and Lu Chen alone laughed maniacally in the main hall, while his eyes were more gloomy, hating that he couldn't see the day when Tianshu Zi and Yi Chang'an died together earlier. What mending pavilion? Piece of garbage. What fairy temple? It's just a stepping stone for yourself. What I, Lu Chuan, ultimately pursue is the unification of man and devil and the sole domination of a realm. Tianshu Zi you obediently send to die. Yi Chang'an, it's about time you suffered a loss for once. I just don't believe that after more than a year, there's still a possibility for you to turn over a new leaf? Under the confusion of the night, amidst the thunder and lightning, this so-called acting head of a righteous sect was actually more devilish than a devil cultivator. There was no one else. Mending Pavilion. Within the secret room of the master, Yi Chang'an closed his eyes for 3 consecutive days, finally gradually finding his deficiencies and strengths. The biggest shortcoming was that all kinds of feats, spells, divine abilities, magic treasures, as well as talents, spiritual roots, Tao bodies, and so on, appeared to be powerful, but in reality, they were mixed. Need to integrate as one as soon as possible. The so-called 10,000 laws come to one. A true immortal never relies on fancy spells, but a finger pointing out is the power of rules. And herein lies the greatest advantage. A collection of many top-notch goodies in one place. Previously there was no time to fuse them. Now, it was time to cultivate each one to the extreme, however, to fuse them together. First up is the Heaven's Robber Finger. Previously, I had cultivated up to the 6th level at most, but now, in one breath, I'm cultivating up to the 9th level, until I'm complete. After such a thought, Yi Chang'an immediately practiced the Heaven's Robber Finger painstakingly. The entire chamber was filled with his finger power. I don't know how many times it was used either. Anyway, in the end, cultivating to the 9th level was finally complete. Then came the Seal of Immortality. Although I cultivated to the 7th level before, I wasn't proficient enough. With this thought in mind, Yi Chang'an once again spent quite a bit of time perfecting the 7th gravity of the immortal seal to the extreme with a single effort. Next, the aura around his body was like a rainbow. Then, there is the Taishan hand, a sage art that is considered the best to cultivate, but there are still flaws after all. It's time to practice, too. After thinking of this, Yi Chang'an buried his head in hard training, and eventually, also completely perfected the Taishan hand. Then, there is the Thunder Emperor Sutra, which previously fused the front and back volumes, but was not truly unified. The Thunder Road Upanishad and the power of the Thunder Road are inseparable. After taking a deep breath, Yi Chang'an invested more energy and buried himself in the specialized study of the Thunder Emperor scripture. By this time, the difficulty improves even more. Not only was his physical body in extreme pain, but he was somewhat unable to carry the powerful Thunder Road power. Even the Yuanshan was shaking and dizzy, almost collapsing and falling apart. Fortunately, Yi Chang'an's most fundamental 9 tribulation indestructible Tao body was one of the 3 forbidden bodies in the peak of the Thunder Tao, and in an instant, a soft power surged out to neutralize the pain. Immediately after, the wind-based 3-talent sacred body that he had previously shared with his second disciple, Dongfang Liuli, was also at this time, exuding gusts of wind-based power, allowing him to suffer less and feel more at ease. Next, Yi Chang'an once again specialized in other spells. This includes, but is not limited to, the basic spells of the sect, the advanced spells, and the Chi-Men Dunjia technique, the Book of Heavenly Transportation, the Book of Earthly Transportation, and the Book of Human Transportation learned in 4 places. There was also the reward given by that immortal emperor's residual spiritual consciousness from before, the 3 bells soul falling bell, which was similarly peaked by him to emulate the mana in it. Plus whatever magical powers are inside the iron cloth chain, honor the king set. So on and so forth. Not a single one is left out, all that should be studied to perfection, imitated, and researched. Eventually, Froze infused countless forces in the very core of the Dantian. It's just a little bit closer to the final fusion. Favoritism is at this time. Above the 9 heavens, there seemed to be some sensation, and divine thunder heavenly punishment actually appeared.
And this time, the scale was even larger than when he opened up the divine sea. Not only did the 8 heavenly dragons and the heavenly maiden appear, but there were also certain images from the Taiku period that were difficult for ordinary people to comprehend that flashed by one after another. In the east, the Green Emperor stoops. In the west, the White Emperor claimed the throne. In the south, the Red Emperor makes a bow. To the north, the Black Emperor stroked his beard. In the center, there was even a man in a pale yellow dragon robe, standing at the peak of a 10,000-mile-high peak, looking flatly at this side as if talking to him. Below this outside, that above the 9 heavens, the heavenly Tao has sensed, as if in order to prevent the appearance of this kind of heaven-defying people, actually accumulated 12 horrible divine thunder heavenly punishment. Each one, 100,000 feet in length, with a radius of 3,000 feet. The kind that could crush a large clan casually. Terrifying heavenly thunder that was a combined total of 1.2 million feet long and 36,000 feet in radius fell in this way, suffocating. Put. Before actually coming into contact with this divine thunder heavenly punishment, Yi Chang'an's cultivation of the middle stage of the harmonization tribulation realm was directly crushed to the point of vomiting blood. Flesh deformation. Genghis Khan agonized. But he was fearless, and instead, with the help of this heavenly power, he flushed his fleshly body again and again and tested his Yuanshan again and again. Really, it's not madness. My destiny is mine, not God's. What about heaven's way? You're also just an ant under the great Tao. Who are you to suppress the poor Tao? Rise. Get up for me, don't give in. The strong Yi Chang'an actually topped the infinite divine thunder heavenly punishment that 10 heavenly pivot suns had to be scared miserably when they looked at it, not retreating but advancing, not afraid to laugh back. Gradually. The divine thunder heavenly punishment that was supposed to deal with him turned out to be treated like a stream of water for bathing. First resisted. And then, surprisingly, with the help of this divine thunder heavenly punishment, he reshaped his entire power. More people were startled by these heaven and earth visions. Last time it was to frighten the 100 clans of the Faustus mountain range. Now, it is the 4 domains of the southeast, northwest, and north, plus the Jiang dynasty, as well as other mountains and other dynasties within a radius of 30 million miles. No one is shocked. No one is surprised. Who actually crossed over here? This is a scale that only existed when a certain immortal emperor in the immortal realm had a tribulation back then. Thinking about it, dozens of immortal emperors also appeared in the immortal realm, all of them going through this kind of terrifying test, but it has long passed, and so far we haven't seen this kind of scene for 10,000 years. This time, what kind of person actually caused this kind of divine punishment heavenly thunder? Under the shock, clans from all over the world, emperors, have sent their experts to poke around. Even over in the immortal realm and the divine realm, there were people who noticed this kind of wondrous scene that shouldn't be found in the mortal realm. Couldn't see exactly where things were going wrong and had to send someone down to the world. Send out a spy at once. The immortal temple side of the immortal realm sent someone down to the realm. You can't make a mistake about such a big thing. The immortal world's Pauline sect also sent people. Hiss, the mortal realm is filthy, how can a great emperor appear? Strange. On this side of the divine realm, a certain sect second only to the 3 great divine dynasties, the Blood Sea sect, was also immediately sending out experts who had to find a thorough. For a time countless people were moved. He just didn't notice that the real troublemaker, Yi Chang'an, had finished absorbing all of the power of the divine punishment heavenly thunder. Eventually, awakening twice. Once, awakening transformation technique. Once, the realization of the universal mixed body. At a certain moment, Yi Chang'an even felt that he was almost an immortal emperor, or even an immortal realm powerhouse that surpassed immortal emperors. Confidence in hand. 3 worlds I have. Chapter 125. The system is updated. The late stage of the realm of transformation and apparition has finally become a success. Unexpectedly, the poor Tao has made such a big commotion with each step of elevation, while the effect it brings is unparalleled. At this time, Yi Chang'an was completely unaware that the outside world had completely turned over for him, and was just experiencing the exhilarating feeling of having his realm elevated once to his heart's content. It could be said that he had not yet broken through to the transformation tribulation realm perfection, much less succeeded in nirvana, yet he was not at all inferior to a nirvana powerhouse. This was the effect of fusing many feats into one. From then on, there was no need to think about what spells would be best to deal with the enemy,
and it was directly relying on the transformation technique and the 10,000 laws mixed body to roam across the world and get away with the 3 realms. It was also at this time that Yi Chang'an clearly felt that with this small realm breakthrough, the original Yuanshan villain, which was only 3 inches in size, now grew several times larger. After looking inside, he saw a 9-inch tall Yuanshan villain, who was in meditation with his eyes closed, sensing the heavens and the earth. Its aura was even vaguely stronger than the main body. From now on, I'll be in charge of the outside, you'll be in charge of the inside, you and I are one, we should cooperate with each other. Fellow Taoist, please. Tao brother, please. Yi Chang'an nodded at himself in the spirit, and the latter also smiled faintly. They were the same person in different forms, and when they joined forces, they were no longer afraid of any enemies below the Nirvana realm. The moment. Yi Chang'an's physical body and Yuanshan, although they hadn't yet arrived at the Nirvana realm state of mixed unity, they were almost the same. In other words, just a little more than a year after traveling, he was expected to achieve Nirvana and fly up in the daytime. It's a good thing no one knows about this speed. Otherwise it is bound to horrify countless people. God's domain. One of the 3 great divine dynasties, the Xianshao divine dynasty. Within the divine capital. In the middle of the Empress Emperor Hall that was 1,000,000 feet tall. Empress Luo Yunshang had long since broken through the half-step immortal realm, and now, naturally, she was released, sitting on top of the Phoenix Dragon chair, elegant and cool and noble. A look as a person submissive hundreds of millions of people, that kind of supreme female emperor model. At this moment, she was talking with Supreme Elder Luo Yunshang and many ordinary elders about this divine thunder heavenly punishment. Your Majesty the Empress, we've checked again and again, and this divine thunder heavenly punishment is indeed infinitely powerful, a time stronger than the heavenly tribulation that ordinary people would suffer if they flew up in. That's why the first reaction was to make sure he was involved. And at this time, the Supreme Elder Luo Yunshang sensed the Empress Luo Yunshang's abnormality, and without any nonsense, this continued to describe the results of their projections. Sure enough, the Empress Luo Yunshang, who heard these words, was shaken both physically and mentally, and became even more certain that that person was no one else but her own master, Yi Chang'an. Your Majesty, did you guess who that person was? Compared to the other ordinary elders who were still in a state of confusion, Supreme Elder Luo Yunshang was the one who instantly grasped the key and thus asked with a smile. Still, you are a great elder Taishan. Yes, I do guess who the visitor is. It is none other than the Pavilion of Heaven Mending Pavilion sect leader that I had previously reincarnated to join, Yi Chang'an. Seeing that her mind was guessed by Supreme Elder Luo Yunshang, Empress Luo Yunshang didn't hesitate to say so. The tone of his voice was filled with infinite pride. When talking about Yi Chang'an, the whole heart, that was with some kind of indescribable admiration and intimacy. Since you all have the heart, let's think of ways to recruit that master of mine. This person has a strong Taoist heart and amazing talent, always capable of doing unexpected things. We take orders. Your Majesty is wise. In that case, we will make arrangements to receive Yi Taoist friend to ascend and join the Xianshao divine dynasty. In the meantime, Mending Pavilion. Within the secret room of the master, Yi Chang'an, who had managed to break through a small realm, getting closer to the consummation of the Hierophant realm as well as the Nirvana realm, and was expected to accelerate his ascension, also found out at this moment that there was one more new function from the system side. It was the system that followed his strength breakthrough and updated it. The name is Clan Improvement. Ding! The system is updated with a new feature, Clan Improvement. Clan Improvement, as the name implies, it is to utilize the prosperity of the clan to improve the various abilities of this clan, as follows. Current prosperity, 3,100. Hearing this, Yi Chang'an gazed at it, and sure enough, he saw that the so-called sect reform was divided into the following set of items. The first one is to raise the clan's basic attack and defense attributes. That enhance self-preservation. The second, on the other hand, is clan building. That is, it includes the main hall, the secondary hall, the hall of transmission, the hall of law enforcement, and so on. The third one is called the clan protection formation. It looks like it is specifically listed to protect the clan, which is slightly different from the first one. The first one is considered to increase the passive for all the disciples who stay within the clan, while this one is active offense and defense. It's kind of fun, and this new feature is really useful too. Since that's the case, let's spend 2,000 prosperity degrees to take the lead in repairing and upgrading the clan protection formation. Poor Taoist would like to see how powerful this clan protection formation is after upgrading it. Yi Chanan's side had just finished speaking when he saw the system flashed with a golden light. Engine finished repairing the previously damaged clan protection formation and upgraded at once. Ding! The repair of our clan's protective formation is complete. Ding! Our clan's protective formation has been upgraded once. Current level 1, the original 3000 Zheng True Dragon Shadow has been upgraded to a 6000 Zheng True Dragon Shadow, doubling the strength of offense and defense. Ouch! The system side had just finished upgrading, and as if it sensed its master Yi Chang'an's benevolence, that 6,000 feet true dragon silhouette actually took the initiative to vacate the air and nodded its head at him in greeting. Such an aura, but it was even stronger than before. Even if he encountered another immortal holding an ordinary immortal weapon, he would be able to withstand one or two of them. Well, great. In that case, it's time for the disciples to come to the meeting. After looking at this upgraded true dragon void, Yi Chang'an was overjoyed and decisively summoned the crowd for a meeting. He elevated. The system is upgraded. The clan protection formation was stronger. Next. It's also time to gather the people and take revenge with the same enemy. Half an hour later. Within the main hall of the main peak of the Heaven Mending Pavilion. With Yi Chang'an as the leader, the two great elders as the assistants, as well as many second-generation disciples, as well as several formal disciples, and dozens of teams of registered disciples assembled in one hall. Everyone is confident. Everyone's fighting spirit is high. The atmosphere boiled over to a fever pitch. Chapter 126 Pledge of Allegiance. Enlightened Master, all have arrived, please give your lecture. Seeing that the crowd was assembled, Dongfang Liuli, who was a transmission elder and also Yi Chang'an's most trusted second disciple, immediately took a step forward and took the initiative to ask for orders. Hearing this, Yi Chang'an's heart was even more excited. This was after all the first time he had personally led the crowd out after crossing over for a year. And no bull. This led to a slight nod of the head, signaling Dongfang Liuli to step back, and after that, he himself publicly held this pledge meeting. Hear ye all. Yes. The poor Taoist knows that you and the others are eager to take revenge. Thus, from today onwards, war has been officially declared against the Immortal Hall. However, before that, there is one more major event. That is for you and all the others to enhance your strength to better deal with the enemy. Currently, the first batch is the two elders, as well as all the second-generation disciples, each receiving 3,000 pounds of enlightenment spirit rice and related spirit medicine spirit stones and so on. The second batch are the original disciples of the Qishir sect after the last battle, and the dozens of named disciples, who from today onwards are collectively referred to as the sect's outer disciples, that is, the sect's middle tier of combatants. In addition, the third batch is the 100 or so handyman disciples who, although their cultivation talent is too poor, can also receive some ordinary spirit medicines to strengthen themselves. Finally, the poor Taoist declares that all of the spirit veins in the main peak and the 5 secondary peaks of this sect are open, and that all of you will choose to enter based on your own talent and spiritual roots, and count how much you can improve, and that you may not be forced to do so, nor do you need to be constrained. When you and the others have collectively elevated to the bottleneck, at that time, the poor Taoist will personally lead you and the others and kill the Immortal Hall, so that the floating Slaughter Mountain range will completely restore peace. Boom! As Yi Chang'an spoke out these tantalizing conditions, the heavy duty that was already loyal to him immediately boiled over once again, with all sorts of hot blood surging up. What do you mean the strongest master? This is the strongest master. What do you mean the best clan? This is the best ING clan, bar none. Long live the Sect Master. We are grateful again and again, we dare not make any mistake, we will follow you in life and in death, and we will never regret it. Ho, ho, ho. In an instant, hundreds of people collectively knelt down in all kinds of submission. The scene was mesmerizing to watch Yi Chang'an for a few moments. You know, the last time this happened, it was 6 years ago before that unlucky master disappeared. I thought it would be difficult to recover in this life, but I didn't want to. It's still sect leader Ye's atmosphere. Nothing more to say, our Qishir sect congregation. Oh no, it should be that there is no longer any difference between the Qishir sect and the Heaven Mending Pavilion. After this, they are all family. Everyone hurry to listen to the command of the master teacher. The cultivation should be cultivated, the breakthrough should be broken through, kill the enemy. We may not be professional, but we are definitely not afraid of death. On the other side, several disciples of the Qishir sect led by Shi Jianshu and Shi Zhongyu were also moved to tears. Marveling at how the Heaven Mending Pavilion under Yi Chang'an's rule really dared to be so open. More than that, I was surprised at his generosity and depth. Such resources, not to mention the other 100 clans of the Floating Mountain, even the inner disciples on the Immortal Hall side would not be able to obtain this kind of treatment. For that, what's revenge? What's sacrifice? Nothing more to say. Dry Fairy Hall. Long live the Sect Master. We went forward to close the door and settle down. During this time, raise at least one minor realm, at most. There is no upper limit. After the crowd roared in agreement and retreated. At the scene, it was that only Ichanan, the only true god in the eyes of the crowd, and a group of second-generation disciples remained. The second disciple, Oriental Lioli. Third disciple Chao Reed. Fourth disciple Shun Hongso. The fifth disciple, Eiko Jiji. Sixth disciple Ransom. As well as the seventh disciple, Jiang Xiangya, and the newly adopted eighth disciple, Ru Shi. Just ask Master to command. Dongfang Lioli led the 7 senior siblings to lead the salute. At a glance, Yi Chang'an knew that their hearts were also pounding, and they couldn't make a move right away. However, considering that the results of their last battle were not very satisfactory, they intend to do something about it. Right now, other than letting them also go inside the spirit veins to enter seclusion and absorb spiritual chi like crazy, the best method was to utilize the remaining and so on sect prosperity degree to exchange for feats and magic treasures. Don't look at the mere 1,100 points left, but, utilized appropriately, it could very well multiply their strength. Master, you've already been very generous this time, how dare we let you break the bank again? Anyway, the person who angered the Immortal Hall the most last time was me, so why don't you let me go out and talk to the people of the Immortal Hall, or just please hand me over. Disciples are still worried about the backing behind the Immortal Temple, get it wrong. Seeing that Yi Chang'an was still planning to give better resources to several of his own people, Dongfang Lioli was a bit overjoyed and actually stepped forward, taking the initiative to request for peace. But don't want to. Yi Chang'an, who heard these words, immediately sank his face. This disciple of his own is still too merciful. You're hoping for peace after you've had your ing head blown off the mountain? That soft temper can only be corrected by slaughtering your enemies. Ruri, you stand down. For the first time, Yi Chang'an had a stern face and reprimanded his second-generation disciple, and did not wait for Dongfang Lioli to show a puzzled expression, but he immediately explained. You're looking down on Master too much, aren't you? Last time, Master alone blew away 2 immortal experts from the opposite side, so why should I be afraid of a mere immortal hall? To put it bluntly, the Master never thought of abandoning any of you in exchange for making peace. What's more, as you all can see, behind the Mortal Realm Immortal Temple is the Immortal Realm Immortal Temple, and they can send out 4 immortals to strike without distinguishing between black and white, so they dare to continue to stigmatize us and continue to slaughter us. Surrender? Make peace? That's not just a cowardly act, it's pointless. It's not that Master has to criticize you. But you should also understand that cultivation itself is against the heavens, and when you come across such righteous and evil sects, it's all the more important to come up with more mental preparations. In a word, from today onwards, no one is allowed to mention surrender or make peace again. What the Master wants is for all of you to be stronger, and for all of you to live a better and more dignified life. The words just fell. Dongfang Lioli was the first to be stunned, then realized that she was too wrong. To think that Master Yi Chang'an was planning to trade her for peace? Immediately, he stepped forward to apologize for a moment or two. And then, the others also saw the power and firmness of their own master's position, and while they were moved, they immediately stated their positions again and again. There are no disciples who surrender and make peace. Only the disciples who followed Yi Chang'an in and out. Master, you tell me, how in the world to do it? Shin Hongsleeve, this fiery temper is the first one who can't stand it, and I'm definitely the first one to kill over there. Yes, Master, and I, who previously followed those 5 traitors in misunderstanding you, should now, too, stop the rumor with blood. Master, Earth Echo is ready to move out on orders. Master, Lanshir and Sister Ruashi together, we will never rest until we get rid of these righteous scum. While the crowd was variously invited to help, inside the crowd, one of the recently joined disciples, and one with the most murderous intent was that 7th disciple, Jiang Xiangya. Master, if we are outnumbered, we can ask our father to send out an army, the Immortal Hall. That's a waste that my father and the Crown Prince's royal brother can't see eye to eye. Chapter 127. Elevate, elevate, elevate again. While the crowd was talking, Yi Chang'an could see that this year's teaching had not let him down. Except for the eldest disciple, Empress Luo Yunshang, none of the 7 disciples flinched, all of them were good. As it is. Yi Chang'an didn't waste any more time and simply responded with a few sentences, and then, one by one, he gave spiritual pills, gongfu, and magical treasures to all of them. Elevate. Elevate. Reboost. Ransom. Disciple here. Step forward. In light of the fact that you have previously opened up 9,000 miles of divine sea, your realm is not weak, it is only because of your race that you are quite inconvenienced between land and water, so I will send you a 9th order spirit medicine, the innate vermilion huan fruit. After taking this fruit, it can be used with your Xian woman's true silk to become more adapted to land and water transformations. In addition, it's also because you're ascending too quickly and need to stabilize your realm. With this fruit, refine the medicinal power properly and strive to make a breakthrough after stabilization. Hearing this, the 6th disciple, Lanshi, decisively stepped forward and handed down that 9th order spiritual pill, the innate vermilion huan fruit, with a pious face. After taking it in person, the entire person immediately erupted into a shocking cloud of white light. Originally an Earth Tao immortal fetus with heavenly spiritual roots, with the assistance of this kind of high-level spirit medicine, her realm was much more solid, and she was also completely unafraid of the water and land transformation. Read, red sleeve. Disciple here. You and the two of you go one step beyond. Previously, although you opened up the divine sea and were quite good at it, but ultimately, because of your weaker realm and your lack of experience in actual combat, it was inevitable that you would be taken advantage of. And now for your situation, the Master is presenting each of you with a 9th order spirit pill, the 5 elements Peiyuan Dan, one for each of you, which corresponds exactly to your water and fire attributes. After taking this Dan, not only can you accelerate your breakthrough, but also, there is no possibility of going off the deep end. As soon as these words were said, the 3rd disciple, Chao Reed, and the 4th disciple, Shen Hongsleeve, immediately looked grateful and came forward to receive their respective pills. Chao Reed is taking exactly one blue 5-line Peiyuan Dan, just eaten, the body suddenly aura skyrocketed, the surrounding chi surging. While Shen Hongsleeve took a red 5 elements cultivation Dan, just swallowed it, the body was filled with aura, and that aura was actually not weaker than the divine sea realm perfection. Joanna, it's your turn. Alright, please teach me, Master. Xiaonya will definitely live up to your expectations, Master. In view of your situation, on my Master's side, I'll send you a 9th rank spirit herb with ice and fire attributes called Tianxian Ice and Fire Leaf. After taking it, in addition to elevating your realm, you can also consolidate your own cultivation. Just as these words were uttered, 7th disciple Jiang Qiangya bounced over and received this Tianxian ice flame leaf that looked ordinary, but in reality, once it was in his hand, it immediately weighed 10,000 pounds. A normal person might not be able to carry it. Fortunately, this woman is the ice system of the innate collateral system, coupled with a heavenly spiritual root and the Jiang clan's inherited technique, heavenly heart mystical skill, it's not too easy. Just shortly after taking it, suddenly, just as an aura erupted from within this woman's body, it actually directly shook back everyone within the crowd at the scene, except for Yi Chang'an and Diangzi. Buzz off! A terrifying aura continued to be released from Jiang Qiangya's body, almost destroying the main hall for the 2nd time. Hooray! Yi Chang'an waved a mana through the air to temporarily control it. Looking further, but together with the other disciples, they were all stunned on the spot by this terrifying change in Jiang Qiangya. Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciple for achieving the world's 4th greatest holy body, the Yin Yang Turning Will Ice and Fire holy body. Yin and Yang Turning Will Ice and Fire sacred body, it is the 4th great sacred body that can only exist in the ancient times, when the ancient god Hui shot the 10 sons of the heavenly emperor, and finally Hui's essence blood fused with the golden crow's essence blood in a single body, accomplishing so that there should not have been a sacred body. This holy body cultivates ice and fire spells most unhindered. Hearing the system's explanation, Yi Chang'an collected his surprise and then looked at the confused expressions of the crowd, but he didn't explain much and just instructed Jiang Qiangya to make good use of it. In that case, you and a few others will first go to your respective mountain peaks and look for a suitable spirit vein to draw from. After Yi Chang'an said this, the crowd immediately took 3 bites each. In the end, only Diangzi, Dongfang Liuli were left, the 2 of them, and the most difficult to train kind within the 7 disciples. Now that the 2 were not only ranked among the strongest, but also, after more than a year of hard cultivation, they were close to making another breakthrough, and it was time for them to gain even more elevation. After they succeeded in their breakthrough, these 2 could completely defeat everyone under the 6 great elders on the Immortal Hall side. The 2 of you are in a special situation, one of you carries the Wind System's 3 talents saint body, while the other is the Immortal Temple's once strongest saint sun, and is about as close as you can get to flying in the white sun. Therefore, in order for you to go further, you can't just rely on some enlightenment spirit rice, spirit vein aura. And allow Master to bring out 2 more suitable advanced techniques for you. With Yi Chang'an's words, Dongfang Liuli and Diangzi on the opposite side of the table also looked expectant. Both have progressed quite well this year. The former opened up the divine sea, achieving the early stage of the Divine Sea Realm, and also possessed such feats and equipment as the first level of the Taishan Hands, the Marginal Wood Technique, the Life Drawing Technique, as well as the Green Emperor Scripture Upper Volume, the Green Emperor Defense Set, and so on. Sort of the richest person in the crowd. But unfortunately it's still a lot worse in terms of attack power. Otherwise, it wasn't so quickly defensible last time. The latter was even stronger, now just a little bit away from the early stage of the Nirvana realm, and was expected to fly up in the White Sun at any time. In addition to his own golden Tao Immortal Fetus and Heavenly Spirit Root, his cultivation at the perfection of the Transformation Tribulation Realm, the Heavenly Emperor Defense Suit, and the Xian Grade Extremely High Grade Magic Rope of Immortal Locking, none of them were weak. Really, even Earth Echo herself didn't know how to raise it further. For this reason, the two former holy sons and daughters of the Immortal Temple looked at Yi Chanan together. However, on Yi Chanan's side, he immediately opened the Maul of the Immortal Temple. Since the previous update of the clan to improve this function, this exchange maul appeared, including but not limited to Elixir Magic Treasures, Divine Weapons, brand new feats, upgraded version of feats, and so on. It can be described as to have it all. Only, it's not a great price. No need for gold or silver. Nor do they need spirit stones and veins. Instead, it requires clan prosperity. Soon. Really just find two high-level feats that are most suitable for both of them. Easy Greenwood Technique, Xian Grade Extreme, upgraded and perfected from the Immortal Hall's high-level technique, Greenwood Technique, which is one of the more powerful ones within the Wood Technique. After successful cultivation, human and wood will merge into one, naturally, but wherever there is wood aura or various plants, one can explode with more than 1.5 times one's own power. This one is perfect for Oriental Luri. Powerful Golden Emperor Technique, Xian Grade Extreme, upgraded and perfected from the Immortal Hall's high-level technique, Golden Respect Technique. It is one of the more powerful ones within the Golden System technique. After successful cultivation, the attack power multiplies, and when there is no golden aura or a place where various metals are located, it can explode by more than 2 times, and once there, it can even explode by 3 times, 5 times, or even 10 times. This one is perfect for Gyoko. You two come forward, learn these two feats as soon as possible, they will be of great use. As Yi Chang'an spoke, he really handed it to the opposite pair. Chapter 128 Awakening, Koan Peng Divine Art. Hearing these words, the third disciple Dongfang Liuli and the fifth disciple Diangzi on the opposite side of the room really took a step forward and respectfully received it. Just looking at it. Immediately, it made these two men tremble at the same time. The gongfu you gave this time is also too strong, other than you being so generous, Master, it will never be possible for anyone else. The disciple is grateful. With this gong method, disciple will soon be able to break through the Purple Mansion, followed by the Cave Void, and then the Transformation Robbery. Even if I fly up in the daytime, it's not far away. Oriental Lioli on the left said with a pious face. The moment the book in her hand, the easy greenwood skill, touched her, it unexpectedly automated into a turquoise wood chi of the 5 elements of the innate nature and integrated into her body. It's a feeling that's not normally comfortable. It's like, all of a sudden, learn in a second, become proficient in 3 seconds kind of thing. Disciple thanks Master for his teachings. This gong method is too practical for disciples. From now on, disciple will absolutely and completely obey Master's will, and definitely won't let you worry one way or the other. On the other side, Diangzi was also shaken by Yi Chang'an's such a large amount of money. This powerful Golden Emperor technique was considered the highest grade technique he had seen so far. Not only could it help him break through nirvana, but in the future, when he went to the immortal realm or the divine realm, he could also continue to cultivate. It's perfect to the core. There is no need to be courteous, you two are one of the 3 strongest disciples under Master's door, so naturally you should be extraordinarily valued. This will be taken for a good big work to practice and enhance learning. For the Master, personally guarding the two of you, if you have any doubts, or encounter any obstacles, you can solve them at any time. With Yi Chang'an saying this, and really giving the two of them a Dharma protector in front of them, Dongfang Lioli and Diangzi didn't nag, and each sat down cross-legged in place. The difference is Dongfang Lioli that was sincerely pursuing progress, not selfish at all. Soon after, the mind sank into the easy greenwood technique, and a stream of turquoise aura that was like steam emerged from around his body. Not the other way around. It was the wood chi of the 5 innate elements that had been cultivated over many years of hard work. At the same time, the spirit stone veins beneath the main peak, countless auras were sucked over and integrated into themselves, continuously purified. It truly felt like the rebirth of the great god Qingdi in the ancient times.
On the other hand, Gyoko's mind was much more complicated. Although he also sank his Yuanshin into the powerful Golden Emperor technique, in an instant, the entire person did not need any divine weapon, but was directly an innate divine weapon, charging straight up into the sky, arrogantly overpowering the clouds. However, while he continued to settle down, he was distractedly surprised by Yi Chang'an's handiwork this time. Nothing else. Just for that idea of joining the mending pavilion in the first place. But I can't imagine that now, it's really fulfilled. This Yi Chang'an, surprisingly someone from the immortal realm? Behind this person, there is definitely an old ancestor-level powerhouse standing behind him, otherwise, how can he give this kind of technique without having achieved Great Emperor, or even Nirvana realm? These two feats, but the Immortal Hall sect head Tianshu Zi will not, this person is also too terrifying. With this thought in mind, Gyoko kept speculating and analyzing in various ways. The conclusion he eventually came to was one that scared even him. A great disciple Empress, Luo Yunshang, was a divine realm empress, with a shocking cultivation, strong strength, an astonishing power, and a call to action. A backer would be an immortal realm ancestor, at the very least a transcendent realm, i.e., a great emperor-level bigwig. With such a Yi Chang'an, it was no wonder that he had previously risen all the way to the top. Even if it was so decadent a year ago. And now it's kind of standing still for good. Such a godly person, not to mention the number one sect of the floating mountain range, the Immortal Hall, even if it was other more powerful people and more powerful sects in the eastern continent. I'm afraid that's enough. But what exactly does this Yi Chang'an intend to do with the support of such two big shots? Is it modeled after the human emperor of the ancient age, unifying the three realms? To dominate the gods, fairies, Buddhas, demons, and spirits? Is it to simply take down all 5 continents, east, west, south, north, and south, and accomplish the first person? Or, even back then, Yi Chang'an's master was missing after the design, purposely returning to a certain realm to prepare for a bigger operation? It was also thanks to Yi Chang'an not having the time to check out Diangzi's thoughts. Otherwise, once he perceived that this guy actually fantasized about his origins in this way, he absolutely cried with laughter. Yi Chang'an was nothing more than a traveler. However, after Gyoko's actual investigation and brainstorming, she became the reincarnation of a certain Taiko Daigo. It was also after this kind of amazing analysis that this guy didn't dare to divulge half of it, but continued to lurk down and concentrate on his cultivation. The whole thing was as well behaved as if a mouse had seen a cat. And just as the two of them continued to cultivate, constantly striking higher realms and deepening their comprehension of the Gong methods, Yi Chang'an's side, however, also took the opportunity to speculate on the various aspects of the just awakened transformation skill and the 10,000 methods mixed Yuan body. One could break through to the perfection of the transformation tribulation realm in a matter of minutes, and then fly up in the white sun. But a point of enhancement counts. And so, the master and disciple trio really just used the main peak spirit stone vein as nutrition, continuously absorbing it day and night and purifying it in various ways. Hammering the flesh. Enhancement of the genesis. The cultivation level of the three of them was also rising a little bit under the situation of no day and no night and no interruptions. Day 1. The entire crowd up and down the clan had gained a lot. The bottom cultivators below the Divine Sea realm elevated one small realm for less, and one large realm for more. Medium disciples above the Divine Sea realm, on the other hand, were elevated by a minimum of 1/10 of a minor realm, or at most even half a minor realm. As for the strongest three, namely Yi Chang'an, Diangzi, and Dongfang Liuli, naturally they were not so fast, yet they were still 10 times, 100 times faster than the usual people of the same level. The feats that others need a year to 10 years, or even decades to accomplish. They arrive in a few days. The next day passed. The third day passed. Eventually, on the morning of the 4th day, Yi Chang'an suddenly felt something in his heart, but he sensed that the 5th disciple, Diangzi, was the first to break through. Ding! The host's gong method enhances the disciple even more, gaining an additional reward. Kuanpeng Divine Art, Awakening Type Divine Ability. It is one of the famous great gods in the ancient times. The divine ability of the Kuanpeng Elder Ancestor. Once cast, you can be transformed into an ancient Kuanpeng, super fast, stronger and higher. Hearing this, Yi Chang'an felt great joy in his heart. Then, gazing at it, he was even more stunned by the full power of this divine ability. Originally, there was a koan in Taiku, and it was in the north, on the shores of the Black Water, and it was called the Old Ancestor. As the saying goes, the size of the koan is so large that I don't know how many thousands of miles it is. It turned into a bird, and its name was Pang. The back of the rock, I don't know how many thousands of li it is a reference to this ancient god. Other aspects are not mentioned. In terms of speed alone, other than the Kwafuan land and the peacock of the Phoenix clan, it was this Kuan-Peng ancestor who was the fastest. Nowadays, even though what Yi Chang'an had obtained was merely its minimal aptitude, which had not yet been cultivated to the extreme, it was still quite extraordinary. Miles a second. 100,000 in one instant. Under such a heaven-defying speed, I'm afraid that within a quarter of an hour, I can travel the eastern continent. In the future, when one ascended to the immortal realm or the divine realm, one wouldn't have to rely on the power of ascension, and one would be able to directly pass through the space-time barrier. How amazing is that? Chapter 129 Unwelcome Guests. Hoo-hoo! This Kuan-Peng technique, no matter if it's chasing down an enemy or strategically moving, it's one of the fastest aptitudes in the mortal realm bar none, so, very good. Furthermore, these past few days, all the disciples have improved their strength, and the poor Taoist, the master, has also advanced even further, nearly breaking through to the perfection of the transformation tribulation realm. Really great. I just don't know, right now, how much longer will it take to be qualified to deal with the counterattack of the immortal realm's immortal temple. They had 4 immortals in the first batch, the second batch, definitely stronger. Yi Chang'an was happy, but he had to think about the next big battle. The mortal realm immortal temple was nothing to him anymore. 6 of the strongest elders are hanging. 1 of the strongest palmers ascended. The others are not worth mentioning. However, thinking of the immortal realm immortal hall, there were still a few scruples. The lowest tier over there were all at the transformation Jia realm, and the slightly more formal disciples were all at the nirvana realm. It can be said that there are as many immortals as dogs, and nirvana is all over the place. Really, if the second batch comes out a dozen, dozens, or even hundreds of immortals, or even stronger than the Nirvana realm, the Tani realm, the Tao diffraction realm, that's even worse to deal with. It can be said that strategically defied, but tactically, it is necessary to pay attention. The entire heaven-mending pavilion, no matter how much tuition was done in just a few days, it would not be possible to create more than 2 digits of powerful people of the transformation tribulation realm. Apart from Yi Chang'an, who could deal with 3 or 5 immortals after being suppressed by the heavenly Tao, currently, it was only the 5th disciple, Dingzi, who could deal with 1 or 2, plus the 2nd disciple, Dongfang Liuli, who could barely hold off 1 alone. Other than that, everyone else combined would probably have trouble dealing with an immortal. Under such a situation, it was not allowed for Yi Chang'an not to continue thinking about more methods, more means. But just at this time, suddenly a registered disciple who was guarding the gate walked up. Enlightened Sect Master. An old man came down from the mountain, saying that he was specifically looking for you. That person's aura is not bad. On the surface he looks like a mortal, but in reality, he makes disciples and others completely unable to trace him. It's like, this person is sometimes near and sometimes far away. Hearing these words, Yi Chang'an, who was located within the main hall, narrowed his eyes slightly. This kind of power is something that even he may not be able to do. Seems like a really uninvited guest. You and others stand back. The poor Taoist himself greets the honored guests. This person is by no means simple. After saying this, Yi Chang'an turned around and also reminded Dongfang Liuli and Dingzi, who were still in seclusion behind him, and this led him to walk out calmly. Soon arrived at the top of the main peak. Sure enough, I saw, on the opposite side of a white-haired old man, a smile on his face to come, seemingly quite old and useless, but in reality, false, cannot see too clear. Clearly above the immortals. Dare I ask if this immortal has any advice to offer? Treating this kind of uninvited guest, Yi Chang'an still took out a good attitude, having thought that the other party should be more polite as well, at least about the same as it appeared on the outside. And yet, I don't want to. Upon hearing this old man's smile carried a few points of sarcasm and indifference. It was not just that he paid no attention to the surrounding guiding named disciples as if they were looking at garbage, as if they were looking at mole crickets. Even looking at Yi Chang'an had a similar expression. This makes it hard not to be skeptical. I'm afraid this man is not coming for good. The poor Taoist is not talented. He is an elder of the immortal realm's immortal pavilion. I heard that someone broke through the realm a few days ago and triggered the divine thunder heavenly punishment, so I've come here to take a look. Sure enough, this mortal realm is just as filthy as it was 3,000 years ago when the poor Taoist ascended, and fortunately, it's just you, the kid, who barely makes it to the eye. Do you know that within the immortal world, among the 18 great sects, my medicine immortal pavilion is precisely one of them, and it is a great blessing to be chosen by the poor Tao? The poor Taoist is really too lazy to stay in this filthy place.
You and immediately follow the poor Taoist ascension. Poor Taoist guarantee, absolutely let you enjoy 10 times better treatment than do the head of the door. This is what other people can't wait for. You don't know what's good for you. As he spoke, this poor Taoist with a mouthful of words, an old man who looked down on the people in the mortal realm, even held a duster and was about to cut through the space-time barrier and take away Yi Chang'an. But even up to this point, his eyes on Yi Chang'an was just more utilization than esteem, more interest than appreciation. What the hell is this? The immortal is mistaken. The poor Taoist didn't say anything about going to any immortal realm. Since immortal longed to go back, poor Tao respectfully sent one or two, however, forced to be unnecessary. Xianlong, this is not want to fight with poor road? Facing such a powerful person, Yi Chang'an was not careless, his heart was awe-inspiring and his mouth was still relatively polite. But kid, it's worthy of being a heaven's destiny, to be able to trigger that level of divine punishment, heavenly thunder, that's still a bit of skill. Still, this bit of doorway of yours isn't enough. To put it bluntly, being born in the mortal realm is an original sin, and without ascension, do you really think you can resist the immortals? As he spoke, this old man's face was full of mockery, not to mention that he was even more prepared to exert his true strength in order to take down Yi Chang'an in one move. As he saw, the golden light of the duster on his right hand skyrocketed, and it was clearly a Shin-grade extreme-grade magic treasure. On his left hand, on the other hand, he carried a bracelet-like magic treasure that faintly emitted white light, temporarily resisting the suppression of the heavenly Tao's rules. In person, he was taking a ninth-order elixir that restored his peak strength within a short period of time, the ageless immortal elixir, in front of his face. Ding! Host beware, this ageless immortal elixir allows the target to return to their peak for a certain period of time and not be bound by the rules of the heavenly Tao. The system sends the most timely warning. On Yi Chang'an's side, naturally, he wouldn't sit still. You're high. I'm also high. Who's still afraid of who? Comparing resources with poor Taoist? I'm afraid you're not worthy of that, better get a stronger opponent next time. While smiling coldly, Yi Chang'an decisively gave himself 10,000 pounds of enlightenment spirit rice, reserving a full 3 times the amount of spiritual qi. You want to fight? Then war. Chapter 130. You immortals are so weak. In this instant, whether it was the mutually hostile Yi Chang'an and the opposite Pill Immortal Pavilion elders, or the people in seclusion, or even the 100 clans of the floating Butte Mountain, all the monsters sensed 2 amazing auras and were speeding up their confrontation. Such a scene, not to mention that mortals had not seen it before, even the strongest of the great sects had not seen it for hundreds of years. And so, people from all walks of life have been alarmed. The Mending Pavilion crowd wanted to go out and help but stopped in a hurry. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to stand up for Yi Chang'an, but he knew that his strength was limited and didn't dare to delay the Sect Master. Master Sect Leader once defeated 4 immortals in a row, so he should be fine this time as well. Instead of adding to the chaos, we should not move. Wait quietly for the great victory of the Sect Master. It had to be said that with the many rewards given by Yi Chang'an, plus more than a year's worth of actual combat achievements, the crowd was actually driven to be more confident as well. No more fear in the face of the immortals. Even if the one who appeared this time was a Tianyi realm expert who was stronger than ordinary immortals, the Dao Diffraction realm expert. None of it is false either. The highest level of Mount Faustus. Over at the Immortal Temple. Feeling such battle intent, Lu Chen and the others were ecstatic and couldn't wait to see Yi Chang'an lose a battle, and from then on, the Heaven Mending Pavilion would be removed from their names. However, these people were also thinking of the previous defeat of the 4 immortals, thus they did not dare to rush over to watch the show, but instead, they were talking and bellyaching in various ways from a long distance away. Surname Yi, if you don't die this time, I, Lu, will write my name backwards. Junior brother doesn't need to worry, it seems to us that surname Yi must die. That person on the opposite side seems to be stronger than the last 4 immortals combined. I don't know if it's the old ancestors of the Immortal Temple of the Immortal Realm, or some other sect. In any case, it will never let us down. In the meantime, the other sect masters and patriarchs of the 100 sects of the floating Butte Mountain were also greatly shaken. Weaker in strength, they didn't even dare to approach. One can only make all sorts of wild guesses across tens of thousands of miles. I'm afraid the visitor this time is not Nirvana realm perfection or even stronger. This time, that sect leader Yi is afraid that it will be difficult. The Greenwood sect's Sect Master sighed so. I don't know, this person has one hand on the sky, this kind of terrifying aura, that can exterminate all of us in minutes. I really don't know if Yi Chang'an will survive? The Divine Sword Sect's Sect Master said so,
with nothing but regret in his eyes. Surname G also have today before the poor rode many times to ask for cooperation he did not give, now. Humph. Still, my Deng Xian sect has calculated correctly. If you don't become an immortal, you're an ant. This time, when that immortal destroys the heaven-mending pavilion, the poor Taoist will surely join all of them. On the other side, the Deng Xian sect's headmaster, who had not been too optimistic about Yi Chang'an, who sometimes begged for cooperation in order to take advantage of it, and sometimes got upset because of the lack of cooperation, actually uttered such words, and was not afraid of it even if he was despised. Above the main peak of the heaven-mending pavilion, Yi Chang'an and the opposite pill immortal pavilion elder, Bianzhua, were almost simultaneously high on pills, and their effects erupted at the same time. On Yi Chang'an's side, he relied on getting high to instantly break through to the perfection of the Hierophant realm. It was just a little bit away from the Nirvana realm kind of white flight. At the same time, in order not to affect the disciples, they took the initiative to fly 10,000 feet into the air, honoring the king's set of enhancements. Defense is multiplied. The whole person floated like an immortal, quite like the posture of a swift god, only the cultivation level was still too poor, inevitably making people worry. Looking at the opposite side, that Bianyet was also a Nirvana realm perfection that had immediately recovered to its peak after getting high. Instantaneous movement of 10,000 feet. Out of thin air. Under a face full of pride. It actually treated the high-altitude winds as if they were nothing. Kid, you asked for it, the gap between immortals and mortals, you don't understand it at all, now let the poor Taoist teach you a thing or two. Said this at the same time, flat but this guy's right hand duster into 10,000 feet of golden light, wrapped and rolled, but no matter how to dodge cannot be avoided. And a piece of silver needle was spilled out from his left hand, which was the most common ordinary immortal weapon in the Pill Fairy Pavilion. 13 stitches of the Medicine King. In the ancient times, gods, immortals, Buddhas, demons, and spirits intermingled, and there were endless magic treasures and immortal weapons, and naturally, there were also 3,000 paths to becoming a Taoist. One of them. It is the way of healing. This 13 needles of the Medicine King was one of the ordinary immortal weapons that were renowned in the medical path. It can be used positively to heal the sick and revive white bones. Reverse use can be extremely poisonous and kill opponents in seconds. In an instant. It was seen that these 13 silver needles enlarged by 3,000 zhang, as if they were 13 unavoidable pillars, directly encircling Yi Chang'an and accelerating closer. That pressure, however, caused even Yi Chang'an to feel a great deal of pain, and his physical body and Yuanshan shook at the same time. Immortal weapons? But so, the poor Taoist will also show you what mortals are capable of. Iron cloth chains. At the moment of life and death, Yi Chang'an was still so calm as usual, while he laughed and was not afraid of his already injured body, while he was quickly stirring up the iron cloth chain. Although this yellow-grade extreme magic treasure was not an immortal weapon, it could automatically lock onto the opponent. Sure enough, once this treasure came out, he had just lost the wind, and immediately saw that the opposite side of the flat but slightly disrupted the layout by this iron cloth chain. Next, Yi Chang'an decisively cast one of the strongest divine abilities he had just obtained, the Kuan-Ping divine art. The rock rises and the clouds fly. In an instant, Yi Chang'an's body exploded into a huge Kuan-Ping with 10,000 feet of wings, his speed skyrocketing by more than 10 times. Not only did he thrillingly avoid the duster attack from the opposite side, but he also avoided the siege of 13 silver needles, and also took advantage of Bianyet's failure to react to the attack and dodged to the back. Subsequently, a heavenly calamity finger mixed with the power of Tai Xian's hand, and it impacted away in this manner. I can't believe you let this get away? Not good. What kind of divine ability is this kid? How can he avoid the twofold encirclement of the poor Taoist? At this point in time, however, where did he think that Yi Chang'an had more strange encounters than him? When he was being shocked, he was hit by these two forces, and the acupoints on his body were blocked for several seconds, which was very difficult to bear, and he even spat out blood by the power of the heavenly tribulation finger. For the first time in 1,000 years, this was the first time he had been injured by a mortal. What anger! Then without waiting for him to react, Yi Chang'an withdrew his old move from before and instead activated the transformation spirit technique, instantly skyrocketing his power by another 10 times. At this moment, it was as if he had forcibly broken through the constraints of the heavenly Tao and temporarily elevated to the early stage of the Nirvana realm. A punch storm. Put. Poor Ru Bian, however, couldn't run away from the Kuan-Ping divine art, couldn't block the terrifying power of the transformation technique, and could only take a hard hit and spit out blood. He, who had been so cocky before, fell instantly. Kid, behind the poor Taoist is the Pill Fairy Pavilion. Don't mess around. If you dare to lay a deadly hand on me, you won't be spared within the Pill Fairy Pavilion.
Poverty is but one of the weaker ones in this clan. This sect's patriarch is close to the existence of a great emperor. If you kid doesn't see the good in the bad, be careful that if you turn around and die, this heaven-mending pavilion of yours won't be able to survive either.
All this time and Bien is still talking tough. Yi Chang'an, who heard this, only felt that this guy was also too detached from the mortal realm.
Are all the immortals in the immortal world so brain-dead?
Bien yet. I'm sorry, the poor Taoist has never been afraid of threats and inducements. This set of rules doesn't work on me. However, since you like to terrorize, the poor Taoist will just go along with it, and next time, I hope to come up with something even more ruthless. Under the big laugh, Yi Chang'an would not spoil this flat butt. One hand activated the Tai Xian hand to directly abolish his cultivation. Turn him into a piece of crap all of a sudden.
One hand is touching the bag.
Snatched all the pills and magic treasures on Pian, but, as well as that duster, 13 silver needles, so that he directly turned into a beggar. Such a fragile immortal.
If you don't grab it, do you let it go? Chapter 131, The Calm Before the Storm.
Such elders of the Pill Immortal Pavilion have not looked down too much on Poverty Road. However, solving such a dish-a-bag is nothing. I'm afraid that there will be other immortal realm clans that will follow down to the realm, and at that time, it will not be easy to deal with. Always have to think of a way to do it. Seeing that this Pill Immortal Pavilion elder Bien was taken down by himself so quickly, Yi Chang'an was in a good mood, but he did not float excessively, but left him behind for the time being. Regardless of what follows, at the very least, having a hostage is better than nothing. And after Yi Chang'an landed on the clouds and returned to the heaven-mending pavilion, and was about to check how the progress of the people's closed-door cultivation had progressed in the past few days.
Don't want to.
Just at this time, an unexpected VIP came within the main hall.
It's no one else.
It was clearly the Crown Prince of the Zhang dynasty, Zhang Jitian.
So it's Your Highness the Crown Prince. I don't know what I've come all the way here for?
As soon as it appeared that the person was an old acquaintance, Yi Chang'an smiled lightly and signaled the handyman disciple on duty to bring chairs, but he also took his own seat. Opposite the Prince Zhang Jitian, a few days do not see, but the spirit is more, but between the eyebrows hides some hidden worries, so this time to open his mouth to speak, but not before the calm. Instead, there was more anxiety. Immortal Yi is courteous. This time, this crown prince has received a plea for help from his imperial sister, and has learned that your clan is being harassed by the immortal hall today, so he has come to help out a bit. In addition to that, our Jiang clan's old ancestor has also commanded that his old man is observing the heavens at night, projecting one or two things, and has a premonition that there will be more trouble of all sizes to follow in your clan. For this reason, the old ancestor proposes that if Immortal Master Yi doesn't mind, he can become the son-in-law of our Jiang dynasty. Thereafter, including but not limited to the matters of the Immortal Hall, this crown prince and the Jiang dynasty will dispose of them with care, and will never allow your clan to be wronged in any way. When he said this, Zhang Jitian's eyes were full of sincerity, without any falsehood at all. At the same time, in order to allow Yi Chang'an, a first-rate talent, to stay, he even offered to make the heaven-mending pavilion the state religion of the Jiang dynasty once Yi Chang'an agreed to the marriage.
That's not a normal wait.
For a while, the few handyman disciples who heard this all revealed shocked expressions.
Can't wait to join in.
This Jiang dynasty is also really generous, just letting the master sect leader marry, actually giving so many benefits, it's simply divine.
Yes, this kind of good thing is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. I just don't know what the Sect Master thinks. Although our heaven-mending pavilion is powerful, we've been attacked many times, so I'm afraid it's hard enough, so why don't we cooperate with the dynasty? Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds?
Hearing this from the crowd, Zhang Jitian had more confidence in his eyes, truly thinking that as long as he took out his sincerity and enough benefits, he would be able to impress Yi Chang'an. However, right at this moment, Yi Chang'an was shaking his head, actually not intending to agree to such a good thing, but instead politely declined. Your Highness the Crown Prince and the Jiang clan ancestors' kindness is appreciated by the poor Taoist. But unfortunately, the poor Taoist has no plans to join forces, nor does he intend to rely on such means to avoid trouble. What should come is always going to come, it won't change because of anyone or anything. In that case, the poor Taoist would be happy to accept their challenge, just to see how many people can subvert the heaven-mending pavilion. When these words were said, the few handyman disciples at the scene all showed expressions of regret. Zhang Jitian himself was stunned for a long time. Never could believe that this wise and valiant Yi Chang'an in front of him actually refused so painfully? But it is what it is and there is nothing he can do about it.
Seeing that Yi Chang'an seemed to have other plans, or did not intend to rely on outsiders, in that case, Zhang Jitian had no choice but to respect one or two. Since Immortal Master Yi has other ideas, this prince will not force himself. However, this matter can be big or small, so please be more careful yourself, Immortal Master Yi. According to the intelligence from our side, there will be more people attacking the Heaven-Mending Pavilion soon, and that Immortal Hall is closed. It's more like it's brewing a bigger move. The calm before such storms tests the heart the most. This time, it's just as well that Immortal Master Yi doesn't want to join forces, but if you encounter a major crisis in the future, and have any needs, please contact one or two more times. This Crown Prince and the Jiang dynasty will definitely not allow the Immortal Temple to mess around. When he said this, the sincerity on Zhang Jitian's face increased, and it also made Yi Chang'an feel a little more favorable towards the people of their dynasty. To put it bluntly, people didn't even lack a Transformation Thunder's realm fighter. However, 3 times begging for cooperation, and the conditions are all very generous, so it can be seen that the other party has a high regard for himself. This friendship is rare. But right now, Yi Chang'an didn't intend to work with outsiders casually, thus, he next chatted with Zhang Jitian while talking about stuff. Soon, the two stopped mentioning the union. On Zhang Jitian's side, after skimming over this topic, but he also made a suggestion to Yi Chang'an. That was to make a trip south before the big conspiracy on the side of the Immortal Temple. Yeah. Right now, he himself was the #1 target that the Immortal Temple needed to deal with the most. Staying in the lair by himself is of no great use, and may attract more enemies instead. Might as well get out there. However, this matter has to be planned in detail as well. For example, if one went out, one would have to have the 3 people, Crown Prince Zhang Jitian, 5th disciple Dingzi, and 2nd disciple Dongfang Liuli, head the group and be responsible for the protection of the old home. All 3 of them were considered to be not weak, and with the addition of that once upgraded level 1 clan protection formation, even if they encountered an immortal, they would be able to withstand it for a moment or two. Another example is that the domain of the southern wasteland is extremely large and, it is said, vast, exceeding 30 million miles in circumference. That place, it's not a small place like the Faustus mountain range, so be careful with everything. Then I'll work hard for your highness the Crown Prince to guard it for the poor Taoist for a while. Also, regarding the map of that southern wasteland domain, please give a copy to Poverty Road for reference. After the poor Taoist leaves, he will ask His Highness the Crown Prince, Dongfang Liuli, and Dingzi to preside over the big picture, and with the reinforcement of that clan protection formation left behind by the poor Taoist, 3 or 5 Nirvana Realm Masters will not be false if they come. Yi Chang'an had finally accepted Zhang Jitian's suggestion. Just as he opened his mouth on this side, Zhang Jitian on the opposite side immediately understood, and decisively converged all the men and resources that he had brought with him this time. Next, after Yi Chang'an transmitted his voice to Dongfang Liuli and Dingzi, this matter was put into place. Chapter 132, Inheritance of the Peerless Immortal Emperor, Dongfang Liuli breaks through. In the meantime, God's domain. Within the Xianxiao Divine Dynasty. Just as the other sects were sending people down to the realm to look for the last Divine Thunder Heavenly Punishment vision, Empress Luo Yunshang was also talking about the core topic with Supreme Elder Luo Yunshang and the others. After the last time, the crowd gradually changed their views on Yi Chang'an, only that due to the distance of billions of miles between the two worlds, it wasn't always possible to grasp the latest situation. Therefore, it is hard to avoid a few anxious moments. Supreme Elders, just how is the situation of my master in these few days? Wasn't it said that someone was suspected to have descended from the Immortal Realm's Immortal Temple side? They are also bold, actually ignoring the rules of the Heavenly Tao. They have to put my master to death, and I don't know what's going on right now? Hearing these words, the opposite Taishan Elder Luo Yunshang and the others could see that their own Empress, who had always been as calm as a mountain, was now anxious for Yi Chang'an. How dare you slack off? Hurry up and report back one by one. Your Majesty the Empress. In the past few days, we have sent our people to check, and including the Immortal Realm Immortal Temple, a total of 4 forces have set out. 2 of them were defeated by Yi Chang'an. The Immortal Temple side has suffered heavy losses, so it's estimated that either the previous generation sect leader, Tianshu Zi, will be deployed, or, perhaps, even the Immortal World's Immortal Temple's old antiquities will be deployed. And that pill Immortal Pavilion's elder deserved it, actually going down to the realm single-handedly and being counter-killed and ransacked by Yi Chang'an. It's kind of bad luck both ways. The other 2 paths, it seems to have been persuaded away by the Jiang dynasty's crown prince, Zhang Jitian. For the time being, Yi Chang'an and the Heaven Mending Pavilion are not in any serious trouble, but what the subsequent situation will be, that's unpredictable. At this point, the group of elders not only lost the disdain and dislike they had for Yi Chang'an before, but instead, they used the term Yi Chang'an in every mouthful, respecting him a lot more. Though not to a degree similar to that of Empress Luo Yunshang. However, at the very least, from Empress Luo Yunshang's point of view, after such a transformation, it would be easier to follow up with the forces of the Xianxiao divine dynasty to help Yi Chang'an. Tough luck, elders. It seems that master of mine is still very powerful, facing 4 immortal realm clans without losing any ground at all, and even managing to turn defeat into victory. In that case, I would like to take some time and make a trip down to the realm. I wonder what suggestions you few have. The moment Luo Yunshang opened her mouth, Supreme Elder Luo Yingting and the others were instantly surprised in their hearts. But soon, it is also sort of understand, the self-empress and her teacher's father has a very shallow relationship, to help one or two as also should be, only the empress last time down to the world is ominous, this time cannot be hasty again. And so, after several old guys who were hundreds and thousands of years old each, adding up to several thousand years old looked at each other, they finally, reluctantly agreed. Yet, the corresponding conditions are also set forth. Since Her Majesty the Empress intends to go down to the realm to repay her kindness, that's fine, however, the current situation is complicated, so it's best to send 3 elders to protect her. After this Taishan elder will personally sit at the rear, so once any accidents occur, please return quickly. In addition, I have recently heard that there is something unusual in the southern desolate domain of the mortal realm, and it is suspected that the inheritance of a peerless immortal emperor from the ancient era has been discovered. Therefore, I hope that Her Majesty will take care of herself. Help if you can, and finding that legacy would be even better. With these words, even the Empress Luo Yunshang was forced to agree. Although the Xianxiao divine dynasty was honored by her, the words of the Supreme Elder Luo Yingting and the others were not small. Furthermore, this time, one is to help and the other is to explore the inheritance of the peerless immortal emperor, so it can be said that it is 2 birds with 1 stone, so why not be happy about it? Then it will be hard for the 3 of you, Elder Jean, Elder Mu, and Elder Tuesday. I'll prepare a little. Ready to go. Luo Yunshang was a man of her word, and after saying this, she really packed up some things, and then brought along 3 elders with high cultivation levels, and headed towards the time-space barrier between the divine realm and the mortal realm. On the other hand, after handing over the heaven-mending pavilion to Crown Prince Jiang Jitian, 2nd disciple Dongfang Liuli, and 5th disciple Diangzi, Yi Chang'an decisively went on his way. Not long after leaving the heaven-mending pavilion, he actually encountered a group of people who intended to pull him in like a gang at a certain hilltop 800,000 miles to the south. This fellow Taoist, seeing as your cultivation isn't weak, at least at the Divine Sea realm, why don't you cooperate with this Dragon Sky Society of ours? We have the map, you have the strength. If you don't cooperate like this, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Ah? What are you doing? How dare you resist? This group of third-rate sect disciples really had the guts to go against the heavens. He also didn't look at who Yi Chang'an was and dared to threaten and lure him into the gang. Yi Chang'an was really too lazy to bother with this kind of trash. After casually striking out and crushing this group of rogue-like cultivators, he looted their maps as a reference in the process. Next. It's just about to accelerate south. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a system alert in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host's 2nd disciple, Dongfang Liuli, for successfully breaking through 3 times. Her current realm is Divine Sea Realm Perfection, and she receives an additional reward. Taiku 72 changes. This technique is a technique of change created by a great god in the ancient times. This technique of change is different from the illusion of mana, even the transcendent realm, that is to say, the great emperor's strongest person, cannot see through it. Hearing this, Yi Chang'an was instantly delighted. He was also considered to be a little successful at the moment, and there was no lack of various pills and elixirs to enhance his cultivation, but there was a lack of this kind of spell aptitude that could disguise his chi and avoid being seen through by the truly powerful. It could be said that this Taiku 72 changes really worked too well for him, especially this time when he ventured south. Flying bird. The transported beast. Fish of the sea. Within a short quarter of an hour, Yi Chang'an sometimes transformed into a flying bird in the sky, sometimes changed into a beast running on land, and sometimes became a fish or shrimp diving into a river. The whole thing is silky smooth. No stagnation at all. It was truly worthy of being a divine ability left over from the ancient times. This swift ancient 72 transformations divine ability is really not bad. The changes are unhindered and there are no after effects, and it still changes from bones to flesh and blood to skin, altogether. In the future, the poor Taoist will be considered an expert in the sea, land, and air. Only, this time, it's better to borrow the guise of certain people in the immortal world as an identity. After such a thought, Yi Chang'an decisively restored his person from a series of changes. Subsequently, under one thought, the originally handsome and imposing man was all of a sudden transformed into an ordinary and nameless disciple of the immortal world. Ordinary looking. Cultivation is even more mundane. Not only could he not see the original dominance and shrewdness, but also, as long as he didn't intentionally divulge it, even the people of the heaven-mending pavilion couldn't possibly see it. Bottom line. From this moment on, Yi Chang'an temporarily forgot everything in the past and just acted as an ordinary curious passerby. The friend couldn't recognize it. The disciples can't see it. Haters don't discriminate well. What cover-up, more advanced than this one? Time to hit the road. Yi Chang'an maintained this unimpressive identity and accelerated southward, but in 3 to 5 days, he arrived at the southern wasteland domain, which was several million miles away. Here, sure enough, 30 million miles in circumference, it was completely different from the Faustus mountain range 1, as if it was another country. Chapter 133 The Imperial Beast Sect. The domain of the southern wasteland, a mysterious place that was different from the Fudu mountain range, the 10,000 Spirit Alliance, the Jiang dynasty, and other eastern continent forces, and a scene that was completely different from the one that Yi Chang'an had previously lived in for many years. To put it simply, the entire mortal realm was divided into 4 continents, southeast, west, and north, and each continent was either large or small, and was completely different in terms of both local customs and power entrenchment. The largest is said to be billions of miles square. To mortals it was as big as the solar system of a previous life. Let alone a lifetime, even 100 lifetimes, it's a walk in the park. It would take months for a cultivator to cross over. The smallest is just a few million miles square. However, because of the various dangers hidden in it, coupled with the harsh climate and oozing environment, not many people dare to go and live there. The eastern continent, which is where the heaven-mending pavilion is located, is considered to be an existence that is not too big and not too small, and is a place where Taoism has a long history and where sects and dynasties stand side by side. Thus it was quite familiar to Yi Chang'an. However, when it came to this southern wasteland domain, it could be a bit different. According to the maps of Crown Prince Jiang Jitian and the last batch of unlucky rogue cultivators, this place was very different from the core area of the eastern continent even though it had not completely left the scope of the eastern continent. A few million miles further south, that would be officially entering the southern continent. This place, therefore, is accurately positioned as the meeting place between the southern and eastern continents. Or call it the urban and rural areas of the cultivation world. Only, this urban and rural area is notorious externally, but internally, it's still very much a part of the city. No, just after Yi Chang'an came to this side for 3 full days, he froze and still hadn't completely figured out the relationship between the many forces on this side as well as the inheritance of that so-called invincible immortal emperor, in the end where it was. There was no choice but to just come above a restaurant at dusk on this day and exchange a word or two with a scruffy cultivator who didn't have the money to pay the bill. Dare I ask this Taoist friend, have you ever known about that so-called inheritance? Yi Chang'an hadn't even finished speaking when this scruffy cultivator from the opposite side of the local life suddenly looked as if he had been stimulated. Cover his mouth while you do it. While looking out nervously. This Taoist brother, let's thank you for helping me settle the bill, but don't talk nonsense about that matter of inheritance. You don't even realize the bigots this whole thing has pissed off. Anyway, what I can talk to you about right now is the matter of recruiting nominee disciples for the Imperial Beast Sect, so listen carefully. As this person went on speaking in a weird way, although Yi Chang'an was not willing to inquire about this useless information, he could only be patient and gradually listen to the whole thing. In the end, unsurprisingly, it was discovered that this so-called Imperial Beast Sect was not recruiting disciples, it was clearly recruiting cannon fodder for the sake of this inheritance competition. And although this person on the opposite side was rather unkempt, he not only knew that the Imperial Beast Sect was recruiting cannon fodder because he was born in the local area, but also because of Yi Chang'an's kindness, he revealed a few insider tips to him. Dao brother, seeing as you haven't even broken through to the Divine Sea realm, don't worry about it. Just a joy to listen to. It is said that this time, the Imperial Beast Sect is really for that what inheritance secret realm for finding people to be cannon fodder. You are not aware of it, there is a great power in their By my estimation, that person is at least at the Divine Sea realm, or higher. Anyway, don't be careless, instead of getting killed, why don't you eat, drink and have fun like me, cultivating immortality. Cultivate a fart? Hundreds of millions of people haven't had a single daytime ascension, I saw through it a long time ago.
Saying that, this person actually borrowed another 100 taels of gold from Yi Chang'an and took it to continue drinking, not at all having the consciousness of a cultivator, more like a desperate person who learned that there was no hope of ascension. See so, Yi Chang'an a few regret outside, but also cannot be at any time when the Mother of God can only respect each other to choose, but he really inquired about the royal beast sect side. This so-called imperial beast sect was clearly one of the famous sects in the southern wasteland domain, and it was located in an imperial beast mountain range 30,000 miles away from the eastern outskirts of this southern wasteland city. Yi Chang'an arrived over here just in time to meet the people from the imperial beast sect recruiting the various nominee disciples. Seeing that, on top of the podium that was a dozen feet high, an outer sect elder of the imperial beast sect was actually painting the crowd with a pie. All of you folks, listen up our clan is very strict even in recruiting nominal disciples, we need to assess them. Everyone line up obediently and one by one, your talents and spiritual roots will be tested. For those who don't pass, silver and grain are given to keep you from working hard, and for those who pass, everyone is rewarded. With these words from this outer sect elder, the hundreds of thousands of people on the scene were really enthusiastic. Only, other than Yi Chang'an, not many people knew that this time it was purely a death sentence. And when it was Yi Chang'an's turn, he intentionally released a little bit of his cultivation and showed the talent of a lower grade spirit root, and he really passed the test and was used as senior cannon fodder. Yi Chang'an? Good boy, you're rare, you actually still have the talent of a lower grade spirit root, so be it, if you can't be a formal disciple, it's still okay to be a handyman. As this outer sect elder gave an order, Yi Chang'an pretended to be grateful and thanked the other party, which was then sent to the side of the Imperial Beast Sect's miscellaneous service hall along with the other mortals with lower grade spiritual roots. Just before assigning the work, Yi Chang'an could see that an outer disciple who was responsible for reprimanding the crowd seemed to have not weak cultivation and stronger connections. Decisively stepping forward, he sneakily fished out the 3 spirit stones that he had just rewarded and gave them to him. Elder brother, it's a pleasure to meet you, from now on. Ouch. What are you doing? We are cultivating immortality, do not engage in the mortal corrupt officials kind of. It is really the kind of the outer gate elders reward, not fake. Fine, follow me after this, and I guarantee that you'll get a recommendation to become an outer disciple. This outer disciple is just like the truth too. However, these small matters were harmless to Yi Chang'an, he didn't expect to rely on this person's recommendation or anything, he just wished to obtain more accurate information. And just at this time, a group of inner disciples passed by this place. It was 3 men and 2 women, all dressed in gorgeous robes, not to mention comparing with a handyman like Yi Chang'an, even that outer disciple was dwarfed. Curtsy. It's third elder's son, Dongfang Emotionless, who's here, as well as 2 talented female cultivators from our Imperial Beast sect, and 2 inner sect brothers. This group of people has a domineering personality, so they don't dare to be offended. With these words from this outer disciple, Yi Chang'an was the first to react, and although his heart looked down on these 5 wastes similar to Lu Chen's kind, he still made a fake salute. Sure enough. Seeing that the new handyman was so knowledgeable, Dongfang Wei, Gong Qingqing, and Lian Xiuhua had a satisfied look on their faces. Not only did he not have half a bit of the consciousness of a senior brother or sister loving a junior. Instead, they really think they're bigots. That's not loud enough for you guys, come on, say more, say something better, that's the way we like it. And in the future, work honestly and be clean. Our Imperial Beast sect is one of the 8 major clans in the southern wasteland city, and there will be no shortage of benefits for you. The tone of these 5 people was exactly the same as the 6 Lu Duan people back then. Looking at Yi Chang'an, he almost laughed. It is also a glimpse into their nature. Chapter 134 9 Disciples show up? I thought these 5 had some great skills, but it turns out, it's a copycat version of Lu Chen's 6? A poor Taoist in his place would certainly be embarrassed to make things so difficult for a newcomer. It's only this kind of uninformed trash that's so conceited. How experienced is Yi Chang'an? With a respectful mouth, in his heart, he was able to see the nature of this group of people at once. Not your average piece of crap. Those 3 men, the one with the highest cultivation should be that third elder's son, Eastern Emotionless, but it was only at the early stage of the Kaiyang realm. It was actually arrogant to the point where it was as if he was at the early stage of the transformation threat realm. The other 2 so-called inner sect brothers, one Xianjiao realm perfection and one Xianjiao realm late stage, were actually not even as good as Yi Chang'an's newest 8th disciple, Ruoshi. It's a laugh riot. And those 2 so-called genius female cultivators were also limited in their genius, but one had a wild and high-cooled personality, and the other had a green tea nature. The former was considered a relatively common water system upper-grade spirit root.
That is, similar to the third disciple Chao Reed kind. But the cultivation is weak as hell. Only at the early stage of the Kaiyang realm, but a mouthful of this fairy, as if it was even bigger than the Empress Luo Yunshang's row. The latter, on the other hand, was the more common fire upper grade spiritual root. Although her talent and spiritual roots were not as good as the fourth disciple, Shin Hongsleeve, but she could not help that this female was ostensibly a bosom friend with the former, but secretly she was eyeballing Dongfang emotionless. I'm afraid there's some kind of secret pact or something. 3 Kaiyang realm trash treating themselves as if they were at the Wanjiao realm, and 2 Xinjiao realm trash treating themselves as if they were Divine Sea realm experts just because they can bully a few handymen and outer disciples? It's pathetic and sad. Pitiful thing, 5 people with 6 hearts, adding up to even less than that Lu Duan who has been repeatedly cleaned up by the poor Taoist. It seems that this so-called Imperial Beast sect, one of the 8 great sects, isn't very good either. Yi Chang'an was accepting the reprimand of these 5 geniuses as an ordinary person, but in his heart, it was as if he was watching a comedy. On the other hand, the outer disciple who had just received the gift didn't know so much. He only felt that the 5 senior sisters and brothers were stronger and hurriedly went up to flatter them. A face so fawning that he thought he had met a god. Senior brother Dongfang, senior brother Zhang, senior brother Tai, senior sister Gong, senior sister Lian, after not seeing you for a few days, your cultivation has become even more powerful. Today's coincidence, these people are the handymen recruited today. Among them, this Yi Chang'an's qualification is still good. There are another 3, 4 people, in the future, have the time to learn more from the 5 senior brothers and sisters. There will be no shortage of benefits for you. A casual word from them will be enough for a lifetime of enjoyment for you. With this outer disciple saying this with such a high level of emotion, Yi Chang'an and the other 3, forenamed disciples, also hurriedly came forward to salute and pay all sorts of compliments. Only, the Eastern emotionless on the opposite side clearly didn't put the few newcomers who had just arrived in their eyes. A salty and cold grunt was given in response. On the other hand, he was trying his best to please Gong Qingqing. Qingqing, it was my mistake last time. Next time I'll give you a water technique, and I guarantee that you'll be able to open up the Divine Sea within a year. That said, we're inner disciples, it's too degrading to stay with these inferior people. Why don't we go? We'll have to gather later. Let's go to the immortal boat first. I begged my father to find you the best seat. As they spoke, these 5 people really went ahead, not putting Yi Chang'an and the others in their eyes at all. Even that kneeling outer disciple was ignored. But at this time, the crowd followed, and a few other named disciples still couldn't help but go over to pay compliments and beg for all kinds of attention. Even if they were scolded, they endured it. Only Yi Chang'an appeared to be more unique. He acted once and that was enough. Wouldn't want to have to deal with this little kid too much. Furthermore, this immortal boat is indeed a great deal of money, enough to accommodate thousands of people, so let these 5 people occupy the best position. Their own is located in the bottom layer. It is also considered okay. And so, not waiting for that outer disciple beside him to be surprised and suggest that Yi Chang'an also go and curry favor with him, but he was blocked by Yi Chang'an with a few words. Elder brother, I'm tongue-tied, and I don't have any other gifts other than the 3 spirit stones I sent you, so I'd better not go. There's a chance for that later, haha. That what? I'm a little tired, I'll rest first. After saying this, Yi Chang'an took it upon himself to enter the kind of room on the lower floor that stank to high heaven and had multiple people in one dormitory. It's really asleep. Seeing this, that outer disciple didn't force him to do so, but only lamented a few words, with a few complexities within his eyes. Later? Hey, with you cannon fodder, I'm afraid there's no future. Poor Tao is at least at the early stage of the Xinjiao realm, it is expected to escape. As for you, it's a pity that this Yi Chang'an is quite understanding and can behave. How come he can't get those high and mighty senior sisters and brothers to look at him? That's just it, what can I be capable of as an outer disciple? Since you don't want to live, I won't mention it, but hopefully, you won't blame me when you die. This outer disciple was pretty good compared to the others. After that, he walked away. Just, how did he know that Yi Chang'an, who he had treated as cannon fodder and doomed, at this moment, was precisely the moment when he closed his eyes and also felt the situation of the entire immortal boat in a matter of moments. This ferry boat took a total of 3,086 people. The best place on the top floor was of course given to the sect leader and a few elders. On the second level were the 5 people like Eastern Emotionless and the other inner sect elites who had their backs to the elders. The third level, on the other hand, consisted of ordinary inner disciples and ordinary outer disciples. Cannon fodder like them, of course, are the lowest of the low. However, the seemingly large contingent was, in reality, unbeatable. Let's not talk about competing for the immortal emperor's inheritance. Even Yi Chang'an didn't bother to take a second look. Until next time. Ding!
A disciple with outstanding talent has been detected in the vicinity. The host may follow the guidelines to go and take him in. The disciple is currently in a state of going off the deep end. Once he heard this, Yi Chang'an, who had originally wanted to go down and stop coming, couldn't help but see a bright light in front of his eyes. Such a trashy imperial beast sect actually had disciples worthy of the system? Take a look. Next. Just as the others were either resting, bragging, or celebrating in advance, etc., Yi Chang'an's speed suddenly increased as if he was a breeze. Avoid all obstacles. Come to a room of female practitioners located on the 3rd floor. Just after pushing the door in, he saw, this female cultivator inside was not someone else, it was the same Gong Qingqing from before. In addition to her relatively high-caliber personality, this woman still had some skills, heavenly beauty and a hot body, but her condition was decidedly less than ideal. Undressed and showing her spring color, she wondered what was going on. As soon as they saw a man coming outside, they attacked violently. I'll fight you. Ouch, what's going on here? The poor Tao is a righteous man, how come the moment you come? You, the inner sect senior sister, are afraid that you have not taken the wrong medicine? In the face of this person in front of the high cold after some abnormal sister, Yi Chang'an flirted with the side, is also considered to see the real. This woman was a bit arrogant, but her talent and spiritual roots were really good. It just needs some seasoning. Chapter 135. This pose is a bit awkward. Get out of the way. Seeing that Yi Chang'an seemed to be a bit of a fighter and actually made it impossible for him to attack, Gong Qingqing on the opposite side was instantly annoyed and shouted in a domineering manner. Unfortunately, due to going off the deep end, her body was weak to the extreme at this time. Just 2 or 3 steps and he almost collapsed. Senior sister, stay back. Perhaps the poor Taoist can help you out a bit. Just need you to tell me, sister. Yi Chang'an is not a holy mother, not in exchange for the information of that inheritance secret realm, plus the system mentioned that this woman is suitable to be the 9th disciple, he would not bother to take care of it. This is the time to casually step in and intercept the opponent with ease and pleasure. However, he did not want to see that even at this point, Gong Qingqing still refused to bow down easily, and instead, in a violent rage, he intended to exchange injuries for injuries. It's not your turn to do my business. Golden sword technique. Break it to me. Gong Qingqing's little cultivation of the early stage of the Kaiyang realm, of course, was unable to harm Yi Chang'an, but, seeing that this woman actually wanted to trample like this, even Yi Chang'an could not help but shake his head again and again. If it wasn't for the system's repeated hints that this woman was suitable to be a 9th disciple, he really didn't intend to pay any attention to it. As for now. Golden sword technique? This is an intermediate level spell of the gold system, but it is actually so unbearable for you to use it, it is also a call for anger and amusement. That's just it, it's better for the poor Taoist to help you out and show you what is called the true golden sword technique. Without waiting for Gong Qingqing to force himself back, Yi Chang'an smiled faintly. Instead, it was modeled after the technique she used to perform the golden sword technique. The backhand hits 10 times as hard. Buzz off! Under a burst of sword chirping, it turned out to be the royal beast sect up and down recognized handyman Yi Chang'an, suddenly behind the 10,000 swords, momentum like a rainbow. At this moment, that Gong Qingqing on the opposite side couldn't react at all, and was instantly dissolved by this 10 times more powerful golden sword technique that dissolved all of his attacks on the spot. His people were dumbfounded in disbelief. Its body, however, because Yi Chang'an did not use too much mana, thus it was only slightly shaken back, and when it was not careful, it slipped into Yi Chang'an's arms. How dare you! Feeling Yi Chang'an's intoxicating male aura, Gong Qingqing, who had always been high and cold and had no half-experience with men and women, suddenly turned red, anxious and angry. Want to get up. However, because her own cultivation and spells were too weak, she stood unsteadily several times and instead accelerated and slipped into Yi Chang'an's embrace. Even to the end. The two of them, Yi Chang'an and Gong Qingqing, were actually hugging each other, and the position was ambiguous and awkward. Not the other way around. Heck, it's called 6 and 9. Ouch, ouch, senior sister, you slow down, this posture is not too elegant. Yi Chang'an couldn't help but snicker. Having seen all sorts of beautiful disciples being convinced by their character and strength, this was the first time a beautiful woman had lost in this regard. And Gong Qingqing, who was pinned in this position, was even more that shy and angry. Trying to struggle. But instead, it was tighter. Want to cry. Almost hated Yi Chang'an.
But right at this moment, a warm current surged from Yi Chanan's body, but it was his most pure and yang mana that was fed into Gong Qingqing's body. Next, Rao Gong Qingqing still decided that Yi Chang'an was a handyman and had to take revenge, but she also couldn't help but moan out because of this warmth that allowed her to quickly heal her internal injuries and recover in all sorts of ways. You. Slow down. You're no ordinary handyman. You what? By this time, Gong Qingqing, with her physical and mental recovery, had finally come up with a little bit of the inner sect elite's eyesight. It was a pity that Yi Chang'an didn't have the time or the laziness to answer this question. Taking advantage of the fact that Gong Qingqing was slightly able to stand, this gave her a slight flick, restoring her to a standing position, and taking this opportunity to send mana to a number of acupoints around her body to help her speed up her recovery. In this way, before Gong Qingqing could obtain an answer, she first had to collapse due to being too comfortable, coupled with the fact that she had previously expended too much strength. But it was exactly the second time that he was sent into Yi Chang'an's arms. Elder sister, this is something you took the initiative to let me take advantage of. Do you think I should eat this tofu, or not? Don't you dare. You. Anyway, thank you, when I recover for sure. Gong Qingqing herself could not have imagined that she had always been as high and cold as she was, but she actually said the word thank you to the strange man in her eyes. The mind was in a tangle. But in the end, it was still due to physical exhaustion that he directly passed out and leaned on Yi Chang'an, dreaming beautifully. Once he saw this, although Yi Chang'an preferred to joke around, he wasn't so bad as to actually take advantage of people's danger and backhandedly put this high cool plus sensitive perspective disciple on her bed. Was just about to think about how to do it so that this somewhat difficult beauty master could pay his respects. Suddenly, there was a shout from behind, and it was Gong Qingqing's good best friend Lian Xiuhua who came. Ah! What's going on with you two? You're not that handyman from before. You actually dared to break into senior sister Gong's room? Do you not want to live? Underneath Lian Xiuhua's words that seemed to defend Gong Qingqing, there was also a flash of darkness and sinister from the bottom of his eyes. Of course, she thought no one could tell. However, he didn't want to. Yi Chang'an had long known that these two females were seemingly inseparable, and in the face of this even worse female expert's angry question, he responded in an unassuming and like manner. That's right, the poor Taoist was the previous handyman. However, this time, he was invited to help senior sister Gong. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Or, when she wakes up, you can ask her yourself. While saying this, Yi Chang'an felt this Lian Xiuhua's little bit of small-minded calculations without turning his head. Have to say. Where there are people, there is a jungle. The Faustian Mountains were like this before. Now a district imperial beast sect was doing the same. Fortunately, after experiencing life and death himself, he wouldn't strike out casually. As long as the information was in hand, the life and death of this imperial beast sect and these hypocrites of the righteous people was not his concern. That didn't make Lian Xiuhua trust it straight away. However, considering that such an intention would be more favorable for himself to come and go with Eastern Emotionless, this Lian Xiuhua actually didn't directly refute it, nor did he use his power to suppress Yi Chang'an. Instead, he smiled wryly and stepped back on that. Since it's an invitation from senior sister Gong, that's fine, you guys take your time to chat, I won't bother you. After saying that, Lian Xiuhua forced himself to resist the urge to be happy and turned around to leave. But after taking no more than 3 or 5 steps, there was more gloom on that face. Nothing else. Simply because, she, who had been so intent on finding an opportunity to surpass Gong Qingqing but had never succeeded easily, now seemed to have found a certain important handle. Surname Gongs, the original you are not so saintly well, before also thought you do not know, the result is the old lovers, and even engage in ambiguous posture. Humph. I knew that elder brother Dongfang was not destined to be with you, he was destined to be my good fortune. You usually don't let any water leak out, whether it's in your daily cultivation or how you handle yourself, so I can't do anything about it, but now, you can be considered to have caused your own death. If this matter is told to senior brother Dongfang, with my relationship with him, I'll be able to count you to death in minutes, and this title of heavenly talent female cultivator is even more destined to be mine. After such a thought, Lian Xiuhua really went to find Eastern Emotionless right away to start the poisonous plan of the two of them. Chapter 136 Great Luo Black Emperor Mantra. A quarter of an hour later. Within a certain VIP room on the second floor, after listening to what Lian Xiuhua said about the whole thing, Eastern Emotionless, unsurprisingly, was really furious. Half of it was because Yi Chang'an seemed to have gotten there first, obtaining the body and mind of the royal beast sect's #1 beauty, Gong Qingqing, much faster than he did. The other half, it was unthinkable that the Gongqingqing that even he had to kneel and lick, had such a lowly bone that it was a waste of so many years of expression. This, who previously swore that she would never talk about marriage without achieving the divine C, but didn't want to promise her body to that trashy handyman long ago? Exactly where am I, Eastern emotionless, inferior to him? In terms of origin, my father is the third elder of the Imperial Beast sect, with a high position of authority, second only to the sect leader and the Grand Elder and second elder. In terms of strength, I'm at the early stage of the Kaiyang realm. Am I not 100 times more powerful than that new handyman? In terms of future, after entering the inheritance mystic realm this time, I'll at the very least be one of the top 3 to obtain the most resources, and in the future, I'll let her break through the divine sea in a matter of minutes, and she's looking down on it? It seems that it is really my heart that is being let down. But this is good. Anyway, the stinky woman Gongqingqing has never been very enthusiastic towards me. After this time, we'll join forces to waste her and ravage her. Speaking of which, this Eastern emotionless, who already had an extremely small heart, didn't just scold Gongqingqing for how she had no eyesight and how she had wasted his true heart. More so, in order to make Gongqingqing completely admit defeat, he simply discussed with the smug Lian Xiuhua on the opposite side. Just ranting behind my back doesn't count for much. Better find a chance to poison Gongqingqing. Once poisoned, not to mention Gongqingqing, even the great Luo golden immortals have to spring. Let him East emotionless play at will, venting anger. Senior brother Dongfang, you're still the best, but what about that handyman? Seeing his own poisonous plan succeeded, Lian Xiuhua was full of excitement, intentionally bragging, coaxed the heart of the oriental emotionless sweet honey, to restore a lot of arrogance. Handyman? Just send a random person to get him killed and drop the immortal boat. Our Imperial Beast sect doesn't have much else, it's this kind of worthless handyman that has the most, and after he dies, it won't even make the crowd half suspicious. Once this was said, Lian Xiuhua was instantly even happier, which went out and called for an acquaintance, giving the other party spirit stones to let him do his job. And after Lian Xiuhua, who had turned around and returned, in order to further bind Dongfang Wui, the second generation of immortal cultivators, was deliberately seductive. Dongfang's senior brother, tonight is a good night, you and I, why don't we share the same bed, or go to your fire? As he spoke, Lian Xiuhua, who was already 3 times beautiful, really did take off her clothes automatically, revealing a hot body and perfect body that would make any man's heart flutter. Next. After the anger finished the East emotionless, suddenly a burst of ecstasy in front of his eyes, his throat constantly swallowing saliva, his hands also unconsciously on the hands up. Where is there any righteous demeanor left, completely reduced to a flirtatious prodigal son? Senior sister Lian. Has not seen you for a few days, you are even more plump, senior brother I will not be polite. With this sound uttered, this pair of dogs and men this nestled in this VIP room, all kinds of rummage, all kinds of plate wars. The gush of woozy sounds was blocked by the mana. With that barrier in place, the pair of dogs had more fun, peeking almost every time. In the meantime, Yi Chang'an waited a little while, and sure enough, he saw, the Gongqingqing who had returned to normal woke up from her coma. First, he saw the strange handyman right next to him. And then felt cool all around. He was suddenly furious and frantic. You a handyman also dare to bully? Don't be ridiculous. Although the poor road is a handyman, but it is the most upright handyman, you do not believe in yourself to see, the poor road can have moved you half a point? Faced with this kind of delicate girl as if she was a little fairy in her previous life, Yi Chang'an rushed to the system's prompts and took out more patience. While flying back, he avoided Gongqingqing's attack. On the other hand, it was explained in a few words. As expected, Gongqingqing, who heard this, then normalized slightly. Taking advantage of Yi Chang'an turning over, she quickly checked herself, not missing a single thing, and suddenly her face was red, that was both shy and ashamed. Next. Noticing that the hostility of the time when he went off the deep end was gone, Gongqingqing, who had always been as high and cold as the moon palace goddess, was a rare occasion to open her mouth and thank her for 1 or 2 things. Thanks to you, this miscellaneous. Wait, dare I ask what is the name of the senior brother? Well said, my name is Yi Chang'an. Elder sister, since you're fine, I'll leave, and tell you something before I go. Just now that good girlfriend of yours, Lian Xiuhua, came by. She didn't say much else, though, and just left. Saying that, Yi Chang'an saw that this was not a good time to formally take on a disciple, which he intended to get up and leave. And yet, I don't want to. After there was a misunderstanding, Gongqingqing's attitude towards him changed a lot, and actually stopped him. Is there something else, senior sister? No. Oh no, yes, I mean, could you help me completely eradicate the problem of cultivation?
Although you didn't indicate your real name and true identity, I can see that you're not an ordinary person. As long as you help, I can give you money or spirit stones, or even introduce you as an outer disciple, an inner disciple.
You should see that I'm not Luo. You have a great future with my recommendation.
Saying that, this Gong Qingqing really revealed an expression of gratitude with confidence. She really thought Yi Chang'an needed her recommendation badly. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chang'an almost laughed out loud when he heard this.
The hall's heaven-mending pavilion sect leader needs to rely on this kind of commoner's introduction to mix it up a bit? The state master of the Zhang dynasty still needs help from outsiders? It's a joke. But on the basis of the fact that this Gong Qingqing is expected to become his ninth disciple, he will give her a little bit of face, not to say anything, or to continue to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Senior sister's heart is really good. Since that's the case, this great Luo Black Emperor mantra will be considered as a free gift from me to you, senior brother. This incantation works best for the cultivation of people with water-based spiritual roots like you. But don't ask where it came from. Dropping these words, Yi Chang'an then left, leaving Gong Qingqing with an inscrutable yet difficult to guess back. Next, when Gong Qingqing really finished reciting this Dala Black Emperor mantra, she felt that her body recovered even more, and even more so, she could not help but be even more surprised. This handyman is not right. This Yi Chang'an in the end, who was this person, casually give the mouthpiece, even not lose to the head of the door? The other side. After walking out of Gong Qingqing's room, Yi Chang'an was about to return to his own room on the ground floor, when he suddenly saw one of the registered disciples who had previously entered the royal beast sect together suddenly walking towards him. The other party, with a face full of flesh and disdain, struck out directly at him. You're that handyman Yi Chang'an? Yes, it's me, Dog Murphy. It's you then. I've been told to send you to heaven. Just behave yourself so you don't waste my energy. Chapter 137, Failure to take someone's money for someone's trouble. What? Make me self-conscious? Hearing this person on the opposite side, Yi Chang'an almost laughed. It was really unexpected that a small imperial beast sect had so many crouching dragons and phoenix chicks. I thought that previously, that Eastern Emotionless, Lian Xiuhua and the others were even very extreme. But he didn't want the opposite side, this mere mid-stage essence transformation realm registered disciple, to want him to surrender? What's going on this year? Previously, Lu Dust and the others were looking for death 3 times and were hit in the face and bludgeoned. At least he is a disciple of the Immortal Temple. Now, it's actually the turn of this kind of trash to call his bluff? This brother, is there some kind of misunderstanding? Or, forgive me for saying one more thing, if you can't possibly be my opponent, don't get involved in this kind of muddy water. I'll give you 3 breaths. If you apologize for this and stop, I'm willing to help you out. Noisy. Although I am also a named disciple, I am a self-belonged Gung Fu worshipper. Isn't it much better than you, a waste of a handyman? You ing still dare to put on a tone of pity for me? Just when Yi Chang'an was planning not to kill this person and let him get lost on his own, he didn't want to, but this person was still too capable of death. While disdaining and angrily scolding Yi Chang'an for being an ordinary handyman and not worth mentioning. On the one hand, he really activated his pitiful mana in the middle stage of the essence transformation realm, transforming it into a dagger and ruthlessly stabbing towards Yi Chang'an. Kid, send you on your way and be smart in your next life. The world has never been fair. Offend no one but. What the hell? Even if you also have a bit of cultivation, marvelous is the refining realm, how can you not be afraid of this dagger of mine? This is. Pitiful as this man was, he watched as the dagger illuminated by mana was ineffective against Yi Chang'an, and instead was directly broken by Yi Chang'an's body. A look of dismay. Don't get it yet. Even, there were plans to draw the dagger and change the method of attack. But alas, Yi Chang'an's patience was also limited. Since it gives you face. Since you were given the chance you didn't run. Then take it back. Brothers, I am sorry, you should not meet me this time to take people's money to eliminate people's disasters. Once you meet, then you can only fail. While the person on the other side was still confused, Yi Chang'an, the servant who was at most in the refined Shi realm in the eyes of the crowd, didn't even bother to use his mana. Directly slightly releasing a portion of his aura. Next. The man is the sword. The sword is the man. An invisible chi directly locked onto the other party, not only engulfing the mana dagger in his hand, but also killing the man in seconds right before he cried out for help. then knocked down the ferry boat. You are not an ordinary handyman, you actually. Ah.
The poor man was considered one of the best within the mortals. It was not easy to mix into a clan, but he ended up in such a situation.
10,000 feet below, the ghostly thunderclouds. Not to mention that he was just a small person in the essence transformation realm. Even a Kaiyan realm expert would have to be defeated. It doesn't. In the twinkling of an eye, this person's body with its last roar was swallowed up by the astral wind above the 9 heavens, completely non-existent. I'm afraid this person isn't that Lian Xiuhua who informed Eastern Emotionless to find him? What a pain in the ass. It's not easy to cultivate, and it's not easy to be a human being either.
After a few sighs of relief, Yi Chanan's eyes returned to their coldness and calmness, and returned to his room calmly.
It was as if nothing halfway happened at all. Also this time.
On Gong Qingqing's side, in addition to utilizing the Great Luo Black Emperor mantra to remove the effects of her previous demonic walk, yet she also seriously experienced the subtleties of it. In the beginning, it was just when Yi Chang'an had a bit of a strange encounter and picked up this kind of catchphrase. However, when she delved deeper into it, she was surprised to find that this Dala Black Emperor mantra was really not simple. On a smaller scale, it can suppress evil fire and treat internal injuries from going off the deep end. To put it in a larger context, it seemed to allow her to experience the great Tao more and deepen her comprehension. Even the difficult doubts from previous training days were actually cleared up one by one. It was as if a giant mirror reflected all that she had not previously understood. It didn't take long. Gong Qingqing even felt the prospect of breaking through the realm she had been stuck in for over a year. Couldn't help but see the light. That Yi Chang'an, he doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. Which sect is he an undercover agent of, and he actually has such a skill? Even if it's not an undercover agent from another sect, it must be some worldly superior. Yes, such a worldly man has an eccentric character and loves to roam around. This time could it be that he is looking at my... Once he thought about this Gong Qingqing, whose posture was still quite good, couldn't help but have a slight blush on her face. But it was recalling the previous moment when the two were in an ambiguous position. Cultivation of immortality has always been the 4 elements of wealth, law, couple and land are indispensable. It is only that most people have mastered the 3 elements of wealth, law and earth at most, and it is impossible to casually meet a 100% sincere and trustworthy couple. Therefore the vast majority of practitioners force themselves to suppress their need for a partner. She was no exception. However, right after this time, Gong Qingqing had to admit that there was one more person in her heart. A handyman who had previously been the same person she had lazily ignored was now doubly curious. A man named Handyman is in fact a high-ranking person full of all sorts of mysterious abilities. It was that Yi Chang'an. If I had obeyed him. At that time, oops. Gong Qingqing, what on earth are you thinking? You're a rare genius female cultivator of the Imperial Beast sect, and you actually have a crush on a stranger? This move not only destroys the heart of the Tao, but also violates the rules. But why is there always a little itch in the back of my mind to get closer and closer and closer to him? At this moment Gong Qingqing herself couldn't control her feelings towards Yi Chang'an anymore. It's women who do that. Not to mention that she wasn't actually stronger than those female disciples under Yi Chang'an's door. A few days later, the immortal boat filled with thousands of people from the Imperial Beast sect finally arrived at its destination. The huge immortal boat was slowly landing. Above the plywood in front, as the crowd laughed, one of them, that Dongfang Emotionless was browbeating Lian Xiuhua, when, suddenly, he saw someone appear behind him who shouldn't have come. There was a great deal of anger. He's actually not dead? If he doesn't die, then he's spoiling my big event. In a fit of rage, Dongfang Wushing actually sacrificed a flying sword, not caring about the sect's prohibition against infighting, and was about to assassinate Yi Chang'an. Yi Chang'an certainly didn't have any concern about this. With his strength nowadays, standing still and giving Eastern Emotionless 100 years to stab him wouldn't be able to break his defense. However, at this time, Gong Qingqing behind Yi Chang'an could not help but strike. Elder brother Dongfang, you must not be rude. Gong Qingqing? You really dare to help him, do you really? I'll kill you. Do you know that this man plotted to kill his fellow disciples and broke the rules first? I killed him because I was ordered to do so. You either get out of the way or else. Be careful, I'll count you as a traitor to the sect. As he spoke, this Dongfang Emotionless really began to pose his identity and the Imperial Beast sect regulations. The people around them also looked dumbfounded.
No one could have imagined that a mere servant like Yi Chanan would not apologize or surrender, and would dare to defy the third elder's son?
In the end, Eastern Emotionless was not strong enough.
Or is this kid's guts against the grain? Chapter 138 What son of a long what? That's the kind of guy I beat up.
Sister Gong has not been with the Eastern senior brother, but also known as our Royal Beast Sex Golden Girls. Why suddenly help outsiders? Yeah, it's just odd, not to mention the fact that the outsider is a new handyman.
There can't be any misunderstanding, can there? Misunderstanding?
I don't think so. It must be this something boy who used a trick to separate our golden couple. The other Oriental senior brother is just following orders and according to the regulations to do things. This is all to block, later, alarm the headmaster. They are afraid that even the palace sisters have to be disciplined together.
The crowd was talking.
Over here, although Gong Qingqing did not want anything to happen to Yi Chanan because he had helped her, she could not help but hesitate when she saw that public opinion was unfavorable.
This cultivation of hers was not easy to come by. You can repay Yi Chanan.
It was also possible to not have to pay attention to the madman like Eastern Emotionless.
But if it really angers the Sect Master's side because of this, I'm afraid it's not.
Senior Sister Gong, it seems like you've also been confused by this brat. In that case, I'll spare you for now.
You off.
That brat across the street, come out quickly and suffer death. A 7-foot man actually hides behind a woman. You're a little white boy who deserves to stay? Seeing that Gong Qingqing suspected that she didn't dare to deal with herself, Dongfang Emotionless became even more complacent, and while uttering these words, he actually condensed all of his cultivation at the early stage of the Kaiyang realm, intending to kill her with one blow.
It could be said that this person was more mischievous than Lian Xiuhua. And most of the crowd was still fooled by him. Only Yi Chang'an had a clear head.
Seeing such a situation, Yi Chang'an did not want to leave behind any aftermath, and simply took a step forward, intentionally coming face to face with Eastern Emotionless on the opposite side. But there was no wimping out or kneeling as the crowd thought.
Instead, they doubled back. I'm here, and which bird's egg is your honor? You still pretend?
I am the bird of the family of the third elder of this sect.
No, you humiliate me? Ha ha ha.
The surrounding people didn't expect Yi Chang'an to look like he didn't have much cultivation. However, his speech and eloquence was good, and a few words would bring Dongfang Emotionless around.
Couldn't help but roar with laughter.
Stimulated by this, Eastern Emotionless was about to strike, but Gong Qingqing over here suddenly made up her mind and actually offered up a flying sword to intercept on the spot.
Miyagi. Elder brother Dongfang.
Speak slowly if you have something to say. Even if someone dies, there's no evidence to prove that it was senior brother Yi who did it. I'm not helping anyone, I'm helping reason. Furthermore, he has just joined the sect and his cultivation is almost zero. How can you bear to bully the young with the big? As the son of the third elder, you should be generous. Is it possible that you plan to ambush him after provoking him? With Gong Qingqing's words, the public opinion on the scene really shifted quite a bit. Although most people were intimidated by the third elder's reputation and didn't dare to explicitly turn their backs on Dongfang Wui, but were silent, many people were gradually returning to their senses.
Yeah.
Killing someone without evidence was not a rule of their imperial beast sect.
Don't say the East is ruthless.
Even if the third elder or even the sect leader came, he wouldn't be so hasty. Could it be that, as Gong Qingqing had said, this Dongfang Wuxing was planning to take personal revenge?
You still defending him? Are you all out of your minds?
Seeing that the situation was reversed, Eastern Emotionless still wanted to scold people forcefully, but this time, less than 10% of the voices supported him.
Spare him a few scruples.
But right at this moment, a scene that no one would have expected to see appeared, but it was Yi Chang'an who didn't take advantage of the situation, but instead suddenly laughed. Senior Sister Gong has a heart. But whether there's evidence or not, it's all the same thing. Since senior brother Dongfang intends to teach this senior brother of mine, I'll give him the chance. We'll attack each other once, him first and me second.
Whoever can't carry it off is justified.
How? This statement was made.
The crowd's emotions were once again drawn out. One couldn't wait to see a big battle. Only two people had a change of mood. One was Gong Qingqing over here, looking at Yi Chang'an with an anxious face, completely unable to understand why he would send himself to his death when he knew he was unbeatable. The other opposite side, Eastern Emotionless, had thought that he would not be able to make a move because of the lack of evidence, but as a result, he was ecstatic to see that Yi Chang'an was even more arrogant than he was, and took the initiative to send him to his death. Senior Sister Gong, get out of the way, this is an invitation he took the initiative to make. Today, this senior brother will show you what is called the Tao. Surname Yi, when you die, don't be so conceited after you go down, there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of. Watch the move. Eastern Emotionless is not normally venomous. Seeing the opportunity, he not only jumped the gun, but also deliberately chucked in a dirty trick. But see, on the surface, he urged his flying sword to come here, but in reality, he was taking advantage of the fact that the crowd was all attracted to him, and suddenly crushed a talisman. Not the other way around. It was clearly one of the life-preserving moves given to him by his father, the Golden Light Curse. One time. The Golden Light was great. It was comparable to the full force of an expert in the perfection of the Kaiyang realm. Under such a vicious attack, not to mention Yi Chang'an, even Gong Qingqing had enough trouble, thus shaking on the spot. Eastern senior brother you actually. No need to mind. Since elder brother Dongfang is interested in teaching, I'll accompany you, but be careful, they say that bad people don't live long. Just as Eastern Emotionless on the opposite side had a sly look on his face, as if he had seen the scene of Yi Chang'an being killed in advance, while Gong Qingqing on this side wanted to rescue, but was intercepted by Lian Xiuhua. However, he saw that Yi Chang'an was still able to laugh and loosened his shoulders a bit. There didn't seem to be half a magic treasure or half a fluctuation of mana. Yet the next second, a tidal wave of thunderous light rushed up to the sky. It is? Gong Qingqing was shocked back by the lightning and was stunned. No good. On the opposite side of the East Emotionless was too late to dodge, the whole person was wrapped in lightning, not only did not injure Yi Chang'an a hair, but instead let himself be sent flying several feet. Whoa spit blood. All sorts of woes. Trying to get up. Instead, he was horrified to find his spine shattered, directly paralyzed and half paralyzed. Yi Chang'an, you, what the hell are you, how could I lose to you Ah. It hurts. At this moment, Eastern Emotionless eyes were nothing but horrified. The people around him, however, rushed over to assist him. There were even quite a few people who lunged towards Yi Chang'an. Bold Yi Chang'an, the status of a handyman sneaking up on the third elder's son, do you know the crime? Be a good boy and surrender or you will not escape. Stop. At the moment of life and death, Gong Qingqing decisively chose to support Yi Chang'an, commanding the flying swords to shock back the crowd while protecting Yi Chang'an behind her. The arrogance in her was no longer present in this moment. But it was truly in line with the requirements of a disciple of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. This matter was agreed upon in public, so who dares to act recklessly? However, Yi Chang'an has committed a crime after all, and according to the rules, I'll send him away. Eastern senior brother is also considered a fair duel this time and must not be pursued further, but this apology should still be expressed. As he spoke, Gong Qingqing really personally escorted Yi Chang'an off the immortal boat. The people did not dare to stop them. As for the East Ruthless, passed out from the pain. Where's the chance for a rebuttal? This Eastern Emotionless is the son of what's growing. Is this the kind of melon child I beat up? Sister Gong, I'll see you again. Yi Chang'an took a deep look at Gong Qingqing and said goodbye. Chapter 139 Invincible City, with Master Dao. After bidding farewell to the group of douchebags from the Imperial Beast sect, Yi Chang'an walked down the road with faith and soon arrived at a city located near that legendary invincible immortal emperor's inherited secret realm. This place was called Invincible City, and it seemed to be related to the invincible immortal emperor back then. There weren't any city lords or anything like that responsible for presiding over it, but it was just as well, with all the forces working together to maintain order. For the time being, no one dares to make trouble. At this moment, the entire inheritance mystery realm had not yet opened, therefore, quite a few sects had arrived in the vicinity and had set up camp here. From a distance, the entire square of hundreds of miles was filled with silhouettes. Like the crowds that hit the popular tourist attractions of a previous life. You can see that the heat this time is much higher than the previous times. At the same time, through the work of touring around, Yi Chang'an was also able to see quite a number of good qualification disciples with his own eyes, and they stood within which most of the mediocre generations were considered to be relatively outstanding. Xian Sanding. Quality, extraordinary fortitude. Medium-grade golden spiritual root. Lu Sanmao. Quality, unwavering, top-grade earth root. Zhou Sparrow. Quality, ancestral honesty, upper-grade water spirit root. It's a pity that there are already quite a number of similar upper-grade disciples under the poor Taoist store, so if we want to take on another disciple nowadays, we'll have to screen more and strive for a stronger one. With this thought in mind, Yi Chang'an did not rush to directly take in a disciple, but continued to walk around and take a look at various things. Saw all sorts of strange sects that hadn't even existed in the floating mountain range before. There are clans similar to the Royal Beast sect, the strength of which is not very good, but they are playing 8, 9, 6, and so on. It turned out to be a collective ride. Not like a cultivator. More like the cavalry of a mortal dynasty. It's a laugh riot. Some clans are not many in number, but the overall is still relatively elite kind, the weakest Kaiyang realm, the average Divine Sea realm, the strongest also has the Purple Mansion realm. But alas, due to the poor mana and overweening ego. Before he could actually see the entrance to the Inheritance Mystery realm, he had offended quite a few other people. Or get ambushed. Or active provocation. That's called a no-brainer. There were also plans that were the strangest of all. Clearly all of them were experts above the Purple Mansion realm, but because they hadn't been down the mountain for hundreds of years, they actually showed that they weren't too adapted to the situation. Rentals are being crippled by neglect. Take out a 6th order elixir as rent. Getting blackmailed for buying something. Ordinary mortal food, which could have been taken for a few dozen taels of silver, had to be priced 100 times higher. I have to say that this practice is just like reading in my previous life. Some people read to death and end up with nothing. Some people, although they are not dead readers, have become nerds because they have been out of touch with reality for a long time and, eventually, have become nerds. It's almost like the scene in front of me. Under such a walk, Yi Chang'an was considered to have seen the best of the world and tasted various kinds. Until then. Yi Chang'an came to the Invincible City near the South Gate and saw a godly fat man who actually pretended to be a Taoist master cowboy and made all kinds of fortune-telling for people. Originally, he had no interest in interacting with the godly man. And yet, I don't want to. Just before Yi Chang'an was about to ignore and walk away, this fat man suddenly opened his mouth. Stay back, Taoist brother in front. Why does the poor Taoist feel that you're a bit off? And let the poor Taoist do the math for you. Hearing this, Yi Chang'an had to turn around and go back to this fat man's stall, and see what this guy was capable of seeing through himself. Oh, the poor Tao understands, you seem to have some unusual secrets on you, even, maybe. Well, and let the poor Tao count more. After all these years, you're still the first person who makes the poor Taoist take a long time to see through. It's not easy, it's really not easy. Hearing Fatty say so, Yi Chang'an also brightened up. And at this time, in the mind, a prompt really did come from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for encountering a peculiar fat man whose person-specific attributes are as follows. Name, Bao Difference nicknamed Fatty. Race, human. Sex, male. Talent, gold of the 5 innate elements, top grade spiritual root. Cultivation, middle Kaiyang realm. Introduction, the most famous divine calculator in the vicinity of Invincible City. Qualities, greedy for money and afraid of pain, spontaneous and debauched, favoring the feeling of being a spitfire. Self-contained avatar, mixed sky identification, a mysterious spell that can identify whether people, things, and even others belong to this world. Upon hearing this, Yi Chang'an had more interest in his heart, before he could open his mouth to ask a question or two. However, he saw that this different pack across the street had shaken before his eyes. With that, he answered. It's a bit strange, Dao brother seems to be not a person of the 3 worlds, and carries something called a system thing. That can still hinder the poor Taoist's appraisal? Not good, not good, the power of this object is too strong, the poor Taoist is a bit unable to carry it. I'm afraid I'm going to lose a lot of money this time. As he spoke, he saw that, as the system's side exerted force, the bag with this extraordinary eye power was really backfired a bit. Immediately coughing up blood. Lousy is lousy, but this skill is able to make even Yi Chang'an be amazed. Fellow Taoist, have you calculated anything? This injury of yours is due to Poverty Road, so take these 2 8th rank spirit pills to make up for it, and consider it Poverty Road's amends. Yi Chang'an had wanted to just accept the bag differently, but now that he saw that he was not small, he was more curious. Give him a tonic while you're at it. On the other hand, they continue to wait. This time, however, he was advised that he did not have to count his origins and birth, but rather the purpose of the trip and whether it would go well. 8th rank spirit medicine heavenly hemostasis grass? Not bad, not bad, this thing could buy a street on this side of Invincible City. 8th rank spirit medicine inner breathlesser returning pill? It's a bit interesting, this thing may not even be available in those great clans that hold the channels of ascension. It seems that Dao brother is not simple. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Yi Chang'an was so generous, this packet of different was no longer polite. Receiving these 2 8th order spirit pills with one hand, although his face was full of greed, he did not make people feel bored, instead, he was a little bit cute. Then, there was no more spitting of blood. Instead, they were refreshed. One almost can't help but wonder if he's faking injuries to extort? On the one hand, but he also really utilized that mixed heaven appraisal technique of his, and carefully looked at Yi Chang'an for a long time. Until looking at Yi Chang'an was a little uncomfortable. The guy then mumbled something. No reason poor Tao's appraisal art dare not say that the gods are hard to beat, at the very least, it is also under the Nirvana realm has never missed a beat. I can't believe that this time I actually... I see, it seems that Tao brother is really unusual. Since this is the case, the poor Taoist will no longer use conventional methods, allow me to observe more. Speaking at this point, this packet of different did not pay attention to whether Yi Chang'an agreed to extend the time of fortune-telling or not. This pulled out a compass from his body. Nope. Not a compass, but more like the classic prop of that clay bodhisattva in the famous movie and TV series Wind and Cloud in the previous life. Natal plate. Buzz off. Right at the moment when this life disc was taken out by Pao Difference, Yi Chang'an had already vaguely felt that this object was extraordinary. Stare at it. More surprise on the spot. Chapter 140 10th Disciple. Ding. Congratulations to the host for discovering an alternative magic treasure, the Mixed Heavenly Fate Plate. Mixed Heavenly Fate Plate, a very alternative fortune-telling and appraisal type of magic treasure, heavenly grade. Although it doesn't have conventional offensive and defensive effects, it can be counted up to 100,000 years and down to 100,000 years. Even the host body comes with the system may be calculated. However, this system, in order to avoid leakage, has long been shielded. This part, please host rest assured. With these words from the system, Yi Chang'an was instantly much more at ease. Then look at Bao differently side, who really did officially start his fortune telling on him. Seeing that, as this so-called mixed heavenly fate plate was taken out, Bao differently had a solemn face. Not only did he lose his previous appearance of being injured and spitting out blood, but he even had a few more points of seriousness. Hyper Dragon has regrets. Submerged Dragon in the Abyss, the first 9. A little interesting. Tao brother, you, this fate is not simple. It seems to be in the sky, but more so. The so-called dragons are born with 9 suns, and the suns are different, so is the cultivation of immortality. If the poor Taoist is not mistaken, the object on the body of the Taoist brother is an object from beyond the heavens. No longer in the 3 realms, no longer among the 5 elements, and not one of the gods, Buddhas, demons, devils, and spirit people. As for Brother Dao's purpose this time, I know without asking, it must be for the invincible immortal emperor's inheritance, which is 5 parts smooth, 4 parts twists and turns, and 1 part treacherous. Nice guy. This pack of different mixed heavenly appraisal techniques coupled with the mixed heavenly fate plate was really not simple, and actually really calculated Yi Chang'an's mind, and even gave this kind of evaluation. With such remarks, even Yi Chang'an would have to seriously look at him a few more times. However, he saw that at this time, Bao Difference revealed a hint of evil smile, but did not reach out for money, but stared seriously at Yi Chang'an. Then he made a move that even Yi Chang'an was not expecting. Master teacher, this compartment is courteous. Since it is the poor Taoist's destined master who has come, in that case, there is no need to pay for this. These 2 8th rank spirit pills are returned to you. Saying that, not only did Pao differently not ask for money, but also, he really returned the 2 8th order elixirs, which were worth a lot of money, back to Yi Chang'an. This was followed by an even more respectful salute. This scene stunned Yi Chang'an, but he was not too surprised when he thought of the extraordinary nature of this person's body, and immediately smiled. What's the reason for this, Taoist brother Pao? You don't have to play dumb with disciple, master. Before I came out, I was once told by the final master of this sect that whether or not I could achieve immortal emperor thereafter would depend on a chance, a master-disciple chance. At that time the disciples didn't believe it. Now, after personally counting for you, master, this is how I understand that, dare I say, this master-disciple chance is on you and me. At the same time of saying this, Bao Danyan this gave Yi Chang'an a bow again and again. Yi Chang'an was slightly surprised in his heart. Had to lament, this son is really unusual. Perhaps the strength is not the strongest within the 10 disciples, but the character is the most resourceful, and the skills are also the most alternative. Maybe it really is that kind of chance. However, in order to test this person's heart, Yi Chang'an's mouth was deliberately negative. Don't take it, how could the poor Taoist have that kind of fortune? The mixed sky appraisal technique and mixed sky fate plate in your body, even the gods would have to fight for it. If I accept you today, shall not my master be beaten to death tomorrow? Don't mediate. Master, you don't go. I will definitely keep these two things safe, absolutely not letting anyone. The most crucial thing is that whether or not I can achieve Immortal Emperor in the future depends on you. You will take me no matter what. Otherwise, disciples in this life to follow you, no matter you eat and go to the toilet, sleep and give birth to children. It's kind of random that this pack is different. The talk actually got more and more outrageous. Sure enough. Right at the moment when Pao differently uttered these words, the surrounding people were all attracted over, wrapped in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, each looking over curiously with all sorts of snickers. This Taoist brother, it looks like he's met the #1 divine calculator of Invincible City, why don't you take him? This kid is not simple. How do you say this? People fat pack different how to say is also the last close moth disciple of the divine calculator sect. Instead of following this person who doesn't seem to be capable of anything, why don't you worship me? Poor Taoist is not talented, at least he is an expert of the divine sea realm consummation. After this treasure hunting trip, I will raise your realm for you, fatty. Don't say such bull as elevating the realm. The other pack is different and not weak. The poor Taoist is more than happy to accept him if he has to, and he'll give you the spirit stones right now. Say it, the bag is different. Exactly how much spirit stone you intend to ask for? Poor Taomor dare not say, 10,000 or. The crowd hadn't even finished saying this, but Pao Difference's side was already a bit upset. Not that he minded the crowd making fun of him. He was cheerful and easygoing, and over the years, hadn't cared what outsiders thought of him. However, these people dared to humiliate even his master, and moreover, it was still Yi Chang'an, who had calculated that he had an extremely deep bond with himself, so that could not be tolerated. Master who? Patriarch Lin. Are you guys the ones who didn't believe in evil last time and are still unconvinced after I counted the bloodshed? It's just as well that you dared to make up about me, but you actually dared to humiliate my master? If the poor Taoist doesn't give you guys a bit of power, I'm afraid no one will remember the fact that everyone in this peerless city respects me? Once these words were said, the surrounding people really quiet a lot. Pao Different is even waved his hand, the divine calculation sect's most skillful 8 trigrams formation, instantly cast out. Only to see that an 8 trigrams formation of a yin and yang fish appeared under this person's feet. Next. A wave of black and white mana surged out, literally bouncing off a number of sect masters and patriarchs who had humiliated Yi Chang'an, as well as causing others to hurriedly shut up and stop spectating. And after taking advantage of the crowd's departure, Pao did not salute again this time and told where he came from. Master, please accept disciple me. Although the divine calculation sect isn't a large sect, a supreme genius like you, who travels around and has all kinds of adventures, will definitely need to bring along someone who can pinch and calculate. From now on, the disciple is obedient, not daring to say that it's 100% accurate, at the very least, absolutely upholding your authority. With these words from Pao Differently, Yi Chang'an felt that the test was almost over, and was no longer making things difficult for this 10th disciple who had both loyalty and a sense of humor. Nodded his men at once. The reward was then given on the system's side, but it was one of the strangest ever. Ding! The host recruits the disciples of the divine calculation sect. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, now releasing the reward. Reward 1, Feng Ho Chi Men Dun Jia related formations that can trigger the corresponding spell power. Reward 2, Fushi Dao Decision, the ancient times of the human race, one of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, Emperor Fushi's unique fortune-telling magical power, mysterious, wonderful. Seeing such a result, Yi Chang'an's eyes were surprised beyond words. There's something really special about these 2 rewards. A phalanx of fortune-telling related. It looked like he was afraid that he had really had some kind of strange encounter this time when he traveled south. I just don't know if it's something like the last nameless immortal emperor. Or is it something else? Chapter 141 Supreme Young Emperor. The master and disciple saluted each other in agreement on this. And then, Yi Chang'an learned these 2 rewarding spell formations and Dao spells at a rapid pace. No matter if he could use them now, they would be useful sooner or later in the future. And then the 2 found an inn to stay at. One side of the window to observe the outside. On the other hand, they chatted about things concerning this peerless immortal emperor and that inheritance secret realm of his. Different, since you are a disciple of the divine calculation sect and someone who stays here all year round, you must have some understanding. Why don't you tell us about it? Yes, master. This peerless immortal emperor is nothing but a nickname. His real name is called Supreme Young Emperor, and he cultivates one of the most powerful techniques of the ancient era, the Supreme Young Divine Technique. That said, back then, this supreme young divine skill was taken off from the innate divine ability of the first demon emperor Jun of the Swidden demon race, the pure yang infinite skill, which was indeed very powerful. Specifically, our divine calculations sect used to have people who recorded quite a bit. Seeing that Yi Chang'an, the new master, held this supreme young emperor in extraordinarily high regard, Pao differently did not talk nonsense, and this unfolded. Speaking of which, it was still the end of the Taiku era, when the three realms had already been initially formed, but the aftermath of the various divine and demonic wars hadn't completely disappeared. It could be said that at that time, it really was that all under Nirvana were ants, and all above Nirvana were feared. A little inattention and you are devoured. However, this part of Peerless City seemed much more peaceful due to the presence of this supreme young emperor. This person not only has heavenly cultivation, but also has a hand of supreme young divine skill that has defeated many great emperors of the same level. He was also nicknamed the Invincible Emperor. It's after creation of Invincible City. The inner and outer disciples under the door added up. It is said that at its peak it actually exceeded 100,000, 800,000. It is just like a cultivation dynasty. At its peak, it wiped out 800 clans and killed 100,000 people in the east, and subjugated 900 towns in the west as an extension of mortal power. The south side beheaded the 9-headed demon snake of the great emperor realm, thus deterring the local natives and gaining the support of millions of mortal children. The north is even to block the invasion from the east continent, personally open the mountain, with 365 10,000-foot mountains as a perimeter formation, blocking the great emperors of the east continent for 30,000 years. This kind of greatness was not comparable to the previous nameless emperor or that master of the floating slaughter mystic realm. Saying one thing about this person across tens of thousands of years is not a cynicism. I'm afraid that no one would object to boasting that this person is the creator of the southern wasteland region today. Back then, the supreme young emperor had also ascended to the immortal realm to establish his power. But alas, the ancient gods were all baptized by the river of time, not to mention him, a lone great emperor. In the end, washed by the long river of time, coupled with the enemy siege, a generation of to the sun great emperor's power disintegrated, his whereabouts are unknown. This time, it was discovered by a nearby clan 3 years ago, casually digging up a little bit of the corner of the graveyard of the supreme young emperor, and actually obtaining a massive amount of resources, thus leaking the news. By now, there were 800 clans of all sizes that had come without 1,000, totaling more than hundreds of thousands. It was as if it was the year in full bloom all over again. But this time it's all about dividing up the inheritance. Enlightened Master, the three strongest forces this time are the Immortal Hall of the Floating Mountain Range, as well as the Dao Yuan sect, and the Vanguard Emperor sect. These three families are not simple, all of them have immortal realm forces supporting them behind them, they cannot be underestimated. Disciples' cultivation is not enough, so I didn't intend to go in, I just stayed outside to tell my fortune, and I figured out that there is a master and disciple chance today, and it's really you. Speaking at this point, Pao Differently's respect for Yi Chang'an once again surfaced in his eyes. It can be seen that this guy's character is funny, but if something really happens, he will definitely be the first to lead the charge. Rushing to this point coupled with the fact that all the information he gave was crucial, Yi Chang'an silently nodded his head but also became more fond of and trusting of this man. 10 disciples under the door, in addition to that royal beast sex genius female cultivator Gongqingqing who has not really been in the bag nowadays, the other 9 individuals, each with their own characteristics. However, none of them were able to acquire such divine arithmetic abilities as those of Bao Danyan. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, Yi Chang'an planned to bring along Bao Differently and go in together, so that he could also get the light and share the benefits. Different, Master has already sensed someone entering early. It seems that this supreme young emperor's secret realm isn't open on time either, but with some regularity. Go! When Master is here, no one will ever think of bullying you. As he spoke, Yi Chang'an had already made an instantaneous shift and was about to pull Bao Difference inside the secret realm. And yet, I don't want to. This guy is invincible in his calculations, but he is also too superstitious. Not only do you not want to go in and mix up some favors. Instead, he kept saying that he had calculated that it would be bad luck to go in. Master, forgive me. Disciple has calculated that this trip is not for me, or else, it will certainly not work. In order to gain Yi Chang'an's trust, Pao Differently simply took out his Bagua formation, intending to use it to avoid Yi Chang'an's pull. But it is not expected. Yi Chang'an had long since learned everything about this kid through the system. It was good and funny to see him being such a wimp. Next.
Not only did he precisely avoid the power of his 8 trigrams formation, but even, he deliberately uttered the catchphrase of his divine calculation sect's ancestral mixed sky divine calculation art. Heaven is born as water, and earth is 5 in my. This is the strongest mnemonic of your divine calculator, the mixed heaven divine calculator? Now that others have long since entered, and all the organs that should be triggered have been triggered, the next step is when the time comes. My master sees that not only are you not in danger, but instead, there is the sign of great fortune. No need for bull. Any later and the other 3 great clans will grab the resources and run away. Just as these words were uttered, Yi Chang'an had already stone-pulled Bao Difference inside the secret realm, and without any further ado, a force erupted from his body to protect him properly. And at this time, the pack was different and was nothing but shocked. This master's power is stronger than I expected, huh? It's not nirvana, just the consummation of the transformation apparition realm. It's actually comparable to being like a god, it's simply absolute. It seems that Fatty didn't make a mistake in worshipping the master this time. With surprise in his heart, Pao Differently did not have time to speak before he was brought in by Yi Chang'an. Also at this time, when the master and disciple were pulling, Yi Chang'an had already sensed it with his own perception and the assistance of the system, plus the Fushi Dao skill that had just been rewarded. At this moment, the entire secret realm of the Supreme Yang Emperor was divided into 3 levels. The outermost layer is the secret outer layer. Although this layer didn't have any dangers, but, due to the 3 great sects taking root in advance, thus, the other sects didn't dare to approach at all. It's also sort of the outermost structure of the entire cemetery. And the middle level is the so-called secret inner door. Various organs. Various ambushes. And the innermost layer should be the real graveyard of that Supreme Yang Emperor. This great emperor who had once dominated the southern wasteland domain for tens of thousands of years, just what level of spells and aptitudes, gongfu pills, and divine weapons did he hide? No one knows. However, with reference to several previous experiences in the secret realm, the degree of involution would only be higher this time, never lower. Chapter 142. The relics opened their doors and the Empress appeared. What exactly is a one-time success? Or are you under siege again? This was not just something that Bao Differently could not fully anticipate, even Yi Chang'an did not think much about it, but rather improvised. Buzz off. Next. Yi Chang'an ignored those artificially set up spell formations outside the secret sect and directly broke through to the inner sect, and just as he landed on the ground, sure enough, he saw that the 3 major sects were really pouring out. On the side of the immortal temple, naturally, there was no need to say more. Although the 6 elders were gone, there were still 7 holy sons, plus hundreds of inner sect elites and thousands of outer sect disciples. The power is still not weak. As for the 2 big sects, Daoyuan sect and Wangudi sect, although Yi Chang'an saw them for the first time, he also scanned them quickly and saw that they were not bad in terms of depth. Among them, on the Daoyuan sect side, the middle-tier disciples were all those who had opened up the Divine Sea, and the group of elders were all at the Violet Mansion realm, Cave realm, and Transformation Tribulation realm. It wasn't easy for a Nirvana realm powerhouse to see it. However, based on their own senses, they thought that there must be someone from the Immortal Realm sect behind them who had also descended to the realm. And that Vanguard Emperor sect was even more expansive. In order to display its own strength and scare off others, it actually intentionally placed several elders and holy sons, who had all exploded out of their Transformation Tribulation realm cultivation, outside. Instead, many vulnerable disciples were put inside. The pose is self-explanatory. A clear warning to outsiders not to seek death. The Imperial Beast sect actually came too? Previously, the poor road thought they were all douchebags and didn't dare to come, but it turned out to be. It's a bit interesting, such a douchebag clan can actually be second only to the 3 great clans? Yi Chang'an swept a quick glance and saw the general strength of each family. The most unexpected thing was not that the Immortal Temple crowd had already suffered heavy losses and without a backbone, they actually dared to come. Rather, the Imperial Beast sect that Gong Qingqing was in was not of low status. It looked like there were still people who gave face to this so-called 8 great clans of theirs. Otherwise, relying solely on their little strength, no one would give face. Master, see, these are the 3 great sects, each one is not simple. No matter how strong the other clans are, they don't have the immortal realm to rely on. These 3 are different. Before I came, disciple I counted, there must be someone inside their crowd who is hiding in the immortal realm identity. I don't dare to say that there is a heavenly first realm or a Dao diffraction realm, but, at the very least, there must be so many 3 or 5, or even a dozen or so, in the Nirvana realm. Otherwise, disciple my trigrams wouldn't show 9 deaths.
Just at this time, this guy, Pao differently, muttered over there again, and I have to say, this guy's funny character is really a natural. Even Yi Chang'an was a bit unable to stand his self-centered teasing. However, on second thought, before he came here, Pao did not have the cultivation of the middle stage of the Kaiyang realm. I'm afraid that he couldn't even enter the door outside the secret world, so it's no wonder that he was so afraid. The Immortal Temple crowd relies on the Immortal Temple of the Immortal Realm to back them up, along with the 7 Holy Sons, to form all sorts of overbearing spell formations, with flying swords like rainbows, overbearing in the air. Everyone in the Dao Edge sect is an elite expert. The number is not large, but the victory is that the overall strength is very strong, just one, enough to take out to start a small sect. As for that Vanguard Emperor sect being the oddest, do you really think this kind of formation can scare off experts? Yi Chang'an didn't comment on Pao's different thoughts, but just continued to scan the crowd, and after seeing the various layouts of the 3 great sects, he also knew what he should do later. It was at this point that Bao differently introduced himself again. The 3 major sects had just let slip that they would go in first, followed by second-rate sects such as the Imperial Beast sect, and then ordinary sects. It's the casuals that come last. Who dares to disobey? A blanket eradication. Master, you see the 2 of us this time. Wouldn't it be easier for 2 people to go in? Different, don't disturb the master, just bring you in later. Without waiting for Bao differently to remind him, Yi Chang'an casually gave a response, then stared dead ahead at the gate that led to the real grave of the Supreme Young Emperor. At this moment, the great clans were attacking this gate with all their might, as well as loads of the relic formations above it. A spell blasted. One at a time, the magic treasure was offered up. It was no wonder that Bao difference was a bit weak. With such an attack, even if a Nirvana realm immortal came, he would be killed in seconds, let alone the 2 of them, master and disciple. However, Yi Chang'an didn't care about those. Just at the moment when the crowd had breached the entire relic formation, and at the same time, this one gate collapsed with a loud bang, he was the first to take Bao difference and instantly move in. Bold! The 3 great sects of ours have not yet entered, and you and others dare to do so. Seek death. Unsurprisingly, it was at this time that all 3 great sects began to go berserk. One of the closest elders of the Vanguard Emperor sect was even more furious and extraordinarily angry. He could not imagine that he and the others had gone through half a day's effort but had instead given Yi Chang'an and the others a graft, while yelling at someone for writing him, while ordering the crowd to attack furiously. 8 immortal techniques. Split chop. Kongdong hegemony skill. 10,000 swords return. Swimming dragon fist. For a while, hundreds and thousands of people's attacks came, and seeing this elder smiled conceitedly, really thinking that this could force Yi Chang'an back. Noisy. Yi Chang'an's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. In the face of such a horrific attack, actually no avoidance, but the body of the Zun Wang Howie set of defense light, resisting at the same time, backhand a move of the heavenly tribulation finger as if a flood of water jet. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks of the poor Vanguard Emperor sect's crowd were actually inferior to a single move of the heavenly tribulation finger. Even, a certain closest Cave Void Realm disciple, who really intended to close in and attack to take credit in advance, was sent flying by Yi Chang'an's backhanded punch as he sneered. Cave Realm perfection? It's a pity that you're not practicing the 5 elemental spells in the right way, otherwise, with such a cultivation level, you would be able to delay Poverty Road for a moment or 2. Find a good master in your next life. The moment Yi Chang'an punched out this person, the next second, the master and disciple were truly the first to enter the 3rd level of the secret realm. Outside, that elder was dumbstruck and doubled over. The man who died tragically was his own son. That's something he's not even close to. How can you hang up so easily? What the hell? This elder of the Vanguard Emperor sect, I'm sorry for your loss. This person seems to be clueless and doesn't know the rules. He must be a loose cultivator. And let him go in and clear the way for us. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be seriously injured. He doesn't really think that he's powerful just because he's in the transformation tribulation realm, does he? You know, this Supreme Young Emperor's tomb has buried quite a few immortals even in the Nirvana realm. That's it, no one dares to be so now. We 3 big clans, line up. What's the situation? How come there are still people who dare? While the crowd was discussing, they saw that, in the crowd, another stunning beauty appeared again, rising up in the air, surpassing the sequence of the 3 great clans, and grabbing the first to go in. Was about to drink a curse. However, some people could see the light of the magic treasure on this beauty, and they could not help but change their faces on the spot. Gentlemen, don't scramble. This woman. This woman is irresistible. She is none other than that Empress Luo Yunshang who rejoined the divine realm a while ago. I can't imagine that even she has descended to the realm. This statement was made. Thousands of people all exploded in shock. Chapter 143 Teacher's father is a great bull. At this moment, 10,000 people and others all changed their faces greatly, almost unable to believe their eyesight. The district was just a grave of an immortal emperor. Why would it make the Empress come out? Is it possible that there is really a legendary top-secret treasure here? Thinking of this, the crowd, which had already been invaded to cruelty, was doubly suspicious of each other, and all kinds of vigilance around. It's so close to someone igniting the conflict. And then the fight started. In the meantime, in the middle of the third layer of the secret realm, with Yi Chang'an and Bao Difference, the two of them took the lead to enter, but they were the first to peek into the sight of this real tomb, and they were also shocked by the magnificent construction and amazing pattern in here. Senior, this is too awesome for you. Simply beyond divine. Disciple me, it's hard to catch up in 100 years. Next to him, Bao Difference was still playing up his amusing character, with all sorts of bragging and compliments. Yi Chang'an over here, however, didn't care about any of this. Instead, he was bent on poking around. Then he was shocked to discover that this Supreme Yang Emperor's handiwork was indeed very strong. Generally speaking, the secret realm is still a physical space construction even if it is large, and it is impossible to retain the initial appearance after being baptized by years and destroyed by time. But this secret world is different. It seemed that the Supreme Yang Emperor of that year had personally taken action, and thus, had actually put together a flawless space spell formation and the surrounding mountains and rocks, feng shui, the 5 elements of the innate nature, and the water and earth of the latter day. Perfectly blended. It's 1,000 feet high and has a radius of dozens of miles. The emptiness was palpitating. As if it were the belly of a god or a demon. Moreover, the most rare is the stream gurgling, birds and flowers, whereas what dead like a grave, is clearly a paradise, like a fairyland. Even the concentration of aura here was higher than the outside world, and top experts of the mortal realm as strong as Yi Chang'an, who was at the consummation of the transformation tribulation realm, were nevertheless attracted to countless numbers. This place is indeed a treasure, not to mention anything else. The secret realm alone is better than 99% of the cavernous paradises in the mortal realm, and more than 90% of the clan strongholds. If we can move back to the mending pavilion, that would be the best. It's just a pity that a graveyard is a graveyard after all. It's not very auspicious on the one hand, and it's too conspicuous on the other, so it's better not to have to. After such a thought, Yi Chang'an temporarily dismissed the idea of emptying this secret space. Next. However, while walking in all directions and making various observations, he silently performed that Fushi Dao decision. It's not a strong effect in general. In the blink of an eye, the feng shui direction of the entire secret realm, as well as many of the Supreme Yang Emperor's organs that were not completely hidden, and so on, were actually all calculated out. At this time, Yi Chang'an, as if stuck in a transparent hanging, people are still in the secret realm, but has long seen most of the layout. This grave is in the shape of a dragon. The dragon's head is where the best secret treasures are located. The dragon's body is coiled like a snake, forming this unique space as if it were a city, and maintaining the survival of many flowers, plants, trees, birds, and animals. The dragon's claw and the dragon's tail, on the other hand, each have countless organs, which are exceptionally dangerous, and even if an immortal came, he would have to be defeated. Hooray! Today's Yi Chang'an saw through most of the situation with a pinch of his fingers. And no bull. This goes towards the north. Due north, exactly where the dragon's head is located, is also the safest place to avoid the dragon's tail in due south, the left dragon's claw in due west, and the right dragon's claw in due east. Upon seeing this, Bao Differently hurriedly followed, while looking astonished. I really didn't understand why the place that I had calculated to be a place of 9 deaths was actually like no man's land for this master teacher. Couldn't help but ask timidly. Master, where did you see that you were going to the north? Also, just now, I suspected that I saw you actually perform the long-lost Fushi Dao decision of the Divine Calculation sect? Could it be that you are the reincarnation of our sect's founder, or, perhaps, the ancestor of someone like me, Pao? This guy, Bao Differently, is so amusing to no one. It's usually inane enough to be moody. At this time, upon hearing this, Yi Chang'an first couldn't help but laugh, then doting with a few lessons, he knocked this guy's head. There shall be no wandering at critical times. The reason for this will be told to you later when the destiny arrives. Right now, no wild thoughts, keep up with Master's footsteps, otherwise, a little inattention could cause you to die.
You don't want to end up dying alone inside this grave before you've even gotten married and passed on the family name, do you? With Yi Chanan's half-truths and half-falsehoods, that Bao difference had a jolt in his body, or else would he dare to babble about anything else? Immediately shut up and follow. A cautious face. It's almost like a scholar going to the capital to catch an exam. On the next journey, the master and disciple gained a lot. The difference is that this guy, Bao, different from cultivating immortality to cultivate immortality, but still the mortal heart has not died, actually on the ground full of gold, all kinds of antiques are interested in quite a lot. Thanks to his large physique, strength is not weak, otherwise, change the female over for fear of not being able. Where is this place a grave? I see it more like a treasure mountain that supreme young emperor deliberately left for his descendants. Seeing that this guy Bao difference is greedy for money, but this math ability is still very strong, Yi Chang'an did not intervene too much in his actions. Instead, move on. Just then, the master and disciple came to a vase-shaped space in front of them, and suddenly they heard some genera of familiar sounds. Among them, those noisy voices besieging someone should be the experts from the 3 great clans and so on. With the greatest number of vanguard earth gates. And the beautiful woman who was surrounded by them and angrily scolded and threatened to give in was actually no one else but the great disciple Empress Luo Yunshang, who had not seen her for a long time. Original. Just a short while ago, although Empress Luo Yunshang had accelerated and rushed in, she had also completely enraged the experts of the 3 great sects. The 3 families split up to hunt her down. One of the ways was the crowd from the Vanguard Emperor sect. The 2 sides are at loggerheads. On the one hand, she held herself out as a female emperor, and apart from having given submission to her master, Yi Chang'an, she could never submit to anyone else. On the one hand, they thought they had the back of a big shot in the immortal world, and thus were so conceited and arrogant that they were on the verge of a fight. Luo Yunshang. Don't think that we're afraid of you just because you're a female emperor. Everyone has a chance in this secret realm of the supreme young emperor today. Why should you come first? I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. Don't force us to besiege a female emperor. We might be scornful if you came with a team of troops, but now, a mere one person, what is he? As he spoke, this sect master of the 10,000 ancient Empyrean sect truly erupted with a terrifying cultivation of the perfection of the transformation tribulation realm and attempted to make a preemptive strike. Chapter 144 Acquaintance Reunion? This person alone was definitely no match for Empress Luo Yunshang. Helplessly, as strong as Empress Luo Yunshang came to the mortal realm, she was also suppressed by the rules of the heavenly Tao. It was just like that pill fairy pavilion elder before. Even though Empress Luo Yunshang was equipped with superb equipment and a heaven-defying gong method that could shield a portion of the heavenly Tao rules, she could at most exert the strength of a consummate transformation tribulation realm. With this, the Vanguard Emperor's Sect Master, several elders, and a group of sacred sons and inner sect elites added up to dozens of transformation tribulation realms. Coupled with their spell formations and the cooperation of their disciples, they were naturally confident that they could clean up Empress Luo Yunshang. And yet, I don't want to. Even in the face of such a crisis, Empress Luo Yunshang still stood proudly. A little bit of refusal to give in. The reason is simple. For one thing, although she was suppressed by the rules of the heavenly Tao, it wasn't the same as it used to be, and 10,000 ancient imperial sects might not even make her scornful. Secondly, but it was right at this moment that Luo Yunshang had sensed a most familiar aura coming towards her. Master? Luo Yunshang's 10,000-year ice-like expression of high coldness finally melted slightly the moment she looked out at Yi Chang'an. Instant 100 winks. It is like the snow lotus blooming in the sky and sea. Again, it seems like a flirty flare to send out. In an instant, even this 10,000 ancient Empyrean Sect Master and the others were dumbfounded. And that's when 2 men did come out of the shadows. Dare I ask the sect leader of the 10,000 ancient imperial sect who was just said to be something that isn't? Poor Taoist heaven-mending pavilion Yi Chang'an. Advise you to swallow that back if you know what you're doing, and then, apologize to my family's eldest disciple again and again, or else, if the poor Tao destroys your clan today, then you can't help but be offended. As soon as he fell asleep and said this, Yi Chang'an's great body, amazing aura, as if it was like an ancient divine sword, appeared on the scene in this regard. Soon arriving near Luo Yunshang, the master and disciple frowned at each other, clearly not putting outsiders in their eyes. And behind him, the pack doesn't follow out. It was clear that there was no semblance of strength, but it caused the surrounding people to be startled with it. Mending Heaven Pavilion? Yi Chang'an? So it's him? Beat up the Yi Chang'an from the Immortal Temple? Taking down 5 immortals in succession. Hiss. This person is as terrifying as he is, sect leader, it looks like we'll have to change our strategy. On the side of the Vanguard Emperor sect's crowd, hearing the suggestions of a few elders, that sect leader was even more ironclad and didn't know what to do. Keep striking out? That's a death wish. An Empress Luo Yunshang was difficult to deal with, let alone an additional Yi Chang'an who killed immortals and slaughtered gods as simple as eating and drinking water, Yi Kaitian? No shot? It didn't matter if he lost his own dignity, but if he made the entire Vanguard Emperor sect fall from grace, it was simply worse than killing him. This time, it's hard to do. Yunshang, goodbye. On the other side, Yi Chang'an dropped his harsh words and didn't even bring more than a glance at this Vanguard Emperor Sect Master as he directly greeted Luo Yunshang. The two people who had been separated for a long time, although they were trying to restrain the enthusiasm in their hearts, they were also exchanging their eyes non-stop, as if there were electromagnetic waves zipping around. Hearing this, Empress Luo Yunshang, who had originally wanted to be domineering and ruthless in resolving a great battle, finally consciously collected herself for a few moments. Master, courteous. I'm not talented, I haven't broken through the immortal realm in such a long time, I can only say that I've barely recovered my cultivation at the peak of that year. With the master's father stepping in that case, disciple will no longer waste his effort, master is disciple's backer, disciple also wants to see if the great sects of this mortal realm dare to disrespect master one. Luo Yunshang had always rarely spoken in front of people. Now, not only was he obedient to Yi Chang'an, but also, his voice was as sweet as a mountain spring, and he spoke as if he were a disciple more like a lover. Such intimacy. Such a gesture. Not only did she show that she saw Yi Chang'an as a backer and didn't have to fight, but also, while talking, she walked over to him, and that scene was not to mention how amazing it was. Is this still the same high and mighty Empress? How could a mere mortal boy make the Empress obey him? Simply divine. Blinking dog eyes. The moment everyone around was stunned, Yi Chang'an was not surprised at all and continued to talk to Luo Yunshang about various information to himself. On the contrary, Pao was differently alarmed. Previously, he had calculated that he had a good chance and had a good master. However, when I really saw this scene, I was still shocked and my eyes opened wide and my mouth dropped open. A mother yo, this master can make a female emperor obedient, this counts. This is no longer against the heavens can be described, simply absolute. The other side. The Vanguard Emperor Sect Master and the others had finally made up their minds. Even though it was difficult to deal with two ruthless people, it was necessary to take revenge together for the sake of the dignity and honor of the sect. In particular, seeing this pair of master and disciple flirting and treating them as if they didn't exist, the group of old guys from the Vanguard Emperor sect were doubly furious. Sect leader Yi, are you protecting your shortcomings? Fine, we'll have a lesson with you. This statement was made. Everyone in this group of old guys really did offer up their magic treasures, and countless streams of light smashed in viciously. That scene scared the disciples below the harmonization depression realm into retreating. It also made Pao Difference hurriedly retreat behind Yi Chang'an and Luo Yunshang. On the contrary, Yi Luo and his duo appeared to be very casual. Not only are you not afraid. Instead, he smiled coldly. 3 Transformation Tribulation Realm Perfections, for Late Transformation Tribulation Realm, 8 Mid-Transformation Tribulation Realm and 2 Early Transformation Tribulation Realm, the Vanguard Emperor sect still has a bit of depth. But alas, just a little bit more. This is worthy of disturbing the poor Taoists catching up with his disciple. Yi Chang'an and Luo Yunshang had long since cultivated a tacit understanding, and now, one of them wielded the terrifying power of the goddess of transformation technique, while the other struck with the power of a female emperor level. Next. Unsurprisingly, easily and casually repelled all these old guys from the Vanguard Emperor sect, who were still in a good situation, and those saintly disciples were even seriously injured on the spot. All the people of the Vanguard Emperor sect listen. I don't mind killing people, but the master is here, and that's why I'm restrained. You and others have to provoke me, I don't mind. Luo Yunshang finally got really mad. The female emperor's mighty pressure rolled over like billions of forces. Even though it was weakened by most of the Heaven's Tao rules, it instantly frightened those old guys and ordinary disciples of the Vanguard Emperor sect, who retreated and had all sorts of difficulties. It was at this moment, but then, a soft voice suddenly came from the void. The Vanguard Emperor sect crowd retreats after apologizing. The man didn't show up specifically, but he did issue an unquestionable command. Instead, they punished their own people first.
And then, only then did he change his tone to one of respect with a few hints of gentleness, speaking at Yi Chang'an and Luo Yunshang and manifesting a figure that was clearly a representative of the immortal world's 10,000 ancient imperial sect.
Poor Taoist Wan Changqing, a representative of the immortal realm's 10,000 ancient imperial sect, and one of the untalented ordinary disciples.
See Sect Leader Yi. Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress. No need to mind such a misunderstanding. I think that back then, the Xianxiao divine dynasty and our immortal realm's 10,000 ancient Empyrean sect were worldly friends who fought against foreign enemies together, and now that everyone has more than one chance, why not join hands again? As he spoke, he didn't see how this person did it, and he cured the people behind him with supreme magic power. This is a skill that even Yi Chang'an doesn't have. The man's gaze, on the other hand, was soft with a rigidity that was hard to resist. Chapter 145 Another Bride Snatcher? Highly emotional statement is that this person is good in the world, first disposing of his own people, then pleasing Yi Chang'an and Luo Yunshang. Sort of a people person. However, the low-spirited argument was that this person was fawning over Luo Yunshang too much, not to mention that Yi Chang'an felt uncomfortable. Even the crowd of the Vanguard Emperor sect had something to say. But because the other party was an actual immortal, they could only shut up. Taoist Brother Evergreen, we know we're wrong, next, it's up to you. The Vanguard Emperor Sect Master and the others took the lead and stepped back after recognizing their mistake. It looks like a compromise. In fact, from Yi Chang'an's side, it seems that there is a follow-up to these fears. System, check out the details of this immortal world's Vanguard Imperial Sect's ordinary disciple Wan Changqing. Why does the poor Taoist feel as if this guy is not just trying to apologize, but also wants to snatch a bride? Did no one tell them that in addition to being Poverty Road's eldest disciple, Luo Yunshang is also Poverty Road's previously predetermined wife? Yi Chang'an deserved to be Yi Chang'an. Instead of feeling relaxed because those on the other side had temporarily backed off, he subconsciously asked. Sure enough. A warning came over the system. Ding. Warning to the host, Wan Changqing is an ordinary disciple of the immortal realm's Wan Gudi sect 500 years ago. Right now, although he is not listed as an ordinary elder, he is still an elite among the elites. After removing the suppression of the heavenly Tao rules from this person, he is a proper heavenly first realm consummate powerhouse, and at the same time, he was also one of the targets of the two families that almost joined forces back then. Hearing this, Yi Chang'an almost wanted to laugh. What kind of cat or dog is worthy of marrying his Luo Yunshang? Tanny realm, this cultivation level was certainly very strong, tens and hundreds of times stronger than ordinary Nirvana realm. However, he, Yi Chang'an, could break through to this point in a few months to a few years at most, and there would be nothing to fear. However, since this matter was related to Luo Yunshang, there was no need to say more, so Luo Yunshang could deal with it and see. The poor Taoist, the master, is surely still the first to be courteous. With this thought in mind, Yi Chang'an intentionally didn't make a sound, but instead listened to see what response Luo Yunshang had. And at that moment, seeing Luo Yunshang's non-committal attitude, that Wan Changqing on the opposite side seemed to think that the goddess was angling for him, thus his heart was moved even more. One side repeatedly showed kindness and took the initiative to approach. On the one hand, considering that Empress Luo Yunshang had an extremely high cultivation level, a very strong identity, was in control of a Xianxiao divine dynasty and the renowned Xianxiao divine sect, and was also a peerless beauty, and thus was more mindful of the situation. Can Immortal Yi lend poor Tao and Her Majesty the Empress a moment? There are some things that our two families almost succeeded in back then, and now, it's time to renew our relationship. Right? Empress. Oh no, perhaps I should address you as Senior Sister Yunshang, the naughty boy I was back then. Now I am also a heavenly first realm expert. Can I have the opportunity to pursue you for a moment or two? Boom. It's okay not to say that. The moment he said that, it was everyone on both the enemy who were stunned. Taoist Brother Evergreen actually had this in mind? So our sect and the Xianxiao divine sect are neighbors? That's fine, big deal. For the sake of the greater good, the poor Taoist and the others don't care about the small matter just now. The ones who reacted first were the headmaster of the Vanguard Emperor sect and the others. They really thought that this matter was promising and, therefore, actually intended to tolerate it. Next. It was Yi Chang'an's side of the trio that couldn't help but laugh. Senior, someone is actually making a move on eldest sister, you have to be careful, these people are shameless. Bao Difference was still a bit timid and lowered his volume to give a warning. Yi Chang'an, on the other hand, directly sneered with disdain. Fellow Taoist one, this is overthinking. Yunshang will not agree, poor Taoist even more will not agree. It is best to leave this, otherwise. Yes, Master is right, I've never been interested in a marriage. could it be that you, Yunshang, are still planning to force us to stay? Compared to Yi Chang'an in Bao difference, Luo Yunshang was more direct, and when she said this, she was the one who made Yunshang's hundreds of years of beautiful dreams shatter all of a sudden. He really didn't understand why Luo Yunshang liked Yi Chang'an, that guy with a bad name. That guy hadn't ascended yet, but he himself had ascended for hundreds of years. He is even more incomprehensible, why the goddess who just smiled at himself, now for Yi Chang'an. Wait, so it's about this loser Yi Chang'an? Thinking of this, Yunshang, who had just been pretending to be a decent person, directly stopped pretending, and his aura around him was like a rainbow as he forced his way towards Yi Chang'an. I am even more intent on making a move. The mouth, on the other hand, was cold as hell. Your Majesty the Empress, it's better for you and I to have room for things. This person is really tiresome. Why don't you let me fight him once, firstly, as a meeting gift for you, so that you don't get carried away, and secondly, to deal with certain people who bullied our vanguard emperor sect. As he spoke, this Yunshang was already staring at Yi Chang'an, ready to stand by. Once he saw this, Yi Chang'an responded calmly. Neither one would let the other. Luo Yunshang could see that her own master was also angered for her own sake, and she was even less favorable towards this Yunshang. The Tianyi realm was not bad when placed in an ordinary immortal realm sect. Put in the eyes of her, once a half-step in the realm of immortality, now a great emperor-level female emperor. Isn't it just a piece of? You're also rude to her master? This person is brainwashed to the core. Please dispose of him at the master's discretion, but beware, he is an immortal after all. Luo Yunshang's words made Yi Chang'an fight even more. And seeing that his crush's goddess was actually this intimate with her master, so close that she was on the verge of kissing her face to face, this Yunshang directly exploded with anger. Ranting on the spot. Senior sister Yunshang, don't make the wrong choice. You are at least the empress of the Xianxiao divine dynasty and the patriarch of the Xianxiao divine sect, so if it's still the case that your cultivation hadn't been restored previously, having a master is understandable. But now that you've returned to cultivation, you don't need to plead with him, and what's more, this man has a bad reputation for being a devil, so let me clear up the stigma for you. Just after these words were said, Yunshang's left hand lifted up a bell-shaped ordinary immortal weapon, which was one of the two major immortal weapons that he had become famous for. Totem Time Clock. Without too strong offensive or defensive attributes, it was the best way to temporarily shield the rules of the Heavenly Tao. Next. This guy was furious, actually burst out the terrifying cultivation of Nirvana realm perfection, and the moment he shook back all the outsiders, his right hand was even sacrificing another immortal weapon. A Shen Great Extreme Flying Sword crafted from immortal realm top quality materials, the Tenkong Sword. Rigorously suppressing Yi Chang'an. Surname Yi, poor Taoist serves you, an unorthodox devil, with two immortal weapons. I hope you can live up to the rumors outside and not lose in 3 moves. Seeing that he had the advantage in his hands, Yunshang smiled viciously, revealing his truest bloodthirsty face. On the other side, Yi Chang'an did not yield in the face of this guy's terrifying pressure, much less panic. A handful of transformation techniques operated decisively. In an instant, the physical body and Yuanshan were condensed to the extreme at the same time. Truly it is the effect of transforming the body of a mortal into the body of a god or a demon. At the same time, his 10,000 laws mixed body even made up for all the flaws around him, allowing him to present a level of terror that was not yet ascended, but surpassed those who had ascended. Master beware, this guy is indeed not simple. He is the first genius of the Immortal Realm's Vanguard Emperor sect in the last 500 years. He grasps 2 ordinary immortal weapons, but he's not completely invincible. Below, as Pao differently spat on Yunshang while desperately counting his life. Yunshang was furious enough. Yi Chang'an, however, took this opportunity to later rise to the top and was expected to make a comeback. Chapter 146. How can you be a mistress? Good Yi Chang'an, where did you get this disciple from, to actually see through poverty road? Seeing that his advantage was no longer there, Yunshang was furious and hated that he couldn't kill Bao differently with his eyes, but Bao differently hurriedly and timidly hid behind his big senior sister Luo Yunshang. Seeing this, Luo Yunshang swept Yunshang with an indifferent glance. Yunshang, however, was unable to lay his hands on the goddess he had a crush on, and with the fact that the one-on-one battle had not yet been completed at this point, he had to withdraw his mind and go all out. Yi Chang'an, you can't rely on outsiders for everything. The poor Taoist has recently practiced a technique called the Great Unine Cauldron Technique. I hope you can carry it off. Under a cold smile, this guy actually withdrew his Tenkong sword, and after protecting his body, he temporarily resisted Yi Chang'an's heavenly apocalypse finger and Tai Xian hand. Immediately,
The sword light skyrocketed 10,000 feet, as if it were a galaxy of starlight.
The human sword is one.
Sword Heart Passage. In an instant, Yunshang, who had already temporarily recovered to the Nirvana realm perfection, relied on these means to truly begin his transformation. But the body is transformed into 9 tripods domineering, as if the last great immortal of the human race in the ancient times, Daiyu, suppressing the 9 states,
forming an arcane and complex 9-star formation. It was suppressed towards Yi Chanan's side in minutes.
Master, beware, this thing.
Ouch, not good to count off.
The packs are not the same again, but this time it obviously takes a little while.
But Yi Chanan didn't have much time to wait for him.
Coupled with eyes like a torch and a clear mind, there was no need for bow difference to command, after Yi Chanan had temporarily resisted the opponent's attack with 9 consecutive heavenly tribulation fingers.
Next, a seldom used magic treasure was sacrificed by him.
It's that 3-bell soul falling bell.
Buzz off!
Accompanied by a whimpering name, these 3-bell soul falling bells rose up into the air, as if they were like the soul falling bells of the ancient times, striking out and inevitably hitting other people's Yuanshan. Sure enough, as Yi Chanan's magic skill guided him, the 9 tripods that were originally so powerful froze and were jammed by the sound of the bell for a moment.
And after, a metaphysical power stared directly at Yunshang's Yuanshan.
Pity this guy, absolute strength 100 times stronger, now, but was 3 bells falling soul clock to stare at tight, on the spot broken Yuanshan defense. Sprayed blood directly out.
What kind of immortal weapon is this? This is a magic treasure that the poor Taoist has never seen before.
Surname Yi, you still say it's not a devil, this is definitely a devil cultivator.
Before these words were finished, Luo Yunshang below was unable to look away. Straight out of the gate,
a mediocre power of the Thunder Road was interpreted by her as 10,000 feet of thunder, exploding like a rainbow and transforming into countless streams of light that slammed into Yunshang. Yunshang's senior sister, you actually treated me.
You're not an important person, so why shouldn't you be treated? If you hurt my master, you're hurting me, and if you hurt me, you still want to feel better?
Luo Yunshang is a true daughter of heaven, never giving these brainwashed people half a good look. This strike was definitely the strongest match with Yi Chanan, and under this offense, even Yunshang could only drink in defeat.
Collect! Go! These 2 dogs and girls actually counted on the poor Taoist?
The grudge between the immortal world's vanguard emperor sect and the Xianxiao divine sect is settled, and sooner or later, they will retaliate. Under the misery, Yunshang had to stifle a grunt, leaving behind a large swath of golden blood, and after being vicious, he brought along the crowd of the vanguard emperor sect to quickly leave. Until this time, he then realized that his 2 immortal weapons, combined, were not as good as one of Yi Chanan's.
Just about to sneak in.
However, he saw that Luo Yunshang gave a cold snort, and his Xian Great Extreme Flying Belt attacked towards him out of thin air, but he didn't dare to fight it, and could only run away in haste.
However, where could he run away at this point?
It was directly taken down on the spot by Yi Chanan's Tai Xian hand,
shocking the enemy. Eventually, a battle of love interests that actually ended like this.
The only ones who escaped were those guys from the Vanguard Emperor sect.
How arrogant it was before that. That's how much of a mess it is nowadays. It's not that they don't want to make a move. Rather, the strongest Yunshang had fallen. What could they, guys who had enough trouble ascending, do? Master, disciple has helped you a lot, it's time for a reward.
Luo Yunshang was without outsiders, and her entire body was as delicate as a young girl. The scene stunned the new pack differently.
Completely confused as to what kind of master and eldest sister he was meeting.
It was Yi Chanan who could see clearly. Yunshang was not a realm loser or any other loser, but a loser who was driven away by the combined efforts of his own master and disciple, and thus naturally had to give a reward. Wait a moment, the master is still calculating it. You have made a lot of merit this time, of course, different you are also making a good merit. Yi Chanyan smiled faintly, while in his mind, he heard the system's settlement result.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host's eldest disciple, Empress Luo Yunshang, on her return. This time the 2 of them teamed up to repel the enemy and receive a reward. Acacia Leader, yellow grade lower grade couple type magic treasure, no common offensive or defensive attributes, but can connect the host and Empress Luo Yunshang, making their joint strikes more powerful. In addition, this magic treasure automatically recognizes its owner, and accompanies the Empress in her cultivation, thus upgrading to be stronger.
Hearing this, Yi Chanan's heart was ecstatic. Myself and Empress Luo Yunshang finally had a unique magic weapon.
This reward is so much better than some enlightenment spirit rice or something like that.
It was immediately given to Luo Yunshang.
Luo Yunshang was also looking full of surprise and shyness.
Master is wise.
Good point. Different, this is 100 pounds of enlightenment spirit rice for you, take your time to comprehend it. Yi Chang'an was in a good mood and casually gave this kid, differently, a little bit of reward, which also made his jaw drop in all sorts of ecstasy. For one thing, this stuff wasn't readily available to him, enough to last him until he opened the Divine Sea. Secondly, it was because seeing the Empress's attitude towards her master, not high and cold, not indifferent, but as if she was a little woman, simply looked dumbfounded.
And the most important thing is that mantle. Other people can't read it.
Pao differently happened to take a look at it and utilized the mixed sky appraisal technique to see the infinite value in it.
Upgradable mana?
Couple class spells?
Sheesh. This master is also too good. This big sister.
The strongest luck in my Pao differently's life is this time, following this master, I'm really getting rich.
Bao difference is in all kinds of ecstasy.
Yi Chang'an, however, didn't feel much power and directly ordered him to search his body.
Disciple leader. Immortal Master 1, I'm sorry.
Bao differently apologized with his mouth, but his eyes were greedy, rushing at this Wan Changqing with all sorts of shots. The two immortal artifacts, the Tunkong sword and the Tadian time clock, must have taken them.
Angry Wan Changqing's eyes glared angrily but couldn't.
Then, all sorts of spirit medicines, all sorts of spell formations and so on, were also taken away.
Wan Changqing directly blackened both eyes.
That was what he had brought to impart to the mortal realm's vanguard emperor sect.
I should have known.
I really shouldn't have angered this Yi Chang'an. Devil, all things devil, I am an expert in the immortal world, how can I be toyed with by a devil? Wan Changqing all kinds of unconvinced but also helpless when Yi Chang'an look at the bag differently. There are still a few points of fear, directly reminded that these can be given to the senior brothers. Those words motivated him greatly.
Next moment.
Bao is differently disguised as a searching fiend.
Except for his underwear, Wan Changqing no longer has half of his inventory. What kind of immortal is this called? Chapter 147 Grievance Reunion.
In less than a quarter of an hour, all the valuable things on the body of Wan Changqing, all were searched.
Immediately.
With Yi Chang'an's acquiescence, Bao differently didn't continue to make things difficult for this guy, but simply let the man go and waited for him to come back next time to deliver.
Have a good trip, Immortal Master 1. We and others are not afraid of anything else but that you won't come to deliver the goods. Losing 2 immortal weapons at a time, 10 times is 20, come dozens of times, I'm afraid we can arm our entire clan? This is a great kindness on your part. Turn around, I'll erect a monument and write a book for you, and spread the word all over the world.
As Bao differently said this, that Wan Changqing's entire body was filled with anger, yet he couldn't retaliate because his cultivation was temporarily sealed.
Only to run away red-faced.
On the other hand, on the side of Yi Chang'an and Luo Yunshang duo, they were also amused by this comical plus comical Bao difference. Unexpectedly, this guy was quite underhanded. In terms of cultivation, he might be nothing.
It's not even 1% as good as that Wan Changqing.
However, when it comes to mouth and eloquence, this bag is different and really too powerful. Even Yi Chang'an was made to cry and laugh by his words.
Different. Disciple here.
Turn in the loot you just searched, and by the way, also see if this Wan Changqing, as a representative of the immortal realm's Wan Gu Imperial sect, has brought any special treasures with him. Hearing Yi Chang'an's words, Pao difference immediately straightened up.
Tighten your smile while you do so.
While respectfully handing Yi Chang'an all the loot. Under Yi Chang'an's personal scanning, besides seeing 2 immortal weapons, he also saw the most crucial one. It was really a simple map of the secret realm of Supreme Yang Emperor's inheritance this time. The map, on the front, is a brief description of the major hurdles, as well as the danger factor and so on. What was clearly written on the back were a few words left by the founder of the immortal world's vanguard emperor sect. It seemed that the Supreme Yang Emperor of that year was extremely famous, and even this group of people in the immortal world left their handwriting behind for the convenience of future generations, but it turned out to be convenient for Yi Chang'an. Unexpectedly, the founder of this immortal realm's 10,000 ancient imperial sect is quite not weak. He actually ventured to come here several times before and after, and although he didn't succeed, it's not bad to be able to draw this simple map. Now that the place where we are is called the Middle Zone, if we want to obtain the inheritance, we must continue to go deeper. Yunshang, different, the two of you stay close, there must be others stopping us master and disciple along the way.
Yi Chang'an gave an order. Luo Yunshang and Bao Difference duo didn't have any nonsense. This followed him forward. The master and disciples set out cautiously. Along the way, Luo Yunshang talked to Yi Chang'an about things over in the divine realm, mentioning in passing that this time, she wasn't violating the rules of the lower realm, but was here specifically to help Yi Chang'an clean up the 5 people of Luchen. To put it bluntly, that group of traitorous disciples, who had stayed for more than a year, must not continue to stay, otherwise, sooner or later, they would scourge the heaven-mending pavilion and Yi Chang'an's reputation even more. Yunshang has a heart. Since that's the case, the master will not push back, and I hope that with your help this time around, we can completely solve the trouble of Luchen's several people. Right now, our heaven-mending pavilion has grown more than 10 times, there are a total of 10 disciples including you, as well as dozens of named disciples and so on. Turn around, and let you take a look as well. Although the master and disciple had been separated for a long time, they were still as warm and intimate as they were back then when they talked about things. Looking at the bag differently, all kinds of envy. I just hate that I don't know much. 1 hour later. The master and disciples walked out of the central district and came to the north district, the area where the dragon head was located. Before he could find a new route, he saw several painless attacks coming. Surname Yi, you're so bold. We are disciples of the Imperial Beast sect. We don't even dare to rob the order of the 3 great clans. It's just as well that you came in, but you actually dared to meet up with us? Do you know that ahead is the passageway of senior brother Dongfang Emotionless, the son of the 3rd elder, and no one is allowed to go over there and disturb it, or else we will never be polite. Not to mention that there are only 3 of you. Even if there were 10 times as many of you, it would still be hard enough. Hearing this, the 3 of Yi Chang'an narrowed their eyes almost simultaneously and looked up. Nice guy. It's really just a case of the wrong people meeting again. Who else could be the one who could speak so loudly at this time, other than the group of douchebags from the Imperial Beast sect? Yunshang, different, these douchebags seem to be tired of living. Yi Chang'an lost the disdain he had for this group of people before, and instead showed a rare glimmer of refinement. Obviously he's moved on. Killing heart. Also this time. In the other direction of this inheritance mystery realm, the Immortal Hall also had 2 female disciples entering from here, and it just so happened that they were also holding maps and groping around. The duo's map was certainly not casually obtained, it was given by that very same Lu Duan. Nowadays, Lu Chen was both their junior brother and acting sect leader, his status was incomparable. Naturally, he was also able to obtain funding from the side of Sect Master Tianshu Zi. 3rd senior sister, it's still junior brother who's great. This map is marked very clearly. Let's keep moving forward and perhaps we'll be able to find the true entrance to that inheritance mystic realm. The person who opened his mouth to speak at this moment was no other than the oldest 4, Shangwan Chang. And the woman she called 3rd senior sister was none other than the oldest of the 5, Lin Cc. Since the last time the Immortal Temple was defeated, this group of people had become even more honorable and flattering to Lu Chen, and almost all of them did as he commanded, not daring to disobey at all. Even though, before they came in on the soldier's fractional path, they were warned of the threat ahead of them, they were not afraid at all. It had to be said that these women's superstition towards Lu Duan was simply crazy. Not only do you not believe that he deceived himself and others. Even if they did encounter risks, they were willing to sacrifice for Lu Chen. At this moment, while the 2 women were advancing carefully, they were praising Lu Chen in various ways, and naturally, they were also hating Yi Chang'an and the heaven-mending pavilion even more. This time, the 4 of us, master and sister, have divided our forces into separate paths, and although there are more crises, we have greatly increased our chances of victory, so we can't let Yi Chang'an have his way again. After all the previous grudges, when we take the treasures and obtain the inheritance this time, we'll settle the score with him. That's right, the 6 of us were merely reacting to the reality back then, and we were actually blamed by him like that, and we also watched the tragic death of the 5th senior sister with indifference because of it. These grudges must be settled in total. In addition, from what acting Sect Master brother said, this time, amongst the many secret treasures of the Supreme Young Emperor, there exist treasures that can allow him to cure his internal injuries, so when the time comes, it's important that he recovers as quickly as possible. Right now the Immortal Temple is all at his mercy. It's only natural that he should also put forth the most effort to try to make him leap forward and catch up with that Yi. He, Yi Chang'an, is close to ascension in just 1 year. That acting master sect leader brother of ours, Lu Duan, is surely capable as well. As the 2 women said this, they, who originally had ordinary strength, actually really did kill all kinds of organ puppets and tripped through all kinds of traps and poisonous plots for the sake of Lu Chuan. There's kind of no one else. Thankfully, no outsiders saw this scene. Otherwise, when ordinary people learned that these 4 women were still as brain dead as they had been back then,
and had to defend Luchuan, even at the expense of themselves, they would either die laughing or cry. The world is full of stupid people. But dumb and obtuse as these four fat pigs. It really doesn't count for much. Chapter 148. Another lickspittle? Brush it off. Along with the two women striking out again, the four closest Divine Sea Realm puppet organs men to them instantly collapsed coaxingly, and from them fell out 6th-rank spirit medicines with a fragrant aroma that was not considered mortal. The average person who sees it is bound to take it for his own use. But don't want to. The two women actually picked it up carefully and put it into their pockets, not daring to waste it at all, but concentrating on leaving it to Lu Chen. These two 6th-rank spirit pills are also good, it's best to give them to senior brother Lu. Right, that's what I think too, the four of us senior sisters plus the dead 5th senior sister, even if we cultivate for 100 years it's impossible for us to fight Yi Chang'an, so we might as well give all of our resources to our youngest senior brother. Master Lu is exceptionally talented, and is also valued by the sect leader and appointed as our acting sect leader. This future is definitely not inferior to Yi Chang'an. This statement was made. The two women actually stopped babbling and moved on. It was counted as two of the strangest within all the people who had entered the inheritance mystery realm. In the meantime, on the other side, Yi Chang'an had wanted to kill these royal beast sect disciples who blocked the way directly in a fit of anger, but he was even more coldly laughing. They were not too self-conscious. Not to mention how awesome the three of you are. Even if it was anyone else, they shouldn't be so conceited as to just stop the road. But just at this time, a hint suddenly came from Luo Yunshang beside him. Pacify Yi Chang'an. Master, you are now an expert close to ascension, a sect master, why bother with a few shrimps? How about letting the disciples tell them to get lost? In this way, on the one hand, it expresses the disciples' filial piety to you, and on the other hand, it is also considered to be a reciprocal status, lest you degrade yourself. Luo Yunshang's words made too much sense. Upon hearing this, Yi Chang'an decisively adopted her suggestion. I backed away without saying a word. Instead, they let Luo Yunshang go up and settle it. And at this time, the group of Imperial Beast sect disciples on the opposite side did not realize what they had offended at all. Not only did they continue to block, but they even sacrificed their flying swords in an attempt to surround them. What? Surname Yi, last time I didn't find you in trouble, it all relied on Sister Gong's intercession, now, you don't appreciate it instead, do you intend to go in hard? You three are really eating your hearts out too. And don't ask around, in the entire vicinity of Invincible City, what kind of person dares to casually provoke our Imperial Beast sect? If you don't get out of the way, we can. Nice guy. Yi Chang'an had curbed his killing intent because of Luo Yunshang's advice, and as a result, Frozen was treated as if they were weak and easy to bully. Not only did they come around, but they almost struck. Master. Bao differently subconsciously took a few steps back. Different, do not have to be afraid, there is your big sister, if it is not Yunshang here, poor road. Yi Chang'an protected the bag differently with one hand while looking at these Imperial Beast Sect's waste disciples with the most disdainful eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a great disciple of the female emperor, these people could be destroyed within a single move. And Luo Yunshang also saw that this group of people were just too unlikable, no longer babbling, and directly revealed her identity. Are you two fellow Taoists forcing my master to do something deadly? I'm not talented, I'm the female emperor of the Xianxiao divine dynasty of the divine realm, and also the patriarch of the Xianxiao divine sect. With such an identity, do I still need to be informed? Even though you and the others don't know who I am, why don't you ask yourselves to kneel down and lick that Eastern senior brother? The resources owed by the Imperial Beast sect to our dynasty back then, can they be counted as paid off now? Boom! With Luo Yunshang's words, those two disciples of the Imperial Beast sect on the opposite side of the room immediately changed their faces. What Yi Chang'an they may not be afraid of. However, as soon as he heard that Luo Yunshang was Yi Chang'an's disciple, and that she was also a female emperor, and the sect leader of the same sect that the Imperial Beast sect had once sought help from many times. Even though these two people usually followed Eastern emotionless in all sorts of ways, now, they were trembling with fear. Hurry up and be respectful. So it's Her Majesty, Empress Luo? Please forgive us for our slowness. However, this matter involves my family's Eastern senior brother after all. Why don't we ask the three of you to find another way, and some other time, we will definitely repay you. Saying that, these two people really took out some of the spirit medicine, spirit grass, spirit stones that they had gotten along the way, trying to buy Yi Chang'an's three people in advance. Luo Yunshang instinctively felt that the Royal Beast sect was really not as good as the previous generation, but she didn't take matters into her own hands and turned to look at Yi Chang'an.
pleaded with his eyes for orders. So it's those two loser followers from last time? One Xianjiao realm perfection, and one late Xianjiao realm, somehow managed to blend into this place, and even tried to bribe the poor Taoist? Is this treating poor Tao, the head of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, as a rag collector? Yi Chang'an hadn't wanted to kill anyone. But nowadays, the two people across the street are just too funny. Since this was the case, he wouldn't give them a second chance, which handed Luo Yunshang and Bao Difference a look, and then he directly relied on his strong physical body to break in. Be bold. Eh? Senior brother, something is wrong. Where is this guy still the previous named disciple? Actually do not see how the power, let me cannot move. Let's hurry to notify Eastern's senior brother and the others, but don't really. As they spoke, these two actually no longer had the disdain and mockery they had before, but instead viewed Yi Chang'an as if he were a god. Before Yi Chang'an could actually do anything, the two of them had no choice but to turn around and run inside. And at this time, hundreds of feet deeper from this place, there were clearly three people fighting, and it was getting more and more intense. The two people who had the upper hand were none other than Eastern Emotionless and that Lian Xiuhua. The former originally had a crush on Gong Qingqing, but because of this, he was completely furious when he saw Gong Qingqing defending Yi Chang'an before. This time, he simply planned to settle Gong Qingqing. One and done. The latter is nominally Gong Qingqing's best friend, but in reality, has long been colluding with the former. Nowadays it can be a good shot. Senior sister Gong, why are you doing this? This time we have carefully designed and framed you for betraying the sect. If you don't die, how can you explain it? Better submit, or you'll look bad in the fight later. While speaking, the East Emotionless and Lian Xiuhua really pinched left and right, killing that Gong Qingqing all kinds of injuries, although sworn not to obey, but also gradually feel the physical strength is difficult to be. However, right at this moment, as the two people outside returned, Dongfang Emotionless' face changed. One. Who are you talking about? Surname Yi still dares to send himself to death? What other Empress? Well, if you cooperate with senior sister Lian together, solve this Gong Qingqing, I will go to greet the Empress. I've heard that Empress is absolutely beautiful and super strong. Even if she can't marry her, she still has to flatter her. This is the greatest chance for our Imperial Beast sect. I said how I started to have good luck today, dare I say it's fate, ha. After saying this conceited Eastern Emotionless actually really left the crowd behind and walked towards the outside alone. The excitement on his face was almost as if he had won all the treasures of the entire inheritance mystic realm all by himself. It was no wonder that a scum like him at the early stage of the Kaiyang realm could gain the favor of the Empress. It was a treatment comparable to having smoke coming out of his ancestors' graves and worshipping 18 Nirvana realm experts. But is it really that easy? He didn't want to at all, but instead came directly towards Luo Yunshang. Seems complimentary. More like another rogue lickspill.